Chapter 1, Arrival in the Apocalypse. Pain. Severe pain all over her body. Malia felt as if her entire body had been crushed. The sound of air being split resounded in her ears. She slowly opened her eyes and saw a vine lashing towards her at high speed. The pain made it hard for her to move, and Malia felt immense horror but could only watch helplessly as the vine came toward her. Pushing aside her thoughts, Malia tried to muster her spiritual energy to block the vine that was splitting the air, but she instantly felt an emptiness within her mind. There was no spiritual energy left. At this critical moment, a dark figure darted out directly towards Malia's location. Malia, standing frozen on the spot, felt a tightening around her waist and was then carried away from where she stood. Almost as soon as she was moved, the vine whipped against the ground with a loud smack. The man in black clothes placed Malia on safe ground. Only after moving away did she clearly see that the vine belonged to a willow tree. This willow tree was not like ordinary willows. Its trunk was pitch black, and its branches lashed around like whips, emitting constant sounds of air being split even from a distance. After placing Malia down, the man before her turned to face the mutated willow tree and reached out into the air with his hand. In an instant, the willow tree exploded from the inside and collapsed to one side, its branches which had been thrashing moments ago now lying limp. Malia blinked and looked up at the man's back, filled with curiosity about his strength. Only after dealing with the strange willow tree did he turn to look at Malia. He had a straight nose, thin lips, deep-set eyes, and neatly trimmed black short hair. He looked down at Malia and asked softly, "Can you walk?" As he spoke, Malia looked down at herself. There were several wounds on her body from being lashed by the vines. She easily associated them with the willow tree from earlier. The fair-skinned young girl stared blankly ahead. Hearing his question, she finally snapped back to reality and nodded hesitantly. The wounds inflicted by the vines were still bleeding profusely, soaking her pure white chiffon dress and creating a shocking sight. Aelb courteously took off his jacket and draped it over Malia. He squatted down in front of her. "Let me carry you." Since becoming the venerable holy sword, Malia had transcended her mortal form, making it so that ordinary weapons couldn't harm her. It had been years since she last experienced such intense pain. Malia looked at the broad shoulders of the man before her and silently climbed onto his back. Her body was indeed in severe pain, and the little spiritual energy she had left made her dizzy and weak. Aelb squatted in front of her, and the small frame of the girl clinging to his back felt delicate and fragile, like a soft, cuddly kitten. Carrying her felt as light as nothing. She reminded him of the white lilies he had seen in the greenhouse at the survivor base, pure and beautiful. Aelb walked steadily, and Malia hardly felt any jostling. "What's your name?" The man's voice was light and calm, his gaze fixed ahead, as if it were just casual conversation. Malia considered the situation and replied obediently to her savior. "My name is Malia. What about you?" The little girl's voice was clear and polite, making Aelb feel a tingling sensation in his ears. The girl on his back seemed too perfect to have come from the struggles of the apocalypse. "Aelb," he responded quietly. "Why are you here alone?" Aelb recalled how he first saw Malia, standing motionless beside the mutated plant. Compared to the thick, terrifying mutated plant, she appeared frail and breakable. Out of compassion, Aelb rescued her. Malia observed Aelb's expression and, after careful consideration, lied. "I was abandoned by my friends." Aelb paused slightly, his lips pursed tightly. It was indeed possible that the ability team who had once protected her had abandoned her when faced with danger. In this apocalypse, many mutant teams would leave behind those without abilities to save the majority. Seeing Aelb's reaction, Malia confirmed that he believed her. She secretly sighed in relief and began to probe further. "Aelb, what power did you use to kill that tree?" "It's my ability." Aelb gently shifted her higher and changed the subject. "Where did your original team go?" Malia frowned and shook her head. "I don't know. I fell asleep." Aelb sighed softly. "I'll take you to my team to treat your wounds. It's about 1 kilometer away. Bear with it a bit longer." Malia was indeed very tired. She rested her head on Aelb's shoulder, closed her eyes, and rested. She had arrived in this small world, so she decided to follow the principle of take things as they come and first live through this perilous place. From afar, Palmer, who was at the campsite, saw their team leader approaching. Only when he came closer did he notice that their team leader was carrying an injured little girl on his back. "Team leader, is this?" Palmer curiously observed Malia, who had just woken up. Seeing the little girl didn't seem very talkative, Aelb made the introductions for her. "This is Malia. We met by the mutated willow." Aelb pointed at Palmer. "This is Palmer, one of my teammates." Palmer smiled and teased, "Your name sounds quite majestic." Malia nestled against Aelb's broad shoulders, nodding politely. "Hello, I'm Malia." Aelb's team's codename was Falcon. Not counting Malia, there were 7 people. Palmer with fire abilities, Adley with healing powers, Brant with speed powers, Aaron with ice abilities, Marvin with wind abilities, and Hugh with strength abilities. Seemingly sensing Malia's injuries, Aelb asked, "Where's Adley?" Palmer, hands in pockets, nodded toward the back, preparing dinner in the tent behind us. Aelb led Malia in that direction, with Malia following closely like a little tail, drawing the attention of other team members. Brant nudged Hugh beside him and quietly glanced at the captain's direction. "Hey, Captain brought a little girl back." Hugh also sneaked a peek. "This little girl is quite pretty. What's going on here?" A few of them gathered and whispered speculatively about the little girl following their captain. Malia followed Aelb to the front of a tent. There, she saw a tall and beautiful woman bent over, setting up a large iron pot. Chapter 2, Kitchen Maid Malia. The woman was wearing a tight short-sleeved top, revealing her arms with smooth lines, looking stylish and brisk. Adley was about to start a fire to cook when she saw the two people walking towards her. She straightened up quickly and put on a mischievous smile. Captain. Aelb nodded without much ado and pushed Malia in front of the woman. Adley, check her injuries. When Adley saw Malia, she couldn't help but whistle. Pulling Malia closer, she immediately used her healing power. Captain, where did you find this little girl? She looks so well behaved. Tiny specks of light emitted from Adley's palms. Getting closer, one could feel the vitality contained within those light spots. Under Adley's control, those tiny light points flowed spontaneously towards Malia's wounds. As they touched, Malia felt her pain gradually fade away. What followed was a gentle comfort, as her wounds healed, restoring her body to its original state within a short time. Malia watched in amazement as her bloody streaks quickly recovered, her eyes widening in surprise as she looked at Adley. This person is even better than a medicine cultivator. She doesn't need to refine pills to heal wounds. Meeting Malia's surprised and admiring gaze, Adley giggled and pinched the little girl's face softly, asking tenderly, "Hello, I'm Adley. What's your name?" Sword Saint's shocked face instantly crumpled. How dare she? No one had ever dared to pinch her face before. She took half a step back, trying to look more authoritative by stiffening her small face. "I'm Malia. Hello." She naturally looked gentle, and her attempt to appear stern only made her look somewhat comical. At this moment, Aelb spoke. "Adley, she'll be with you for now." After a brief silence, he added, "Take care of her." Adley waved her hand to show understanding and extended her devilish claws to Malia again. Malia, annoying. This woman is so weird. Seeing that Malia was getting along well with Adley, Aelb turned around to arrange other matters for the team. After teasing the little girl enough, Adley continued to set up the pot for their dinner today. As a healer with powerful close combat skills, she usually took charge of the team's logistical work. Malia quietly crept closer, watching Adley's movements while asking in a low voice, "Adley, what were those tiny lights you used for healing just now?" Like an adorable kitten unable to resist its curiosity, cautiously poking its head out. Just as she spoke, Adley moved out of the tent with some ingredients and, hearing Malia's question, couldn't resist ruffling her hair. "Call me Mangia, big sister man, Guyue." Sword Saint bristled again. This woman always liked to touch her. It was disrespectful. "These are healing abilities," Adley explained while sorting the ingredients. "These external injuries will heal very quickly using my power." Turning to Malia, she asked casually, "What's your ability, Guyue?" Malia guessed that the people in this world possessed different kinds of power compared to her original world. Like how Aelb could break through mutant trees with a wave of his hand, and Adley could heal wounds. Thinking about it, Sword Saint proudly straightened her back. "I'm particularly good at using knives." Adley chuckled. Teasing her, she said, "So your name Malia fits you well." Malia frowned and explained, "My name is Malia because my father is a famous chef in our village, and he named me this way hoping I would follow in his footsteps." Sword Saint was originally just the child of a cook. Later, after joining a sect to study knife techniques, she displayed extraordinary talent in knife cultivation and gradually ascended to the position of Sword Saint. Hearing this, Adley raised an eyebrow. "So you're a cook?" She gestured towards the large pot. "Can you cook?" Malia confidently rolled up her sleeves. "Of course." Adley stepped aside, crossing her arms to watch Malia's actions. She was purely teasing the girl and didn't really expect her to cook anything delicious. But Malia took it seriously. Just as she bent down to pick vegetables, a cool voice sounded behind her. "Adley, you really dare to let someone we just met touch our food?" Though directed at Adley, every word pierced at Malia. Turning around, Malia saw Aaron leaning against a tree trunk, casting a cold glance her way. It was clear he had been standing there for quite some time. "Aaron, stop trying to pick a fight with me. Go mind your own business," Adley retorted sharply. She stepped forward, meeting Aaron's gaze head-on, her eyes sharp and subtly warning. Aaron narrowed his eyes slightly, looking straight at Adley. "Did I say anything wrong? You dare let her cook without knowing her background?" He glanced over Malia from head to toe. "Don't waste the ingredients we've worked hard to find." In this resource-scarce world, most people survived on compressed food. Teams like theirs who could go out to search for supplies were relatively well off compared to others. Malia blinked, locking eyes with Aaron. "I can give it a try. I can definitely make something that will satisfy you." Malia loved cooking, influenced by her father, and even after pursuing the path of knife cultivation, she never lost her culinary skills. The Holy Blade Master naturally developed excellent cooking skills during her cultivation. Malia couldn't understand Aaron's sudden sarcastic remarks, but her eyes were full of sincerity and passion, making Aaron involuntarily look away. Other members of the team also approached. Marvin tugged at Aaron's sleeve and whispered, "The girl was brought back by Captain. If you don't trust her, do you not trust the Captain?" Brant chimed in from the side. "Yeah, she doesn't look like a bad person. Aaron, speak less and don't scare her off." At that moment, Malia spotted Aelb emerging from the forest. Compared to when she first saw him, Aelb now looked somewhat disheveled, with a light sweat on his face, slightly disordered clothes, and a few wounds on his body. He noticed everyone gathered there and quickly walked over. "What's going on?" Several people exchanged glances, but Adley explained the situation clearly first. Aelb's gaze lingered on Aaron for a moment, making Aaron feel uncomfortable all over. However, he didn't say much more. Turning his head, he softly said to the young girl, "Go ahead, I believe in you." Chapter 3 Fresh and Fragrant Mushroom Soup. Aelb was very authoritative in the team, and no one objected after he said that. Malia didn't care about these things. She had a bone to pick with this group of country bumpkins. She found several types of unmutated mushrooms collected by team members outside from the tent, picked and washed them, cutting them into pieces for preparation. Additionally, she poured out the broth used for cooking vegetables, heated up the empty pot with oil, sautéed the mushrooms until they were soft, and added a little salt to enhance their soup-releasing properties. Finally, she added warm water and some more salt, boiled it for a short while, and a simple yet fresh mushroom soup was completed. Since the apocalypse, humans had been struggling for survival, and the culinary skills were long lost. Not to mention that edible foods were even fewer now due to mutated flora and fauna everywhere. Many bases relied on mutant powers teams to search for unmutated plants and animals. Aelb's team was one such squad. Watching Malia busy, Aelb pulled Aaron aside. Aaron kicked at pebbles on the roadside, admitting before Aelb could say anything. "I know, it's my problem. I haven't been in the right state of mind lately." His voice was heavy, and his expression painful, but every time I think of my sister. Aelb patted Aaron on the shoulder. Busy as a little whirlwind beside the ingredients, Adley approached Malia. "Guyua, Aaron wasn't trying to be mean. His only sister's team sacrificed her while helping another team a few days ago. He has been extra sensitive lately, not intentionally speaking those words." Malia nodded, ladling a bowl of mushroom soup for Adley. When he tasted the soup, Adley's eyes lit up. "Heavens! Your cooking is fantastic, Guyua," Adley praised. The rich and fragrant flavor exploded in his mouth, making it hard to swallow. In this post-apocalyptic world, food was one of humanity's scarcest resources. The most common ingredient was compressed biscuits produced by base factories, and a meal from a restaurant could fetch sky-high prices. With the culinary arts lost and plant mutations occurring, humans lost many traditional recipes, struggling to survive. A chef who could make delicious dishes became an incredibly precious resource. "How fragrant," Palmer sniffed and edged closer to the pot, stirring with the ladle. "Is this mushroom soup?" He held his chin, scrutinizing Malia, surprised. "You really can cook." Aelb marveled at the aroma too. He hadn't expected Malia to possess such culinary skills. This soup might well match or surpass the meals provided at the base leader's table. Malia handed a bowl to Aelb, offering it with hopeful eyes. Aelb took over the fragrant and tempting bowl of soup and fished a red fruit from his pocket, placing it in Malia's hand. Aelb took a sip of the mushroom soup and murmured, "Here, take it." The fruit exuded a faint fragrance, smelling delightful. Malia, holding the fruit, looked puzzled. Palmer exclaimed first, "Energy fruit. Captain, where did you find it?" Adley explained to Malia that energy fruits were rare in the post-apocalyptic world, usually growing where there were numerous crystal cores. If found in the wild, then this area must have buried a large number of mutated flora and fauna to nourish just one energy fruit. The magic of energy fruits was that they could enhance human physique, heal scars, and eliminate hunger for 2 to 3 days after consumption. Other team members gathered around the rare energy fruit, drawn by Palmer's shout. Brant grabbed Aelb's arm. "Captain, where did you find it? Can I have one too?" Aelb savored the mushroom soup and disengaged his arm coldly, found it on the way. None left. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Malia wiped the fruit and bit into it. The sweet taste exploded in her mouth, and the texture of the crisp fruit was excellent. Watching Malia bite the fruit, Palmer anxiously asked, "How does it taste?" Malia felt the taste carefully and truthfully replied, "It tastes good." There was no surge of energy for her, it was just a tasty ordinary fruit. By then, Aelb had finished a bowl of mushroom soup and secretly refilled his bowl. After marveling at the energy fruit, Palmer noticed Aelb and Malia drinking soup deeply. Curious, he tried a small sip. The rich and fragrant broth burst in his mouth. "My God, this taste." Just a small taste was enough for Palmer to exclaim in amazement. Anyone who tasted the mushroom soup was pleasantly surprised by its flavor. Being quite hungry, Brant and Hugh took out their compressed biscuits, biting into a biscuit followed by a sip of the mushroom soup, as if they hadn't eaten for days. Malia was greatly astonished. In her eyes, this seemingly ordinary mushroom soup was something these people had never tasted before. Among these people, only Aaron seemed indifferent. He sat alone on the empty ground, his back to everyone, quietly munching on a compressed biscuit. Watching his aloof figure, Malia felt most of her irritation dissipate. Aaron was dryly eating the biscuit when someone squatted down beside him without his notice. When he turned around, he met Malia's clear eyes. She pushed the bowl of soup towards him. "Give it a try, see if I wasted any food." Despite trying hard to hide it, Malia couldn't help but show a hint of smugness as she placed the bowl in Aaron's hand before standing up and leaving. After that meal, the members of Aelb's team felt much more positively about Malia. After dinner, while everyone rested, Malia kept close to Aelb, following him towards the outskirts of the campsite and asked, "Aelb, where are you going?" Aelb glanced at Malia and subtly slowed his pace, walking shoulder to shoulder with her. Night watch, Aelb stopped not far from the camp, finding a flat stone to sit on. Malia also sat next to him. The night breeze was slightly cool, blowing over them and making them feel refreshed. Aelb, why did you help me today and bring me to your team? The girl's voice was crisp, sounding just curious. Chapter 4, Her Ability. In the night, Malia's round eyes, which gazed at people, were as clean as holy water unstained by dust. Aelb's Adam's apple moved slightly. He pondered for a moment before responding, I don't know, I just feel that I shouldn't leave you behind. Perhaps it was because people in the apocalypse always yearned for beautiful things. Or perhaps the first glimpse of her beauty was so astonishing that he couldn't bear to watch her be devoured by beasts. Her skin was smooth and delicate, unlike the roughness found on those who wandered endlessly in the apocalypse. Her eyes were pure and untouched, not mixed with the deceit and grime of the treacherous world. Aelb took a deep breath and dispelled the myriad thoughts clouding his mind. His left hand flipped upward, and suddenly a circular black hole appeared. From this black hole, a palm-sized grayish-white crystal core dropped out. The grayish-white crystal core landed lightly on Aelb's hand, catching Malia's attention simultaneously. My ability is somewhat special, said Aelb, noticing her curiosity and explaining about the crystal core in his hand. This is the crystal core from the mutated willow tree we encountered today. Actually, there was no need for much elaboration. As soon as the crystal core appeared, Malia's gaze became fixated on it. In that instant, she could sense the surging energy within the crystal, spirit energy. Mutated animals and plants have such crystal cores inside their bodies, and when psychics absorb the energy within these cores, it can increase their power. Malia took the crystal core from Aelb's hand. The moment she touched it, the spirit energy began to flow into her body spontaneously. It felt like a drop of water pouring into parched soil, not nearly enough but better than nothing. Aelb kept observing Malia's reaction. When she took the crystal core from him, she accidentally brushed against his thumb. The soft sensation made Aelb clench his fist involuntarily. He refocused entirely on the crystal core before him, continuing to explain softly. However, within these crystal cores lies another kind of energy, violent and unabsorbable by psychics, which needs to be channeled away before absorption. Before he finished speaking, the crystal core was returned to his hand again. The moment it was handed back, even the ever-composed Aelb couldn't help but change his expression. The crystal core lying in his palm had turned completely green, its energy mild and stable. Although it had shrunk to half its original size, all traces of the violent, uncontrollable energy within were gone. Now this crystal core was a perfect source of energy suitable for psychics to absorb. Aelb looked at Malia standing before him. She still looked innocent, but a closer inspection revealed a hint of guilt on her face. Malia had been too excited by the spirit energy. Urgently needing it to repair her dried meridians, she absorbed it without a second thought. After she had drained all the spirit energy from the crystal core, she was surprised to find that the crystal core itself had changed appearance. Aelb rubbed the now significantly smaller crystal core in his hand, examining it several times before confirming that only one type of energy remained. Along with his shock, a bold hypothesis formed in his mind. The girl before him might possess the ability to purify crystal cores. For psychics, absorbing energy from crystal cores was exceptionally challenging. A single misstep could allow the highly active energy to surge into their bodies, leading to chaotic energy flows and eventual death by explosion. Until now, Aelb had never met anyone who could absorb this highly active energy. Looking at Malia, one question after another sprang up in Aelb's mind. Being both a chef and having the ability to purify crystal cores, how could someone like her have been abandoned in the wilderness by her former team? After some thought, Aelb furrowed his brow and asked Malia, did you demonstrate this ability to your previous team? Malia, not understanding the implications, shook her head in response to Aelb's question. Seeing this, Aelb nodded understandingly, his feelings complex. If Malia were to reveal her ability to purify crystal cores, it would certainly spark fierce competition among various parties. Who wouldn't want an opportunity to increase their psychic powers without danger? With complex feelings, Aelb paused for a long time, then warned Malia, don't use this ability in front of others. Malia nodded her small head, then leaned closer to Aelb, whispering, then let's keep this our little secret. Since you know my secret, could you give me any crystal cores you get in the future? The world between heaven and earth no longer contained spirit energy. Absorbing spirit energy through crystal cores was her only way to gain energy now. Before she gained strength, she needed a long-term meal ticket. Aelb agreed willingly. Without spirit energy, the crystal core was absorbed by Aelb unusually quickly. Within 10 minutes, the crystal core vanished into his palm. Blinded by Aelb's absorption of the crystal core, Malia finally realized what had happened. She had absorbed the waste energy from the crystal core, the kind that these psychics did not need. Their energy systems were inherently different. The energy from one crystal core was too weak for her. With a lingering reluctance, Malia touched the green crystal core again, her regret clear on her face. A smile tugged at the corner of Aelb's mouth, and he couldn't help but reach up to pat Malia's head. Tomorrow we will go out to search for supplies, and all the crystal cores we bring back will be yours. Malia. Were there such generous people who would give away spirit energy like this? Malia was very pleased with Aelb and, following his advice, went to rest with Adley. The evening breeze swept through the tree branches, and the other members of the team fell into a deep sleep. In the tranquil night, Malia spent her first night in this world. The Holy Blade Celestial seldom slept so well. This was the first time since she had embarked on her immortal path that she slept like an ordinary human being. Dreamless throughout the night, Malia was awakened the next morning by Adley pinching her cheek. Adley loved this obedient and soft-looking little girl so much that she wanted to bite her tender face. Seeing Malia open her eyes, Adley couldn't resist squeezing her cheek again. Awake. Your skin is really nice, Guyue. Malia freed herself from Adley's clutches and silently vowed to stay away from this disrespectful woman. As soon as Aelb and the others returned, they saw Malia organizing supplies in the tent with Adley. She rolled up her sleeves, revealing slender white arms that seemed easily breakable under heavy objects. The moment Aelb appeared, Malia's gaze fell on him, her round eyes full of longing. Aelb chuckled and took out a small bag of crystal cores, tossing it into Malia's arms, then ruffled her hair as he passed by. They're all yours. Malia didn't mind if he messed with her hair, she was so happy that her cheeks hurt from smiling. She happily dove back into the tent to count the crystal cores. Chapter 5 Joining the team. Palmer looked at Aelb in surprise. He had watched with his own eyes as Aelb placed all the crystal cores he hunted into this bag. He didn't expect Aelb to trust Malia so much, giving them all to her. Palmer nudged Aelb's shoulder and nodded towards Malia, silently asking what was going on. Aelb glanced at him and turned away without answering. Malia paid no attention to Palmer's curiosity, she was happily absorbing the spirit energy from the crystal cores. In this package of Aelb's were a dozen or so crystal cores. Malia held the crystal core in her hand, then opened her palm to reveal a shiny emerald green crystal core. Nourished by the spirit power, Malia felt refreshed and invigorated. Early in the morning, Aelb and the others went out and brought back a lot of ingredients. Perhaps due to the natural balance, after the plants and animals mutated in this post-apocalyptic world, there would always be some normally growing flora and fauna beside these mutated organisms. Aelb and his team came out to gather such flora and fauna, bring them back to the base for cultivation and processing. They spent the whole morning collecting these materials. Those normal flora and fauna that were collected were all piled in a tent, waiting for the team members to organize and load them onto their supply truck. Malia had licked clean all the spirit stones from the dozen or so crystal cores Aelb brought back. Reluctantly, she returned the remaining emerald green crystal core to Aelb. Aelb was just checking the supplies they had just gathered. He got up and opened the bag with one hand, looking inside in surprise. So many, all. His voice faltered, softening, all absorbed. Seeing him ask like this, Malia wasn't evasive. She nodded and said, all absorbed. Then she glanced at her spirit sea and muttered, but it's still not enough. Aelb didn't think too much of it, assuming the energy Malia could absorb from the crystal cores wasn't much. The dozen or so pure crystal cores in the bag emitted tempting energy. After much consideration, facing Malia, he asked solemnly, Malia, I want to formally invite you to join my team, are you willing? Last night, while keeping watch, Aelb kept thinking about matters concerning Malia until dawn, when he made this decision. If you're willing, I want to tell the other members of my team about your ability to strip energy from crystal cores. I can guarantee that my teammates are trustworthy. Hearing this, Malia pondered for a moment and asked, does that mean I can also absorb the crystal cores of the other members of the team in the future? Aelb promised, all the team's crystal cores will be entrusted to you. Malia was very satisfied with this arrangement and waved her little hand, saying, I agree. The young girl's voice was clear and innocent, as if she had rarely experienced worldly affairs. Seeing her decisiveness, Aelb couldn't help but smile. If Malia joined their team, it would definitely be beneficial for their team. Malia was very satisfied with the outcome and said earnestly, remember, all crystal cores will be stored with me from now on. Looking at the relaxed expression on the little girl's face, Aelb's heart skipped a beat. The sunlight bathed her face, making her delicate features warm. People in the post-apocalyptic world often lived in hardship and inevitably sought after beautiful things. Aelb had stumbled upon this delicate lily in the wilderness, and he wanted to cherish its purity forever. In the gentle breeze, Aelb nodded in agreement with Malia, they're all yours. Satisfied, Malia looked at the new supplies in the tent and rolled up her sleeves, ready to work. She was about to pick up a basket of potatoes when a pair of large hands reached out and moved the potatoes away from her. Lifting her head, Malia met Hugh's honest smile. Puzzled, she frowned and asked, why are you taking my work? Hugh is a strength-type psychic, outwardly appearing as a well-muscled, 6'3" tall, dark-skinned giant, imposing in stature. The large man, Hugh, laughed warmly and lifted the basket in his hands. This is heavy, let me handle it. Malia? Is he underestimating her, the Holy Blade Overlord? She sneered, activating her small cycle, exerting force with both hands, and lifted a basket big enough to contain her entire body. Hugh stared at her wide-eyed. Just as Malia was about to give him an intimidating look, her internal spirit power failed, causing her to lose strength in both hands, and the weight of the basket forced her forward. Hugh quickly freed one hand and caught the basket from Malia, stopping her from falling. His gaze toward Malia was filled with fondness, even his tone softened, don't push yourself, let me do it. Malia pressed her lips together, staring at the basket in front of her for a long time before running off with red-tinted ears. Aelb chuckled, quickened his pace, and patted Hugh on the shoulder as he passed by, briskly transporting the supplies. The few of them worked together and soon finished organizing the supplies. Aelb then brought Malia back to announce to the team members that she would join the squad and take charge of the crystal cores. Over this period, they had grown quite fond of the cute and obedient little girl in front of them, never imagining she possessed such capabilities. Shocked at first, they were soon filled with joy, which peaked when they handed over a jade green crystal core. Each one willingly gave their crystal cores to Malia, while Brant excitedly said with a flushed face, Guyue, from now on, all my crystal cores will be yours. However, we should keep it a secret that Guyue refines these crystal cores from outsiders, Aelb reminded his overjoyed teammates. Malia's ability was undoubtedly like a huge treasure trove. If more psychics found out about it, it wouldn't be a good thing. Palmer and others nodded vigorously in agreement, while Marvin patted Aelb's shoulder. Captain, we know without you reminding us. Adley couldn't help but admire the emerald green crystal core in his hand. Exactly, this is our ace up our sleeve, Captain. We know what's important and what isn't. Don't worry. At that moment, everyone silently thought they must protect Malia well. Meanwhile, the golden leg was overwhelmed with joy. Malia's mouth stretched wide, nearly reaching her ears. She grabbed an unused backpack, put all the crystal cores inside, and roughly counted, there were nearly 100 in total. She stroked the bulging backpack, feeling very satisfied. Hugh, tall and sturdy, tried to carry the backpack for Malia, but she seriously refused. Palmer leaned against the wall, whistling through grass leaves, a true miser exposed. Brant looked at Aelb again, miser or not, with Guyue's talent, if we don't treat her well, we're not worth anything. He nudged Aaron beside him, right? Ever since the conflict with Malia on the first day, Aaron, who rarely spoke, became even quieter. Yet, Brant observed that when Malia was invited into the team, Aaron did not oppose it and even clapped lightly with everyone else. Aaron, cold as his psychic power, remained silent without answering Brant, instead moving to work on something else. Malia was unaware of their adoration, only feeling extremely happy stroking the bag full of crystal cores. Chapter 6, Encountering a Strange Beast. 5 days later, they packed up the campsite, loaded the collected supplies, and prepared to return to base. During these days, Alizi had become quite familiar with her teammates. The crystal cores in her backpack steadily increased after the team members hunted animals and plants with unprecedented enthusiasm. From Adley's perspective, it seemed like the team members were all on some kind of stimulant. Previously, they would avoid battles when encountering strange beasts occasionally. Now, they couldn't wait to catch one and extract its crystal core. It was as if the surrounding mutant animals also sensed their madness. These days, fewer mutants appeared around them. This enthusiasm reached its peak when they first obtained mild green crystal cores. Seeing that handful of green crystals made Adley want to wield a large knife and hunt more strange beasts again. Among them, Alizi was the happiest. She could see piles of crystal cores every time she opened her eyes, and more would be sent to her before she closed her eyes. Alizi wished she could sleep on the crystal cores every day. They loaded the supplies, 2 people per vehicle, and set off back to the base with Alizi. Aelb glanced at Alizi, who was sitting in the passenger seat hugging a bulging backpack. The bag looked incredibly heavy, almost suffocating the petite girl. He reached out to help Alizi place the backpack on the floor by her feet. Alizi immediately unzipped the bag and took out 2 or 3 crystal cores. While absorbing the spiritual energy inside the cores, she showed them to Aelb. My absorption speed has increased. I can definitely absorb this whole pack of crystal cores within 3 days. The crystal cores in her palm gradually turned clearer and greener, visible even to the naked eye. However, Aelb's gaze wasn't on the cores but on Alizi's fair and soft palm. Small and inviting, he thought. Aelb quickly turned his head away, took a deep breath, started the car, and drove towards the base. Yet, Aelb's gaze often drifted to the person beside him, frequently catching sight of Alizi concentrating on absorbing the crystal cores while checking the rearview mirror. Her long black hair was tied back neatly, looking fresh and energetic. One batch of crystal cores after another kept appearing in her hands. He personally witnessed Alizi's absorption speed increasing from 1 core at a time to now being able to absorb a handful rapidly. The journey back was dull. With the controls of the car already familiar to her, Alizi found a music CD and put it into the player, adding some color to the long trip. After driving for a while, Aelb saw that the top of Alizi's backpack was now filled with green. Alizi held a crystal core, chatting idly with Aelb. Aelb hummed softly in response. In the team, everyone either called him Captain or Brother Song. Only Alizi called him by his full name. What is the survivor base like? Alizi asked curiously. Since arriving here, the only people she had seen were from the Falcon team. She was curious about what other people in this small world were like. Aelb paused for a moment, then slowly said, once we get back, I'll take you on a tour of the base. You'll know then. He wasn't much of a conversationalist. The Falcon team spent most of its time outside the base, and life within the base was plain and uneventful in his memory, hard to describe in any detail. Alizi tossed the last crystal core into the backpack, stretched lazily, and leaned against the seat to look out the window at the scenery. Wherever they went, trees were lush, and occasionally, they could spot some red-eyed, fanged strange beasts hiding behind the dense greenery. Since coming to this world, she had seen such scenes many times. Resources were scarce, survival was difficult, and humans no longer seemed to be the dominant species in this world. Aelb, do you like this world? Alizi asked dejectedly. In response, there was silence in the cabin. After a long pause, the man in the driver's seat finally spoke. His voice was light and indifferent, not particularly fond of it, nor dislike it much. Aelb focused on the strange beasts lurking in the bushes, but if life gets a bit better, maybe I'll like it a little more. In this post-apocalyptic world, living space was squeezed, food was scarce, and dangers lurked everywhere. It felt like a challenge set by heaven for humanity, which they had to overcome on their own. Alizi watched the scenery outside the window silently for a long time without speaking. The convoy was halfway through its journey when an unexpected incident occurred. Aelb and the others were proceeding smoothly back, but suddenly, a mutant cheetah, 2 meters tall, darted out in front of Aelb's car. The cheetah's red eyes glinted with viciousness, its fangs bared, and it had multiple wounds, some still bleeding profusely. After the cheetah darted out, Aelb had a bad feeling. The tires screeched fiercely due to the sudden braking. The cheetah, spotting the swiftly approaching convoy, raised its paw and pounced at the front of Aelb's vehicle. Aelb immediately swerved to avoid it while activating his ability. The cheetah's claws did not land on the vehicle but instead plunged into a black oval, causing the entire animal to lose balance and almost fall over. Taking advantage of this moment, black light flickered at the tip of Aelb's fingers as he struck toward the cheetah's eyes. Meanwhile, Palmer leaned half out from the vehicle behind, manipulating the fire ability within him, conjuring up a flaming gun in midair and thrusting it towards the cheetah. The cheetah was hit in its left eye by the black light, bursting the eyeball instantly, and also pierced by the fire gun, burning a deep wound into its body. In excruciating pain, it roared furiously, falling into madness. Now, the cheetah no longer thought about fleeing but wanted to fight these people to the death. Seeing the scene before her, Alizi watched as Aelb skidded the car sideways in front, along with the 3 vehicles behind, trapping the cheetah in the center. Adley observed and shouted, "Captain, it's carrying severe injuries and probably won't last long." Aelb nodded, his face grim, and ordered the rest of the team with conviction, "Kill it." Following this order, the team members all launched their attacks towards the cheetah. Brant and Hugh coordinated, closing in on the cheetah. Palmer, Aaron, and Marvin controlled their elemental abilities, providing long-range support. Adley oversaw everything, tossing healing abilities whenever someone got hurt. The team worked in perfect harmony. Alizi looked around and once again inspected the shallow layer of spiritual energy accumulated in her inner platform. She took out the defensive dagger Adley gave her from the bag and was about to twist open the car door and rush down. Although she, the Holy Blade Celestial Tyrant, couldn't currently summon her named blade to cleave through the sky, dealing with such a critically wounded creature was more than enough for her. Chapter 7 Encounter with a Team. Malia could sense that the spirit energy inside the cheetah in front of her was absolutely not low. She wanted to rush forward and personally gather the spirit energy from the cheetah into her possession. However, before she could open the car door, someone next to her grabbed her by the arm. Aelb frowned at her and the dagger in her hand. "What are you doing?" Malia held up the dagger in her hand, looking fierce. "I'm going to kill it." Holly had her hair tied in a ponytail, her delicate brows knitted together. She wielded a knife in her small, tender hands. Her petite appearance made Aelb chuckle softly. The man's rich, light laughter fell into Malia's ears, making her feel somewhat tingling. Aelb leaned over, closed Malia's side of the car door, and locked it. "Just leave it to Palmer and the others. You just stay here and watch." Hiding his lips, Aelb turned his head to look out the window on his side. Seeing his expression, Malia opened her eyes wide in anger. "You look down on me." Seeing Malia reaching for the car door, determined to go down and prove herself by killing the beast, Aelb quickly leaned over and grabbed her again. He sighed lightly, turned Malia's body around, and they were so close they could feel each other's breaths. He looked straight into Malia's eyes and whispered, "I'm worried about you, little fool." It proved that petting Holly in the right way was very effective. Even the breath that the man exhaled onto her face made her blush uncontrollably. After pulling her back, Aelb withdrew, and Malia sat quietly, not knowing what she was thinking. By the time they finished talking, Palmer and the others had already exhausted the cheetah's strength. At this point, the cheetah lay on the ground, gasping more than breathing. Speed type awakened one Brant, holding a long sword and panting heavily, was about to deliver the final blow to the cheetah. However, human voices suddenly came from the direction where the cheetah had come from. "Don't move. That beast is ours." Everyone in the team looked towards the sound. They saw the leader limping out from behind the trees. Behind him were 5 or 6 people, each with varying sizes of wounds on their bodies. None of these people were familiar to Malia. She looked at Aelb and saw a sneer on the corner of his mouth. "Aelb, do you know these people?" Aelb nodded and pointed at the limping leader. "His name is Bernie. He leads the GOAT team, another A-level team from our base." Bernie's gaze remained fixed on the unconscious cheetah. Blood still gushed from one of his legs as he limped over, leaving a trail of blood. They had actually been there since the beginning, with Bernie and his team members hiding behind the trees observing Aelb's group. Bernie recognized Falcon Team's Brant. The 2 teams had already had a grudge earlier. Now, meeting outside the base, they glared at each other. Aelb ignored Bernie's words and shifted his gaze to shout at Brant, "Do it." At that moment, Brant swiftly plunged the long sword into the cheetah's body, stirred around, and pulled out a bowl-sized grayish-white crystal core. Bernie's eyes were fixed on the core. Rushing forward a few steps didn't stop Brant's action. His gaze seemed ready to shoot fire at Brant. Seeing Brant truly put the core in his pocket, Bernie turned to Aelb, glaring menacingly, gritting his teeth. "Aelb, I found this cheetah first. Isn't it unfair for you to benefit like a fisherman?" Aelb placed one hand on the car window and faced Bernie without flinching. "Sorry, who exactly wanted to benefit from our work after we took care of its corpse?" Seeing Bernie about to drag himself over despite his limp, a woman stepped out from behind him and promptly held Bernie back. Compared to the others, she appeared cleaner, and her voice was very gentle as she advised softly. Big brother Shin, maybe let it be. Your injuries are more important. The woman had a clear and beautiful face, smooth black hair, and her every move was gentle. She looked at Bernie with concern. Aelb glanced at the woman. He was somewhat familiar with Bernie's team but had never seen this woman before. Surprisingly, Bernie really listened to her. He only cast an unsatisfied glance in Brant's direction but said nothing. The woman then stepped forward with a smile and came to Aelb's window. Hello Big Brother Song, my name is Elena. Our team members are injured. Could you please do us a favor and take us back to the base? She walked 2 steps forward to Aelb's window. Blowing into the vehicle, Malia leaned her head close to see Elena who had also just noticed her presence. Just a glance caused a flutter in her heart. She had never seen such clear eyes in this post-apocalyptic world. Elena was still lost in staring at Malia when Aelb scoffed and outright rejected her request. No. It was brief and direct. The smile on Elena's face nearly slipped away. Before she could speak again, Aelb simply rolled up the car window. He turned to find Malia leaning over. Malia blinked her deer-like, watery eyes, clearly amused by the situation unfolding outside. Aelb tapped Malia's forehead with his index finger, pushing her back to her seat. His tone carried laughter as he chided. Sit properly, don't meddle. That woman was impeccably clean, with no oily hair, indicating that she washed regularly. It was rare for someone to maintain such cleanliness in this post-apocalyptic world. Especially for a woman accompanying a psychic team on expeditions. Everything about this Elena seemed off, and Aelb didn't want anything to do with them. Pushed back into her seat, Malia pouted unhappily. She fished out a crystal core from her backpack, holding it in one hand while lazily asking, what do you feel like eating later? They were well supplied, stopping at safe locations along the way to cook meals over a fire. Since their only cookware was a large pot, Malia could only experiment with different soups. Yet, even so, these country bumpkins were more than satisfied. Thinking of this, Malia couldn't resist mentioning, let's buy some more pots when we get back to base, it's getting old just cooking soup every day. Aelb chuckled, remembering Malia counting supplies and concocting different soups. He nodded in agreement, sure, I'll take you shopping when we get back. In truth, for them, surviving outside with a bowl of fragrant hot soup was already a luxury. While chatting, Aelb's team continued moving towards the base, including Malia. None of them glanced back at Bernie and his group. Chapter 8, Elena. Aelb looked into the rearview mirror and, with clenched teeth, saw Bernie looking in their direction. He said, no soup today. He flicked the car lights a few times and, seeing that the headlights of Ines' car behind them also flashed, continued to speak, Bernie may follow us. Today we will just have some compressed biscuits for our stomachs, we need to drive full speed toward the base. Flashing the headlights was a secret code they had set previously. After alerting the others in the convoy, the entire fleet's speed noticeably increased. Malia saw this but did not say much more, taking out a handful of crystal cores from her bag and quietly absorbing energy from them. Since mastering how to absorb spiritual energy from crystal cores, Malia could now absorb them by the handful. Aelb glanced at her casually, Bernie is not a good person. Remember to hide these crystal cores well. Malia nodded firmly, they will definitely not take even one of my crystal cores. Aelb chuckled lightly, reaching out to ruffle Malia's hair, which was met with strong resistance from her. Amidst all the noise and chatter, they continued on their journey. Driving all day until evening, they finally found a safe place and stopped to rest. The other members of the team went to investigate the surrounding mutant plants and animals, now being particularly interested in the crystal cores from these mutants. Malia, having nothing else to do, sat beside Adley slowly gnawing at the compressed biscuit. Now she had accumulated a decent amount of spirit power in her body. Even without eating, it would be fine. However, to avoid drawing attention, she decided to act like everyone else. But these compressed biscuits were really hard and coarse. It took 2 mouthfuls of water for Malia to swallow one bite. She ate only a small half piece before packing it up and putting it back into her pocket. Adley sat next to her, watching her eat and extending a hand to pat her head, continuously encouraging her to eat more. Holy Sabre Venerable didn't want to deal with the woman who always tried to pinch her face, so she strolled around nearby with her hands behind her back. Having been in the car for several days straight, Holy Sabre Venerable felt her bones aching and took advantage of this time to stretch. Malia hadn't moved far when Bernie's team approached, stopping not far from their team at the edge of the safety zone cleared by them. Adley, seeing them, turned away in disdain, clearly unbothered by their presence. Ever since the base, her team and Goat team hadn't seen eye to eye. Bernie and his group often used their powerful abilities to snatch resources from lower-tier teams. Adley had been annoyed by this group for a long time. From afar, Malia watched Goat team settle down, feeling bored and thinking about returning when she was called by a gentle voice. Good evening. Elena appeared at some point, smiling at Malia. Hello, I'm Elena. My name is Malia. Elena's smile was very warm, evoking an image of a woman from Jiangnan, markedly different from Adley's bold manner. Elena didn't seem threatening, appearing quite approachable when she smiled. Guyue, I heard from Brother Shin that you are not originally part of Brother Song's team. Elena seemed very pleased when Malia responded, stepping forward and blocking her path back, starting a conversation with her. Malia nodded frankly, I wasn't before, but now I am. Upon hearing this, Elena looked at Malia with admiration. You must be amazing then. Brother Song's team is an A-class team. To join them, you must be very strong. Indeed, during the great chaos in the cultivation world, as Holy Sabre Venerable, she was known for splitting mountains and seas with one stroke, severing the battlefield between the righteous and evil factions. Even now, people still visit the canyon she created annually. Malia proudly raised her chin, of course. Elena's smile faltered momentarily but quickly resumed its warmth, flattery evident in her voice. That's wonderful, Guyue. I really envy you. Captain Song must treat you very well. Only now did Malia sense something odd. She sized up Elena. Isn't Bernie's team also an A-class team? You joined their team, so why do you envy me? Elena's smile faded slightly as she let out a soft sigh. It's not that I've joined the team. Captain Shin rescued me halfway through the journey. Perhaps when we reach the base, they might just leave me behind. Appearing genuinely troubled, Elena seemed truly worried about her future. Just as Aelb returned, he saw Elena talking to Malia. Recalling the peculiarities about Elena, Aelb hurriedly walked over. Just as she approached, Malia patted Elena's shoulder with a grave expression. I see he cares about you quite a lot. He used to listen to you well. They won't leave you behind. Aelb led Malia back to their side, listening to her recount the conversation they had. The deeper into the story he listened, the deeper his brows furrowed. By the end, he couldn't help but warn Malia, stay away from her in the future. She is definitely not an ordinary person. Having crossed swords with Bernie a few times, Aelb knew the man's characteristics well. There were very few people who could get Bernie to listen to them. Elena had achieved such status shortly after joining. It suggested that she wasn't simple herself. Malia nodded obediently. Aelb was the first person she met in this world and the one who provided her with spirit power. Compared to the newly acquainted Elena, she naturally trusted Aelb more. After the two left, Elena stared at their backs for a long while before turning back to her team. Most of Goat team had been injured. Bernie was sitting on open ground while a member tended to the wound on his leg. Despite the pain making him sweat profusely and his veins bulging, Bernie didn't let out a single cry. Elena glanced at the ghastly wound and looked away, going over to help set up the temporary camp. Only after Bernie's wounds were treated did she come closer, eyes red as she looked at the bandaged leg. Shin brother, you've suffered. Bernie managed to smile at Elena, his tone softening. To meet you is worth all the pain I've gone through. Yoon, can you trouble you to fetch some food? We just came out of the base when we ran into you and that cheetah, which resulted in severe losses for our squad. But from now on, we are one team, so please help your big brother. Bernie spoke earnestly. They had barely set out from the base when they encountered Elena and the cheetah's attack. Elena initially cried that she possessed spatial abilities, pleading for him to take her in. Spatial ability, this was what every search squad like theirs dreamt of having. Now, it fell right into his lap. No matter what, Bernie insisted that Elena join his team. Chapter 9, Elena's Odd Behavior. Brother Shin, you flatter me. I should thank you for rescuing me from danger. However, my spatial capacity is still limited, and the supplies I stored before are almost depleted. Elena revealed a distressed look. At the same time, she took out more than 10 packs of compressed biscuits and distributed a few bags to each member of the goat squad. Bernie, looking at those few packs of compressed biscuits, his eyes slightly dimmed, but he still spoke gently. Don't mention it. We're already very satisfied just to have food. Everyone on this side harbored their own thoughts, but Malia's group was particularly harmonious. After patrolling the surroundings, they all sat by the fire, munching on compressed biscuits while chatting idly. Palmer gulped down a mouthful of cold water, holding in his hand the emerald green crystal core he received from Malia, unable to hide the smile on his face. He smacked his lips. Guyue, your technique for purifying crystal cores has really become more powerful. Just thinking about the chance for enhancing his abilities made Palmer think he could dream sweet dreams tonight. Malia, at that moment, was playing with the cheetah's greyish-white crystal core in her hands. This crystal core was too large for one hand to hold, and it contained much denser spiritual energy. Moreover, the green-type ability intertwined with the white spiritual energy within, even making Malia waste considerable mental effort when absorbing the spiritual energy. Aelb, sitting beside Malia, watched as she stared at the crystal core. Enough, don't flaunt your wealth. Put it away and examine it slowly in the car. Aelb's teasing elicited chuckles from the squad members. After several days of interacting, they had discovered that Malia was extremely attached to these crystal cores, just like a dragon guarding its treasure hoard. Under everyone's gaze, Malia put the crystal core back in her backpack. Judging by the crystal core alone, this cheetah must have been quite strong. Palmer nodded immediately. If it weren't injured, that mutated cheetah wouldn't have been so easy to deal with. Aaron frowned and glanced in the direction of the goat squad. I'm also curious. The goat squad spent a lot of effort fighting the cheetah. If it were us before, we would surely have had a battle. Why did things settle down so easily this time? Aelb glanced at Bernie, then recalled the sudden appearance of the woman in the goat squad. He felt that this Elena wasn't as simple as she appeared. The night stop during the team's return trip couldn't last long, and resting in the vehicle was their safest choice. Malia returned to the car with Aelb but had no intention of sleeping. She glanced at the man beside her who was meditating with his eyes closed and quietly got off the car. She planned to stretch a bit. With the accumulation of spiritual power inside her body, she had reached a point where she could endure without food. Hugh was the one on night watch, sitting alone by the fire, occasionally poking it. Before Malia got off the car, a figure had approached him. The light from the campfire was limited, and only when Malia got closer could she clearly see the person's face. It was Elena, whom she had seen earlier in the day. Seeing Malia approach, Hugh tossed a blanket onto a nearby rock and gestured for Malia to sit. speaking to Malia in a very gentle tone, "Why aren't you asleep, Guyue?" Elena's smile faltered for a moment. Despite being there for so long, this big guy hadn't offered her a seat once. Her calculations flashed through her mind, and Elena quickly smiled, saying to Malia, "Yes, Guyue, we still have a long journey tomorrow. It's going to be tiring." Malia pursed her lips, her voice somewhat muffled, "I can't seem to fall asleep." After pausing for a moment, she asked Hugh, "What were you talking about just now?" Hugh scratched his head and answered honestly, "Elena also couldn't sleep, so she came over to ask about the situation between here and the base." Afterward, Elena explained, "You know, Guyue, I joined halfway through. Naturally, I feel uneasy and want to learn more about the base." Malia nodded, picked up a dry twig from her feet, and threw it into the fire, then sat silently beside it. She had accumulated a good amount of spiritual energy over these past days. Even her sword Chan's Hankong seemed to have gained a luster due to it. Today, even on the car, Chan's Hankong responded to Malia's beckoning. This made Malia very delighted, constantly trying to sense Chan's Hankong's response again. Elena didn't pay much attention to Malia, instead engaging in conversation with Hugh. She had a gentle demeanor, wore neat clothes, and had a clean face, which easily earned her others' favor. Hugh, without reservation, shared trivial details with her, carefully explaining a few sentences to her. As he narrated, Elena also took the opportunity to sit down, her gaze fixed on Hugh with admiration, occasionally asking a question or two. The atmosphere was quite harmonious. "Really amazing, you know so much." Elena's face showed yearning, as if she genuinely looked forward to going to the base. "Thank you very much." Hugh chuckled a couple of times, accepting her gratitude modestly. A smile lingered on Elena's face, but her eyes held depth when they met Hugh's. She then continued in a light tone, "By the way, your team this time." Elena's words suddenly stopped, her expression awkward as she looked at Malia, who had abruptly stood up. Just as Elena was about to ask the crucial part, Malia, who had been lost in thought, suddenly got up, cutting off the rest of her sentence. Hugh's attention was taken by Malia, and he asked curiously, "Guyue, what's wrong?" Malia pointed towards the direction she came from. "Aelb is calling me back." Hugh followed Cai Guyu's finger and saw Aelb turn on the headlights, opening the passenger side door while looking over. His dark eyes were cold, making even Hugh shiver involuntarily. Malia jogged back to the vehicle, and Aelb glanced at Hugh one last time before turning off the headlights. After Aelb's silent warning, Hugh regained his senses somewhat. Elena knew how to read people's expressions. Before Hugh could ask her to leave, she claimed she needed to go back to rest. Once out of the range of the campfire's glow, Elena's smile faltered, and she quietly looked in the direction of the car where Malia was, biting her lower lip, revealing her unwillingness in her deep, shadowy eyes. Back in the car, Malia saw Aelb staring at her and cautiously asked, "Are you awake? Did I wake you up when I got out?" These days, even sitting in the car felt exhausting to Malia, not to mention Aelb, who had been driving continuously. Now during their rest period, Malia sincerely hoped Aelb could get some good sleep. Leaning back in the seat with his hands loosely resting on the steering wheel, Aelb spoke hoarsely, "I haven't slept yet." He looked at Malia, "If you're feeling bored, I can chat with you." Chapter 10 The Silver Ring. Malia looked at the red bloodshot eyes of the person, pressed her lips together, and grabbed the blanket from the seat to wrap herself up tightly. A muffled voice came from inside the blanket, "I'm sleepy now. I don't want to chat anymore." Aelb rubbed Malia's head through the blanket, helped her recline the seat so she could lie down more comfortably. Then he leaned back in his own chair, gradually sinking into a dream as consciousness slipped away. The night wind rustled the leaves, making the night safe and peaceful. Occasional sounds of insects and frogs were clear and lonely in the night. As night deepened, most people in the two teams fell asleep. At this moment, Malia suddenly opened her eyes. She gazed at some hidden shadow outside the car window, frowning. She sensed someone continuously approaching their vehicle. Malia glanced at Aelb, who was resting with his eyes closed, then quietly put down the blanket and got out of the car. Her steps were extremely light, deliberately staying close to shadows, making it hard for anyone to notice her presence. She came to the edge of the team's vehicles where she had sensed the approaching figure earlier. In the dim night, there was indeed someone holding a weak flashlight, inching towards their team's supply carriage from a corner. Malia had good eyesight and, with the help of moonlight, she could see the face of the sneaky person. It was Elena, nervously tiptoeing toward the carriage. More strangely, she wore an ordinary silver ring that faintly glowed even where the flashlight didn't reach. Malia's attention was drawn to the ring, filled with curiosity. In the cultivation world, many famous magical artifacts emit a faint glow in the dark. This easily made one associate and suspect that this ring was not ordinary. Elena took advantage of the late hour, circled around from the outside to approach this direction. Being spatial type gifted with considerable spatial abilities, she targeted Aelb's team this time. If she could touch the supplies, it wouldn't take long for her to store everything in her spatial pocket. Just as Elena was almost within reach of the carriage, she suddenly heard a voice from nearby shadows. "What are you doing here?" Elena was startled and instinctively tensed up, looking at Malia with terror on her face. Seeing her turn around, Malia stepped out of the shadows, directly facing the flashlight beam coming her way. Once Elena clearly saw Malia's face, she forced herself to calm down, though her breathing became much heavier than before. Malia's eyes appeared innocent and clear, as if truly questioning why she was here. Elena forced a timid smile, softly saying, "It's you, Guyue." I was looking for a place to relieve myself." "Relieve yourself?" Elena nodded. "Yes, I am a woman after all. Goat team is all men, so I need to be discreet." She seemed embarrassed by something, her face slightly flushed. Only Elena knew her heart was pounding as if it would jump out of her throat. Lowering her eyes, she hid all the unmasked resentment towards Malia. Why was she here? Or did she discover something? Elena secretly pulled her hand behind her back and retrieved a handgun from her spatial pocket. With a puzzled look, she smiled warmly and asked Malia, Guyue, what are you doing out here in the middle of the night? Malia stared at Elena for a while, then playfully blinked and smiled. I have the habit of going out at night. Elena, unsure whether she was telling the truth or not, hesitated and dared not stay any longer. After hurriedly bidding farewell to Malia, she quickly walked back towards Goat Team. Malia stood in place, watching the other person's silhouette disappear into the darkness, squinting her eyes, glancing at the spot where she had just been standing, then turned back to the car. Back in the car, she again wrapped herself in the small blanket, but her mind was filled with thoughts about that silver ring. That ring, which she had seen during the day, was very ordinary in appearance. Malia hadn't paid much attention to it. But tonight's encounter confirmed to her that the ring was definitely not simple. Malia was lost in thought, spending the whole night thinking about Elena. When Aelb woke up, he turned his head to find Malia staring at him intently, not knowing how long she had been watching. Aelb straightened up a little, his voice still hoarse from just waking up, and asked, What's wrong? Malia recounted the events of the previous night to Aelb, wanting to hear his opinion on Elena's peculiar behavior. There's something wrong with her ring, Malia concluded firmly. But Aelb frowned at her. You didn't sleep last night and went to find Elena? Realizing it wasn't a good sign, Malia's small face was full of panic, her eyes darting around as she clearly thought about how to dodge this question. Finding it amusing, Aelb tousled Malia's hair. Saint Blade Heaven Sovereign immediately pulled down her face, slapping away Aelb's misbehaving hand, smoothing her hair. I'm serious, there's something wrong with her ring. Yes, I'll definitely keep an eye on her. Aelb pushed the car door open, took a deep breath, and changed to a relaxed tone. Get out for some fresh air, we're about to continue. After a short rest, Falcon Team hit the road again. After 2 days of travel, they finally entered the city area, and from afar, the outline of the base could be seen. As they got closer to areas of human activity, Malia saw the increasing number of humanoid zombies outside the car window, aimlessly wandering in the wilderness. The first time witnessing such a scene, Malia was startled by the horrific-looking zombies. Those ragged, menacing humans lunged toward the convoy at the slightest sound, just like cats drawn to the scent of fish. One after another, they met their end under the vehicle's tires. The bumps from the cars rolling over their bodies gave Malia goosebumps all over. Scratches left on the car body by the zombies' claws were shocking from a distance. Aelb glanced at Malia with concern. If you feel it's too bloody, close your eyes, we'll arrive at the base soon. Malia pursed her lips, furrowed her brows, glanced at the red-eyed zombie flinging itself at the hood and being hit away, and obediently closed her eyes. She tightened her grip on the crystal core in her hand and asked softly, Aelb, do they have these crystal cores too? There was a brief silence in the air, followed by a light hum. Yes. Chapter 11 Wuhan Base. The once bustling city buildings were now in ruins, with bloodshot zombie howls echoing all around. The closer they got to the base, the more horrifying the number of zombies became. Being there made one feel as if even the air had frozen. Malia looked out the window at the zombies gathering outside. As the vehicle sped through the streets, waves of zombies kept appearing and disappearing from view. Finally, the vehicle came to a slow stop in front of a deep ravine. On the other side of this seemingly bottomless chasm stood the towering walls of the base, which soared several dozen meters high. Aelb poked his head out the window and fired a special signal flare into the sky. A pale red burst lit up the heavens. Someone on the wall leaned out to check the signal. After confirming it, the drawbridge outside the wall slowly descended. This is the Wuhan Survivor Base. The ravine outside serves as the first line of defense for the base, Aelb introduced as he noticed Malia's interest. The wall can be considered the second line of defense. Ability users who control strategic heights can better monitor the overall zombie attack. Just as he spoke, some zombies surged onto the drawbridge, lunging towards the direction where Aelb was. A rocket was shot from the wall with such force that it pierced straight through the forehead of a zombie. The momentum carried the zombie off the drawbridge, falling into the ravine. On the drawbridge, countless zombies leaped towards the base and the vehicles but were stopped and killed by attacks from the wall, continuously dropping into the ravine like dumplings thrown into boiling water. Here lies the unique advantage of the Wuhan base. As Aelb said this, the vehicle drove past the gate and entered the interior of the base. Curious, Malia stuck her head out and saw rows of patrol soldiers in neat uniforms approaching the vehicle. At first glance, everything inside the base seemed orderly and strict. Aelb steadied the vehicle and gave Malia a light smile. Get out. We've arrived. Following his words, Malia climbed down from the car. The patrolling soldiers glanced at her with serious expressions and approached Aelb. Registration. Falcon Squad Captain Aelb. The patrol soldier's gaze fell on Malia, furrowing his brows. Who is she? She's a new member we encountered outside, Malia, explained Aelb. We'll register her with the ability department under our squad soon. The patrol soldier didn't move an inch, staring directly at Aelb. Sorry, the base does not accept outsiders at this time. Noticing Aelb, who often brought supplies into the base, the patrol soldier kindly added, there have been casualties and losses recently. It's officially stated that outsiders are not allowed to enter the base. Aelb frowned. Behind him, Palmer and others had just finished registering and heard this statement. Their eyes immediately turned to Malia. Malia stared at the stern-faced patrol soldier, looking somewhat innocent. Palmer, sensing the tension, playfully put his arm around the patrolman. Bro, we've gone out searching for supplies so many times. You know us well. Can you make an exception? He subtly passed a grayish-white crystal core into the patrolman's hand. You don't trust our squad? The patrolman's expression softened slightly. Being a patrolman wasn't easy compared to these ability squads that faced danger daily, and this crystal core was worth about a month's salary to him. Moreover, the name Falcon held a positive reputation throughout the base. He himself had indirectly benefited from Falcon before. After much hesitation, he accepted the core from Palmer. She can enter, but as a precaution, someone must vouch for her, and she must wear a parent-child ring. The parent-child rings were used to monitor outsiders with unknown backgrounds. If someone vouched for them, both the vouching party and the outsider had to wear these rings. Activating the parent ring would release a strong electric current from the child ring to subdue the wearer. The patrolman's gaze swept over the group. Who will vouch for her? Before anyone could react, Aelb stepped forward. I will. He swiftly took the parent-child rings from the patrolman and placed one on his wrist and the other on Malia's slender wrist. The rings looked like a pair of silver watches and locked firmly onto Malia's wrist upon attachment. Without another word, the patrolman gestured to their vehicle and began helping unload the supplies. All the resources brought back by the ability squad belonged to the base. After inventory was completed, the squad would receive appropriate rewards. Palmer watched the patrolman leave, stretching lazily. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. The team members dispersed at the gate, with Malia following Aelb towards the center of the street. Being new to the base, she was incredibly curious about everything. Formerly known as Saint Blade Heavenly Sovereign, her long life had been filled only with cultivation and trials. Now surrounded by all sorts of novel things, Malia's eyes lit up. Aelb led her to the ability registration hall, where they bumped into two people, one tall and one short, coming out of the hall. Seeing Aelb, the short young man grinned and greeted first. Brother Song, are you here to register a new member too? Antoine speaking was Ganon, the captain of Class B Luo and squad. The tall young man beside Ganon looked refined but gave off a cold vibe. He only glanced at Malia and Aelb before looking away. Ganon was warm-hearted and chuckled at Malia. You're really pretty, little sister. Brother, you have good taste. He then pointed to the youth beside him. This is our squad's new member, Preston. Aelb patted Ganon on the arm. Congratulations on getting a new member. Without lingering much longer, they passed each other. Malia followed Aelb obediently to complete the registration. Hello, Falcon squad registering a new member. Aelb took the form handed over by the woman at the registration desk. Malia, registering for Falcon squad logistics. The woman at the desk glanced at Malia and asked, do you have any abilities? No, Malia answered honestly. Noticing the woman's gaze, she added a friendly smile. The woman quickly stamped and completed the registration. When Malia and Aelb left the registration office, Ganon was still standing outside, watching them come out. Seeing the two of them, he walked forward with a cheerful smile. Brother Song, got time to have a meal together? Aelb sensed he had something to say and brought Malia along with him to a small restaurant. This restaurant was run by a family of 3. After the owner cheerfully took their orders, he went to the kitchen. Ganon leaned in closer to Aelb. Bro, you might not know this, but someone was killed in the base a couple of days ago. He paused for a moment. I saw it. Lowering his voice, Ganon continued, it was done by zombies. Wuhan base is no longer safe. Brother, we should escape while we can. Chapter 12, Across the Door. Aelb furrowed his brow and looked at Ganon, who had a mysterious expression. You saw zombies enter the base. Ganon sighed heavily. That night wasn't very clear to me either. I heard the sounds of zombies and even saw a dark shadow flash by. Whatever it is, Wuhan base is no longer safe. Brother, we should run quickly. Malia looked puzzled. By saying this, have you already found a new base? Ganon's gaze fell on the little girl, and he chuckled with a smile on his face. You are smart indeed. The new member Preston just joined us from Jamping base. It said that 70% of the people there are psychics, so it's safe. Just then, the food they ordered was served. The boss smiled as he gradually placed the dishes on the table. Thank you for waiting. My old wife has been moving slowly these past 2 days. Please enjoy your meal. Ganon nodded and waved to the boss without continuing the previous topic, then began feasting heartily. Malia also picked up a nicely stir-fried dish in front of her and put it into her mouth. The 3 people finished their meal quietly. After bidding farewell to Ganon, Malia looked at Aelb. What do you think? Should we leave? Aelb sighed and gently pressed Malia's head. Go back to sleep first. We've just returned. Don't be so busy thinking about too many things now. Malia leaned forward under Aelb's pressure, turning around to glare at him fiercely. Aelb greeted her with a light-hearted smile. He pushed Malia's arm and said, let's go home. Wuhan base specifically built many apartments exclusively for psychics. Aelb turned the key and led Malia into the apartment. His apartment was not large but looked cozy enough. Malia walked around and stopped in front of the balcony. There was a dried-up plant on the windowsill, with withered branches that made it hard to identify its species. Malia stroked the sunken stem and secretly infused a thread of spiritual power into the soil. Seeing her staring at the small plant on the windowsill, Aelb took out a small watering can from the cabinet, filled half of it with water, and watered the parched flower pot. If you like flowers, next time you can dig up a couple from Zoltan's garden to plant here. Malia raised her eyebrows in surprise. Zoltan likes to grow flowers. She found it quite surprising. In the cultivation world, almost everyone with different spirit roots only had an affinity for things with the same attributes. It was hard for Jaslyn to imagine how someone skilled in fire use, like Palmer, could fuss over flowers and plants. Aelb shrugged and pointed to below the balcony. On the ground floor is Zoltan's house. He grows many flowers and plants in his yard. Following his direction, Malia peeked over the windowsill and looked down. The yard downstairs was covered with greenery and colorful blossoms. Watching Malia's wide-eyed reaction, Aelb also leaned toward the window to look down. When Zoltan sees flowers outside, he likes to bring them back to raise. Over the years, he's accumulated quite a few. Seeing Malia leaning halfway out the window, captivated by the view downstairs, Aelb pulled her away from the window. I'll take you down there tomorrow. Let's show you your room first. The sound of footsteps gradually faded away. Only the solitary flower pot remained on the balcony, basking in the setting sun. As they left, they didn't notice that within the flower pot soil, a faint bubbling sound began to emerge. Having traveled several days straight, Aelb felt relieved to be back at the base. After washing up, he went to bed to rest. Alone in the guest bedroom, Malia couldn't fall asleep easily. She sat up and opened the door of the guest room, wanting to see the flower on the balcony again. In the quiet night, every sound was especially clear. As Malia walked into the living room, she heard strange noises coming from outside the door. Jaslyn poked her curious little head out and cautiously approached the door, peeking through the peephole. She saw Shin Seong pushing Elena against the opposite door panel, kissing passionately. Elena's hand rested on Shin Seong's chest, her face flushed. When their lips parted, a silver thread connected them. Big brother Shin, I will rely on you from now on. Shin Seong tightly held Elena's waist, their bodies pressed closely together. His hand slid into her clothes, with a smile on his lips. You need to rely on me right now, too. Elena playfully slapped Shin Seong's shoulder, and the two kissed again. The air was filled only with the sound of their mouths entwining. Behind the door, Jaslyn's mouth formed an O. The peak saber cultivator, who thought only about cultivation all day, had discovered a new world. Meanwhile, Shin Seong carried Elena into their room, still intertwined. Outside, it became quiet once more, but Malia's heart was far from peaceful. She sat on the sofa, frowning and resting her chin in her hand, her mind full of questions. Jaslyn, lost in thought, couldn't figure out the mystery and decided to cultivate to calm herself down. She dragged out a backpack full of crystal cores and sat on the sofa, absorbing their energy while deep in thought. After thinking all night, Malia still couldn't make sense of it. The sky outside was brightening, and the bustling sounds from the streets filled the air. Malia leaned against the window, grabbed the keys Aelb had left on the table, and skipped downstairs. The base came alive early in the morning. Ordinary people within the base were already bustling about, lively and vibrant. A middle-aged woman selling breakfast by the roadside waved at her as she came down from the building where psychics lived. Callista, up so early? Malia looked over, and the middle-aged woman gave her a friendly smile. Have you had breakfast? Do you want to buy some? The breakfast before the middle-aged woman looked appealing. Many psychics came to her stall early in the morning to buy food. Malia touched her pocket and frowned. Jaslyn didn't have any money on her. The middle-aged woman saw her predicament and her smile faded slightly. She looked at Malia oddly, ready to shoo her away, muttering about bad luck. Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. Guyue? Up so early? Palmer walked over, looking at Malia, then naturally ordered several portions of breakfast. With a smile from the middle-aged woman, he led Malia towards his yard. Malia held a large white steamed bun, taking a big bite. Thank you, Zoltan. Palmer chuckled, opened the small gate leading to his courtyard, and twirled the key in his hand. You're always so informal, don't you even call me brother? Malia pouted, hugging the bun, and strode into Palmer's courtyard. If Jaslyn were to call him brother, she feared it might shorten his lifespan. Chapter 13, Zombies. Palmer's garden was lush and thriving, with different clusters of flowers gathered together, exuding a fragrant aroma when one drew close. The flowers were in full bloom, the leaves clean, even a cursory glance revealed how much care the owner put into it. Malia looked around and gave high praise to Palmer's courtyard. You're really good at growing flowers. Aelb couldn't even keep a plant alive in his pot. Palmer chuckled twice, taking up his watering can to sprinkle some water on the nearby flower buds. The buds seemed even more lustrous after being kissed by the fresh water. Aelb has never kept any plant alive. His tone was filled with feeling, as if he had a story behind it. Malia began to talk about Aelb in Palmer's little garden, and soon enough, they finished their buns. Seeing that it was time, Malia said goodbye to Palmer and went upstairs. She climbed up the stairs with her breakfast, and before reaching her door, she heard voices. Slowing her pace, she saw Elena wearing a man's shirt, leaning against Bernie's door panel. In her hand, she held a black square object unfamiliar to Malia. Elena wore a serious expression. Everything here is going very smoothly. Not knowing what response she received, her brows unfurrowed, and her tone turned reverent, as you command. The sound of Malia's footsteps caught Elena's attention. She quickly hid the black square behind her back and turned to look at Malia. Elena's face darkened slightly. Her long hair draped over one shoulder, adding a mature charm to her appearance. Guyue, why are you here? Malia took a few steps up the stairs and unlocked her door with a key. I live here. Her eyes involuntarily fell on Elena's fingers, noticing an ordinary silver ring on her slender finger, almost unnoticeable. She waved at Elena and shut the door behind her. Outside, Elena's expression turned grim. For some reason, she always encountered Malia. For whatever reason, this person could not be allowed to stay. Elena looked at the opposite door, hiding her fierce gaze, and returned to Bernie's room. Upon returning, Malia saw Aelb emerging from his room. He appeared listless, with disheveled hair, glancing over her. "Where have you been?" His voice was hoarse and nasally. He sat down on the sofa, chest slightly exposed, looking both lazy and alluring. Saintly Blade Master threw the breakfast towards him. "You woke up too late. I've already toured Zoltan's garden." Aelb picked up the breakfast, cracking a smile. "You still remembered to bring me breakfast?" Seeing his slow movements, Malia pulled on his arm. "Hurry up, Zoltan and I have plans to tour the base." Following Malia's actions, Aelb quickly washed up and headed downstairs. Just as they reached the bottom, they saw Palmer and Adley standing nearby. Aelb raised an eyebrow. "Also free early in the morning?" He recalled that after missions, everyone usually slept until noon. Adley tried to pinch Malia's cheek. She nimbly ducked and hid behind Aelb. Saintly Blade Master wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. Laughing and joking, the group moved towards the center of the base, discussing what to buy for Malia. Passing a restaurant, someone suddenly rushed out. Aelb quickly shielded Malia. Everyone looked in the direction of the man who ran out. The man looked terrified, with bloodstains all over him, particularly a large bloody patch on his chest. "Someone has been killed. Help!" he shouted as he dashed down the street. Adley frowned, stepping forward to intercept the man, checking him over to confirm no injuries before asking, "What happened?" The bloodstained man, trembling, pointed back at the small restaurant, his voice shaky and fearful. "Cannibalism. Someone ate another person. A zombie has infiltrated the base." His shouts drew attention from the crowd around them, causing panic and chaos. Aelb and Palmer exchanged a look, rushing into the restaurant's kitchen. Malia followed closely behind. Upon entering the kitchen, they saw a young girl squatting before a mangled woman, covered in blood, oblivious to her state, and continuing to chew on flesh from the mutilated body. The girl's throat emitted a low growl, like that of a zombie. She turned her head, revealing a pair of bloodshot red eyes that were particularly terrifying. Her back arched as she tore a piece of flesh with her sharp teeth. Her gaze wasn't that of a human but rather resembled a hunting beast. The red eyes scanned over the group who had rushed in and finally settled on Malia, unwavering. The girl let out an even more excited growl, then charged at Malia with great force. Just as she took 2 steps, a rocket was shot towards her face. The girl nimbly avoided it, opening her mouth full of sharp teeth to snarl at Palmer who had attacked her. Aelb and Palmer exchanged glances and quickly split to attack the red-eyed girl from both sides. The girl dodged left and right, all the while keeping her red eyes fixed on Malia. Malia felt something amiss. She silently glanced around, picking up the cleaver used for chopping meat from the nearby cutting board. Checking if it felt right in her hands, she prepared to infuse it with spirit energy and rush forward to assist Aelb. Saintly Blade Master was confident that even the simplest cleaver could become a divine weapon in her hands. As she gripped the handle tightly, a hand reached out from behind her, pressing down the raised cleaver. Adley frowned, prying the cleaver from Malia's hands and pulling her back 2 steps, out of the kitchen. Malia watched as Adley tossed her cleaver aside, the metallic knife landing on the ground with a crisp sound. Saintly Blade Master was stunned. Adley rubbed Malia's face gently, his voice slightly earnest. "Guyue, as a lady, you don't need to wield a knife." He led Malia back a few more steps, leaving the small restaurant. "Saintly Blade Master? Why should she, a pinnacle Dao cultivator, act like a lady?" Malia pushed Adley's hand away, about to retort, but was dragged out of the restaurant without room for argument. The man who had screamed in terror earlier had not yet left. He sat dejectedly by the roadside, looking lost. Adley fetched some water from a nearby shop and handed it to the man, trying to calm him down. The man clutched the cup of water, finally breaking down into loud sobs. "How could this happen, daughter? That was my daughter." His weeping was uncontrollable. Malia stared at him for a moment, suddenly recalling where she had seen him before. He was the owner of the restaurant where Ganon had eaten with him yesterday. Chapter 14 Inquiry. Alizi stepped forward and patted the man on the shoulder, carefully choosing her words before asking, "Why did your daughter turn into this?" The sadness in the man's eyes deepened. He looked toward the direction of the small restaurant where zombies were roaring and fierce fighting was heard. "It's all my fault, all my fault." The man sobbed uncontrollably, turning his head to confide in those nearby. "Yesterday, my daughter and I had a big fight. She didn't come back all night. This morning, when I saw her with bruises all over her body, I still didn't pay much attention. Why didn't I notice it at the time? I thought there wouldn't be any zombies inside the base. I thought." The man choked up, using his arm to cover his face. She was so heartless, her mother. Those around them sighed deeply but dared not approach. Wuhan Base had never before experienced a zombie invasion. Thanks to its superior geographical position, everyone within the base had been able to stay as far away from mutant dangers as possible in this post-apocalyptic world. Now that zombies appeared inside the base, it meant that the seemingly impregnable base already had cracks. Rumors quickly spread, causing widespread panic. Patrol soldiers soon learned about the incident. When they arrived, the zombies had already been killed by Aelb and Palmer. They quickly cleared the scene and took the few involved for routine questioning. The man seemed too sad and weakened. Supported by others, he slowly followed the patrol soldiers. As Alizi left, she looked back and saw the patrol soldiers dispersing the crowd and occasionally soothing them, urging them not to spread panic. For some reason, she felt the man kept glancing intentionally or unintentionally at someone in the crowd. But when she followed his gaze, she didn't find anything unusual. Soon, they were taken to a huge building in the center of the base, which seemed very important, guarded by several times more patrol soldiers than outside. Ulizi and the man were led to the 4th floor, where they were called one by one into the interrogation room for questioning. Aelb and Palmer, as the first ones to subdue the zombies, were asked in first. Adley wasn't around either. Ulizi glanced at the man beside her and recalled seeing the young girl earlier, quietly asking, "Did your daughter suddenly mutate?" There were still tear marks on the man's face. Perhaps from crying so hard, he was still hiccuping slightly. He glanced at Ulizi, his voice trembling fearfully. "I'm not really sure. She came home with injuries and suddenly attacked us. Her mom tried to stop her, but she. At the saddest point, the man gasped for breath, like a fish struggling against drowning, completely devastated. People who pitied the man quickly approached to comfort him, with some even creating distance between Ulizi and the man. The young girl standing alone frowned, trying to say something again but was pushed aside. A middle-aged woman in uniform sized up Ulizi, saying dismissively, "He's already in such pain. Why must you rub salt in his wounds?" She pursed her lips, her eyes filled with obvious disdain. So young, yet so malicious. The woman, robust and strong, shoved Ulizi without holding back. Caught off guard, Ulizi stumbled. After stepping back a few steps, a pair of strong hands steadied her shoulders. Turning around, Ulizi saw Aelb beside her. After steadying her, he didn't let go, just loosely placing his hand on her shoulder. His eyes narrowed as he stared at the middle-aged woman. "What? You want to start a fight?" The woman snorted, rolled her eyes, but said nothing more. Then, Ulizi also entered the interrogation room, recounting everything she had seen. When she came out, she tugged at Aelb's sleeve. "What did you talk about in there?" Aelb stroked her head, close to hers. "Her death is suspicious." Taking her away from the crowd, he whispered, "Newly infected zombies don't have a strong desire to eat humans. But when we found his daughter, she had already eaten half of a person." His expression turned serious, and his tone darker. "There might be a worse scenario. His daughter could have become a zombie long ago. Someone raised her, starved her for days, then let her loose." Recalling the girl, Ulizi also frowned. Moreover, when she rushed in with Aelb earlier, she clearly felt the girl's special gaze on her. It was as if the girl particularly wanted to devour her. Yet, zombies don't have the ability to think independently. How could they exhibit such a strong preference? While Sheng Dao Fraser was deep in thought, she suddenly felt a flick on her forehead. Aelb looked at her and said, "Why are you frowning so much at your young age?" He sighed deeply, then guided Malia out as he continued, "These aren't matters for us to worry about. We've told the patrol soldiers, and someone will handle it." As they went downstairs, they encountered an elderly man with graying hair who appeared spirited and carried an air of kindness. He was Bolivar, the base leader of Wuhan base. Malia noticed Aelb's slightly straightened back and shot him a curious glance. The white-haired elder stood there, catching Malia's gaze. He chuckled and waved them over. "Xiao Kai, you're back. Is this a new partner?" Aelb nodded and introduced Malia to Bolivar. "Yes, this is Malia, the new logistics member of our team." Aelb was very respectful. His father was friends with Bolivar, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Aelb, who lost both parents at a young age, had been raised by Bolivar. The elderly man didn't look like someone who wielded great power. He was dressed casually, appearing more like a doting elder. With a smile on his face, he smiled at Malia and gave Aelb's shoulder a gentle pinch. "Come for dinner sometime." Aelb nodded in agreement. After saying goodbye, he led Malia away from the central building. Bolivar's turbid eyes lingered on Malia's retreating figure for a long time before he resumed walking in the original direction, hands clasped behind his back. Once they left the central building, Malia clearly sensed an increase in patrol soldiers. The air seemed heavy, carrying an ominous atmosphere, thick with tension. Patrol soldiers were weaving through every corner of the streets, conducting a small-scale organized search. Even Malia could feel the tense mood within the base, making her lose any desire to wander further. She followed Aelb back to their apartment early. Chapter 15. The sound outside the window. In the dead of night, in a small house somewhere in Wuhan base, a woman walked in. After entering, she removed her black cloak, revealing a clear and beautiful face. If Malia were here, she would surely recognize this woman as Elena. On the sofa in the small house sat a man who looked refined. He smiled slyly at Elena. "You came so late. Does that beast-transforming ability team leader appeal to you?" Elena shot him a scornful look and didn't want to tangle with him any further. "How did you do with the task given by the boss?" The man leaned back on the sofa, leisurely. "What? So loyal to him?" Seeing Elena was about to be furious, he raised his hands in surrender and jerked his head sideways, his properly locked up, rest assured. Beside the sofa, a large piece of black cloth covered a substantial square object. Elena pulled aside a corner of the black cloth, letting light inside. Under the cloth was an iron cage. Inside the cage, a zombie with bloodshot eyes was tightly bound. His hands were tied behind his back, most of his face covered by tape, allowing only weak howls from his throat. After being uncovered, the zombie became frenzied. Even though restrained, it still crazily smashed against the cage, its strength causing a grating sound that grated on the nerves. Elena sneered and let go of the black cloth. Her expression showed no warmth, raising her chin coldly as she stared at the man on the sofa. "Create more chaos as soon as possible. We need to capture this base quickly." The man lazily agreed twice, not taking it seriously. There's one more thing. This base has a Falcon team member named Malia. Deal with her as soon as possible. Elena revealed a hateful expression. She's kind of creepy, be careful not to slip up. The man watched Elena mockingly, waving his hand to dismiss her. He and Elena despised each other and neither conceded to the other. Elena glanced at him one last time before turning and leaving without looking back. Shortly after she left, the man slowly stood up. Tall and slender, he bent down and opened the cage covered by the curtain, dragging out the bound zombie. The man handled the zombie mercilessly, twisting its sealed mouth and staring straight into the crimson eyes, still smiling lazily. Don't worry, I'll let you have your fill soon. Holding the struggling zombie, he used his powers to levitate off the ground, flying out through the window and disappearing into the night. He was a rare aerial ability user, passing over shadows above buildings under cover of darkness. Carrying the zombie away for a considerable distance, he finally dropped it to the ground. The heavy thud echoed, but the fallen one wasn't an ordinary person. Its crimson eyes glared at the man while its gagged throat emitted muffled sounds, writhing to pounce at the man. Before it could rise, a foot slammed down on its head, pressing it forcefully to the ground. The man ground the skull beneath his foot, clicking his tongue. Reaching out, he ripped off the tape covering half the zombie's face, swift and brutal, even tearing off a layer of flesh. The zombie felt nothing. Once freed, it struggled fiercely, trying to bite the man. The man chuckled, pressing down harder until the zombie's face deformed underfoot. He sliced through the ropes binding the zombie with a dagger and quickly floated into the air using his power, hovering beyond reach. Smiling with satisfaction, he watched the futile snarling zombie. Then, rushing into the nearest building, he heard the sound of claws tearing through flesh nearby, finally walking away contentedly, his hands behind his back. In the depths of the night, the gurgling sound of zombies feeding emerged from the dark room. When the man reappeared from the building, he was splattered with blood, with fragments of flesh hanging from his mouth and fingers. The zombie turned around on the spot, then moved slowly in one direction as if guided by something unseen. Moving sluggishly, it emitted hoarse sounds, like a beast awaiting prey in the darkness. Malia lay comfortably in bed, enjoying her stay. Today, Adley had come to her room, transforming it entirely. The pale pink sheets still smelled of sunshine, several layers of cotton under the mattress made it soft and comfortable. Blissfully sighing, Saint Blade Supreme Malia buried her face in the soft pillow, a smile on her lips. Her inner channels circulated smoothly, washing away her fatigue. Just as she was feeling satisfied, a strange scratching sound suddenly came from outside the window. Malia sat up and looked with suspicion. In the dead of night when all was quiet, that sound seemed especially clear to Malia's ears, capturing her attention. Malia got out of bed barefoot, turned on the room lights, and pulled aside the flower-patterned curtains by the window. Outside the window was still pitch black, but the hissing sounds continued. Malia followed the sound to look left downwards, meeting a pair of crimson eyes straight on. A zombie was climbing up the pipe, hissing at her with its mouth open. Fresh blood hung from its mouth corners, and shredded meat could be seen between its teeth. Its crimson eyes stood out sharply, looking terrifyingly through the room's light in the night. Seeing Malia appear, the zombie obviously became excited. Its scarlet eyes stared intently at Malia, spitting saliva as its sharp teeth snapped, making hoarse noises in its throat. Malia's heart skipped a beat. The spiritual power stored within her flowed into her hands. A pencil flew from the desk behind her. She forcefully pushed open the window with one hand, and the pencil shot out, piercing towards the zombie's forehead with unstoppable momentum. A circular hole appeared on the zombie's forehead, the pencil nailed into its crystal nucleus, carrying it straight down to land in Palmer's garden. Such a loud noise startled many ability users in the building, and lights came on one after another. Someone had just opened the window to curse whoever was causing trouble in the middle of the night. Upon looking down, they saw a zombie struggling to get up from the flower bed. The cursing words forgotten, they screamed instead, "Zombie!" Everyone opened their windows. Palmer downstairs was also awakened by the heavy sound in his yard. Before he could act, several ability users upstairs who saw the zombie used their abilities and struck towards Palmer's courtyard. Malia watched the zombie fall, her heartbeat remained rapid like drumbeats. As various types of abilities flickered around her, her heartbeat gradually slowed. Supporting herself on the windowsill, Malia couldn't help but marvel at how magnificent the scene was with so many people using their abilities simultaneously. Aelb was in his room practicing his ability. After continuously absorbing crystal nuclei for many days, he felt as if he was touching the barrier to break through. Just when he was at a critical moment, he heard someone shout about a zombie outside the window, which wasn't far from them. His first thought was of Malia next door. Almost everyone here was an ability user, except for Malia, who lacked self-defense capability. Amidst the chaos outside, Aelb rushed to the little girl's room. What met him were bright eyes eagerly watching from the windowsill. Chapter 16 The Tavern. Malia was leaning on the balcony watching the scene intently and even flashed a smile at Aelb when she saw him. Aelb first made sure that Malia was safe before heaving a sigh of relief. He leaned against the little girl and asked softly, "Scared?" Malia shook her head and peered over at the bustling scene downstairs, with a hint of regret. Too bad about Zoltan's beautiful garden. More and more mutants were rushing into the small courtyard, all the abilities that could attack from a distance spared no efforts on Palmer's yard. Through the glass, Malia stretched her neck, curling up her tiny toes as she watched from the windowsill. With a helpless expression, Aelb bent down to pick up her slippers and placed them beside her feet, joining her by the window. Lost in what was outside, Malia didn't notice that Aelb's hand resting beside him was slightly trembling. The surge of powers within his body just moments ago roared in need for release. It felt like pouring boiling water into an ice bucket, stirring restlessly. All the surrounding ability users were awakened by the chaos, and this grand mutant feast lasted for about 10 minutes. When someone shouted that the zombies were dead, Palmer's garden had already turned into scorched earth. Malia watched as Palmer walked into the garden with a blank look on his face, standing amidst the barren land like a lost child. Aelb clicked his tongue and echoed Malia's thoughts. What a pity, there'll be plenty of weeping for little Shu here. Neither of them mentioned the zombies, yet this incident which involved most of the mutants was bound to attract considerable attention. Before dawn broke, rumors about the zombies started spreading throughout the base. The noise continued until the next morning, and Malia suddenly noticed the budding pots on the balcony. She thought of the lost and heartbroken expression on Zoltan's face last night, then held the pot and knocked on Palmer's door. Palmer took the pot with sprouting green buds, his eyes showing visible weariness. He patted Malia on the shoulder gratefully. Guyue, you're really concerned about your brother. Malia followed Palmer to his garden, which looked very different from the bleakness of last night. The once lush flowers were gone, leaving an empty courtyard. In one night, Palmer had replaced the scorched soil in the garden. He planted the young shoot with utmost care, showing his concern for this only sapling. Holy Sabre Empress felt extremely sympathetic, so she squatted beside Palmer, stroked the leaves gently, and secretly transferred some spiritual energy to the young shoot, hoping it would grow quickly to comfort Palmer's broken heart. Coming downstairs, Aelb saw the two people squatting together planting flowers. He picked up Malia. A curfew has been declared across the base today. We mutant teams will be assigned to patrol to confirm the source of zombies in the base. Aelb brushed off the mud from Malia's clothes and looked up at Palmer. I need to go patrolling today. I'll leave Guyue in your care temporarily. Palmer gave Aelb a reassuring look and reached out to hook Malia's neck. Don't worry brother Song, Guyue and I get along well. Malia dodged Palmer's hand with a mysterious look. Aelb chuckled lightly, glanced at the time, and hurriedly left. Watching Aelb walk away, Palmer leaned close to Malia mysteriously. Guyue, while Aelb is away, let me take you to a fun place. Aelb wasn't exactly serious normally, but members of the team were still somewhat afraid of him. Malia blinked her eyes and readily fell for it. Both of them set off quickly towards the central street. Palmer led Malia into an alley and pushed open a relatively old door. They could hear clamor from inside the door from afar. As they stepped in, they were greeted by the smell of wine. In the end days, wine was a rare resource. However, people who struggled between life and death every day especially needed alcohol to numb themselves, making these underground taverns quite popular. Mutants spent lavishly just for a hearty drink. Palmer found a small table in the corner for Malia. With his good relationship in the base, he was greeted by many along the way. Malia sniffed, the alcohol in the air stinging her nose. Holy Sabre Empress was puzzled. You brought me here for drinks. Palmer shook his head vigorously, pushing the peanuts toward Malia. No way I'd bring you for drinks. We're here to see someone. Soon, a person wearing an apron approached Palmer, his voice cold and brief. What would you like to drink? Hearing the familiar voice, Malia quickly turned her head and met Aaron's gaze. Palmer beside her grinned slyly. Leduan, I brought Guyue here to visit you. Aaron let out a cold snort through his nose, not even sparing a glance at Palmer, and turned away briskly. Palmer didn't seem to mind, explaining quietly to Malia. This shop is run by Aaron's neighbor. He doesn't dare be rough with you here. You can bully him all you want. Palmer looked like he was eager for some entertainment. Aaron returned shortly after leaving, placing 2 glasses of water on their table before ignoring them again. Malia picked up the glass, raising an eyebrow. The water was lukewarm. She glanced at Aaron, who still showed no emotion on his face. Most of the patrons in this tavern were various ability users. Drunk, they grouped together in 2s and 3s, talking loudly and starting fights. Malia held her glass of water, sipping it gently, her large, round eyes surveying the surroundings. She looked quiet and well-behaved. Suddenly, a loud noise at the entrance drew everyone's attention. 5 burly men burst in, looking fierce. The leader barked, Where's Aaron? When is your sister going to pay back my money? Someone recognized Aaron and lunged at his collar. Aaron immediately activated his ability, engaging in combat. Several bystanders got caught in the crossfire. Angered by the disturbance, they joined the fray using their own abilities. Seeing Aaron surrounded and struggling, Palmer cursed, flames flaring in his hand as he darted forward. Malia watched the chaotic scene before her, feeling somewhat lost. Perhaps due to the excellent secluded corner chosen by Palmer, she remained untouched amidst the chaos. As Holy Sabre Empress watched the fight escalate, she suddenly felt someone cover her mouth and nose. A strange smell filled her nostrils, making her vision blur and limbs weaken. Moments later, darkness enveloped her. Chapter 17 Kidnapped. When Ulizi opened her eyes again, she felt a bit groggy. Even with her eyes wide open, the surroundings were still dim, and visibility was extremely low. Her hands were tied behind her back, and she was lying on the cold ground. Her limbs were still weak, and she felt around for the wall to support herself as she sat up. The sense of danger in Jaslan's heart kept rising. Her mind was slow to catch up. Had she been kidnapped? Jaslan, who had been in high positions for years, was slightly stunned. A girl's voice came from nearby. You're awake. Ulizi turned towards the voice and saw a short-haired girl kneeling not far from her. The girl had pale skin and delicate bones. Seeing how difficult it was for Ulizi to sit against the wall, the girl kindly came forward to help her. After sitting up, Ulizi looked around. In this dim room, there were 7 or 8 girls. Apart from the one beside her, all the others were tied up and lying on the ground, clearly still unconscious. Alize sized up the girl next to her, her hands weren't bound. Noticing Alize's gaze, the girl quietly pulled her hands back. My name is Krista. I've been here for 3 days. Kidnapped. Alize frowned, trying to move her numb hands, then asked softly, can you untie me? Krista pursed her lips, shook her head, and looked terrified. No, no. They'll beat me to death. She slowly rolled up her sleeve, revealing a bruised and battered arm, looking shockingly fragile. Alize pursed her lips and changed the subject. Where are we? Krista lowered her sleeve, her face sorrowful. I don't know. They never tell us anything. She glanced at the other girls, her voice low and pained. They've been bringing in a lot of girls over the past few days. Before she could finish, footsteps approached from outside, causing Krista to jump up and retreat into a corner like a frightened cat. She was obviously terrified of the sound. The footsteps grew louder, echoing oppressively in the darkness. As the iron door opened, light streamed in. A man walked in, carrying an unconscious girl over his shoulder. He threw her carelessly to the ground, kicking her angrily. Damn, nearly killed me. Leaving the girl there, the man frowned, seemingly disgusted by the place, and quickly left. The iron door locked again, and the dark room fell silent. After a long time, Krista finally emerged from the corner. Shivering, she huddled close to Alize. Holding on to Alize, Krista's voice trembled, repeating the same phrase. Too scary, too scary. Alize didn't know what to say and remained silent, letting Krista hold her. Time ticked by, and the other girls gradually woke up, transitioning from shock to hysteria. Their hearts sank into the abyss within the dim room. Including Alize and Krista, there were 11 girls, all ordinary civilians. Some asked Krista to help them untie their bindings, but after seeing her injuries, everyone fell silent. Older girls, upon seeing the innocent faces of the others, guessed what awaited them and Aelb was almost tearing apart the alleyways searching. Behind him were Palmer and Aaron, both with regretful expressions. They had several wounds from the fight but hadn't treated any of them yet. With anxious looks on their faces, they searched everywhere for Alize. Since receiving the news, Aelb couldn't shake off the low pressure. He didn't pay attention to the two behind him and continued searching alone for a long time. He clenched his fists tightly, his heart sinking to its lowest. The incident happened during the base's turmoil, and Aelb silently quickened his pace. The tavern where Aaron and Palmer had fought was already reopened, and people seemed to have forgotten about the chaos that occurred there just moments ago. At the spot where Alize had been sitting, a well-mannered man tossed a peanut into his mouth and toasted leisurely with someone nearby. Here's to our successful cooperation. The burly man beside him clinked his glass, tilting his head back to finish his drink in one go. You just poached the person protected by Aelb like this. Not afraid he'll come looking for you? The refined man chuckled lightly, refilling his glass and winking slyly. Well, he has to find us first. They both exchanged a knowing smile, raised their glasses once more, and drained them again. The burly man laughed with a smirk. Then we won't touch her these next couple of days. Wait until this fuss dies down before dealing with that little tart. He curled his lip. You have no idea how soft that little tart is. The man smiled, saying nothing more. Meanwhile, the imprisoned girls had already exchanged names. A few of the bolder ones were discussing plans on how to escape from these people's hands. Krista shook her head first. It's useless, we can't escape. The girls who were discussing plans turned to glare at Krista. Why say it's impossible to escape? Just because you can't doesn't mean we can't. They sized up Krista's limbs, their tone mocking. You won't even help us loosen our bindings, yet you still have the nerve to speak. The girl who spoke was Laura, the last girl thrown in by the men. Compared to the others, she was slightly built larger, making her glare very imposing. Krista averted her gaze, not looking at her, and sat down beside Alize. Laura sniffed coldly and continued to incite the other girls. They helped each other free their hands and became more confident about escaping. They planned to knock out the men and escape from this small room. They completely ignored Krista and Alize, automatically considering those near Krista as part of the opposition. Suddenly, the familiar footsteps came from outside, but this time, there were multiple footsteps, indicating several men. When the iron door opened, Krista, who was huddled close to Alize, tightened her grip on Alize's arm. Several burly men entered, and the leader looked at Laura and the others, raising an eyebrow with a wicked grin. You still have the strength to untie your ropes, pretty teamwork. That man immediately grabbed Laura and started dragging her out. Chapter 18, Ability. Laura was terrified. She used all her strength to resist, but she couldn't match the man's power. The hands that held her were like iron clamps. No matter how she struggled, it was futile. Laura panicked, opening her mouth to bite the man's hand, but he pulled her hair and slapped her to the ground. His actions scared the other girls who wanted to resist. The man then hauled Laura up by her clothes. He didn't hold back. Blood trickled from the corner of Laura's mouth. Her ears buzzed as she was half dragged away by the man. The man lightly slapped Laura's face. Bitch. Don't play games with me here. After dragging Laura out, several other girls were also taken away by others. Finally, only a scar-faced man was left in the room. He roamed around for a moment before dragging Krista, who was embracing Malia. The scar-faced man smirked, grabbing Krista's arm and tearing her away from Malia. You little bitch, you made me search for you well. Krista cast a pleading look at Malia, her lips quivered, mumbling, save me, please save me. Seeing this, the scar-faced man yanked Krista's short hair. Krista, feeling pain, loosened her grip on Malia. The scar-faced man chuckled softly, gripping Krista's neck, and looked at Malia, whose hands were still tied. Seems like you're not doing well either. They don't even want to untie you. How pitiful. The scar-faced man snorted and carried Krista away like a piece of merchandise from this small room. The iron door slammed shut. Malia kept her eyes lowered, still maintaining her previous posture without moving. The remaining few girls in the room were already frightened out of their wits, huddling together in a corner. They didn't dare think about where those girls had been taken. Trembling, looking grayish, tears involuntarily slipping down their cheeks, they suppressed their sobs, fearing to attract those devil-like men again. Malia felt something was wrong with her body since just now. At this moment, Laura even had the strength to bite the large man. Why could she not muster any strength? She tried to circulate the spiritual energy within her body but found her meridians blocked, preventing smooth flow of energy. Malia observed internally and found black filth blocking her many meridians. Holy Sabre Celestial Supreme was shocked. When it rained, it poured. At such a dire time, even the life-saving spiritual energy couldn't be circulated. Malia focused entirely on her meridians. She mobilized the scarce spiritual energy in her mind palace, continuously impacting the first blockage. Her eyes tightly closed, sweat covering her head due to impacting the meridian. Her body erupted with small red rashes, appearing on her face and arms. Seeing her appearance, the few girls dared not approach her, sitting in the farthest corners, afraid of contracting some disease. Malia frowned, the spiritual energy inside her surged, boiling as if undergoing fission and recombination. Right then, an ancient chant sounded in her ear. All things have order, differences arise from anomalies. That was the heavenly Tao chant. Malia's heart skipped a beat, for a moment sensing the suppression of this small world's laws. Her body heated up, her face turned crimson, her breathing rapid, immense pain making her groan. Just as changes began happening to her, the dragged-out girls were thrown back in. They were tossed inside like discarded ragdolls. The iron door mercilessly opened and closed again, sealing the last hope for these girls. Their clothes were torn, hair disheveled, eyes vacant. Most of them bore bruises and wounds, among which Laura was the most severely injured. There wasn't a single patch of unharmed skin on her exposed parts, some places still oozing blood. Laura's eyes were empty, her mouth torn, smelling awful, lying there listlessly, devoid of any sign of vitality. Malia opened her blurry eyes, watching Krista approach her. Compared to the others, she was still relatively clean, except for bruising at the corner of her mouth. Krista sat down and hugged Malia tightly, as if clutching onto her last straw. Her body was frail and trembling. Malia pursed her dry lips, her head heavy, limbs weak. A suffocating silence enveloped the room. Laura, who had been lying on the floor, suddenly rose with unknown strength and rushed to Krista, hitting her in the face. Her face bore a wound caused by a blunt instrument during her resistance against those men. The wound was mangled, continuously bleeding profusely. Laura's voice was hoarse, her nails sharp, scratching 3 bloody lines on Krista's face. "Are you in league with them? Aren't you?" Laura's face was flushed red. "When that man took you to bed, you seemed to enjoy it, didn't you? I'll beat you to death." To death. Laura's expression was all reason loss. Krista was no match for her and was pinned to the ground. Another slap seemed imminent. Krista suddenly caught Laura's hand and screamed, "What else could I do? Tell me what else could be done." Laura seemed momentarily stunned by her outburst. Krista stared directly into her eyes, filled with resentment. "Do you know how many people have died in this dungeon? Do you know what they looked like before they died?" Scenes flashed through Krista's mind as she gazed at the dark, low ceiling. This dim room felt like a 5-finger mountain pressing down on them. Krista murmured, "We can't escape." The world had drastically changed, species evolving, resources scarce, the law of the jungle ruling. Ordinary women like them, without any abilities, would have no future unless they clung to someone stronger like parasitic flowers. Suddenly drained of all energy, Laura slumped to one side, curling up and emitting low sobs. A dead silence fell over the room. Krista wiped the wound on her face, pursed her lips, and returned to Malia's side. She silently untied the ropes binding Malia's hands. Hugging her knees, she nestled beside Malia and closed her eyes. This quiet, well-behaved girl exuded a special sense of security. Krista had seen too many women in this dungeon become monstrous. It was only such a soft, gentle girl who could relax her always guarded spirit. Even seeing the red rashes on her body, Krista thought it might be good if it scared those men away. Krista tugged at the corner of her mouth. Perhaps she had already been utterly transformed in this sunless dungeon. As the sacred chant faded, Malia's consciousness sank inward, gathering spiritual energy to impact the first blockage in her meridian. After dispersing the black points in her meridians, Malia sensed a familiar power. It was the other energy she had touched countless times while absorbing spiritual energy from crystal cores. Malia's mind paused for a second as she watched the emerald green energy expelled from her body, suspicion rising. Is this an ability? Chapter 19, Adley's Discovery. Malia had been missing for a full 5 days. During these 5 days, the members of the Falcon team were all very dispirited. Aelb sat on the sofa, hands resting on his knees, and ran his fingers through his hair. He had grown quite a bit of stubble on his face, dark circles under his eyes, and disheveled clothes, looking as if he had aged by over 10 years. Marvin patted Aelb on the shoulder and sighed deeply. These past few days, Palmer and Aaron had been searching frantically within the base. If not for Hugh and Brant holding them back, they wouldn't have thought about resting at all. Even the usually carefree Adley didn't have a smile on her face. Let alone Aelb, who had spent the most time with Malia. There's news. There's news. Palmer rushed into the room, facing Aelb's suddenly raised face. Palmer's eyes were full of red bloodshot veins, his lips chapped, and his face flushed. His hand that held onto the doorframe was trembling slightly. He rushed to the table, took a gulp of water, and looked at Aelb with shining eyes. All this time, I've been investigating the disappearances. Not just Guyue, but many ordinary girls have also gone missing. His voice was hoarse, so he couldn't help clearing his throat. Guyue might have been taken with those girls. The more Aelb listened, the more he frowned. This news made him even more worried about Malia's situation. To think someone specifically targeted ordinary girls, he didn't dare delve deeper. With a lead, the Falcon team sprang into action again, following the clues of the missing girls, determined to uncover the mastermind behind it. At this moment, Adley was still inquiring about Malia's whereabouts on Central Street. As she passed by a small restaurant, she heard faint sobs from inside. Very weak, but it instantly caught Adley's attention. Her gaze fell on the small restaurant next to her. She immediately recognized it as the one owned by the boss whose daughter turned into a zombie a few days ago. A while ago, a zombie incident occurred here, and the boss had been relocated to an assigned residence inside the base. Logically, this restaurant should be empty and quiet. Adley gently pushed the door open. It opened easily. She hesitated for a moment, then quietly walked into the restaurant. As she approached, the intermittent sobbing of the girl became more evident. Along with it, there were muffled groans of a man amidst whispers. "Ha, bitch, among all those women, I still like you the most," came the man's vulgar words, accompanied by slaps and lewd laughter. The girl's labored breathing and cries of pain could be heard, interspersed with soft, cajoling coos. Such occurrences were common in this world after the apocalypse. Adley lost interest and was about to leave quietly. "Brother Cheong, why is that pale-skinned little girl in the basement covered in red rashes still kept with us?" Brother Cheong sneered. "Mind your own business. Just know that we've been ordered to torment her. Watching her suffer for days hasn't done any harm, so probably the rash will fade soon. Ha, what can Aelb's team do? That bitch has it coming." Laughter and the low screams of the girl exploded in Adley's mind. The name Aelb echoed in her ears. She instantly thought of Malia. The obscene sounds behind her continued, and Adley clenched her fists tightly, her body trembling slightly. She bent her back, lifting the curtain leading to the kitchen. Two stark naked bodies lay sprawled out, catching her eye uncomfortably. Adley narrowed her eyes and drew her usual dagger from her waist. "Has it been 5 days now? Yeah, why is she special? Every day she just lies there half dead, isn't she sick?" In the dimly lit basement, the girls huddled together, their clothes torn and tattered to varying degrees. Their skins were bruised, yet their gazes were filled with venom. They all stared at one corner, where only one person lay. She had her eyes tightly shut, sweat trickling down her forehead, her skin covered with red rashes that were terrifyingly dense. This person was precisely Malia. It was because of these rashes that Malia had narrowly escaped being victimized by those devils. Even as she always lay painfully in the corner, it earned her resentful glares from the other girls. Each of them had experienced the ravages of those devils, so why did she remain unscathed? Days of torment twisted their minds, jealousy spreading wildly in their hearts. Laura sat alone in a corner, her eyelids lifting slightly as her gaze shifted between the girls and Malia. Her face was bruised, eyes cold, expression numb, her hand in her side pocket curled slightly. Inside the pocket was a broken piece of a blade she had picked up quietly from the corner when she was dragged away. At this moment, Laura's face was filled with anger, her fists tightly clenched, her eyes wild and crazy. These past 5 days, the girl's resentment toward Malia had reached its peak. One of the girls wanted to go over and pull at Malia, intending to dishevel her clothes and mess up her hair, wanting her to be just as wretched as herself. This girl was named Sherman, her eyes brimming with ferocity. She was clearly driven mad by these dark, endless days. Her steps toward Malia were trembling yet filled with excitement. Malia opened her eyes as if sensing something, looking straight at Sherman. Her gaze was clear and clean, reflecting the battered and tattered figure of herself, making her even more aware of her own pitiful state. Sherman, in her rage, raised her hand to claw at Malia's eyes. "What are you looking at? What are you looking at? Are you laughing at me?" Sherman's voice was sharp. "What right do you have to mock me? Why?" The hand that lunged at Malia was caught midair by another hand. The girl had little strength left, and Laura easily restrained her. "Sherman." Laura's calm eyes met Sherman's, merely calling out her name without saying anything further. Sherman trembled under her gaze, her eyes red and lips pursed tightly. Large tears welled up in her eyes, and Sherman couldn't help but scream into her hands. The shrill and hoarse screams echoed through the basement, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it and making their heads spin. Malia remained silent, pursing her lips. Over the 5 days, she had witnessed the transformation of these girls. From the initial fear and hysteria to the current despair and distortion. In just 5 days, it seemed their souls had been ground down, replaced by new ones. Laura, holding back Sherman, turned her head and met Malia's gaze. She stepped forward and covered Malia's eyes, her voice hoarse and dry, carrying an incomprehensible complex emotion. She said, "Don't look at me with those eyes." The iron door opened again. Krista, who had just been dragged out by the men, was pushed back in, followed by another woman. The man's curses could be heard outside the iron door. "Leroy, I'm being lenient by just calling you a lewd idiot. If I hadn't arrived early today, your heart would have been gouged out. The woman who was pushed in behind him was drenched in blood, obviously suffering severe injuries. The girls remained silent, their eyes flickering between Krista and the woman. Blindfolded, Malia didn't know what was happening in front of her, only hearing a very familiar female voice. Guyue. That was Adli. Chapter 20. The basement. The hand in front of Malia was pried away, and the stench of blood filled her nostrils. Upon opening her eyes, she met a familiar face. Of course, it was none other than Adli. Malia gave her an up-and-down look. Blood was flowing from Adli's left abdomen, her complexion deathly pale with bloodshot eyes, looking quite pitiful. Krista came from behind her, moving close to Malia as if they were very intimate. Her cheeks still carried a fading flush, and her voice sounded somewhat raspy and alluring. Little Cai, you two know each other? Adli ignored Krista's closeness, checking Malia for injuries from head to toe. Thankfully, though covered in red rashes, Malia hadn't been treated as roughly as the other girls. Malia stared blankly at Adli, pursing her lips as she clutched at Adli's bleeding wound, muttering sullenly, you should treat yourself first. Just a light touch to Adli's wound, and her hand was already drenched in warm blood. It must have been quite deep. Malia felt a bit touched. This woman might always show disrespect to her, but in this moment, her first reaction was concern for her safety. A lump formed in her throat. As she thought this, Adli rubbed her little face gently, chuckling softly, you've lost weight. After saying that, she activated her power. Tiny points of light flowed out from Adli's hands into Malia's body, clearing her exhaustion. An Esper. She's an Esper. The Espers were captured too. Upon seeing this scene, the girls burst into exclamations one after another. Krista's gaze flickered, her eyes darting between Adli and Malia before tightening her arms around Malia. Laura, who was closest among the group of girls, pupils constricted when she saw the faint white glow emanating from Adli's hands. With a look of sorrow and helplessness, she silently closed her eyes again, retreating to a corner. Unlike Laura, the other girls rushed forward eagerly when they realized Adli could heal, hoping the Esper could ease their pain. Seeing the bruised and battered state of these girls, Adli used her ability with compassion. Krista, now hugging Malia, watched her cautiously. Guyue, you know an Esper? Malia, who had been staring at Adli, turned and nodded at Krista, who had taken such good care of her. We're on the same team, she answered honestly. These days, she had been mostly feverish and covered in rashes, with a hoarse old voice echoing in her ears, making her mind fuzzy. It was Krista who had been by her side the whole time, even shielding her from malicious comments. Upon hearing this, Krista's eyes lit up even more. You're part of an Esper team? Why didn't you ever tell me? She stared intently at Malia. Do you have powers too? Malia looked at Krista, pursing her lips and shook her head. Krista, however, did not let the topic drop. Your team is still searching for you after all this time. You must be close. Malia glanced at Adli. She was also surprised to see Adli here. She had so many questions to ask Adli. Do we still have hope of getting out? Krista asked finally. Her grip on Malia was tight enough to cause pain in her arm. Unable to answer, Malia remained silent. During these days, no matter how dull she might be, she knew what these girls had been through. Adli healed most of the girls' wounds using her abilities. Finally, she walked to the corner where Laura sat today. Need any help? Adli pointed to the scar on her face. Laura raised her eyes, shaking her head, no thanks. This scar, from her eye to her mouth a result of her resistance, reminded her constantly of what she had endured. Laura feared losing the memory of this pain and hate if the scar disappeared. Without asking further, Adli could sense the coldness in Laura's eyes, a detachment that comes from having seen too much. She deeply sympathized with the girl before her. With a deep sigh, she lightly patted Laura's shoulder, whispering, hang in there. Without saying anything more, she turned back to Malia. Seeing Adli walk towards her, Malia spoke first. Adli, how did you end up here? Adli did not answer immediately. Her eyes turned cold as she looked at Krista, who was clinging to Malia. Krista forced a laugh and wisely backed away. Adli sat beside Malia, pinching her cheek gently. Naughty girl, did you know we've been searching for you like mad these days? For once, Malia didn't argue with her and allowed herself to be pinched. Malia looked at Adli for a long time before silently hugging her arm. She had missed them too. The peak Dao cultivator Malia felt somewhat wronged. She had been in this dark little room for a considerable amount of time. The men who frequently appeared in the basement always spouted foul language, and if they were displeased in the slightest, they would grab the girl's hair and slam them into the walls mercilessly. These girls didn't like her either. All around were screams, curses, and occasionally venomous gazes directed at her. She had once been the most talented Dao cultivator, her memories spanning endless years of relentless Dao practice. But it was different here. Oppression, violence, and distortion filled the entire basement. Malia didn't like it here. Adli, who usually teased Malia, rarely saw such a dependent look on the young girl's face. It almost broke her heart. She held Malia in her arms, soothing her softly. Only after a long while did their logistics team leader return to her usual proud self. Adli pinched her little nose, whispering into Malia's ear, I just discovered something. Drawn by her words, Malia leaned in closer to listen. Do you remember Aaron's sister I told you about earlier? Malia thought for a moment, recalling what Adli had mentioned when he first joined the team, and nodded. These people could very likely be from the same team her sister was once part of, Adli said seriously. Except one issue, they are talking about leaving the base tonight as if they're planning to settle elsewhere. Adli frowned, her voice low. We need to contact the captain as soon as possible. If they really leave the base, things will get complicated. Their conversation implied they intended to take the girls with them. And, Adley continued, this place is the basement of a kitchen belonging to the man whose daughter turned into a zombie. These people seem very familiar with this place. It doesn't feel like they've only gathered here recently. Adley's voice was icy. There's also something off about the boss. Malia recalled the man who had lost his wife and daughter, grieving profoundly, and frowned as well. Chapter 21 Escape. Eve, are we really going to listen to Preston and go to that so-called jumping base? In the dimly lit room, filled with the smell of alcohol, a few bare-chested men were gathered together, drinking and chatting. They were Aaron's sister's former team, led by Maximus, now consisting of 7 psychics. The muscular man with dark skin looked towards the bald man sitting at the head. What if Preston is deceiving us? Someone agreed with the muscular man. Yeah, today we captured Adley, but we don't know if that woman left any marks for Aelb and the others. The man called Eve did not speak, but his eyes showed fierce determination. When we leave the base tonight, tie up Preston and take her with us. Maximus stroked his chin. Adley's psychic ability is very useful. Keeping her will make our lives much more comfortable. The muscular man filled his glass with alcohol and drank it all in one gulp, sighing contentedly. He flattered Maximus. If Aelb didn't have that special relationship with the base commander, he would never be a match for you, Eve. A few people chuckled, their faces relaxed and carefree. Their squad in Wuhan base consisted of people who got along well. Besides venturing out of the base to search for supplies, they mostly roamed around drinking and found ways to vent from time to time. Isn't this what the end times are like? This crumbling society is heaven for people like them. After finishing their drinks, the men got ready to prepare for leaving the base, planning to take the group of girls in the basement with them. Adley was originally exploring the basement, trying to find a way out. Hearing the voices outside, she quickly stopped what she was doing and crouched to one side. But she didn't expect those few muscular men to rush straight toward her. Unable to resist, Adley was tied up tightly. Leroy grabbed Malia by her smooth hair and pulled her up, revealing his yellow teeth as he spoke, facing her. His rough hand patted Malia's cheek, and the man laughed. The rash on your face is gone already? Your hair is so soft I dare not pull hard. Although he said that, the man didn't loosen his grip on Malia's hair at all. His fingers slid down Malia's cheek. Your skin is smoother than those other girls. No wonder you're part of Aelb's team. The restrained Adley suddenly struggled violently, screaming loudly at Brother Cheong. What are you doing? Listening to Adley's curses, Brother Cheong laughed instead of getting angry. He bound Malia tightly and started unfastening his belt. Oh, angry? I love this kind of sisterly love drama. He raised his belt and lashed it harshly across Malia's body. Instantly, red welts appeared on her exposed white arms, and the dazed Malia let out a stifled moan. She stubbornly clenched her teeth to suppress any cries, her awareness momentarily brought back by the pain. Seeing this scene, Adley couldn't help but tear up. Aren't you supposed to have healing powers? Why don't you heal your good sister? The man's arrogant laughter echoed through the basement. The quiet surroundings made several girls huddle together, trembling in fear at the sound of the belt striking flesh. Adley was pinned to the ground, her eyes burning with anger. Malia's consciousness became increasingly blurred. Amidst the confusion, she heard that elderly voice again. All things have order, anomalies give rise to differences. Gradually, all other sounds faded away as Malia's consciousness sunk back into the void. Her spiritual energy surged within her body, colliding with the blockages in her meridians. From an outsider's perspective, Malia appeared to have fainted from the beating. Brother Cheong used the belt like a whip, striking over 10 times until the skin was broken and bleeding. Breathing slightly heavy, he stared proudly at his work, laughing heartily. Glancing at Adley, he raised an eyebrow. Oh, you're crying now? The men exchanged glances, smiling tacitly at each other. Brother Cheong put back on his belt leisurely. You haven't seen anything yet. Then, like grabbing chickens, the men tied up all the girls and threw them into the supply truck one by one. Adley was placed at the back, scooting closer to Malia, channeling her psychic power desperately into Malia. Before the healing was halfway done, they were taken away by 2 large men. Before leaving, Adley had an idea. When they went out, she casually dropped Malia's hairband and threw it to a hidden spot near the small restaurant's entrance under the cover of night. The girls briefly breathed the outside air before being locked back into the dark truck. It wasn't long before they felt the vehicle constantly moving forward, and the swaying cabin was silent. Perhaps because these muscular men did not take this group of girls seriously, they did not even assign someone to watch over them. The men drove off. As the vehicle moved, Adley found her way to Malia's side, calling out softly, Guyue. Malia lay slumped to one side without responding. Adley's eyes reddened, blinking back tears as she gathered her psychic power in her hands, directing it toward Malia. Warm light spots touched the skin, bringing a bit of warmth and healing those terrifying wounds one by one. In her semi-conscious state, Malia let out a soft moan and slowly opened her eyes. Adley, sensing this, happily leaned closer to her, speaking in the gentlest tone, as if afraid of startling her. Guyue, how do you feel? Is there anywhere else that hurts? Malia opened her eyes, scanning the dark surroundings, taking a while to realize her condition. She moved her wrists, which ached from being tied up, and whispered near Adley's ear, Laura has a blade. Malia's voice was slightly hoarse, and the pain in her body remained, especially where she had been whipped. Adley didn't think much about it, assuming Malia had become familiar with Laura and others over these days. Following Malia's hint, Adley leaned towards the side, touching a warm and soft body. She asked, Laura? The body remained still for a moment, then gave a slight hum, asking back, "Psychic?" Upon getting a response, Adley moved closer, used the blade to cut the ropes. "It's our only chance to escape together." Laura stayed silent for a long time. She had never told anyone about the hidden blade in her pocket. That was her last resort to take down those men. When Adley mentioned the blade in her pocket, Laura's heart raced. But considering Adley's identity as a psychic, she assumed it was due to psychic insight. "It's in my coat pocket. I can't reach it myself," Laura whispered. Sherman, who was sitting beside Laura, straightened up. Though she couldn't see anything in the darkness, she could hear their conversation. Though the hope of escaping was right in front of her, Sherman didn't dare to breathe loudly. Adley easily found the blade in Laura's pocket and began working on the hemp ropes binding her. The blade wasn't sharp, and the hemp rope was particularly thick. Both Adley and Laura focused entirely on the rope and the blade, while Malia lay still, sensing movement around her. Krista leaned closer to Malia. "How did you know Laura had a blade?" In the darkness, Malia glanced in Krista's direction and whispered, "One night, I saw her secretly sharpening it." Krista said nothing more, seemingly just curious, then fell silent again. The vehicle seemed to have left the base, becoming bumpy as something occasionally hit the exterior. The zombie-like sounds made the girls huddle together in fear. After a while, Adley's body trembled slightly. Her movements paused, and she whispered, "Cut through." With her words, Laura felt her bindings loosen. She immediately struggled to discard the ropes and turned to help Adley. Feeling Laura's sudden movements, Sherman excitedly exclaimed, "Cut through! Cut through!" Her voice drew the attention of other girls, and soon someone noticed the difference between them. "Laura's ropes are cut. Laura, please help me too. Please, Laura, help me." Pleading voices came from all around, making Laura's hands shake as she sped up, murmuring, "I'm coming, I'm coming." Seeing the growing noise, Adley frowned and hissed, "Do you want to attract them?" Her stern warning worked, and the previously excited girls quieted down again. Laura successfully freed Adley, who immediately returned to Malia's side. In the silence, a faint click was heard. Both Adley and Malia were momentarily stunned. Adley felt for Malia's wrist and saw that the mother-baby bracelet had automatically unclasped. The bracelet would deactivate beyond a certain distance. Hope flared in Adley's eyes. "How could I forget this? The bracelet is deactivated. Brother Song must know we're no longer in the base. We still have a chance to escape." Malia moved her empty wrist, her eyes distant. She hadn't seen that always irritating meal ticket for a long time. Chapter 22, The Mother-Child Ring Breaks. "How is it? Any news of Adley?" Palmer looked at the running over Brant. Brant glanced around at everyone, then shook his head. "I didn't find her. Only some people said they saw her last on Main Street." Marvin looked around and said in an attempt to lighten the mood, "One we haven't found yet, and now another one is lost." No one responded to him. Aelb, who was in the shadow, raised his head. "Let's go to Main Street. It's not right for someone to suddenly disappear like this at this crucial moment." A few people headed towards Main Street. In the darkness, they had flashlights on them, relying on the dim light to feel their way forward. Aelb felt a sticky sensation all over his body. After a day of sweating and drying, his limbs were weak, yet his mind was tense. Just like a bow stretched to its limit, about to snap. Amidst the flashlight beams, a hint of pink flashed across his vision. For a moment, Aelb's mind went blank. When he shone the light back, he saw a familiar pink carrot hairband. Adley had just bought that for Malia recently, and he clearly remembered that the little girl was wearing it on the day she disappeared. Aelb picked up the hairband belonging to the little girl and then looked up at the house in front of him. After a moment of recognition, he recalled this was the small restaurant they had seen before. Palmer watched Aelb's actions and also noticed the hairband. He proceeded to inspect the house. He put the hairband around his wrist, walked into the house, and paused when his eyes fell upon the chairs near the kitchen. Using his flashlight, he carefully examined the area, and his voice turned cold. "There are signs of a struggle here." His words drew the attention of others. Brant and Hugh cautiously entered the kitchen to check. After a while, both let out exclaims. "Brother Song, there's a basement here." Aelb walked into the kitchen and saw a movable floor hidden beneath the stove, revealing a staircase wide enough for a person to pass through. Brant had already checked down there and came back up, shaking his head at Aelb. "No one down there, but there are many signs of life." Right then, the mother-child ring on Aelb's wrist made a clicking sound and detached itself automatically. The metallic sound landing on the ground was like a knock on people's hearts. Aelb looked at his wrist, his gaze sharpening, and rushed toward the base gate. His movement was very fast, and the other team members followed closely. Everyone knew that the mother-child ring would automatically fail if a certain distance was exceeded, and that distance was very large. If they hadn't left the base, this wouldn't have happened. Aelb soon arrived at the base gate and directly stopped a familiar patrol soldier to ask, "Did any squad go out tonight?" The patrol soldier, not knowing why, answered truthfully once he recognized Aelb. "Only Maximus's Luan squad went out this afternoon to look for supplies, no one else." Aaron, who arrived shortly afterward, asked in disbelief, "Maximus?" The patrol soldier was startled by his appearance and took a step back. "Yes." Aaron's eyes were bloodshot, with stubble on his chin. He cursed under his breath and hit the wall beside him with one hand. Aelb's eyes were icy cold, even his words seemed to suppress his anger. "Get in the car, let's chase them." No one objected, and they quickly got into the vehicle and left the base, heading in the direction Maximus had gone. In no time, the bindings on the girls' bodies were all undone. They hugged each other tightly. Though they hadn't escaped yet, joy was spreading within their hearts. Adley felt along the inner walls of the truck until she finally found the door. She reached into the seam of the compartment and touched the valve. She was very familiar with this type of supply truck. Turning around, she looked at the group of girls behind her and spoke solemnly, "I can open the compartment valve." She heard soft sobs and cheers from some of the girls. "But if we jump down now, I won't be able to take care of all of you. You'll face countless zombies outside the base." Her words were like a bucket of cold water poured over their heads, plunging the compartment into a deathly silence again. In the quietness, the groaning of zombies could be heard outside, and occasionally the vehicle would bump, feeling like tires rolling over flesh. Malia stood beside Adley. Adley reached out and held her hand. "I want to go down with you." Laura's voice sounded softly. She moved closer to where Adley was and whispered, "There's nothing worse than what we're going through now." Sherman remained silent for a long time, then embraced Laura's arm, indicating her stance without words. "But," a girl spoke hesitantly, "so many zombies. We'll die if we jump down." No one answered her. Leaving or staying became a dilemma in everyone's heart. Krista stood in place, pursing his lips in thought for a moment. He clenched his teeth and stepped beside Malia, muttering, "I want to leave with you." Adley didn't say much and opened the truck door. The moonlight was bright tonight, casting its glow over the abandoned city, revealing pairs of crimson eyes that were crazed enough to make one's hair stand on end. "In a moment, I'll count to 3, follow me and don't hesitate to jump down," Adley reminded the girls around her again. Her words had just finished when a soft laugh came from above the truck. 123, where do you want to go? The breathing of everyone inside the truck stalled slightly as they looked up at the open roof. On the top of the truck, a man's head was peering down at them, his grin unsettling with a mouthful of yellow teeth. Brother Chong whistled, nimbly climbing down from the roof and blocking the door. "I couldn't have arrived at a better time. You were about to jump off and feed the zombies." He carried a curved knife, which gleamed ominously under the dim light. He stood with the knife horizontally, pulling the side door shut, his smile vanishing, revealing only viciousness in his narrow eyes. He reached out and grabbed the nearest girl, throwing her out of the truck with a flick of his wrist. The girl's screams gradually faded away, and most of the zombies chasing behind the truck were gone. Those zombies swarmed over her, tearing her apart and devouring her. Seeing this, the people inside the truck widened their eyes and huddled against the inner wall, trembling in fear. "You're so eager to feed the zombies, let me help you along. Who wants to be next?" His smile resembled a fearsome ghost come to collect souls. The girls backed away in terror, huddling together, shaking their heads vigorously. Brother Chong's gaze fell on Malia, examining her boldly. "Healing abilities sure are good. Look, those injuries are almost completely healed, aren't they?" He gradually approached Malia, while Adley vigilantly blocked him, staring at him adversarially. Adley shouted to the terrified girls behind her, "There's only one of him. If we all attack together, we might have a chance." Weighing Adley's words, Laura and Sherman immediately sprang into action toward Brother Chong. Brother Chong sneered, clearly prepared for such a situation. He pulled out a packet of powder from his pocket and scattered it into the air. A heavy and pungent smell spread, the same drug used to knock out the girls before. Brother Chong stood calmly, made from mutant datra flowers. If not for an antidote taken in advance, even gods would sleep for half a day. He chuckled coldly. "Did you really think I came here empty-handed?" The consciousness of the girls began to fade, one by one collapsing. Their last thoughts could only see Brother Chong's sinister smile. Once the girls were all down, Brother Chong started picking through them like selecting merchandise, using his toe to flip them over. He shone his flashlight on their faces, looking for one that pleased him. The roaring of the vehicle mixed with the growls of zombies made the night seem particularly chilling. As he shone his flashlight on each girl, Brother Chong suddenly frowned. Something was wrong. One was missing. Brother Chong became agitated, scanning the area with his flashlight until, upon turning, he faced Malia. He stumbled back a step, pointing incredulously at her. "Why are you still awake?" In fact, when he entered the truck, Malia had already broken through the final obstruction in her meridians. She lifted her gaze to Brother Chong, her eyes cold, seemingly even colder than the blade in his hand. Intimidated by her presence, Brother Chong instinctively took 2 steps back. Each word she spoke was deliberate, sounding almost otherworldly. "What did you come here for?" Malia was now in a mystical state, speaking from the heart, yet her consciousness seemed distant. Brother Chong looked at her, gritting his teeth, telling himself she was only putting on an act. Clenching his curved knife, he swung it at her. His attack was unstructured, unable to hold the knife properly. Saint Blade Empress Malia simply sidestepped, tapping his wrist with her finger. The curved knife fell from his hand into hers. She twirled the curved knife effortlessly, as if it were an extension of her body. Deprived of his weapon, Brother Chong's water ability surged, forming water spikes that shot towards Malia. He steadied himself, momentarily shaken by Malia's overwhelming aura. "Damn it! What kind of monster are you?" As he wielded his ability, he regained some of his confidence. When facing ordinary people, psychics had an inherent advantage and dominance. The water spikes shot toward Malia but were bisected by the slashing blade before they could reach her. Malia surged forward with the curved knife, her spirit energy infusing the blade, swinging it with irresistible force at Brother Chong. A wall of water rose before Malia, standing between her and Brother Chong. However, this was futile. The knife in Malia's hand cut through the protective water curtain as if slicing through air, and sliced across Brother Chong's neck. Blood splattered into the air, soaking the truck's interior walls with a bloody stench. The once domineering figure now lay cooling into a lifeless corpse. Malia stared for a moment before shoving the limp body out of the truck, where it was quickly surrounded and consumed by the zombies. Blade Empress Malia, lips pursed, still held the curved knife with warm blood dripping from its edge. She flicked the blood off the blade, channeled her spirit energy, nimbly climbed to the top of the truck, and followed Brother Chong's route down to the passenger seat. The person who sat beside her in the driver's seat didn't even turn his head, teasing with a smile, "Skylar, you sure moved fast." Before he finished, he felt the icy metal of a blade pressing against his neck. Startled, his hand on the steering wheel trembled. He glanced at the passenger seat. It was no longer occupied by his lust-driven companion. The girl in the passenger seat, cold as ice, brought the curved knife closer. Malia warned in a deep voice, "Stop the car." Chapter 23 Companion Mutation. The man in the driver's seat retracted his neck, yet a bloody scratch still marred the side of his neck. Daring not to speak, he only pressed the brake, gradually slowing down the vehicle. He observed Malia out of the corner of his eye. Seizing the opportunity when she was unguarded, he abruptly turned the steering wheel. The car spun in place, and centrifugal force distanced the Sabre from him. Taking advantage of this moment, the man in the driver's seat unleashed his ability. Countless chunks of earth attacked in Malia's direction. Malia blocked with her saber, transforming her spirit energy into wind, sweeping all incoming earth chunks away. She once again closed in on the man in the driver's seat, her blade moving so fast it seemed to split into countless shadows, converging from all directions toward the man. Watching the incessant approach of the sabers, the man felt utterly defenseless. Clamping down hard on his teeth, he floored the accelerator, crashing into the nearby building. Almost simultaneously with the impact, Malia's saber severed multiple blood vessels on the man's body, killing him almost instantly. Following closely was the tremendous force caused by inertia. Recalling the girls in the back and Adley, Malia suppressed the sweetness rising in her throat, increasing her spirit energy to withstand the shock force, striving to stabilize the vehicle. Amidst flying dust, the vehicle finally stopped. Malia closed her eyes. Tinnitus made her head spin. Her body bore several cuts from glass shards. She staggered into the compartment and saw that though the girls were sprawled about, they showed no signs of distress, putting her at ease. Malia approached, lightly tapping each girl's forehead with her fingers, using the last of her spirit energy to dispel the anesthesia in their bodies. Seeing Adley frown, she collapsed with relief, panting heavily for rest. In the convoy moving forward, a team member reported to Maximus, "Captain, it seems like Skylar and others met with an accident." Maximus glanced at the car behind him, which had collided with a building beside it, and sneered, "If they're gone, then so be it. They were merely playthings after all." His gaze shifted to the man in the passenger seat, and he scoffed, "Preston, if we arrive at Jumping Base and find nothing, be wary of me flaying you alive." The man bound in the passenger seat showed no alarm, and looking back via the rearview mirror, he smiled faintly, "Rest assured, I won't deceive you." When Adley regained consciousness, she could already hear guttural sounds around her, slumped inside the compartment, with zombies squeezing through the doorway. Hardly having time to process the situation, she swung a nearby iron bar at the zombie's brain. Adley struck with great force, knocking the zombie to the ground. With another swing, the zombie's brain burst open. The surrounding girls gradually woke up, screaming in horror at the scene before them. Seeing more zombies gathering, Adley shouted, "Run!" She lifted Malia and channeled her own ability, treating Malia's wounds while running. After escaping the compartment and briefly surveying the area, she decided on their target region and dashed into a nearby abandoned residential building, climbing upward continuously. A group of zombies with mouths agape lunged at these newly appeared humans. Unconcerned with their wounds and pounding heads, the girls followed Adley in desperate flight. Carrying the exhausted Malia, Adley noticed several zombies squatting and licking where her blood had dropped, causing her unease. These zombies seemed particularly sensitive to her. Adley darted left and right, leading Malia into the nearest residential building. Several zombies wandered through the dilapidated corridor. Upon spotting live humans, they charged excitedly. Adley swiftly drew an iron bar from the side and swung at the zombies approaching from the front. Laura mimicked her, biting down and slashing at the zombies. Perhaps the crisis had unlocked potential in everyone, making their actions agile as they rushed into a room with a relatively intact door. Adley leaned against the door, urging the girls to enter quickly. They entered one after another in a continuous chain. Adley immediately shut the door. Almost instantly, there were muffled impacts on the door. The sound of nails scraping the door frame and the trembling door panel sent shivers down their spines. Exhausted, the group collapsed into the room, panting heavily as they sat on the floor. The exhilaration of surviving a near-death situation surged through their heads, tinged with an unreal thrill. Adley and Laura remained alert, quickly inspecting the room for safety. Malia regained some strength and picked up a nearby photograph from a cabinet, wiping off the dust to reveal a cheerful family of 3. At the same time, familiar grunts sounded within the room, causing immediate tension among the girls. After a few thuds of blunt objects piercing flesh, the grunting ceased. Adley led the pale-faced Laura out of the room. Laura's hand, which held the iron bar, trembled slightly, her face dazed and her steps wobbly, nearly falling over. "This room is temporarily safe now," Adley said gravely, delivering this good news to the girls, who all breathed a silent sigh of relief. The pounding and roaring at the front door continued unabated, each sound tugging at their nerves. Malia cautiously approached the window, observing the endless stream of zombies surging towards them, her brows furrowing deeply. Zombies are more active at night. Adley looked around the room. We'll wait until morning to find a way out. She pushed out a bookshelf and, with Laura's help, wedged it against the door to prevent the zombies from breaking in. While they were busy, Malia entered a smaller room. Inside, she saw 2 zombies whose heads had already been smashed, and she pursed her lips, stepping around the corpses. She opened the decrepit window, glanced outside, and extended her hand. Using her spirit energy to wrap around her blood, she let a drop fall below. Soon, several zombies gathered frenziedly at the bottom, as if competing for something. Seeing this, Malia was certain that what attracted these zombies was her spirit energy. Before she could observe further, hands reached from behind and closed the window. Turning, Malia met Adley's gaze, hearing her reprimand softly, "It's dangerous, don't open it again." Meeting Adley's eyes, Malia nodded obediently, "I understand." Adley tousled Malia's hair and turned to dispose of the 2 gruesome zombies on the floor. Among these girls, only she had experience dealing with zombies. While the girls were still recovering, she had to take responsibility for their safety. Malia stood by the window, her gaze fixed on the closed window, her expression heavy and speechless. The night was bright, yet not peaceful. These zombies seemed unusually excited by the sight of live humans, gathering and roaring continuously. Their crimson eyes gleamed under the moonlight, converging toward Malia and the others. Everywhere she looked, they were densely packed. Despite the depth of night and their fatigue, the girls found themselves growing drowsy, leaning on each other and falling asleep amidst the zombie roars. In this dark room surrounded by zombies, there was an unexpected sense of tranquility. Among the 7, one girl who had been huddled in a corner since entering the room was trembling softly. Leaning against the wall, her hand explored the bloody claw marks on her back. Her lips quivered, unable to utter a word. Scared, she tightly gripped her companion's hand. Unaware of her trauma, the companion sensed her fear and squeezed her hand reassuringly. With a low voice, she comforted, "It will be fine, everything will get better." The girl remained silent, not responding. In the darkness, even the breathing became labored. The trembling girl hugged her knees, saying nothing. Adley sat closest to the door, eyes wide, gripping a rusted iron pipe. Any movement, and she would strike the zombies mercilessly. Malia had just broken through the last blockage in her meridians, but her accumulated spirit energy was completely depleted. Sitting among the girls, Krista holding her, she had already fallen asleep. She half closed her eyes, resting, feeling extremely weary from days of unrelenting effort. The car's wheels roared, but inside, silence prevailed. The passengers' gazes lingered outside the windows, their expressions tense, as if the string of reason could snap at any moment. Sean, sitting next to Aelb, frowned, "Something's off, these zombies seem to be heading in one direction." Without hesitation, Aelb turned the steering wheel and followed the zombies' path. Leaving the base to search for survivors was like looking for a needle in a haystack. They couldn't afford to ignore even the slightest anomaly. The car sped forward, with more and more zombies gathering in large groups, forming an impressive spectacle. The attacks on the car driving into the zombie crowd increased dramatically, like a shower of rain, making it difficult for Aelb and the others to move. Aelb's abilities surged around him, and the heads of the zombies on either side exploded simultaneously. They collapsed, losing their ability to move. Palmer glanced over, somewhat surprised. "Captain, your skills have improved again?" Aelb gave a light hum. "I had a breakthrough just a couple of days ago." His movements paused for a moment, focusing his gaze. When he spoke again, his tone lifted. "Look at that." Palmer followed Aelb's pointing direction and saw a pale-skinned figure standing there by an abandoned residential building. Under the moonlight, the little girl seemed to be glowing. She was quickly pushing open the window in front of her, stepping aside. Not long after, Adley grabbed a shadowy figure and threw it out of the window. "Holy *T. Palmer witnessed this scene entirely, exclaiming aloud. It was unclear whether the joy of finding the 2 people or the shock of the scene before him was greater. Aelb remained silent, stepping on the gas pedal, accelerating the car as he charged forward. Chapter 24, Meeting. Ever since Adley threw out the girl who had turned into a zombie, the atmosphere in the room plummeted to freezing point. Adley's gaze scanned over everyone coldly. "Is there anyone else among you who has been bitten by a zombie? Step forward." The girls exchanged worried glances and shook their heads frantically. In particular, the girl who had just been sleeping next to the infected girl stood pale-faced, biting her lip as she shook her head violently. Just then, when everyone was letting their guard down, the girl in the corner suddenly began to move stiffly. Her movements drew the attention of the surrounding girls. The young woman's eyes were bloodshot red, and she made hoarse sounds from her throat, writhing toward Malia with an attack. Startled, Malia tried to get up and dodge, but the person beside her gripped her tightly. She heard Krista's sharp scream in her ear. Krista pulled Malia, watching in terror as the companion lunged at them. Malia couldn't move, locked in place. With sharp nails and an open mouth just before her eyes, Malia gritted her teeth, trying to summon what little spiritual power she had left. Adley's attention was on the door, not expecting the sudden change. She couldn't reach Malia in time. At this critical moment, Laura, seated among the crowd, pulled out her iron bar and thrust it fiercely toward the girl's chest. Her movements were clumsy, but the ferocity in her eyes was terrifying. Taking advantage of the opening, Malia broke free from Krista's grip and ran toward the window where Adley stood. The zombie girl, with an iron bar protruding from her chest, still lunged at Malia without changing expression. In a swift motion, Adley rammed the iron bar into the girl's temple, piercing through flesh and bone, halting her action. Malia stood by the window, which she had already opened. The moans of zombies echoed continuously below. Adley lifted the girl and hurled her out the window in one fluid motion. No one even reacted before the zombie girl met her end amidst the hungry zombies outside. With a dull thud, the newly turned zombie girl was instantly devoured by the ravenous horde below. Zombies lacked reason, only hunger. When starving, they would even harm their own kind. Malia still stood by the window, her gaze fixed on something downstairs. She tugged at the corner of Adley's clothing and pointed downward. "There's a car light over there." Adley followed Malia's direction and saw 2 or 3 vehicles' headlights moving toward them through the swarm of zombies. Frowning, Adley cautiously pulled Malia back and shut the window firmly. Ignoring the complex expressions on the other girls' faces, Adley knew they didn't have time for processing such emotions in this crisis. "Prepare yourselves, someone's coming." Adley's voice was chilly. She picked up another iron pipe, guarding by the window while observing the newcomer's actions cautiously. The girls grew tense, lifting their weapons defensively, listening intently to the sounds outside. In just half a day, they seemed to have gotten used to the constant moans of zombies. Laura, gripping a metal pipe, stood grim-faced. Even though she had killed 2 zombies with Adley, this experience was different. Laura vividly remembered the moment her iron bar punctured the girl's abdomen, with fresh blood dripping hot onto the pipe, almost as if she could feel its warmth through her hands, making her nearly lose her grip on the weapon. She knew that girl, having shared hardships just moments ago. Her hand trembled slightly, steadying herself by holding her wrist. "Adley, Guyue," Dixon shouted through the partially open car window. Aelb covered his ears, slapping Dixon's head. "Stop shouting, they can't hear you." Dixon, hit against the car door, sat quietly. He looked at the window where Malia was, stretching out a hand to use his power, sending flames towards the surrounding zombies. "Adley should recognize me from the moves." Since meeting Malia and Adley, the atmosphere between Aelb and Dixon had noticeably relaxed. Aelb soon reached the ground floor, seeing Malia leaning out of the window looking down. As Dixon peeked out, he caught her eye. Dixon smiled at Malia, blinking and shouting boldly, "Guyue, Big Brother is here to pick you up." To their surprise, Malia quickly withdrew her head, and Adley poked hers out instead. "Hurry up and come up, there are 4 other girls here." Dixon also put away his playful look and cooperated with the team members behind him, rushing into the residential building. Dixon and Hugh took the lead, while Aaron and Aelb covered the rear. The team synergy was seamless, and it didn't take long for them to reach the upper floors where they met up with Malia and Adley. The moment they saw each other, Malia's gaze fixed on Aelb. He looked slightly worn out, his stubble unevenly grown, looking even more disheveled than she did. Aelb's eyes also rested on Malia. His gaze was deep and his expression visibly moved. Malia watched as Aelb approached her, contemplating how to express concern for this meal ticket to show her friendly friendship. Meal ticket slapped the forehead of Saint Dow Fraser. "Malia," his voice was somewhat hoarse as he began to lecture, "don't ever run off recklessly again." The corners of Malia's mouth twitched. If not for the fact that her gerund was currently unusable, the meal ticket in front of her would already be dead. The next second, Malia was pulled into a very warm embrace. Rough stubble rubbed against her delicate shoulder and neck, causing Malia to involuntarily shrink her neck. His raspy voice sounded in her ear, "I was very worried about you." Malia felt her ears burning slightly, the warmth spreading until she thought she was on fire. She hummed softly and hugged Aelb back. She had missed him too. The rest of the team gathered around, asking Malia with concern what had happened these past few days. Malia was surrounded by them, watching as her smooth hair got tousled into a bird's nest. Amidst all this warmth, only Aaron stood quietly to one side, glancing at Malia and Adley before letting out a soft breath. Turning to guard by the door, the corners of his lips curved, dispelling the gloom from his brows over the past few days. Whenever any remaining zombies tried to bite or lunge at them, they were frozen into ice sculptures. Chapter 25, The Sincere Little Shoe. The Falcon team members moved swiftly, clearing the zombies around them while escorting the girls down from the residential building. They drove back to the base in a steady stream of vehicles. Malia replaced Sean, sitting next to Aelb, while he sat in the back seat. Throughout the journey, he kept asking Malia if she was cold, hungry, or needed rest. "Guyue, are you hungry? You look thinner. Guyue, do you want to take a nap? It's cold at night, Guyue. Cover yourself with a blanket." Malia became annoyed by the continuous questioning and pouted, turning to glare at him. "You." Before she could finish her sentence, she noticed red bloodshot eyes and his clearly poor state, yet he managed a forced smile when their eyes met. Sean swallowed his remaining words. Her pouting face relaxed, and her initial fiery tone softened considerably. "You, rest for a bit yourself." Upon hearing this, Sean paused slightly, then dramatically wiped away non-existent tears with a fatherly expression of gratitude. "Only Guyue cares about me." In the front seat, Malia opened and closed her lips several times but ultimately didn't utter a single word, turning away from Sean. Aelb's lips curled into a smile, occasionally glancing sideways at the young girl beside him, feeling more grounded. With everyone present, the atmosphere within the Falcon team was very light-hearted as they returned to the base, laughing and chatting along the way. After arriving at the base, the team helped the girls out of the vehicle and let them leave on their own. Laura approached Malia and Adley. Compared to the first time they met, Laura now carried a serene demeanor. She hugged Adley and whispered her thanks into her ear. Then she walked up to Malia, who still bore a wound across half her cheek, yet her expression was exceptionally gentle. Malia looked at her, puzzled. She and Laura barely interacted before, except for the one time when Laura defended her from Sherman's attack. Laura smiled at Malia and embraced her warmly. Laura's voice was particularly gentle, carrying an emotion that only someone close could understand. Goodbye. Laura knew her actions seemed abrupt, but she just wanted to hug her once. The girl in front of her exuded a sense of tranquility and beauty. During those dark days, merely looking at her gave her hope to become such a beautiful person herself. Her action was swift, the embrace brief. In the next moment, Laura turned and left with Sherman. Her posture remained straight, exuding strength as she disappeared into the darkness without looking back. As soon as Laura left, Krista was left alone, yet she showed no intention of leaving. Krista stood next to Marvin, her timid eyes constantly observing the others in the team, shrinking into herself nervously. Adley's gaze fixed on her, her eyes slowly deepening. Krista, go now, she ordered. Krista, faced with Adley's warning gaze, involuntarily shrank back, trembling and clutching her fists tightly. I don't have a home. Krista lowered her head, her thin shoulders shaking, even her voice trembled. I have nowhere to go. Seeing this frail and fearful girl, Marvin felt pity. On the road earlier, he had already learned her background through casual conversation. Her parents had died early, leaving her all alone, facing life's hardships. Marvin stepped forward to shield her. Adley, she is also pitiful. Turning to Krista, he lowered his voice. Why don't you stay with me tonight? Krista glanced cautiously at Adley and nodded shyly. Seeing Malia lacking energy, Aelb bid farewell to the others and led her back. The return trip was silent, and Aelb rarely rubbed Malia's head. Sean was so enthusiastic today because he feels genuinely guilty, Aelb said, hands in his pockets, walking leisurely alongside her. Malia nodded, kicking a stone aside with her foot. I know, but it wasn't really his fault. At this moment, the mercy appeared mysterious. He feels sorry for me and wants to make up for it. Aelb smiled, raising an eyebrow. This little girl understands quite well. The mercy pursed her lips, not bothering to argue further. Aelb chuckled softly, hands clasped behind his head, and exhaled a long breath. You sure give me quite a headache. From now on, I should tie you to my belt to avoid this kind of situation again. Malia felt her long-term meal ticket was getting a bit cocky. Mercy punched Aelb's arm with a sulky fist. The soft little punch didn't hurt Aelb but made Malia feel awkward herself. Mercy rubbed her tiny fist, reflecting solemnly with a serious little face. Do we have any more crystals? Aelb flipped his palm, revealing a greyish-white crystal in his hand. He handed the crystal to Malia, saying, the rest are at home. Malia grabbed the crystal, tugging at Aelb's sleeve to speed up their pace. Let's go home quickly then. Aelb let Malia pull him forward, a smile curling at the corner of his lips. He softly agreed, all right, let's go home. Meanwhile, Marvin led Krista into their apartment and switched on the lights. Krista looked around the ordinary apartment, her expression a mix of surprise and discomfort. Marvin felt a pang of sympathy for this girl who had always curled in on herself. Her exposed skin bore countless scars and bruises. It was hard to imagine the horrors she had endured. Marvin had always been gentle with Krista, guiding her into the guest room and making all the necessary arrangements for her. Sitting on the soft bed, Krista gently traced her fingers over the bedding, her face still showing an air of unreality. Her parents had indeed left early, leaving her fragmented memories of them amidst a broken life. The Krista from before never imagined she would ever experience such a good life, no more beatings from men, no more irregular meals or struggles. The bed here was warm, and the food was delicious. Desire spread in her eyes as Krista lay down on the bed, warmth enveloping her. She closed her eyes and sighed deeply. She, Krista, would hold on to everything before her tightly. When she opened her eyes again, there was determination in her gaze. Chapter 26, Mutant Plants. Early the next morning, Alizi was awakened by Sean's knocking at the door. The Ziva, having exhausted her spiritual power, now desperately needed sleep to regain her strength. However, there were always some inconsiderate people who came calling. The Ziva got up irritably and looked towards the banging door with a resentful gaze. She had barely reached the living room when Aelb opened the door and kicked Sean's butt. Are you crazy this early in the morning? His eyes still showed signs of exhaustion. As the captain of the Falcon squad within the base, he was very fond of sleeping in. And the person standing before him with a smile on his face, holding 2 bags of steaming breakfast, was the culprit disturbing his peace. Sean didn't get angry even after being kicked. He chuckled and bypassed Aelb, entering the room. Seeing Alizi, he called her over while enduring the Ziva's resentful look and pulled her to the table. Guyue, I brought you breakfast. Sean's expression was very solicitous, almost ready to feed the breakfast into Alizi's mouth with chopsticks. Alizi and Aelb exchanged glances, both seeing helplessness in each other's eyes. With Sean's overly attentive attitude, they would likely have to endure this for a few days. The three sat at the table eating breakfast, during which Sean didn't stop talking for a moment. He recounted the events at the base over the past few days and the embarrassing incidents involving squad members, spilling everything to Alizi like beans falling out of a bag. The Ziva maintained a serious expression as she chewed on her breakfast, nodding absent-mindedly to Sean's words while slipping into a meditative state. By the way, I haven't been to the garden for 2 days. This morning when I went to check, the sprout was already as tall as a hand, Sean said with surprise on his face. I didn't expect it to grow so fast. Alizi paused, recalling the spiritual power she had injected into the seedling. Her eyes flickered as she pondered the connection between spiritual power and mutation. Sean didn't say much more about the young sprout and quickly shifted to another topic. Suddenly, a cry came from downstairs. It's a mutant plant. The cry echoed like thunder, startling numerous psychics. The three at the dining table exchanged glances, stopping what they were doing and rushing to the window. They saw the familiar location and the same scene. Countless psychics opened their windows and looked down into Sean's courtyard. The small courtyard, which had recently undergone numerous energy infusions, now sported newly tilled soil. Amidst this ground, a flower half as tall as a person had sprouted. The flower had a cluster of tiny sharp teeth around its pistil, emitting a faint clicking sound as its jaws opened and closed. The flower continued to swell and seemed ready to emerge from the ground entirely. In no time, it grew to the height of a building. Sean stood with his jaw dropped, stunned and at a loss. Is this a Venus flytrap? Aelb frowned deeply. This mutant plant is not right. Aelb opened the window and nimbly descended along the water pipe. Despite the danger, he handled it with ease. Having fought mutant plants countless times, Aelb acutely sensed the difference in this plant. It appeared unusually active, as if it had developed some level of thinking ability. This alarmed Aelb, and he activated his psychic power, aiming an attack at the plant's roots. The root area was the weakest point of the plant. The giant leaves of the Venus flytrap blocked Aelb's black energy ball while opening its maw, trying to swallow Aelb. Though Aelb's attack was obstructed, the black ball still scorched the leaf, leaving 2 large holes. The Venus flytrap seemed enraged by Aelb's actions. It swung its stems and leaves faster and faster, attacking Aelb directly. In a flash, a crimson light shot down from above as Sean's psychic fire faded. He joined Aelb, maintaining a serious demeanor as they fought the mutant Venus flytrap together. Alize, reminded by Sean to protect herself, observed the scene downstairs from the windowsill alone. The Ziva frowned, her thoughts swirling. This Venus flytrap had appeared in Sean's courtyard, where only one plant had been planted among the scorched earth. Numerous scenes flashed through Alize's mind, from injecting spiritual power into the seedling to the enormous mutant Venus flytrap before her. Those climbing up the pipes at night, zombies licking the bloodstains on the ground beneath the residential building. The Ziva felt she had discovered something significant. Spiritual power, psychic abilities, mutation. These 3 elements seemed intricately connected. Malia felt her mind in turmoil, as if she had lifted a corner of the veil over the chaotic world, yet at the same time, she seemed to be more entangled in confusion. The battle downstairs was especially intense, with more and more psychics joining the fray. Mutant plants were already among the hardest creatures to deal with, let alone this one that was unusually active. The psychics marveled as they noticed that this mutant Venus flytrap seemed to have developed human-like awareness. Occasionally it would dodge their attacks proactively, and even take advantage of the chaos to attack isolated psychics. This mutant Venus flytrap continued to grow rapidly, its branches and leaves lush. It could vaguely be identified as having once been a rose bush. Now, the stem bore countless red flowers between its emerald green leaves, with sharp, serrated edges around the pistils that made a grinding sound, sending shivers down people's spines. Up high, Malia watched the battle below. Down low, the Venus flytrap kept growing taller. The topmost bud had never bloomed. It disregarded the fierce battle beneath it and strained to grow upwards, as if driven by some inner mission. At the bottom, over a dozen psychics gathered, shouting instructions to each other, coordinating their efforts. Countless abilities amassed in the air, attacking the base of the mutant Venus flytrap from all directions. The stark contrast between the top and bottom made the scene appear bizarre and abnormal. Malia also noticed the topmost bud. Its growth was incredibly fast, almost reaching her window. She withdrew her body from the windowsill. She was no match for these mutant plants now. The Ziva wisely sealed the windows. Let professionals handle professional matters. Malia obediently returned to her small room, taking one last glance out the window before firmly closing the door. The battle downstairs remained fierce. Aelb seized an opportunity, exchanged a meaningful look with Sean, and began accumulating psychic power in his hands. He slashed through the surrounding branches and leaves, charging toward the very base of the mutant Venus flytrap. The Venus flytrap seemed to perceive his intent and struggled fiercely, waving its branches and flowers to block him. Sean trailed behind, leaving a long trail of fire, protecting Aelb. Finally, after a deafening roar, the mutant plant ceased growing. Aelb emerged covered in slime. Behind him, the massive mutant Venus flytrap slowly collapsed. In their joy of killing the Venus flytrap, no one noticed that the topmost bud slowly opened. The beautifully eerie rose fell to the ground, crushed into mud by the falling branches. Chapter 27 The Commander's Conditions. Brother Song, are you okay? Palmer wiped the sweat off his forehead and stood beside Aelb. Malia, who was up high, heard the loud noise outside and cautiously peeked out from the window, meeting Aelb's eyes as she looked down. Aelb saw a small head poking out from the familiar windowsill and wiped the slime that had stuck to his cheek. Malia noticed the giant plant lying sideways and knew they had taken care of the mutated plant. She ran down in her pink fluffy rabbit head slippers. By the time she reached Aelb, he had cleaned the slime off his face and greeted her with a smile, raising his hand to pat the little girl's head. Just as his hand touched Malia's head, a pair of handcuffs clamped around Aelb's wrists. Hearing the click of the lock, Malia looked up and saw the cold metal handcuffs on Aelb's wrists. Confused, she turned to look at the patrolman holding Aelb. What are you doing? The patrolman had an icy expression, glancing behind him. Another patrolman stepped forward and locked Malia's wrists as well. The first patrolman met Aelb's gaze. All members of the Falcon team are suspected of bringing zombies and mutant plants into the base. We are arresting you now, please cooperate. Aelb frowned and glanced at the handcuffs on Malia's wrists. Her pale skin and slender wrists made it seem like any slight force would break them under the metallic handcuffs. Yet, the girl seemed unaware of this danger, curiously touching the cuffs. The patrolman appeared unusually gentle towards the girl, not pushing her away, but guiding her into the patrol vehicle. Palmer also had his hands cuffed behind his back and protested to the patrolman restraining him. Why are you cuffing me? What did I do wrong? The patrolman remained emotionless. Your team is suspected of bringing zombies and mutant plants into the base. Please cooperate. The discussions among the patrolmen drew murmurs from surrounding psychics. These psychics began to cast suspicious glances their way. Honestly, everything started getting chaotic after they returned. The zombies in Palmer's garden were just days ago. Today's mutant plant must be connected to their team. They're trying to kill everyone here. The whispers grew louder, solidifying what they perceived as the truth. As if unveiling a secret, within half a day, almost everyone in the base knew they were responsible for the recent zombie incidents. Meanwhile, the involved parties had been brought to the underground level 3 of the central building. It was chilly and lined with long corridors filled with square iron doors emitting electric currents. This was Wuhan Base's temporary detention center. Malia and others were separated into different cells, overseen by a burly 2-meter-tall man with a beard. He stared fiercely at the new arrivals, tapping his baton and booming, "You psychics, behave yourselves. Don't even think about escaping. Any psychic activity detected inside the cells will instantly turn you into mincemeat. Be careful." Malia was pushed into a solitary cell with solid walls and a wooden bed in the corner. Only a single light bulb hung from the ceiling. She rotated her sore wrists, sat on the bed, crossed her legs, and began meditating to cultivate her chi. Saint Dow Fraser needed meditation to clear his mind. Unlike his teammates, Aelb was led by the patrolman to a large room atop the psychic base. This was the commander's office. Commander Bolivar sat calmly by the tea table, leisurely brewing tea. He placed a cup opposite Aelb and beckoned, "Little Kai, you're here." Seeing Bolivar, Aelb's expression softened slightly. He greeted softly and sat opposite Bolivar. "Commander, we didn't bring the zombies or mutant plants into the base." Aelb pressed his lips together, frowning. Just as he finished speaking, Bolivar waved his hand at Aelb with a face full of earnestness. "Little Kai, I really believe in you, but this incident affects more than just me." Bolivar's clouded eyes met Aelb's gaze, and he let out a long sigh. The appearance of the zombies has already put everyone in the base on edge. He patted his knees. "I wonder how long these old bones of mine can hold up." Aelb frowned and stopped Bolivar. "Commander." Bolivar chuckled softly, stood up, and paced a couple of steps with his hands behind his back. "Aelb, although you're not my grandson, you're the most promising young man I've seen." He pursed his lips, turned around, and tapped Aelb, his voice unusually weathered. "I know these old bones are about to give out. The future of Wuhan Base will depend on you." Aelb understood what Bolivar was implying. He wanted to hand over Wuhan Base to him. Aelb stood up, but before he could refuse, Bolivar's next words stopped him cold. "Aelb, what do you think of my granddaughter, Janice?" Bolivar looked at Aelb. "This base is under the Yi family name. In terms of reputation, ability, and years of influence, only the Yi family can stabilize the entire Wuhan Base." Bolivar gripped Aelb's arm, his gaze aged yet hopeful like an elderly man at dusk. Aelb pulled his hand away from Bolivar's grasp, his expression tightening as he said solemnly, "Sorry, Commander. Don't rush to refuse. Just meet Janice once, and I'll release your team members." Bolivar hurriedly interrupted, offering his bargain. Aelb's gaze grew dangerous. He narrowed his eyes at the old man in front of him, the warning in his eyes unmistakable. Bolivar caught his meaning and promised, "Don't worry, I won't harm your friends." Deep down in level 3, the Falcon team members had no idea they were being used as leverage. Each one was experiencing their first detention, poking around curiously, as if trying to fully understand the layout of the place. Chapter 28, Heavenly Dow's Balance. Alessio had been observing these newcomers on the monitors for 2 hours already. He was certain that while these people might not be responsible for the zombies in the base, they were definitely all crazy. None of them appeared to be normal. Palmer and Adley had looked around with bright eyes as if they were in a vault, not a detention center. Aaron had leaned against the door like a statue, never moving. Marvin paced back and forth, frowning deeply, muttering to himself. No one knew what he was mumbling about. Brant jogged back and forth in the empty room while Hugh started physical training by flexing his muscles. The most peculiar was this ordinary girl Malia, who was merely an ordinary person in their squad, appearing completely harmless both inside and out. Upon entering the room, she kicked off her pink bunny-head slippers and sat cross-legged on the bed, unmoving. For 2 hours now, she had been sitting there like an ancient monk meditating. Cursed under his breath, frustrated at wasting time on these lunatics, and turned away without hesitation. Malia adapted well to this confined, silent little room. As Saint Blade Supreme, she practiced the Tao, sometimes retreating for centuries at a time. Much of her past life was spent in similar small rooms. Malia's consciousness sank into her spiritual platform, where her true name blade slashing the sky floated above it. She gently touched the blade's body, which responded with a faint hum as if acknowledging its master's touch. This brought her into a profound state, one familiar to those who had once reached the peak of blade cultivation. This was a sign of impending breakthrough lightning tribulation. Knowing this, Malia felt especially astonished. Given the size of her spiritual platform, she had cultivated up to the greater vehicle stage. The next step would be opening the heavenly gate, ascending the immortal stairs. But this sudden heavenly tribulation confused her. As Malia sensed this more strongly, thunderclouds began to gather outside. Over Wuhan base, dark clouds had loomed for 2 days now. Aelb walked along the street with his head down, recalling what Bolivar had told him earlier, looking serious. Janice, Bolivar's granddaughter. Aelb had met her a few times when he was young but had almost no impression of her now. He only remembered that she was a quiet child who seldom smiled. Rumble. Thunder rolled incessantly within the dark clouds as raindrops fell into the base, causing pedestrians to exclaim in alarm. Aelb hurried into the target restaurant, the meeting place set by Bolivar, one of the few large restaurants in the entire base. Following the seats, he saw that Janice was already seated. Undeniably, Janice was very beautiful with short hair, long legs, and a balanced figure. She had an open, approachable demeanor as she quietly sat there. Aelb pressed his lips together and sat opposite Janice. Janice appraised him openly as he approached, then gave a relaxed smile and nodded. "You're Aelb, right?" Aelb, whose brows remained furrowed, nodded to her. "Hello." Seemingly unaware of his coolness, Janice naturally called over a waiter to order dishes. She glanced at Aelb, resting her hands on the table, and asked with a smile, "You don't seem particularly enthusiastic about this meeting?" She asked directly, so Aelb answered straightforwardly. Meeting her smiling gaze, he got straight to the point. "Yes, I have someone I like." Janice raised an eyebrow and nodded understandingly. Rumble. Another roll of thunder echoed, with a streak of lightning flashing through the dark sky. The rain intensified, pelting down so hard it blinded the people running on the streets. Aelb glanced at the falling rain and lightning outside, feeling inexplicably uneasy. The waiter quickly served the meals, placing food before them in moments. Without changing her expression, Janice picked up her chopsticks and began enjoying her meal amid the increasingly frequent thunderclaps. She glanced at Aelb and said calmly, "To be honest, I'm surprised to see you here." Janice's words pulled Aelb's attention from the storm outside. She watched him, a slight smirk playing on her lips. "I thought you'd still be going your own way, like when you were a child." She raised an eyebrow at Aelb. "I heard you formed a team now. What are you getting at?" Aelb also picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of rice. Aelb indeed used to enjoy going his own way. However, he later met Palmer and the others, and this group of unconventional people came together, becoming each other's steadfast partners. Janice put down her chopsticks, wiped her mouth with a napkin, and looked directly at Aelb with a composed and proper demeanor. "Let's talk about a deal." Rumble. The lightning outside the window flashed, illuminating Janice's smiling face, as well as Aelb who was frowning across from her. In the third basement level, Malia felt the pain all over her body once again. The air around her seemed to gradually thin out, giving her a faint sense that Heavenly Tao's balance was restraining her. It was as if this world instinctively rejected her, an outsider. She gritted her teeth, the veins on her temples standing out prominently against her pale skin. At some point, the Sanskrit chants she had heard in the basement sounded in her ears again. "All things have order, anomalies arise from differences." Malia endured such pain for 2 whole days, with this voice repeating constantly. She clenched her teeth, mobilizing the meager amount of spirit energy within her, pushing it along her meridians through the waves of pain. Finally, after one full circuit along her meridians, the chanting disappeared, and the pain in her body eased for a moment. Malia abruptly opened her eyes, sensing something as she lifted her gaze upward. This heavenly tribulation seemed like a restraint on her strength as an outsider. It would come as scheduled whenever she enhanced her power, serving as a test. Having endured this ordeal, Malia relaxed, lying limply on the bed. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, as if she had just been pulled out of water. The meridians in her body became unobstructed, much like the relief one feels after years of sinusitis being cured. Sheaving a sigh of relief, Malia closed her eyes. With so much energy spent, her mind grew somewhat drowsy, gradually sinking into slumber. She fell asleep, but the turmoil in the base did not cease. Chapter 29 Illness. "Alessio, that girl has fainted." The staff in front of the surveillance monitor reported urgently. "She looks very unwell." The bearded director hurried over to the monitor and saw Malia, who had been sitting on the bed all along, now lying unconscious with a flushed face and tightly closed eyes, unmoving. His heart was instantly filled with unease, and he immediately sent someone to check on Malia in her cell. As the guard soldiers were just about to reach the door, they encountered Janice, who had just arrived at level 3 underground. Janice, although the granddaughter of the base commander, had not participated in any high-level activities of the base these past few years. Nor had she joined any psychic teams, living a solitary life. No one knew what she was up to. "So anxious. Where are you heading?" Janice leaned casually against the wall, arms crossed. Janice was friends with the bearded director of the detention center, and the soldiers there were quite familiar with her. One soldier nodded at Janice. "A member of Falcon Team is not feeling well. It seems like they're sick. We are going to check on them." Hearing the name Falcon Team, Janice raised an eyebrow, straightened up, and followed behind the soldier. "We can't waste time. Which member is ill?" The soldier answered honestly. "It's the logistics girl from their team. She suddenly fainted, and it looks like she has a fever." "The logistics girl," Janice repeated thoughtfully, her tone slow and intriguing. "Malia." The soldier turned back, puzzled. "Do you know her?" Janice snorted and shook her head. "I don't, but my old man knows her." The soldier remained silent. Probably only Janice could call the base commander old man. Bolivar had given Janice all of Aelb's information when sending her to meet him, including all members of his team. Among them, this young lady named Malia was likely the most emphasized. Her information was exceptionally sparse, yet every move she made after arriving at the base was meticulously recorded. Janice followed closely behind the soldiers as they arrived at Malia's cell. Layers of locks were unlocked, and the detention cell doors were pushed open. At the moment the door opened, a thunderclap exploded in the sky above the base, startling many people. Following the soldiers inside, Janice saw the young girl lying sideways on the bed. Malia's eyes were tightly shut, her brows knitted together as if in pain. Janice clicked her tongue softly, gazing at the frail figure on the bed, remarking, "She's really beautiful." The pale-skinned girl lay on the hard bed, her black hair spread out, making her look even more innocent and vulnerable. Dressed in a light pink rabbit pajama set, she was covered in sweat, her cheeks flushed, her lips cracked, and her cherry-like mouth slightly parted. A soldier moved to check Malia's temperature but was preempted by Janice. Sidestepping, Janice approached Malia, bending down to place her slender fingers on Malia's forehead. Instantly, the burning heat traveled up her fingertips. Surprised, Janice turned to frown at the soldiers. "You only noticed she was this sick now?" The soldiers exchanged confused glances. Looking at the bedridden girl, Janice saw her head tilted to the side, exposing a delicate and pale neck. With a sigh, Janice bent down and gently lifted the girl into her arms. Despite looking slim, Janice had considerable strength. Her hands slid under Malia's neck and knees, effortlessly lifting her. "I'll take her for treatment first, and I'll report to your director later." Janice winked at the soldiers before turning away briskly. The bearded director, watching everything on the monitor, sighed deeply, leaning heavily back in his chair. He waved his hand. "Let her go." Janice returned to her apartment, having moved out of the Yi family residence since adulthood. The base not only had fixed psychic teams but also many temporary groups. Janice often mingled among such teams, leading a rather carefree life. Malia felt as if she had experienced a long dream. In her dream, strange and chaotic scenes flashed by. Sometimes she saw the Holy Dao Emperor slashing through a battle between immortals and demons, sometimes zombies with red eyes lunged at her, and a pitiful beginner Dao cultivator couldn't avoid being bitten. She woke up abruptly. Malia's head throbbed painfully, and she gasped for breath. Beside her, an unfamiliar female voice said, "Awake?" She turned her gaze in the direction of the voice and saw a woman she had never met before, sitting at the bedside, playing with a small, exquisite dagger. Malia moved slightly away from the woman and asked, "Who are you?" The little girl's eyes were unusually clear. Due to the severe illness, her hair clung tightly to her face, making her look like a lily adorned with morning dew. Janice whistled softly in her heart. She sheathed the dagger, poured a cup of lukewarm water from the flask on the table, and playfully blinked at Malia. "Wet your throat first." Only then did Malia realize how dry her throat was, causing her voice to sound hoarse when she spoke. She took the cup of water from the woman's hand, glanced at Janice, thanked her softly, and sipped the water cautiously. "I'm Janice, and I'll be your partner for the next while." Janice smiled at Malia. 3 minutes ago, I notified Aelb, he should be here soon." As if on cue, a knock came from the door. Janice shrugged at Malia, then lazily got up and walked to the door. As soon as the door opened, Aelb ignored Janice and rushed straight into the guest room. Janice's mouth twitched, and she followed Aelb inside. Just as they reached the doorway, they saw Aelb checking the little girl's forehead, frowning deeply as he gently tapped her head. "Why didn't you call for help when you had a fever? Usually so smart, but now you can't use your brain properly." Holy Sabre Emperor slapped away Aelb's restless hand. With a serious expression, she corrected Aelb firmly, "No tapping the head." Aelb, meeting Malia's accusing gaze, couldn't resist messing up her hair again. He only stopped when she was thoroughly tousled, satisfied with the mess he had created, smiling broadly. Malia pursed her lips, glaring at Aelb angrily, threw off the blanket, got out of bed with a puffed-up face, and headed straight for the bathroom. She carefully smoothed her hair while facing the mirror, mentally scolding Aelb. These yokels in this world always tried to ruin the image of the peak saber cultivator Holy Sabre Emperor. Didn't she have any pride? Seeing Malia grooming herself in the bathroom made both people in the room smile. Leaning against the door, Janice raised her chin at Aelb. "So, should we bring her on this mission?" Aelb, who had just relaxed, pursed his lips and finally nodded. "I don't feel at ease leaving her alone in the base." Chapter 30, The One You Like. Once at a restaurant, Aelb and Janice had struck a deal. Janice would deal with Bolivar to safely bring her companions back. In return, Aelb needed to assist her in collecting heavy metal ores outside the base. While Malia listened to Aelb's explanation, she looked puzzled at Janice. "Why collect ores?" Janice smiled, and the dagger that Malia had seen before reappeared in her hand. A wave of energy surged on her palm, gradually deforming the dagger. "I am a metal-type anomaly user. As for these ores, I wonder if you know, the rate of gun possession among people in Wuhan base is much higher than in other bases." At this, even Aelb couldn't help but look up at Janice. "Have you been using your anomaly to manufacture firearms all along?" Janice nodded, fidgeting restlessly in her chair. "Compared to searching for supplies, I prefer manufacturing." Janice's lips curved into a meaningful smile. The need for firearms may be greater than that of anomaly users. There was competition among ordinary people in the post-apocalypse, which was more intense than among anomaly users. Jacqueline didn't understand the reference to firearms, seeing the two exchange knowing glances, so she chose to remain silent. So this time, counting her, there are 7 people for the mission. Departure tomorrow morning. Remember to gather early at the base entrance, Janice said, pulling open the door with a smile, a clear gesture to see them off. Aelb and Malia descended from Janice's apartment building as Jacqueline withdrew into deep thought. But they hadn't walked 2 steps when a low call came from the shadowy corner, Guyue. Malia turned towards the voice and saw a thin, delicate figure standing there, eyes brimming with tears. It was none other than Krista, whom she'd met just a couple of days ago. Guyue, Captain Song, why are you here? Is Marvin all right? Krista wore casual clothes, and the wounds on her face and body were healing well. He will be safe, Aelb said tersely. Have you been staying at Marvin's place these days? Krista nodded, tears spilling down her cheeks. He arranged for me to stay there the day he was taken away. Krista hesitated to speak directly to Aelb, inching closer to Malia instead. Guyue, why did you come out early? Is everything okay now? Will Marvin be released soon? Her eyes were filled with hope and concern, genuinely worried about Marvin's safety. But Malia and Aelb couldn't give her an answer. Seeing their silence, Krista seemed to understand something and lowered her gaze, shielding her face with loose strands of hair to hide her quiet sobs. You're still busy, right? Then I'll go back first. After bidding them farewell, Krista turned and ran away. Malia watched her retreating back and sighed. Aelb, they'll be all right, won't they? Aelb's arm wrapped around Malia's shoulder, his tone firm. They will. Returning to Marvin's apartment, Krista wiped her tear-streaked face dry. Her expression visibly calmed the moment she closed the door. She looked at the empty room, then used a handkerchief to clean the corners of her eyes. Leisurely sitting on the sofa, she picked up the half-finished juice on the table and gulped it down. Her eyes shone with evident contentment. Before Marvin left, he had handed over all the family savings to Krista. Over these days, Krista had spent those savings freely, enjoying life immensely. A warm bed, ample food, the luxuries belonged solely to her now. Krista felt like she was living in a dream. Opening a wooden box on the table, she took out a small pistol, twirling it on her fingertips. Marvin had given her this pistol upon departure, repeatedly reminding her to use it for self-defense if necessary. Krista had lost count of how many times she had caressed its cold, hard exterior. Just one tiny shot could control another's fate. This knowledge made her love it all the more. So, Janice is your childhood sweetheart? Malia supported her chin, her clear eyes watching Aelb, summarizing what he had confessed about Janice. Aelb rebutted tersely, she isn't. I've never spoken to her before. But you've known each other since childhood, and the base leader even arranged a meeting between you two. Malia frowned, appearing somewhat troubled. Aelb, are you going to find yourself a wife? Aelb. He placed his hand on Malia's forehead, ruffling her hair as if venting frustration. Poor comprehension skills, yet quite the imagination, he remarked. Seeing Malia's face turning stern as she struggled, Aelb placed his hands on her shoulders. He met her furious eyes, his Adam's apple bobbing as he forced a smile at the corner of his lips. Brother doesn't like her. Brother already has someone he likes, so stop worrying unnecessarily. Jacqueline perked up her ears. How could she care about her tousled hair resembling a bird's nest? She leaned closer to Aelb, widening her eyes to look at him. Who is it? Aelb chuckled softly, turning Malia around by the shoulders and patting her back, concluding the topic without room for refusal. Go wash up and sleep. We have to wake up early tomorrow. He pushed Malia into her room and turned to go back to his own. Just as he was about to close the door, he found a small shadow trailing behind him. Malia's eyes sparkled brightly. She clung to the doorframe, persistently asking, who is it? Aelb pressed his index finger against Malia's forehead, pushing her back before unfeelingly shutting the door. Malia pouted, shaking her fist at Aelb's closed door, then turned back to her room, slamming it with a loud noise. That night, Malia tossed and turned, unable to fall asleep. Jacqueline felt a bit gloomy inside. Her long-term provider had said that he already liked someone. It was like the treasured sword accompanying her for a long time suddenly recognized another master, and she didn't even know who this new master was. Jacqueline felt hollow inside, turned over, tightened her blanket, and felt inexplicably angry at Aelb. That night, Malia cursed Aelb in her mind 800 times. The next morning, Malia had dark circles under her eyes and her eyes were swollen like 2 walnuts. Seeing her state, Aelb was somewhat astonished, handing her breakfast with concern. Didn't sleep well last night? Malia opened the packaging of her breakfast, staring at Aelb as she fiercely bit into the steamed bun. Aelb felt a chill run down his spine and no longer looked at Malia, eating faster. Chapter 31, Aelb's supernatural ability. When Aelb and Malia met up with others at the entrance of the base, the latter seldom talked to Aelb. Janice raised an eyebrow as she saw the two walking one after another. She looked at Aelb and said, well, did you have a fight? Malia stretched her neck and rebutted, no. Janice glanced at Malia and gave a low laugh, then led the two to the car. There were already 2 young men with similar appearances sitting inside the car. The man in the driver's seat was smoking with the window down, while the man in the passenger seat was cleaning a gun. The driver is called Chris, a spatial ability user. Janice patted the shoulder of the man in the passenger seat, and this one is called Gary, a mental ability user. Aelb took a few extra looks at Gary. Mental ability users were extremely rare, almost 1 in 10,000 among all ability users. This is Aelb, and this is Malia. Janice introduced both sides considerately. Gary and Chris were twins who looked very alike. The only difference was that Gary, as the younger brother, had a teardrop mole under his eye. Chris flicked his cigarette butt out of the window and squinted at Malia. Sissy, it's fine for Aelb, but you're taking an ordinary person out on a mission? Are you not afraid she'll get hurt? Janice laughed heartily, leaning against the car door, and looked at Aelb. I can't guarantee her safety, but there are others who will think for her. Gary was looking at Malia by the car door, and when their eyes met, Malia smiled at him friendly. Gary nodded awkwardly, looked away, with a slight redness on his ear tips. Janice went around to Chris for a light, then Aelb heard a loud shout from behind. Aelb, you're here too. Turning around, he saw Gannon waving at them from afar, along with Preston standing beside him. Aelb walked forward a few steps, with Malia following closely behind, leaving the car. Gary sat in the car, watching the two quietly. Janice leaned over the window of the driver's side, teasing Gary through the wide-open window. Juanja, fancying the little girl? Gary hurriedly turned back, shaking his head like a rattledrum. No, sissy, don't talk nonsense. Chris chuckled softly, looking at Janice. That little girl is really with Aelb now? Janice exhaled a smoke ring, also looking at the two's backs. Not yet. Aelb might have feelings for her, but the little girl hasn't realized it yet. She gestured towards Gary with her chin. Little brother, if you like her, go for it. Chris also looked over and patted Gary's head. Why are you timid? If you really like her, just do it. Janice also chimed in. If you really like her, Juanja, I can ask her later. Gary's ears flushed bright red, and he loudly denied, I don't. Aelb, I didn't expect we would be on the same mission. Gannon laughed, showing 8 big teeth. He glanced back at where Janice and the others were, with a forced smile. Sorry, my brother returned from a mission just this morning, so he woke up a bit late. Gannon put his hand on Preston's shoulder, introducing her to Aelb. Preston, whom you've met at the registration office before. Preston remained indifferent, nodding briefly at Aelb, then stood silently on the side, seemingly unconcerned about everything. After chatting a few sentences with Aelb, Gannon took Preston to find Janice. Aelb also brought Malia to another car. After they left, Preston turned around, gazing at Malia for a long time before forcing a smile and quickly catching up with Gannon. In total, there were 7 people, split into 2 cars. Janice squeezed into Aelb's car, sitting alone in the back seat, glancing between the driver and passenger. Malia was also sneaking peeks at Janice in the back seat. We set off to the north of the base, and in a barren rocky slope, there's a heavy metal mine I need. Janice held a map in her hand, studying it and outlining the next itinerary. The car started, and when passing over a suspension bridge, golden light flashed in Janice's hands, followed by a large group of zombies falling down whenever she made a move. Malia kept observing her secretly, amazed at how smoothly Janice handled her supernatural abilities, comparable to Aelb. Noticing Malia's gaze, Janice smiled. Guyue, keep peeking at me. Do you like me so much? Caught in the act, Saint Blade Heaven Lord felt embarrassed. Janice patted the seat beside her and invited generously. Want to come over and chat? Malia glanced at Aelb, seeing his straight-faced profile. Saint Blade Heaven Lord pursed her lips and abandoned him decisively. She reclined her seat and crawled into the back, successfully sitting beside Janice. Janice glanced at Aelb, who kept looking at the rearview mirror, then she affectionately embraced Malia. The little girl was soft and obedient, making her hug very comfortable. Janice couldn't resist pinching Malia's soft side waist, only stopping when the little girl tried to hide away. Her eyes were filled with laughter. Guyue, let's chat. What kind of men do you like? The Falcon team leader discreetly perked up his ears. Bro, is Janice really going to talk nonsense? Gary, in the other car, felt utterly defeated. Chris drove while comforting his brother a few words. Janice knows what she's doing. If she can actually get someone for you, wouldn't that be great? Gary. He almost forgot that both his brother and Janice didn't know how to be reserved. On the back seat, Gannon perked up, leaning forward to ask, what's happening? Young brother, do you want to break Aelb's heart? He patted Gary on the shoulder. Impressive, my friend. Bold enough. Gary remained silent. He was tired of saying no. Preston suddenly spoke up. Actually, I've been wondering for a long time, why does everyone in the base respect Aelb so much? Gannon leaned back into his seat, pondering for a moment before answering. This isn't exactly a secret. Aelb's team members all have strong abilities. They're always willing to help out with small tasks. Though many people are friendly with him because he's close to the base commander. But more importantly, it's because of his ability. Ability? Preston probed. Is his ability special? Chris took over. Black hole ability. Isn't that special? Black hole? Preston exclaimed in shock. Chris chuckled, hearing it for the first time, right? I've seen many people, but this is also the first time I've seen someone with such an ability. Shocked, Preston fell silent. His eyes narrowed as he looked through the windshield at the car in front. A black hole, what a great ability indeed. Chapter 32, The Mutated King of the Skies. What kind of person do you like? Malia furrowed her brows, perplexed. Janice and Aelb both surreptitiously watched her, waiting for her answer. Malia sat up straight, her expression serious. I have a knife. She looked at Janice, who was puzzled. I love it very much. It has accompanied me for many years. If it were a person, I would also like someone like that. A cultivator's life is long, and on the path to enlightenment, few can truly accompany them. A peak Daoist blade cultivator has lived over a century, witnessing the changes of time. Her parents and elder brother who raised her were long gone, her master who guided her on the path had ascended to heaven, and from start to finish, only Jeren remained with her. Even when she found herself alone in this strange world, Jeren never left her side. Janice nodded solemnly, lost in thought. The corner of Aelb's mouth couldn't help but curve upward as he drove, his movements becoming lighter and quicker. They safely drove away from the abandoned urban area where zombies gathered. With the apocalypse came mutations among flora and fauna. Humans' greatest enemy has never been other humans. For psychics, turned humans were never the most formidable adversaries, only those mutated creatures from nature posed real threats. Traveling northward, they left the desolate city and entered the desert gravel beach. As night fell, they had no choice but to stop and rest. As the team's logistics specialist, Malia took the initiative to cook dinner. Over on the side, Chris and Janice whispered to each other for quite some time before separating tacitly. Chris approached Aelb, draped his arm around him, and laughed heartily. Let's check if there's any danger around us. While the two left, Janice wheeled Gary forward, forcefully placing him beside Malia. Guyue, I've found you a helper. Don't hesitate to ask anything of him. Janice smiled brightly, winking at the two before quickly walking away. Gary didn't manage to hold back Janice and awkwardly stood beside Malia. Malia looked up at him and greeted first. Hello, my name is Malia. Gary's ears turned slightly red as he shyly smiled. Hello, I'm Gary. Continuing her work, she nodded at Gary. You're a psychic ability user. What abilities do you have? Malia was somewhat curious. Gradually relaxing, Gary looked at the ingredients on the table, manipulating them into the bucket. My abilities aren't very strong. I can move nearby objects and explore the surroundings. Gary squatted by the bucket and began washing vegetables, adding, I'm pretty good at locating metals in caves. Malia smiled. Do you often hang out with Janice? Not really often, just completed a few missions together. Gary thought for a moment, but he is quite familiar with my brother. Without looking up, Malia spoke as if casually, then do you know how familiar Aelb is with Janice? Gary shook his head blankly. I don't know. This is my first time meeting Aelb. Malia nodded, her chopping sound growing more cheerful. The frustration that had built up overnight gradually dissipated. However, Gary fell into deep thought. Why would Malia suddenly ask about the relationship between Aelb and Janice? Did this hint at something unspoken between them? A warning bell rang in Gary's mind as he stopped washing vegetables. If Janice followed Aelb, what would happen to his brother? He frowned and glanced at Chris, who had gone off with Aelb, then wiped his hands and hurried after them. Malia looked at his retreating figure, puzzled. People in this small world were still so odd. Lily. Suddenly, an unusual screech echoed through the sky. Everyone looked up to see a giant vulture hovering above. Its body was significantly larger than an ordinary vulture, casting a shadow when its wings spread wide. Mutated vulture. How did a bird mutate into a beast? Gary shouted in shock, his expression panicking as he backed away while staring at the vulture in the sky. Chris and Aelb also gazed skyward, frowning deeply. Black light flickered in Aelb's hand, and Chris retrieved a fire gun from his storage space, ready to face the threat. Psychic abilities couldn't afford any mistakes. Years into the apocalypse, the sky had remained relatively peaceful until this first appearance of a mutated vulture increased everyone's sense of impending danger. The vulture in the sky seemed to have noticed them, circling persistently without leaving. Blowing away her surrounding spiritual energy, Malia also looked up at the sky, deep in thought. The vulture let out two more shrill cries, its speed quickening as it swooped down lower, casting a huge shadow over them. The mutated king of the skies brought an overwhelming presence that made the psychics below hold their breath, their gazes fixated on the vulture in the sky. The surrounding area became eerily quiet. Lily. The vulture let out two more cries before flying higher and leaving the area where Malia and the others were. Not until they lost sight of it did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. Gary watched the direction in which the vulture flew away, his lips trembling slightly. This area belongs to the territory of mutated vultures. We must be even more careful from now on. Mutated animals had a much stronger territorial sense than before. Whether in the sky, on the ground, or in the sea, these powerful creatures had established their own territories. Malia gazed into the distance, watching the departing vulture, then looked down at her palm. It seemed that the spiritual energy she used was favored by these mutated plants and animals. Before she could fully protect herself, it was best not to use her abilities recklessly. After weighing the pros and cons, Malia made a tough decision. She transferred all the accumulated spiritual energy into Jeren. Her named blade Jeren was forged with her spiritual energy and naturally required her spiritual energy to cultivate. Jeren received the abundant spiritual energy, emitting a delighted hum, its elegant body flashing with dark blue fluorescence, captivating one's eyes. Depleted of her spiritual energy, Malia staggered slightly. The temporary absence of spiritual energy caused her ears to ring momentarily. Shaking her head, Malia concealed her abnormal condition. Everyone's attention was still on the mutated vulture that had been soaring in the sky, except for Aelb, who silently watched Malia. Chapter 33 An Unexpected Incident. After a thorough sweep around, the group quickly returned with quite a few crystal cores. Malia served everyone an abundant feast. Sage Blade Fraser's culinary skills were remarkable, immediately winning the praise and favor of these psychics. After enjoying a sumptuous meal, the group returned to their vehicles to rest. Gary pulled Janice aside and insisted on exchanging vehicles, earning a few stealthy thumbs up from those behind them. He kept giving Malia, who was standing beside Aelb, intense glances. Janice took it as Gary finally getting some sense and gave him an ambiguous look before nimbly going to Chris's car. Malia and Aelb, completely oblivious to the undercurrents among these people, were wrapped in small blankets chatting idly in their vehicle. Aelb handed over all the crystal cores he obtained during the sweep to Malia. Hold on to them. He glanced out the window and lowered his voice, but be careful in front of them. Malia was quite pleased with this breadwinner's self-awareness and happily held the crystal cores, retreating into her blanket, feeling around inside and picking out 2 in her palm. Just as she absorbed the 2 crystal cores, Gary opened the rear door and climbed in. With a bashful smile, he looked at the 2 people in front. Sister Yi and I switched cars. Malia quietly slipped the emerald green crystal core in her hand into a small bag and tightened the closure. From the moment he got in the car, Gary felt a faint psychic fluctuation. He glanced at Malia covered in the blanket and Aelb pinching his fingers, inwardly amazed. Aelb's psychic ability level was truly unfathomable. The night outside the base was unusually quiet, and after a night of heightened alertness, everyone fell into a state of dormancy. Ganon, the night watchman, sat alone on the roof of the vehicle, facing the bright moon in the sky and the quiet desert. Lily. A long cry rang out in the night sky, startling the already light-sleeping psychics awake. Malia was also startled by the cry. She looked out the window following the sound but saw nothing clearly in the dark sky. Aelb woke up too. His brows furrowed tightly, and his psychic power pierced through the sky, seeing the vulture circling above their heads. Its 2 eyes were like 2 red lanterns, making Gary involuntarily swallow. It's that vulture from earlier. Gary's voice was urgent. It's back and may have discovered us. Ganon stood up on the roof, pointing into the distance. Juanja, look over there. I think I just saw something moving. Gary leaned out the window, using his psychic ability to investigate in the direction Ganon pointed. He concentrated entirely on examining the situation, but his face grew paler the more he looked. His eyes almost bulged out when he saw something far away. It's a beast tide. The words beast tide struck everyone's heart like a thunderclap. Since the apocalypse began, these mutated animals would periodically form collective tides, rushing madly towards one direction. These mutant animals moved very fast. Soon, those in the vehicles could feel the ground shaking. Lily. The vulture's piercing cry shattered the night sky, seeming as though it was right beside their ears. Gary exclaimed, "That vulture is diving down." Immediately, Aelb and Chris started the engines, pressing the gas pedals hard, sending both vehicles shooting out like arrows released from a bowstring. The vulture's talons scratched the ground, leaving a long screech. In the darkness, its wings flapped, stirring up strong gusts of wind. Janice shouted from afar, "Separate. The map is left in your car, meet at the mine entrance later." Her voice became distant, indicating that they had already taken action over there. Without hesitation, Aelb floored the accelerator, speeding towards the side of the beast tide indicated by Gary. The psychic wasn't idle either. His attention remained focused on the vulture overhead, looking exceptionally serious. "It's chasing us. Lily." As if responding to his words, the vulture continuously screeched, its cries echoing overhead like a relentless shout. Aelb acted swiftly, black psychic energy surfacing in his hands. Following Gary's commands, he swerved the vehicle to avoid the vulture's dive bombing while flicking his fingers to launch psychic energy at the vulture's tough feathers, causing consecutive explosions. Gary's psychic abilities lacked offensive power, so he only moved the rocks on the ground to smash at the vulture. Repeatedly doing this, he managed to occasionally wound the raging vulture. After multiple clashes, whether it was the eagle's beak or its sharp wings, they tore through the vehicle's outer shell. Strong winds rushed into the cabin through the tier, blinding everyone. From the beginning, Malia had been holding onto the handle on the car wall to steady herself. The vehicles, dodging for their lives, alternated between speeding up and slowing down, swerving and stopping abruptly. This unprecedented stimulation left the peak Dao cultivator's stomach churning and his head spinning. The beast tide on the side was closing in continuously, the ground shaking so violently that it was hard to stand steadily. With each jolt, the journey became increasingly arduous. The vulture overhead, now relentless, screeched sharply. Its 2 red lantern-like eyes glared as it dove down swiftly, its sharp claws aimed at the rapidly fleeing vehicles below. Quick, dodge. Gary, too, felt a bit nauseous from the constant evasive maneuvers. By the time he sensed the danger and warned them, the eagle's talons had already torn through the roof, grabbing the vehicle and pulling it upward. Aelb reacted swiftly, using his psychic power to slice off the entire roof. The vehicle, now lifted high into the air, plummeted rapidly, creating an intense sensation of weightlessness that sent adrenaline surging. Gary had no time to react. He gritted his teeth and focused his psychic energy to try to control the rate of descent. The night wind howled, drowning out all sounds except the wind and their own breaths. As they fell, Malia felt herself fall into a warm embrace. In that split second, Aelb had pulled Malia into his arms, holding her tightly in a protective gesture that left no room for refusal. Malia stared at the broad chest before her, her heart pounding like a drum. She wasn't sure if it was due to the perilous situation or because of. Gary's psychic power wasn't strong to begin with, and after the previous exertion, he was already exhausted. Even as he tried his best to control the descent, the vehicle inevitably crashed into the ground, sending the 3 occupants flying out of the car and rolling far away before coming to a stop. The impact left a bitter taste in their throats. Malia heard a muffled groan next to her ear, accompanied by the smell of blood. Her heart tightened. Ignoring her own pain, she pushed the person holding her and called out tentatively, "Aelb? Aelb." The tremors in the ground grew stronger, accompanied by a deafening sound of stampeding. Before Malia could free herself from the embrace, the sensation of weightlessness returned. Held tightly in Aelb's arms, she could see nothing but feel that they were falling rapidly again. Chapter 34 Underground Cave. On the vast Gobi Desert, after a night of chaos, when sunlight once again spread across the land, everything around returned to its tranquil and peaceful state. Only the countless footprints left by animals on the ground, the wrecked car roofs, and the claw marks bore witness to last night's thrilling escape. A large hole was sunken in the yellow earth gobi, with sunlight slanting down through the opening, casting onto the face of the girl below. Malia let out a moan and slowly opened her eyes. The scene before her was blurry. As her consciousness became clearer, waves of pain swept over her body, causing beads of sweat to appear on her forehead. The little chi left within her was circulating on its own accord, healing her wounds while she was unconscious. Just as her mind cleared, Malia recalled what had happened last night. Her heart tightened, and despite the pain, she sat up to look for Aelb's figure. Aelb was lying not far from her, still unconscious. There were numerous wounds on his back and arms, with fresh blood soaking into the corners of his clothes, leaving him pale from excessive blood loss. Malia hurriedly checked Aelb's pulse. Thankfully, it was weak but still beating. Her heart relaxed a bit, allowing her time to observe the surroundings. After they fell to the ground last night, the ground suddenly collapsed, causing them to fall into this cave for the second time. Unlike the barren gobi at the top, the bottom of the cave was lush with dense vegetation. Not far away, they could see their half-destroyed car hanging on a tree. Malia had a tear-like wound on her ankle. She found a wooden stick to support herself as she stood up. While moving, a small bag fell out of her pocket. An emerald crystal rolled next to Aelb. The crystal glowed faintly, touching Aelb's skin, shrinking continuously until it disappeared. Malia saw this happen completely and understood clearly. Since the remaining chi in her body could heal her wounds autonomously, perhaps the abilities of psychics could also have such effects. She decided to sit down again, took out more crystals from the bag, absorbed them herself, and placed the remaining green crystals near Aelb. Malia worked quickly, and soon, all the crystals were distributed between her and Aelb. Checking his pulse again, she finally felt a stronger beat than before. Seeing the effectiveness, Malia felt somewhat relieved and used her cane to explore the underground cave. Not far ahead, she spotted an arm extending from the bushes. Looking at the clothing, it resembled Gary's very much. When Malia approached, she saw that Gary had fallen into a patch of grass. Compared to Aelb, he had fewer wounds. The most severe injury was a concussion on the back of his head, dried blood staining the leaves around, which looked alarming. Fortunately, he was still alive, though running a high fever. Malia didn't dare move Gary easily and only gave him simple first aid, then left him aside. This underground cave seemed quite extensive, with sunlight only reaching where they had fallen. Ahead of her, it gradually became darker, hiding unknown dangers. Malia cleared a spot, gathered some dry wood and straw, and used her spiritual power to create sparks to light the fire. She made a torch from a piece of dry wood and limped forward into the darkness. As she went further, she increasingly felt the moist air, with temperatures getting colder, making her shiver involuntarily. Malia gritted her teeth and continued forward, her leg wound deep and bleeding profusely as she moved. About 10 minutes later, she heard water flowing. Holding the torch higher, she indeed saw an underground river 3 meters wide. The river water was clear enough to see the pebbles at the bottom. Malia tried scooping up a handful to her lips. It was icy and sweet. Following the river upstream, jagged rocks surrounded her everywhere, with water droplets falling from the stones, creating a rhythmic dripping sound. After a while, Malia heard a crisp sound under her feet. Looking down, she saw 2 segments of human bones beside her. Shining the torch along the bones, she saw several skeletons leaning against the rock wall. Dust covered many of the skeletons, and many bones were scattered without form. Among the skeletons, she found a rusty kitchen knife. Weaponless, Malia hesitantly inspected the knife several times before tucking it into her belt. Beside the corpses grew many plants with enormous leaves. Malia used the knife to cut one, filled it with clear water, and hobbled her way back. The gloom in the depths of the cave was particularly heavy. Before long, Malia felt a chill all over her body, instinctively not wanting to stay any longer. Beside the icy underground river, without any sign of human presence, it once again fell into silence. On the moist stone surface, scaly claws slowly crawled over, the friction between the stone wall and scales creating a faint rustling sound. Water droplets fell on the scales, and in the darkness, crimson eyes gradually opened, reflecting the receding firelight that grew dimmer and dimmer. Malia returned to where they had fallen with the water source. At this moment, the sunlight was perfect, warming her body and dispelling the goosebumps caused by the cold. She sighed, first giving both Aelb and Gary some clear water to drink. Then, using this scoop of water, she began cleaning the wounds on Aelb's back. Before falling, Aelb had desperately held onto her, resulting in deep wounds on his back and arms. Malia didn't have Adli's healing psychic ability, she could only try her best to pick out the dirt and sand from the wounds. After cleaning their wounds and dragging Gary next to Aelb, she was already drenched in sweat from exhaustion. She then channeled the remaining chi within her towards her ankle, forcefully stopping the bleeding. Malia lay back on the ground, beneath her were fragrant grasses, with a smooth stone as her pillow. She looked up at the vast opening in the cave ceiling. Outside the cave, the sky was cloudless, blue like a painted canvas. The cave bottom was dozens of meters away from the top, shaped like a gourd, making it nearly impossible to climb out. Malia raised her injured leg, swinging it unconsciously in the air. Fragrant grasses, blue sky, tranquil surroundings. It was so peaceful that it didn't seem like the dangerous world they had just encountered. In the gentle warmth of the sunlight, Malia couldn't help but feel overwhelmingly sleepy. In just a few short hours, it felt as though her mental strength had been abruptly drained. She blinked, her vision gradually darkening, and she sank into a state of confusion. Chapter 35, The Mutated Lizard. When she opened her eyes again, it was deep into the night. Everything around her was eerily silent. Malia sat up and checked on the two people beside her. Aelb and Gary had yet to wake up. Gary's body was burning hot, clearly showing signs of a fever. Malia could do nothing about it and could only hope that he would pull through. She picked up some dry wood nearby and started a fire. The flickering light illuminated the surrounding lush trees, leaving Malia alone by the campfire in the silence. She poked at the fire with a dead branch, making the flames burn brighter. In the quiet night, a breeze blew from the top of the cave, brushing past the leaves, creating a rustling sound. Under the glow of the firelight, hidden among the leaves, a pair of bright red eyes were staring intently at the person by the fire. It flicked its long, pinkish red tongue, with thick saliva dripping down onto the ground, onto the plants. The rustling sound came again, and Malia's ears twitched, her eyebrows knitting together. No, this wasn't right. Something was off. With her eyes closed, Malia heightened her vigilance, her whole body tensing as she listened for the direction of the sound. Suddenly, a black creature lunged out from the grass. It growled in its throat, moving extremely fast. Sensing something, Malia rolled sideways. She took 2 quick steps, landing next to a rusty cleaver, then looked up at the black object before her. Its body was covered in scales that shone under the firelight, feeling almost impenetrable even from a distance. 4 claws, a long tail, and a triangular head. Standing before her was a mutated lizard. The lizard, just lying there, was half as tall as a human. Its tail was long and powerful, its 4 feet had hooks, and spines ran along its spine, making it look incredibly fierce. Its crimson eyes fixed on Malia, drooling saliva from its mouth as if she were an exquisite dish. Malia silently gripped the cleaver by her side, her eyes locking onto those bright red eyes. She cautiously moved her ankle. The roll had reopened the wound on her wrist, sending a burning sensation through her leg, momentarily distracting her. But within moments, her focus returned to the lizard in front of her. Both sides faced off, ready for battle. The lizard slid forward on its 4 feet, once again opening its mouth wide and lunging at Malia. Its sharp teeth gleamed, and the force of its attack aimed to tear Malia to shreds. Its long tongue shot out of its mouth straight toward her face. Malia raised her cleaver to block, and the lizard's tongue hit the rusty blade with a buzz. The gust of air blew open Malia's long hair, making her sharp features more pronounced. Her gaze hardened, and she infused the cleaver with spiritual energy, causing the lizard's tongue to bounce back into its mouth. The Sacred Blade Master remained the Sacred Blade Master. Any blade in her hands could become a divine weapon capable of astounding feats. The rusty cleaver swung horizontally, colliding with the lizard's lashing tail. Metal clashed against hard armor, sparking brightly. When her first move failed, Malia pulled back and struck downward on the lizard's back armor. The blade merely left a shallow scratch on its back armor. The mutated lizard scales were incredibly tough, and a common cleaver found it difficult to penetrate. Both sides moved with incredible speed, exchanging dozens of blows in just a few breaths. The lizard became increasingly frenzied, repeatedly attacking with its long tongue and powerful tail, aiming straight for her blade. Malia narrowed her eyes, exhaled deeply, and tilted the blade, which now emitted wisps of white mist. Shaking the blade vigorously, spiritual energy surged into it. She slashed across the grass, leaving neat cuts behind. Facing the lizard's gaping maw, Malia performed a series of skilled movements with the cleaver, displaying fierce prowess. With one swing of the cleaver, she severed the lizard's tongue and then plunged it into its throat, slicing diagonally across half its body. The lizard let out a pitiful howl and began rolling wildly on the spot, crushing many plants. The blood of these mutated creatures had long since congealed, and what kept them moving was the crystalline core within their brains. Its movements became even faster, with its jaw hanging open, revealing sharp and dense teeth. Malia dropped to one knee, watching as the large, sharp teeth approached. She turned her wrist and thrust upward into the lizard's brain. The tip of the blade hit something hard, clearly causing the lizard to hesitate. Malia didn't give the lizard a chance to resist. She twisted the blade and, before the lizard could close its mouth, hooked out the crystalline core. The giant lizard stopped moving, its crimson eyes losing focus as it crashed to the ground with a thud. The recent battle caused her ankle wounds to reopen again, blood flowing out, staining the green grass red. Malia exhaled a heavy breath, still clutching the cold crystal core in her hand. The size of the crystal core, nearly as large as her palm, indicated that this mutated lizard was no easy opponent. She gripped the crystal core tightly, circulating her spiritual energy within her body, slowly absorbing the energy from the crystal core to restore her depleted aura. In the darkness, the fire crackled and hissed. Just after expending all her strength, Malia was mentally taut, not daring to rest for even a moment. After a brief recovery, she placed the emerald green crystal core beside Aelb. Aelb, who was unconscious, seemed to sense the crystal core. The anomaly energy inside him spontaneously enveloped the green crystal core, gradually absorbing it entirely. Leaning on the rusted cleaver, Malia sat by the campfire, watching over the 2 unconscious figures while staying alert to any movement around her. She massaged her thigh absent-mindedly. The crackling of the fire stood out sharply in the quiet night as Malia glanced around. The darkness was oppressive, causing unease. She checked Aelb's temperature again, staring at his face with a dazed expression. "Aelb, wake up soon." She nestled closer to him, careful not to touch his wounds or get too close, only lightly holding onto the edge of his clothes as she drifted off to sleep. The night breeze stirred the leaves, carrying a refreshing fragrance of grass into their nostrils, promising a good night's rest. A black anomaly light orb concealed in the darkness hovered actively around Malia and Aelb, like guardian spirits. Even the mosquitoes were swallowed by the black anomaly. Aelb's furrowed brows twitched slightly but his eyes remained closed. The anomaly danced to Malia's ankle, carefully splitting into tiny orbs the size of mosquitoes, consuming the necrotic flesh and debris there. In her sleep, Malia brushed against Aelb's arm, her furrowed brows relaxed a little, her expression softening with comfort. The anomaly seeped into Aelb's body, causing his fingers to tremble ever so slightly. Chapter 36 Gary regains consciousness. At this moment, within the Wuan base, under the cover of night, a silver ring slid across a pale cheek. Elena looked at the man who had come knocking. She sat arrogantly in her chair, one hand supporting her head, while the other played with a small silver pistol. The man standing before her wore a smile and groveled, his tone excessively fawning. "Great psyker, when can I go to the base filled with psykers?" Elena sneered and sized up the man, spinning the gun around her finger and pointing it at his head. The man was so frightened that he fell to his knees with a thud. "Want to go to Jumping Base?" Elena's voice was lazy yet seductive. The man did not dare to stand, he could barely look at the dark barrel of the gun, trembling as he said, "Yes, sir, who wouldn't want better protection?" If members of the Falcon team were here, they would recognize this man as the former owner of a little restaurant. Seeing Elena's lack of reaction, he immediately wailed, "Sir, I followed your instructions and sacrificed my wife and daughter. You can't just abandon me." Elena was annoyed by the man's howling and shouted him into silence. "Enough," she squinted her eyes. "If you really want to go, I'll send you there." A sly smile curled the corner of Elena's lips as she looked at the man with a meaningful gaze. "In 3 days, find an excuse to leave and head south. Someone will pick you up along the way." Upon hearing these words, the man was overjoyed, thanked Elena profusely, smiled broadly, and left in relief. Elena watched him go, her silver ring spinning in her hand. She took out a satellite phone from her space ring. "Fabio, you should be near Wuhan, right? Come in 3 days to pick up this donkey who wants to join our base." A light-hearted male voice came from the other end of the line, laughter in his tone. "Oh, we still have ordinary people rushing to our base." Elena also smiled. "He wants to come, so let him. After all, he made his daughter become a zombie to bite his own wife for us." The man named Fabio chuckled. "Then I must show him what our base is really like." After hanging up the phone, Elena glanced at her temporary abode. The last time she was here, it was to meet the flying man. Recalling their unpleasant meeting, Elena pursed her lips. She didn't linger, swiftly pouring gasoline all over the room from her space ring and throwing in a match. The fire completely incinerated the house, burning away the claw marks left by the once imprisoned zombies on the floor and tables. When Shirley opened her eyes again, she saw a familiar handsome face magnified before her. Startled, she took a step back, only relaxing once she recognized the person clearly. "Gary, you're awake." Shirley, accustomed to lively surroundings, was very glad someone had awakened. Instinctively, she glanced at Aelb beside her, who still had a closed-off expression, which made Shirley somewhat disappointed. "Gary." His voice was hoarse, his face bewildered as he repeated his name after Shirley, then clutched his head and groaned in pain. Seeing how pained he looked, Shirley jumped up in shock. "What's wrong?" Gary's appearance was truly terrifying, veins protruding from his neck, his face flushed with pain. He kept repeating his name, gasping for breath like a stranded fish. Shirley, unsure of what to do, watched Gary nervously, caught off guard by this sudden change. Gary's lips were pale, his face contorted with agony, the headache causing him to feel faint. "My memories are jumbled." Gary lowered his head, his voice weak. Shirley frowned, uncertainly asking, "Did you hit your head too hard?" Gary shook his head blankly, indicating he didn't know. Rubbing his still throbbing nape, he winced. "There are many images crowding my mind, recalling them makes my head hurt." The memories flashed through his mind like a fast-forwarded tape, impossible to grasp but excruciating. Shirley patted his shoulder. "Maybe don't force yourself." She handed him a fruit from nearby. "Eat something to fill your stomach." Gary nodded slowly, trying to ignore the pain in his head, took the fruit from Shirley, and bit into it. The sour taste exploded on his taste bud. Gary's entire face scrunched up. Shirley blinked and leaned in to ask, "How does it feel?" "Any better?" Pain throbbed in Gary's temples, and for a moment, he wasn't sure if it was from the sour taste or the intense pain inside his skull. However, as the sourness gradually faded, Gary surprisingly found that his pain was indeed easing. Gary looked at the small fruit in his hand, determined to endure. Under Shirley's admiring gaze, he stuffed another one into his mouth. After swallowing 2 fruits, Gary felt the lower half of his face go numb. Shirley fully understood this. With someone speaking to her, Shirley was noticeably more lively than the past 2 days, with smiles returning to her face. She explained their encounters on the journey to Gary, many of which he only vaguely remembered in snippets, paying close attention to what she said. In Shirley's recounting, Aelb was often mentioned. Looking at the still figure lying beside her, a tinge of worry always colored her expression. Noticing her expression, Gary's eyes shifted between Shirley and Aelb before curiously asking, "Is the one lying there important to you?" Without hesitation, Shirley nodded, her hand resting on Aelb's arm, her eyes softening involuntarily. She answered solemnly, "He is very important." As the memories of the cultivation world gradually faded, replaced by the various events of the apocalypse since childhood, being trained by her sect, her life had only revolved around cultivation. In her recollections, Aelb's presence became irreplaceable in the new memories. Aelb's eyelashes fluttered slightly. The moment his consciousness returned, he heard Shirley's reply. The girl's hand rested on his arm, warming the spot it touched, a tingling sensation spreading throughout his body. Just that single sentence, very important, made his heart race. Aelb regained his consciousness but couldn't control his body, otherwise, he would have jumped up to hold the girl tightly. For now, it was as if his soul was locked inside his body, leaving him merely an observer. Chapter 37 Aelb regains consciousness. When daylight brightened once more, insects chirped from within the leaves. Malia opened her eyes to still find everything silent around her. Gary, curled up in a corner in hibernation, had started to run a high fever again at some unknown time. After checking the wounds on both him and Aelb, Malia noted that Aelb's condition was much better today compared to yesterday, while Gary remained worse off. With the aid of her wooden cane, the soul-awake Malia limped deeper into the cave once more. Following the intense battle last night, Cai Goyu was pleasantly surprised to find that her body's meridians had automatically replenished the spirit energy she had expended. The amount of spirit energy inside her wasn't large, but it was enough for her self-protection. Cai Goyu propped herself with her cane, picked up the rusty knife from the nearby grass, inspected it again, then firmly held it in her hand. For the sacred knife emperor, having a blade was enough. Just as she did yesterday, she lit a torch and ventured further into the darkness. Last night she had encountered a mutated lizard. In this place with water and trees, there might be more strange beasts. Therefore, Cai Goyu was even more cautious today. Unexpectedly, the journey was very safe, with no unusual sounds around. Cai Goyu remained vigilant, gathering leaves to collect water just like she did yesterday. And it was at this moment that an unexpected event quietly occurred. A slippery figure shot out from the clear lake water, biting onto Cai Goyu's wrist. In pain, Cai Goyu channeled her spiritual power into her palm and thrust it into the water, spearing the fish. The red fish struggled fiercely, almost slipping out of Cai Goyu's grip. Her eyes narrowed sharply, swinging the rusty knife down, cutting through the fish's body to retrieve the crystal core. Just as she got the crystal core and before she could absorb it, she clutched her wounded wrist and sat down. She had heard Aelb mention that in this post-apocalyptic world, these mutated zombies and animals carried infectious viruses in their mouths. Being bitten or scratched would turn one into a zombie within seconds. Just like the girl in the residential building earlier, looking at the blood seeping from the wound on her wrist, Cai Goyu felt a twinge of panic. Her wrist trembled, and she felt the throbbing pain from the injury, her face turning pale. The image of a red-eyed, fanged zombie flashed through her mind, and the next moment, the zombie's face turned into hers. This thought made her shiver. Biting her lip, Cai Goyu gathered the spiritual energy around her body, directing it toward the injured spot. Large amounts of spiritual energy surged forward, attempting to reach the battlefield and fight the invaders tooth and nail. However, when the spiritual energy arrived at the wound, it didn't find any signs of zombie virus. Instead, only a small weak alien spiritual force was present. Cai Goyu? Where was the promised zombie virus? She tentatively poked the poor weak spiritual force, which happily merged into her own larger spiritual energy. Puzzled, Cai Goyu touched the wound on her wrist. There were no signs of deterioration, everything seemed normal. Lost in confusion, she looked at the dead mutated carp on the ground, forming a bold hypothesis. Gary had been searching for Cai Goyu around but found no trace of her. Eventually, exhausted, he collapsed beside a rock, gazing into the dark forest ahead. He played with the dogwood grass, lying back with a frown on his face. Above was the blue sky, all around was silence, making it seem as if he were the only one left in this world. Since regaining consciousness, the first person Gary faced was Cai Goyu. Their interactions over the past day had built a solid camaraderie. Being trapped here, she was the only one who spoke with him, yet now she had vanished without a trace, causing some unease in Gary. His thoughts wandered, and his head throbbed, as if all memories were jammed at a bottleneck, about to break through the line of reason. Rubbing his temples, he suddenly heard rustling. Gary sat up, looking ahead. There, he saw Cai Goyu, bloody clothing, limping with her wooden cane, carrying water wrapped in a large leaf, struggling towards him. Gary immediately jumped off the rock and quickly came to Cai Goyu's side. As he approached, he noticed several new wounds on her, including one on her leg and others bleeding, making her look very battered. Frowning immediately, Gary took the water from her hands, wanting to carry the heavily wounded Cai Goyu, but she refused. Stubbornly leaning most of her weight on the cane, she slowly followed behind Gary as they returned. In the darkness where they had left, several strange beasts lay slumped on the ground, devoid of life. Just now, while battling with them, Malia had used the rusty kitchen knife as a medium, plunging it into the bodies of the strange beasts to absorb their spiritual energy through it. This method indeed worked. The strength of the strange beasts weakened as their spiritual energy was drained by Malia, until they finally lost the ability to move. However, this method of absorbing spiritual energy was particularly difficult for Malia. It took her more than 10 minutes to fully absorb all the spiritual energy from one mutated carp, as if there was some restraint within these mutated animals preventing the loss of spiritual energy. During the struggle with some larger strange beasts, it became even more challenging for Malia, inevitably leading to injuries. After fighting against these strange beasts for quite a while, she sequentially removed the emerald crystal cores from their brains before finally stopping to return. Gary kept an eye on Malia all the time. Seeing her limping and sitting next to Aelb, he finally let out a sigh of relief. He placed the water package beside Malia and stepped back a few paces to give her space to clean her wounds. Malia noticed Gary moving away and quietly placed the collected crystal cores beside Aelb. She whispered softly, Aelb, you must wake up soon. I've kept all these crystal cores for you, not giving even one to that clumsy big guy, Gary. Aelb, you've been asleep for 2 days. Malia wiped her wound with some clear water, continuing to chatter with Aelb. Aelb, before Gary woke up, I didn't even have anyone to talk to. In fact, I'm still happy. Although he lost his memory, at least I have someone to talk to now. Aelb, we are so pitiful. Aelb, I got hurt today. It really hurts, Aelb. Her voice grew slightly nasal towards the end, sniffing as she suddenly felt somewhat wronged. She stopped talking and lowered her head to clean the dirt off her wound. A throat moved on the ground, eyelids flickered open, and a nearly breathless call rang out. Guyue. Malia, who had been absent-mindedly tending to her wound, jumped up as if electrocuted. When she looked up, she met Aelb's half-open eyes. Aelb managed to pull a smile, his throat moving as he swallowed a few times before continuing. You sure do cause trouble. Chapter 38 No Pain. Aelb. Shirley turned to look at him, no longer caring about cleaning the wound. You're awake. Her voice carried a sob, her heart suddenly bursting with joy that made her head dizzy. Shirley crouched beside Aelb, carefully examining his condition. Seeing that he was truly awake, her nose tingled, and tears fell like golden beans. For some reason, at this moment, she couldn't help but cry. The petite, fair-skinned girl, with her red nose, her eyes instantly turning red, large drops of tears rolled down. The tears fell on Aelb's arm, burning him with anxiety. As his consciousness returned, some strength gradually came back to Aelb's limbs. He struggled to raise his hand as if to wipe away Shirley's tears, just touching the corner of her eye before weakly dropping it. Aelb rubbed his wet fingertips, his heart seemingly melting into a spring water with the moisture. Not far away, Gary ran over due to Shirley's exclamation. His memory was in chaos, but he was also delighted that his companion had woken up. Standing as an observer, Gary could see the look in Shirley's eyes, wanting to hug yet not daring to. He chuckled softly, quietly turning around to leave, leaving the space for the two who were reunited after a long time. Perhaps out of overwhelming joy, Shirley, like a little spinning top, kept moving around the newly awakened Aelb. She had just finished checking his wounds and then hurried to bring clean water to his mouth. She moved so much that she didn't even notice that the wound on her ankle had reopened and started bleeding. It was only when Aelb held her small hand and pulled her to sit by him that the excited girl finally stopped. As his strength recovered, Aelb could move his body more freely now. Sitting up, he noticed the fresh wounds on Shirley's body, his brows furrowing so tightly they could have killed a fly. Aelb raised his hand and gently touched Shirley's bleeding arm, asking in a low voice, Does it hurt? Shirley tried to hide the wound on her arm, her eyes still red, but she managed to smile. It doesn't hurt. Aelb pursed his lips in silence. How could it not hurt? Before waking up fully, he distinctly heard the young girl plaintively complaining to him. He reached out and gently stroked Shirley's head, slowly and cautiously pulling her into his embrace. Only after holding the soft little girl did Aelb sigh deeply, feeling a sudden peace in his heart. He smoothed out her slightly tousled hair, his heart filled with unbearable tenderness. Even though he had drunk water, his voice was still hoarse like an old windbox. Little liar, you got such severe injuries while I wasn't watching. Why didn't you tell me it hurts right away? Shirley, hugged in his arms, held back her tears. She wiped her eyes with Aelb's clothes, soaking part of the collar with her tears, stubbornly muttering, It really doesn't hurt. Saying it didn't hurt, she still clung to him, unwilling to leave. His embrace was warm and comforting, making her want to stay a bit longer, even longer. Aelb chuckled and tightened his hold on her, a smile lingering on his lips. The two survivors seemed to form their own private sanctuary, where only they existed. Today's blue sky seemed particularly clear, the chirping insects brightening their hearts. Missy, do you think Juanja and the others are in danger? Chris crossed her arms, anxiously pacing on the spot. Janice leaned against the car, also frowning. Chris continued to worry. I saw that bald eagle chasing after their car earlier. They only have 2 psychics. Might they have gotten hurt fighting the eagle? Don't worry yet. Before Chris could finish, Preston interrupted. Preston rested his head on his hand. We separated near the mine entrance, so logically, they should have arrived here yesterday. He looked around at everyone's faces. Let's wait one more day. If they don't show up, we'll go looking for them along the way. Gannon, noticing the tension in everyone, laughed nervously to lighten the mood. Yeah, don't jump to the worst conclusions. Maybe they just took a detour and will arrive tomorrow. Janice and Chris quieted down somewhat under his comfort, but the atmosphere remained tense because of Aelb's disappearance. Preston gazed into the distance, a slight smile curving his lips. He opened the food he brought and handed it to Janice. Eat something. Preston's voice was gentle, very comforting to hear. Janice accepted the food from his hand, still somewhat absent-minded. Preston stood beside her, leisurely munching on the food, his eyes half closed as he watched the dimming light. I hope that Bald Eagle does its job well. If the Black Hole psychics survive, they won't be easy to control. Outside Wuan Base, a man hunched his back, vigilantly observing all directions as he moved southward. Any slight noise would startle him. Finally, a youth wearing leather boots appeared ahead of him. He leaned against a broken wall and glanced at him sideways. Are you Augustus? The man nodded frantically, taking a couple of eager steps forward, his eyes shining. Are you here to take me to the psychic base? Fabio curled up an evil smile and slowly nodded, speaking in a slow and lazy voice, approaching the man step by step. Yes, I'm here to pick you up. Overjoyed, the man immediately headed towards Fabio, muttering, "That's great, that's great." Before reaching him, Fabio drew out a long leather rope, pressed down on the approaching man, and without further ado, looped it around his neck. Startled, the man struggled to break free from Fabio's grip, tugging at the leather rope around his neck, looking particularly outraged. "What are you doing? How can you treat me like this?" Fabio pushed his cheek with his tongue, sneering aloud, and fiercely yanked the rope in his hand, tripping the man and knocking him to the ground. "You want to go to the psychic base?" Fabio stepped on the man's face with his shoe, pressing him firmly to the ground. "This is how I treat ordinary people I bring to our base. I don't want to go. Let me go back." Fabio laughed twice, pulling the rope to lift the man up. "It's not up to you." His psychic power flickered, and just as zombies approached, they were pierced through the temple by a water line, which wrapped around their crystal core and fell into Fabio's hand. "If you dare to run, this zombie will be your future." Shaken, the man stared at Fabio in terror, finally being dragged away by him, stumbling along as they left Wuhan base. Chapter 39 Pursuit. Figures darted through the forest. Although Gary was only a psychic ability user, his physical fitness was commendable. He swung from one branch to another, shaking off bits of leaves. In his hand hung a string of sour fruits, which were the fruits they would eat to satiate their hunger today. Ever since Aelb had regained consciousness, they had been recuperating in this cave for 3 days. During these 3 days, they had relied on these fruits to fill their hungry bellies. The recovery capability of ability users should not be underestimated. Aelb's injuries had improved somewhat, and Gary could once again smoothly use his abilities. To Malia, the mobile Aelb appeared very strict. He always pressed Malia to stay put, forbidding her from going anywhere, making her rest on the spot to recover from her injuries. These few days isolated from the world had left Malia feeling slightly dazed. She often stared at the cave's opening above, staring blankly for long periods. Her clear eyes only reflected the blue sky, with nothing else. When Malia habitually looked at the cave opening again, she saw dark spots occasionally streaking across the originally blue sky. Malia's expression turned serious as she focused intently on the black spots, no longer relaxed as usual. "We can't stay here anymore, that vulture is coming." She scrutinized the injury and spoke solemnly. Gary didn't understand and followed Malia's gaze upward, also seeing that patch of black in the sky. He had little memory of what happened before, but seeing that familiar figure made him instinctively tighten. Shrill cries of the vulture rang out, its form appearing increasingly huge, flying much closer to the ground, casting shadows every time it passed over the cave entrance. Aelb pursed his lips, hurriedly stepping beside Malia. "Let's head deeper." That eagle had clearly discovered them. It dove down, landing at the cave entrance with wings tucked in, its lantern-red eyes staring straight at the 3 disordered figures below. Its talons landed on the ground, causing the surrounding stone walls to tremble, raining down rubble and dust. Aelb quickly scooped up Malia, slipping his hands under her knees, following Gary into the depths of the cave without hesitation. Malia held onto Aelb's shoulders, glancing back at the vulture. The previously passive vulture seemed anxious when it saw the trio running deeper into the cave. Its gaze locked onto Malia, flapping its wings twice, diving into the cave, rushing toward her. At close range, its claws were as thick as tree trunks. Its beak was sharp, its body enormous, and its gaze piercing. Even just charging forward generated powerful gusts of wind. Affected by the gust, Gary looked back. He saw the vulture less than an arm's length away from Malia, its mouth wide open, about to bite down on the fleeing Aelb. His eyes almost split open with anxiety. He shouted backward, "Quickly dodge." Gritting his teeth, Gary, drawing on some unknown strength, suddenly unleashed his psychic power, tearing up a nearby tree trunk and blocking the vulture's gaping beak. Simultaneously, a dark hole flew into the open mouth, exploding with a muffled sound inside the mutant vulture. The vulture screeched in pain. The ear-piercing cry echoed so loudly that the walls of the cave shook. Aelb, who hadn't fully recovered, forced himself to activate his ability, feeling a sweet taste in his throat. His lips turned pale, his arms holding Malia trembling, his brows knitted tightly, yet he continued moving forward without pause. Gary glanced at them, silently relieved, then hurried to catch up, rapidly distancing themselves. Time was running out. The vulture had shattered the tree trunk. It seemed infuriated, lightly flapping its iron-hard wings, moving faster than before, charging toward them. "It's coming." Gary, who was constantly watching the rear, warned. Aelb clenched his teeth, his presence growing formidable, black dots appearing near the vulture's eyes, emitting explosive sounds. Daring not to stop, with the vulture's howls and constant vibrations from wall impacts behind them, they stumbled through the darkness. Luckily, Gary possessed psychic powers and moved according to his prompts. Even unable to see in the dark, the trio moved swiftly. The deafening impact of the vulture angrily colliding with the walls sent waves that made it hard to stand steadily. Under such intense collisions, the cave couldn't hold. Soon, a loud boom came from where light shone, and the path they came from collapsed, blocked by the lone source of brightness. In the darkness, Gary, Aelb, and Malia all let out a collective sigh of relief. Aelb swallowed, suppressing the bloody sweetness rising to his throat. The backlash of forcing his ability usage now showed its effects. Slightly relieved after the tension of their escape, Gary gently set Malia down and leaned against the wall to rest. Aelb was drenched in cold sweat, with signs of his wounds reopening on his back. Malia squatted beside Aelb, looking obedient. In the pitch-black darkness, their senses were heightened to the maximum. After a brief discussion, they decided to follow Gary, who possessed psychic abilities. Psychic ability users were always good at reconnaissance. After a short rest, Aelb picked up Malia again and followed the underground stream upstream. The darkness was eerily quiet, and Aelb's nerves were on edge, constantly alert to any changes around them. Wait. Gary, who had been leading the way, suddenly changed direction. Aelb followed suit, unable to see but able to smell the surroundings. Malia also sniffed the air. The fresh scent of grass and plants was familiar to her. She tilted her head, asking in confusion, energy fruit? She remembered this smell. Aelb had once brought it for her to eat. The fruit that Zoltan said had miraculous effects tasted superior to her, so much so that Malia still remembered its aroma. Gary stepped forward and felt for the fruit in the dark, explaining to the two behind him. Yes, there is an energy fruit plant by the wall, with 2 fruits. Energy fruits usually grow where there are many crystal cores. This place may not be safe either. We need to be cautious, Aelb reminded. Crystal cores nourished energy fruits, so this area likely had numerous crystal cores or mutant flora and fauna. Malia had no objections. She nodded to show understanding but swung her feet out of boredom, feeling slightly irritable from the prolonged darkness. Just then, Aelb spoke, his voice gentle and soothing. Let's go a bit further. I can feel a slight breeze. There might be an exit ahead. We will get out of here. Chapter 40, The Strange Giant Python. Gary pursed his lips and pushed the 2 energy fruits in his hands into Malia's arms. You and Aelb both have wounds, one each for you. Malia, holding the 2 fruits in her arms, fumbled to push one back into Gary's hand. Gary stared blankly at the fruit in his hand. Malia retracted her hand and directly stuffed the other fruit into Aelb's mouth. We don't know what dangers we'll encounter next. You need to recover your peak abilities quickly to deal with emergencies. She swung her dangling legs. I haven't contributed much, so I shouldn't take any. Aelb chuckled, gently jostling Malia upwards as he slowly chewed on the energy fruit. The sweet juice slid from his throat to his heart, leaving a warm, sweet sensation. As the energy fruit went down, energy flowed into their bodies from head to toe. The wounds tingled with heat, starting to heal. Gary silently finished the fruit, probing outwards with his powers, following the underground river. The darkness ahead stretched endlessly. Gary frowned and said, It gets narrower as we go forward. There aren't any mutant plants or animals around. It looks very safe. Yet the appearance of the energy fruits was never a simple matter. After a moment of contemplation, Aelb continued moving forward. If we encounter danger, remember to adapt on the fly. None of them were in good condition, but they had only one path ahead, and they could only take things one step at a time. As they moved forward, Malia became the most idle among them. Both Aelb and Gary refused to let her hobble along further. The wound on her ankle had obviously burst open multiple times and was oozing pus. Perhaps due to boredom or exhaustion from the previous days, Malia fell asleep nestled in Aelb's arms. When she opened her eyes again, they were still walking in darkness. Aelb sensed the change in her breathing and lifted her slightly higher. Awake? We're almost out. Malia was initially dazed but immediately perked up upon hearing this. Can we go out now? How long have we been walking? Joy laced Aelb's voice as he nodded towards the front, just around the corner, and we'll be out. Malia looked ahead and saw faint light. Ignoring the others' attempts to stop her, she jumped down from Aelb's arms. Aelb's heart skipped a beat at her bold action. He smacked the top of Malia's head without hesitation. Be careful. What if your wound splits again? Malia waved her fist at Aelb, her tone fierce. Don't touch my head. Aelb chuckled softly. The news of being near the exit seemed to lighten everyone's mood. He supported Malia as they walked toward the outside step by step. They didn't move fast, but soon enough, they reached the corner. Only then did they truly see the light outside. The twilight sky was dyed a warm orange, with the sunset about to dip below the horizon. The place resembled a cave, just a few steps from the entrance. They hurried out of the darkness into the fading light. Gary stretched comfortably, finally daring to relax and withdraw his power. Long hours of darkness had dampened everyone's spirits. Malia breathed deeply of the outside air, swaying her body as she turned to say something to Aelb. Her relaxed expression suddenly froze. Aelb noticed her changed expression and saw her gaze fixed on a point behind him. His heart sank. Swiftly, he pulled Malia away from the spot. Looking back from a distance, a giant green-headed python was coiled there, its tongue flicking out and staring at them. Its massive body required 3 people to encircle it, with its bright red, slender tongue occasionally extending. It slithered to the cave entrance and coiled itself up, its crimson eyes fixed intently on the 3 of them. This cave was its den. The scales of the green-headed python shone with a cold blue-green luster, appearing exceptionally hard. Gary, who had been stretching, heard the commotion behind him and turned to see, freezing in place. Clearly, this green python was formidable. They, 3 wounded individuals, dared not engage it head-on. Aelb, holding Malia's hand, faced the python, quietly retreating. His movements were extremely cautious, barely making a sound, almost holding his breath under tension. Sweat dripped from Aelb's forehead. His powers gathered at his fingertips, ready to seize a moment of respite if the python attacked. Gary followed the 2, his attention fully locked on the giant python. Whether it was the vulture they encountered earlier or this giant python, none of these were a match for just 3 psionics like them. Encountering them, escaping with their lives would already be considered lucky. In this post-apocalyptic world, these mutated raptors were especially dangerous. After retreating to a safe distance with Malia in his arms, Aelb started to run for dear life. Malia, held in Aelb's arms, glanced back at the python through his shoulder. The python clearly did not want to let them go and was writhing forward to chase after them. Its speed was extremely fast, about to reach them, when a distant call echoed from above. Lily. Aelb briefly looked up and saw the vulture they had just shaken off moments ago. His heart sank as he cursed aloud, damn, why now? With the python behind and the vulture above, escaping seemed hopeless. Aelb's power had already unleashed towards the python. Since regaining consciousness, his powers had been further enhanced. A huge black hole appeared in front of the python, the massive energy forcing it to dodge sideways. The black hole, like a torn rift, neatly sliced off half of its head. Through the cut, one could see a crystal nucleus the size of an infant's head. Before they could marvel at the size of its nucleus, they had to evade the snake's tail-sweeping attacks. Taking advantage of the injured python, Aelb darted far away with Malia. The vulture in the sky swooped down, but its target was not these weak humans but the python. The two mutated animals fought fiercely, shaking the ground with each collision. Without looking back, Aelb and Gary left the battleground. Even from a distance, Malia could still see the python glancing at them one last time. Both sides bore new wounds. The python, with half its head gone, could not withstand the vulture. It stubbornly tried to return to the cave, ignoring the vulture's attacks. But the vulture did not give it the chance to escape, tearing out the infant-sized crystal nucleus from its head and swallowing it whole. The python, without the support of its crystal nucleus, collapsed lifelessly. The vulture flapped its wings, let out two cries, and carried the python's body into the sky. Malia frowned, watching the increasingly distant cave entrance. What could be inside that cave, making the python risk its life to get back? Chapter 41, Jumping Base. The vultures soared high into the sky, carrying the long snake bodies and shrinking into small dots in the air. With their departure, tranquility returned to the surroundings. Perhaps even the mutated animals had the instinct to avoid strength and bully the weak. Not a single mutated animal could be seen around. Aelb, who had been fleeing, also stopped, watching the vultures flying away with the giant python high up in the sky. Gary let out a long breath of relief but dared not relax his nerves entirely. The prolonged use of his powers left him with a headache and weakened limbs. Malia looked around and sighed deeply. Their appearances told the story of a challenging journey ahead. The sky was clear and still, and even the wind seemed gentle. The peace after the ordeal enveloped them, making the three fall into a silent agreement, speaking no words for a long time. After catching their breaths for a while, Gary looked at Aelb with a bewildered expression. What should we do next? Without any means of transportation and having lost direction, the three lone figures faced an endless expanse of rocky terrain. Leaving this place seemed like a distant dream. He lowered his eyes, thinking for a moment before deciding aloud, use your psychic abilities' first intuition to choose a direction, and we'll follow it. Traveling through the apocalypse sometimes required taking a big gamble. They had no way back. They might as well choose a direction and fight for a path to survival. Aelb squatted down to examine the wound on Malia's ankle. After these days, the wound that bled and split open multiple times had become infected. Even though Malia used spiritual energy to stop further deterioration and pain, the battle-induced tear remained frightening. The skin around the wound was peeling outward, with pus oozing from the edges. Just looking at it made one shudder in pain. Considering how the young girl endured the pain without uttering a word, Aelb felt both anger and tenderness. He tapped her head gently, nearly toppling her over. Look at this wound. Are you really planning to lose this leg? Though his words were tinged with concern and blame, they sounded more like a warm embrace around Malia. Aelb carefully adjusted Malia's pant leg, then picked her up and slung her onto his back, signaling Gary to proceed in the direction he pointed. Malia hugged Aelb's neck softly and asked quietly, your wound's on your back. Don't worry, that energy fruit is enough to heal my injuries, Aelb said, giving her a slight bounce that showed how light-hearted he felt. Malia pulled at Aelb's collar to check his wounds. Though there were still some small cuts on his back, the injuries were indeed mostly healed. This was the first time Malia truly understood the miraculous properties of the energy fruit. That delicious fruit really did have the magical effects they said it had. Aelb's recovery was the best news she had heard in days. She swayed her dangling feet happily and chuckled, hugging his neck. Infected by her joy, Aelb smiled too, following behind Gary while teasingly threatening to throw her off, causing Malia to tighten her grip on his neck and scold him. Lost in their happiness, neither of them noticed Gary's silence as he walked ahead, his back turned to them, looking somewhat dejected. In a state of mental exhaustion, his psychic ability probed forward recklessly, trying to distract himself. Feeling a sense of loneliness amid his muddled memories, Gary felt there was something separating him from the other two. His pace quickened as if it would help clear his mind. Aelb glanced at Gary's back but didn't say anything, only accelerating his steps. Walking was tedious, and Malia swung her legs as she chatted with Aelb intermittently. Under the blue sky and yellow earth, only the three of them moved slowly along. Chris picked up fragments on the ground, surveying the marks of a fierce battle, silent and thoughtful. Janice stood there with a cigarette in hand, her face hidden by the smoke. Gannon looked at the scene, dumbfounded. This. What did they go through? Along the way, deep grooves left by sharp claws could be seen everywhere, and the vehicles they had driven lay in ruins, their broken rooftops lying upside down in the wasteland. Everyone's expressions darkened. Chris, examining the torn roof, had an especially grim look. He checked the cut closely. This looks like a cut from a psychic power. Aelb and the others might still be alive. Let's keep searching. Keep searching. His voice trembled slightly. Gary was his only younger brother and the only family he had left in this apocalypse. He even didn't dare to think deeply about what Gary and the others had experienced. Preston looked around at everyone's expressions and felt a chill looking at the surrounding marks. Aelb's psychic ability was terrifying, yet he still stood his ground against such powerful raptors. He calmly surveyed the dejected group. Don't panic just yet. I know there's a base nearby. If they saw it, they would certainly have gone in to rest. If they didn't go there, we can also use that base as a starting point to find more people and search for them. Gannon glanced in the direction Preston indicated, with a peculiar look on his face. You're talking about Jumping Base? Janice also turned her gaze towards him. She was familiar with this area and knew something about Jumping Base. She interjected, the one where over 70% of the inhabitants are psychics. Preston wasn't surprised that Janice knew about Jumping Base. He nodded and continued, yes, that's our best option. He slowed his speech slightly, lending an oddly profound tone to his words. But none of the few present noticed this difference. After some thought, they decided to head towards Jumping Base. They quickly got into the vehicle, with Preston driving. After fastening his seatbelt, Janice in the backseat looked at Preston through the rearview mirror, seemingly offhandedly asking, you seem quite familiar with Jumping Base? Preston met her eyes through the rearview mirror. His eyes curved slightly, revealing an almost apologetic expression. You know, I'm just a flight psychic. The competition in Jumping Base is too intense, so I decided to switch bases. Janice narrowed her eyes, looking out the window and murmuring, is that so? Preston stared at Janice for a moment longer before shifting his gaze back to the road ahead. His smile didn't reach his eyes. He gently pressed the accelerator, and the car moved straight toward Jumping Base. If someone could view from above, they would see Janice's group and Aelb's two teams both heading in the same direction. Chapter 42 Reunion. The wind, carrying dust, swept through their hair. As the three walked on, they gradually noticed more signs of human presence around them. From the ruins of broken buildings, a red-eyed zombie would occasionally dart out towards them. A spherical black hole exploded inside the head of the zombie, and Gary skillfully stepped forward to pick up the crystal core that had been blasted to the ground. Aelb's black hole ability originally compressed matter to cause powerful explosions. After this incident, he discovered another capability of his power, devouring. As long as he wished, the black holes he created could autonomously emit gravity, attracting surrounding objects into them, devouring them completely. This undoubtedly resembled the black holes commonly encountered by people even more. Gary looked ahead. To the left of this street is a base. We should be able to reach it before nightfall today. Malia stood on one foot next to Aelb, leaning most of her weight on him. Aelb picked Malia up again and followed Gary toward the base. In this post-apocalyptic world, various bases warmly welcomed psychics. Crystal cores could be exchanged for corresponding supplies in the base. This was precisely what Aelb and company intended to do. Regardless, considering Malia's injuries, staying out in the wild any longer wasn't suitable. Though healing powers did exist in this post-apocalyptic world, some severe injuries were still beyond their capacity. This was what worried Aelb the most. Lost in thought, Gary stopped and pulled Aelb to hide behind a wall nearby. He made a gesture for silence, pointing to a spot ahead. Following his finger, Aelb and Malia saw two figures walking forward. The tall man wore leather boots. He was a water psychic, wielding his power with mastery, leaving a trail of dead zombies where his water threads went. He held a rope in his hand, tied to a hunched man at the other end. The man's hands were folded in an odd shape, clearly broken. Like a beast, he was led by the man in front of him, looking more like a living corpse than a zombie. Malia kept staring at the hunched man, suddenly noticing his side profile. It seemed familiar. Aelb whispered, they appear to be heading for the base too? Gary nodded, his expression still serious, watching the men intently. We'll follow them. Malia moved closer, puzzled. What are they doing? Aelb ruffled her hair. Just follow. Malia glared at Aelb and muttered, the man being led, looks a bit like the restaurant owner. Aelb gently pressed her head down, lifting her along the building cover, maintaining a safe distance while following the two men. Aelb's face didn't relax as he watched the two men closely. Clearly, the man leading had psychic powers, while the one being led didn't. It was a scene of psychics oppressing ordinary people. This was not uncommon in this world. But Aelb instinctively didn't want Malia to be involved in such dirty matters. Fabio dragged the restaurant owner Augustus like walking a dog in the backyard leisurely. His water threads eliminated any zombies that dared to come close. He tugged on the rope, causing the man behind to stumble. Fabio curled his lips, enjoying the sight of these dependent commoners displaying frustration without daring to rebel. Stupid donkey, we're almost at your beloved Jumping Base, cheer up. Silence greeted his words. Fabio didn't mind, his smile unwavering, applying force to push the man to the ground, kicking him in the stomach. I'll teach you in advance, when a psychic speaks to you, you must respond properly, or else. He added more pressure on Augustus's stomach until he heard a stifled groan, then released. He yanked the leather rope tied around the man's neck. Get up. His gaze was proud and scornful, like a superior gazing down at ants. Gary subconsciously frowned, his mental powers locking onto the men ahead, hearing their conversation clearly. He felt uncomfortable with the arrogance in the man's tone but remained silent, following him. Meanwhile, Aelb and Malia, unaware of what was happening, cooperatively followed him from behind. Malia stretched her neck from Aelb's arms, watching the two men. She wanted to take another look, to confirm if that person was really the owner of the little restaurant. Earlier, she felt something was off about the boss, and now he had suddenly appeared here in this state. Malia's keen intuition told her that there must be a big secret behind this. With Gary around, their movements were hardly detectable. They followed Fabio all the way to the gate of Jumping Base. Fabio dragged Augustus along and cast a wary glance backward. The zombies were scattered sparsely around, not making any movements. After observing for a while, he turned his head back. Looking at the high-walled base in front of him, he smiled and took a deep breath, his tone tinged with relief and satisfaction, finally back. His gaze fell on Augustus, who looked like a puppet manipulated by strings, and he sneered. Augustus's broken arms were his handiwork. Back then, Augustus had tried to escape, and Fabio caught him and broke both of his arms. The brutal scene would make Augustus shudder uncontrollably just thinking about it. Malia and the others hid behind the wall, Aelb covering Malia's mouth and pressing her against his chest. The soft touch under his palm sent a tingle through him, making him reluctant to let go. After observing for a moment, Malia slipped out from under Aelb's hand. Shouldn't we follow him into the base? Aelb lowered his body and whispered in her ear, let's wait a bit more, observe further. Fabio was already at the tightly closed gate of the base, about to enter, when a shout came from behind Aelb and the others. Aelb, Gary, you guys are here. Preston looked at the three of them, her voice filled with joy. Malia, who had been focusing on what was ahead, was startled by the shout and turned back to see Chris and Janice opening the car doors and quickly walking towards them. Chris pulled the bewildered Gary into a hug and patted his back vigorously. Good kid, you scared me to death. Janice looked at Aelb and Malia and lit a cigarette. You guys alright? Preston, who was a bit behind the others, exchanged a subtle gesture with Fabio, who then swiftly darted into the base. Preston wore a joyful smile and walked up to greet them as well. Chapter 43, Settling in the Base. Reunions after disasters always come with a special joy. Gary, seeing Chris hugging him, looked somewhat dazed. This face was 80% similar to his own. He scrutinized Chris for a long time, somewhat bewildered. Who are you? Chris felt as if struck by lightning. Janice, who stood nearby, choked on a puff of smoke and coughed for quite a while. Malia took 2 steps forward to explain to Gary, we encountered danger, and he hit his head badly, losing all his memories. Upon hearing this, Chris fell silent, his hand still on Gary's shoulder, furrowing his brows as he asked, even me, you forgot? Gary shook his head, frowning, feeling a pain in his head. I don't remember. As he spoke, it seemed something tried to squeeze through the floodgates of his memory. He clutched his head, his lips quivering. I seem to be remembering some things. Chris's eyes lit up again. He patted Gary's shoulder. Take your time thinking. No need to force yourself. Compared to Malia and Aelb, who had been with him day and night these past few days, Chris was much more unfamiliar to him. But the flooding memories told him that the man in front of him was his closest kin. The one who came to him as a troubled child, covered in wounds, holding a packet of compressed biscuits. The one who protected him from zombies, fighting fiercely. The one who nagged about daily life. Gary felt a splitting headache. Preston stepped out to ease the tension. Since we've found Aelb and the others, should we still go to the base? It seemed like he was talking to Janice, but his eyes were fixed on Malia and the 2 others. Janice also looked at Aelb, clearly asking for his opinion. Aelb frowned, his gaze falling on Malia's ankle. Let's go. Let's find a healer in the base. Guyue's leg can't wait any longer. At his reminder, everyone noticed Malia's injured ankle. Janice gently lifted the trouser leg covering Malia's wound, startled by its ghastly appearance. Looking at Malia's unperturbed expression, she felt her impression of her change a little. She hadn't expected such a seemingly delicate young girl to endure such a serious injury in silence. Let's go. We'll enter the base now. Janice stubbed out her cigarette, looking at the disheveled Aelb and Gary, and gestured behind her. You 2 get in the car first. Preston and I will find someone in their base to explain the situation. They all moved into action. Janice glanced at Preston, her expression cold. Let's go. This is your original base, right? You should know it well. Preston smiled and led the way, with Janice closely following. At this moment, Malia was sandwiched between Gary and Aelb in the backseat of the car. The door on Gary's side was open, and Chris stood outside, his face filled with concern, continuing to reminisce about the past. On Aelb's side, Gannon stood, endlessly complimenting them. Sitting between the 2, Malia felt like she was being attacked from both sides by annoying voices. She wished she could kick both of them out of the car and close the doors for peace. Gannon looked at the back of Janice and asked curiously, where's Preston? Why didn't he come back with you? Janice opened the driver's door and sat down, he's familiar with the base and knows a few people. He's helping Guyue find a healer. Aelb nodded and whispered his thanks. For the short journey, apart from Malia, Gannon, and Chris followed behind the car. They arrived at the base gate, which opened for them immediately. Jumping Base was different from Wuhan Base. It didn't have a natural deep ravine, only towering walls, looking rather ordinary. But once inside, they saw a completely different scene. The place was bustling with noise and festivities. Compared to Wuhan Base, Jumping Base was more prosperous. People here wore clean and neat clothes, showing no signs of hardship. Some even held snacks, strolling idly along the streets. Curious, Malia leaned against the window, watching the lively scene inside the base. Various vendors called out, and occasionally, provocatively dressed women could be seen enticing passers-by into buildings. If Wuhan Base was a conventional living area, then this place was more like a bustling and luxurious pleasure den. A friend of Preston? A smiling man stood by the car, looking at Janice in the driver's seat. Janice nodded. Are you? The man laughed heartily and introduced himself. I'm Darian, a former friend of Preston. I have a couple of spare rooms in this base. Since they're not in use, I thought I'd offer them to you. Janice and the others thanked him repeatedly, got out of the car, and followed behind Darian. Darian smiled as he swept his eyes over their faces, happily accepting their thanks, and led them toward his residence. As they walked, he chatted with them. His gaze fell on Malia first. The little girl's foot looks pretty badly injured. Malia was being carried on Aelb's back, her trouser leg pulled up, revealing the ghastly wound clearly. She stuck her head out from behind Aelb, subconsciously moving her injured foot, quickly glancing at Aelb and muttering weakly, "It only looks serious, it doesn't really hurt that much." Malia very cleverly used her spiritual power to block the pain in her ankle. While she couldn't make the wound heal quickly, it did prevent it from worsening after repeated splitting. Darian raised an eyebrow, giving her a thumbs up. Preston said, "You're still just an ordinary girl, following them is really brave." She smiled slightly, burying her little head back behind Aelb. She still enjoyed other people's compliments. Aelb chuckled softly, lifting the person on his back higher. Darian's residence wasn't far away, they arrived shortly. He had humbly mentioned it earlier, but his so-called residence turned out to be a standalone small courtyard. After handing the keys over to them and pulling out a bottle of antiseptic from his bag, Darian left without hesitation. Malia was placed on a soft sofa, and Aelb carefully wiped the wound with clean cotton cloth. He sat next to her, grabbing her two restless feet, taking off her shoes and socks, and placing them on his knees. Aelb's movements were extremely gentle. Malia didn't feel the pain from her wound but rather felt ticklish from his actions. She curled her toes and tried to pull her leg away. However, her slender ankle was held firmly by Aelb's large hand. "Be still, I need to clean the wound properly." Malia pouted but remained silent. Aelb was very firm about treating her injury, always doing so on their journey. Unable to change his mind, she could only go along with him. Almost immediately after cleaning the wound, there was a knock on the door. Aelb tied it up and went to open it. Standing at the door was a sweet-looking woman who sized up Aelb before breaking into a sweet smile. "I'm Carly, a healer ability user. Preston sent me." Aelb stepped aside, letting her in, but glanced behind her. "Where's Preston?" Carly closed the door after entering and smiled again at Aelb. "He went to buy some living supplies for you and asked me to come over first." Her smile deepened as she took a step closer to Aelb. "What? Don't you trust me?" Chapter 44, Treating the Wounds. In the tallest building of Jamping Base, the decorations in the room were luxurious and exquisite. "Fabio, if it weren't for me today, you wouldn't have known you were under surveillance." Preston leaned against the door frame, sneering. The man in black leather boots curled his lips and sat in a chair with one leg crossed over the other, looking nonchalant. The man sitting opposite him supported himself on the table with both hands and spoke in a deep voice. "Is that Aelb's ability really a black hole?" Preston stood up straight when facing the man, speaking respectfully. "Yes, everyone at Wuhan Base knows, and his ability level isn't low either." Fabio propped up his cheek and lazily said, "Then we shouldn't miss out on such a capable esper." His gaze shifted to the man opposite. "Boss, why not take this opportunity to recruit him into our base?" Preston pursed her lips, observing the man's expression, and tentatively added, "But he seems very loyal to Wuhan Base. If we can't get him to join us, he will be a significant threat." The man interlocked his fingers and sighed lightly. "You're right." He spoke slowly, with a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Too loyal a dog, I don't want it." The man turned his gaze back to Fabio. "Besides, you nearly exposed our base." Fabio stiffened upon meeting his eyes. The man tapped the desk a few times and then left, leaving his voice lingering in the empty room. He said, "Kill him." Getting this answer, Preston's lips curved into a playful smile as she watched the man's departing back, responding softly. Fabio shot a glare at Preston, gave a cold snort, and also left. Preston's smile remained unchanged, seemingly in an excellent mood. He activated his ability, floated off the ground, and leaped from the high window. At the entrance of the courtyard, Aelb stepped back to a safe distance, turning to sit beside Malia. Carly laughed softly and stood in front of Malia, first looking at her face. Malia looked rather disheveled, her hair was oily, and her clothes were dirty. Yet her skin was extremely fair, her large bright eyes making her stunning even in adversity. Carly bent down and used her slender fingertips to gently touch Malia's torn flesh, applying slight pressure before looking up. Malia showed no reaction. Carly marveled, "Not hurting?" Malia shook her head calmly. Carly hummed softly, casually finding a chair to sit down, a smile spreading across her lips. "That's best. If you feel pain later, just bear it." Malia didn't understand. She knew the other was a healer like Adley before. Adley's ability was warm and comforting, giving her a very good impression. Malia's thoughts wandered far. When she snapped back to reality, all she felt was excruciating pain in her ankle. She gritted her teeth and saw white light flashing in Carly's hand. Unlike Adley's warmth, this light had a cold glow as it landed on her ankle. As the light enveloped her injury, it started to repair itself rapidly. It was twice as fast compared to Adley, but the pain that accompanied it could make someone faint. This pain wasn't from the injury but from rapid recovery. It was as if the wound was forcibly sewn together, ruthless and icy. Malia tried to suppress the pain with her spirit energy, but it had no effect. Soon beads of sweat the size of peas appeared on her forehead, and she clutched Aelb's hand tightly. Aelb could feel the immense pain she was enduring just by the strength in her grip. Yet the young girl clenched her teeth and didn't utter a sound. Watching Carly heal using her ability, Aelb frowned, opened and closed his lips, ultimately saying nothing. He just held Malia tightly. A continuous burning pain came from her ankle, numbing her sensation while only the pain persisted. Carly glanced at the determined Malia, her smile flattening slightly as she increased the power of her ability. The sudden surge of intense pain made Malia whimper softly, biting her lip shut again. She stubbornly endured the pain, not letting out a single cry as it overwhelmed her. After about 10 minutes, the treatment finally ended. The veins on Malia's forehead bulged, her sweat drenched her back. She couldn't even feel when the pain stopped, only feeling a lingering haze. Carly inspected the healed ankle, pursed her lips, then went to the bathroom in the house to wash her hands. Holding Malia, Aelb felt her relax before daring to let go and check on her condition. The wound on Malia's ankle had healed, but it left a long scar, the ugly mark standing out against her fair, slender ankle. Aelb carefully touched the scar, his tone filled with regret. It still left a scar. Malia felt somewhat drained. She took a couple of light breaths and sat up to examine her ankle. Even now, she could feel a burning pain there. This experience gave Malia a new understanding of healing abilities. It's fine, it's not that noticeable, she said nonchalantly. In the past, while cultivating, she often had small and large scars all over her body. But as long as her cultivation level improved, and she survived the thunder tribulation, the spiritual energy would replenish her body, removing all scars. Although Malia didn't mind, someone else did. Aelb's fingers caressed the scar repeatedly, as if mourning a flaw on fine jade, his expression rather serious. Malia couldn't stand seeing him like this. Mimicking his earlier action, she pressed both hands on his head and tousled his hair. Aelb caught her restless little hands, holding them gently in his palm without a word. Carly came back after washing her hands and saw this scene. She cleared her throat softly, drawing the attention of Malia and Aelb. She looked at Aelb with a frank and open gaze, smiling sweetly. I've healed her for you. To show my appreciation, won't you walk me out? Aelb squinted slightly, patted Malia's head comfortingly, and guided Carly out the door. Malia sat alone on the sofa, feeling inexplicably choked up. She hugged a pillow next to her and puffed out her cheeks. At the door, Aelb escorted her down the street and turned to leave. Carly called him back. Aelb, is that your name? Aelb turned around, meeting her smiling eyes. Carly scrutinized him calmly, her smile confident. Abilities belong with abilities, ordinary people are just for play. Aelb chuckled mockingly, finding it absurd, and didn't comment more since she had healed Malia. Miss Song, good day to you, he said coldly, making his rejection clear. Carly remained undeterred, her smile unchanged. Don't worry, I'll be back. Chapter 45, Wake-up Service. After Janice finished washing up and rested, she saw Malia sitting alone on the sofa. She leaned against the doorframe and looked at Malia. Where's Aelb? Given Aelb's attitude that he couldn't bear to let the little girl out of his sight for a moment, it was unlikely he would leave her behind to go out alone. Malia stretched her ankle, stood up, and took 2 tentative steps. He escorted the doctor out. Her voice was calm, but with a hint of melancholy if you listened closely. Janice stepped forward and held the girl's hand. That injury had left a deep impression on her. When they touched, she could feel that the back of the little girl was damp with sweat. Janice softened her tone. Did you have an argument with Aelb? Anyone could see how attached the girl was to Aelb, and this dejected look was uncommon. Malia opened her mouth but didn't speak. Janice sympathetically patted her shoulder and changed the subject. Let's wash up and get a good night's sleep, and all the unhappiness will be gone. In this post-apocalyptic world, every day counted, and no one knew when their time might come. So, one must live more joyfully. Malia nodded forcefully and followed Janice back to the room. Actually, Malia couldn't really say why she was upset. If forced to make a comparison, it would be like saying Aelb was like her Jeren sword, but while Jeren only recognized her, Aelb had other choices. She suddenly felt a sense of loss. By the time Aelb returned, Malia had already gone into the room with Janice. Aelb, after days of constant travel, was also extremely exhausted. Even with energy fruits helping to heal wounds and enhance abilities, it was barely enough to keep up with high-intensity combat. He checked on the little girl again, ensuring that Malia was fine before returning to the room to wash up and lie down on the bed. Drowsiness overwhelmed him, gradually pulling his consciousness into a hazy state. Meanwhile, Malia was chatting idly with Janice, with the topic being Aelb. Janice, have you known Aelb since childhood? Malia sat on the edge of the bed as Janice dried her long hair with a hairdryer. The girl's hair was fine and soft, irresistible to touch. After drying her hair, Janice smoothed it out with her hands. Not exactly. We met a couple of times when we were young. His father was my grandfather's friend, who later died unexpectedly during a mission. Janice combed through Malia's long hair with a brush. Later, the base commander often helped him in many ways. I remember back then, he had quite an independent personality. The Aelb of old rarely smiled and didn't have many friends. In the post-apocalypse, a child lived alone. As his reputation grew, he met Palmer and others. Malia pondered and nodded, curious about Aelb's childhood. Janice chuckled and teased her. You should ask Aelb directly, he can probably explain better. Confused, Malia turned to Janice. Why? Janice raised an eyebrow and couldn't help pinching her rosy cheeks. Because he likes you, silly. Upon hearing this, Malia's heart raced wildly. She pulled away from Janice's hand, pressed on her chest, and her ears turned slightly red. She suddenly grabbed the blanket and curled up into a ball, muffled sounds coming from under the blanket, sounding embarrassed. I'm going to sleep. Janice chuckled and shook her head, sitting next to Malia. Sometimes she wondered how such a naive and beautiful girl like Malia managed to survive so long in this post-apocalyptic world. Pretty and innocent. Like a flower that could be easily plucked, fragile yet beautiful. Malia had once devoted herself wholeheartedly to the path of the blade, practicing and meditating daily. Everyone around her praised her as a rare talent in blade cultivation, capable of understanding her own Tao and manifesting her own named blade Jeren before reaching 100 years old. Her life was destined for great achievement, reaching enlightenment and ascending to immortality, leaving behind a glorious legacy for posterity. But in this new world, the greatest wish seemed to be simply living beautifully and magnificently. Simple yet poignant. In the silence, there was a knock on the door. Janice opened it to find Preston carrying a bag of items. "Sissy, these are some daily necessities." Preston glanced past Janice into the room and saw Malia curled up in a ball. Little sister Gua must be tired too. "Get plenty of rest." Janice blocked his view, and Preston wisely didn't linger, leaving the items behind. Just as he reached the corner of the stairs, a voice called out from behind. Chris stood not far from him at some point, asking, "What are you doing?" Preston quickly turned around to meet Gary's inquisitive gaze. Before he could explain, Gannon also came out of the room, approaching and patting Preston on the shoulder. "We were just looking for you." "Where did you go?" Preston calmly replied, "I thought we'd be staying at this base for a few days, so I went to buy some daily necessities for everyone." Gannon laughed and left with Preston, arm in arm. Chris's gaze followed them, her brows slightly furrowed. It might have been his imagination, but ever since they arrived at this base, the previously unremarkable Preston seemed to fit in better here. The sunset had long sunk below the horizon, yet the night at Jumping Base was still bustling with lively activities. Psychics drank merrily in taverns, cheered in casinos, laughed heartily in lovers' embraces, and indulged wildly in the endless darkness. Early the next morning, Malia woke up early. After washing up and dressing neatly, she dashed into Aelb's room. As expected, Aelb was still lounging in bed, and Malia squatted beside him, a smile tugging at her lips as she reached out playfully. Her small hand pinched Aelb's cheeks, pulling back and forth. "Aelb, wake up. Let's go exploring around the base." Chapter 46, Scion Arena. Aelb slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Malia who was grinning wildly beside him, then wrapped an arm around her waist and with one smooth movement, brought her onto the bed. Malia felt a whirlwind of dizziness before finding herself lying on the soft bed, face to face with Aelb. Both blinked simultaneously. Looking at Malia beside him, the last bit of sleepiness vanished from Aelb. He got up from the bed and rubbed his temples. Beside him, Malia grinned broadly again. "Aelb, why don't we take a walk around the base?" Aelb patted her head, his voice raspy but his eyes full of indulgence. "You really exhaust me." With a smile playing on his lips, he neatly got up, went through his morning routine, and then took Malia out. Others in the courtyard were still resting. The two moved silently, quietly exiting the yard and feeling the lively street atmosphere right away. The Jumping Base was like an amusement park that never ceased to operate. Even early in the morning, there were plenty of Scions bustling along the streets. "I heard yesterday that 70% of people here are Scions," Aelb said, handing over some dried fruits he bought from a nearby stall to Malia. Around them, many groups of Scions were moving together, each wearing joyful smiles as they wandered among buildings. Malia kept looking around. She tugged at Aelb's hand, pointing towards someone walking toward them. "Aelb, look, isn't that Darian?" Aelb followed her gaze, meeting Darian's eyes directly. Darian strode over briskly with a smile. "Didn't expect you guys to be up so early." He invited them along with a gesture. "How about I show you around our base?" Malia, munching on the dried fruits, happily agreed. "The most exciting place this time of day should be our Scion Arena." Darian walked ahead, leading the way. Malia nodded while munching on her fruit, though her mind had wandered elsewhere. The Jumping Base was adorned beautifully in many places, making visitors feel its prosperity immediately upon entering. Malia, who was continuously observing her surroundings, suddenly stopped. Her eyes caught sight of someone. The Scion was hunched over, quickly slipping past walls and moving in a certain direction. Malia would never forget his face. It was Maximus. Her fists clenched tightly at her sides, staring intently at Maximus, chi surging into her hands as if ready to erupt any second. Maximus scurried down an alley and disappeared from view. Malia turned to chase after him, but Darian grabbed her arm from behind. "Where are you going?" Though using considerable force, he barely managed to stop the determined Malia. Aelb seized Darian's wrist, pulling his hand off Malia with strength. Looking down, a red mark was already visible on Malia's fair arm. Darian chuckled nervously. I just didn't want you two to wander off and get lost." Seeing Aelb's concerned expression towards Malia, Darian shrugged nonchalantly. "Why did you run off suddenly?" Malia touched her arm. Just those few moments had allowed Maximus to disappear into the alley. She reined in her gaze, dissipating the chi, and replied in a low voice, "Nothing much, just saw an acquaintance." Darian frowned slightly, glancing in the direction she had looked. He waved his hand. "Maybe you misidentified him. If it was someone you knew, they'd come to find you. Up ahead is our base's Scion Arena. Want to see it?" Malia glanced at Darian, letting the matter drop, and nodded obediently. It might have been her perception, but Darian seemed intent on diverting the topic. Aelb noticed too, naturally placing himself half a step in front of Malia, engaging Darian in a conversation about the Scion Arena. Though the awkward atmosphere eased somewhat, Malia remained distracted. There was no doubt that the Jumping Base was prosperous, but something eerie hung in the air, making her feel increasingly uneasy. Psi duels can only be seen in our base, Darian explained to Aelb. Everyone has downtime, so they think about sparring with each other, putting up wagers, and the winner takes all prizes. Just as he spoke, Darian led the two into a circular building. Even outside, it buzzed with voices, and inside, it was brightly lit. There were no windows around the room, and as soon as the door opened, a wave of stuffy heat hit them. In the center of the room stood a platform where two scions were locked in combat, their elemental forces swirling around them, clashing intensely. The two powers collided with brutal force, sweeping through the entire venue. The scions below cheered for those on the platform, offering shouts and roars filled with excitement. Darian listened to the cacophony, his expression one of contentment. He teased Aelb, in this apocalypse, everyone should have an outlet, right? Aelb's gaze was drawn to the two on the platform, observing them for a few seconds more. Malia, upon entering, couldn't help but frown. She tugged at Aelb's sleeve, whispering into his ear, "There's a heavy scent of blood here." Aelb frowned, sniffing the air. However, he didn't detect any unusual smells. Just as he was about to ask, Darian leaned over. "Are you interested in trying out the platform?" The two on the platform had just finished their match. An energetic scion nearby approached Aelb. "Brother, are you thinking of getting up there? How about a match with my buddy?" The scion grinned widely, sizing up the two before him, and pushed another person forward. That person had a stern face, eyeing Aelb appraisingly. Remembering Malia's earlier words, Aelb was about to politely decline. Then the speaking scion's gaze fell on Malia's ankle. "Looks like that young lady has quite a deep scar. I recently acquired a jar of ointment with excellent effects for reducing scars. It would go to waste if I kept it. How about we make it the prize this time?" Aelb swallowed his refusal, glancing at Malia. He took off his jacket and handed it to her, patting her hand. "I'll be back after one round." Malia nodded obediently, though her brows remained slightly furrowed. She was still very concerned about that scent of blood. Her intuition told her it wasn't something good. Chapter 47, second floor of the arena. Malia, holding clothes, watched Aelb ascend to the arena. The pungent and blood-soaked stench lingered in her nostrils for a long time, which made her feel instinctively disgusted. The cheers from under the arena were deafening, easily making one's blood boil. The man standing opposite Aelb was unusually calm. He glanced at Aelb with a look of grim determination. Seizing this opportunity, Malia walked around this building aimlessly while holding Aelb's clothes. From time to time, she ate some fruit platters or touched sculptures. Her attention was entirely on the smell. Finally, she stopped and frowned at a certain point. In the entire venue, only this place had the strongest scent of blood. Malia's gaze slowly moved upwards. It was toward the second floor. The second floor inside the building was not open to the public, and the stairs leading up were hidden away in a corner, making them hard to find. Malia secretly released her spirit energy, climbing up to the second floor along the floors. Just as she was gazing up at the second floor, an ovation came from the direction of the arena. Malia turned her head to see Aelb, with his abnormality shining in his hand, standing alone on the arena. The man before him lay sprawled on the ground, covered in blood but still struggling to stand without conceding defeat. Aelb frowned and silently watched the man. The opponent had crossed the boundary of sparring and was desperately trying to win. This wasn't right. Darian watched Aelb frown and gave a hint to the referee beside him with a glance. The referee understood and went up to announce Aelb as the victor. Upon hearing this, the man tried to stand up shakily but was dragged off by burly men who covered his mouth. The betting abnormality carrier laughed and walked onto the arena, handing over a scar removal ointment to Aelb. He didn't show any irritation, and with a slight smile, said, "You're pretty strong." Aelb accepted the ointment but didn't respond to the man's banter. Malia also walked over and returned the clothes to Aelb. She held a thread of spirit energy in her hand, probing into the second floor of the arena. But Aelb grabbed her arm and nodded to Darian, who approached to congratulate them. "Gua is not feeling well, let's go back." CAI asterisk not feeling well asterisk Gua blinked her eyes, clutched her stomach, and nodded. Darian's gaze wandered between the two and finally shrugged. "What a pity. Have a good rest then." After exchanging a few words, Aelb and Malia quickly left the arena. Darian watched their backs and smiled, walking up to the second floor from a corner, causing the wooden floorboards to creak. He opened the iron door of the second floor and stepped in. In a place where he couldn't see, a strand of spirit energy swiftly transformed into a little figure and pinched his foot. Outside the iron door was noisy, inside it was silent. The room was dark except for a single candle placed on the table. A short and thin man sat on the left side. The man picked peanuts from the table and put them into his mouth, glancing at Darian quickly. "How strong is that Aelb?" Darian sat down uninvited at the table. He lost. He grabbed the wine glass on the table, gulped down a mouthful. As expected of a black hole abnormality carrier, he easily inflicted injuries on not a lower tier abnormality carrier. The short thin man chuckled twice. His name was Eli, the owner of this ability carrier's arena. The iron door was opened again, and two ability carriers escorted someone in. "Master, this is the one who lost on the stage, brought here according to the rules." The two uniformed ability carriers spoke respectfully, bowing and dared not look directly at Eli. Eli waved them off, and the two dropped the person they were holding and left the room hastily. This person who was left behind was precisely the man who just lost the match. Darian sized him up and clicked his tongue twice. "What a pity, losing the game means those debts you owe us might not be repaid." The injured ability carrier, covered in blood and drained of power, crawled 2 steps despite his exhaustion. He crawled desperately to Eli's feet. Please. His expression was terrified. Give me another chance. Eli sneered, and his power suddenly erupted, altering the gravity around him, instantly pressing down on the grounded ability carrier. A light crackling sound came from his bones, and the ability carrier couldn't help but cry out in agony, veins bulging, and cold sweat pouring. Eli lifted the man's chin with the tip of his shoe, arrogance evident, wearing a malicious smile. Since you've lost, you must follow our arena's rules. Darian on the other side chuckled knowingly and pressed a button on the other side. In an instant, the room was flooded with bright light. This room was extremely large, with a wall directly opposite covered in densely packed cages. As the lights came on, the zombies inside the cages emitted ear-piercing screeches. They clawed at the cages, their sharp fingers waving in the air, and their low growls echoed in succession, emitting a foul stench from their mouths. With bulging eyeballs and the air, tainted with the stench of blood, made one involuntarily gag. Eli stood facing the cages, addressing the abnormality carrier. Since you're here, pick one. Which zombie's mouth do you want to enter? His laughter was unrestrained and twisted, like a demon from hell, sinister and terrifying. All this dark intent was meticulously recorded by the spirit energy hidden in the corner. On their way back, Malia and Aelb were both rather quiet. Aelb held onto Malia's wrist, not letting go. This space seems strange in many ways. Malia nodded in agreement. It's hard to pinpoint where it's wrong, but everything feels off. Speaking of this, her gaze turned toward the alley they had passed earlier. She would never mistake that face, it was Maximus. But why was Maximus here? And why did he look like this? If not for the deep impression he left on her, it would be hard to associate this now submissive person with the once ruthless Maximus. The more she thought about it, the less she understood. Malia decided to check that alley again. She mentioned this to Aelb, and the two immediately agreed, retracing their steps back to the alley. Standing at the entrance of the alley, they saw no sign of life inside. Just as they were about to converse, someone emerged from the depths of the alley. Recognizing the familiar clothing, Malia pulled Aelb to hide beside her. Wasn't that Maximus who appeared? Aelb also saw his face and, together with Malia, pressed against the wall to observe Maximus's actions. Chapter 48 Slave. At this moment, Maximus, with heavy chains around his neck, showed no trace of his usual ferocity. He timidly came out from the innermost room, placing a garbage bag at the door. He stood with his hands in his pockets, looked at the empty alley, pressed his lips together, and gently closed the door. Not long after he closed the door, Malia and Aelb appeared at the farthest house. After observing near the window for a while, they could see the situation inside the room. Moreover, there was more than one familiar person in the room. Carly was sitting on the sofa, surrounded by 4 or 5 people who had heavy chains around their necks, attending to her. These people were all psychics, but they did not appear particularly powerful. Each of them had a look of despair on their faces, respectfully surrounding Carly, daring not to make any disobedient moves. After returning from the door, Maximus knelt before Carly, hanging his head like an obedient pet. Carly chuckled softly and kicked Maximus's head, saying, "Now you're obedient. Weren't you very arrogant when you first arrived at the base?" Maximus kept his head down without answering. "You remember, I can send you back to the arena as easily as I bought you from it." Carly's gaze swept over everyone present. Her words were casual, yet they caused these people to involuntarily shudder. The scene in the room was reminiscent of European feudal slave owners exploiting peasants. Malia's heart suddenly shook, and the image of the second floor of the arena flashed before her eyes, causing her breathing to quicken. She wanted to turn her head to look at Aelb, but unexpectedly, Carly in the room was so alert that even the slightest change in light at the window caught her attention. "Who's outside?" Aelb and Malia cursed inwardly, quickly moved away from the window, and turned into the alley. As Malia left, she left a strand of spirit energy hidden inside Carly's house. Carly pursued the two with a fierce expression, but unfortunately, the two ahead were slippery, turning every corner to evade her pursuit. Stopping, she gritted her teeth. Just then, a whistle sounded from behind. Carly turned around to see Preston leaning against the door frame, smiling. Unconsciously, she had run to where Preston lived. Preston teased, "Carly, working so hard, chasing men?" Carly rolled her eyes, disregarding her refined appearance in front of Preston. Preston stood up straight, approached Carly, and teased, "I'm curious, why are you so interested in Aelb?" Unable to catch up, Carly spat and glanced at Preston, replying slowly, "I know he shouldn't be kept, but his psychic power is indeed strong. If I could borrow his seed, it would be making good use of him." Carly pulled back her hair, her expression indifferent, revealing neither joy nor anger. Psychic abilities seemed to be inheritable. Offspring of psychics had a high probability of awakening similar abilities. Therefore, even among psychics, there was a preference for the stronger ones. Carly had always wanted a powerful child to secure her future glory. Preston laughed lightly and remarked coolly, "It's a pity, he'd rather stay with that ordinary girl than you." To them, being inferior to an ordinary person was the greatest humiliation. His remarks were infuriating. Carly glared fiercely at him, causing Preston to raise his hands in surrender. One should know that although Carly was a healing psychic, her methods were notoriously cruel in the base, and common psychics dared not provoke her. But speaking of which, someone just peeped on me. Carly frowned, narrowing her eyes. Looking at those two figures, one of them seems very much like that little girl. Preston's expression changed as he pondered, "This isn't good. Given her relationship with Aelb, if she found out anything, she will tell him. Looks like we need to act faster." Carly waved her hand dismissively. Deal with this yourself. I'll go check who brought these two here. With a sinister smile, she disappeared from Preston's sight in no time. When Carly returned to her residence, the room was now empty. She slowly opened the door to a sealed room. The room was silent but filled with various strange odors. A cruel smile curled her lips as she turned on the lights. The room was barren, devoid of furniture. With the sudden lighting, the scene became visible. Hanging on the bare walls were many iron chains, each chain tethering the neck of a psychic. As the bright lights flooded the room, these psychics instinctively huddled together. Carly walked to the farthest corner where a man with a scar on his face was locked. The man hunched his back, sitting quietly in the corner. Get up. Carly's voice echoed in the empty room. Seeing this, the other psychics moved aside quickly, afraid that this trouble might land on their heads. Maximus stood up following Carly's command, and she was very pleased with his compliance. Did you go out today? Carly's lips painted with lipstick moved, whispering devilishly. Maximus's voice was hoarse, slightly trembling. Today, it was my turn to go out for purchasing supplies for the master. The chains around these psychics' necks could all be unlocked. But no one dared to run away. This room, this iron chain, was their place of peace. And they, like slaves from ancient times, served and flattered the higher-ups in the base with all their efforts. Otherwise, the madmen in this base had hundreds of ways to make them wish they were dead. Carly sneered at Maximus, pulling on his chain. You did well, going out once and bringing me so much trouble. I think you want to visit the arena again. Maximus's face showed nothing but fear. He bent his legs, nearly kneeling. I'm wrong, please forgive me, I'm wrong. Carly patted his cheek, warningly. If it happens again, I'll have to call the arena and tell them to take good care of you. When Malia and Aelb escaped from the alley, their breaths were somewhat unstable. The scene just now kept hovering in their minds, connecting the strange aspects of the base. This made her particularly curious. What were these people really up to? Imprisoned zombies, confined slaves, everyone in this base seemed insane. Malia turned her head to look at the furrowed brows of Aelb, silently keeping what she had seen to herself. Everything today was telling them that prosperity was just a surface layer, while the essence of this base was the arrogant living of the strong oppressing the weak. Aelb and Malia returned to the courtyard with heavy steps. Chapter 49, Malia was taken away. As soon as Malia and Aelb returned, they went to find Janice and Chris. After discussing among the three of them, they finalized the plan to leave Jumping Base that night. They split up to gather the necessary supplies, fuel, vehicles, food. They were in dire need of these resources. Ganon watched their busy movements curiously and asked about their plans. Aelb kept it vague, only saying they had to rush back to the base immediately. Ganon seemed like he wanted to say something more, scratching his head in confusion and muttering about how they should stay longer. He then left to find Preston. Time was tight, and one after another, Aelb and the others left the apartment, leaving Malia alone on the sofa, watching them go. Malia's gaze fell on Gary, who had just returned from the door with a furrowed brow. Guyue, I just checked our vehicle and found something wrong with the front wheel. Stay here and don't wander off. I'll take the car for repairs. His voice carried a tone of concern. Saint Dow Fraser, who had heard countless warnings from the group, nodded obediently and promised, I promise not to leave. Please come back soon. The obedient young girl sat on the edge of the sofa, her eyes sincere and clear, making people believe her effortlessly. Gary repeated a few more words of caution before quickly leaving the apartment. Inside the apartment, only Malia remained. She slumped down, patted her little belly, and stared at the ceiling absent-mindedly. Her mind was filled with what she had seen today. As she pondered how to deal with it, the sound of unlocking came from the door. Malia straightened up to see Preston opening the door and walking in. Preston met her gaze and smiled. Guyue, are you alone at home? Malia glanced behind him and nodded. They've all gone out to get supplies. Where's Ganon? Didn't he look for you? Preston blinked innocently at Malia. I saw him. His smile widened as he approached her slowly. He told me you're about to leave soon. That really helps me a lot. Malia frowned. This Preston was clearly not right. She feared they planned to start with her. Her eyes darted around, thinking of feigning ignorance to gather more information. Preston took 2 quick steps forward, lunging toward Malia, trying to cover her mouth and nose with a cloth. Malia, sensing the danger, deftly sidestepped and avoided the cloth. She narrowed her eyes, staring directly at Preston, anesthetic extracted from mutant mandala flowers. The anesthetic Maximus used on me back then was provided by you. As Malia spoke, her eyes swept past something to the side. Preston raised an eyebrow. You bring up a good point. After Maximus caught you that way, naturally, I'd be more cautious. His smile remained unchanged, but his eyes were filled with malice as he looked at Malia. But this time, I'm not alone. Just as he spoke, Malia felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck, realizing something had been injected into her. The anesthetic spread through her bloodstream. However, Malia had anticipated this. She channeled her energy to block it at the back of her neck, preventing the drug from taking effect. Having already noticed someone waiting nearby, she pretended to faint and listened to their conversation. Darian stepped out from behind her, giving Preston the order to leave quickly. Take her away fast. It won't be good if the other team members show up. Malia was hoisted onto someone's shoulder, feeling the wind rushing past her ears as she was carried away through a window into the darkness of the base. The apartment was eerily quiet. The windows were open, and the breeze stirred the curtains, but the room inside was empty. Malia could feel her hands tied behind her back and stuffed into a low cage. She patiently waited until the person left before slowly opening her eyes. The dim lighting took her a moment to adjust to. A sound came from beside her. Malia turned her head to see a familiar figure in another cage, none other than Ganon. His mouth was sealed with tape, and upon seeing Malia awake, he struggled intensely, as if he had something urgent to say. Preston had trusted the effectiveness of the anesthetic too much. Aside from being confined in the cage, Malia had no other restraints. The anesthetic was potent indeed. Malia rubbed her sore neck and used her spiritual energy to cut through the ropes binding her. She stretched her arms, struggling to turn her body, and reached up to remove the tape from Ganon's mouth. The cage was incredibly narrow, making it difficult to move around. The adhesive of the tape on Ganon's mouth was strong, inevitably causing small wounds as it was torn off. Ignoring the pain, Ganon immediately said once the tape was removed. This Preston, he's not a good person. He wants to kill Aelb. Malia looked at him silently, then glanced at the cage confining both of them, correcting a fact. He may not only want to kill Aelb but also take us along. Ganon was dejected, his eyes red with anger. Malia quietly moved her wrists, rubbing against the bars of the cage and asked, "How did you end up being locked here?" Ganon recalled what happened and angrily cursed Jameson's family. "I wanted to ask him to leave together. As soon as I finished speaking, he knocked me out. When I woke up, I was here." Ganon pursed his lips. "I overheard his conversation with an accomplice. While they were recruiting ability users, they were also killing those who posed a threat to them." Just as he was speaking, the door to the small room opened. Jameson walked in from behind the door, seeing Malia and Ganon in the cages. He raised an eyebrow slightly. "You woke up much faster than I expected." It was as if he were chatting idly with an old friend, his tone light, and movement swift. Ignoring Ganon's curses, Jameson unlocked the cage confining Malia, dragging her out. "Since you're awake, we're heading to the next location." He held Malia by her wrists, dragging her through the door. Malia went along with Jameson's actions, observing her surroundings discreetly. The sky outside was already darkening. Jameson leaped out of the window, floating in midair. His ability allowed him to move easily even in the air. Malia watched the ground grow distant, suspended in midair by her wrists alone, the buildings below shrinking to resemble a toy city. At this height, a simple release from Jameson would send her plummeting to her death. Malia's internal spiritual energy surged, protecting her body invisibly. Seeing Jameson deliberately moving her, Malia asked, "Where are you taking me?" Jameson seemed to be in a good mood, chatting casually. "Where I'm taking you isn't important. What matters is that Aelb will follow me when he knows you're missing." Through their days of interaction, he knew well the unique place this ordinary person held in Aelb's heart. An ordinary person didn't require his extra attention. His target had always been Aelb alone. Jameson curled his lips, wind whistling past his ears. "Why take me out then?" Malia looked down. They had long left the base, the zombies beneath slowly shuffling forward, growing more distant. "Of course, it's to let you see the world. You, protected in this apocalypse, have you ever encountered zombies?" Jameson's voice carried a morbid excitement. "This is an unforgettable experience." Jameson's figure was continuously descending, the zombies below sensing something unusual in the sky, gradually gathering around. Jameson shook the hand holding Malia. "Look, all these zombies want to tear your body apart." Malia watched the increasing crowd of zombies below, closing in, mouths wide open, those blood-red eyes staring at her like starving wolves eyeing prey. She remained silent, lifting her head to see Jameson looking at her with interest, disappointed by her calm expression. He loosened one arm, leaving Malia hanging in midair, only one wrist held by Jameson. "Plead with me, and maybe I'll soften and let you go." Chapter 50, Zombie Pile. Malia stood in silence, her eyes fixed on the zombies below before looking up at Preston as she pursed her lips and said nothing. She was now certain that these people derived a perverse satisfaction from tormenting the weak. Malia felt that even a single word with such a person would be disgusting. After waiting for a long time without hearing Malia beg for mercy, the corners of Preston's mouth turned down, and he lost interest in teasing her. He relished the fear ordinary people showed when facing zombies, and they would usually cling to his hand, weeping uncontrollably. The first time he saw Malia, he had wanted to see panic and fear on her beautiful little face. That would have made him feel euphoric. Unfortunately, she wasn't cooperating. Preston glanced at the sky, then turned to look towards the base, releasing Malia's hand finger by finger. "TSK, I want to see if you really aren't afraid of these zombies." As Preston let go of her hand, he watched Malia fall into the zombie crowd. At that moment, Malia's eyes grew stern, and spiritual energy spread around her body. Following closely, the arena inside the base and Carly's residence swirled with spiritual energy. Sudden bursts of violent energy exploded twice. The sudden explosions immediately put Jamping Base on high alert. Outside the city walls, Preston was oblivious to this as he watched Malia falling down. No screams came from below, and Preston sneered. The zombies surged like writhing maggots, all rushing towards where Malia was falling. Almost instantly after she hit the ground, she was engulfed by the surrounding zombies. Perhaps she died from the fall, or maybe she was bitten through the neck right away. Preston imagined cruelly, gazing at the scene below with joy. In the future, it will be the world of psychics. Ordinary people who have been abandoned by the times are no different from these zombies. This is where they belong. Preston's expression was arrogant, his posture relaxed, fully embodying the demeanor of an upper echelon figure. After watching for a while, he stopped looking at the feeding zombies and hurried back towards the base. Inside Jamping Base, Aelb had nearly gone mad searching for Malia. They had returned from an outing, and Malia seemed to have vanished just like she did when captured by Maximus's squad at Wuhan base. Everyone from their temporary team went out to search, but despite spending the entire afternoon, there was no news. Aelb was extremely worried, unable to help but think of what happened with Maximus's squad, especially since Malia told him earlier that morning about seeing Maximus at this base. He cursed under his breath, ready to rush out. Just then, he bumped into Gary who had just returned. Gary steadied himself, his expression serious. 2 explosions suddenly occurred in Jumping Base, and the entire base is on lockdown. Aelb couldn't believe it could be so coincidental, and he started walking toward the accident site. What are you doing? Preston's surprised voice came from behind them. Seeing their hostile looks, he pulled Aelb forward. Don't worry, I found Guiyu. Not just Aelb, everyone turned to look. Preston nodded, wiping sweat off his face, forcing a smile. I inquired for quite a while. The girl saw all of you leave and went with Brother Darian to the arena to play. Do you want to come with me to find her? Aelb narrowed his eyes, staring at Preston for a long time before nodding. Before leaving, he exchanged a glance with Janice behind him, who understood and left. After Aelb departed, Janice immediately headed for the car. We need to leave this base immediately. There must be something wrong with Preston. Chris frowned, glancing at the direction Aelb left, and dragged Gary to follow Janice. The 3 quickly prepared, with Janice using her metal-type psychic power to lead the way. Her psychic power was highly destructive. She covered the car with metal-type psychic energy and crashed out of the base recklessly. Meanwhile, Aelb followed Preston into the psychic arena. Unlike in the morning, few people were inside, and it looked as if a battle had taken place, with items scattered everywhere haphazardly. Where is Guiyu? Aelb's voice sounded slightly cold. Preston led the way up the wooden stairs, turning back to smile. She's upstairs, just follow me. Seated in the passenger seat, Janice held a firearm, using her psychic power to block the psychic chasers behind them. Only after losing the last pursuer did she finally sit still, breathing a long sigh of relief. Gary looked at the far-off Jumping Base and then at Janice ahead. Aelb will bring Malia out, right? It seemed like he was asking Janice, but also trying to convince himself. Janice glanced back at him, pursing her lips without a word. When she went out searching for Malia, she noticed that Jumping Base was peculiar in the subtle interactions among psychics. Here, it seemed some psychics showed particular respect for others. 70% of the psychics could easily overpower an ordinary person like Malia if they had the urge. If Aelb really couldn't find Malia, then it was likely that something terrible had happened to her. The atmosphere inside the car was awkward. On the other side, Aelb was already following Preston up the wooden stairs. At the end of the stairs was a heavy-looking door. Preston opened the door and walked in first. Aelb followed behind him, scanning the room with his eyes but finding no trace of Malia. Instead, he saw Ganon, locked in a cage, with blood all over his mouth. Ganon was still conscious. He looked at Aelb and made choking sounds, shaking his head. His tongue had been removed, leaving his mouth hollow. Aelb sensed danger and tried to turn back. But his body felt as if it were being pressed down by a 1,000-pound weight, making it difficult to lift a foot. A short, thin man emerged from the shadows in the room. His psychic power surged, using gravitational pressure on Aelb, forcing him to fall to the ground, unable to move. Ansel laughed strangely. Preston, this is the black hole psychic you were so terrified of. He's nothing much. Before he finished speaking, a black sphere exploded near his arm. Unable to dodge in time, his forearm was blown into a bloody mess, and his gravity power withdrew, giving Aelb a moment's relief. Preston didn't have time to mock Ansel. All his attention was on Aelb. Downstairs, more psychics appeared, all targeting Aelb. Behind Ansel, a woman walked out, her hand glowing white as she covered Ansel's wound. The intense pain made Ansel scream. Carly rolled her eyes, her dangerous gaze also landing on Aelb. Aelb frowned, looking around, his eyes finally settling on Preston. Where did you take Guiyu? Preston floated in midair, a smile on his lips. You mean that ordinary little girl? Let me think. He enjoyed watching the anxious expression on Aelb's face and continued slowly. I'm not quite sure either, but at this point, she's probably been digested by a group of zombies. Ha 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 ha. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive black hole exploded beside him. Even though he dodged in the air, the shockwave blew off one of his arms. Aelb's eyes turned cold, his psychic power surging. Despite lacking gravity power, just looking at Preston made him feel as if a 1,000-pound weight was pressing down on him. You want to say that again? What did you do to her? Chapter 51 Escape. Inside Jumping Base, the sound of explosions echoed continuously. Aelb jumped down from the second floor of the arena through the blasted wall. His posture was incredibly agile, and behind him were various types of psychics and psychics chasing after him. His body carried quite a few wounds caused by psychics, looking like a bloody man as he descended from a height. His psychic ability unfolded behind him. The massive black hole absorbed countless psychic attacks coming his way. Aelb rolled on the ground, darting into a building to hide. 70% of the people in this base were psychics, and for him, these 70% were all his enemies. Aelb had not expected that everyone in the entire Jumping Base would be one group. These numerous psychics gathered together possessed considerable strength. He headed toward the tall walls at the edge of the base, with explosions following in his wake wherever he went. More psychics rushed out from all around, almost as if they saw Aelb and started attacking without hesitation. The black hole hovered around Aelb, constantly devouring those psychic abilities. Aelb arrived at the high wall. The wall was smooth and flat, It was impossible to climb up directly. The black hole gathered at his fingertips, which Aelb pushed toward the wall ahead. The psychics behind chased after him. Preston stood above in the front, looking down at Aelb. Don't even think about escaping. No one has ever entered our base and left alive. Aelb watched as the black hole gradually swallowed the wall, turning to meet Preston's gaze. Why? Why, as humans, do you harm your own kind? Why, having the power of psychics, don't you value life? Preston sneered, landed on the ground, stepped forward closer to Aelb. Don't you understand yet? We are the ones who fit this world. Those without psychics should submit to us like zombies. Psychics were born superior to others. This wasn't just his thought but also the belief of the whole Jamping base. They believed violence, seizing, and the survival of the fittest were the rules of this era. The black hole behind him had already destroyed a large enough opening for someone to escape. Aelb shook his head at Preston, blood streaming from his forehead covered half of his face, but couldn't obscure his deep eyes, saying, "You're really arrogant. Arrogant towards zombies, arrogant towards life." He took advantage of this moment, sidestepping away. Just as he left the wall, he met dozens of psychics' gazes. As soon as he engaged them, many psychics from the Jamping base had already blocked outside the base, surrounding it layer upon layer, ensuring not even a fly could get out. Preston laughed loudly. "Aelb, don't waste your efforts." Preston descended from the sky, holding 2 pistols pointed at Aelb. "Today I will take your life." Torturing ordinary people was his hobby. Ending a strong person's life excited him thoroughly. Preston faced Aelb and pulled the trigger. While Aelb watched him, time seemed to slow down in his eyes. Psychic abilities flickered around, almost simultaneously pointing straight at him. No place to hide, no way to retreat. Aelb gritted his teeth, looked up at Preston, and dived into his black hole, which devoured him, disappearing entirely. The psychics nearby widened their eyes uncertainly. Did he commit suicide? Amidst the whispers, the huge black hole gradually vanished from everyone's sight. Preston frowned, watching everything happen. Aelb committing suicide right before his eyes made him feel unreal. Psychics around moved forward to check where the black hole once was. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Aelb dove into his psychic ability, leaving no hope for survival. In a vehicle several kilometers away from Jamping base, Janice and others were planning the next steps. 3 people had different thoughts, making the atmosphere unusually heavy without a single smile. Suddenly, Gary felt an unusual energy fluctuation near him in the backseat, becoming increasingly alert. The fluctuation grew so intense that Janice and Chris in the front seat felt it too. Chris hit the brakes, while Janice turned to the backseat with golden thorns rotating in her hand formed by her psychic ability. As the fluctuation reached its peak, a human-sized black hole suddenly appeared in the space, spitting out a blood-covered person. Blood-soaked Aelb fell onto the back seat. The slight jolt seemed to tear his wounds, making him groan. Aelb. All 3 were shocked. The sudden appearance of a person caught them off guard. They all hurried to check on his condition. Janice examined the bloody Aelb behind her and clicked her tongue. His psychic ability must have awakened teleportation, hasn't it? Chris raised an eyebrow, confirming that Aelb was not in immediate danger. He clicked his tongue a couple of times. Looks like he overused his psychic ability. His body is full of wounds inflicted by psychics, yet he managed to escape, which means he's quite lucky. Gary remained silent for a long time, his psychic ability flickering unstably in this space. Seeing Aelb made his already uneasy heart plummet to the bottom of the abyss. His psychic power surged wildly, and he endured the explosive pain in his head, asking gravely, "Where's Malia? You didn't bring her out." Janice noticed both Aelb and Gary's pale faces and was about to remind them. Gary's consciousness dimmed, his temples pulsing, and under continuous stimulation, the dam inside his brain suddenly burst open, releasing an enormous wave of psychic energy. Amidst the shocked exclamations from everyone, Aelb, who was closest to Gary, lost consciousness and sank into darkness. In his unconsciousness, Aelb felt as light as air. The desperate spatial jump left him not only with exhausted psychic power but also a body that felt crushed. Time passed, and gradually, the pain receded, leaving Aelb feeling weightless. He heard hoarse zombie sounds, accompanied by rustling wind and a sticky, cold sensation. Aelb wondered what was happening and struggled to open his eyes. His perception grew clearer, but he couldn't make out his surroundings. In this chaos, he felt a pair of hands caressing his body. A familiar, tender voice came from beside him, clear and obedient, just like the voice he remembered. "The blade has dulled again, it's a pity." Aelb felt as if struck by lightning. "This is Malia." He mustered all his strength to open his eyes. Whether due to sheer willpower or the return of his strength, light finally entered Aelb's vision, blurring then becoming clear. The familiar person he had been searching for appeared right before him, gazing down at him with clear eyes. Joy and anger filled his entire being. He wished he could grab her and rub her to his heart's content. But despite his clear consciousness, he couldn't feel his body. Just as he was bewildered, he heard Malia say confidently, "Don't worry, little peach. Since you followed me, I won't treat you badly." Aelb, what does this mean? Chapter 52 Breakthrough. This incident started when Alizi was thrown into a pile of zombies by Preston. As she fell, spiritual energy rapidly surged in her body, slowing her descent. When she hit the ground, it was only her flesh that was grazed. The zombies swarmed towards her. Alizi formed a shield of spiritual energy to block these zombies. Apart from the wound on her shoulder which was bitten when she first landed, no other zombie could get close to her. They pressed above Alizi, with their emaciated and terrifying faces, protruding eyeballs glowing crimson red. Their mouths were wide open, filled with sharp teeth, constantly opening and closing as if ready to chew something. However, when these zombies touched the spiritual shield, they all diverted their attention away from Ali. Many zombies lay on the shield of spiritual energy, trying to bite and tear off a piece to swallow. Ali observed for 2 seconds uncertainly and then formed another ball of spiritual energy in her hand. She threw it through the gaps. As expected, many zombies followed the ball of spiritual energy. Compared to flesh, spiritual energy had a greater attraction for them. Ali again gathered spiritual energy and spread it around, taking advantage of the majority of zombies being lured away. Ali sprang up, fleeing in one direction with all her might. Her current reserve of spiritual energy wasn't much, and even the most powerful mutant would be outnumbered by thousands of zombies. Though she wasn't infected by the zombie virus, the wounds on her shoulders and waist bled profusely, staining her clothes red. Behind her, the zombies emitted hoarse sounds, pursuing her with stiff steps. Guided by the memory seen from high altitude, she rushed to the best-preserved building in this abandoned city. A few zombies wandered aimlessly inside the building which seemed to be an office. As she climbed upstairs, the number of zombies decreased. After climbing many floors, Ali no longer heard those terrifying hoarse sounds. Leaning against a door frame, she panted heavily. The doors here were still intact. After Ali secured the door and pushed heavy objects in the room to block it, she finally got a moment's rest. Exhausted of spiritual energy, she felt pain all over, but recalling the previous lesson, she endured the pain, checked the place to ensure there were no zombies before letting out a sigh of relief. It seemed that this place was a film studio before the apocalypse. Props of various sizes were piled up in the tool rooms. From a basket of tools, Ali pulled out a wooden sword. Single-edged weapons are knives, double-edged ones are swords. Although skilled with knives, Ali also had some knowledge about swords. The wooden sword had a string of red tassels and peach blossom patterns carved on it. It looked more like a toy with its blunt edge. Weighing the wooden sword in her hands, she found it quite handy. Guiding spiritual energy through her wrist into the sword, she sharpened one side of the blade. She used spiritual energy directly to hone the decorative peachwood sword. Despite her weakened state, she still infused spiritual energy into the peachwood sword. The straight peachwood sword looked strange with one side of the blade now sharpened. Ali swung the peachwood sword a few times, finding it manageable under such conditions. Touching the blade and tracing the carved peaches, she murmured, "I, the venerable holy blade, do not use unnamed blades. From now on, I will call you Xiaodao." The venerable holy blade did not use unnamed blades. Any blade she used would become famous. Finding a suitable weapon made Ali very satisfied. Her tense mood eased. Sitting down to check her wounds, she found that the blood hole on her shoulder had stopped bleeding. Her wrists were swollen and bruised from being dragged by Preston, leaving shocking marks. Seemingly unaware of the pain, she smeared blood on Xiaodao. "Once it has my blood on it, it belongs to me. We'll support each other from now on." The venerable holy blade had her own ritual regarding knives. Even though it wasn't her named blade, she treated the weapons she used as cherished friends. Resting for a while, feeling the emptiness of her internal spiritual energy, she took out a few crystals collected from zombies she killed while climbing the stairs. She sat quietly absorbing spiritual energy, gradually easing the pain caused by excessive consumption. After absorbing the crystals, Ali still felt insufficient. The inadequate flow of spiritual energy left her feeling empty. This prompted her to look at the countless red-eyed zombies below. However, in this brief moment, the roles had already switched. Blade Venerable Holy holding the peachwood sword left the relatively safe small room and began reaping solitary zombies from top to bottom. With spiritual energy infused into it, the peachwood sword, under Malia's fierce slashing, unleashed formidable power. As a zombie lunged at her, Malia swung horizontally, the sharp blade embedding directly into the zombie's skull. Her spiritual energy surged, a flash of blade light glinting on the sword as she swiftly withdrew and stabbed again, extracting a crystal core from the zombie's head. Malia gathered quite a few crystal cores along her way, absorbing them while harvesting. By the time she returned to the previous small room, her pockets were bulging, filled with emerald green crystal cores. She carefully found a bag, crouching before the pile of cores, placing each one into several different smaller bags. If she took these crystal cores back and showed them to Falcon Team, they would undoubtedly be extremely pleased. She packed a large bag that held twice as much as the small ones, thinking this one should go to Aelb. His ability was strong, consuming much spiritual energy. He would certainly find use for it to enhance his abilities. Recalling Aelb's name, Malia felt somewhat stunned, her movements slowing as she collected the crystal cores. Once again, she had vanished from their sight alone. She wondered how things were on Aelb's end. Preston hid so deeply and harbored ill intentions toward Aelb. Who knew if he could escape from the Jamping base? The more she thought about it, the more worried and agitated she became. Outside the window, day turned to night. Malia stored all the crystal cores she had collected throughout the day when a sudden flash illuminated outside. Rumble. A loud thunderclap echoed, striking nearby with such a deafening sound. Malia looked up towards where the lightning struck, only to see another bolt hit right next to her bed in an instant, shaking the building slightly. Venerable Holy Blade was momentarily stunned. Only now did she realize her meridians, full of spiritual energy, were warm. The lightning illuminated Malia's slightly shocked face. Was she about to break through again? Chapter 53, A Blade Spirit? Another thunderclap crashed down, and the members of the Hashiran team, who were out, looked toward the direction of the lightning with complicated expressions. Team leader Daryl frowned. Let's go take a look. They had been in this area for several days. The lightning had gathered not far from them since yesterday and hadn't dissipated, which was quite peculiar. The lightning grew weaker, giving the few of them the courage to move forward. The Hashiran team followed the direction of the lightning. Under the thunderclouds, the sky was especially grey, and even the zombies seemed to move more slowly. The air was filled with the smell of dust. With a roar, another bolt of lightning struck a tall building ahead. Maribel, in the team, pulled her neck back and looked at Daryl. Captain, are we still going? The walls of the buildings ahead showed signs of charred blackness, and the whole structure was on the verge of collapse, unable to withstand another lightning strike. Just as they hesitated, the dark clouds in the sky started to dissipate. The thick, suffocating black clouds that moments ago blocked everything gradually thinned after the last bolt of lightning, revealing the light behind them. Daryl looked up at the sky, noticing that light rain was falling, providing a soothing sensation. These zombies! Maribel exclaimed suddenly. Following her words, the other team members shifted their attention to the zombies. They saw scattered zombies on the street stop in their tracks. Mysteriously, they turned their heads toward the sky. Their gaping mouths opened and closed, as if drawing nourishment from the rain. Is there someone over there? Daryl frowned as he noticed a figure emerging from deep within the building. The figure clearly came from inside and appeared small and slender, with a silhouette suggesting it was a woman. As she approached, everyone could finally see her clearly. There were dried bloodstains on the woman's body. She held an ordinary-looking peachwood sword in her hand. A small crossbody bag was slung on her back as she walked out of the building, badly damaged by the lightning strikes. The Hashiran team watched guardedly as the rain fell on the woman, creating a misty haze around her. Malia stepped into the rain, now at the initial stage of chi practice. In this small world, it seemed the advancement through lightning tribulation was even more difficult than before. The fine rain moistened the peachwood sword in her hand, the sharpened edge faintly warming. Raindrops landing on it turned into wisps of white smoke. Malia lifted the peachwood sword and muttered to herself, "Little Peach, do you also want to test your strength after advancing?" At that moment, the nearby zombies, noticing the spiritual energy emanating from her, lunged at her with bites and claws. With a swift flick, Malia wielded her peachwood sword infused with spiritual power, slicing through the metal-like skin of the zombies easily. By piercing through the temple and reaching the hard crystal core in their brains via the peachwood sword, Malia rapidly absorbed the spiritual energy within the cores. In just a short while, the zombie in front of her collapsed. Malia removed the emerald green crystal core from its brain and placed it in her small bag. More zombies rushed towards her continuously. With each swing of her sharpened peachwood sword, Malia cut through their skulls, extracting the crystal cores effortlessly. Her movements were clean and decisive, swiftly dealing with the attacking zombies. Unfortunately, despite being infused with spiritual power, the peachwood sword could not endure such intense chopping. Pulling the peachwood sword out of a zombie's skull, Malia found the blade had already curled. The blade has curled again, what a pity. The material of the peachwood sword was cheap, and this was not the first time it curled. Malia, holding spiritual energy, stroked along the edge of the blade. Nourished by spiritual chi, the blade regained its sharpness. "Don't worry, little Peach. Since you've chosen to follow me, I won't neglect you," she promised resolutely. No sooner had she said this when she felt a slight tremor in the sword. Malia sensed the unusual movement and examined the peachwood sword carefully. "Hello." A timid female voice sounded before Malia. Looking up, Malia met the gaze of the Hashiran team members. Maribel took 2 steps forward, her eyes darting between Malia's peachwood sword and her body. "Did you just come out of that building alone?" Following her finger, Malia turned around and saw the scorched building struck by lightning. She was momentarily speechless but then shook her head honestly. "I got separated from my teammates and just happened to pass by here." Malia's eyes were clear, and her expression innocent, making it easy for people to believe her. Maribel glanced at her peachwood sword, admiring her. "You were really amazing back there." While walking out, the scene of Malia slaughtering zombies had all been seen by the team members. Despite looking like an ordinary person without any superpowers, she handled a group of zombies with remarkable ease. This made Maribel, whose abilities were too gentle to be more than logistics support for the team, very envious. "You got separated from your original team, so where are you heading now?" Maribel showed great enthusiasm in front of the formidable Malia. Malia adapted well to Maribel's familiarity. "Wuan Base, do you know where it is?" Upon hearing this, Maribel hopped right beside Malia, her eyes sparkling brightly. "What a coincidence. My sister is at Wuan Base. We're on our way to find her. Do you want to come with us?" Daryl pulled Maribel back, pinching his nose bridge. Facing the invitation, just as Malia was about to nod, her peachwood sword trembled again, catching her attention. Unable to tend to the Hashiran team, Malia lowered her head and continued examining the peachwood sword. She curiously examined the newly sharpened peachwood sword from top to bottom. A blade originally had no will, but if a blade spirit emerged, things would be different. Malia really didn't expect that the random peachwood sword she picked up would have a blade spirit emerge after being sharpened and tasting blood within just 3 days. Even in the cultivation world, such an occurrence was rare. For some reason, Aelb, whose will was attached to this peculiar peachwood sword, almost wanted to slap Malia's forehead with the sword. To follow any team she randomly met on the road without any caution at all. The peachwood sword kept trembling with his will, and Malia held it with both hands, frowning with distress as she coaxed, "Little Peach, don't cause trouble. I'm handling important matters." Aelb, mistakenly thought to be a blade spirit, was almost driven mad with frustration. Compared to Maribel, Daryl was clearly much more cautious. Since they met, he hadn't relaxed his ability once. "Whose team are you from?" Malia's mouth moved faster than her thoughts, her gaze shifted to Maribel. "Do you know Aelb?" Maribel nodded vigorously. I know, the strongest ability user at Wuhan base." Then she turned to face Daryl. "Let's take her with us." Daryl. He glared at Maribel in frustration, saying nothing, which could be considered tacit approval to bring Malia along. Chapter 54, The Unusual Peachwood Sword. Maribel was delighted that Daryl agreed. She happily led Malia with the squad towards the Wuhan base. After observing for a while, Malia found that the strength of this squad wasn't particularly formidable. Among them, the most powerful ability belonged to Daryl's wood-based powers. Maribel clearly had an energetic personality, and she wouldn't stop chattering beside Malia. She noticed Malia always guarded the peachwood sword by her side and curiously asked, "Guyue, why do you carry this wooden sword with you?" In this apocalypse, there were quite a few outstanding ordinary people who would accompany squads on expeditions away from the base. However, it was the first time Maribel saw someone only carrying a wooden sword. Although Malia's moves to slay zombies earlier were swift and clean, they couldn't change the inherent fragility of the wooden sword. Malia pressed down on Xiao Dao, which had been restless since just now, frowning deeply. She had never seen such a restless blade before. The nascent spirit knife was so restless, this might indicate it wouldn't be a benign entity in the future. "It's called Xiao Dao, my combat companion," Malia replied to Maribel's question. Maribel half understood, only comprehending that this wooden sword must be very important to Malia. The squad chose a route that could avoid most zombies, passing through this area. Most of the squad members were indifferent to Malia's joining, except for the outgoing Maribel, who stood by Malia's side. Growl. A zombie lying on the ground lunged at Maribel. Just as Malia was about to strike with her sword, an abnormity user beat her to it, piercing the zombie's head and extracting a crystal core. Maribel patted Malia's arm, signaling her to put the wooden sword down. She smiled. "Don't worry, our captain is still strong. These zombies won't harm us." Malia hesitated, quietly holding the restless Xiao Dao and following along. The number of zombies encountered on the way was not many, and even if they suddenly attacked, they were quickly dispatched by the abnormality squad. Holding Xiao Dao, Malia was led forward by Maribel. One of the rear squad members sneered, "Maribel, we're strong because we're strong, but we didn't say we would protect a useless person we met halfway." His words sparked agreement among the other squad members. Bolstered by their support, he scrutinized Malia arrogantly. "She's just an ordinary person with some martial skills. Who knows what intentions she has appearing here suddenly?" Malia's eyes met his, and in an instant, he looked away first. Malia didn't argue with him right away. Instead, she listened intently to the sounds around the next corner, gripping the peachwood sword tightly, facing forward, expressionless. Something is coming ahead. As soon as she finished speaking, a dog bark echoed from ahead. Instantly, all squad members braced themselves. These mutant creatures were far more terrifying than zombies. Following the sound, 3 or 4 waist-high stray dogs appeared before everyone. Their teeth were sharp, drooling profusely, their backs low as they prepared to attack. Daryl frowned, sensing something was wrong. His abilities rapidly activated, and vines leaped from his hands, lashing out toward the mutant dogs. The other squad members also activated their abilities to shield themselves. Maribel pulled Malia to stay close to Daryl. Her power was water, but compared to other water-based abnormity users, hers was especially gentle and ineffective in battle. Looking at the hand that Maribel clutched tightly, Malia's expression was serious. Daryl glanced over briefly, too busy to think much, and instructed, "You two stay close to me, don't run around." Maribel nervously followed Daryl. Her power couldn't help much in battles, so she aimed not to be a burden. Thus, she inadvertently pulled the ordinary person Malia along. Abnormality users were superior to ordinary people. This was common knowledge in the apocalypse. They were far stronger and more capable in various aspects. So, Maribel naturally believed Malia needed protection like other ordinary people. Moments later, several stray dogs pounced, abilities attacking the mutant dogs, and several anomaly users with guns aimed at the heads of the mutated dogs. Caught by Maribel, Malia stood beside Daryl, observing the situation. Daryl's vines could hold off the zombie dogs effectively, yet only temporarily. Zombie dog claws tore at the vines, breaking them into pieces. Amidst the chaos, squad members gradually scattered, and their fighting strength weakened. "Don't come closer." Not far from Daryl, a man growled lowly. His veins bulged, signaling he was at the end of his strength. Facing him was the gaping mouth of a mutant dog. A whistling sound came through the air, and a sword shadow streaked across. The peachwood sword with red tassels had already pierced through the mouth of the zombie dog, passing through its brain, stopping at the crystal core, then breaking out from the back of its head, flying back into Malia's hand. Everyone's gaze fell on Malia. She weighed the crystal core in her hand, meeting the eyes of the squad member who had been boasting earlier. Malia's face broke into an innocent smile as she made a flower pattern with the peachwood sword in her hand. Maribel had long let go of her hand, looking at her in shock. Ignoring everyone's attention, Malia held the peachwood sword and slashed toward the nearest mutant dog. The mutant dog opened its mouth to bite the approaching peachwood sword, but Malia sliced sideways, cutting off half of its head. The movements of the He-Shun team gradually stopped. All they could see was Malia fighting 3 dogs alone. Wherever the blade flashed, a zombie dog would fall. The peachwood sword hummed in Malia's hand as she controlled it to pierce the brain of the last zombie dog. The blade tip rested against the crystal core, extracting the spiritual energy within. Aelb, whose consciousness still resided in the peachwood sword, felt the familiar anomaly energy and tried to absorb it. Surprisingly, using the peachwood sword as a medium, Aelb could also feel the increase in anomaly energy. After Malia absorbed the spiritual energy, she was about to dig out the remaining emerald green crystal core but unexpectedly found nothing. She stirred it again in surprise, only to find nothing once more. Saint Blade Sky slowly shifted her gaze to the peachwood sword in her hand. Could it be that her sword? Malia took out an emerald green crystal core from her bag and placed it on the small peach blossom of the peachwood sword. The emerald green crystal core seemed to melt and disappeared into the body of the peachwood sword. Malia's eyes widened. Her Xiao Dao could actually absorb crystal cores. Amidst Malia's shock, the surrounding He-Shun team members were also stunned. Maribel's voice stuttered. Is Guyue this strong? Chapter 55, Aelb arrives. Aelb felt energy surging into his body. The sensation from the instant battle was mysterious and exhilarating. He could sense a novel power flowing around him during combat. This force propelled the blade in his hand, swiftly reaping the mutated dogs. But when did Malia acquire such strength? Aelb was rather surprised. How had the meek little girl become capable of decapitating mutated dogs with a blade in just a few days? Sir. Maribel's voice snapped Malia out of her focus on examining the peachwood sword. He noticed that everyone from the Hashiran team was looking at him with astonishment. The previously belligerent team member now hung his head, saying nothing. Maribel swallowed hard. Sir, are you really not a psychic? Malia shook her head. Her energy system was different. She certainly wasn't a psychic. Now, Maribel looked at her even more admiringly. I've never seen an ordinary person as strong as you. With what seemed like a toy-like peachwood sword, she killed 5 mutated dogs, a feat exceeding many psychics. Unconsciously, the other members started to look at Malia with awe. Perhaps because they weren't familiar with her from the start, they kept their distance. Maribel didn't care about others, continuing to follow Malia with starry eyes. Malia fed a few greenish crystal cores to the peachwood sword before holding it close. Guyue, how did you get separated from your original team? Maribel asked curiously. Recalling past events, Malia's expression turned serious. With a stern face, she said, because I was betrayed by villains. Feeling Malia's emotion, Maribel realized this was a sensitive topic for her. Malia's grip on the peachwood sword tightened. One day, she would make Saint Sabre Emperor repay all these wrongdoings. The team continued marching for another full day and stopped for rest in the evening. Malia sat by the bonfire, holding her saber. The firelight illuminated the blade, highlighting the small peach blossoms engraved on it, as if conveying some profound meaning. Little Peach, we need to have a serious talk, she murmured. The blade trembled slightly in her hands, as if the blade spirit was restless and constantly seeking attention. Just as Malia was lecturing Little Peach, a familiar cry came from the sky. Gigi. Hearing the sound, Malia reflexively stood up and looked upward. It wasn't fully dark yet, but above them loomed the familiar massive vulture, circling overhead, unwilling to leave. Again, it's him. The bird has mutated. How can there be mutated animals in the sky? Maribel exclaimed, gripping Malia's arm in fear. Darryl frowned and cursed under his breath. Take cover immediately. The Hashiran team quickly hid, hoping the vulture wouldn't spot them and fly away. But fate didn't favor them. The vulture flew lower, its eerie cry growing louder, wind whipping around as it neared. Closer inspection revealed that one of its eyes was blind, leaving the remaining red lantern-like eye burning with fire, staring directly at Malia on the ground. Maribel shuddered, looking around. Beside her was only Darryl, no one else. Staring at the standing Malia with wide eyes, Maribel shouted toward the diving vulture, "Come back, Guyue. It's dangerous." Seeing Malia gripping the peachwood sword, the blade shimmering faintly, its surface trembling, causing ripples in the air. Her eyes locked onto the diving vulture, she ducked to evade its talons and swung the blade, slashing across the vulture's wing. The wind blew through her hair as she curved her back, resisting the rushing airflow. The mutated vulture, failing in its attack, flapped its wings and landed nearby. Malia lunged forward, striking towards the vulture. Her spiritual power transformed into a blade edge, hitting the steel-like feathers and creating several gashes. Energy surged within the peachwood sword, its surface shaking so violently that Malia almost lost her grip. She wielded the sword with both hands, fighting further away until even Maribel's shouts couldn't be heard. The vulture was huge and agile, making it difficult to land a decisive blow on its head. Within mere moments, Malia had exchanged dozens of blows with it. Mobilizing all her spiritual power, she seized the opportunity to charge directly at the mutant vulture's head. The mutated vulture's steel-like feathers swept towards Malia's face. She didn't have time to retreat and braced herself, mobilizing her spiritual power to shield her body in preparation for the attack. Suddenly, multiple black light orbs exploded around Malia. The force of the explosion made the mutated vulture screech in pain, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. Malia swung her blade, sending a wave of spiritual power with the wind towards the vulture's head. The blade struck its forehead, slicing open a deep, bone-revealing wound. The peachwood sword cut horizontally into the vulture's brain, and a black light erupted from the blade. The peachwood sword trembled and slipped out of Malia's hand, detonating downwards. A black hole formed on the blade, growing larger as it expanded and obliterated the vulture's head. The surrounding air seemed to warp with the expanding black hole. Malia stared at the center of the black hole and saw someone walking out from within. He held a basketball-sized crystal core under his arm and stepped from the black hole onto the decapitated vulture, long legs striding gracefully. Aelb looked sternly at Malia, raising the peachwood sword to tap her head. You really dare to rush forward into anything. While observing from inside the peachwood sword, Aelb's heart had nearly leaped into his throat when he saw Malia confront the once-mutated vulture again. Yet the little girl acted fearlessly, facing the vulture head-on. Seeing Aelb walk out, Malia was momentarily stunned. She covered her head, staring at Aelb, too surprised to react immediately. Aelb smacked her head again with the peachwood sword, this time harder. Do you know what you did wrong? Only then did it seem like the smack brought her back to her senses. Malia lunged forward and hugged Aelb tightly, her lips trembling slightly, her nose tingling with emotion. Aelb, I missed you so much. Aelb's eyes softened, hugging Malia in return, murmuring softly, I've always been here. The little girl let go of Aelb and looked at the peachwood sword in his hand, sniffing curiously. So your little peach? Aelb. Chapter 56, The Secret of the Energy Fruit. The mutated vulture's corpse lay limp on the ground, resembling a small hill. Malia had absorbed only half of the basketball-sized crystal core before her spiritual energy was fully replenished. She stuffed the remaining, adult head-sized crystal into her sling bag, which bulged out, almost to bursting point. Aelb found a feather with the best luster. The material of this feather was unknown, but it appeared sharper than rebar. Using his ability, Aelb cut off a wing feather which stood as tall as Malia when erected. Many things from mutated animals can be processed and reused, becoming excellent weapons. Aelb tried his peachwood sword along the base of the feather, attempting to shave off the excess spines. But upon contacting the first spine, a notch immediately formed on the blade. Staring at the notch for some time, Aelb then passed the peachwood sword to Malia. Shave off these fuzz spines. Understanding that Malia was not entirely helpless, Aelb felt comfortable entrusting tasks to her. He figured out that the seemingly well-behaved little girl could unleash her true potential whenever she had a weapon in hand. Complying, Malia infused her spirit power into the peachwood sword, slicing through the fuzzy spines effortlessly, much like peeling sugarcane. Aelb stroked her head and naturally took Malia's hand. I'll keep this feather to make you a good knife. Malia. Her heart raced wildly. No Dao cultivator could resist a man who was willing to forge a treasured blade for them at any moment. Just as Aelb slung the feather over his shoulder, footsteps approached from behind. Turning around, he met the gazes of the Hashiran squad members. Daryl exclaimed in surprise, You're Aelb. Daryl hadn't expected that the random young girl they picked up on the road would actually be Aelb's teammate. He felt a bit at a loss now. Aelb's unique abilities and powerful energy made him well known far and wide. Maribel's mouth gaped open, her eyes darted between Malia and Aelb's intertwined hands, eventually settling on an understanding look. Aelb nodded at the group. Thank you for taking care of Guye these days. If you don't mind, please join us on our way to Wuan base for mutual support. Not being among the top-tier experts, the members of the Hashiran squad were more than willing to have an ability expert travel with them. This time, Malia and Aelb extended the invitation. The squad members nodded vigorously in agreement. Aelb, holding Malia's hand, naturally set up a small tent at the back of the team for rest. Sitting outside the tent, the two leaned forward in whispered conversation, forming an invisible barrier between them and others. Malia reached out again to touch the feather set aside by Aelb and sighed, it must make a resilient and handy treasured blade. Though Holy Dao Lord Malia had seen many treasured blades, using eagle wings for knives was new territory, exciting her immensely. Aelb rubbed Malia's head. Are you tired? Leaning against Aelb, Malia nodded. Even though she had once reached the peak of Dao cultivation, she was now merely a novice in the Chi practitioner stage. Such intense use of the Dao today, draining and refilling spiritual energy, left her feeling both weary and exhilarated, reminiscent of her initial days in Dao cultivation. These sensations were what the Holy Dao Lord had not felt for years. The appearance of this mutated vulture today reminded Malia of something. They seemed close to where they had fallen into the pit. When they initially left, the mutated giant python fought hard to return to its lair after losing to the vulture. Telling this to Aelb, Malia wanted to revisit the cave, suspecting they might have missed important items inside. After a long silence, Aelb finally agreed. That night, Malia fell asleep hugging Aelb's shoulder. This long-term meal ticket exuded a comforting presence. Smoothing Malia's fair face, Aelb smiled, resting his head on his arm and falling asleep. After a night's rest, they woke up at dawn the next day and set out immediately toward the cave where they had fallen. With the dim light, Malia used her spirit power to spark a flame and lit a dry branch. Aelb raised an eyebrow at Malia's actions but asked nothing since she didn't mention anything. Together they headed deeper into the cave. Perhaps due to the absence of high-level mutated creatures like the giant python, various snakes, insects, and rodents had returned to this dark underground cave. Aelb's ability flashed in his hand, and wherever he went, the mutated creatures fell silent. Holding the torch high, Malia carefully observed her surroundings. This underground cave was filled only with oddly shaped rocks and nothing else. After walking for quite some time, they found the energy fruit plant from before in a corner. With the light source, both of them could now see the entire appearance of the energy fruit plant. The shrub-like plant grew out of the cracks in the rock wall. The emerald green leaves had speckles of red patterns on them. The plant bore no fruit, as they had already picked it earlier. As she got closer, Malia felt some fluctuations in her ability. She placed her small hand on the energy fruit plant, tracing along the stem all the way down to its roots, grabbing the root and trying to pull it up. But the energy fruit plant remained firmly rooted. Though Aelb didn't understand the meaning behind Malia's actions, he rolled up his sleeves to help. With both hands pulling at the plant, his veins stood out prominently, and he managed to forcefully pull the entire root system out of the ground crack. The root system of the shrub-like energy fruit resembled a string of potato-like structures. The root bulbs contained a large amount of spiritual energy. As soon as they were pulled out, this energy spread into the air, following Malia's breathing rhythm and merging into her spiritual platform. Aelb found it interesting. He had previously known only about the effectiveness of the energy fruit but hadn't expected such a large root system hidden beneath it. Malia broke off a piece of the root, which quickly vanished after landing in her hand. Aelb felt this scene was very familiar. Can you absorb the ability from these root bulbs? Previously, when Malia used the knife, he sensed that her energy system was different from his own. Recalling how she purified the crystal core and absorbed the active grayish-white energy, he began to form a hypothesis. Malia looked at Aelb, pursing her lips in deep thought. Aelb's eyes were profound yet gentle, making her feel very at ease. After much consideration, Malia decided to lay everything out. Straightening her expression, she asked, Aelb, do you believe there's another world beyond our world? Chapter 57, The Woman with a Scarred Face. Malia confessed everything to Aelb, and after listening, Aelb seemed somewhat dazed. Perhaps this explanation was too shocking for him to digest immediately. Aelb rubbed his forehead, his thoughts in disarray. The other type of energy within the crystal core is called spiritual energy, which you need for cultivation. Malia nodded obediently, holding up the root-like object in her hand. There's also something quite peculiar. This world's abilities and spiritual energy coexist. For example, crystal cores, or energy fruits. They don't naturally exist in the universe but are contained within objects, which is very strange. Furthermore, according to my tests, spiritual energy has a special allure to zombies. Malia propped her chin, deep in thought. You tested it. How did you test it? Before she could finish, Aelb interrupted her, his deep eyes staring intently at Malia. You lured zombies using spiritual energy? Malia instinctively pursed her lips, only looking at Aelb with innocent eyes. Aelb understood what was going on. He sighed softly. Guyue, you may have been strong before, but this world of zombies is full of dangers. I don't want anything to happen to you. A spark of inspiration flashed across Malia's mind. She stared straight into Aelb's eyes. Aelb, do you like me? Straightforward as ever, Malia never knew the meaning of restraint, and it was unusual for her to hold back until now. Aelb was taken aback for a moment, then laughed helplessly as he ruffled Malia's hair. I should be the one to say that first. Meeting Malia's sparkling eyes, Aelb nodded earnestly. Yes, I like you and want to be with you every day. This was the first time he said such slightly sappy words, and Aelb felt somewhat uncomfortable. His ears flushed slightly, and he coughed while covering his mouth, looking away. Malia couldn't help but smile, hugging Aelb's arm and rubbing against it. Me too, Aelb. At that moment, when she called out his name, a current seemed to run through his body, making him feel tingly all over. As daylight broke and the birds chirped in the trees, it seemed to herald the start of a new and joyous day. Maribel noticed early in the morning that Aelb was walking hand in hand with Malia from afar. Both had smiles on their faces, and Aelb's gaze lingered on Malia, filled with affection and intensity. She quickly pulled Daryl beside her, hiding behind a tent. Daryl adjusted his clothes, puzzled. What's going on? Maribel nodded towards Malia. Over there, something's going on between them. She gave him a knowing look, interlocking her thumbs. Daryl frowned. Aelb with an ordinary person? That doesn't seem likely. Psychics usually paired with psychics. This was almost everyone's assumption. The gap between psychics and ordinary people was vast. Even if they were together, it wouldn't last long. Is Guyue just any ordinary person? Maribel countered. Daryl recalled how Malia had fought 3 mutated dogs alone and remained silent. He muttered, but isn't it a waste of Aelb's psychic talent? The black hole ability was unique in history. Maribel rolled her eyes and went off to pack supplies. The Anduin team set off again, getting closer to Wuan base. As the journey became more familiar, Aelb and Malia walked ahead of everyone. Aelb carried the huge feather, and Malia couldn't resist touching it every few steps. Just thinking about using this feather as a blade made Malia excited. They passed through the last stretch of shade without incident, and the city buildings came into view. At the center of this district was Wuan base. There were many zombies around Wuan base, and crossing through by physical force would be extremely difficult. To avoid unnecessary casualties, Aelb and Malia entered the base first and then returned to escort the Anduin team. With everyone watching, Aelb carrying the giant feather and Malia quickly moved into the city. Using the black hole ability, zombies didn't even get close before being blown to bits. Malia's peachwood sword had been damaged while killing vultures. She took the huge feather from Aelb, its height nearly matching hers, making her look even more petite. Malia channeled spiritual energy into her hands, spinning and wielding the feather to slash at zombies. One swing cleared a swath of zombies. Malia smiled widely at Aelb, showing 8 little white teeth, looking proud of herself. Aelb carefully extracted the crystal cores from the defeated zombies to prevent any accidents. He hadn't expected that this obedient girl would become so fierce once she got a weapon. Supporting each other, the two advanced steadily. As they approached the base, they suddenly heard sounds of a fight. Not far ahead of Malia, several figures were battling zombies. These people did not seem to possess any psychic abilities, only gunfire and flashes of weapons could be seen. Getting closer, they noticed that these individuals were not very tall and were having a particularly hard time fighting the zombies. On closer inspection, Malia was surprised to find that they were all women. Ordinary women without any psychic abilities. As Aelb and Malia drew near, those women also became aware of them. Even before they got close, the explosions and loud noises from their direction had made it impossible for the women to miss them. When the two figures neared, it became clear that one was tall while the other was short. The taller person had psychic energy swirling around them, causing explosions wherever they went. The shorter one was carrying a feather as tall as herself, looking somewhat comical. The leader, a woman with a scarred face, had a fierce expression and aimed her gun at the direction of the two. Following her lead, most of the women also aimed in their direction. The aligned gun barrels and gleaming blades exuded an oppressive atmosphere. Both sides remained at a distance, keeping a safe gap between them, preventing a clear view of each other's faces. The scarred-faced woman shouted from afar, "Who are you?" Aelb and Malia became cautious. With the large number of people on the other side, they couldn't help but be wary. Malia exchanged a glance with Aelb and asked, "Are you from the Wuhan base?" The scarred-faced woman took a step forward, her face revealing a menacing aura. "Yes, who are you?" "Aelb and Malia from the Falcon Squad of Wuhan base," Aelb replied. The scarred-faced woman paused, narrowing her eyes and muttering, "Malia and Aelb from the Falcon Squad." Seeming incredulous, she quickly moved a few steps closer, trying to get a better look at their faces. Almost simultaneously, both Malia and the scarred-faced woman exclaimed in shock. "Malia, Laura." Chapter 58, Home at Last. Since their last parting, it had been a long time since they had seen Laura. This time, upon meeting, they were faced with countless gun barrels. Laura felt Malia's gaze and signaled her people behind to lower their guns. "Now is not the time to talk, let's head back to base and chat there." Laura decisively determined the next steps. She glanced at the huge feather Malia was carrying, patted her shoulder, and turned to direct her people to return. This time, she had brought more than 20 people, all ordinary women. They had no superpowers, only firearms and swords. Malia couldn't help but cast multiple glances at these people. Each of them had a stern expression, an atmosphere so serious that no one dared to speak loudly. They boarded the vehicles in perfect order, alternating cover, discipline comparable to an army. Malia and Aelb sat in Laura's vehicle, with the eagle feather tied to the roof. Laura started the vehicle and followed the convoy ahead. Malia, sitting in the passenger seat, couldn't resist asking, "Laura, what are you doing?" Laura chuckled softly. Compared to before, her personality seemed much more carefree. "As you can see, killing zombies." Laura accelerated, speeding past the zombies blocking the way, giving Malia a smile. "Surprised? When I wanted to form a team of ordinary people to leave the base, everyone was surprised," she said with a lingering smile on her lips. "But look at us now, we're no worse than some of the superhumans, right?" Her eyes focused straight ahead, running over zombie after zombie without hesitation. Malia and Aelb quietly gripped the door handles tightly. Perhaps because she saw old friends, Laura became talkative, recalling the changes of recent days. "After going through that, I thought, why should we be treated like this? If I get stronger, a little bit stronger, would these superhumans dare to touch me?" Laura's lips tightened, her serious expression making the scars on her face seem even fiercer. "The truth is, indeed, that's the case." Her eyes gleamed with an indescribable toughness. It was hard to imagine what she had gone through. Perhaps she also found this topic too heavy, and shifted her tone. "Of course, Adley and Janice have helped us a lot during this time." Malia scratched her head. "Linlin and Janice?" Laura pointed to the pistol at her waist. "This was crafted by Janice for all of us." Her expression softened, as if recalling something pleasant. "At first, they taught us many methods to deal with zombies and fighting techniques. Then, she looked at Aelb in the back seat. Adley and others are preparing to leave the base to find you. A lot has happened. It's better for them to tell you when they get back." Seeing Aelb and Malia made Laura very happy. Her car raced swiftly, quickly returning to Wuhan base. After dropping off Malia and Aelb, Laura couldn't resist ruffling Malia's face. She had wanted to do this since she left. Now, pinching the soft, fair face, Laura laughed heartily. "Guyue, if you have time, you're welcome to come find me." During those short yet terrifying days, Laura admitted that if it weren't for this quiet little girl, she would have gone mad long ago. Just by being there silently, she instilled an inexplicable belief that the dark clouds would eventually clear up, and a beautiful day would come. She radiated that kind of power. Watching her drive away, Malia and Aelb supported each other. Aelb's hand trembled as he held the eagle feather. Malia's voice quivered. "Shoo, Laura drives really fast." Aelb nodded in agreement, adding, "And she doesn't even watch the road." Each zombie collision made their hearts race, fearing the massive impact might flip them over. Returning to the familiar base, their spirits visibly relaxed. Aelb asked the patrol guards to pick up the Hashiran team still outside the city and then took Malia home. Upon reaching their building, they saw Palmer watering young seedlings in the courtyard. Palmer was taken aback upon seeing them, blinking and hesitantly asking, Aelb? Guyue? Both nodded, Malia smiling. Little Shu, we're back. Having not seen them for a long time, Malia missed everyone in the Hunter Falcon team very much. Palmer put down the watering pot and approached Aelb's shoulder. You worried us to death. He reached out to ruffle Malia's head again. You too, Guyue. You always go missing for no reason. When Janice came back and told us, Adli cried for days, her eyes still swollen. Malia smoothed her disheveled hair. Where is Linlin? I'll go find her. Palmer held back Malia, who was ready to dash out. I'll go. If you go in your current state, she'll cry again. Following his gesture, Malia noticed the bloodstain on her shoulder that had soaked through her clothes. The wound had healed, but the blood had dried on her clothes. Palmer went to find the other members of the Hunter Falcon team, while Malia and Aelb went upstairs to freshen up. Aelb placed the eagle feather in the living room, and then both he and Malia returned to their rooms to clean up. After changing into clean clothes, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. The long unoccupied room had not gathered any dust, and the cloth hanging on the balcony indicated that someone had been cleaning their house during their absence. After Aelb cleaned up and came out, he found several people squatting around the eagle feather. Palmer and the others were still discussing the hardness of the eagle feather with great enthusiasm. By the wall behind them stood Janice, leaning against it with crossed arms. She greeted him when she saw Aelb come out. Back then, she brought the unconscious Aelb back to the base and immediately freed the members of the Hunter Falcon team. Adli had almost exhausted her ability but couldn't wake him up. No one knew that soon after, he sank into a huge black hole in front of them and disappeared. After a period of chaos, Janice recalled how he suddenly appeared in the car and predicted that he had teleported to somewhere else using his ability. This slightly reassured everyone. Malia came out of the room with a towel draped over her shoulder, water dripping from her hair. The sound of her pink bunny slipper was crisp, immediately drawing everyone's attention. The first to rush over was Adli. Before Malia could react, she hugged her tightly and rubbed her. Tears still fell from her eyes. She looked even more miserable than Malia. Malia tried to comfort herself. This woman is just overly worried, so let her hug for a while. Damn it. Where are your hands touching? Chapter 59, Reunion with Krista. Palmer touched the eagle feather on the ground and asked, Captain, what is this thing? They gathered around and studied it for a long time but came to no conclusion. Aelb looked at them amusedly and nodded toward Malia's direction. This is a mutant vulture's feather. Bring it back for Guyue to forge a knife. As Aelb spoke, Malia's face showed a smile, and she also reached out to touch the hard steel feather. Janice raised her eyebrows, stood up, and squatted next to Malia, touching the steel feather in amazement. She glanced at Aelb, her expression complicated. She hadn't expected that Aelb was so powerful, actually managing to slay the mutant vulture from earlier. Initially, she only found this object peculiar, never imagining it to be the feather of that mutant vulture. After examining it for a while, Janice said, If you don't mind, I can help. Janice had always been fascinated by crafting tools, and seeing such special material piqued her interest. Malia had seen her make weapons for Laura and others before and trusted Janice's skills. She nodded in agreement. She was also eager to see what kind of knife could be made from this feather. With permission granted, Janice wasted no time, shouldering the steel feather and leaving with enthusiasm. Beside them, Palmer explained the recent base situation to Aelb, who had just returned. The most unusual thing among these was undoubtedly the formation of Laura's squad. Laura formed an exploration team entirely composed of ordinary women. They hunted zombies with simple knives and guns to extract crystal cores from their brains, selling them to sustain their livelihood. Just after its formation, more than 10 ordinary women joined. Despite the bleak prospects, they carved out a bloody path forward. Their team kept growing, and despite occasional casualties, nothing dampened these women's burning fighting spirit. Janice was also very interested in this and provided them with quite a few weapons for free. Adli sighed, when they first formed, our team helped them a lot. Now they deliver many crystal cores to us daily. They were all plain ordinary women who initially didn't know how to handle zombies. Hunt Eagle's members spontaneously taught them how to deal with zombies and strike vital spots. But as time went on, surrounding teams of psychics have become increasingly unhappy with us, Palmer added, scratching his head. Who wouldn't want a life where crystal cores come to you effortlessly? Aelb waved his hand, ignore them. Gathering again, everyone felt very happy. After discussion, the entire team decided to dine at the best restaurant in the base. Just as they were about to leave the building, they encountered a woman. The woman was neatly dressed and looked worried, peering up at their floor. Marvin exclaimed, Krista? Why did you come here? Krista didn't see Marvin first, her gaze landed on Malia among the group. Malia also looked at her, clearly recognizing her. Compared to before, Krista had put on some weight, looking healthier and prettier. Her clear little face flashed with surprise, then turned into delight. Guyue, you're back. She stepped forward, greeted the other team members warmly, and affectionately linked arms with Malia. The team members were very accommodating, exchanging glances and inviting Krista to join them for dinner. Palmer quietly pulled Aelb aside. Krista has been with Mingyuan for a long time. He takes care of her clothing and needs. Lowering his voice as if afraid of being overheard, he added, I'm worried Mingyuan might be getting cheated. Aelb's gaze fell on Krista, who was chatting and laughing with Malia, and he pursed his lips. At the restaurant, Aelb held onto the young girl's hand tightly to keep her from wandering off. The other team members' gazes shifted to the two holding hands, each wearing a strange expression. Seeing their natural and intimate interaction, they exchanged meaningful looks. Krista watched Malia and Aelb, her eyes darkening slightly, suppressing her emotions, and trailing behind Marvin, her expression inscrutable. At the dining table, the group chatted about Aelb and Malia's experiences over the past few days, laughing and talking. Only Krista seemed distracted and uninterested in eating. Hey Guyue, recently we've saved quite a few crystal cores. When will our logistics chief need them? Brant winked at Malia. They had agreed from the start that Malia would manage and distribute all the crystal cores. Everyone smiled knowingly and echoed their support. Seeing Marvin nod along, Krista frowned slightly. The price of a crystal core was already quite high from the perspective of ordinary people. Their attitude was no different from handing money over to Malia. Everyone had a knowing look, except for her. It was as if she had been excluded from this small team. Krista chewed her food faster, feeling irritable inside. Why did Malia have to come back? Why did everyone pay attention to her as soon as she returned? There was a fire burning in her lowered eyes. A man's shouting voice came from nearby, attracting everyone's attention. Turning their heads, they saw Bernie leading Elena, yelling at a waiter while pointing at his head. On Elena's floral dress, there were some brownish water stains. The waiter apologized repeatedly, his face showing fear. Elena's gaze fell on Malia, and with everyone watching, she forced a smile. Bernie also noticed Aelb and company, raising an eyebrow provocatively as he looked at Aelb. Hey, you're still alive? When Aelb had reincarnated, most of the psychics in the base knew about it, including Bernie. He led Elena over and stopped beside their table. The psychics of the Hunt Eagle squad issued warnings by activating their abilities. Tension was palpable, ready to erupt at any moment. Elena tugged at Bernie, and following her wishes, he didn't stay long, leading them away from here. But before leaving, Elena's gaze still lingered on Malia. Her smile didn't reach her eyes, and at that moment, she had the same thought as Bernie. These two really have great luck. Malia, who had been focusing on her meal, remained aloof from the tension at the dining table. Afterward, with renewed enthusiasm, the long-unseen team members gathered until late into the night before finally returning home to rest. Malia walked side by side with Aelb. The gentle wind of the base stirred their hair, brushing past their tightly clasped hands. All the gloominess of the past few days swept away, and Malia felt nothing but contentment. Chapter 60, Laura's Team Registration. Malia and Aelb rested at home for several days, recovering their spirits that had been consumed during this period. These days, Laura's name spread among the psychics. The momentum of this group of ordinary women was growing increasingly massive, and the crystal cores they brought back after each outing were increasing as well. Inspired by this, Malia and Aelb decided to visit Laura at her residence. After leading quite a few women in killing zombies and retrieving crystal cores, she upgraded from her former shabby house and pooled money with her teammates to buy a small apartment. Malia rang the doorbell, and footsteps came from inside. Sherman opened the door. Seeing the two people at the door, she was slightly surprised, stepped aside, and turned around to call Laura. Laura emerged from the room, dressed more formally than usual today. She was also taken aback when she saw Malia and the other one. Why did you come? Looking at the two, she then flashed a smile. You came at the right time. I was just about to go to the registration office to record our team's name. Previously, they weren't considered a team whenever they went out. It wasn't until they could bring back a consistently high number of crystal cores every day that the base authorities paid attention to them. Until today, the upper echelon has decided exceptionally to register Laura's team as an official psychic team. This indirectly acknowledged that Laura and her team were now on par with psychics. Many psychics were agitated because of this decision. However, Malia didn't understand the power struggles behind it. Seeing Laura's joyful smile, she clapped lightly and said, "Congratulations." Laura laughed heartily and extended an invitation. Do you want to come along, Guyue? With nothing better to do, Malia looked at Aelb, and both agreed readily. Sherman followed behind Laura, not daring to look at Malia. She remembered how she lost control earlier and tried to attack. Now that she was lucid again, all she felt was remorse. If Laura hadn't stopped her, she might have become a different person today. As they walked towards the registration office, more and more women joined their procession. They formed an impressive group, looking especially powerful. They would be the first entirely non-psychic team registered officially. A long scar ran across Laura's face, frightening yet fierce. 2 silver handguns hung from her waist. Many people watched them curiously, including Janice who stood in the crowd, watching from afar. Stop. A psychic stepped out from the crowd and blocked Laura's path. Laura, I advise you to go back now, the psychic threatened, with vines growing from his hands, ready for action. Laura narrowed her eyes, refusing to retreat, staring directly at the psychic and speaking slowly but firmly. I've worked my way up step by step on my own merits. Why should I back down now? The psychic sneered. Ordinary people should just live well within the base. Forming a team is ridiculous, especially a team of women. His gaze shifted to Malia beside Laura, and he scoffed maliciously, like her with her frail arms and legs, can she even hold a gun steady or lift a knife? While watching intently, Malia felt someone grip her wrist and pull her back a step. Aelb shielded the young girl within his protective circle, exchanging a cold, warning glance with the man. Seeing Aelb's expression, the psychic's mouth twitched, but his demeanor changed into a cheeky smirk. What can you do if I don't let you pass today? Not only him, several other psychics were observing nearby. Allowing Laura to register would grant her team status equivalent to theirs. Psychics in the apocalypse had become accustomed to their superior position over ordinary people. In dark corners, oppressing the weak and bullying civilians was the norm for many immoral psychics. They couldn't bear the thought that these ordinary people, whom they usually treated like ants, could gain abilities on par with theirs. Especially a group of women. Many girls behind Laura already drew their pistols from their waists, aiming at the psychic's head. The psychic's vine snapped out, hitting the ground next to Laura with a smack. Twisting wildly, the vines tried to wrap around Laura's body. A streak of golden light shot from the crowd, pinning the vine to the ground. Following the light, they saw Janice leaning against the wall, smirking. What? You want to attack my team leader? Dozens of metal spikes floated around her, ready to pierce his throat at any moment. Seeing Janice, the psychic paused. As the granddaughter of the Wuhan base commander, although she appeared elusive within the base, she was no obscure figure. Malia and Aelb also looked at Janice. They were not surprised that she had intervened, but rather by her words. Janice had never joined any psychic team before. This was her first time declaring her allegiance. Laura hesitated for a moment, then burst into laughter. Malia stepped forward, intentionally intimidating him. Don't think we're easy to bully. Be careful, tomorrow morning your teammates might find you decapitated. Aelb followed her move, dark energy swirling in his hand, ready to unleash his power, which looked incredibly intimidating. The psychic glanced around. It was clear that both Aelb and Janice were supporting Laura. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he slowly backed away several steps. Not just him, many of the psychics in the crowd who were ready to act also hesitated and withdrew their hands. Aelb's team's strength was well known, and Janice had made quite a few friends over the years with her travels. No one felt confident enough to win against both of them, so they could only seethe silently. Malia, seeing his twisted expression, felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Aelb chuckled, slipping his fingers through Malia's, holding her hand tightly. Janice walked over. I was just thinking of finding you too, didn't expect to catch such a good show. Meeting Malia's gaze, she teased, pinching the young girl's smooth cheek. Your knife is ready. Malia pushed away her wandering hand, her eyes gleaming with joy, asking all sorts of questions about the knife while circling around Janice. The group entered the registration office, disappearing down the street. The onlookers gradually dispersed. In the crowd, a slender figure stood, staring blankly at where the group had vanished into the registration office. Krista's expression was inscrutable, the flames in her eyes growing fiercer, almost consuming her whole. Then, a soft feminine voice, filled with temptation, whispered in her ear, "Do you want her gone? I can help you." Startled by the sudden voice, Krista turned to meet a pair of smiling eyes. She repeated, "I can help you get rid of her, how about it?" Chapter 61, Iron Lady's Core. The registration hall was flooded with more people than ever before. The receptionist glanced left at Janice, then right at Malia and Aelb, swallowing hard. Facing the fierce woman with a scar on her face, she asked timidly, "May I have your name?" "Laura." Laura replied quickly and firmly. The registration officer wrote rapidly and then asked, "Team registration name?" This time, Laura didn't answer immediately. She surveyed the women behind her before solemnly uttering, "Iron Lady's Core." The words struck everyone present like thunder, causing their hearts to tremble. After that moment of clarity, Laura realized what she wanted wasn't just a team capable of venturing out. She wanted an army that could stand shoulder to shoulder with psychics. Her gaze swept over every woman's face behind her. "We will become stronger. I want to show those psychics that ordinary people without abilities can also carve out a path in this apocalypse. The Iron Lady's Core will welcome any woman who wants to join." Her words were powerful and resonant. Suddenly, the registration hall fell so silent a pin could be heard dropping. Janice laughed first, patting Laura's shoulder. "I like this name. My name is Janice, please include me as well." This was the first time she genuinely wanted to join a team, and her joining gave these determined women some reassurance. Laura hugged Janice's shoulders, expressing heartfelt gratitude. One by one, the members behind her reported their names. Gentle yet firm voices echoed in an orderly manner, captivating the soul. Each carried scars big or small, but their eyes were bright, shining like stars. Thus, the of the future First Army was born, and they, the creators of history, were merely brave rebels now. After all the members had completed their registration, the staff handed them a list. Iron Lady's Core registration complete. This is your roster. Almost immediately upon hearing they were registered, cheers erupted from the hall. It was as if something they had fought hard for was finally acknowledged. Overwhelmed with joy, they embraced each other. The loss of comrades, zombie fangs, oppression from psychics all seemed to be released in that cheer, nearly shaking the roof off the hall. A few psychics observing outside wore defeated expressions. Now, it was too late for them to stop anything, sighing and leaving one by one. Laura smiled and looked at Malia, speaking sincerely. "Guyue, you are always welcome to join us." She truly liked this girl who represented hope itself. Aelb pulled Malia protectively behind him. "Colonel Shu, taking more people from my team might be too much." Laura chuckled but didn't bring up the matter again. She knew how difficult life was for women in this era. Mentioning it was just to ensure Malia knew there was another option. Smiling, Laura led the cheering group away from the registration area. Janice approached Malia. "Want to see the new knives we made?" Malia's eyes lit up, nodding eagerly and following Janice. Aelb rubbed his nose bridge and faithfully trailed after them. On the way to Janice's residence, they encountered several psychics, who pointed and whispered about her openly joining Laura's team. Word spread fast among the psychics. Everyone began to weigh their own considerations, giving strange looks towards them. Unmoved, Janice walked straight ahead as if ignoring the psychics, heading back to her place with composed determination. Upon entering the apartment, the most prominent sight in the living room was a large fabric bag. The bulging bag suggested it was packed with items. Janice moved aside, pointing at the bag on the floor, winking mysteriously at Malia. Want to take a look? Malia touched the surface of the bag, her expression odd. It was far from what she imagined, and she had an uneasy feeling. Unwinding the rope hesitantly, she opened the bag. Seeing her staring at the contents, Aelb curiously leaned in as well. He saw neatly arranged kitchen knives inside, slicing knives, fruit knives, bread knives. All kinds of culinary knives were there, not a single combat-worthy sword among them. Aelb glanced at Malia's expression, as if he could hear the sound of a broken heart in the air. Janice watched Malia staring blankly at a kitchen knife she had picked up, and with a smile on her face, she said proudly, "Do you like this set of knives? I even engraved your name on each handle. These knives are exclusively yours." Following Janice's words, Malia searched on the kitchen knife and found a small CAI character near the handle. Her feelings were now very complicated. But thinking about it, it made sense. Janice didn't know Malia's strength, all she knew was that Malia was in logistics. Therefore, she had crafted this set of knives for cooking. Malia couldn't explain herself easily. She placed the meticulously crafted set of knives back into the cloth bag, held it in her arms, and replied solemnly, "I like them very much." Janice nodded approvingly. Aelb stroked Malia's little head, took the cloth bag from her arms, slung it over his shoulder, and bid farewell to Janice. As they were leaving, Malia pulled out several high-quality crystal cores from her bosom and placed them on Janice's table, expressing her sincere gratitude. With the newly crafted knives on their back, Malia and Aelb returned to their residence. "Guyue." Meribel's voice rang out from the side, and Malia turned to see Hishantim walking toward them from the crowd. Meribel smiled as she walked up and linked arms with Malia. "Boss, I was just thinking about saying goodbye to you when I met you right here on the street." Seeing them, Malia also showed a smile. "Are you guys going back?" Meribel nodded. "Yes, we've finished what we need to do here, and it's time for us to return to our base." Leaning close to Malia's ear, she whispered, "You guys were awesome just now." Clearly, she had been among the crowd and witnessed Laura and her group's conflict with the psychics. Daryl came forward and nodded at Aelb and Malia. "Thanks for your help earlier. We'll be going now." Farewells were commonplace in this apocalypse. Malia watched their team disappear through the base gate. Opening the round object Meribel had passed to her while approaching, she found it was clearly a psychic fruit. Chapter 62, Elena Takes Action. In the black market of Wuhan base, Krista was strolling thoughtfully. The so-called black market was just a marketplace set up in an alley, with sellers sitting along the walls, laying out blankets to display their goods on. Krista found one of the most hidden vendor stalls. Without raising his head, the vendor lazily greeted her. "Interested in anything? Feel free to pick." However, Krista did not look at any items on the stall. She took out 2 emerald green crystal cores from her pocket. "Boss, I'm not here to buy. Can you tell me what these are worth?" The boss held the green crystal cores in his palm. Just as he touched them, his eyes lit up. "This is..." the boss exclaimed, examining the cores closely. "Are these crystal cores?" He looked at Krista eagerly, full of surprise. Without answering the boss's question, Krista snatched back the crystal cores. "How much are they worth?" The boss could no longer sit still and looked at her with clasped hands. "I'll offer you 100 bags of compressed biscuits. Sell them to me." Krista sized up the boss, pretending to leave. "I'll ask around at other places." The boss quickly stood up and grabbed her. 500 bags of compressed biscuit. No higher price than this. He then chuckled and leaned closer to Krista, lowering his voice. "Callista, do you have more of these crystal cores?" Krista glanced at him. "I naturally have my ways. You know the benefits of these crystal cores. Prepare the goods. These 3 crystal cores will be yours." Saying this, she threw one over and left triumphantly. These 3 crystal cores were found in Marvin's pocket 3 days ago, which she had secretly kept. Over these few days, she noticed that after Marvin met Aelb and Malia each time, he would always bring back a small package of something. He hid nothing from her except for this one thing, never letting her touch it. Krista anonymously had a psychic examine the crystal cores she had taken, learning that compared to ordinary crystal cores, these emerald green ones were purer and more alluring to psychics. She had come out today intending to find a place to sell these crystal cores. On her way back, her mind heavy with thoughts, she recalled the dinner table conversation about entrusting Malia with the protection of the crystal cores, feeling that things were getting increasingly complicated. These emerald green crystal cores might well be the work of that woman she encountered earlier. Krista clenched the crystal cores in her hand and made a decision. Malia and Aelb carried a stack of knives back home, and as soon as they arrived, they slipped into the kitchen. Using the brand new knives, she prepared a delicious meal to soothe her injured heart. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. Opening the door, Malia saw no one. On the ground outside the door, she found a small paper package. Picking it up and opening it, she saw inside a single emerald green crystal core, and on the back, a scribbled note read, "If you don't want your secret revealed, come alone to this address at midnight tonight. The address led to a secluded alley, clearly not a good place. "Who's that?" Aelb asked while eating, glancing toward the door. Malia showed the crystal core to Aelb. "No one, but someone left a threatening note." She closed the door and handed the note to Aelb. Glancing at the note, Aelb frowned. "Who leaked this?" Malia shook her head. Playing with the crystal core in her hand, she said, "Whoever it is, I want to see." Only their squad or someone close to their squad knew about her making those emerald green crystal cores. Whoever it was, Malia wanted to confront them. Aelb pondered for a moment, then glanced at the note again. "I'll follow you quietly. If anything happens, signal me." He didn't feel comfortable letting Malia go alone. Malia nodded, and they began planning over dinner. Night fell quickly. As the clock approached midnight, Malia stepped out alone. She looked around before heading towards the designated location. On the quiet street, her footsteps echoed clearly. After twisting and turning, she arrived at the place described in the note. The dark alley was silent. Malia held a flashlight, shining it into the alley. At the end of the alley, two figures stood. Her light flickered over them as she tried to see more clearly when suddenly her hand felt pain, and the flashlight dropped to the ground. The beam spun chaotically before stopping, pointing towards the other side of the alley. But the light was too low, only illuminating the legs of the two figures. Delicate ankles and pale calves, they were two women. Malia looked at her bleeding palm, her eyes narrowing slightly. In that instant, she had seen one person's face clearly. Malia's voice was somewhat heavy as she slowly uttered the name, Krista. There was a sound of movement from the other side of the box. Krista's voice came through, slightly hoarse. "It's me. Malia, I don't want to go too far. Just leave Wuan base and never come back." Her voice was trembling, visibly nervous. The darkness ahead was pitch black, but Malia ignored Krista's words and asked instead, "Who's the other one?" In the darkness, a derisive laugh came, followed by another familiar female voice. "Malia, can you tell who I am?" Malia straightened her body. "Elena." From the other side came a low chuckle, then Elena stepped forward into the light. Her face wore a sneer she had never shown before, wild and unrestrained. Under the bright light, the silver ring on her finger gleamed coldly. "I didn't expect your luck to be so great. Preston brought you all the way to Jumping Base but couldn't kill you." Malia frowned. "You're in league with Preston?" Elena's silver ring caught the light as she twirled a small handgun into view. She aimed at Malia and pulled the trigger. A gunshot rang out, followed by the sound of something heavy falling to the ground, and then silence. Elena curled her lips into a smile, responding softly, "Yes, we are a team." The narrow alley fell into complete silence, even breathing seemed lighter. Krista's eyes widened, covering her mouth. "You killed her." Elena's posture was relaxed, replying calmly, "Isn't this what you wanted? Now I've made her disappear forever." She glanced at Krista, her smile radiant but not reaching her eyes. "You should thank me." Click. It was the sound of a gun being reloaded. Krista took a step back, looking at Elena in horror. "Are you going to silence me?" Elena smiled faintly, speaking softly without elaboration. "Goodbye, fool." Chapter 63, Deep Alley. Elena aimed at Krista and pulled the trigger, but the expected sound of the bullet embedding into flesh did not occur. Elena frowned, holding a flashlight which she shone towards Krista's direction. Krista stood rooted to the spot, her face filled with horror. It wasn't until the flashlight illuminated her that she came to her senses, fumbling over herself. Relief washed over her when she found no trace of being hit by a bullet. Breathing heavily, she moved backward, retreating. Elena was about to raise her gun again to kill her, but a sound from behind her made her dodge aside. An ice spike emerged from her side. "Elena, turning just one Krista won't be enough to kill me," Malia's voice sounded from the darkness. Elena turned around with a frown, shining the flashlight. There stood Malia, holding a bullet in her hand. Beside her was Aelb, whose eyes stared coldly at Elena. You didn't die." A sneer came from atop the high wall next to the alley as Sean's voice echoed, "All members of our squad are here. How could our logistics leader die?" As he spoke, several beams of light from flashlights shone from both sides. In an instant, the deep alley became very bright, like a large net enveloping Elena within its glow. Elena looked around, taking a small step back. The moment Elena fired, Malia had already activated her spirit power to block it. The bullet stopped just a foot away from her. Without forward momentum, the bullet fell and landed in Malia's palm. Aelb jumped out from his hiding place beside Elena when she fired, relieved to confirm that Malia was unharmed. Adley walked out from behind Malia, his ability flowing through his hands, gradually healing the wound on her palm, restoring it completely. Your squad." Elena stared at the abilities rising from all directions and then fixed her gaze on Malia, sneering. "I didn't expect you to bring the entire squad here." Malia slowly approached her, tossing the bullet back and forth in her hand. Her voice was clear and firm. "If I can't even gain their trust, this squad wouldn't exist anymore." With every step closer to Elena, she placed the bullet back in her hand and looked up into her eyes. "What do you think?" True sincerity begets true sincerity. Malia understood this well, so she immediately sought out the other squad members, asking them about the green crystal core. That's how everyone ended up surrounding Elena tonight. Krista glanced at Marvin sitting on the wall. He hadn't even looked at her since they arrived. Krista stumbled backward, falling onto the ground. "It's over, everything is over." She hugged herself, trembling, burying her head in her arms, her face pale as death. Elena surveyed the crowd, bursting into laughter, her gaze landing on Malia especially cold. "Malia, I will remember you." Taking 2 steps back, as the surrounding abilities were activated, lightning flashed in Elena's hand, accompanied by the faint sound of electricity. Aelb shouted, rushing to protect Malia, "Be careful." Almost simultaneously with Elena's action, Malia used her spirit power like a knife, slicing toward one of Elena's arms. A magnetic storm spread through the alley, raising a cloud of dust. The lights flickered on gradually, voices echoing from afar. Someone woke up cursing, approaching their location. Malia was protected by Aelb, the impact energy from the magnetic storm being sucked into a black hole formed in front of them. Along with the energy, half of a woman's arm was also consumed. Malia stared ahead, her expression darkening. Just now, she was closest to Elena and saw her finger touch a ring before clenching her fist and throwing something out, causing the massive magnetic storm. What was inside her silver ring? Are you alright? Aelb supported Malia's shoulders, brushing off some dust from her clothes. Sean jumped down from the wall, coming closer. She got away. What should we do? Should we chase her? Aelb waved his hand. Most people in the base have woken up now. It would be hard to find her trail. Pausing for a brief moment, he turned to the trembling girl in the corner behind everyone. Right now, we have another matter to attend to. Following his reminder, all eyes fell on Krista. Compared to the evil-minded Elena, Krista was even more hated by the team. In the end times, enemies were not feared, but betrayal from those close by couldn't be ignored. Marvin felt the most complex emotions among them. He had spent the most time with Krista and, to put it plainly, liked this girl. And yet, it was this girl he liked who took their squad's secret to threaten his teammates. He silently retreated to the back of the group, lowering his head so as not to look at Krista. Malia squatted in front of Krista, her voice somewhat cold. I want to know why. The taste of betrayal was never pleasant, especially when the betrayer had once been someone close. Malia hadn't forgotten that in the basement, it was Krista who had always stayed by her side. When those tormented girls mocked and sneered at her, it was Krista who spoke up to protect her. Hugging her knees, Krista let out a couple of sobs, raising her head to look at Malia with bloodshot eyes. Why? I also want to know why. Krista's gaze was filled with sorrow. We were both ordinary people. Why could you become part of the squad while I had to flatter others and pretend to be what they liked most just to get some attention? This is unfair, Malia. Krista seemed to have found an outlet for her venting, hysterically pouring out all her pent-up words. After she finished, a deep silence fell over the dark alley. Krista sobbed softly, her choked resentment coming through intermittently. Malia was silent for a moment before countering her words. If you judge fairness based on others' opinions, perhaps you have already lost. Aelb took her hand, giving her silent encouragement. Malia glanced back at Aelb before speaking with renewed firmness. The Krista I saw was capable of adapting to situations and navigating smoothly. She knew how to avoid confrontation and survive tenaciously. She met Krista's sudden gaze, very impressive. She had experienced many things beyond the reach of ordinary people and witnessed too much darkness in the end times. But now she was trapped in a dead end. Malia patted her shoulder, stood up, and sighed softly. Unfortunately, that Krista is gone. Unwilling to say more, Malia and Aelb turned to leave the deep alley. Members of the Falcon squad followed their footsteps, and Adley cast one last look at her. If you want to change, go find Laura. With that, she left the dark alley as well, leaving Krista alone, hugging her knees and wailing bitterly. Chapter 64, Detention Center. Since that night, Elena had vanished without a trace. Bernie disappeared along with her, and his team members were equally clueless about their whereabouts. Aelb and the others searched for several days but ultimately came up empty-handed. The two of them seemed to have vanished off the face of the earth. No one saw how they left. With their disappearance, the once vibrant goat team fell into decline. The team members disbanded and joined other teams. Before long, people's attention was diverted by another event. Gary and Chris, who had been on missions outside, returned, bringing with them dire news. A massive cluster of mutated animals surrounding the base was heading towards their location. Among these clusters were numerous avian mutants. The information from the psychic ability users was highly authoritative, causing a commotion among everyone who heard it. Driven by the mutant animals, the zombies outside the base grew increasingly agitated, desperately trying to get closer to Wuhan base. The intensity of the situation made Laura hesitant to lead his team out of the base to collect crystal cores. The hoarse growls of the zombies reverberated through the air in unison. Their chilling cries made it impossible to sleep peacefully at night. In this critical moment, the atmosphere inside the base became eerily quiet. People continued their daily lives as usual, but their faces lacked the usual ease. Presently, Wuhan base felt like the calm before the storm. Malia sat in the living room, holding the watermelon Aelb had bought, scooping it into her mouth spoonful by spoonful. Aelb came out of the kitchen carrying a plate of charred meat blocks, placing it on the table with utmost seriousness. Wearing an apron with lace trim, he stood by the table, staring at the meat blocks he had cooked, his expression grave. Despite the chopsticks within reach, he hesitated to pick them up. Malia glanced over, swallowing a mouthful of watermelon, and advised, Aelb, you really don't have to learn how to cook. After a pause, she added, sometimes it's just a matter of talent. Recently, Aelb seemed to have developed a sudden interest in cooking, always wanting to take over Malia's chores. Unfortunately, nature did not bestow him with any culinary talent. After enduring too many of his failed attempts, Malia wisely chose to eat her fill before he finished cooking again. Aelb solemnly picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, about to put it in his mouth when Palmer knocked on the door loudly. The meat fell back onto the plate, splashing broth everywhere. Aelb set down his chopsticks, removed the lace-trimmed apron, and opened the door. As soon as the door opened, Palmer rushed in. Familiar with Aelb's home, Palmer first poured himself a glass of cold water, drank it down in gulps, then sighed in relief before saying, this weather is stiflingly hot. He carried a wave of heat with him, drenched in sweat. Captain, I just heard on the way here that this animal tide is the largest ever recorded. At this rate, the avian mutants could reach the base area the day after tomorrow. Avian mutants were among their greatest concerns. These sky-dwelling creatures were even more difficult to deal with than ground predators. The ability users in the base had already reached a consensus. They would stand on the walls of the base, ready to fight these mutants to the end. Those who wished to flee had already left, leaving only those with deep ties to the base. Aelb nodded, his expression serious. He would be one of the main forces in this battle and thus took it very seriously. Just as they discussed the deployment on the walls, a thunderclap suddenly sounded outside the window. Malia, startled, dropped her spoon onto the floor. Looking out the window at the familiar lightning, she couldn't help but hiccup. Could this be another heavenly thunder tribulation? Aelb was also drawn by the thunder. He stopped talking and met Malia's gaze. Palmer, confused by their sudden exchange, was about to ask when a plate was shoved into his hands, and Aelb pushed him out the door. Guyue and I need to talk. Go back. Palmer scratched his head, puzzled, then took a bite of the meat on the plate, gagging and sticking out his tongue. Mumbling something, he turned and left. Outside, the sky quickly darkened, with flashes of lightning under the heavy clouds. Aelb walked to Malia's side. Before he could ask, she solemnly nodded at him. Perhaps due to the experience from her previous life, this time around, the speed of her breakthrough was like riding a rocket. The crowd in the gathering looked up at the rapidly assembling dark clouds overhead and quickened their pace home. This surging thunder, if it targeted Malia again like last time, would undoubtedly draw attention from others. Aelb cupped his chin in thought as the lightning outside the window drew closer. Malia stood by the window watching the massive thunderbolts heading toward her, gritting her teeth, ready to endure it. Underground detention center, Aelb suddenly spoke. Malia turned to look, puzzled. Last time during the Heavenly Tao constraint, it was in the underground detention center. The lightning couldn't find its target and dissipated after a few days. Malia remembered this vaguely and immediately nodded in agreement. Aelb led her to the underground detention center in the central building at a brisk pace. The head of the detention center, a man with a bushy beard, looked bewildered at the two young people in front of him. What did you say you want to do again? Malia maintained a sincere attitude and innocent expression. I'd like to stay in the detention center for another couple of days. What? The bearded man's gaze shifted between them, feeling he had truly encountered someone mentally ill. He had never seen such a request. None of the members of Aelb's team were normal, he concluded frankly. In the end, Malia still managed to move back into her old detention room. Once the two entered the detention center, the lightning in the sky seemed to falter for a moment. Lightning flashed between the cloud layers, as if the celestial thunder was scratching its head in confusion. Where was that massive thunder tribulation? Why did it suddenly disappear? Aelb went out to take a look and reassured Malia, arranging all the necessary items in the room to make her stay more convenient. As he was about to leave, he patted her head, leaned down to kiss her earlobe, and whispered softly, "Wait for me to come back." Malia's ears turned red, and her face flushed as she quietly agreed. The bearded man watching on the surveillance monitor was fuming. This was a detention center, not a resort. Were these two here on vacation? Chapter 65. The beast tide is coming. The atmosphere in the base gradually became tense, with dark clouds covering the sky and occasional thunder rumbling in the distance. The rolling thunder mirrored everyone's mood, oppressive yet turbulent. Inside the base, one could already feel the tremors from the mutating animals bounding towards them. Standing on the tall walls of the base, they could see the surging beast tide coming from afar. They watched as the distance between the beast tide and the base shortened, the roar becoming deafening, as if trying to overturn this patch of sky. Boom! A bolt of lightning struck from above, lighting up the darkened sky. In the distance, mutated birds flew low, emitting strange cries. Boom! A white dragon-like lightning bolt as thick as a bowl shot through the sky and fell into the deep ravine. Zombies across the ravine, mouths full of sharp teeth, roared toward the base direction. They huddled together, as if given away, they would swarm forward, tearing the ordinary people in the base to pieces. Boom! Consecutive thunderbolts sounded, as if even the heavens were building strength for the impending battle. Within the Wuhan base, psychics stood atop the high walls, their faces grim and prepared for the approaching beast tide. Gary's psychic abilities probed out, continuously reporting on the situation of the beast tide. The air was filled with palpable tension. Palmer stood beside Aelb, his gaze fixed on the direction from where the mutant beasts were coming. Where did you arrange for Leslie to stay? Aelb had been away for 2 days and moved quite a few things. It was easy to guess that Malia had temporarily relocated. Without turning back, Aelb stared at the distant beast tide. In the underground detention center, it's relatively safer there, and Big Beard has been guarding it. Palmer nodded, forcing a smile. Captain, looking at the scale of this beast tide, do you think we can survive? Aelb pursed his lips and replied after a moment, yes, not a single one of us will be lost. Palmer sighed deeply, smiling faintly, stretching lazily. That's good, I feel the same. After this beast tide passes, I still want to taste the chicken soup made by Leslie again. Everyone, stand ready. The beast tide is here. Gary, who had been on high alert, gave the final warning. The cries of the mutated birds echoed near, flying low in dense formations, rushing toward the base. At that moment, psychic energy surged on the platform, colliding with the strong wind brought by the birds, spreading a smoky atmosphere. A mutant oriole, with its mouth full of sharp teeth, emitted piercing cries, causing headaches. It swooped down toward a psychic, only for ice spears and flame guns to pierce through its body and head in an instant, shattering the crystal core in its brain, stripping it of energy, making it fall from midair. The psychic's powers were almost creating after images. They continuously fought against the airborne mutated birds, their flashing abilities forming an impenetrable net over the base's high walls. However, this net failed to stop the birds capable of flying high, allowing several mutant birds to enter the base interior. Ordinary people within the base had already sought refuge, either locking doors tightly or hiding in basements, trembling in fear. Facing these mutant animals, those without psychic abilities were like fish on a cutting board, defenseless. Even so, this did not hinder the footsteps of the mutant animals. Their hard beaks cracked open locked windows and doors, their massive heads tilted, red eyes like emotionless lamps of slaughter, making hearts stop cold. Within the empty base, cries of anguish echoed intermittently. The sudden attack by mutant birds was indeed unpredictable. Even though the psychics had fought fiercely and killed nearly half of the birds, they couldn't prevent some from entering the base. Not only inside the base, but also on the platform, psychics were scratched by flying birds, slowly transforming into zombies. Some, after being wounded, gritted their teeth and jumped off the platform, falling to their deaths in the ravine. Others, having turned into zombies, pounced on nearby companions, only to be slain by others. This life-and-death struggle continued for a long time, all eyes bloodshot from the endless fighting. Their bodies stained with comrades' blood, their hearts sank deeper and deeper in the unending battle. Inside and outside the base, it resembled hell on earth. The dark clouds in the sky grew closer, pressing down, suffocating everyone. Boom, boom, boom. 3 deafening thunderclaps cracked in the sky, white light piercing downward as if it were a chain descending from the heavens. It struck precisely where the mutated birds had gathered, bringing down a string of them. The lightning acted like a grim reaper for the mutant animals, clearing the skies wherever it struck. The smell of gunpowder and dust spread through the air, lingering around their noses, refusing to dissipate. People stared up at the sky in astonishment. The heavy hearts just moments ago seemed infused with newfound strength. Someone shouted in surprise and joy, "Even the heavens can't bear to see this anymore. The heavens are on our side this time. Ha 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 ha, we are not alone. Charge. Kill all these inhumane monsters. To hell with those damn mutant birds." Frenzied shouts erupted from different corners. In an instant, everyone was electrified, their powers coalescing once more, charging at the mutated birds before them. Their bodies stained with blood, they squeezed out every last bit of their abilities, fighting these mutant birds as if there were no tomorrow. The lightning seemed to resonate with their anger, striking down massive bolts from the sky as they roared. Without exception, the lightning hit the mutant creatures. The psychics' eyes were red with fury, their morale high as they madly echoed the thunder's strikes. Beneath the darkened sky, it was a miracle of humans and nature coming together. Countless psychic energies surged toward the mutant birds, halting their advance into the base. The oppressive thunder no longer weighed on their hearts but instead cried out alongside these psychics. These cries pierced the heavens, echoing through the sky. On the platform, Aelb's face and body were smeared with blood. His expression stern, he hurled his psychic energy, shattering several mutant bird skulls in succession. He glanced back at the central building briefly, thunder rumbling in his ears. He curled his lips into a smile, his movements becoming even more efficient. His little girl always managed to bring unexpected surprises and hope to others. Chapter 66, Thunder Strike Again. At this moment, Malia was sitting cross-legged on the bed. Her power had increased significantly, with spiritual energy swirling around her, forming an invisible barrier that outsiders couldn't see. Thunder and lightning raged in the sky above the base. Malia touched the crystal core in her bag with her fingers. It was left by Aelb before he left. The spiritual energy around Malia continuously condensed, her cultivation level rising, resisting the heavenly constraints descending upon her once more. The thunder mixed with the roars of mutated animals, their sounds reaching inside the detention center. The bearded director led people up to the ground floor to clear out the humans infected into zombies and numerous mutated birds that had entered the base. Spiritual energy crazily surged into Malia's body, causing her bulky suitcase beside her to gradually deflate. The thunder grew denser, rolling like drumbeats, striking down densely and piercing through many mutated animals. People within the base marveled at this phenomenon. These bolts of lightning seemed to intentionally assist them, specifically targeting those mutated creatures. As night fell, the battle had yet to end. Palmer panted heavily as he moved to Aelb's side. Prolonged fighting made his physical strength lag behind. Most of the psychics on the platform were utterly exhausted but gritted their teeth to persist. "Captain, Mingyuan is injured," his words heavy, pulling the flame line longer in his hand, flinging it toward the mutated flying creatures in the air. Aelb pursed his lips. He understood that if it were just a common injury, Palmer wouldn't have come over specifically to inform him. During this day, they had witnessed too many companions turning into zombies right beside them. A person who greeted each other with smiles a second ago could turn into a zombie and scream towards you in the next second. They couldn't hesitate, they could only launch attacks. Their brains buzzed from the immense number of killings. Aelb's mouth quivered, softly asking, "Where is he now?" Palmer pointed to the side where Adley and Aaron were holding him down. Adley's eyes were bloodshot, using his psychic ability to flood into the injured arm. Marvin's neck stretched, veins bulging, making hoarse sounds from his throat. Unable to bear watching any longer, Aelb turned back to face the mutant bird creatures, swinging his psychic ability even more fiercely. "Give him a quick death." Aelb's voice was hoarse, his eyes red, jaw clenched, yet his tone firm. Suddenly, a strong light erupted in the sky. Massive lightning, as thick as a giant tree, spread across the sky, splitting it into two halves. The particles in the air also seemed to become restless along with the lightning. The thunder shocked everyone's hearts. Fine raindrops began to fall from the sky, landing on both people and mutated animals. Like yak hair, the fine rain dripped onto everyone, creating a mist. For a moment, everything seemed silent. The growls of mutated animals and zombies vanished. When people came to their senses amidst the rain soaking their skin, they noticed the zombies all strangely opening their mouths towards the sky, swallowing something unseen, appearing very eerie. The mutated bird creatures in the air also quieted down, landing on buildings and grounds, flapping their wings towards the sky as if receiving some kind of purification. The battle between the mutated beings and humans, which had lasted all day, finally ceased in this strange way. Many ordinary people who spontaneously resisted zombies in the base knelt down at the sight. Heaven blesses us. Heaven blesses us. It's a miracle. It's divine intervention. Heaven sees us. Voices filled with tears and sobs echoed, prostrating towards the sky, as sincere as religious devotees. Among the crowd was a slender figure hidden within. She held a short-handled kitchen knife crafted from eagle feathers, walking along the walls. Any passing zombie that noticed her soaring spiritual energy lunged at her, only to be decapitated mid-air by her swift blade. From the city center, she walked straight to the base gate without stopping, every zombie blocking her path meeting their demise under her blade. Far away, Malia saw Adley and another pressing Marvin down. They dragged Marvin, who was looking up at the sky with his mouth open, finding a secluded spot. Seeing Marvin's state, it was evident he was already infected. Malia's finger touched the wall, her spiritual energy climbing through the wall into Marvin's body. As expected, there was another active force of spiritual energy inside him, wreaking havoc. Malia used her spiritual energy to capture the chaotic force. Unlike the gentle sensation she felt when she was bitten earlier, the spiritual energy inside Marvin was exceptionally active, slipping away from Malia's control like a slippery fish. She increased the power of her spiritual energy, grasped that ball of energy, and wrapped it into a small sphere, extracting it from Marvin's body. Marvin felt a sudden loss of strength, as if he were about to drown and then suddenly pulled out of the water, gasping for fresh air. Just as he opened his eyes, Aaron's ice spike lunged towards his face. With all his might, he barely dodged the attack. Looking at Aaron in disbelief, "Aaron, you want to kill me?" More incredulous than he was, Aaron and Adley stared wide-eyed at Marvin, momentarily speechless. In the darkness, Malia withdrew her hand, feeling the significant depletion of her spiritual energy. She clicked her tongue lightly. Her cultivation had just advanced, and now she needed a proper battle. Malia, holding the small kitchen knife, exuded an imposing presence as she swung it at the mutant birds resting on the ground within the city. The fierce wind generated by the blade split open the heads of the birds. Satisfied, Malia stroked the blade. Her title as the sacred blade sovereign wasn't just for show. Any blade in her hands became a divine weapon. Suddenly, the rain stopped abruptly, making one suspicious. Dark clouds again churned with lightning, the rumbling sounding like a soft whisper. Malia looked up at the sky, a sense of foreboding rising in her heart. In the next moment, a bolt of lightning shot directly towards her. Malia raised her knife to defend, using her spiritual energy-infused technique to split the thunder. The already dispersing thunderclouds coalesced once more, even more massive and tumultuous, emitting deafening roars. It seemed like a cat that had found its hidden prey, becoming increasingly excited. Malia knew things were not good. She immediately leaped up, the kitchen knife in her hand charged with spiritual energy, her feet moving swiftly through the air. In the next second, a thunderbolt as thick as a bowl struck where she had been standing. Malia gritted her teeth. This cheating sky. Having already passed the thunder tribulation, it now wants another round. Chapter 67, The Beast Tide Changes Again. Thunderous light flickered around Malia as she hovered in midair. Just by glancing about, she could see many gazes fixed upon her. There was no hiding from the thunderous light. She clenched her teeth and flung the kitchen knife in her hand, which lifted her into the air, using it to step off the backs of mutated flying creatures and stride toward the distance. The thunderous light relentlessly pursued her, more focused on its target now compared to before. Those on the ground could see that the rumbling thunder seemed to have suddenly acquired a target, fiercely splitting the sky in one direction. A figure could be vaguely discerned under the thunderous light. That's a human figure. Which is it? Her appearance drastically reduced the pressure on the other psychics, as many zombies and mutated birds rushed towards her. Malia moved gracefully like she was treading on swift swallows, swiftly sweeping over deep ravines and heading outside the base. "Captain!" Adley rushed from afar and shouted loudly even before reaching her. Aelb had been focusing on the figure at the center of the thunderous light but slowly shifted his gaze when called. Adley ran up, catching his breath unevenly and reported softly to Aelb, "Captain." Ming Yuan woke up. Aelb frowned, continuing to use his psychic ability while still pondering over the earlier figure. The only person capable of causing such a disturbance might be Malia. But why would she again draw the heavenly thunder? As he delved deeper in thought, he suddenly realized what Adley was saying and asked in return, "What do you mean by woke up?" Before Adley could explain further, Marvin walked over from behind. Although looking somewhat disheveled, his eyes were clear and thoughts sharp, showing no signs of infection. Marvin looked at Aelb with a puzzled expression. "Captain, the mutation symptoms on my body really subsided." Aelb raised an eyebrow, his gaze moving over him. Explain how this happened. The team members remained cautious around Marvin. His sudden disappearance of symptoms put everyone on alert. Meanwhile, Aelb frowned and gazed toward where the thunderous light gathered. The timing seemed too coincidental, arousing his suspicion. Amidst the thunderous light, Malia faced dual pressures. Heavenly thunder continuously struck down upon her, and the attacks from surrounding zombies and mutated animals all aimed at her. Malia's kitchen knife charged with energy. Spiritual power flowed through it, each swing creating gusts of wind. With just basic knife movements, numerous zombies would fall. Everywhere the heavenly thunder struck, everything turned into scorched earth. Malia, amidst the chaos, was like a rabbit running amok in the beast tide, lighting fires everywhere, wiping out hordes of zombies while covered in thunder. While fully concentrating on battling, a massive hole formed beside her from gathering energy. Aelb stepped out from the hole, locking eyes directly with Malia. Malia's knife danced in her hand, momentarily stunned seeing Aelb. The two stood facing each other, and Malia instinctively hid the small kitchen knife behind her back, feigning innocence. Rumbling thunder exploded near their feet, kicking up blackened dust. Why are you here, Aelb? Malia blurted first. Aelb watched her hidden hands, tightening his lips. That's what I should be asking. He told her to stay put in the holding cell, yet she ended up right in the heart of the beast tide. Zombies and mutated animals crowded together tightly, constantly pouncing and biting toward them. A flash of white light overhead caught Malia's attention, prompting her to slash at the thunder. Her blade clashed with the thunder, actually cleaving the thunder itself, scattering several paths of lightning onto the ground. Aelb also knew this wasn't the time for words and raised his hand to help Malia fight off incoming zombies. Malia's spiritual power revealed no concealment, this celestial level power causing the beast tide's advance to pause. Aelb, we might be able to redirect this beast tide, Malia said suddenly. After a brief consultation, Aelb took Malia's hand. He sighed helplessly. I'm truly scared of you. With a circular motion of his hand, he created a giant hole, jumping through it repeatedly with Malia. Malia's overflowing spiritual power made the surrounding zombies go mad. They surged wildly toward Malia. Aelb carried Malia along, transmitting them in one direction. After several jumps, the beast tide indeed showed signs of turning. The sky's thunder gradually calmed, occasionally landing thin bolts of lightning that vanished without touching the ground. Only then did Malia regain the energy to fully combat the zombies. Aelb, now cradling Malia by her knees, jumped continuously in one direction with her. Malia only needed to let her spiritual power spread, drawing these zombies' attention. From a higher vantage point, the two figures in the midst of the beast tide appeared as minuscule as ants on an elephant. Yet, all the zombies were surging towards their direction, like ants trying to shake a tree, slightly disrupting the rhythm of the beast tide. The psychics on the high walls naturally noticed this anomaly. Perry and Adley exchanged glances, both looking shocked. They had witnessed Aelb disappearing through a black hole, and shortly after, the beast tide began to shift. Explosions were even heard from the center of the commotion. They wouldn't believe it wasn't their captain if they tried. The retreat of the mutated animals gave everyone a moment to catch their breath. Inside the base, Laura led the Iron Ladies cutting down infected members of the base one by one. Blood stained their faces and bodies, but despite the ache in their wrists, they gritted their teeth and resisted. The bearded man at the detention facility led the psychic guards in eliminating the remaining mutated birds inside the base. Psychics scattered throughout the base corners shouted in coordination, not letting any mutated animal escape. Nearly half of the psychics on the high walls rested on the ground catching their breaths, taking turns to eliminate the remaining mutated creatures. Turning. It's turning. The beast tide has completely turned. We are saved. The psychics on the high walls let out shouts filled with immense joy. Everyone cheered in relief, and the voices from the high walls reached the ears of those within the base, reigniting hope in their despairing eyes. Many cried tears of joy, hugging each other, celebrating that they had made it through this ordeal. Outside Wuhan base, large numbers of zombies and mutated animals surged in one direction. The dark clouds that had long hovered over the base gradually dissipated. A fishbelly white appeared on the horizon. After a night of intense battle, people now felt a wave of exhaustion. But mixed with this fatigue was boundless joy, making hearts pound wildly while mouths couldn't help but turn upward into smiles. Pushing away the dark clouds, enduring the darkest night, dawn finally broke. Dawn had arrived. Chapter 68 The Observers. Malia and Aelb ran with the for a long time, making sure they were at a considerable distance from the Wuhan base. The light of Aelb's psychic ability flickered in his hand. He held Malia and leaped forward vigorously, jumping into a black hole. Malia withdrew all her spiritual energy, closed her eyes, and hugged Aelb's neck tightly. Even though she had gone through this many times, she still felt uncomfortable with the sensation of space travel. It was like getting car sick, always making her dizzy. Aelb used the last spatial jump to arrive at a quiet house nearby. They had left the Wuhan base far behind. With Aelb's current strength, he couldn't jump back inside the base in one go. After landing, Aelb gently patted Malia's back. Malia tightened her grip around Aelb's neck, her internal organs churned, with a foul breath trapped in her lungs, causing immense discomfort. After quite some time, Malia finally released Aelb's neck and jumped to the ground. Saint Blade Tyrant would never have thought she could lose due to spatial jumping. After a brief rest, the two hurried back toward the base. The beast tide had just passed, leaving the main road leading to the base open and desolate. Countless footprints marked the ground, creating an unobstructed path. Malia and Aelb stepped on this land, slowly heading towards the base. Guyue, why were you among the beast tide? Aelb suddenly asked. Malia held Aelb's hand, looking somewhat guilty. Her accumulated spirit power surged again by a large margin. At the moment, when the prison guards were engaged in a fierce battle with mutated animals outside the cell, she felt an itch in her hands and rushed out. There weren't any convenient weapons around her, so she grabbed a kitchen knife made for cooking. Seeing the short-handled kitchen knife in her hand, Aelb fell silent. Noticing his peculiar expression, Malia swung her small kitchen knife slightly, striking a cool pose that was quite intimidating. Aelb pursed his lips to hold back laughter, turned his head away, and could hardly suppress his amusement. The ridiculed Malia looked. Xiaodao, what are you laughing at? Aelb raised an eyebrow and messed up Malia's hair. The two played and fought for a while, then continued towards the base in a relaxed manner. While walking on the road the beast tide had passed, they suddenly heard voices coming from the side. Malia and Aelb looked over and met the eyes of two other people. A fat and a thin figure emerged from behind an obstacle. These two were originally psychics. The chubby psychic smiled at Malia and the others. Hello there, you two are psychics who heard about the beast tide raid and came to Wuhan base to grab a fortune, right? The leading squads of various bases had mental psychics gathering information outside. Many things between bases were observed and communicated with each other. Plenty of teams, hearing such news, would take advantage of a base's misfortune and seize an opportunity for big rewards. Especially after such a beast tide. Like locusts passing through, these beasts wouldn't stay too long, making it perfect to snatch huge fortunes once the beast tide ended. The fat and thin pair before them was among such individuals. Malia and Aelb exchanged glances, both nodding sincerely. Both watched the two men before them cautiously, observing their intentions. The fatty introduced himself casually. My name is Nathaniel, and this is Brenton. Would you two like to team up with us? Once the beast tide hits Wuhan base, let's enter together and grab what we can. Brenton raised an eyebrow, with a smile of flattery on his face. Many psychics would hide in safe places during a beast tide. Although they were from different squads, they acted as a community of mutual assistance and shared interests. Nathaniel had noticed Aelb and Malia early on. These two seemed to have just expended a large amount of psychic power, and the residual energy still felt overwhelmingly powerful. Admiration for strength was common in this post-apocalyptic world. Nathaniel wanted to latch onto Aelb and Malia for their incredible abilities. Malia and Aelb didn't speak but listened as the two kept talking about last night's battle. Aelb frowned more and more deeply. Anyone from Wuhan base would be displeased by being coveted like this. They struggled within the base, yet many wished to see it wiped out just to benefit from the chaos. Just looking at the scale of the beast tide, I doubt Wuhan base will last through today, Brenton said with a tinge of schadenfreude. What a pity, Wuhan base encountered mutant birds. They coveted the resources inside Wuhan base while eagerly anticipating its destruction. Malia stared at Brenton, her gaze especially unpleasant. Why do you think Wuhan base won't make it? She clenched the kitchen knife in her hand, exuding an aura as if she was ready to rush forward and start a fight at any moment. What kind of joke is this? Have you ever seen those mutant birds? Nathaniel looked at Malia. When they fly over, the whole sky darkens. Do you think any base can survive this beast tide? At this time, those who could appear around Wuhan base would only be people like them who came to pick up the pieces after a disaster. Nathaniel did not overthink Malia's anger. Aelb held down Malia's hand that was eager to raise the knife, scanning the expressions on Nathaniel's and Brenton's faces. But I heard that the beast tide suddenly changed direction and didn't hit Wuhan base, right? How could that be possible? Brenton frowned. How could the beast tide suddenly change direction? Nathaniel stared at Aelb. Is the information reliable? Aelb raised an eyebrow, affirming firmly. I saw it with my own eyes. The smile on his lips did not reach his eyes. If you don't believe it, you can go to Wuhan base to see if what we say is true. Aelb grabbed Malia's arm, his psychic power quietly gathering behind him. We can't go with you two. We'll take our leave first and meet you again at Wuhan base. In just the blink of an eye, Aelb and Malia vanished right before Brenton and Nathaniel's eyes. The two were greatly shocked. After a moment of stunned silence, they finally realized that these two might not be from other bases looking to be the first ones to profit but were likely from Wuhan base. Nathaniel's expression turned heavy as he pondered Aelb's words. If what he said was all true, then Wuhan base absolutely cannot be underestimated. A beast tide changing direction with only a 1 in a 1,000 chance coincidentally happened to Wuhan base. Nathaniel did not believe in such a coincidence. If it was truly caused by the beast tide itself, what about the thunder last night? They proactively contacted others who were also lurking nearby. Regardless of the reason, they had to go to Wuhan base to personally check out the situation. Chapter 69 Outsider. Aelb, using the space-time tunnel created by the black hole he had formed, leaped into it once again with Shirley in his arms. After several jumps, they safely landed atop the tall walls of Wuhan base. This place had once gathered a large number of psychics who fought together against the incoming beast tide. Now, it was deserted except for corpses scattered everywhere. Many familiar psychics lay among the intertwined bodies of mutant animals, stacked upon one another, leaving no clear path to walk. Such a scene forced everyone to hold their breaths. After such a life-and-death battle, all that remained was desolation. Shirley held Aelb's hand, and both tightened their lips as they slowly walked down from the high wall. Blood had almost pooled into a river, its sticky sensation causing tingling sensations on their scalps. Their victory came at a cost. Descending from the oppressive wall, they finally encountered some signs of life. People within the base wore smiles of exhaustion while collecting crystal cores from inside the brains of mutant birds. Some were grieving over lost loved ones, while others celebrated their survival. Guangyue, Captain, there you are. Adley's voice sounded from behind them. Shirley instinctively bent to avoid Adley's tackle, hiding behind Aelb by grabbing his arm. Adley sighed softly, looking at the young girl hiding behind her captain. Her gaze made Shirley feel uneasy. Aelb protected Shirley and redirected the conversation. Where is everyone else? Adley smiled. Palmer's psychic energy has been exhausted too much, so he went back to rest. The others are still enthusiastically digging out crystal cores. Walking alongside the two, she smiled again. Yesterday we were discussing where you rushed off to, Captain. Turns out you went to find Guangyue. Adley winked, giving an ambiguous smile. Aelb remained unfazed, frowning slightly. What about Marvin? Hearing this, Adley's smile dimmed somewhat. She leaned closer and whispered, Mingyuan seems fine for now. Aaron has been following him closely. Their team wasn't certain about Marvin's condition but could only follow him like bodyguards when he was conscious. Hearing a familiar name, Shirley tugged on Aelb's sleeve, blinking at him. A shy smile appeared on her face, hinting at something unsaid. Aelb raised an eyebrow and pressed Shirley's head gently as he walked forward, leaning close to whisper in her ear, Did you reverse Marvin's infection? Shirley shrugged off his hand, smoothed her hair, and nodded, Yes, his wound was infected with spiritual energy. I absorbed it when I happened to pass by. Aelb remembered Shirley telling him that their energy systems were different. Spiritual energy was precisely what Shirley needed. He thought of something else. You mean when zombies infect someone, it's not a virus but spiritual energy? Aelb frowned thoughtfully. Shirley nodded firmly. It's spiritual energy, nothing else. After all, she had felt it firsthand. The spiritual energy in the wounds touched her body like trembling spirit particles, behaving very obediently. This contrasted greatly with its wild behavior inside Marvin's body. Can you be sure that Marvin is now fine? Shirley confidently nodded in response. All the spiritual energy in his body has been eliminated. There's no possibility of mutation anymore. As if on cue, the subject of their conversation appeared before them. Marvin was crouching on the ground extracting a crystal core from a mutant bird, while Aaron stood nearby with folded arms, looking indifferent yet watching Marvin intently. Hey, Captain, Guangyue, you're here, Marvin greeted, waving at Shirley and Aelb. The bag beside him was bulging, suggesting he had collected plenty of crystal cores. Aelb exchanged a few concerned words with Marvin and then noticed someone waving in the distance. Following Shirley's waving direction, he saw a crowd approaching. It was Laura. Laura also noticed them, smiling and waving back at Shirley. Behind her, someone ducked into the crowd. It was Krista. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. She looked somewhat disheveled, her eyes harboring a hint of hostility, but she subconsciously avoided meeting Shirley's gaze. Marvin also saw Krista. His expression toward her was complex, but ultimately, he didn't go up to greet her. Laura was leading her team in clearing the bodies and collecting crystal cores from the base. These women, after days of training, now had visible muscles, and despite everything, they certainly weren't lacking in strength. They were cleaning up the aftermath of the night, hacking a few times on top of each corpse to ensure they were thoroughly dead before moving them and tossing them into the deep gorge outside the base. The women bustled about, their movements swift and efficient. Their solemn demeanor infected others around them. More and more people joined in, clearing away the bodies within the base. After this beast tide, it seemed the atmosphere in the base had changed somewhat. Everyone in the base was busy. Shirley rolled up her sleeves, exposing her two slim white arms, and called out loudly, Aelb, let's go help too. She reached out to move the male corpse nearby, but behind her, Adley chuckled and pulled Shirley aside. Adley considerately said, Gayu, if you really want to help, just collect some small birds. She glanced at the tall man's corpse and patted Shirley's shoulder. Picking up a mutant yellow oriole from nearby, she handed it to Shirley and winked at Aelb, leave these corpses to the captain. Aelb looked at Shirley, then at Adley, and laughed. He teased, just collect some small birds, Gayu. Shirley gritted her teeth. How annoying, these two actually underestimated her peak blade cultivator. The little girl ignored them, grabbed the head of the mutant yellow oriole, and stormed off toward the main gate of the base, puffing with anger. Aelb suppressed his laughter, shook his head, picked up the male corpse, and followed after her. Only Adley stood there scratching her head, puzzled. Did she say something wrong? Upon reaching the entrance of the base, Shirley tossed the yellow oriole into the deep gorge. The drawbridge of the base had been lowered, and the surroundings, having just experienced the beast tide, were eerily empty except for scattered psychics collecting crystal cores outside. On the drawbridge, a group of people approached. Shirley glanced briefly and spotted two familiar figures among them. Nathaniel and Brenton, whom they had met on the road, were clearly part of the group. Shirley narrowed her eyes and took a few steps forward to meet the approaching group. Chapter 70, Lightning-type Psyker. Nathaniel, Brenton. Alizi took a couple of steps forward. Nathaniel and Brenton from the group looked up upon hearing the voice and immediately recognized her as the person they had encountered before. They both exclaimed loudly, It's you. People around them turned to look, with puzzled expressions on their faces. Alizi stood in front of the few people, scanning everyone with an assessing gaze and cautioning, Why have you come to the base? If there was no mistake, these people were the vanguard of other bases coming to scavenge, yet now they boldly stepped into the gates of their base. Nathaniel wore a smile on his face, rubbing his hands while looking at Alizi, his tone slippery and flattering. Don't be so serious, let's make deals and friendships. We've come to establish diplomatic relations and cooperation with Wu and Base. Ulizi ground her teeth. This fatty was good at twisting logic. Aelb walked over from behind Ulizi, standing next to her and raising an eyebrow to survey the crowd. Well, quite a number. They were all members from various bases, some of whom had ties with the upper echelons of their own bases. Through mutual communication, it was confirmed that the beast tide had changed direction. Admiration for Wu and Base arose among them, but also a layer of suspicion. The beast tide wouldn't change direction for no reason. Wu and Base must be hiding secret. This was the unanimous response from the higher-ups. Different people came and went through the base gates, carrying corpses in their hands and skillfully throwing them into the deep ravine below. Psychers and ordinary people moved alternately, as if suddenly breaking down the barriers between them. Everyone talked animatedly about last night's battle, their pain and joy intertwined, giving these people a settled demeanor. This group saw everything with their own eyes and felt profound emotions. None of the bases seemed as pure as the current Wu and Base. No longer observing the surroundings, Brenton stepped forward. We represent Kangling Base and have come here to discuss cooperation. Other accompanying individuals rushed forward one after another. I'm from Kunhei Base. I'm going to Yenfu Base. Aelb gestured to pause. Since you're all here to discuss cooperation, follow me to find the base commander. His expression was somewhat complex as he held Alizi's hand, leading the group into the base. Nathaniel squeezed to the front, speaking to Ulizi who walked alongside Aelb. Chopper, what happened in your base last night? Tell me about it. Ulizi turned her head and gave him a glare. Nathaniel's chubby face was full of smiles. He chuckled. Come on, little girl, we aren't enemies. Our common enemy is the zombies. What did your base do with such a big commotion last night? Give us some pointers. All the people behind him perked up their ears, eagerly waiting for Ulizi to enlighten them. Ulizi scanned the crowd and said half-jokingly, last night. She deliberately drew out her tone, seeing the anticipation build among the crowd. With a cunning smile, she revealed an innocent look. I don't know actually. I stayed home and only heard loud thunder. Wasn't it quite loud? That thunder targeted her too. Though tricked, Nathaniel and others didn't lose face but laughed dryly and shifted the topic. Ulizi gave Aelb a meaningful glance, who chuckled softly, silently leading them around the base again and again. Only when the people behind began panting did he lead them to the central building. Someone had already gone to notify Bolivar about their arrival. Aelb guided them to the conference room and politely closed the door. Once he left, the remaining people immediately started discussing. What's their meaning, trying to intimidate us? We haven't figured out what happened at Wu and Base yet, let's observe. Being able to withstand a beast tide with bird-like mutant animals, Wu and Base is pretty impressive. Building ties with such a base can't harm us. Establishing relations with bases, this was unprecedented. And even more unprecedented, several bases were vying to build ties. After escorting the visitors, Aelb didn't care about the rest. He brought Ulizi back to their little house. On the way, they met Bolivar. For a long time unseen, this elderly man appeared even more hunched, obviously exhausted by the beast tide worries. There was a touch of illness around his brows and a smile on his lips. Aelb, Ulizi, you two have been working hard recently. He nodded at both of them, his aged voice filled with weariness. Aelb and Ulizi greeted the elderly man briefly and then passed by without further conversation. Malia watched his retreating back, her tone somewhat gloomy. He doesn't seem to have much time left. Malia was very familiar with this condition. When she was still a Daoist blade cultivator, her master looked exactly like this before passing away. This couldn't help but make her feel a bit uncomfortable. Aelb's lips also tightened, and he led Malia away from the central building. Just as they stepped out, Palmer, Adley, and a few others came forward with smiles on their faces, coming up to hug Aelb and Malia. Captain, did you see that lightning-type psyker last night? Palmer's eyes gleamed with excitement. Aelb didn't understand. Lightning-type psyker? Palmer nodded. Last night, many people saw you teleport through the black hole, and then there were explosions in the zombie pile. Under the light of the lightning, someone saw a human figure within the lightning. Everyone is saying that the thunder was created by a lightning-type psyker. Did you see that person when you teleported over? What did they look like? Is it someone from our base? Several people eagerly bombarded them with questions one after another. Aelb was momentarily stunned, then smiled and glanced at Malia beside him, the lightning-type psyker. Ah, yes, I saw them, and we even worked together, Aelb replied, suppressing his laughter. Palmer became more excited. It really was a lightning-type psyker. Who is it? Who is this hero who is so low-key? The low-key hero Malia wrapped herself tighter in her cardigan, hiding her achievements and name. At the same time, in the conference room, a few people wore forced smiles. Bolivar chuckled twice, his expression incomparably composed, wishing us all a pleasant cooperation. The conference room immediately filled with polite laughter, but Nathaniel and the others seemed to be forcing themselves to smile. Bolivar, the old fox of the base leader, had indeed negotiated well. The other bases practically gave up resources and territories to establish ties with Wu and Base. After calculating the amount of supplies that would come into Wu and Base, he curved his brows with satisfaction and politely escorted these suckers away. Chapter 71, Base Commander Position. After the extensive cleanup of the base, the atmosphere became harmonious and lively, busier than before when the base was unusually occupied. Malia and the others returned to their usual days. Palmer enjoyed planting flowers, always tending to the plants in the small garden. Aelb became obsessed with cooking, often staying in the kitchen for days on end. Adley frequently visited the clinic, using his healing abilities to assist doctors in treating people post-war. Days passed by beautifully yet briefly. The peace was broken by a message from Bolivar. The base commander wanted to see them. The psychic delivering the message looked at them calmly. Confused, Aelb and the other squad members made their way to the central building. Just approaching Bolivar's room, they could see Janice leaning against the wall outside the door. Janice had a cigarette dangling from her lips, surrounded by many cigarette butts, indicating she had been standing there for quite some time. She wore a worried expression. Seeing Malia and Aelb approaching from afar, she gave a light laugh, feigning ease. "You're here. The old man is waiting for you inside." Their hearts sank a little. Aelb pressed his lips together tightly and opened the door, walking inside. As soon as they entered, they saw an elderly man sitting behind the desk. His hair was white, his back hunched, his lips pale, and he couldn't suppress a few coughs. The last time they met, the old man seemed energetic and robust. Now, his health had deteriorated. He forced a smile at the incoming Eagle Squadron team. "You've come. Sit, all of you. I want to chat with you." Despite his complex expressions, they found seats. Aelb walked over to Bolivar's desk and poured him a cup of warm water. Bolivar chuckled. "You boy knows how to take care of people, unlike my granddaughter who doesn't know how to offer a cup of tea after talking so much." The base commander's teasing did not lighten the atmosphere much. He glanced around, cleared his throat, and said gently, "I called you here because there's something I want to say." Bolivar straightened his spine. "I know my time is limited. Aelb, are you willing to become the base commander of Wuhan Base?" This bombshell left the rest of the Eagle Squadron wide-eyed. Though the captain and the base commander had an unusual relationship, they never thought he would become the base commander. Captain and base commander, these two titles were worlds apart. Aelb remained silent, staring at the elderly man. After a while, his voice came out hoarse. "You've already spoken to Janice, haven't you?" Bolivar gave a bitter smile. "That girl isn't ready yet." In his hoarse voice, filled with both blame and indulgence, "She's not like you. She's an unrestrained sparrow. She loves freedom and spontaneity more than responsibility. And you are different, Aelb. You are a falcon soaring in the sky. You can always lead the base to brighter times." "I firmly believe this." Bolivar's gaze shifted, his cloudy eyes shimmering as if with starlight, making it hard for anyone to look longer. He blinked and then focused on Malia beside Aelb, his expression softening. "It's better that you're accompanied by someone else rather than Janice. In these harsh end times, having someone you truly love by your side is happiness too." Although he was looking at Malia, every word seemed directed at Aelb. Malia blinked and turned to observe Aelb's expression. Bolivar also looked at Aelb, awaiting his response. At the door, Janice leaned against the wall, dropping one cigarette but after another. Her eyes were slightly bloodshot, her lips tight. Only when she heard the answer from inside did she sigh lightly and stand up to leave. Old man spent his whole life devoted to Wuhan Base. Before leaving, he wanted to entrust it to a trustworthy person. Aelb agreed to Bolivar's request. When the Eagle Squadron left the central building, Palmer and Adley still felt dazed. They watched their captain discuss the future with the base commander, feeling an unreal sense of it all. Aelb was going to be the base commander. This thought kept spinning in their minds, making everyone somewhat at a loss. Exiting the base commander's room, no one dared to speak, only secretly observing Aelb. Palmer spoke first, his voice somewhat drifting. "Captain, you're going to be the base commander." Everyone's expressions remained absent-minded, clearly still in shock. On the contrary, Malia looked towards a corner sensitively, catching Janice's gaze. She walked out of the corner, her features bearing traces of weariness similar to Bolivar's. "There's no need to be surprised. Aelb has always been the base commander's most favored youngster." Janice spoke in a low voice. "The Yi family has been in charge of Wuhan Base for long enough. It's time for someone else to lead Wuhan Base forward again." Her gaze met Aelb's, and there was complexity in both their eyes. She said, "That person isn't me but you." She stepped forward and patted Aelb's shoulder before turning away. Her figure was resolute and tinged with sorrow. This grandfather and granddaughter cared about each other deeply, yet they both seemed tight-lipped, hardly uttering a word. Aelb glanced at his team members. "Don't worry, even if I become the base commander, it won't be now." He cast another look at the central building behind him. The base commander still has many things left to do. As he spoke, someone hurried up from behind. Upon closer inspection, it was the base commander's assistant. He stopped in front of Aelb and handed over a document, saying, "This is an aid request from Kunhei Base. The base commander assigns you to lead the team to provide support." All the members of Eagle Squadron perked up. Aelb opened the document, which was indeed an assignment letter, entrusting him to organize a group of psychics to go support Kunhei Base. Zombies had suddenly flooded into Kunhei Base on a large scale, leaving Kunhei Base struggling and forced to seek outside help. Malia looked at the name Kunhei Base, feeling it somewhat familiar but unable to recall where she had seen it before. "No matter what, our squad needs to set off again." Aelb closed the assignment letter in his hand and led the way out of the central building. Malia also chuckled softly and followed Aelb's footsteps. When they were alone, Malia held Aelb's hand. "You seem a bit unhappy." Aelb turned his head and ruffled Malia's hair. "It's been a bit heavy today." The base commander was almost like family to him. But beyond being family, he was also the pillar for many people. The sky was adorned with exceptionally gentle sunset hues, and the warm breeze brushed past them, as if trying to carry away the sadness inside. Death was something everyone in the apocalypse faced every moment. Aelb let out a long sigh, no longer dwelling on those tangled thoughts, and walked away hand in hand with Malia amidst the fading light. Chapter 72, Kunhe Base. Inside the Wuhan base, 2 armed buses were ready to depart. The team supporting Kunhe Base consisted of about 20 to 30 psychics, who were seated in the 2 buses, preparing to head for Kunhe Base. Aelb, leading the team, counted heads and boarded the lead vehicle. These psychics going on support duty were all top-tier existences within the base. Aelb scanned around, roughly understanding the intentions behind the allocation of these psychics by the base commander. This external support mission would certainly unite the internal psychics of the base. Leading this effort, Aelb would undoubtedly win hearts upon return. Bolivar's intent was evident. A specialist psychic responsible for navigation was driving them towards Kunhe Base. Aelb and Malia sat side by side in the lead vehicle, while the surrounding psychics were still engrossed in discussions about that night's battle. After the animal tide, it took a long time for everyone's emotions to settle. The focus of their discussion remained on the mysterious person proclaimed as a lightning-type psychic. Powerful and mysterious people always aroused curiosity. I really want to meet that night's lightning-type psychic. His abilities must be comparable to Aelb's. He likely used the rainy weather to channel thunderbolts against the animal tide. He must be at the pinnacle of lightning-type psychic. Malia, who was the center of these speculations, couldn't help yawning, idly watching the scenery outside the window. Discussions about the lightning-type psychic had been endless recently, almost reaching the level of becoming a Wuhan base legend. Outside, the sunlight was warm, and the surrounding scenery continuously retreated, with a few zombies approaching when they heard the vehicle's noise. With her half-lidded eyes, Malia's gaze contained sharpness, her spiritual energy swirling, transforming the void into a blade. Her index finger lightly slashed through the air, releasing an intangible blade with tremendous force, slicing towards the distance. Wherever the blade wind reached, plants trembled, and zombies fell one by one, their foreheads cracking neatly, splitting their skulls and exposing fractured brain crystals. Silence returned to the wilderness, while inside the vehicle, no one noticed the scene outside. Malia yawned again, resting her cheek on the window frame, half-closed eyes feeling drowsy from the warmth of the sun and the swaying bus. Speaking of which, Malia seems to be the only ordinary person on this trip. The speaker harbored no malice, just some curiosity. After the animal tide, both psychics and non-psychics within Wuhan base didn't harbor biases against each other. Malia looked in the direction of the speaker and met the psychic's gaze. She then realized she seemed to be the only one without psychic abilities among them. Aelb patted her head affectionately. She's our logistics team leader. The psychics in the bus teased them with elongated O's, turning their banter to the couple. The journey was long, but these psychics always found topics and fun along the way. Scenery outside kept changing, and the bus was filled with chatter like students on an outing. After a 2-day rush, they finally reached the vicinity of Kunhe Base. Kunhe Base lay amid forests, surrounded by zombies below its walls like ants besieging a castle. Psychics in the buses looked at the base. Palmer exclaimed, "This looks less serious than our animal tide. Why did Kunhe Base need reinforcement?" Psychic Gary frowned, interrupting Palmer, "Something's wrong. Look at the wall." Following his words, everyone turned to look. They saw several large breaches in Kunhe Base's thick walls, packed with zombies squeezing through, wriggling into the base. Palmer was speechless. This means zombies breached their outer wall? The psychics in the vehicle fell silent, their expressions darkening. Aelb leaned halfway out the window, observing Kunhe Base's overwhelming stench mixed with zombie rot, even detectable from a distance. He fired a signal flare and turned to the psychics. "Everyone, prepare. First priority is rescuing survivors inside the base." "Understood." In unison, the psychics responded, opening windows and unleashing their psychic powers at nearby zombies. Malia remained seated, taking a deep breath, expanding her spiritual energy into fully formed blades aimed at the crowded zombies' foreheads. Such attacks, although consuming a large amount of spiritual energy, were highly effective, killing off large numbers of zombies. The psychic powers unleashed by the psychics formed an airtight net enveloping the zombies. Though moving slowly, they managed to carve a path through the zombie horde and enter Kunhe Base. However, the scene within the base was no better. Countless zombies wandered around, with not a single person in sight on the streets. Instead, congealed bloodstains were visible everywhere. The members of Kunhe Base who opened the gates for the 2 teams waved from their vehicles. They shouted through the car windows, "Are you from Wuhan Base?" Aelb poked his head out of the vehicle. "Yes, I'm Aelb." The man on the other side shouted back, "Aelb." Following the sound, Malia peeked out slightly, seeing the window of the other vehicle slide down, revealing Daryl looking over. His expression was somewhat dazed, his weathered face clearly showing signs of relief. "I didn't think you could come." "That's great, really great." He led them to the large warehouse at the center of the base. Along the way, they encountered many zombies gnawing on human limbs or bodies, a sight that made many psychics turn away uncomfortably. The desolate surroundings looked like an abandoned city overrun by zombies. There wasn't a single living soul in sight, just lifeless streets where zombies mechanically fed without satiation. Malia watched the scene outside her window, frowning. "Is Kunhe Base completely overrun?" Aelb followed her gaze, his expression heavy. "I'm afraid there aren't many survivors left." Outside the walls, more zombies continued to pour into the base, wandering aimlessly in search of fresh blood. The bleakness of the apocalypse lay starkly before their eyes, leaving them feeling lightheaded and somber. After a short drive, they arrived at the large warehouse. This area was cordoned off by a fence, with numerous zombie corpses piled around. Daryl got out of his vehicle and invited them into the warehouse. Chapter 73, Large Warehouse. Those on the bus got off one after another, entering the large warehouse while providing cover for each other. Malia followed Aelb and entered first. Inside the large warehouse were about 100 people with many tents set up. The people sitting beside the tents looked visibly dispirited. When the door was opened, these people cast frightened glances over, only relaxing slightly when they saw Daryl behind them. Daryl looked at the situation inside and said heavily, "We're relatively lucky to have come to this sturdy square warehouse. In other parts of the base, there might still be survivors who are trapped." He led everyone to an empty space that had been cleaned up. At first, we could still hold out against the zombies rushing in, but as time went on, it became futile. Surrounded by hundreds or even thousands of zombies, their companions continuously dying, their mental and physical burden increased until they fell back, retreating all the way until they were trapped within this small square warehouse. There were a few unopened tents in the open space. A hint of embarrassment appeared on Daryl's face. These supplies were gathered during our first few days of venturing out. They may not be enough, so I'll go find a couple more tents shortly. Aelb interrupted his actions. "No need for the trouble, we've brought ample supplies." As he spoke, the spatial ability of Chris, who was behind him, activated, gradually producing a lot of supplies around them. It wasn't just tents, but also food and water, plenty of them. Kunhei base members, who had been living frugally for days, stared wide-eyed, truly feeling what spatial ability users were capable of at that moment. Wuhan base members, already familiar with each other, took this very calmly. Under Aelb's arrangements, the S automatically divided into logistics and expedition teams. Logistics team leader Malia officially took up her post, responsible for organizing the rear support with the S left in the base. Aelb pinched her little hand, entrusting this task to her seriously. Amidst the snickers of nearby S, Malia started helping Adley and others set up tents like a spinning top. Maribel ran over from Kunhei base, her eyes shining as she looked at Malia. "Guyua, long time no see." Malia was adjusting a tent curtain when she raised her head to see Maribel's familiar smile. Behind her, several women followed timidly. Maribel said happily, "Hey Guyua, do you need any help?" She pointed to the women behind her. "Everyone knows you've come to aid us and wants to help." Malia waved her hand, "Whatever works." Her gaze fell on Maribel. "How did zombies manage to break through your base's outer walls?" According to common sense, the base's outer wall should be impenetrable. How could zombies easily create such huge holes? Maribel's expression turned heavy at this question. "Our base's walls were always solid. It's strange, though." That night, the wall made a loud noise, and then zombies stormed in. Aelb and company moved forward against the direction of the incoming zombies, stopping far enough away to see the hole clearly. Daryl gazed at the opening. Actually, the zombies breaking in wasn't without signs. Days ago, the walls started making noises. We thought it was the zombies' crazy behavior, never imagining they could really breach the high walls. Aelb squinted, looking at the massive hole where zombies continuously poured in. It must have taken an enormous impact. In total, there were 3 openings in the walls, each strangely positioned. It didn't seem like zombies crashing in, but rather intentional human actions. Aelb frowned. The immediate priority was to seal these holes and rescue the survivors inside the base. Otherwise, more zombies would pour in, leaving them isolated. The S began clearing out surrounding zombies. Strength type Hugh lifted a concrete wall, being escorted towards the hole. These S carried themselves composedly, dividing labor efficiently and cooperating well, carving a bloody path towards the openings. Malia touched her chin, thinking deeply, this is indeed peculiar. Maribel's expression was clearly low, murmuring to herself, "Yeah, it feels like a dream to me now." What started as a peaceful and ordinary night changed abruptly. Malia patted her shoulder and stopped talking about it. Several women joined the cleaning efforts. Wu and Base S smiled at them in thanks. "Girlfriend Guyu," a shouted from afar. Blushing, Malia turned around and saw that they had already started a fire and set up the cooking utensils. The ability user grinned at her. "Miss Guyua, we're waiting for you to take charge of the kitchen here." During the journey, they had witnessed the superb culinary skills of this Falcon team logistics leader, making everyone's eyes gleam with envy. But alas, she was already part of another team. While still on the mission, they could not miss out on a feast. Coming. Malia understood as she picked up the set of cookware crafted by Janice from the side. Such high-quality materials used in cookware should be put to good use, shouldn't they? She twirled the cleaver in her hand, gripped the handle firmly, sliced vegetables, and tossed the wok, all done in one fluid motion. A few burly ability users nearby couldn't help but give compliments, their eyes never leaving the bottom of the pot. The members of Kunhei Base were extremely curious about these new ability users. They quietly observed their actions. Yet, these people seemed to lack the sense of urgency that would come after being besieged by zombies, even smiling while living and cooking. In this atmosphere, it felt like even they themselves no longer feared the zombies outside. The aroma of the dishes filled the air, enticing everyone's appetites. As all eyes fell on the newly cooked delicacies on the table, Malia pulled Maribel aside. She took an ability fruit from her bosom and returned it to Maribel. "This is the ability fruit you gave me last time. You need it more than I do at a time like this." Maribel did not hesitate, taking the ability fruit and tucking it into the inside pocket of her outerwear. "Thank you." Maribel's voice was a bit hoarse. I wanted to give this to you as a thank you for your care along the way. Maribel, who always wore a smile, now had reddened eyes. Malia hugged her and patted her back. Not knowing how to console, she stepped back, giving Maribel some space before leaving first. Maribel, holding the pocket containing the energy fruit, stood still for a moment before returning to the crowd. Amidst the tents, a pair of eyes silently observed the entire scene. Chapter 74 Survivors. When Aelb and the others returned from outside, they just managed to have the hot meal prepared by Malia. They not only patched up the 3 large holes outside but also found a few ordinary people trapped in residential buildings. After bringing the people to the field hospital, they also began to consider the subsequent arrangements. Kunhei Base was no longer suitable for staying. Its dilapidated state made it a stronghold for zombies. Aelb looked at several Kunhei psychics standing nearby. If you are willing, you can settle down at Wuan Base. Wuan Base, which had just gone through a fierce battle, also needed fresh blood. Upon hearing this, the psychics exchanged glances and nodded eagerly. Daryl was also quite excited. Being able to go to Wuan Base should be our good fortune. Among the surrounding bases, who didn't know that Wuan Base had withstood the beast tide and was an unstoppable large-scale base? Seeing that everyone wanted to go to Wuan Base, Aelb finalized the plan for the coming days. While collecting survivors from the base, they would drive people away. The 2 buses they came with were definitely not enough. It would take 3 or 4 trips to transport everyone based on the current population of Dartsang. Many vehicles in Kunhei Base had already been driven away by psychics on the first day the zombies broke into the base. After confirming the plan, they split up. Daryl went to arrange the first group's departure, and Aelb went to assign tasks to the psychics. Malia, watching Aelb return from discussions, handed him a snack she found from the supplies. After a busy day, Aelb finally got a chance to catch his breath. He stuffed 2 snacks into his mouth and sat next to Malia. Did you find anything unusual in Dartsang? Aelb glanced around and covered Malia's hand with his fingers. Malia shook her head, gripping his large hand. People in Dartsang were all very frightened. Even when facing us who came to help, most of them kept their distance. After exchanging information, they discovered that many had heard the loud noises made by zombies outside the base days ago. Aelb frowned. Logically, zombies shouldn't make such loud noises. Something must have happened those days. His intuition told him there was something wrong with this Kunhei Base and it wasn't suitable for long-term stay. Tomorrow we'll let Palmer lead the first group to leave Kunhei Base. We will go back into the base to search for other survivors. Malia nodded. If possible, I'd like to join the search too. Aelb smiled and pulled her closer. I'll go with you tomorrow. As night fell, their conversation gradually led to a quiet atmosphere around them. Most people inside Dartsang fell asleep. However, the zombies in the dark were highly active, growling loudly as they tore at each other and gnawed on flesh insatiably. Among these wandering zombies, one with red eyes lifted its head. Its face lacked the usual blank expression, with protruding eyeballs and red eyes. It pressed its lips together, smiling eerily. Under the cover of darkness, it concealed itself among the zombies, ready to pounce on fresh blood before the others. The massacre spread through the night, thick and chilling like a nightmare. Malia suddenly woke up, wiping her sweating palms and frowning. Outside the tent, early risers were already packing up. She finally saw a smile on their faces. Malia walked out of the tent, still somewhat dazed. She had a very bizarre dream last night, remembering the crimson eyes of the zombies. However, after moving around, it felt distant. Big Boss Guyue. Maribel ran over from afar, smiling and approaching. Big Boss Guyue, we've made breakfast. She showed Malia a bag of food, winking. Aelb emerged from his tent. Maribel waved at Malia and returned to Daryl. Those who could leave the besieged base were especially excited, having lived in fear for days. They were packed and waiting early. Malia and Aelb quickly tidied up and left the base first to look for survivors. With their abilities, they didn't need a team. Leaving Dartsang behind, they headed towards the distance, surrounded by a bloody aura. Malia held her small cleaver, following behind Aelb. Aelb's psychic power was extraordinarily strong. Most zombies turned to ashes before getting close. Malia looked around but couldn't find much use for herself. The two headed towards the side of the base from Dartsang, and as they moved forward, the number of zombies grew larger. Aelb's black hole psychic power hovered around them, and whenever he felt it was depleted, Malia would hand him a piece of green crystal core she picked up from behind. The two walked through the sea of zombies, proceeding with a sense of leisure and ease. Just then, they heard a sound not far away. Malia and Aelb exchanged glances and quickly headed in that direction. Turning around the building, they saw a woman lying on the street, her neck bitten and bleeding, already lifeless, with dark red blood flowing beneath her. In front of the woman was an extremely dilapidated minivan. The minivan moved slowly and was soon surrounded by zombies. Sharp claws scratched against the minivan, making an ear-piercing sound, causing chills down one's spine. Clearly, the people inside the minivan were anxious. The vehicle jolted a couple of times but did not speed up. Malia tightly held her cleaver, swung it horizontally, and sliced through several zombies around her with swift movements. Aelb stood still, his psychic power bursting forth. Any zombie that wanted to approach Malia had its head exploded by the black hole psychic power. Under their combined efforts, the zombie attack gradually weakened, and the minivan ahead seemed to notice something and gradually stopped. Taking advantage of the lull, Aelb walked over to Malia, and together they approached the minivan. A head peeked out from the minivan, looking back at Malia and Aelb with a stunned expression. Normal people? It was the first time they saw psychics who could move so effortlessly among the zombies. Malia hid her small cleaver, wanting to maintain the image of a fearsome heavenly saber in front of outsiders. Aelb understood her thoughts and let out a low chuckle, stepping forward. We are psychics from Wuhan base here to rescue survivors and bring them back to Wuhan base. The person who stuck his head out withdrew it and soon opened the door of the minivan. 4 or 5 young psychics got out. You came to rescue us. Quickly take us away. Chapter 75. The Strange Zombie. The visible dishevelment of these people, with their tousled hair and dark eye circles, indicated that they had been engaged in fierce combat for a long time. Malia looked at the people in front of her and then glanced at the woman lying in a pool of blood behind her. The zombies that had ambushed them from behind had surrounded her tightly, occasionally emitting the sound of chewing on raw flesh. Are you teammates? Malia pointed to the woman lying behind. A tall man among the young people quickly responded. Who has time to care about her now? Quickly take us away from here. A woman beside him had an ever-changing expression, pulling on the tall man's sleeve as she observed Malia and Aelb's expressions. Another man stepped forward to mediate. We all just want to survive. My name is Yonis. Our team hasn't eaten for 3 days, our abilities are all running out. If we can't escape this time, we will die here. Malia remained silent, while Aelb patted her back and replied coldly, after we search for more survivors around here, we will take you. No. We need to leave immediately. That man was clearly very agitated, ignoring the objections of those around him, almost rushing forward. Aelb shielded Malia and locked eyes with him. His own ability flickered menacingly in his hand. Under his companion's restraint, the man calmed slightly. He looked at Aelb. We must leave immediately, there's something very terrifying here. He spoke matter-of-factly, as if besides the zombies, there were even more fearsome entities in this base. Even his companions were confused. But the man wouldn't say more, only insisting on leaving as soon as possible. Malia felt something was off, tugging on Aelb's arm. I think something is fishy here. How about we take them along first? Aelb nodded. Stay close to me and don't run around. From the look of it, he isn't lying. There's definitely something else in this base. They paused briefly to regroup and headed back towards the large warehouse. One of the women from the group walked up to talk to Malia. My name is Jean. My companion was too impulsive earlier. Sorry about that. She smiled friendlily, but I would like to know what's happening over there. Our team lacks supplies and hopes to leave as soon as possible. Malia pursed her lips, looking at Jean and saying calmly, once we get to the large warehouse, arrangements will be made. She was still thinking about the woman who lay sprawled in the middle of the road, feeling somewhat indifferent toward this group. Jean felt embarrassed but didn't give up, adding, our base faced a major disaster, and Wuhan base was the first to offer assistance. Malia wasn't in the mood for conversation, so after hitting several walls, Jean returned to her team. She huffed irritably at Yonis. That girl is not easy to talk to. No matter how much we talked, she remained unresponsive, giving no reliable information. Yonis stared at the 2 figures ahead, gritting his teeth. Aryan beside him kept repeating, leave, leave. We can't stay here any longer. Since last night, Aryan had seemed to go crazy, constantly urging everyone to leave. Feeling something was amiss, Yonis finally decided to lead the rest of the team into the old minivan. Seeing Malia turning her head frequently in unease and noticing that the people behind didn't seem suspicious. Guyue, what are you looking at? Malia turned her head again, frowned, and met Aelb's gaze. I feel like something is watching us. That gaze didn't come from Yonis and his group but from behind them. However, every time she turned around, the feeling disappeared, leaving Malia feeling irritated. Aelb followed her gaze and saw only the small team trailing behind them, and further back, some scattered zombies following. Some of these zombies had already lost limbs from attacks, moving slowly. Malia shook her head. Let's hurry back to the square warehouse. Aelb agreed, and both sped up. Among the zombies trailing them, one raised its head, watching their direction and then followed closely behind. With Malia and the others hurrying, they arrived at the square warehouse without much delay. Here, the first group of people leaving the base had already departed, and many outside anomaly teams had brought back ordinary people trapped within the base. Malia and her team returned to the base and found their own squad members. Palmer had escorted the first batch of people back to the base, while the remaining few gathered to discuss the abnormalities within the base. Their squad assembled together, preparing to investigate this so-called anomaly. Daryl watched them gather together and walked over with Meribel, catching the tail end of their conversation. Daryl frowned. Our base was always very safe before the zombies. Nothing weird ever happened. Boom. As he spoke, a loud noise came from outside the warehouse, as if something heavy had struck the wall, causing screams to erupt within. Malia exchanged glances with her companions and headed toward the warehouse's exterior. Marvin held Malia back. Guyue, wait for us here. One of the others guarding the rest of the people in the warehouse beckoned to Malia. Little sister Guyue, don't go out there, come join us here. Aelb glanced back and nodded at Malia. We'll split up. Malia pouted but ultimately stayed behind, joining the others from Wuhan base. Ah, little sister Guyue, laborious like that aren't suitable for us. Exactly, protecting these people is also very important. Those beside her noticed her slightly dejected expression and smiled reassuringly. Daryl, who had left with Aelb, shot a strange look at them but said nothing, silently following along. If the leaders wanted to split up, it didn't seem like an issue. Among the crowd of Kunhei base, Jean watched this scene unfold and asked the person next to her, who's that little girl? It seems those from Wuhan base are very protective of her. That person also looked towards Malia and replied with envy in his voice, I'm not sure either. She doesn't seem to have any abilities, just a regular person, but everyone in Wuhan base really likes her. Ordinary person, Jean exclaimed, her shock turning into contemplation as she looked at Malia again. Aelb and the others walked out of the large warehouse, heading towards the source of the noise. What they saw stunned each one of them. A zombie was pounding its fists against the side of the warehouse wall, causing significant tremors. Hugh took an incredulous step back, eyes wide open. St. Strength type ability. Chapter 76 Conflict. After Hugh finished speaking, an eerie silence fell around them. The zombie turned its head and saw them as well. Its scarlet eyes grew a bit more alert, but it still emitted hoarse sounds from its throat. It let out a low growl at everyone in a menacing manner before turning around to flee. The sight had also left the psychics astounded. A regular zombie wouldn't know how to retreat. This zombie clearly regained some of its senses, or even exhibited the special powers as mentioned by Hugh. Those present visibly grimaced. Aelb led the charge, chasing after it. Other members of the team followed suit closely behind. Daryl also joined Aelb after he took a glance at Dekang, a place name. Not fully awakened yet, the zombie zigzagged across the empty street with psychics trailing him tirelessly. A black hole condensed in the air, and passing through it, Aelb instantly reached ahead of the zombie, blocking its way forward. The zombie came to an abrupt stop, growling while facing Aelb, his demeanor wary, spine stiffened. Eat, eat. The zombie's lips moved slightly, uttering fragmented syllables. Ice spikes shot from the back, lodging themselves into the raised palms of the zombie. Aaron and the others finally caught up, his body emitting a chilling aura surrounded by ice psychic power that made coldness seep from every pore. Aelb cast a sidelong glance. Aaron looked like he was about to break through to a higher level. The zombie let out a low growl, its ruby eyes looking around helplessly, then roaring towards the sky. Charging with all its might towards an adjacent building. With hands imbued with psychic power, it tore open the iron gate and barged inside effortlessly. Following right on its heels, Aelb's dark energy smashed into the room the zombie had charged into. A deafening explosion was heard as a small bungalow was torn to pieces. All eyes were glued onto the dust-filled site. Amidst the dead silence, there was still that hoarse noise emanating. Only then did they see the strength-based psychic emerge from the demolished house with several wounds visible. One of his arms was gone, and he panted heavily. His crimson eyes stared intently at everyone, lips curling into a bizarre smile as he muttered, "Kill, kill." Suddenly, he screamed to the heavens, brief and rhythmic roars as if signaling something. Aelb frowned. Wrong, he has companions. As Aelb and the rest left, the thudding outside ceased too. Silence once again enveloped Dekang, people began stirring cautiously under the prolonged silence. Malia squatted among the psychics. They tidied up supplies, chatting idly. One psychic tapped Malia on the shoulder and pointed in a direction. "Little Guyue, are those not the ones you brought back this morning?" Looking in the direction indicated by the psychic, she spotted Yonis and Jean with some others. They were gathered in one corner, seemingly engaged in an argument. Their mentally unstable teammate clutched his head tightly, terror-stricken. They're coming, they're coming. His voice trembled, filled with endless panic. Jean was arguing fiercely with Maribel about something, with Yonis occasionally chipping in. Maribel obstinately covered her pocket with her hand, pursing her lips without saying anything. Their argument became increasingly louder until their voices carried over here. Malia's neighboring psychic rubbed his chin watching them. "Isn't that Maribel? Why are they quarreling?" After multiple days together, these psychics had gotten to know the enthusiastic little girl who often visited Malia. Jean's voice rang out, sounding tearfully angry. "Why do you refuse to save us when we're dying? You still clutch your energy fruit. We've said we'd buy it." She tugged on her companion. Look at how sick he's become." Guided by her dragging, the man hugged his own head screaming. Stay away, run, leave quickly." He wildly swung his fists, seeming exceptionally manic. Sparks emerged from his fists and scattered everywhere. Embers landed on others' clothes, causing chaos. Water-type psychics quickly stepped forward to put out the sparks. The crowd was noisy, some criticizing Jean, others urging Maribel to hand over the energy fruit. Malia also moved over with other psychics toward them. Then a voice popped up from the crowd. "Her energy fruit, it's given by him." Pointing directly at Malia, the speaker drew everyone's attention to Malia. Maribel, who had been silent all along, also got anxious. She couldn't care less about the rest and hastily said, "This has nothing to do with her. I asked her to help me keep the fruit." The man who pointed out Malia ignored her. He was a short man with shrewd eyes. His gaze swept back and forth between Malia and Maribel. "She follows the leader from the Wuhan base around all day, handing out energy fruits as if they were nothing." The psychics from the Wuhan base frowned, the atmosphere in Dekang suddenly becoming tense. Malia laughed at these people's actions, winking at the man provocatively. "Even if it is my energy fruit, what does it matter to you?" Jean, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes sadly and cried, "You're just an ordinary person. Holding an energy fruit doesn't do you any good. If you have one, why not use it to save us?" As she spoke, she tried to grab Malia's hand but was stopped by the psychic beside Malia. The psychic who summoned her frowned tightly. He could hear the disdain in Jean's voice for ordinary people. But they were companions who had been together on the journey. Although the little girl was the only ordinary person in their group, she never caused trouble or complained, and even prepared delicious meals for them daily. Compared to a barely known psychic, they were more willing to protect their little girl. He turned to grin at Malia. Sister Guyue, don't listen to her nonsense. If you have an energy fruit, eat it right in front of her. Jean's eyes widened in shock, her gaze toward that psychic blazing with fury. You. Other psychics also joined in, the momentum making Jean unable to vent her anger. Their thoughts were almost written on their faces. The psychics from the Wuan base would not let their little girl be bullied. Malia stopped paying attention to them, took Meribel's hand, and headed towards the Wuan base's encampment. Chapter 77A Push. Only at this moment did Meribel, who had been biting her lip without speaking, finally look aggrieved with red eyes. She allowed Alizi to lead her away, sniffling a few times as she spoke. Actually, if they had asked nicely, I would have sold them the energy fruit. But they wanted it for free, acting as if they were fully justified. This is an energy fruit. It's not something you can get anywhere. Back then, when Daryl had taken care of her, he had handed over the hard-earned energy fruit to her. She had treasured it, and only gave it to Alizi out of genuine kindness. Just as Alizi turned to comfort the young girl, another loud sound came from outside the base. Everyone in the large warehouse was startled, huddling together in fear. Bang, bang, bang. It was the sound of the outer wall of the warehouse being hit forcefully. The psychics of Wuan base frowned. Impossible. Even Aelb couldn't stop these zombies. Meribel was frightened, clinging onto Alizi's shoulder. A psychic tentatively walked towards the door of the warehouse, wanting to check outside. After just a few steps, the sluggish impact sounds suddenly intensified, like the starting signal. Thump sounds began echoing all around the warehouse, making it tremble. It made everyone's heart quiver in fear. Alizi gripped the kitchen knife tightly, looking straight at the place where the noise started. The first psychic who went up to investigate paused, deliberating before finally reaching the door. The psychics around Alizi listened to the ear-piercing sound, cursing softly. What on earth is happening? No one answered his question. Before the psychic could open the door, the part that had initially been attacked collapsed. Amidst the smoke, several figures stood in the broken area. Their eyes were bloodshot, panting heavily. The leader still had soil clumped in his hand, the energy flowing from his powers causing hearts to thud. There was no dullness in their expressions, only greed in their bloodshot eyes as they looked at the people in the warehouse. They were zombies. Psychic zombies. Everyone inside the warehouse gasped, but the zombies didn't wait. They pounced towards the nearest person, going for the neck. Before the scream finished, the person was lifeless. But the zombie didn't linger, tearing off a piece of soft flesh from the neck and tossing the body aside like trash, its crimson eyes moving to others. Chewing, it swallowed the raw meat, a satisfied smile on its face. The psychics organized themselves quickly, unleashing their powers like they were limitless, attacking the zombies. Yet, these zombies seemed to have some kind of special sensitivity to psychic powers. Rarely did any attack land critically. The dozen or so zombies that first broke in had their powers erupting. Though they perceived strongly, they hadn't fully mastered their abilities yet, only launching the simplest attacks. For a moment, chaos reigned in the warehouse. Psychics defended against zombies, while zombies hunted ordinary people, who could only cower as powers flew around. Alizi and Meribel, along with less powerful psychics, protected the remaining ordinary people. Most of them had non-offensive powers and gritted their teeth, holding on. Psychics to the outer circle, we need to work together to hold back these zombies. People from Kunhei base huddled in a corner, dodging the rampaging zombies and flying powers. Shoulder to shoulder, foot to foot, none of them wanted to be zombie food. Alizi was pushed into the crowd, surrounded by people, making it hard to breathe. Frowning, she held her small kitchen knife and tried to squeeze out, but there was no space. Meribel glanced at Alizi's direction, but she had been swallowed by the crowd, unseen. The zombies kept attacking fiercely. Meribel gritted her teeth, taking over Alizi's command, activating her power. Streams of water slowly emerged, Meribel splashing water droplets onto the zombies' faces. Screw you. We'll fight together. Blocking one is better than none. People around used their powers. Small vines wrapped around the zombies, igniting into flames upon contact. Metal daggers flashed, becoming darts shot towards the zombies' eyes. Water flowed, covering their heads and making them blink. Numerous psychics gathered, their smaller powers combining, actually managing to slow the zombies down somewhat. Malia was still frowning and trying to move outward, but the people around her were pushing desperately inward, making it hard for her to move. Just as she was about to, a strong force came from behind, directly pushing Malia out of the crowd. By reflex, she couldn't help but surge forward. Seeing an ability attack looming, Malia quickly twisted her body to regain balance and stabilized herself. Meribel saw Malia and cried out in alarm, "Be careful." She watched as the first zombie that broke through the psychic barrier opened its mouth wide, lunging toward Malia's neck. The person who pushed her had clearly calculated the position, intending to push her into the zombie's mouth. In this critical moment, Malia raised her knife and gathered her strength, swinging her arm and slashing straight at the approaching zombie's head with the kitchen knife. The sharp edge cut right into the zombie's skull. At the same time, ice arrows and wind blades converged on the zombie, and a black psychic power exploded, shattering its head. Recognizing the familiar psychic powers, Malia looked toward the entrance of the warehouse. Sure enough, she saw those figures, Aaron using his psychic power as a bow, Marvin's clothes flapping, and Aelb breathing heavily between them, black psychic energy dispersing around him. Some psychics fighting nearby saw Aelb and exclaimed in surprise, "Aelb is back. These zombies have evolved psychic powers. How frustrating." Why can they always predict my psychic attacks? Aelb and his team rushed back to the warehouse only to see a zombie about to bite the girl's neck. Without thinking, they all acted immediately. Upon hearing the roar of the power-type zombie, they quickly killed it. Realizing it might be a diversion tactic, they hurried back to the square warehouse, but they were still one step too late. Countless zombies used their psychic powers to break through the walls of the warehouse, rushing in en masse. Aelb leaped from the hole directly to Malia's side. Breathing unevenly from running hastily, he pulled the girl and examined her from head to toe, his racing heart gradually calming down. Chapter 78, Psychic Zombie. Malia steadied herself and looked in the direction of the crowd behind her. The shove she had just received was full force, causing her to stumble forward. Unfortunately, with so many people around, it was impossible to tell who had pushed her. Aelb held her shoulder as his power erupted around them, killing the approaching zombies. His swift movements gave these lower-level psychics a brief respite. Jean and Yonis were hiding among the crowd when they saw this scene from afar and couldn't help but shrink their necks. Since the zombies broke into the warehouse, they had mixed with the crowd and avoided direct confrontation. Though they were psychics, they only used their powers to squeeze themselves deeper into the crowd. Jean lowered her head, leaning close to Yonis. Yonis's face was grim as he gritted his teeth and whispered, "You shouldn't have pushed her just now." Jean's expression wasn't any better. She glared at the outer edge of the crowd, who knew they would return just in time. A member of their team, already driven mad, suddenly screamed loudly, drawing everyone's attention. Jean quickly covered his mouth, glaring fiercely at him before lowering her head further. "Damn it, we should have thrown him out of the vehicle earlier. He's nothing but trouble." Yonis frowned. "Let's not mention this again. We didn't abandon anyone. She ran out on her own due to panic." Jean nodded in understanding but then winced as her finger was suddenly hurt, making her let go of the person instinctively. Unrestrained, the man darted through the crowd wildly. "They're here. We're all going to die. We're doomed. We're all doomed." He raved like a madman, appearing completely out of his mind. His eyes wide open, nostrils flaring, the terror on his face evident, and his body trembling violently. His appearance was even more terrifying than a zombie. "Damn it." Yonis cursed under his breath, intending to grab him. As his fingers touched him, a jolt of electricity surged through his fingertips, making him pull back instantly. The man continued to rave, and Yonis, looking odd, no longer tried to control him, lowering his head. The surrounding people, unable to tolerate his madness, silently pushed him to the edge of the crowd. Aelb and Malia also noticed this person. The madman, now senseless, stuck to a nearby psychic aimlessly. He muttered, "No hope, they're here, we're done for." Sensing something amiss, Malia approached to investigate. Aelb followed closely, his power intimidating the ordinary people present, preventing them from even breathing deeply. Malia examined the man, reaching out to feel his pulse. She channeled a thread of spirit energy through her hand, intending to examine thoroughly. Before her fingers could touch him, he grabbed her hand first. Malia frowned. His expression twisted gradually, his grip tightening on her hand. "Power. Power," he murmured, eyes vacant and lost, clinging to her hand as if more zombie-like than a zombie. Aelb intended to separate them but paused upon noticing something odd about the man as he approached. The man's power was unusually active, veins bulged on his temples, and it felt as though something was crawling beneath his skin. Aelb frowned, his power swirling in his hands, his gaze cold, let go. At the same time, Malia controlled the power within her, probing inside the man. Spirit energy circulated within him, pausing briefly in his brain. His brain was filled with excessively active power, obstructing penetration. "Strange, he seems." Halfway through her sentence, the madman suddenly attacked Malia. He summoned flames in his palms, striking toward her face. Aelb, constantly observing, released his power, countering the flames. The sparks vanished, along with the man's hand. Only when Aelb freed Malia from the man's grip did the man seem to feel pain, wailing pitifully. His eyes reddened, wide open, causing his eyeballs to protrude slightly, with his facial expression contorted. Malia rubbed her reddened wrist, warning, "Be careful." His controlled by psychic power. The power filling the man's brain clearly didn't belong to him. There was only one possibility. Among the zombies, someone had awakened with psychic power. Thinking deeper, this diversionary ambush might very well be a scheme orchestrated by that psychic zombie. Hearing Malia's shout, the people around them shuddered again, their nerves already taut. Ordinary psychokinesis was different from psychic powers. Psychic powers often struck without warning, leaving people completely unprepared. Aelb's eyes tightened, and psychokinesis erupted from his hands, squeezing towards the frenzied man from all sides. In just a moment, the man was torn apart and vanished into the black hole. But the psychic zombie made everyone's hearts sink. Strange power fluctuations rippled through the air. Following the fluctuations, Malia's gaze finally landed on a zombie standing at the entrance of the large cave. He walked out from beside the wall of the warehouse, locking eyes with Malia. This zombie looked no different from a normal person. His crimson eyes seemed like they had flowing blood, and he stood at the entrance with his hands behind his back. The zombies that rushed in all avoided him, as he stood there calmly staring at Malia. A smile curled up on his lips, revealing sharp teeth. His mouth moved slightly, whispering two words to Malia, "Power." Malia frowned, tightening her grip on the cleaver, moving towards the zombie. Aelb's gaze also turned, noticing the zombie by the entrance becoming alert. Before they could react, the zombie at the entrance took 2 steps back and jumped away. As he left, more zombies surged in, making it impossible to handle them all. Malia gritted her teeth, looking at Aelb. What now? Let him leave. Aelb pursed his lips and looked inside the warehouse. Deal with this first. The warehouse is the last refuge for these people. He appeared to provoke us. He will definitely come back. It's not urgent. These people's lives are important. Aelb leaned close to Malia's ear. Hide among these ordinary people and find out what's strange about the base these past 2 days. He glanced at the crowd, especially the teammate of that madman. They must have experienced something. Aelb tousled the girl's hair and chuckled softly, his voice tinged with affection. I count on you, great hero Malia. Malia hummed twice, pleased by the gesture, then swatted his hand away, heading towards the crowd behind her. Chapter 79 Casualties. The psychics cleared out the zombies that had broken in, and they managed to block the large hole that had been torn open. This temporarily slowed down the influx of these zombies. The psychic zombie that led the charge was eliminated under their siege. But after truly wiping out all the zombies that had rushed into the warehouse, the psychics were driven berserk by the carnage. Their bodies were smeared with the rotten flesh and blood of zombies, looking absolutely terrifying. For a long while, no one spoke. Aelb's team checked left and right and confirmed, all zombies have been completely dealt with. Upon hearing this, it was as if a switch had been triggered. Many psychics discarded their weapons used for self-defense, plopping down on the ground, panting heavily. Malia stood beside Meribel, watching as people gradually relaxed. Meribel let out a long sigh, only now realizing her legs felt weak and sore, nearly collapsing. We held them off. Meribel's voice sounded somewhat hollow, her face carrying an air of disbelief. The crowd huddled together didn't disperse, and Jean, among them, stretched her neck, looking around. Her gaze happened to meet Malia's, and Jean stiffened, her eyes darting about nervously. Jean felt uneasy, silently wondering if the other person had discovered her dark deed. Under the reassurance of the psychics, the crowd gradually dispersed. Malia stepped towards where she was standing. Jean, lost in thought, lifted her eyes and saw Malia standing before her. Yonis kept glancing over here while cleaning up supplies nearby. Malia stared at Jean, saying, your teammate was controlled by a psychic. She stated this fact. Hearing this, Jean seemed to ease from her unease. She blinked her eyes. He was controlled? Jean's eyes scanned Malia's face for a moment before sighing, her expression becoming relaxed. How would we know when he was controlled? Seemingly recalling her teammate's death, she glanced at Aelb, her eyes showing some fear. Besides, wasn't he blown to bits by you guys? Why are you questioning me? Jean straightened her clothes, wearing an indifferent look. Malia pursed her lips, remaining silent. It seemed like she wasn't sad at all about the loss of her teammate. Seeing Malia's reaction, Yonis quickly interjected with a laugh. Well, we really didn't know when he was controlled. He glanced in Aelb's direction and continued, don't make things difficult for us, sister. We're just trying to survive in this apocalypse. To face just this young girl, they weren't afraid. At most, she was just a little stronger in combat. Facing an ordinary person, they still had confidence. But the person behind her was intimidating. They had witnessed firsthand that the man named Aelb could make anyone vanish without a trace. Such a top-tier ability couldn't help but be feared. Meribel, standing behind Malia, pouted and muttered, always boasting about being a psychic, yet you ran faster than ordinary people when the zombies came. Jean glared at her, hands on her hips, defiantly retorting, is there something wrong with wanting to live? Seeing the argument escalating, Meribel raised her hand to stop it, rolling her eyes and refusing to argue further. Malia looked at Yonis and asked again, think hard, when did he start acting strangely? Yonis pondered for a moment, exchanging glances with Jean before hesitantly answering, it seems like after spending a night in the office building, he started to act emotionally hyper. Jean added, yeah, I remember we were forced by zombies to the office building and scattered to clear out the zombies. When he came back, he seemed a bit dazed. Malia frowned. Office building. The office building is where our base leader is stationed. It has mostly been taken over by zombies, Meribel added, looking at Malia. If the psychic zombies are in the office building, maybe I can guide the way. Yonis glanced between Malia and Meribel, smiling and negotiating, we've provided so much information. Can we get priority to board when we leave the base? Malia shook her head, pointing to Daryl, who was busy elsewhere. Order of boarding isn't up to us, you need to talk to your base's supervisor. Yonis's smile turned awkward as he watched Malia and Meribel leave, his ingratiating demeanor fading. He spat in the direction of Malia. What a nobody, just an ordinary person, thinks she's so important. Jean said fiercely, if it weren't for that group of psychic abilities from the Wuhan base behind her, would she still have this arrogant attitude? She gave a cold snort. Go ahead, all go to that building and get yourselves killed. Yonis laughed with a cold face, what a pity, if she had agreed to my request, I might have told her what's inside that building. At this point, you can't blame me. The two of them leaned close, gloating secretly. After leaving, Malia glanced back at Yonis and Jean. Pushing her teammate off the truck, showing no concern for her teammate's death, and even, when the zombies came, thinking of pushing her out, could such a person's words be trusted? She pressed her lips tightly together without a word. When Cai Guy Yu was pushed out, she quickly left a mark on her hand using her spiritual power. In a crowd, it might not show, but as soon as she approached Jean, the mark on her hand became obvious. Malia only believed 3/10 of her words. They needed to go to the office building, but they couldn't go there unprepared. They wouldn't mention this place if there wasn't something significant. However, the degree of danger still needed discussion. Janice and Hugh had patched up the hole torn open by the zombies. With no psychic zombies outside, those ordinary zombies couldn't break through the warehouse's outer wall and could only loiter around outside. A passing psychic smiled wearily. Sisguye, make more delicious food tonight. His eyes drooped slightly, his expression not relaxed, unable to finish his unsaid words that stuck in his throat. They didn't know if they would have a tomorrow. Zombies used to be the easiest creatures for these psychics to kill. Compared to other natural beings, humans were originally too weak and vulnerable. But now, psychic zombies could no longer be measured on the same level. Aelb put his hand on Malia's shoulder, pressing down hard. We lost 24 psychics and 60 ordinary people. He didn't know whether he was saying this to himself or to Malia. Malia stepped forward and hugged Aelb, patting his back comfortingly and whispering softly, "It will be okay, everything will be fine." Chapter 80, Office Building. Aelb hugged Malia tightly, seeking a momentary solace. The nearby psychics tactfully moved away, not interrupting them. Malia said in a muffled voice, "Jean and Yonis mentioned that the key location is the office building. The psychic zombies might be staying there." Speaking of psychic zombies, Malia recalled the lip shape he made at her when he was leaving. Energy. Did the psychic zombie sense something special about her, which is why it singled her out? "Do you think we can trust what Jean said?" Aelb straightened his body and brought Malia back to the center of their team. "Whatever happens, we need to check it out. We can't just wait here for death." Now they were like cornered beasts surrounded by an enemy circle. Even with a large number of powerful psychics, if the zombies joined forces to attack, even the strongest psychics would find it hard to fight back against multiple foes. Palmer and the others should arrive by tomorrow. By then, they will bring more vehicles, and the remaining people can be evacuated together. Aelb's eyes were determined. Let's give it a shot. To them, the psychic zombies now felt like the sword of Damocles hanging over their heads. No one knew when they would come or with what force they would strike to take their lives. Their best counterattack was to move towards the zombies. Adley used his psychic power to relieve the pain in the bodies of the team members. Marvin stretched and laughed without care. "If we directly kill the psychic zombie this time, I want to drink all night back at Wuhan base." Adley gave him a slap, letting his psychic power flow into him. "That'll be enough for you to brag all night at the dinner table." Marvin chuckled. Aaron twiddled his fingers, touching the necklace around his neck, a photo he took with his sister when they were young. In the post-apocalypse, even taking photos was difficult, making this small pendant Aaron's treasure. Aelb held Malia's hand tightly. Janice flicked the ash off her cigarette. "I won't join you in this chaos. I'll stay behind to meet Palmer." Maribel raised her little paw. "I can guide you. My father has always been on duty at the office building, and I grew up there." Aelb and the others exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Maribel showed a smile, hopping over to Malia and holding her arm. Daryl behind her wore a worried expression but did not stop her. After a brief rest, the whole team set off. Outside the square warehouse, many zombies were scratching at the outer wall. Seeing the door open and fresh meat walking out, the zombies surged forward, their sharp claws aiming to tear through delicate throats. Marvin and Aaron coordinated their wind blades and ice cones. Aelb's black hole spread out silently, swallowing a large number of zombies. Hugh picked up a nearby pillar and swung it at the advancing zombies, knocking them down in piles. Brant moved gracefully, extracting crystal cores from the zombies' brains and passing them to Malia. Malia circulated his spiritual energy, absorbing the crystal cores faster and faster. If anyone needed a core, he could pass it to them promptly. Maribel, protected in the center, stared wide-eyed at Malia, unable to speak. "Boss, you." What did she see? The grayish-white crystal core turned emerald green in her hands. The emerald green core attracted all her attention. Malia passed one over smoothly. "Absorb it. It might come in handy later." The pure emerald green crystal core lay in her palm, unadulterated psychic power almost flooding into her body as soon as it touched her skin. Maribel was struck with awe. Looking at the team, she genuinely admired them. Maribel decided to cling on to Boss Gue's coattails. Boss Gue was simply an inexhaustible treasure trove. For the first time, Maribel felt what it was like to walk through a nest of zombies as if it were a backyard garden. They continued on, following Maribel's guidance, arriving in front of the office building. The number of zombies here was clearly greater, and upon closer inspection, everyone noticed these zombies were more concentrated than those in other parts of the base. Instead of aimlessly hunting, they seemed to be guarding something. The office building was a 6-story glass structure. As Aelb and the team reached the entrance of the first floor, they encountered 4 or 5 psychic zombies. These zombies formed a surrounding posture, their psychic powers ready to unleash. Threatening growls emitted from their throats as they launched their abilities at the newly arrived team. Their attacks were chaotic and uncoordinated, having no chance against a well-trained psychic team like Aelb's. Aelb and his group easily dealt with them. As they extracted the crystal cores from these zombies, the zombies outside the office building suddenly became frenzied. Marvin listened to the constant thumping of zombies on the building's glass, frowning. "What's happening?" Adley kept reloading his gun while scanning the surroundings. "They are being controlled too." The glass was visibly trembling, and the barricade at the entrance was barely holding. Maribel, watching the zombies slamming against the glass, shrank her neck. From inside, their faces looked even more terrifying. The team members pushed more desks and chairs to reinforce the entrance. Maybe because of the glass, a large number of zombies were roaring at them, sending chills down their spines. Guttural sounds came from the staircases. The building was filled with zombies approaching them. Worse still, it seemed that the zombies inside the building had awakened psychic abilities. Using their imperfect powers, they struck at Aelb and the others. Even more terrifying was how they constantly adjusted their attacks during the fight. Aelb and his team quickly noticed this. Brant couldn't believe what he was seeing. These zombies are using us to train their own psychics. Malia squinted her eyes as she observed the zombies. Energy. What exactly did that psychic zombie mean? Psychic power? Or spiritual energy? She took out the crystal core Brant had just retrieved from a psychic zombie, probing it with her spiritual energy. This crystal core was not much different from that of normal zombies, except that the proportion of psychic power far exceeded that of spiritual energy. In one hand, Malia held the crystal core from a psychic zombie, in the other, one from an ordinary zombie. After absorbing the spiritual energy within, the crystal core from the psychic zombie was 3 times larger than the one from a normal zombie. Aelb continuously used his psychic power and grabbed the larger crystal core from Malia, only to raise an eyebrow upon absorption. The psychic power in this crystal core is so pure. Malia stroked her chin thoughtfully. Chapter 81, One More. Malia contemplated the difference, while Aelb and the others had already fought several rounds with these zombies. Maribel watched Malia, who remained calm and deep in thought amidst the chaos of flying abilities, and a sense of admiration arose within her. Is this what it's like to have the aura of a true leader? Maribel clung to Malia's arm, shivering. Aelb shouted to Marvin and the others, this won't work. Head for the top floor. The scattered battlefield gradually tightened as they fought their way up the stairs, retreating step by step. The confined space not only restricted their movements but also the zombies. The two groups clashed within this narrow staircase. Aelb and his team stormed upward for 3 levels when they encountered a familiar zombie right in the middle of the stairs. His crimson eyes fixed on them, and a hoarse sound came from his throat. Glancing over everyone, the zombie's gaze fell upon Malia. Energy, energy, he growled. As he called out, the surrounding zombies also began making similar sounds. Energy, energy. The hoarse calls mixed with occasional cries of energy, echoing through the empty stairwell like a chorus. Brant frowned, looking around. What's going on with these zombies? Are they performing some ritual? The strange behavior continued momentarily, tightening their group. Malia's gaze met the zombies directly, her spiritual energy surging in her hand, holding the cleaver horizontally, the starting posture for basic knife techniques, ready for battle. If her guess was correct, the energy they were talking about must be the spiritual energy in her body. Sure enough, the next second, the zombie lunged toward Malia. An overwhelming pressure spread out, causing eardrums to vibrate and heads to feel heavy. The zombies behind him followed suit, clearly controlled by the psychic zombie, moving as one. Adley stood beside Malia, watching her hold the cleaver horizontally. Just as he was about to rush toward the psychic zombie, he quickly pulled her back. But in that moment, Aelb had already engaged the zombie in combat. Malia turned around, her face full of confusion. Adley gently pinched her cheek and placed a crystal core into her hand. Guyue, you just need to purify this crystal core for us. Maribel, standing nearby, widened her eyes, blinking in shock. Do all elite squads operate so luxuriously? To put such powerful combat strength in a support role? Malia's eyes were filled with complicated emotions, but she didn't try to pull away from Adley's grip. Although the fight was chaotic, the squad members still moved orderly toward the rooftop. The psychic zombie didn't seem fully human-minded, but it was smarter than the other zombies. This indicated that zombies were evolving. Possessing consciousness was just a matter of time. Through the glass, one could see the scenery outside. From the upper floors, the sky was visible, along with the grey-white base. Zombies roamed the base, having replaced the residents. A convoy of vehicles marked with the Wuhan base emblem was approaching the main gate. Palmer had returned. Their team had also reached the top of the office building. From here, they could see Palmer's convoy. Just as Malia was about to inform Aelb and the others, Maribel suddenly clutched her head, letting out a painful groan. Adley frowned, and his ability surged toward her. The psychic zombie was invading her brain. The distant psychic zombie flashed a taunting smile at them. Malia frowned, placing her hand on Maribel's wrist. Spiritual energy flowed from her hand, traveling straight to Maribel's brain. Inside, there was a raging force of spiritual energy violently disrupting Maribel's nerves. Malia's spiritual energy struck precisely, capturing the wild energy swiftly. Like a predatory eagle, she absorbed the spiritual energy. Aelb restrained the psychic zombie's limbs and delivered a punch to its face. Seeing the danger, the psychic zombie turned to evade. The black hole behind it pursued relentlessly, with dark orbs exploding around, blocking the zombie's path. Amidst the explosion, the adjacent building's glass shattered, cool wind rushed in, carrying dirt and stones past people's faces. Ho ho, you, cursed. The zombie pushed off forcefully from the broken glass and climbed onto the rooftop. Malia laid the weakened Maribel in Adley's arms and dashed to Aelb's side. Seeing the girl holding his hand, Aelb didn't refuse, enclosing her small hand and stepping into the black hole. Upon emerging, they heard the zombie on the rooftop place a curved hand over its mouth. A loud whistle rang out from the zombie's mouth. Such a gesture, Aelb had seen it on the strength-type zombie before. This was clearly a summoning. Aelb didn't give the zombie a chance to continue. He clenched his hands around his ability and dashed toward the zombie like the wind. Malia also gathered the spirit energy in her hand, following behind Aelb, swinging her cleaver at the zombie. The psychic zombie could sense their approach from afar. He kept dodging, It seemed that psychic zombies had an innate ability to detect abilities, especially so for psychic-type psychics. He evaded Aelb's ability, but the fierce knife wind followed closely behind. 2 gusts of knife wind from Malia reached this time. The zombie's dodge was noticeably sluggish this time. The knife cut off half of its arm, causing the psychic zombie to howl. And right after the knife wind, Malia's cleaver came like a scythe of death reaping lives, overwhelming the zombie with relentless knife winds. Malia's knife technique was like a sudden sunset or a waterfall plunging 9 feet, every move contained immense power. Even as she forced the zombie into a corner, suddenly there came a flapping sound from above. Aelb and Malia looked up to see that the originally blue sky was now filled with a flock of mutated pigeons circling towards them. Each pigeon was as big as half a person, clearly summoned by the zombie's whistle. The momentarily relieved zombie chuckled, Die here. Give me the energy. His gaze was fierce and always fixated on Malia. Meanwhile, Marvin and the others downstairs were already fighting fiercely with the zombies. Adley helped Merrybell sit on the ground. Merrybell, who had just been tossed around inside her head, clutched her head, trying to sit up. She felt another jolt in her skull, a buzzing sound in her head, freezing her in place. Her eyes widened as she stared in one direction. Forcing her controlled eyes to turn made her eye sockets bleed, streaming blood tears from the corners of her eyes. There's still another psychic zombie. Merrybell gritted her teeth, forcing out these words before falling into chaos. Chapter 82, 2 Zombies. 2 psychic zombies had everyone on edge. Adley helped up Merrybell who was slumping and poured his ability into her without hesitation. What do we do now? These zombies are crazy. Marvin, whose face and body were scratched by the zombie's ability, shouted with a frown. Aaron's head bled, and the wound was charred black. He gritted his teeth as he stared ahead. Hold on. The psychic zombie that attacked them stood in the corner. It was a female zombie. She looked at the group of people in front of her, then at the top, and retreated a few steps before decisively climbing up to the rooftop. Her instinct told her that what was up there was even more tempting. Malia and Aelb worked together to force back the psychic zombie a few steps, but the attacks from the mutant pigeons that followed made things difficult for the 2 of them. Are these birds being controlled too? Just how many zombies can this psychic zombie control? Malia muttered with a frown. Her spiritual energy inside her body was depleting rapidly, and those pigeons were all targeting her with their moves. Just as she swung her blade at a pigeon, Malia noticed a head peeking out from the corner. Dull hair, emaciated face, and blood-red eyes filled with greed. It smiled horribly at Malia, exposing its mouth. Hee. The low growl in her throat was especially loud, and it actually conveyed a hint of desire. Another one. Malia cried out in surprise, pushing away the pigeon and retreating 2 steps to Aelb's side. Following Malia's gaze, Aelb also saw the zombie. Is that another psychic zombie? After observing for a moment, Malia nodded slightly. Seems so. At such a critical moment, Aelb still managed to laugh lightly. That's not good. Both of them tightened their fists, intending to fight to the death. 2 zombies joined forces, and waves of psychic abilities came pouring in. One was in front, the other behind, each occupying opposite ends and surrounding Malia and Aelb. Malia touched Aelb's arm gently, and both charged towards the zombies in front and behind at the same point. The sound of explosions caused by the black hole and the tearing sound of knives slicing through the air echoed. The hee-hee sounds became more and more urgent. Adley and Marvin rushed into the rooftop, only to see Malia and Aelb engaged in a fierce battle with the zombies. Malia glanced sideways, and the female zombie took the opportunity to attack her neck. Yet, it was like she had eyes in the back of her head. She raised her cleaver and blocked it between the zombie and herself. Sharp claws scraped against the blade, emitting a sharp sound. The female zombie tried to pull closer to Malia. Mutant pigeons in the sky were also assisting, occasionally diving down with sharp claws and fangs to tear at fresh flesh. Seeing Malia facing a zombie alone, Adley felt a lump rise in his throat, and Marvin almost without thinking engaged the female zombie in combat. Other squad members quickly joined the battle. Adley brought Merrybell, who was still slung over his back, to Malia's side. Guyue, check on Merrybell? Malia frowned at the unconscious Merrybell. What happened to her? While asking, she probed into Merrybell's body with her ability. This time her spiritual energy rushed straight to the brain, and upon entering, she could feel the restlessness of her ability. It gradually approached the level of the mad abilities in the facility. Malia immediately sensed something was wrong and started to smooth out the abnormal ability fluctuations in her brain. She placed her hand on Merrybell's head, closed her eyes, and focused on clearing the brain waves. Adley watched their actions. Although he didn't understand what Malia was doing, he wisely kept quiet and guarded the surroundings without saying anything. The sound of vehicles came from afar, and Brant shouted aloud after checking. It's Palmer bringing the people from the facility. Aelb, watching the 2 increasingly aggressive zombies, closed his eyes. Go find Palmer. Understanding, they shifted their abilities in coordination and quickly dashed down the stairs. Psychic zombies pursued closely behind, continuously attacking their minds. Continuous attacks from the 2 psychic zombies gave the team a severe headache. They finally managed to rush down to the ground floor just as Palmer's vehicle arrived outside. He sat in the last bus, which wasn't fully occupied, most passengers being Wuhan base abilitors. Seeing Aelb and the others in the office building, Palmer stopped the car and the abilitors got off. Come here quick. Aelb over here. Girl Guyue come here. Get in the car. They used their abilities, firing at the zombies in the air and around, helping Aelb and company return. Marvin shouted from afar, be careful. There are 2 psychic zombies here. Hearing this, 2 people stepped forward from the crowd. Janice and Gary stood at the front, their abilities activated simultaneously. Gary's ability extended towards Aelb and the others, quietly protecting them under heavy pressure. Metal elements gathered in Janice's hands, which she then molded into a pistol shape in an instant. She fired bullets at the group behind Aelb, the metallic projectiles piercing through the air. The 2 psychic zombies sensed something and dodged to the side, avoiding the metal-infused bullets. They roared angrily. The sudden surge of abilities caused painful expressions on the faces of Aelb and the others. Under tremendous mental pressure, even their vision became distorted. Malia, who had been paying attention to Maribel's brain, sensed another wave of turmoil. She inwardly knew something was wrong. Spiritual energy enveloped Maribel's head, attempting to rescue her. But in the next moment, Maribel opened her mouth and bit down on Adley's shoulder, where she was being carried. Malia acted faster, covering her mouth. However, her hand couldn't withstand the powerful bite and ended up bleeding. Feeling something amiss behind him, Adley hadn't turned his head when Cai Guy you pressed down Maribel's head. It's fine, run quickly. Her voice was familiar yet compelling. Adley, though uneasy, still followed Malia's instructions and continued running forward. 100 meters, 50 meters, 10 meters. Just as Adley, protected by the team, was about to reach the car, another disturbance appeared. The 2 psychic zombies suddenly shifted their targets, directing all their abilities towards Gary. Fighting against these 2 powerful abilities, Gary soon fell into a disadvantage. Foreign psychic abilities invaded his mind, causing him to cry out in pain. Still focused on fighting, Chris heard this anguished shout and immediately rushed over. Duanger. He panicked inside, watching Gary suffer. The weapons in Chris's hands changed rapidly. Bullets rained down on the 2 psychic zombies, and he gritted his teeth as he charged towards the psychics, with swords and knives flying around in his hands. Any weapon that could inflict damage was used, aiming to interrupt the zombies' attack on Gary. Chapter 83 Crystal Core. Malia held Maribel's mouth, watching as Chris was about to rush toward the 2 zombies. Spiritual energy surged from her body, and the cleaver in her hand hummed. The watermelon knife Chris was holding for self-defense suddenly pulled back, stopping his footsteps. This brief pause gave Brant the opportunity. He stepped forward, grabbed Chris's arm, and pulled him back. Don't be impulsive, Brother Shia, Brant advised. As he spoke, zombies attacked from all directions again. Their crimson eyes seemed to have fresh blood flowing within. In the roar, their sharp teeth gnashed as they rushed towards the group with all their might. On the several buses walking ahead of them, many psychics extended out and attacked the surrounding zombies. Hurry up and catch up. Aelb, Malia, hurry. Let's get on the bus and charge out together. Don't stop, don't go over, let's leave here first. The vehicles ahead had slowed down, and psychics kept shouting in their direction. Brother. Gary's voice came from behind. Chris turned around as if sensing something. Although Gary still held his head, his complexion was much better than before. He remembered everything now. A huge shock broke the last barrier in his mind concerning memories. All past events unfolded before him. He looked up at Chris but suddenly cried out in terror, Brother, come back quickly. Chris was stunned. Beside him, a zombie broke through the psychic barrier and lunged at his neck. Gary's eyes widened in anguish as he used his almost exhausted psychic power to charge at the zombie. Black psychic power exploded into the zombie's head, followed by a mental attack that struck the ground. Aelb glanced at Gary, not expecting him to master psychic attacks so quickly. Initially, he was just a scouting psychic when they met. Aelb came to Malia's side and saw her small hand tightly covering Maribel's mouth. They had approached the vehicles and slowed their steps accordingly. What happened? Seeing Malia didn't release her grip, he sensed something was wrong. Blood trickled between Malia's fingers while Maribel beneath her struggled to shake her head, trying to break free. It seems he has been controlled by the zombies. Malia tightened her grip without giving any chance of escape, but there are no signs of mutation yet. Aelb frowned, looking at the 2 zombies behind. Looks like we still need to deal with them. None of them had experienced psychic zombies before. These zombies felt psychic powers more strongly than psychics themselves. Ordinary psychic powers couldn't hit them. Aelb's gaze became heavy, his lips pressed tightly. The vehicles ahead were getting further away, and the surging zombies seemed intentionally separating both parties. Everywhere on the street, it was nothing but pairs of crimson eyes. It made one suspect if all the zombies in the base had been summoned. Vehicles in front of the Wuhan base did not stop anymore. If they lingered longer, even they wouldn't be able to leave this base. The driver gritted his teeth, stepped on the gas pedal, and sped towards the base gate. Most zombies didn't stay to stop them but surged towards the place where Aelb and others were. 2 male and female psychic zombies exchanged glances, taking advantage of everyone being surrounded by the zombies, sneaking into the crowd quietly. Be careful. Malia shouted. Suddenly, a fire spike shot beside Chris, aiming for his temple. Hearing Malia's warning, Brant immediately pulled Chris away. The fire spike grazed the back of Chris's head, igniting a small flame. Several people emerged from the zombie crowd, all without exception were psychic zombies. They displayed their abilities in succession, continuous beams of psychic light making people's scalp tingle. Marvin cursed under his breath. Damn, how many psychic zombies are there? Adley added, Kunhei base, it's like we've disturbed a nest of psychic zombies. Without a moment's rest, the zombies' attacks came one after another. They adjusted their abilities repeatedly during each attack, just like beginners still practicing after gaining their powers. Their rapid progress was astonishing. Isolated and unsupported, Aelb and the others could only fight to the death. Malia and Adley sent Meribel to the bus first to protect her. Malia poured her spiritual energy into Meribel's brain, but her psychic power swirled inside, preventing the spiritual energy from entering. She frowned, feeling Meribel's wrist, seemingly remembering something. She took a round crystal core from her pocket and placed it in Meribel's hand. The emerald crystal core began to enter Meribel's body as soon as it touched her hand. The fierce expression on Meribel's face paused momentarily, and a hint of bewilderment appeared in her eyes. Adley witnessed this scene and his eyes lit up. It works. It works. She ran out of the vehicle shouting, holding the crystal core can resist part of the psychic zombie's invasion and control. At this point, they no longer cared about keeping the secret of the emerald crystal core. Brant unhesitatingly took out the emerald crystal core from his pocket and also gave one to Chris. Members of the Falcon squad all contributed the crystal cores in their hands to provide some protection for everyone. Janice, holding the tiny emerald crystal core, was also stunned. This crystal core. No ability user could remain unmoved by such a crystal core. There was no time for astonishment, as the zombie attack interrupted them. Gary gripped the crystal core, his thoughts somewhat vacant. His gaze involuntarily turned towards the rear vehicles. The vehicles blocked his view, showing nothing. Gary tightened his grip on the crystal core, psychic abilities surged, using newly learned attack techniques against the zombies. Sigh, sir. Meribel's body shook violently due to the struggle between two forces. She struggled to control her mouth, uttering broken sounds. Malia held her arm, continuously checking her condition. Meribel forced a smile, her lips pale. This smile seemed frail. She asked, "Can I still survive?" Malia's gaze was resolute. She inserted another crystal core into Meribel's hand. "As long as you hold on, you will definitely make it." Meribel stared at her for a long time, slowly nodding. Hold on, hold on." Outside the vehicle, the clash of abilities caused the car to sway continuously. Chris took out all his weapons, providing them to slash through those zombies that couldn't be fully controlled by abilities. They fought while retreating, protecting the last person as they orderly cooperated towards the bus. A claw emerged from the dark, avoiding Gary's psychic coverage and grabbed at his waist. In the moment of crisis, claws sank into his flesh, Gary's eyes widened, and the sounds around him gradually faded away, his mind blanked out. Chapter 84. Get in the car. Bright red blood exploded in front of him, retreating along the zombie's sharp claws, leaving only a few blood-soaked holes stained with dust. Gary's fingers trembled as he steadied Chris's shoulder. His reliable elder brother had shielded him with his body from the psychic zombie's attack at the critical moment. "Brother!" This cry sent a shock through everyone's heart. When they turned to look, they could see something was wrong with Chris. Gary held up Chris's collapsing body, his mind buzzing loudly. Unconsciously, he tried to cover Chris's wound, attempting to stop the still bleeding hole. The veins on Chris's body bulged out, looking especially terrifying. He clenched his fists tightly, eyes flashing. Palmer cursed under his breath. "Damn it." Janice's eyebrows twitched, and she hurried straight towards the brothers. Aaron and Marvin pursed their lips tightly, intensifying their attacks. In the last moments of rationality, Chris pushed away the embracing Gary. Alone and lying on the ground, Chris started convulsing, gradually beginning to mutate starting from his wounds. "Don't come near me." This was the last thing Chris said to Gary before falling down. Gary, who was shoved away, let out a heart-wrenching sob. Disregarding Chris's resistance, he attempted to pick up his brother again. Janice then arrived and pressed down on his shoulders. Lying on the ground, Chris looked at Janice with his black and red shifting eyes. His gaze was filled with intense pleading. Janice's throat rolled. For a long time, she stood silently before unleashing her golden element ability around her, preventing any zombies from coming within range. She spoke in a deep voice. "Xiaozhe, it's time to leave." Aelb glanced towards Chris's direction and then at the bus. After nodding to Palmer, the void opened and he reappeared inside the vehicle. Inside the bus, Malia was still doing everything possible to help Meribel overcome the control. Spiritual energy and superpower clashed inside her body, causing Malia to clench her teeth tightly and sweat dripped from her forehead. Aelb frowned deeply at this situation and asked Adley, who stood beside, "How is it going now?" "Guyue is trying to save her. Crystal cores were effective initially, but after some time, they are no longer sufficient." Both inside and outside the car, the situations were tense. Far away in the bus, all the superhumans focused on the events unfolding here. Hearing Gary's sorrowful cries, they could guess what had happened. Everyone's expression was grim, many craning their necks toward Aelb's group. The superhumans' faces revealed expressions of frustration. They pounded on the windows while silence enveloped the interior of the bus. Janice forcibly dragged Gary away. Chris was already mutating, staying by his side would be courting death. Gary's eyes were bloodshot, staring fixedly at Chris, refusing to look away. At such a critical moment, he couldn't even properly say goodbye. Hatred spread in his heart, making his powers fluctuate intensely. Meanwhile inside the bus, Meribel opened her eyes. Her pupils showed no trace of reason, and her gaze shifted towards Malia beside her. She mouthed two hoarse sounds. "Energy, you're just energy." Her voice was hoarse, almost unrecognizable. Meribel lunged at Malia, biting into her shoulder. Even human teeth, without being sharpened, were strong enough to pierce flesh under force. Soon, Malia's shoulder began to bleed. Eat you, eat you." Malia's face grew heavy as she turned to Meribel, psychic zombie. Maribel chuckled, her bloody teeth giving her an exceptionally contented look. It's me. Aelb's power swirled in his hand, yet he hesitated to strike. There were no signs of mutation on Maribel, meaning she wasn't technically a zombie yet. He moved forward to free Malia from Maribel's grasp. Malia, held in place, clearly had an unusual expression. She didn't resist, just fixating on Maribel. You're here now, so where is she? Where's Maribel? The one I controlled naturally died. She smiled, or perhaps she suffered brain death or was harmed by the clash of energies. It might even be that you killed her. Maribel locked her legs around Malia's feet and leaned close to sniff at the wound on her shoulder, wearing a satisfied expression. You really do smell good. One whiff tells me you hide sea-like energy within you. Maribel's expression was almost entranced. Aelb and Adley stepped forward to separate them. Maribel didn't resist much, rising obediently. If you kill me, it's the same as killing Maribel. Her expression was unusually confident and relaxed, making everyone in the car clench their fists. For a moment, the inside of the car was quiet. They could hear the fighting and roaring from outside. Hugh punched a zombie's head to pieces, cursed, and rejoined the battle. Maribel's gaze swept across everyone's faces, finally settling on Malia. I just want you to come down with me, and I can let everyone else leave safely. Maribel twirled her long hair. I only want you. Impossible. Adley immediately refused. Aelb held Malia and grabbed her hand, quietly writing a few words into her palm. Malia glanced at him and lowered her eyes. The air pressure around her was extremely low. The usually gentle smile vanished from her eyes, now cold and sharp like blades. Malia stared at Maribel and replied gravely, all right, but I want to see them all leave the base first. Maribel smiled, shrugging amiably, of course, no problem. Her eyes fixed on Malia, her thick, sticky gaze roamed over her, sending shivers down people's spines. Guyue. We won't leave you behind. Adley protested, shaking her head vehemently as she tried to pull Malia's arm. We can't agree to this. Adley, let her go, Aelb interrupted. Adley looked at Aelb in disbelief, while Maribel laughed. Ha ha ha, look, that's the smart decision. She nodded approvingly at Aelb, snapping her fingers. At the same time, the zombies outside stopped attacking as if hit by a pause button, standing still and awaiting orders. The eerie scene made those engaged in the life-and-death struggle momentarily freeze. Malia followed Maribel out of the vehicle. In the dead silence, every sound seemed amplified. Janice frowned. Guyue, why did you come down? Malia didn't answer but silently stood beside Maribel. Aelb stood at the car door and commanded unequivocally, everyone, get in the car now. Chapter 85, Jeren emerges. Under inexplicable circumstances, everyone boarded the bus. The zombies stood motionless, like a group of terrifying sculptures. Janice, who got on last, frowned and looked down at Maribel and Malia, who remained still below. Guyue, get in. Maribel raised an eyebrow and looked at the little girl beside her. Since then, Malia had been very quiet, keeping her head slightly lowered, standing still. Aelb was the first to press the button to close the door. Janice looked back at him in disbelief. Are you crazy? Guyue is still down there. Aelb pursed his lips, his eyes cold, and spoke in a low voice. Zoltan, drive. No one on the bus moved, all eyes were on Malia outside, and the atmosphere grew tense. Innes glanced around and tried to mediate. Don't be impulsive. Captain, open the door. We agreed to come and leave together. But Aelb didn't look at him. Under everyone's gaze, he silently sat in the driver's seat. Just as he released the parking brake, Gary grabbed his arm. His eyes were red, glaring fiercely. Open the door, I want to get out. Aelb turned to meet his gaze, tightening his grip, slowly prying Gary's hand off his arm. With a press on the gas pedal, everyone on the bus lurched backward due to inertia. In an instant, the bus sped away. Adley steadied herself and, watching Malia grow smaller in the distance, lunged next to the driver's seat. Aelb, what are you doing? How can you just leave Guyue alone to face all these zombies? Have you lost your conscience? Her tone was exceptionally agitated, her eyes blazing with anger. But Aelb ignored her completely as the bus flew out like an arrow released from a bowstring. The zombies outside stood still, only their hoarse moans suggesting they had any movement at all. Above, clouds blocked the sunlight, casting a shadow that gradually covered the entire Kunhe base. At the same time, Malia watched the bus disappear from her sight, turning to face Maribel. I'm curious about one thing, why are you so interested in me? The signs of the zombies being interested in her went beyond this. Malia had sensed it long ago. The zombie that climbed the pipe to her window, the mutated teenager who targeted only her, and various moments where she felt singled out among the hordes flashed through her mind. Now, the mutant zombie clearly told her she was its target. This made Malia very curious about the reason. Maribel raised an eyebrow, smiling slightly. You don't know yourself? She leaned closer to Malia, sniffing her lightly. You possess energy we desire. Maribel stared at her, emphasizing, a lot of it. Malia thought for a moment, then a hint of a smile appeared on her lips. Spiritual energy flickered in her fingers, which she deliberately waved in front of Maribel. Is it this kind of energy? Maribel's eyes followed her fingertips without blinking, emitting hoarse sounds unconsciously. The surrounding zombies suddenly became restless, roaring at Malia in unison but hesitating to approach. Aelb successfully brought them to the base gate, the vehicles ahead already leaving Kunhe base, heading towards safety. After all, even outside the base gates, the area around Kunhe base was besieged by countless zombies. It had become a city of zombie revelry. After exiting the base, Aelb abruptly stopped the vehicle and got up from the driver's seat. Everyone behind him was still silent, thrown off balance again by his swift movements. Aelb glanced at Innes, continuously activating his ability, take over driving and keep going forward without looking back. Having said that, he vanished into a black hole. Innes was dazed for a moment, staring at the empty driver's seat before quickly taking over. He took one last look in the direction of the base, pursed his lips, and started the vehicle. Only now did they slowly realize this might have been a trap set by both Aelb and Malia. Marvin glanced back at the base, wanting to say something but held back. Captain. Adley also calmed down, watching Kunhe base growing farther away. Captain is going back alone to find Guyua. Her eyes showed both surprise and worry. When Malia offered to stay behind, Aelb and she had made an arrangement. He kept jumping through black holes, heading toward where Malia had been earlier. As Malia displayed her spiritual energy, Maribel lunged straight at her. Following closely were two figures emerging from among the zombies. A male and a female psychic-type zombie launched an encircling attack. Their throats emitted hoarse sounds, speaking in broken words. Give it to me, give it to me. Perhaps because they had been zombies for too long, their vocal cords could no longer produce complete sounds. The controlled Maribel roared, it's this energy. Give it to me, give it to me. Malia's lips curled into a smile as she looked at the two zombies with icy eyes. Anyone familiar with her could sense the anger belonging to a peak Daoist sword cultivator at this moment. Malia swept her hand, and spiritual energy surged wildly from within her, converging at her fingertips. Weapons scattered around trembled in response. Lifting her downcast gaze, Malia said, you want power? I'll give it to you. You'd better catch it well. At this moment, Malia's spirit platform trembled, and the chains shattered. She mobilized all the spiritual energy within her body, channeling it to her hands from her spirit platform. Her innate named sword Jeren emitted a hum, its blade glowing with a dark blue light. The long sword gradually materialized in Malia's hand, emitting powerful spiritual fluctuations that made her hair fly and her clothes flutter. Standing alone there, she was like the backbone of heaven and earth. The long sword with dark golden patterns appeared, thin as a cicada's wing but shining brilliantly. The moment Jeren manifested, swords and blades within 100 miles around began to hum uncontrollably. Malia firmly grasped the hilt of Jeren, her clear eyes reflecting the dark blue glow of the sword. After being apart for many days, Jeren, once again held by Malia, shimmered slightly and quivered twice, as if greeting an old friend. Malia's face remained calm, half-closed eyes looking at the two psychic zombies in front of her. At this moment, Malia's aura soared dramatically, and the overwhelming energy clearly made the two zombies retreat. Who dared harbor covetous thoughts now? Malia pointed her sword at the two zombies, lowering her eyes. Which one of you wants to go first? Chapter 86, Ulizi faints. The psychic zombie, feeling threatened by the overwhelming power, retreated a few steps. His bloodshot eyes stared at Ulizi, filled with disbelief. You. The intense energy made him hesitant to confront her directly, especially the long sword in her hand, which seemed to warp the surrounding air when it appeared. His red eyes darted around, searching for a good opportunity to advance. However, Ulizi didn't give him any chance. With her long sword firmly held, she pivoted on her heel and lunged toward the zombie. A blade practitioner breaks through all techniques with brute force. This was demonstrated perfectly in Ulizi. Her sword skills lacked any discernible pattern. She just seized every opportunity to break through the opponent's defenses with overwhelming force. A single slash imbued with spiritual energy cleared out most of the zombies before her. The slicing wind cut through the waist and abdomen of the zombies, felling them like dominoes radiating from Ulizi as their center. With each swing and chop of the long sword, a large number of the densely packed zombies fell. Several uncontrolled slashes struck nearby high-rise buildings, sending shockwaves that shattered interior fixtures and caused the structures to collapse with rumbling sounds. The two closest psychic zombies had already become victims of her first strike. Maribel, having lost control, slumped lifelessly to the ground. The psychic zombies invaded her brain, controlling her body until her brain death. The original Maribel had died inside the bus. As she fell, the mutant fruit in her arms rolled out and stopped at Ulizi's feet. Ulizi looked down at the round fruit, memories of Maribel surfacing in her mind. Her eyes darkened, and her fingers clenched. She slowly bent down, picked up the fruit, and placed it in her pocket. A heavy mood settled in her heart, as if the scene of Maribel holding the fruit before her was still vivid. Yet, she was now nothing but a cold corpse on the ground. Ulizi tightened her grip on the fruit and pressed it against her chest. When she raised her head again, her eyes were icy cold, and the Jeren in her hand seemed to sense her fighting spirit, glowing an even brighter blue. On the bus far away from Kunhe base, silence reigned. Everyone was still reeling from the previous emotions. But then came continuous explosions behind them, followed by the sight of large swaths of buildings collapsing in Kunhe base. The forceful impact produced tremors that shook the very ground. Marvin exclaimed, "Heavens! Is this noise created by Captain?" Other members of the Falcon team frowned, unsure themselves how terrifying Aelb had become after his constant improvement. Since Ulizi joined their team, supplying them with green crystals, everyone's abilities had advanced rapidly. One could say that the Falcon team now rivaled the strongest team in Wuhan base. Janice, listening to the explosions and seeing the varying expressions of the Falcon team, took a small piece of green crystal from her pocket. "There's no point discussing what happened. Can someone tell me what this is?" Adley and others couldn't help but widen their eyes at the sight of the green crystal, exchanging glances silently. Suddenly, Palmer, sitting in the driver's seat, interrupted, "Don't ask." He glanced at the rearview mirror. "We can't say, and you already know the answer." Janice pursed her lips. She guessed part of the secret about Ali Z. Crazy. Truly crazy. Janice shook her head, clutching the crystal tightly and looking out the window, saying no more. Meanwhile, Aelb, who was teleported down from the bus, heard the explosions while halfway through walking forward. Buildings were collapsing, and zombies were retreating. It was his first time witnessing these flesh-hungry zombies fleeing in panic. Staring at the epicenter of the chaos, Aelb's heart pounded. He knew Ali Z was there. She had told him she came from another world. Aelb knew she was strong, but the sight before him still stunned him. It was hard to imagine such powerful strength coming from such a petite girl. Without hesitation, he moved toward the center, his abilities shimmering around him. At this moment, Ali Z swung her sword without emotion. Her mouth was tight, and her blade gleamed continuously. Every strike brought down a swath of zombies. Her mind was somewhat blank, filled only with the thought of these ugly creatures. Kill. Kill them all. They shouldn't exist in this world. Jaren vibrated, sensing something was off with Ali Z. The heated blade kept warning her. Malia gripped the hilt of her blade tightly, chasing after the fleeing zombies and cleaving through their heads with a single strike. The crystal cores shattered, and the zombies collapsed to the ground. Looking around, in the center of the base, zombie corpses lay strewn about chaotically, one on top of another, layer upon layer. At this moment, Malia was like a starving wolf that had infiltrated a flock of sheep, revealing her lethal ferocity. Aelb saw Malia, looking like a specter, and his heart skipped a beat as he moved closer to her. Guyue. Malia seemed not to have heard this call and continued to swing her long knife at the zombies before her. Jaren flashed a few times, then detached from Malia's hand, shooting straight toward Aelb. Aelb looked in surprise at the long knife that had flown out of Malia's hand and was now trembling behind him in fear. His expression was momentarily unreadable. After making the strike, Malia realized her long knife had slipped from her grasp and followed its trajectory to see Aelb. And the long knife behind him. Jaren stiffened for a moment, then edged closer to Aelb, trembling noticeably, clearly terrified. Meeting Aelb's gaze, Malia's movements paused slightly. Her eyes were vacant, and her rigid face appeared extremely terrifying. Guyue. Aelb tentatively stepped forward. Seeing no reaction from Malia, he ran over to her in a few strides. Pinching Malia's little ear, he leaned in close and whispered softly, "I'm here, Guyue, I've always been here." These were the words he had written in Malia's palm before leaving. Jaren hovered at a distance, swinging back and forth, looking like a timid child. Malia stared at Aelb for a long time, her eyes gradually regaining some life. She murmured softly, "Aelb." Aelb hummed lightly, pulling her into his embrace and holding her tightly. His Adam's apple bobbed as he brushed against her earlobe. "A bit late, sorry." The girl in his arms wrapped her arms around Aelb's waist, nestled her head into his shoulder, and called out again, "Aelb." Then she tilted her head and lost consciousness. Aelb's heart tightened. He picked her up to check and found that she had just fainted from exhaustion. Seeing this, Jaren swiftly rushed over, hovering around the two of them. Aelb held his girl tightly and eyed the peculiar yet splendid long knife, asking, do you have consciousness?" Chapter 87, New Sprout in the Sunlight. The little girl's body was extremely light, softly leaning against his back. Aelb carried the little girl and walked through the crowd of zombies on the ground. Inside Kunhei base, after Malia's disturbance, there were basically no more zombies left. The surviving zombies had all been intimidated by the earlier pressure and, out of fear, had fled in all directions. Aelb stepped over the broken arm of a zombie. A nearly man-sized longsword floated beside him. Jaren circled around Aelb several times, twisting its small body and slowly following him. Under the collapse of tall buildings, dust filled the air, blinding people's eyes. Jaren's sword glowed, and with a tremor of spiritual energy, it cleared a vacuum within 2 meters of the sword where dust couldn't reach. Aelb turned his head to look and said thanks with an odd expression. Jaren twisted its little body, rubbing its hilt against Aelb. The two of them, along with the sword, crossed through the haze and searched for a safe place to rest inside Kunhei base. Guyue was unconscious, and his powers were exhausted. This was truly the end of their road. The base was desolate, devoid of any sign of life. The traces left by Malia's sword strikes still remained. Even now, one could feel the intimidation from those ruins. But currently, the safest place was inside Kunhei base. Aelb couldn't help but look at the long sword beside him. Noticing his gaze, Jaren seemed very pleased and bounced up and down in place, spinning around. Aelb pursed his lips. Although that was the case, this sword doesn't seem too smart. In the end, they rested in the corner of a residential building inside the base. The room wasn't large but was fairly tidy. Aelb cleared a space, gently laying down Guyue. He instructed the long sword beside him, "Guard her well." Jaren swung up and down as if nodding like a human. Aelb had gotten somewhat used to this sword having human-like thoughts. He got up and went to tidy up the bedroom. The owner of the room was either not there or had turned into a zombie, or survivors had already escaped. Aelb moved quickly, changed the sheets and bedding, then carefully moved Malia onto the bed. Jaren closely followed and kept circling between the two of them. After settling Guyue, Aelb finally had time to take a good look at Jaren. Its blade was as thin as cicada wings, golden patterns spiraling on it in flowing shapes, dark blue radiance flickering across its surface, creating a fluorescent glow. Aelb stared at it for a long time, then tentatively asked, "Brother sword?" Jaren happily spun around, seemingly responding to Aelb. Aelb raised an eyebrow, You're the longsword Guyue often uses? Jeren's blade vibrated, buzzing for quite a while, clearly saying something lengthy. Apparently, it was very dissatisfied with what Aelb said. It's just called frequently used. It is its master's life-bound sword. It belongs exclusively to Malia. Unfortunately, Aelb didn't understand. Not continuing this topic, a black sphere appeared in Aelb's hand. Since just now, his meager amount of abilities seemed particularly active. Before he could clearly check the status of his ability, a fleeting shadow flashed by. The black sphere in his hand vanished. Jeren swayed its body, a small black hole attached to the blade, gradually shrinking before merging into the flowing golden pattern. Seeming to have enjoyed the taste, Jeren rubbed against Aelb's arm, showing a flattering demeanor. Aelb tried again, condensing another ability and offering it. Jeren swallowed it contentedly, spinning happily on the spot. Only then did Aelb confirm that this long sword could indeed devour abilities. Undoubtedly, the sword takes after its master. Jeren's flattering way of rubbing up against people and Malia were like students of the same school. Aelb chuckled, sending out a few more abilities to Jeren before focusing on recovering his own. As daylight faded, silence filled the room. Jeren looked around and saw that both Malia and Aelb had closed their eyes, so it also settled down. It approached Malia, squeezing under the blanket until its hilt touched her cheek. It rubbed its owner, flashing blue light twice, then quieted down. With the sun sinking below the horizon and without Jeren's glow, darkness enveloped everything. In the pitch-black surroundings, Aelb opened his eyes, his abilities refilled, rejuvenating his aching body. He stood up, sat beside Malia, and gazed at her for a long time by the moonlight streaming in through the window. He reached out, gently caressing Malia's face, reluctant to move away from the soft, silky touch. Aelb's fingers fell to the edge of the quilt, adjusting it for her, then laid beside the bed, watching over Malia as he drifted off to sleep. On the quiet night, even the moonlight seemed softer for them. Throughout Kunhei Base, it was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. In the darkness, only the fractured crystal cores emitted a faint glow. Among the pile of zombies, something was trembling slightly. The surrounding crystal cores were vibrating and slowly converging in one direction. It was a small hill of bodies formed by the continuous fall of zombies. The zombie corpses covering it trembled slightly, and the surrounding crystal cores slowly moved closer to the hill. Moonlight gradually descended from high above, and the crystal cores kept shrinking and disappearing. A large bulge emerged on the chest of the topmost zombie, pulsating as if something was about to break through. Similar situations were happening with several such piles of zombies throughout the base. Pop! The bulge on the zombie's chest broke open, pushing out a tender green sprout. As the first ray of dawn fell, the new sprout stretched its body, greeting the light with vibrant emerald green. Not far from Kunhei Base, a man held a pair of binoculars, watching from afar. His companion craned his neck to look, his face showing signs of anxiety. What's the situation? What's going on at Kunhei Base? Nathaniel frowned, handing the binoculars to Brenton. It's so strange. There's nothing inside Kunhei Base. Ever since the news spread after Duke from Wuhan Base brought back a busload of survivors from Kunhei Base, various pieces of information had been circulating. Wuhan Base's support and the appearance of psychic zombies drew significant attention from many forces regarding Kunhei Base's condition. Last night, they had secretly gathered quite a few people to observe the perimeter of Kunhei Base. But inside Kunhei Base, it was eerily quiet, as if nothing had happened. This morning, not only did they not see any psychics, but they didn't even spot a single living zombie. Brenton took the binoculars for a look, frowned, and exchanged glances with Nathaniel. Did the psychics from Wuhan Base already evacuate all the survivors from Kunhei Base? Nathaniel picked up the binoculars again, his gaze falling on the zombie corpses causing goosebumps. He whistled softly and patted Brenton's back. Let's go. We'll check it out. Chapter 88, Secrets Exposed. A sharp pain shot through her head, and her limbs felt weak and sore. There was a buzzing sound in her ears. Malia furrowed her brow uncomfortably and slowly opened her eyes. The faint sunlight shone on her pillow from outside the window. Jeren, who was beside her, was excitedly moving around as Malia woke up. Her movements caused the edge of the blanket to stir, awakening Aelb, who was lying by the bed. Malia sat up, but all she could hear was buzzing in her ears, drowning out other sounds. She frowned, watching Aelb's mouth move, unsure why he did so. Guyue? Seeing that she didn't respond and was frowning at him instead, Aelb's heart skipped a beat and he immediately went to check on her. Guyue, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Malia frowned and loudly replied, her voice echoing throughout the room. What? What did you say? Aelb. He had an ominous premonition. Malia also sensed something amiss and covered her ears. The buzzing persisted. Initially thinking it was from outside, she now realized it might be a problem with her ears. She patted her ears, but the buzzing remained. Aelb and Jeren stood side by side before her, unable to think of a solution after much contemplation. Malia pointed at her ears. I can't hear. Aelb leaned close to her ear and raised his voice a bit. Can you hear me now? The sound seemed to come from afar, muffled as if heard through something, yet not entirely indistinct. Malia nodded and loudly responded, yes. Jeren hovered in mid-air, swaying its body as it moved closer to Malia. It rubbed against her arm affectionately. Between a birthright blade and a blade cultivator, there was usually a deep mental connection. Jeren, a renowned blade created by Malia, achieving such a sentient state within a century was already considered miraculous. It was still young and lacked the ability to communicate verbally. Malia touched Jeren, inadvertently shouting, "My spirit energy is depleted, and you're still able to stay outside." Jeren was jolted back several steps by her loud voice, bumping into Aelb's back. Aelb understandingly tossed it a clump of dark energy, which was instantly absorbed upon contact with the blade. Malia raised an eyebrow. "You can absorb energy?" Unable to hear external sounds, she couldn't hear her own voice either, naturally raising her volume uncontrollably. Jeren proudly spun around once, stopping before Malia. If it had a tail, it would have been wagging wildly. Aelb ruffled Malia's hair. "Don't worry, your hearing will get better." He took her hand gently, his eyes firm and tender. "I'll definitely cure you." Sunlight seemed to this romantic moment, quietly climbing onto their intertwined hands. Pink bubbles burst upon touching Malia. She frowned and shouted loudly, "What?" "Aelb." Jeren trembled, appearing to laugh wholeheartedly. Aelb messed up Malia's hair again, noticing she was still in good spirits, and led her out of the building. Malia followed behind him silently, lowering her eyebrows. She probed her meridians mentally, memories from yesterday flooding back. Yesterday, she was just one step away from having her meridians reverse, showing signs of demonic influence. It was that call, Guer, that awakened her. He once wrote in her palm, "I've always been here." After coming to this world, perhaps due to having cultivated in her previous life, her level had risen too quickly. Now, it seemed like karma for her actions. Spirit energy had accelerated in her meridians, leading to a near collapse of the entire cycle yesterday. Malia suppressed the turbulent spirit energy, finding the buzzing in her ears extremely irritable. She closed her eyes, took 2 deep breaths, and when she opened them again, her gaze was calm. The two left their lodging place, and Aelb prepared to take Malia back to the Wuan base to find Adley. At least, Adley's healing abilities should examine Malia's ears. Just as they reached the center of the base, they heard 2 voices talking. Aelb put a finger to his lips, signaling Malia to remain silent. They crouched low, and Malia quickly scooped up Jeren from the air, hiding behind cover. Peeking cautiously, they saw 2 familiar faces. Nathaniel and Brenton. What were they doing here? Aelb frowned and listened closely. My goodness, such extensive damage. How many energy users did Wuan base send out? Nathaniel exclaimed, looking at the collapsed buildings and countless bodies around. Brenton flipped over a zombie corpse, revealing a neat cut across its waist. Most of the dead zombies had similar cuts. Brenton furrowed his brow. These wounds are too uniform, it's strange. He glanced at Nathaniel beside him. Could it be the work of Janus, a metal elemental? Nathaniel pulled out half a crystal core from a zombie's skull and held it up to the sunlight, exclaiming in surprise, "Goodness, even the crystal cores are sliced." He cast a glance at Brenton. It couldn't have been Janus. Nathaniel gestured toward the zombies sprawled everywhere. Even Bolivar may not have achieved this level of efficiency, let alone Janus. Brenton shook his head. This Wuan base is indeed an odd place, always surprising us with unexpected events. Nathaniel agreed. Just 2 days ago, there was news that someone within the base can purify crystal cores. They continued their walk through the center of the base, chatting about all things related to Wuan. Hearing this, Aelb frowned, unconsciously tightening his grip on Malia's hand. I've seen that crystal core. It's bright green, nothing like these. Nathaniel picked up another half crystal core, shaking his head in amazement. How come there are so many zombies but so few crystal cores? Brenton found his words intriguing, no longer searching for cores as he stared intently at Nathaniel. You've seen that crystal core? Nathaniel smiled lopsidedly. When we visited Wuan base before, I saw it in their black market. Apparently, it was leaked by Krista, the deputy leader of their newly established Iron Maiden Corps. The elemental users in Wuan base all know about this now, crazy to get into the Iron Maiden Corps. He chuckled. Wuan base is in chaos right now. Aelb's lips tightened, silently guiding Malia away from them. He hadn't expected that the first person to reveal Malia's ability would be Krista. Probably, this information had already leaked when she allied with Elena. Since they've located Krista, it wouldn't be long before their team's secret is exposed. There was no way they could return to Wuan base. He held Malia's hand tighter, pondering for a moment before quietly making his way towards the base entrance. Chapter 89, Energy Fruit Rain. There was no sound around the Kunhei base. Aelb and the others left the base, heading in a random direction. Wuan base is in chaos. Let's find a place to settle down first before discussing where we should go next, Aelb said to Malia, raising his voice as he spoke close to her ear. Malia, who hadn't heard Brenton and Nathaniel's conversation earlier, blinked her eyes. She looked at Aelb and asked, Wuan base is in chaos. The little girl had a powerful voice despite her small stature. Aelb was too close to her and felt a slight ringing in his ears from her sudden loud voice. Jeren hovered in mid-air, humming. Malia's gaze was drawn to it, as if she was communicating with the blade, nodding occasionally to show that she understood. Then, Jeren circled around Aelb once before stopping in front of him like it was asking for praise. Malia also turned her gaze towards Aelb and said, the leakage of crystal cores does indeed work against us. Aelb's eyes moved between Jeren and Malia uncertainly, then he asked, you can communicate? Jeren rotated on the spot while Malia nodded. Looking friendly with each other, she frankly said, it is my life-bound blade after all. Aelb thought he got the knack of it. He flickered his ability in his hand. Sensing the scent of the ability, Jeren darted in front of Aelb. Aelb raised his ability in front of Jeren. If you can take responsibility for communication between me and Guer in the future, I'll feed you with ability every day. Jeren swayed its blade body back and forth vigorously, nodding eagerly. Aelb curved his lips into a smile, took Malia's hand, and walked forward. Suddenly, the blade hovering by Malia became serious, pointing its blade edge towards the direction of the Kunhe base. Malia turned her head to look at it as if listening to something, then nodded. Jeren flew high and headed straight for the base. Watching it leave, Aelb squeezed Malia's hand and asked, "What's wrong?" Malia pursed her lips. Jeren detected a large amount of energy gathering inside the base. It went to check it out. Aelb frowned. Since they left the base, only Brenton and Nathaniel were left inside. Did they find something? Malia shook Aelb's arm. "Let's go first. Jeren will catch up on its own." Aelb nodded and, glancing back at Kunhe base one more time, led Malia forward. Inside the Kunhe base, Jeren had a clear target and rushed directly towards the zombie pile upon entering. The blade pierced directly into the pile of zombies, causing an explosion due to the immense force. After a short moment, Jeren emerged again, this time with several energy fruits circling its blade. A large number of zombies within the Kunhe base died. The crystal cores were exposed outside, and after being washed overnight, the seedlings of energy fruits quickly formed. Just now, the first batch of energy fruits had ripened. Jeren swept through all the energy fruit seedlings inside the base, gorging itself on the abundant spiritual energy gathered at their roots. Then, without stopping, it pursued the direction where Malia and the others had gone. When Aelb and the others saw Jeren again, it was slicing through the wind straight towards Malia. Trailing behind it were a series of energy fruits. A quick count revealed over 10. Jeren stopped abruptly in front of Malia, and the accompanying energy fruits fell like rain around them. Under the shower of energy fruits falling around Aelb and Malia, both of them felt sore from the hits. Rare energy fruits scattered around their feet, with Jeren standing in front of Malia, looking rather extravagant. The air remained silent for a moment. Malia grabbed the hilt and gave the blade a hard tap. Aelb chose to ignore the domestic violence scene beside him. He squatted down and picked up an energy fruit from the ground. There are so many energy fruits in the Kunhe base. Jeren, having just been disciplined, felt a bit dizzy, trembling twice and hiding away dejectedly. Malia also picked up an energy fruit. It said they grew out from the zombie pile. Zombie pile? Has it already borne energy fruits so soon? Aelb pondered aloud. Energy fruits were not naturally growing organisms. Growing this fast could only mean there were an extremely large number of crystal cores around. Looking at the energy fruits scattered all over the ground, Aelb was momentarily speechless. Malia touched her pocket where she also had an energy fruit. That energy fruit belonged to Maribel. This energy fruit was covered in dirt and scratches, appearing as if it had endured much. Seeing Malia's melancholy mood, Aelb guessed the source of this energy fruit. He held her hand, pulled her into his embrace, and gently patted her back. Malia put the energy fruit back in her pocket and took a deep breath. These energy fruits will serve as your rations for the journey. Now, Malia had long transcended the need for food and did not crave the energy from it. Most of the time when she ate, she only enjoyed its taste. The two of them picked up the scattered energy fruits on the ground, and after a rough count, there were nearly 30. Neither of them had brought bags out, so they could only stuff them into their pockets. Thus, the two people with bulging pockets set off towards an unknown direction, accompanied by a floating long knife. "Captain, there are more and more psychics gathering in front of our door." Members of the Iron Lady's Corps returned from outside, their expressions full of hostility. Laura sat at the head of the table, her lips tightly pressed, her face cold. Krista sat to her left, her eyes cast down. Compared to before, her demeanor had become much more composed, yet her sharp eyes were filled with vexation. Other members of the Iron Lady's Corps wore complicated expressions. In just a month, Krista had risen from a newcomer to deputy captain. Perhaps Laura's assistance played a role, but it was undeniable that she possessed great ability. Her diplomatic relations with psychics and her decisive cruelty towards zombies won her the trust of her fellow members. But suddenly, rumors spread around the base claiming that Krista possessed purified crystal cores. This news caused a huge stir within Wuhan base. The Iron Lady's Corps was instantly placed on a pedestal, making their situation even more precarious. Sherman slammed the table fiercely. "Damn it. We've said we don't have any purified crystal cores. Have these psychics gone mad?" Laura looked at the silent Krista. "What do you think?" For a moment, the room was deathly quiet. Everyone's gaze turned to Krista. Krista pursed her lips, stood up, her face cold, her voice dry. "I will immediately resign from the team." Another silence followed. Sherman bit her lip and slammed the table again. Laura stared at Krista for a long time, closed her eyes, and agreed, "All right." Chapter 90. My wife has hearing issues. The emerald green forest was left behind as Malia, holding Jeren, slashed at the vines behind her. The vines were cleanly sliced, oozing sticky sap from the cuts. Aelb followed closely behind, his ability flashing and causing massive explosions. Malia held her breath as she gazed at the monstrous tree with its gnarled branches, the blade in her hand glinting menacingly as she charged toward the base of the giant tree. With a horizontal slash, she exposed the surface of a crystal core within. Her gaze turned serious, and Jeren plunged straight into the crystal core. The greyish-white crystal visibly turned emerald green, causing the giant tree to tremble violently. All the vines that lunged at Malia were intercepted by Aelb's abilities. After some time, the giant tree lost all vitality. Malia excavated a volleyball-sized emerald crystal core from its trunk. Its substantial weight made her lean forward. The blade of Jeren emitted a faint blue light, clearly also astonished by the size of the crystal. Malia stuffed the crystal into Aelb's arms and exhaled deeply. Holding the large crystal, Aelb looked dazed for a moment. He had become numb. These days, absorbing crystals made him feel like he was being pushed to his limits. Gazing at the volleyball-sized emerald crystal, Aelb hugged it and enhanced his abilities through tears. Malia sat down on the spot to rest, closing her eyes briefly. The roar in her ears continued, the incessant noise irritating and making her more irritable than usual these past few days. They had been heading in this direction for 2 days now. With Aelb's abilities boosting their progress, they had already traversed a dense jungle. Just ahead, they could see the outskirts of the city. Aelb stood up and looked forward. Going further ahead, we might encounter others. Jeren still needs to be concealed. Jeren faithfully relayed the message. Malia nodded, standing up with Aelb. Let's find some cloth later to wrap it. Since the last incident when her meridians almost reversed, Jeren hadn't returned to Malia's spirit sea. Aelb nodded in agreement. Both having reached an understanding, only Jeren remained jumping around on the spot. To save time, Aelb took Malia and quickly transported them into a nearby house using a black hole jump. They hastily patched together a colorful piece of cloth and wrapped it around Jeren. Unable to struggle free, Jeren sulkily allowed itself to be bundled and carried on Aelb's back. Just as they secured the straps, sounds of combat came from outside. Looking out the window, Aelb saw a group of people running towards them. They were equipped with swords, knives, and firearms, with 2 mutated wolf dogs chasing after them. This group fought while retreating, swiftly approaching the house where Aelb and Malia were hiding. Aelb pulled Malia to stand behind the door, holding it shut. Soon, the group approached. Malia stretched her neck to peek at them through the window. The leader tried the doorknob but felt resistance from inside. Turning his head, he met Malia's gaze. His face showed urgency as he shouted at her, "Please help us. Open the door." Malia looked puzzled, she couldn't hear what he was saying. The wolf dogs pursued relentlessly. After hesitating, Aelb decided to open the door. They needed information, especially about the Wuhan base. There were over 10 people in the group. After they entered, Aelb quickly closed the door. Malia remained by the window, locking eyes with the wolf dogs outside. The newcomers were still breathing heavily, looking for a safe place. Aelb sized them up and tentatively asked, "You're not abilitists?" The leader, still agitated, glanced at Aelb. "Who cares now? Escape is the priority." Malia couldn't hear their conversation, keeping her eyes on the wolf dogs outside. The red-eyed wolves stared at Malia without pouncing. Threatening growls came from their throats, legs coiled ready to spring, yet they stayed put. Malia narrowed her eyes, her gaze sharp like the radiant Jeren. Spirit energy began to swirl around her, and the wolf dog sensed the threat, backing away before turning and leaving. Aelb heard the commotion outside and glanced at Malia, then turned to the leader. The 2 outside seemed to have gone. The leader frowned and checked outside himself. Seeing the 2 mutated wolf dogs retreating, he let out a relieved sigh. Only then did he have time to observe the 2 before him. Both looked somewhat disheveled. The man was tall with a long-bladed weapon wrapped in cloth strapped to his back. The woman was petite, with smooth skin and a pretty face, easily evoking a protective instinct. They had been pursued by the mutated wolf dogs all the way, yet when they encountered these 2 people, the wolf dogs left. He couldn't believe such a coincidence. "Who are you?" The man raised a watermelon knife warily. Everyone behind him became vigilant as well, aiming their weapons at Malia and Aelb. Malia was confused, looking towards Aelb. Aelb gave her a reassuring glance, negotiating with the man. "Sir, I just saved you guys. There's no need to be so defensive." Boldly, he reached out to lower the man's knife. "We're also ordinary people who escaped." The leading man frowned, asking, "Escaped? From where?" Aelb took Malia's hand, gently tapping her shoulder to soothe her. "We are a young couple who just came out from the Wuhan base. It's in chaos now, did you know?" That man clearly knew some insider information, his vigilance slightly eased. Neither of the 2 looked much like abilitists. This man carried a weapon, unlike abilitists who walked the world barehanded with abilities. And that woman. He sized up Malia from head to toe. Smooth skin, silky long hair, frail and small build. Compared to abilitists wandering outside, she seemed like a lily in a greenhouse. As long as these 2 weren't abilitists, the man felt confident they stood little chance against his group. Seeing he believed them partly, Aelb continued, "Abilitists are acting crazy lately. My wife is a bit scared, so we decided to leave and wait things out." The man's gaze fell on Malia, eyes narrowing, muttering, "Is that so?" Malia heard nothing. Seeing the muscular man speaking to her, she looked puzzled and simply asked aloud, "What did you say?" "Speak louder, I can't hear." Her voice was loud enough to silence everyone present. The atmosphere turned awkward for a moment. Aelb held Malia, laughing dryly. "Sorry, my wife has hearing issues." Chapter 91, Kongning Base. The man looked at the young couple before him and temporarily believed them. "My name is Jack, and these are my teammates," he said, pointing to himself and then to his team members. "We are all from Kongning Base." He sized up Aelb and Malia. "If you don't mind, would you like to stop by our base?" Aelb responded, "That would be wonderful." Malia secretly extended her hand behind Aelb, tapping on Jeren hidden under the cloth. Jeren trembled instantly, suppressing the urge to rush out and argue with Malia. Jeren obediently described the situation to Malia. As she listened, Malia's gaze gradually shifted to Aelb's face. Her ears flushed slightly, while her clear eyes blinked not a bit. Meeting her gaze, Aelb reached out to ruffle her hair, pulling her into his embrace. We've been out for a long time. I wonder how things are in Wuhan base. Have you heard any news? Aelb started chatting with Jack. The two walked side by side toward Kungning base. Jack shrugged. Those are things that interest psychics. Apparently, there's an ordinary person who can purify crystal cores. His face showed envy. I heard not only Wuhan base but all major bases are vying for this ordinary person. She's so enviable just for this ability. Many people are sending supplies. Aelb caught the keyword and turned, puzzled. She? Jack chuckled, teasing. You must have left early and didn't hear about it. The ordinary person who can purify crystal cores is named Krista. You might have met her before. A hint of surprise appeared on Aelb's face. Jeren, afraid of another tap from Malia, conveyed every word to her. Malia and Aelb exchanged glances. They did indeed know her. There's a rumor that Krista might be with Falcon Squad, and many psychics are targeting them. But their captain, Aelb, went missing. Rumors say he committed love suicide at Kunhei base, very convincingly spread. Speaking of Wuhan base, the others in Jack's team also got interested, chiming in excitedly. He's quite legendary. Jack concluded. Song * love suicide * Kai. Thanks for inviting me to comment, but I'm alive and well. With too many speakers, Jeren entered its strike mode again. Malia was also unapologetic and tapped the blade's surface. Unbearable, Jeren shook violently, as if roaring something. Others noticed the shaking sword. Malia quickly gripped the blade to stop its movement. Aelb pulled the lagging Malia closer, patting her shoulder, naughty. Witnessing their affection, everyone silently averted their eyes. Jack suddenly remembered and looked at Aelb. I didn't ask your names yet. Aelb remained calm. I'm Armand, and my wife is Ashley. Jack understood and gave a quick glance at Malia. So ethereal, how could she end up with such down-to-earth names? Jeren dutifully relayed this thought to Malia. Malia gazed at Aelb, reaching to pinch his waist as she was half-hugged by him. Aelb calmly pulled her hand from his waist to rest on his own hip. Lowering his head, he looked at Malia, raising his eyebrows with a smile. Malia turned away, her cheeks burning slightly, her lips curling despite her efforts to hold back. Kungning base wasn't far from their position. Following Jack for a short distance, they saw the base. Backed by a cliff, the top edge slanted forward, forming a stable triangular area where the base was situated. Seeing the entrance, Jack's team involuntarily quickened their pace. Since Iron Lady Corps gained fame, squads composed entirely of ordinary people began emerging from various bases to hunt zombies, a scenario no one anticipated. Jack's squad was among those teams, being the first all-ordinary squad to establish themselves in Kungning base. They moved swiftly through the gate. Aelb and Malia looked around. Kungning base was not much different from Wuhan base. People were busy, their faces bearing the marks of this post-apocalyptic era. Jack led Aelb and the others to an empty apartment belonging to his squad. The number of people in Kungning base was not large, as it was located in a remote area where few outsiders settled. You've just arrived at our base, so you might feel a bit uncomfortable, Jack said considerately. Our base isn't very populous, but we have enough crops inside for self-sufficiency. Compared to Wuhan base, it's more peaceful. While speaking, a smile appeared on Jack's face. Clearly, he loved his base dearly. He handed the apartment key to Aelb. The mutant wolf incident, you indeed saved our team from a dire situation. He looked Aelb straight in the eyes. You can stay in this apartment temporarily, but you'll need to work with us every day. Can you accept that? Aelb held the key and shrugged nonchalantly. Sure. Jack didn't say more and left the space for the newly arrived couple. Malia toured the apartment and rolled up her sleeves to start cleaning the dust off the furniture. Jeren had been stifled on the way and finally emerged from the cloth once they were alone. As soon as it came out, Jeren buzzed incessantly, trailing behind Malia. While working, Malia argued with it continuously. Jeren buzzed loudly. Malia threw the rag into the water in rebuttal. I didn't. The blade of Jeren flashed, circling around Malia. Malia swung the broom at its blade. You're so noisy. Eventually, Jeren really infuriated Malia, who sternly threatened. If you keep being noisy, I'll let Aelb cut off your food supply. This sentence worked wonders. Jeren finally quieted down, hiding in a corner by itself. Finally, Aelb found peace. He also helped tidy up their temporary new home, carrying old boxes out and couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Just as he put the box outside, the door next door quietly opened, and a little girl peeked out. She looked at Aelb with shy eyes and whispered, Brother, can you help me? Chapter 92 Neighbor. Aelb's eyes changed. From the open doorway, a slight hoo-hoo-hoo sound came out. He squinted his eyes and looked at the little girl in the door gap, speaking slowly. What kind of help do you need? The little girl met Aelb's gaze, hid back further, but she didn't take her eyes off Aelb's eyes. Help me. Her body was trembling. She glanced back, clearly panicked. Malia, seeing Aelb did not return for a long time, came out to see what happened, and also saw the little girl next door. She asked Aelb with a puzzled look. Aelb held Malia's hand and wrote 2 words in her palm, zombie. Malia's eyes changed too. Aelb walked towards the little girl. Just as he was about to get close, the little girl pushed the door and hid behind Malia. She grabbed Malia's hem, pointed inside the room, and started crying. Please help me, my parents have turned into zombies. After hearing this, Aelb's expression changed dramatically, and he rushed into the room. And Malia, looking at the weeping little girl, felt a bit distressed. She had never coaxed a child before and didn't know why the little girl clung to her. She was somewhat flustered, frantically searched through her pockets, and only found an energy fruit brought back by Jeren. Don't cry. Have this fruit. Malia, who couldn't hear herself speak, lost control of her volume. The sudden shout stunned the little girl, making her forget to cry. Following Malia's face, her gaze landed on the fruit in her palm. Seeing what it was, the little girl's face filled with terror, her pupils shrinking. Monster fruit! Monster fruit! She screamed, backing away 2 steps, distancing herself from Malia. Malia, holding the fruit, scratched the back of her head, not understanding the situation. Was it because she didn't know how to comfort people? Why did the little girl cry louder? Aelb entered the little girl's house. After entering, the hoo-hoo-hoo sounds became more evident, clearly coming from the master bedroom. He followed the sound into the room. Aelb's power surged in his hands, black holes swirling around him, ready to kill the zombies at the first sign of attack. However, after opening the master bedroom, there were no signs of any zombies. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the wardrobe in the room was shaking violently. Vines wrapped around the wardrobe in circles, sealing it off completely, and the hoo-hoo-hoo sounds were coming from inside, filled with obvious rage. Aelb frowned and slashed the wardrobe with his power. Inside the wardrobe were 2 zombies tightly bound by vines. This scene clearly told him that the little girl was a power user. You. Just then, came Malia's loud cry from outside the door. Aelb thought something was wrong and quickly ran out. He saw the little girl hiding in a corner, a slender vine dancing in her hand. The energy fruit in Malia's hand was knocked to the ground by the vine, rolling to the wall. The little girl seemed extremely scared, cowering in the corner, trembling, with the vine serving as protection in front of her. Jeren flew out of the room, landing in Malia's hand. Aelb picked up the energy fruit from the ground and looked at the little girl's frightened expression, feeling a bit strange. She seems very afraid of the energy fruit. Malia frowned. She put Jeren behind her and approached the little girl tentatively. Don't be afraid. We mean no harm. Malia's voice was loud and righteous. The little girl focused on her face, and the frequency of the branch movements slowed slightly, gradually calming down under Malia's raw-style consolation. I don't want monster fruits. The little girl sobbed, huddled in the corner like a homeless kitten. Malia extended her hand to her, showing that her hands were empty, and the little girl tentatively held Malia's hand. Malia and Aelb exchanged glances, bringing the little girl back to their residence. Aelb lagged behind, going back to thoroughly kill those 2 zombies. Whatever the reason, the best way to deal with zombies is to slay them. Malia rewrapped Jeren and held it in her hand. Then she took the little girl home and poured her a glass of warm water. It seemed that the little girl was badly scared, shivering and repeatedly saying, no monster fruits. No monster fruits. Malia sat next to her, saying nothing, just staying with her. When Aelb returned, the little girl had calmed down. He nodded at Malia and moved closer. Can you tell us how your parents turned into zombies? The little girl obviously still feared Aelb. She hugged Malia's arm, trying hard to hide her body behind her. I don't know either. It's the monster fruit. The monster fruit turned Mom and Dad into monsters. Yesterday, Dad brought back a strange fruit. He said it was a delicious treasure. They left the fruits on top for me and ate the stems below themselves. Then, tears welled up in the little girl's eyes again as she curled up her body. Then they turned into monsters who wanted to eat me. I was very scared, and then I also turned into a monster. I became a monster that can grow vines. The little girl hugged her head, almost burying herself in Malia's arms, muttering, Big brother is also a monster. Aelb frowned in deep thought. According to what the little girl said, her parents had brought back a complete energy fruit. She must have become a power user after eating the energy fruit, while her parents mistakenly ate the roots and stems and mutated into zombies. His gaze fell on the little girl in Malia's arms, his brows still furrowed. This little girl seemed to have an extremely strong perception of powers. Malia patted the little girl's back comfortingly and looked at Aelb. What should we do now? The little girl shuddered in her arms, startled by this sudden shout. Aelb sighed deeply. Let her stay, we can't just leave her alone. Malia nodded, reaching out to pinch the little girl's soft cheek quietly. Then you will live with us from now on. The little girl buried her face in Malia's arms, and her stomach grumbled at the right moment. Aelb took out some compressed biscuits from his pocket and handed them over without much ado, continuing to tidy up the furniture. Malia rubbed the little girl's head. Vulnerable children always melted people's hearts. She couldn't help but comfort her. It's okay. You are not a monster. Big brother is not a monster either. From now on, you will follow me. I will protect you. The little girl's head spun from this series of close-range sound waves and nodded heavily in agreement. Chapter 93. That is my wife's knife. The little girl's name was Sun Amora, and both her parents were ordinary people. Under Malia's loud comfort, her emotions gradually stabilized. They chatted very smoothly. Amora was a very sensible little girl. Knowing that Malia's hearing wasn't too good, she voluntarily raised her voice. Aelb, who was in the living room feeding Jeren, could hear the two of them shouting through the door. Malia took Amora to wash up, then they sat face to face on the bed. Between them lay a round energy fruit. So, the top and bottom parts of the fruit are good and bad respectively. You ate the good top part and became a scion, while your parents ate the bad bottom part and turned into zombies. Malia tried to explain it in a way that the little girl could understand. The little girl nodded and responded loudly to Malia. Why do good fruits and bad fruits grow together? If they grew separately, my parents wouldn't have eaten them by mistake. Amora's eyes were innocent, but Malia, who listened attentively, was shaken. Growing together. Yes, since she came to this world, the spiritual energy she saw always coexisted with psionic power. Above was the energy fruit, below was the spirit chunk plant. Crystal cores with both psionic and spiritual energies. Even the zombies that evolved with psionic power, and they did not exist in nature, they seemed to suddenly pop up. She, cultivating using spiritual energy, and the Scions using psionic energy as their energy source, were like the two extremes of these two forces. Malia fell into deep thought. However, even after a night passed, she still couldn't figure out the reason. Early the next morning, Aelb went out to find Alexei. Malia stayed at home with Amora. Since appearing before others would be inconvenient while Jaren was around, it was wrapped up and put in the bedroom. Having nothing to do at home, Amora decided to take Malia for a tour around the base. In Kongling Base, the most distinctive feature was a vegetable street. There weren't many people here, but everyone lived comfortably by planting crops, and even had surplus vegetables and fruits to sell. Amora was familiar with the people in the base. When people saw the little girl leading someone they didn't recognize, curious glances were cast. Amora, who is she? A middle-aged woman sized up Malia. I haven't seen her before. The noise in her ears was still loud, preventing Malia from hearing what the other person said. Amora naturally lifted her head. This is the older sister who just moved next door. She glanced at Malia and continued, her hearing isn't very good, you have to speak louder for her to hear. The middle-aged woman teascared sympathetically, poor thing, such a beautiful young girl. She picked a large radish from the basket and handed it to Malia. Malia blinked, looking at the white, tender radish in her hand, puzzled. Auntie, why are you giving me a radish? The sympathetic expression on the middle-aged woman's face froze at the loud shout. She teascared again, rubbing her ear, small person, big voice. Amora pulled on Malia's arm, explaining loudly in her ear. Malia nodded, gratitude shining in her clear eyes, holding the radish and saying, thank you, auntie. The radish aunt waved her hand and returned to her stall. Women spread news quickly. Soon, almost everyone on the street knew about it. Next to son Amora's house moved in a couple new to the base, with the man joining Alexei's team, and the woman being pretty but hard of hearing. Malia followed Amora around, trading the remaining crystal cores for quite a bit of ingredients. When she took out a handful of crystal cores, son Amora's eyes widened. Crystal cores were considered high currency in the base. Many people's gazes towards Malia changed. Malia and son Amora toured the entire vegetable market, filling their hands with ingredients. The whole street seemed livelier due to their presence. Amora swallowed. Sister, are we buying so much? Malia looked at the bags in her hands and shook her head. Don't worry, this isn't much. Amora felt dizzy. Today sister bought nearly enough food for their family for a week, yet claimed it wasn't much. She couldn't help but wonder how affluent their family must have been previously. On the way back, loaded with vegetables, they became the brightest stars in the base. Malia paid no attention to the glances, while Amora's neck was red with embarrassment. Malia was beautiful, with long hair tied up into a high ponytail, her fair face glowing in the sunlight. Such a beautiful face naturally aroused the covetousness of some people. When Malia and son Amora, one big and one small, passed by the alley near their home, a leg was stretched out in front of them. Malia stopped and looked up to see 2 or 3 bulky thugs sitting slouched on one side with malicious grins on their faces, sizing her up. Hey, new face. You have a really pretty face. The thug blocking Malia's path jiggled his leg arrogantly. Aelb split open the tough skull of a zombie with the watermelon knife in his hand and skillfully dug out a crystal core from it. The other team members marveled enviously. Aelb, your skills are really good. Another person who was fending off zombies' attacks said lightly, however, why don't you use that long sword? On the day they first met, Aelb carried a long sword wrapped in cloth on him, making them all think he was an extraordinary swordsman. Aelb wiped off the dirt from the crystal core and showed a friendly smile to them. You mean that sword? Seeing all eyes were on him, Aelb slowly finished his words. That isn't my sword, it belongs to my wife. Everyone in Alexei's team? Aelb chuckled lightly, swinging the watermelon knife again to crack the skull of a zombie behind him. Inside Kongling Base, Malia flung the watermelon knife she held, embedding it into a wooden rack beside the thug who blocked her way, causing him to tremble violently. On the ground around, the other companions of the thug were huddled and injured, too scared to speak. The thug drew his neck in, staring at this fair-skinned and tender little girl before him, swallowing hard. Malia pulled out the watermelon knife given as a bonus when buying watermelons forcefully and placed it in front of the thug. Her voice was loud, eyebrows slightly furrowed. Why did you stop me? Say it again. I can't hear you. The thug felt like crying but had no tears, shivering before the cold shining blade. Amora rubbed her forehead, clearly very troubled by such a scene. Chapter 94 Hall. Malia really did not hear the words of the burly man. She had just steadied herself when these people surrounded her, ready to attack. Without hesitation, Malia drew the newly acquired watermelon knife from her bag to defend herself. These people were ordinary individuals with no special abilities, making it extremely easy for Malia to subdue them. The burly man could feel the cold gleam of the blade in front of him and groaned, Lady, I was wrong, I shouldn't have thought those evil thoughts. His loud voice finally reached Malia's ears this time. Amora walked up, hugging Malia's arm. Sister, he's not a bad person. The burly man in front of them was named Hall. Though an ordinary person, he often accompanied the psychic squad from the base on outings. They usually behaved frivolously, enjoyed speaking flirtatiously, but genuinely had no ill intentions. Perhaps because they lived nearby, son Amora often saw him by the roadside. Over time, he frequently gave her interesting little trinkets. Malia skeptically put away her watermelon knife, still keeping her eyes on Hall. As she moved her knife aside, Hall let out a sigh of relief, then turned his head towards son Amora, asking with lingering fear, "Who is this?" Son Amora replied seriously, "This is Sister Ashley who just moved next door to us. Her hearing isn't very good." Hall. There were too many things to comment on, leaving him momentarily speechless. The delicate and fragile impression from their first meeting was now shattered. Now, all he could think of was the beautiful tough woman wielding the watermelon knife. Just then, a group of tall men walked over. Their laughter echoed from afar. They were the Jacques team returning from their lunch break. From a distance, they saw several people at the alley entrance. Aelb glanced around, stepped out of the group, and approached Malia. His gaze focused intensely as he scanned everyone present, particularly fixating on Hall. Aelb's gaze was quite intimidating, forcing Hall to look away. Aelb leaned close to Malia's ear and asked, but she shook her head, saying it was just a misunderstanding. She trusted son Amora completely. Jacques stepped forward, sizing up the seated Hall and chuckled softly. "Hall, what happened?" The rest of the team also looked teasingly at Hall. "Hey, why are you lying on the ground? How did you end up against our sister Ashley? Are you hurt?" While mocking him verbally, several of them looked curiously at Malia. Though they knew the large knife belonged to her, it was hard to imagine such a small and slender girl swinging a knife nearly as tall as herself. It was widely known that Hall liked pretty girls. Seeing how today's situation turned out, his face flushed red as he mumbled a few harsh words and left with his group. Aelb held Malia's hand, said goodbye to others, and headed back to their residence. He pulled out a handful of crystal cores from his pocket and handed them to Malia. Malia understood and put them in her pocket. Aelb picked up the fruits and vegetables she bought and walked into the house. Son Amora followed obediently behind, looking like a harmonious family of three to outsiders. Before entering, son Amora glanced towards the neighboring direction, unable to hide a frown. Perhaps the last impression of her parents was too terrifying, causing her to inadvertently try to ignore those memories. "Amora, stop daydreaming." A loud voice called from inside, dispersing her sorrow. Son Amora sniffed and responded loudly, "Sister, I'm coming." After returning, Malia personally cooked, tying an apron and becoming the master of the kitchen. One dish after another, beautifully prepared, was served on the table, mesmerizing son Amora. "Sister, you're so amazing," son Amora praised loudly. Malia placed the last bowl of green vegetable tofu soup on the table, wiped her hands, and sat down. Aelb started eating voraciously. He hadn't eaten Malia's cooking for a while and missed it dearly. Son Amora quickly adapted to Aelb's usual rapid dining pace. Her mouth full, she kept praising the delicious food. Being acknowledged in cooking was the highest compliment for a chef. Malia smiled happily, feeling exceptionally delighted. Son Amora dangled her legs, slumping in her chair with a small burp. "By the way, Brother Armand, there's a sister in Hall's team who can heal. Should we take Sister Hua to see her?" Aelb raised his eyebrows upon hearing this. A healer-type psychic? He hadn't expected such a pleasant surprise. Regardless of its effectiveness, he wanted to give it a try. During their morning outing, Aelb's method of acquiring crystal cores was impressively fast. So he planned to take Malia to find the so-called psychic in the afternoon. Son Amora raised her hand enthusiastically and loudly agreed, "I can take you there." Malia patted her head and praised with satisfaction, "Good girl, Amora." After a quick tidy-up, the three of them headed for Hall's residence. Almost everyone in the Kongning base knew about the arrival of the young couple. As soon as the trio went out, people greeted them friendly. Considering Malia's hearing, they all spoke very loudly. Even though they were standing face to face, it felt like there was a mountain between them when they spoke. By the time they walked down the road, Aelb and Amora both felt headaches and their temples throbbed painfully. However, Malia was very happy. She warmly responded to everyone who greeted her. The entire Kongning base was filled with loud greetings. Hall had just finished lunch and was treating their wounds. Malia hadn't used much force, but the knife edge still grazed their skin, drawing blood. The burly man beside Hall tutted twice. "That little girl is really formidable today." Hall sat on the stairs by the door, a toothpick in his mouth. Recalling the scene from the morning, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Is she a little girl? She's simply a fierce woman. Who would have thought that the delicate-looking girl could wield a knife with such ferocity? Hall secretly swore that he would keep a distance from that little girl from now on. Lost in thought, he heard a familiar childish voice behind him. "Big Brother Hall, what does fierce woman mean?" Turning around, he met Amora's eyes full of confusion. Behind her, he saw Malia and Aelb. Their gazes were fixed on him, sending a chill down Hall's spine. He thought he was doomed. He turned and ran. Aelb took 2 quick steps and caught his arm. Son Amora also pleaded urgently, "Big Brother Hall, we need your help." Hall suspiciously sized up the three, looking somewhat haggard. "What exactly do you want?" Chapter 95 Researcher. After the three explained their purpose, Hall looked at Malia with suspicion. "You're not a congenital deaf-mute." Aelb pulled Hall up a bit, who wisely shut his mouth. He scratched the back of his head and hesitated before saying, "It's not impossible to take you to Crystal, but her medical fees for treating people are somewhat high." Malia and Aelb exchanged glances, and Aelb said in a deep voice, "Lead the way." Crystal was the healer mutant in Hall's squad. Malia blinked at the tall beauty standing before her, smoking a cigarette. Carly rivaled Aelb in height, wearing black work clothes as she leaned against the roadside, inspecting Malia and the others. Treating ears. Carly took the cigarette out of her mouth, squinting her eyes in the smoky air as she looked at Hall. Did you tell them my fee? Hall shrunk his neck. I did, but they insisted on coming. Carly sat up straight and tapped her knee. Let's see your sincerity then. Aelb pursed his lips and fished out 2 or 3 energy fruits from his pocket, handing them to Carly. If you can cure the ears, I'll give you another 3 energy fruits. Carly's gaze froze while Hall's eyes widened. Energy fruits. Who were these 2 people who could casually offer 2 or 3 energy fruit? Her gaze lingered on the energy fruits without leaving, sizing up Malia before laughing lightly and standing up. Looks like I can't refuse. She crushed the cigarette but in her hand, and as her mutant ability surged unlike Adley, no white specks appeared when Carly used her powers. But Malia felt something rush into her ears, suppressing the roaring noise within them. The sudden silence made Malia stunned. But when she tried to listen carefully, the deafening noise in her skull came again. The sudden return of the sound left Malia feeling dizzy. What's happening? Carly asked, puzzled, quickly stepping closer to Malia. My power got deflected. She circled around Malia twice, supporting her chin in thought. After repeatedly using her ability, the result was the same. How peculiar. This is my first time encountering such a situation. Carly suddenly seemed very interested, almost excited. Carly invited Malia. I'm just lacking an assistant right now. Would you like to join me? I can treat you for free. Hall observed everyone's expressions and planned aloud. Carly is one of our base's researchers, working at the base center. Her assistant recently died on an outing. Being a researcher's assistant is a pretty good position in our base. Each base's researchers were considered core members, researching everything from zombies and mutants to mass production of normal plants. These researchers inevitably received the most resources from the base. Malia tugged at Aelb, giving him a questioning look. Aelb whispered an explanation in her ear. Understanding, Malia nodded and happily accepted. She also wanted to integrate into this group as soon as possible. Having a job would be perfect. Carly tapped her fingers, pulling out another cigarette from her pocket. Come back here tomorrow morning. Hall saw Malia's confused expression and loudly repeated it. Come to work tomorrow morning. Carly paused in her motion to light the cigarette and raised an eyebrow at Hall. Hall laughed awkwardly, grinning widely. Joking aside, someone who could casually offer 2 or 3 energy fruit. He wanted to cling on to this golden leg too. Carly understood, waving her hand to shoo them away. We'll talk about it tomorrow. Go now, don't disturb my rare holiday. Hall chuckled, leading Malia and the others away. On the way back, he was especially attentive, initiating discussions about the base. Perhaps knowing that Malia and Aelb came from Wuhan base, the conversation naturally turned to Wuhan base. That Krista from Wuhan base is truly impressive. Hall, getting enthusiastic, couldn't help exclaiming, I heard previously some mutant squads failed to get refined crystal cores and tried to kill her. Then, she had those mutants who liked her cut them down. It said, to repay them, she even gave each one a refined crystal core. Aelb, who usually didn't pay much attention, perked up his ears. Seeing his interest, Hall described more enthusiastically. I've seen that refined crystal core. Emerald green, this big. He compared it to his thumbnail, astonished. The entire Wuhan base went crazy for her. Noticing his ingratiating attitude, Aelb tossed him an energy fruit. Thank you today. If you have any news about Wuhan base in the future, please inform me immediately. He hurriedly pulled Malia away. Hall wiped the ability fruits in his hand, unable to hide his surprise and joy. 2 or 3 pieces of information for 1 ability fruit. This deal was truly a bargain. Aelb brought Malia home quickly, closed the door, and took out Jeren to stand in front of him. Malia sat cross-legged, listening to Jeren's recounting, propping her head up with her hand. So, Krista really replaced my ability and took on the task of purifying the crystal core? Aelb nodded. Although we don't understand her intentions, it's good news for us that the pressure of purifying the crystal core doesn't fall on the shoulders of the Falcon Squad. This emerald green crystal core is an irreplaceable treasure for any ability user. Krista's appearance has led to a strange balance in the current situation. If any force obtains it, this balance will be broken, causing unnecessary conflicts. Aelb pinched Malia's earlobe. Now we should think of nothing else. Let's focus on healing your ears first. Malia nodded. She looked at Aelb in front of her and shouted at him loudly. Aelb, what if I never hear again? Jeren buzzed as if consoling Malia. Aelb tousled the soft hair of the little girl and drew her into his arms, also shouting back. Then I would have no choice but to take in my hearing-impaired wife. Malia huffed softly, pinching the soft flesh on Aelb's lower waist with her fingers. Aelb caught her mischievous little hand and kissed it. Malia couldn't help but blush, burying her head in Aelb's chest, unwilling to lift it up again. In the living room, Amora controlled her vines, sitting on the sofa eating grapes with her legs crossed. She touched the vine she had transformed through her ability and sighed like a grown-up. Tongue-ting, adults always have so many secrets to whisper about, unlike us who are straightforward. The vine nodded in agreement, picking another bunch of grapes from the fruit plate and placing them in Amora's hand. 1 person and 1 vine, they enjoyed their own happy world together. Chapter 96, Venting Silent Anger to a Deaf Person. Early the next morning, Malia got up and went to find Carly. Yesterday, she had discussed with Aelb, deciding that as Amora was after all a scion, it would be wise for her to adapt to her abilities sooner rather than later. Thus, from then on, Amora would go out with Aelb to hunt zombies. Malia followed yesterday's route and arrived at Carly's doorstep. She thought she had risen quite early, but surprisingly, Carly was already waiting at the door. The tall Carly possessed an aura of crispness when she looked at people. She tapped her watch. The research institute starts work very early. To accommodate Malia, she deliberately raised her voice. Malia nodded. I understand. I'll come even earlier tomorrow. Carly nodded in agreement and took a simple hearing aid out of her backpack, placing it in Malia's hand. Such a delicate electronic product was quite rare in this post-apocalyptic world. After playing with it for a while, Malia couldn't figure out its purpose. Carly made some gestures, indicating for her to put it on her ear. Without fully understanding, Malia complied with Carly's motions and placed the hearing aid in her ear. Instantly, the buzzing noise magnified several times over, making her temples throb painfully. Malia's hair stood on end. Reflexively, she threw the hearing aid away. The small components shattered upon impact with the ground. Carly watched the smashed hearing aid, her eyebrows gradually creasing, looking at Malia questioningly. Malia rubbed her ears, too loud, meeting Carly's gaze. There's always a buzzing sound in my ears, and this machine amplified it several times. Having received an explanation, Carly nodded and jotted down notes in her notebook. It seemed Malia's deafness wasn't due to organ damage, which piqued her interest further. Glancing at her watch, Carly headed towards the institute first. Malia obediently followed behind her, her head only reached Carly's neck. From the front, Carly completely shielded Malia. The journey was quiet. Carly wasn't a particularly warm person, and Malia couldn't hear anything. They arrived at the entrance of the institute where Carly registered Malia and then entered her lab office. For some reason, Malia felt that everyone around here gave her and Carly strange looks, making her uneasy. Carly had her own private office here. She settled Malia there and hurriedly left. Being new here, Malia was quite curious about everything in the institute. Next to the bed in Carly's office, a group of people crowded together. TSK, Carly's new assistant is so beautiful, someone commented. His companion sneered. What's the point? She still got in through connections, didn't she? I saw her on the road before. Her eyes are so pretty. I blanked out when she looked at me. Yeah, she's tiny. I've never seen her in the base before. Truly a pity, such a pretty girl ends up being picked by Carly. The researchers who were crowding around Malia continued discussing enthusiastically. Unbeknownst to them, a woman passed by them from behind. Glancing into the room through the window, she curled her lip disdainfully. She forcefully opened Carly's office door, the board banging against the wall with a loud thud. This startled the researchers gawking, and Malia, who was just approaching the window to look at the succulents planted there, turned back in confusion. In front of her stood a thin woman in the doorway, who walked in, lifting her chin to survey the room, finally resting her gaze on Malia. Where's Carly? Those by the window exchanged glances. She scared me. What's Linda's problem? Why is she so angry? Sure, keep your voice down, you don't want to provoke her. She's been acting weird for a while. This time, she's probably here to give the new assistant trouble. Malia blinked, guessing that the woman was looking for Carly. She smiled politely at Linda and loudly answered, Carly isn't here, she just left. Linda was momentarily taken aback by her volume. With heavy eyes, she sized up Malia, suspecting she had met a rival. You're her new assistant. Linda scrutinized Malia, scoffing, our laboratory standards are getting lower and lower. Malia could only see Linda's lips moving quickly, apparently saying something long-winded, but she understood nothing. She blinked and then smiled apologetically at Linda. Sorry, I didn't hear. Linda frowned, looking at Malia's smile with a complicated expression. The onlookers by the window stifled their laughter, thinking this little assistant was not only pretty but also gutsy and humorous. Perhaps someone couldn't hold back, laughing too loudly, which directly reached Linda's ears. She glared at Malia in anger, her humiliation swelling up, making her urgently need to vent. Linda lifted her finger and pointed at Malia's nose, saying in a hurried voice, don't think you can get by just because you're pretty. If you think cozying up to the research institute will get you a permanent stay, you're dreaming. Malia frowned. This woman was strange. She had been fine a moment ago, but suddenly changed her attitude, spitting saliva as she spoke. Malia looked at the finger standing before her face and ground her teeth in discomfort. Watching her moving lips, Malia casually walked to the desk to pick up one of the surgical scalpels displayed there. Her slender fingers slid over the sharp blade. To avoid any misunderstanding, Malia still politely asked, are you insulting me? Linda nearly fainted, her mouth curling into a mocking arc, spewing out dirty words one after another. Before she could finish, Malia already had the scalpel in hand, its edge flashing past Linda's face, cutting off a strand of hair. Startled, Linda retreated hastily, staring in horror at the person holding the blade. She shouted, psycho. Feeling something wet at the corner of her mouth, Linda touched it, only to find her hand covered in blood. In shock, she pointed at Malia. You. Malia took a step forward with the scalpel to scare her, causing Linda to retreat repeatedly until she fled from Carly's office. Those who were watching were all stunned. This is crazy bold. Well, I finally witnessed that beautiful women do come with thorns. TSK, a light laugh came from behind the crowd, and Carly, who had stood there unknown to them, walked toward the office. I've never seen anyone vent silent anger to a deaf person. Swirling the cigarette in her hand, she walked into the office, leaving a bewildered crowd behind. Chapter 97. Really? The few people by the window exchanged bewildered glances. What did Carly mean just now? Deaf. The new assistant is deaf. Heavens, what a pity, such a pretty face. So she really didn't hear Linda's words just now? Carly walked in and saw Malia carefully wiping a scalpel. She stood beside her, channeling her ability toward Malia's ears. Malia paused, taken aback by the sudden silence. In the future, I'll make a list of tasks for you to follow. People here are complicated. If something like this happens again, don't hesitate to confront them. Her ability couldn't last long, so Malia nodded in agreement. Just then, someone entered from the doorway. Carly, we got a refined crystal core. Carly retracted her power and went to that person by the door. Malia cast a curious glance but could still hear buzzing in her ears, preventing her from understanding their conversation. She only knew that after a brief exchange, Carly hurried off with the person. Driven by curiosity, Malia followed. Carly noticed her presence but said nothing, tacitly allowing her to follow. They entered another room, spacious and immediately chilled upon entry. Inside were unfamiliar instruments to her, with a small box placed in the center containing a thumbnail-sized emerald green crystal core. Malia stepped forward to examine it. It was cut, as if from a larger piece. Before she could look closer, a researcher intercepted her. That short, thin man sized her up and coldly dismissed her. Who are you? This isn't where you should be. Malia took a step back, and Carly glanced over. This is my assistant, she has trouble hearing. With that, she waved at Malia, signaling her to leave. Malia gave one last look at the crystal on the table before heading toward the door. From what little she overheard, it wasn't hard to guess that the crystal came from Krista. Malia's eyes darkened as she pondered while walking without noticing the figure approaching. Soon, she bumped into a wall of flesh. A familiar scent filled her nostrils. Looking up, she smiled in surprise. Aelb, what are you doing here? Behind Aelb was Jeren, bound by cloth, smiling. One step behind him stood Alexei, hands crossed, grinning at Malia. He didn't trust you'd be fine, so he insisted I bring him along to check things out. Aelb affectionately ruffled his hair and took Malia's hand. With Jeren present, Malia understood their words. Alexei says the institute is in chaos, with many getting in through connections. Be careful, Aelb whispered into Malia's ear. Jeren shifted slightly behind him, conveying his agreement. Malia nodded, showing her acknowledgement. As they prepared to head for the office, they encountered Linda coming out with bandaged wounds. Seeing Malia and Aelb holding hands, Linda scoffed through her nose. TSK, some people can't stay clean, already hooking up with another one. Aelb frowned, while Alexei stepped forward. Linda, that sounds pretty nasty. This is our new team member and his wife, stop insinuating. Alexei clearly supported Aelb and Malia. His status in the Kongling base lent weight to his words. But Linda showed no fear. Her voice grew louder as she approached Malia, making Aelb pull Malia behind him. Clean? Who's clean in this institute? Everyone knows lead researcher Carly likes women. If not for this suddenly appearing assistant, the position of lead researcher's assistant would have been mine. What can she do anyway? Just because she's prettier, why should it be her? Selling herself. His grip on Malia's hand tightened. Suddenly realizing the seriousness, he felt a large danger written on his head. Well, gossiping about me behind my back. Carly's voice came from behind, drawing everyone's attention. Several base researchers trailed behind her, watching the scene unfold. All eyes were on the few people present, awaiting the drama. Linda's face turned pale as she retreated a few steps, panic setting in as she looked around at the other researchers. The few researchers trailing behind Carly were some of the most senior members of the base. No, let me explain. Linda panicked, pointing at Malia and Aelb. It's him. It's them. This assistant is flirting with men, and I only exposed them. She still firmly believed that Malia became an assistant because of some misconduct with Carly. Exposing Malia on the spot was to worsen Carly's impression of her. Alexei stepped forward first. Linda, if you say so, I'm not happy. These are the people I brought back. They're a married couple. Why do you want to accuse them of flirting? Linda mumbled, couple? Aelb raised an eyebrow, holding Malia's hand tightly. Doesn't look like it. Malia nodded and leaned her head on Aelb's arm, showing their intimacy. Linda's gaze shifted to Carly, her eyes shifting nervously. Carly adjusted her sleeve, her gaze cold as ice on Linda. I invited Miss CAI here to assist with new research, not for personal relationships. Please don't think everyone is as filthy-minded as you. Besides, I, Carly, consider myself a serious worker who never mixes personal feelings with work. If anyone here still doubts my integrity, I can hire Mr. CAI to help research Miss CAI's hearing problem. Carly's gaze swept over everyone. After all, he offered me 6 energy fruits. Her last sentence was said softly and slowly, but it felt like a thunderbolt dropped from nowhere. 6 energy fruits, someone exclaimed. Everyone's gaze shifted toward Malia and Aelb. Energy fruits were hard to come by, let alone 6 at once. What kind of family could afford this? Aelb smiled and took out an energy fruit from his pocket, tossing it in his hand. Yes, I came today to see how my wife was treated on her first day here, and I didn't expect. There was no need for Aelb to continue. The researchers standing behind Carly quickly stepped forward to drive Linda away. Malia blinked her eyes. Despite being at the center of the storm, she felt like she hadn't done anything when these few people swiftly quelled the storm. Malia fell into deep thought. Chapter 98 I'm Afraid of Thunder. 6 energy fruits excited these people far more than the gossip about the researcher. They symbolized absolute wealth. Seeing everything settled, Aelb handed the fruits to Malia. Malia wiped the surface of the energy fruit and bit into it under everyone's watchful eyes. With a crisp crunch, hearts broke into pieces. She just ate it. Ate it. Aelb's gaze swept across everyone present, and he spoke slowly. I have more than 6 energy fruits. Accompanied by Malia's crunching sounds, his words carried immense power. Can my wife and I stay at the research institute now? The researchers exchanged glances. The leader nodded first, of course. As one person agreed, the rest followed suit, though their eyes remained glued to the fruit in Malia's hand. Even Alexei's gaze turned fixed. Up until now, he had never seen any ordinary person casually treat energy fruits like regular fruits like Malia and Aelb did. Aelb took 2 more ability fruits from his pocket, tossed them to Carly, and turned towards her office. The lab personnel crowded around Carly, vying to see the rare energy fruits. In this post-apocalyptic world, resources often ranked above everything else, especially something as rare as energy fruits. Several researchers who had been watching this drama from start to finish clicked their tongues. They had closely followed the scene through Carly's office window. Is that man really Xiao assistant's husband? 6 energy fruits. Holy cow. I've never seen so many at once in my whole life. Linda has always been sarcastic towards pretty women. This time she kicked a rock. Amidst the sighs in the research institute, Linda was thrown out. She got into the institute through connections, and those who had once been bullied by her couldn't wait to stomp on her now that she was weakened. One after another, victims came forward to complain, annoying her superior to no end, leading to her direct dismissal. Standing at the entrance of the research institute, Linda clenched her teeth, glaring inside, her jealousy evident. Fine, very fine. Linda spat, pointing toward the gate. Just you wait, I, Linda, will not let you off easily. Unfortunately, no one in the institute heard her grand declaration. Malia sat in the office, holding Jeren in her arms, watching Aelb and Carly discuss her situation face to face. Alexei nudged the girl's arm, leaning close, curious and mimicking motions, asking, what does the energy fruit taste like? Holding Jeren, Malia easily understood him, smacking her lips as she savored the memory, and gave Alexei a thumbs up. Very crispy, very tasty. Alexei also smacked his lips, gaining new insights into their background. You guys, what status do you hold in Wuhan base? You're tossing out crystals and energy fruits so easily. Surely, you know Krista, who can evolve crystals. Alexei pressed, unwilling to give up. Malia pursed her lips thoughtfully and shook her head decisively. Anyone related to Krista would bring trouble, and although she couldn't hear, she wasn't foolish. Just as Alexei was about to ask more, a rolling thunder echoed from afar. A loud boom shook the room. Malia sat up straight, sensing something, looking out the window. Alexei and Carly wore puzzled expressions. Their Kongning base located at the bottom of a cliff had never heard such a deafening thunder. Aelb walked to the window, watching the rolling dark clouds approaching, his expression turning grave. He glanced back at Malia, noting her solemn nod, and felt a chill run down his spine. Heavenly thunder punishment, here again. It approached like a determined child with grandeur, charging toward Malia. This is odd, we've barely had such loud thunder near our base. Alexei murmured, walking to the window. He watched a lightning bolt like a white dragon streak across the sky, exclaiming, what a huge thunder. Aelb stood up, grabbing Malia's hand and looking at Carly. Do you have a basement in Kongning base? Carly? Alexei? What kind of request was this? There are some, but they're small cellars for storing supplies. Why do you ask? Boom. Another lightning bolt flashed. Aelb looked at the nearby lightning, gritted his teeth, and pulled Malia out. Passing by Alexei, he didn't forget to bid farewell. I'm afraid of thunder. Don't come find me these days. With that, he dashed out of the room like the wind. Alexei was somewhat stunned, looking at Aelb's back, muttering to himself, afraid of thunder? His expression was peculiar. He never thought such a brave man like Aelb would have this shy side. However, Aelb and company had no time for that. Malia carried Jeren, watching the gathering dark clouds overhead, silently cursing the relentless sky. Lightning flashed, striking directly at Kongning base. People on the streets were shocked when they saw the lightning coming down. This thunder is so weird. It can even strike inside our base. People on the street hurriedly packed up their belongings and rushed home. Let's leave the base once we get back, Aelb turned to suggest to Malia. Malia behind him nodded in agreement. The heavenly thunder punishment was countless, easily causing collateral damage within the Kongning base. If there was no basement, the wilds were their best choice. The two rushed through the crowd, heading back to their apartment. Sun Amora watched as the two sprinted towards her, completely baffled. Before she could speak, Malia had already dragged Aelb into the room. Amora, we have something important to do. Don't let anyone in. Malia's voice sounded from inside, making Amora stop in her tracks. She scratched her little head, looked at the vines in her hand, and sat back on the sofa with small steps. In the room, Aelb had already activated his ability and carried Malia out of the base with several consecutive jumps, stopping at the small house where they first met Alexei. Taking advantage of the thunderclouds not yet catching up, Malia took out Jeren and infused it with spiritual energy. Jeren, imbued with power, radiated immense energy and flickered excitedly in Malia's hand. Facing the relentlessly approaching thunderclouds, Malia stood firm with the blade held horizontally, her eyes filled with determination as she looked up at the sky. This time, let her confront this world's heavenly Tao. Chapter 99, Thunder Elemental Ability. Rumble. As thunderclouds gathered, bolts of lightning surged within the cloud layers, and a shockingly large bolt of thunder descended. The thunderlight seemed equipped with a navigation system, targeting Malia alone. Jeren, enveloped with spirit energy, met it head-on. The clash between the saber wind and the thunderlight exploded into a wave in mid-air. Aelb stood not far from Malia, his own elemental ability surging around him, his eyes fixed on her, ready to act at any moment. Malia panted heavily. She could feel the celestial restraints condensing around her. As her strength recovered further and her spirit energy surged, the sense of equilibrium became even heavier. Breathing heavily, her clear eyes reflected the thunderclouds amidst the dark clouds. All around was the scorched earth scent left by lightning strikes. Amidst the ruins, Malia stood upright, alone with her saber amidst the smoke, ready to challenge heaven itself under the dark night. Her gaze held a cold, sharp edge, and as she concentrated, spirit energy lifted her body. Malia soared through the air, saber raised high. Jeren cut a streak of light, its edge pointing directly towards the sky. Rumble. Lightning split the sky, confronting the incoming Malia. The collision of two powerful forces sent sand and stones swirling, blinding everyone. Aelb's heart pounded like drums, narrowing his eyes as he watched this battle between human and nature, feeling his blood ignite. The surrounding air warped, while high above, the airwaves surged and tore open a vacuum space. Bending down, Aelb felt energy gathering around him. A soft landing sound came as Malia leaped down from high above. Rumble. Muffled thunder roared continuously, like the heavens' angry murmurs. Thunder surged in the clouds but did not strike again after that initial hit. Malia knelt on one knee, Jeren still crackling with electricity. She coughed up a mouthful of thick blood, wiped her lips, and stared up at the storm clouds with glowing eyes. Small bolts of lightning rolled inside the clouds, like restless children unable to vent their frustration. Suddenly, Malia's eyes narrowed as greenish luminous spots appeared around her. Both Malia and Aelb widened their eyes. This was an elemental ability. For the first time, an elemental ability surged through the world. These greenish light points sprinkled down, bringing a faint chill as they touched people. Malia caught the elemental light with her hand, and the surrounding abilities seemed to sense this, rushing towards her hands on their own. More and more lights converged, faster and faster. The elemental light circled around her hand, illuminating Malia's slightly shocked face. Aelb was also captivated by the scene, forgetting about abilities for a moment as he approached step by step. The graceful girl, with a green vortex coalescing in her hand, surrounded by dancing green dots, looked like an ancient elf, taking everyone's breath away. Rumble. Thunder still rolled in the sky but did not strike again. Green light entered Malia's ears, soothing the persistent ringing. The silence brought relaxation to her expression. The green light points shrank and eventually dissipated as a gentle breeze in Malia's hand. Malia felt warmth in her palm and shook her wrist, only to have a bolt of lightning shoot out from her palm. Malia, Aelb. They stood facing each other, speechless for a long time. The rolling thunder overhead mirrored their emotions. Their gazes filled with astonishment slowly shifted down to Malia's palm. Is this an elemental ability? Aelb asked hesitantly. I don't know. Malia was taken aback by the sudden change, keeping her arm stiffly out, feeling uneasy. Jeren detached from her hand and stood before her. Its surface still crackled with electricity, giving it even more power. Silence filled the air, broken only by intermittent thunder overhead, as if drawing attention to the two on the ground. Slowly lifting their heads, they saw the heavy clouds gradually dissipate, the final flashes of lightning vanishing without a trace. Sunlight streamed down once more, illuminating the smoky ground. Complete silence prevailed, save for the fallen buildings and scorched earth that bore witness to the recent clash of powers. Try using your ability again, Aelb asked, chin resting in his hand, looking at Malia. Malia nodded seriously, recalling the sensation, extended two fingers, and pointed them towards the nearby scorched land. A bolt of lightning shot out like a slithering snake, landing on the scorched earth and sending up a wisp of white smoke. She, Malia, really had obtained an elemental ability. Aelb was also very astonished. He had never seen this method of acquiring an elemental ability before. It was as if it had been snatched from the hands of nature. With her new power, Malia was visibly excited. The electric light in her hand continued to flicker, and she seemed to wield the lightning with increasing ease. Without giving them much time, amidst the silence, they suddenly heard voices coming from a distance. Anyone arriving at this place at this moment must have been attracted by the sky full of lightning. Aelb took Malia and hid behind a fallen giant tree, watching the two approaching figures from afar. Nathaniel looked around while muttering, "This lightning is exactly the same as that night at Wuhan Base. The lightning elemental they mentioned must be here." Brenton's face was grave. "But isn't he from Wuhan Base? Why is he near our base?" The distance between Kongning Base and Wuhan Base wasn't exactly close. "Who cares why? If we can capture that powerful lightning elemental, we'll get huge credit." Nathaniel's eyes gleamed with sharpness, searching the surroundings more carefully. Seeing the two men getting closer, Aelb lowered his voice. "They're from Kongning Base." Malia nodded, looking equally serious. "What do we do now?" "They've seen us." Aelb patted her head gently, squinting his eyes as he watched the distant Nathaniel and his companion. He leaned close to Malia's ear and whispered, "Let's lay low after we get back. If there's no other way, leave this place." Though Wuhan Base was currently chaotic, it maintained a strange balance. Their sudden arrival would inevitably disrupt this balance, plunging the base into turmoil. Aelb activated his elemental ability and leaped into action with Malia. Nathaniel and his companions sensed the energy fluctuation and rushed to the fallen tree. But there was nothing beside it except for the faint flashes of lightning on the trunk. Chapter 100. Is this the volume? By the time Malia and Aelb returned to the base, Amora was already fast asleep on the sofa. Tang Man had woven a blanket and covered it over Amora. Seeing Amora curled up in a ball, Malia fetched a quilt from the bedroom and gently placed it over her. Aelb whispered softly into Malia's ear, "Let's go find Alexei." Malia nodded and followed Aelb out of the apartment. Before they could meet Alexei, Hall appeared first on their path. Ever since that day when he reaped benefits from them, Hall had become especially friendly toward Malia and Aelb. "Brother Armand, Sister Ashley, I was just looking for you," Hall said with a smile on his face. "Where are you two headed?" Aelb, remembering what he had instructed Hall before, that is, to inform them immediately if there were any news about the Wuhan base, slowed down and looked at Hall. "What's the matter?" Hall laughed awkwardly. "Well, as you asked me to keep an eye on the news regarding the Wuhan base, I've just heard something interesting. So here I am finding you immediately. Someone from the Wuhan base is coming to our Kongning base." Hall leaned closer to Aelb with a conspiratorial look. "It seems the top brass over there has decided to forge alliances everywhere. They'll be bringing purified crystal cores and visiting different bases. According to rumor, this time, it's going to be their most elite special team, the Falcon team." At this revelation, both men perked up. Aelb chuckled. "That's indeed useful information." Malia took out a crystal core from her pocket, tossed it to Hall, and smiled. "Thank you." Then they left like the wind. Hall stashed the palm-sized crystal core into his chest, marveled at the generosity of the rich, and continued wandering around the base leisurely. Aelb found Alexei's residence easily. The door was wide open, and Alexei and his brothers were sitting inside drinking. Alexei caught sight of Aelb and company, raised his eyebrows in delight, and laughed out loud. "Brother Armand, Sister Ashley, welcome." He sized up Aelb, then whispered closely, "The storm came and went so quickly yesterday. Are you all right, brother?" Aelb gave a dry laugh and changed the subject. "Alexei, I came today to ask for leave. I won't be joining any upcoming team expeditions." Alexei frowned. "Why? You're doing such great work. No one can match your number of collected crystal cores." Aelb put his arm around Malia. "Ashley's hearing has shown some improvement, and we want to focus on studying it these next couple of days." Malia nodded earnestly. "I can hear a bit now." "Well, that's serious business." Alexei raised his eyebrows. He waved his hand generously. "You go ahead. If you need anything, just let us know." In this world, some friendships were straightforward and sincere. They had risked their lives together battling zombies, and Alexei had immense trust in Armand as a capable team member. Noticing the joyous expressions on everyone in Alexei's team, Malia keenly asked, "Are you all celebrating something?" Upon mentioning this, Alexei's face lit up. "Funny you should ask. Good things seem to come in pairs recently. Last night, 3 of our squad members developed abilities." "Developed abilities?" Aelb and Malia exchanged puzzled glances. Lost in his own joy, Alexei didn't notice their strange looks. "Remember the lightning storm last night?" Malia and Aelb nodded woodenly. "We didn't think much of it and went out hunting crystal cores as usual. But who would have thought that the lightning lingered briefly over the base and then shifted outside? Strangest thing was, it targeted one specific spot. Only Malia, who had been favored by the lightning, stayed silent. We didn't dare approach but could see someone enduring that lightning strike." Alexei wore an astonished expression. "It must have been a very powerful electric ability user. You should have seen it. When he faced the lightning, he emitted dark blue electrical sparks that rivaled the lightning itself. This seemed to have left a deep impression on Alexei, recalling the scene vividly with excitement spilling out of him. The zombies around him fled frantically, avoiding him like rats scurrying across the street. Ha 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 ha. After the lightning stopped, guess what we saw? Malia and Aelb exchanged a look again. Seeing Alexei's excited expression, they knew exactly what happened. They had been there. Both felt a chill run through them. They had almost been exposed, and they hadn't realized it. It was a green light spot. Alexei continued, "Our team was a bit scared and didn't dare to stay long. We didn't expect that after we came back and slept, 3 of us suddenly developed abilities." Alexei's face was flushed red, whether from intoxication or excitement. His eyes were slightly bloodshot, his voice rough yet hearty. "I have abilities now. I've become a Psi too." Memories of the hardships of being an ordinary person flashed through his mind, the scarcity of resources, the oppression by Psi users, all playing like a slideshow. The big man, nearly 6 feet tall, shed tears like a child. "I've become a Psi too, I've..." Infected by his emotions, the other men in the room also started to cry. Together, they reminisced about their shared past, creating a momentarily chaotic scene. Malia and Aelb watched these sobbing burly men and silently left Alexei's room. They even considerately closed the door for them. Malia clicked her tongue twice, clearly affected by the emotional outpouring. Aelb put his arm around her shoulders, looking at the sky. "Judging by the time, Nathaniel and the others should still need some time to return. Want to go stock up on supplies first, Chef CAI?" Malia raised an eyebrow, gladly agreeing and heading towards the street shops. When Chef CAI returned to the apartment with her little errand boy, Amora was already awake. Seeing Malia and Aelb coming in, she exclaimed and ran up to hug Malia's leg, shouting loudly, "Sister Hua, you're back." The child's loud and clear voice made Malia's eardrums vibrate, causing her brain to hum. Aelb chuckled behind her, also joining in the commotion by shouting behind her, "Yes, we're back." Malia blinked her eyes, momentarily blank from the loudness of both voices. So, this was the volume level she had missed hearing during this time? Chapter 101, Encountering Psychic Zombies Again. Nathaniel and the others returned to the base not long after. Malia and Aelb, having nothing better to do, took Amora out to hunt zombies. The little girl's psychic power had just formed and needed a lot of practice to master. Aelb often used his black hole ability, frequently taking Malia and Amora outside the base to hunt zombies. Most of the time, they watched Amora act alone, only stepping in when she faced situations beyond her capabilities. At the city's edge, zombies wandered aimlessly. The petite girl stood before them, sweat dripping down her forehead as vines danced around her hands, blocking the zombies' attacks. Malia stood with arms crossed, nudging Aelb beside her. Aelb, don't you think there's something different about Amora's power? Aelb nodded slightly. She's very sensitive to her powers. He remembered how she had immediately identified him as a psychic when they first met. Not only was she sensitive, but her ability to control her power so quickly made Amora a miracle in itself. Malia watched the little girl use vines to block a zombie's gaping mouth. The vines then darted forward, piercing through the zombie's head and pulling out a greyish-white crystal core. I'm wondering if it's possible that Amora has more than one power. Her words made Aelb glance sideways, murmuring, more than one power? Are you suspecting she also has psychokinetic abilities? Malia nodded, her eyes never leaving the little girl as the vine approached Amora, holding up the crystal core proudly. This feeling is very familiar. Malia raised her hand slightly, electric sparks flashing between her fingers as lightning shot out, striking a zombie approaching from behind. Aelb wore a thoughtful expression. Indeed, this is similar to the abilities of the two psychic zombies we encountered. Black holes circled around him, occasionally flying out and bursting with sound. Though both appeared indifferent, quite a few zombie corpses had already piled up around them. Amora watched the two deep in thought, sking softly as she hugged her vine. Vine, adults are truly scary. Feeling the powerful energy nearby, the vine retreated into her embrace, nodding in agreement. After days of training, Amora could now face small groups of zombies alone. Her fear of her powers gradually diminished, and she began to accept her abilities. She ran up to Malia and Aelb, handing over the newly acquired crystal core to Malia. Malia accepted the core, looking at Amora thoughtfully. Amora, if one day we have to leave the base, would you be willing to come with us? Despite their interactions, she still couldn't bear to part with this sensible little girl. In this apocalyptic world, even with psychic powers, a child like Amora could only struggle for survival. Amora's expression showed hesitation. She looked at Malia and Aelb, then glanced back at the base. Can sister and brother stay? Malia and Aelb had been by her side during her most helpless moments. Saying goodbye would be hard for her. Yet, the base was where she grew up, and the idea of leaving filled her with unease. Malia shook her head, looking at the little girl. We don't belong here. One day, we will have to leave. Amora, follow your heart. Whether to stay or go depends on your decision. Just like children in the cultivation world, choices should come from one's true self. Though Malia also found it hard to part with Amora, she still gave her the freedom to choose. Malia rubbed Amora's head. It's okay, you can take your time thinking about it. We're not leaving yet. Amora nodded solemnly, her furrowed brow making her look incredibly adorable. Hey hey. A sound distinctly different from other zombies caught their attention. Among the wandering zombies, a red-eyed zombie stared directly at them, or rather, directly at Malia. Almost instantly, Malia identified it. It's a psychic zombie. These zombies had awakened partial intelligence, making them more perceptive and difficult to deal with than ordinary ones. Aelb pulled Amora behind him and retrieved the gerund from his back, passing it to Malia. As soon as gerund landed in Malia's hands, it hummed, the cloth wrapping falling off to reveal its true form. The psychic zombie was far more chaotic than the previous psychokinetic ones, with a crooked smile and crimson eyes filled with thirst for power. Eat. Eat you, he mumbled mindlessly, standing 10 steps away from Malia, too afraid to approach. Gerund exuded an imposing aura. Malia stood firm, gripping the sword with determination, her hair fluttering, and battle intent blazing. The zombie growled at Malia, and huge vines burst out of the ground, like the arms of an octopus, swinging towards Malia. Amora lay behind Aelb, her eyes bright as she watched this scene. Her little vine rested on her shoulder, watching the showdown between Malia and the psychic zombie together. Malia raised her hand and stroked the blade of gerund, instantly covering it with lightning power. Malia advanced with the sword raised high. Any approaching vines were severed by gerund, leaving charred ends with residual lightning, rendering them inactive. She approached the zombie protected by the vines unstoppable. Dealing with the psychic zombie now felt like slicing through melons and cutting vegetables to her. Her thunder-based power was no ordinary lightning. It evolved from celestial thunder, containing the force of rules. It was these zombies' natural nemesis. Standing before the red-eyed zombie, Malia saw fear finally spread across its eyes. She pursed her lips and lifted her sword, and gerund, imbued with lightning power, swung down. The zombie in front of her split into two right before her eyes. The blade of gerund remained spotlessly white, not tainted by any blood. Huge vines around collapsed, losing their energy source. They quickly withered from plump and lustrous vines to dry brittle branches. Amora exclaimed in shock and darted out from behind Aelb, running straight to Malia. The little girl hugged Malia's waist, her face full of admiration. Sister Hua Hua, you are so awesome. Given her similar energy to the psychic zombie, she naturally felt a more direct comparison of strength between the two. Malia was very pleased by the little girl's praise. She smiled contentedly, hooking the corner of her lip, and gently rubbed Amora's head. However, her smile suddenly froze, her gaze shifting from Amora's face to behind her. Danger. She let out a low cry and crouched, using her arm to shield Amora from behind. Chapter 102 Green Bean-Sized Crystal Core. Crimson blood dripped onto the ground. Amora turned her head and saw Malia's pale and slender hand grabbing a sprouting young bud. The sprout, stimulated by the blood, grew more vigorously, twisting its branches and leaves, trying to grow out from under Malia's hand. Her powers surged dramatically, and thunder imbued with the power of law fell, turning the writhing branch in her hand to ashes. But it didn't stop there. Wherever the surrounding vines fell, tender sprouts began to grow rapidly. These thumb-sized sprouts were aggressively attempting to pierce into human flesh and drink blood. Amora hugged Malia's waist, extremely fearful of those sprouts around them. One black hole ball after another hit these sprouts, causing continuous explosions. Malia felt Aelb embrace her waist. She held onto son Amora tightly, and in the next second, they had already left the center of the sprouts. What's happening? Malia murmured as she looked at the sprouts in front of her. Aelb also frowned. They seem like mutant plants, but where had there ever been mutant plants growing so quickly on flatland? There must be the influence of that wood-type zombie. After a thunderous explosion, dust filled the air. Malia and Aelb focused their gazes within the cloud of dust. Amora, however, picked up Malia's arm, with powers surging, pulling out a soft vine stem by hand, wrapping it around the wound. Malia lowered her head and patted her head gently, soothing her softly. It's fine, don't be afraid. Amora pouted and hugged Malia tighter. Damn it, not dead yet. Aelb muttered, his eyes sharp as he waved his powers again, aiming at the vine breaking through the soil. Zombies in the distance gradually approached. Any that stepped into the territory of the sprouts were punctured, falling down. In an instant, the zombies were covered by the incoming sprouts, gradually disappearing. These plant sprouts were absorbing the power of the zombies to nurture themselves. As they continuously devoured energy, their branches grew wildly, reaching ankle height before long. Jeren hovered around Malia, and her gaze also fell on Jeren. They conversed for a while, seemingly agreeing on something. Seeing this, Aelb understandingly took Amora away to deal with the approaching zombies, preventing them from continuing to supply nutrients to the mutant plants. Amora looked back at Malia and asked worriedly, is Catherine facing those weird plants alone? Aelb squatted down and patted her little shoulder. Trust your Catherine, she is very strong. Amora had no doubt about this. She concentrated on waving the small vine in her hand, watching the rushing zombies with a stern expression. She believed in Catherine and would do her best to help her. Held by Malia, Jeren approached the nursery step by step. The closer she got, the more she could feel the power gathering within. That was spiritual energy. Golden patterns flickered on Jeren's body, and the blade cut through the air with a piercing sound. The sharp blade sliced through the densely grown mutant plants. Grass was flipped over, branches shattered, and the blade cut off most of the foliage. Malia wielded the knife, dashing forward, embedding the blade into the leading edge of the sprouts. As soon as it inserted into the root of the sprout, Jeren absorbed all the surrounding spiritual energy like a giant whale opening its mouth. This indeed slowed down the growth of the mutant plants, even making some of them appear wilted. Malia confirmed that these plants relied on spiritual energy to grow, mercilessly absorbing it further. This tactic proved incredibly effective. Before long, the previously rampant mutant plants started showing signs of withering. Malia's eyes sharpened. These were just sprouts barely adapted to spiritual energy. How could they compete with her? By the time Aelb and Amora cleared a batch of zombies and looked back, they saw that the formerly rampant mutant plants had become shriveled dry branches, lying askew on the ground. Malia released the handle of Jeren and pursed her lips, looking at the branches. Jeren lifted itself from the ground, joyfully circling Malia several times. Amora widened her eyes and couldn't help but exclaim, Catherine, you're so amazing. Aelb smiled too, his eyes still warily on the dry branches. In the next moment, both he and Malia used their powers to ignite the area with fire simultaneously. The energy of black holes and the might of heavenly lightning swept across the land. Malia and Aelb exchanged glances, seeing solemnness in each other's eyes. These evolved zombies with abilities had some unexpected properties compared to ordinary zombies. The wood-type zombie seemed to be a repository of seeds assembled from ability-inducing seeds. Its most threatening aspect was not its power but the ability plants it spawned after death. Only after confirming multiple times that these mutated plants would no longer regenerate did Malia and Aelb heave a collective sigh of relief. That was quite troublesome. Malia leaned against Aelb, sighing in relief. Just two types of ability zombies they had encountered were already so difficult to deal with, it was hard to imagine what other ability zombies might be like. Big sister, there seems to be something underground. Amora's voice came from beside them. Her gaze was fixed on the ground, her little brow furrowed in deep thought. Malia and Aelb followed her gaze, their guard rising. Amora, however, squatted down and used her power to dig at the edge of the ground. The agile vines flipped over the scorched earth, revealing green pea-sized green particles from beneath the muddy soil. Malia and Aelb raised their eyebrows upon seeing this. It was an ability crystal core. Amora picked up the small green crystal core from the ground and placed it in Malia's hand. Sister Flower, this has the same kind of energy as the energy fruit. Malia nodded. It is absorbable ability energy, very useful. The little girl was clearly excited and collected quite a few crystal cores from the soil. Aelb leaned close to Malia's ear and whispered, are these cores all from those mutated plants? Malia nodded secretly, examining the emerald green crystal core Amora had given her, frowning slightly. The spirit energy within these mutated plants is too active, they seem to grow and solidify quickly. Both fell silent for a moment. Once Amora had gathered enough, Aelb took the three of them back to the base. The little girl carefully stored the green crystal cores and happily went off to wash up. Not long after they arrived home, there was a knock at the door. Hall's voice came from outside. Brother Armand, Sister Ashley, someone has come from Wuhan base. Do you want to check it out? Chapter 103, Did he get blackmailed? Palmer, who had just entered Kongning base, poked Adley beside him. This place isn't far from Kunhei base. Should we try to go back and search again? Adley pursed his lips and shot a glance at Palmer. Half a month has passed. How could Captain and the others still be where they were? Each of them firmly believed that Aelb and Malia could not have died easily within Kunhei base. Even so, the visible dejection on Falcon Team's faces was undeniable. It was not only due to Aelb and Malia's departure but also because of the current state of Wuhan base, making every step they took difficult. The Emerald Crystal Core explosion had made the people in Wuhan base unpredictable, stirring up unease among psychics. Krista stood before everyone, replacing Malia. Despite being just an ordinary person, she managed to command the attention of all the psychics. Those from Falcon Team who knew the inside story felt especially complicated about Krista. She had ignited this turmoil, yet she stood at the eye of the storm, bearing its consequences. Without a doubt, thanks to her, a neutral commoner Wuhan base maintained its balance. It was because of this understanding that they agreed to take out their emerald crystal cores and complete this grand deception with Krista. Falcon Team gathered all their crystal cores and delivered them to the base commander under Krista's name. Thus, began the Emerald Crystal social event of Wuhan base. Many curious gazes followed them throughout this journey. Aaron carried the box containing the crystal cores and walked in the middle of the group. He quietly warned the two chatting, "Don't get distracted. Have you forgotten how many ambushes we faced along the way?" The allure of the emerald crystal cores and the attraction they held for psychics were too significant, leading to frequent encounters with ambushing psychics whenever they went out with the cores. Palmer and Adley regained their focus, paying close attention to any dangers around them. Leading the way, the Kongning base member wore a smile, guiding them into the building where the base commander resided. Hall brought the news and quickly left to watch the commotion. Kongning base was buzzing due to their arrival, with many gathering around Falcon Team from afar. Malia looked at Aelb. Should we find them now? Aelb pondered for a moment, then nodded. Let's observe from a distance first. There are likely many psychics tailing them right now. Said and done, the two immediately set off, blending into the crowd with Lele. Falcon Team caught the attention of most people in Kongning base, with crowds lining both sides of the path from the entrance to the commander's location. When Malia and Aelb squeezed through, a nearby elderly woman enthusiastically introduced them. "Hey there, little girls, you're here for the show too? Too bad the people from Wuhan base are already inside the commander's building." Malia gave the elderly woman a compliant smile. "Really? Thank you, Grandma. We just heard about it and came to join the fun." The elderly woman couldn't resist smiling back. "Sure thing. I heard these people from Wuhan base brought crystal cores that psychics can absorb directly. Of course, I wanted to see it for my son." Malia nodded, acknowledging the elder woman. Then someone tugged at her sleeve. She turned to look at Aelb. Aelb gestured discreetly, leaning down to whisper to Malia, "Over there is Elena." Malia raised an eyebrow and looked in the direction Aelb pointed. Indeed, amidst the crowd, that familiar figure appeared. Really Elena, what's she doing here? Since parting ways at Wuhan base, this was the first time they saw Elena. She now shed her disguise, her eyes narrowing as she intently stared towards the commander's building. At this moment, she resembled a venomous serpent lurking in the shadows, keeping a sharp eye on her prey. Elena seemed to sense something and glanced in Malia's direction. Quickly, Malia pulled Aelb down to lower their heads. Seeing Malia and Aelb suddenly bend over, the elderly woman beside them looked puzzled. "Are you feeling unwell?" Malia exchanged glances with Aelb, forcing a laugh, and nodded at the elderly woman. "Yes, Grandma. We should go." The enthusiastic elder cleared a path for the two, allowing them to leave the crowded area. After moving away from the crowd for some time, Malia and Aelb slowed their pace, reminiscing about what just happened. "Elena appearing here must be for the emerald crystal cores," Malia remarked. "Palmer and the others are being watched." Aelb nodded. "She's linked to Jumping Base. This might indicate another move by Jumping Base." Speaking of Jumping Base, both of their expressions turned somber. Malia frowned deeply. "I want to visit Jumping Base again." She met Aelb's eyes. Their psychic arena competition is definitely not simple, with zombies being raised, or even made to serve them, and the enslaved psychics fearing them like the plague. There must be bigger, unexplored secrets hidden in that building. Aelb and Malia were on the same page. They both wanted to revisit Jumping Base. Malia had a gut feeling that many of her questions about this new world could be answered there. However, their gazes involuntarily moved to son Lele. They couldn't take the child with them on this dangerous trip. Malia squatted down and patted Lele's little head. "Lele, sister has something to ask for your help." Son Lele looked at Malia and Aelb, clenching her small fists, and quickly spoke up. "As long as I can stay with sister and brother, Lele will do anything." The little girl understood everything. This world was now clear to her, and she had her own judgment. Malia rubbed Lele's head and leaned close to her ear, whispering some plans. Palmer and the others had just come out from the building where the base commander resided. The crystal cores had been successfully handed over to the commander. After days of mental strain, they all felt somewhat exhausted. Palmer stretched lazily and twisted his neck to relax. "Finally, we can stop living in fear. I'm going to." Before he finished speaking, he felt something soft collide with his thigh. Then came the muffled sound of a child crying. Palmer looked in shock and saw a little girl fall to the ground, her mouth puckering as she burst into tears. Palmer, did he just get blackmailed by a little girl? Malia and Aelb, who had already packed up, took one last look towards the center of Kungning base. Malia looked solemn, still worried about the little girl. I hope Zoltan and the others take good care of Lele. Aelb opened a black hole with his hand, a smile spreading across his lips. With the two of you pulling such stunts to approach them, the ones who should be worried are Zoltan and the others. Chapter 104, Cool Guy and Cool Girl. Adley was the first to react, squatting down to comfort the little girl. Little friend, where does it hurt after the fall? These people always had more patience with children. Sunamora sniffled, tears hanging at the corners of her eyes, threatening to fall. She hugged her knees and drew closer to Adley, looking at her with a grievance. My leg hurts, I can't walk. Whoa whoa whoa. It seemed the little girl felt wronged. She pouted and was about to cry again. Palmer immediately became anxious, squatting down smoothly to apologize. Sorry, it's my fault. The cry that was about to burst out from the little girl was stifled by this loud and sincere apology. For a moment, she looked dazed at Palmer, but did not forget her purpose and said in a sad voice, I want to go home. Whoa whoa whoa. Crying heartbrokenly, Palmer and his friends couldn't just leave her alone here, so they all promised to take her home. After working together, they finally comforted the little girl, with Adley holding her in her arms as they headed towards her home. Just as they came out, the commander of the base was organizing a speech at the central square, moving all the people from Kungning base there. Palmer looked at the little girl sniffling in Adley's arms and could not resist teasing. Come to think of it, when you fell, there wasn't anyone around. Little kid, you're not really here to get sympathy, are you? Being held by Adley, Sunamora rolled her eyes and tightened her grip on Adley's neck, ignoring him. Palmer looked surprised and pretended to report to Adley. Look, Adley, she's rolling her eyes at me. Adley turned her head and gave him a glare, less talking nonsense. From the very beginning, Adley seemed unusually silent. The reason for her silence was simple. When she squatted down to ask Sunamora, the little girl whispered into her ear, Malia, Aelb. Hearing just these two names made her mind whirl with thoughts. She also understood that this little girl was far from ordinary. Sunamora led them all the way to the apartment of Malia and Aelb. The door to the apartment was unlocked, and after Adley pushed it open, Sunamora wriggled free and hopped down. Palmer, who followed inside, exclaimed in surprise, this kid was pretending. Adley looked around the room and frowned. There were no signs that anyone had been living here for a long time. While she was still puzzled, Sunamora dragged out a large bag from inside the room. The bag seemed to contain quite a bit of weight, and the little girl struggled to drag it out. After dragging the big bag out, she sighed heavily before looking up at the adults in front of her. Sister Cai and Brother Song told me to give this to you. This sentence instantly caught everyone's attention, making them focus on Sunamora. All eyes landed on Sunamora. Then, the little girl pulled open the large bag like an adult would do. As soon as it was opened, green light could be seen inside. It turned out to be a bag full of emerald crystal cores. Upon seeing this bag of crystal cores, Palmer and the others all drew in a breath of cold air, and their astonished gazes landed on Sunamora. Sunamora raised her little head. They asked me to bring this bag of crystal cores with you. Adley quickly followed up. What about those two? Sunamora shook her head. Brother and sister have some important things to do. Malia took a bite of an energy fruit she had carried along, sitting by a tree while watching Aelb roasting a normal wild chicken he had hunted. Although his cooking skills were questionable, his technique in roasting chicken was exceptional. Holding Janchankongkong in her arms, Malia watched the golden, crispy chicken and marveled. I didn't expect you to have a talent for roasting chicken. Aelb tore off a roasted wild chicken leg for her. Wild chickens are hard to find in the apocalypse. Of course, we should research how to cook them well once we find them. He smiled at Malia. Chef Cai, try my cooking? Malia raised an eyebrow, biting into the chicken. The tender taste exploded in her mouth, leaving a lasting flavor. Even picky Chef Cai would say this tasted good. In 2 days, we will reach Jumping Base, but many people there have seen our faces, so it might be difficult to enter again. Aelb frowned, munching on the chicken bone, muttering to himself. That's not difficult. Malia wiped her hands and flicked her finger toward Janchankongkong beside her. Janchankongkong buzzed twice, understandingly landing in her hand. It peeled off 2 thin pieces of bark from a nearby tree trunk. Aelb watched her as she let the knife tip glide over the bark. After a while, 2 human faces appeared on the thin bark. Malia picked one up and put it on her face. As the spiritual power flowed from her hand over the bark, it adhered to her face and gradually lost its tree-like texture, transforming into a brand new face. Aelb was so stunned by this move that he couldn't take another bite. He put down the wild chicken in his hand and wiped his hands before picking up another piece of bark. This works. Aelb examined the piece of bark in his hands. Although it was shaped like a human face, it was too far from a real one. Who would have thought that such a small piece of bark could become another person's face once stuck on? Malia took the bark from his hand, and with the circulation of spiritual power, she carefully placed it on his face bit by bit. In my spare time from cultivating, I also enjoyed reading some odd books. This method is found in a wild record. Her soft hand followed the bark as it covered Aelb's face. Through the layer of bark, Aelb could feel the touch of Malia's fingers, making his face tingle. However, there are 2 drawbacks to turning bark into a face. Firstly, you can no longer make any expressions. Secondly, if your face gets damaged, the bark will fall off. Malia retracted her hand and scrutinized Aelb's new face. What used to be an insignificant trick in the cultivation world unexpectedly turned out to be quite useful here. Aelb touched his cheek, feeling completely satisfied. This is enough already. The stiff bark made it impossible to discern any expression changes. At this moment, Aelb looked like a cool guy who didn't want anyone getting close when he lowered his eyes. Jan Chang Kong Kong circled around them for a while, as if seeking praise, and Aelb didn't hesitate to give it some compliments. The blade being akin to its master, Jan Chang Kong Kong thoroughly enjoyed such praise. Malia's gentle appearance was now hidden, her almond-shaped eyes tilted upward, her lips pronounced, forming a strikingly cold and beautiful cool girl look. She crossed her arms and looked at Aelb, exuding formidable aura. Now there's one last problem, your ability. Aelb shrugged indifferently, taking Jan Chang Kong Kong on his back. It doesn't matter. On this trip, I'll just be your subordinate. In Jamping Base, people revered abilities above all, and many had subordinates, much like Kali. Such a pairing wasn't uncommon in Jamping Base. With their agreement, Malia and Aelb were in high spirits. After finishing the wild chicken, they set off again towards Jamping Base. Chapter 105, Reunion with Fabio. Amidst the emerald tree shadows, two figures, one tall, one short, strolled leisurely. The taller man carried a long sword wrapped in cloth on his back. His face was stern as he held a massive jade-green crystal core in his hands. The girl beside him emitted crackling lightning from her palms. Both of them had an intensely cold expression, creating an air of do not approach. These two were Malia and Aelb. They had just killed a mutated ancient tree in this forest and retrieved a round crystal core as big as a yoga ball from inside it. After acquiring the crystal core, Malia absorbed its energy for half a day before turning it into a large jade-green crystal core. The pressure then shifted to Aelb. Aelb's ability to absorb energy wasn't as fast as Malia's. He hugged the crystal core for 3 whole days, only managing to reduce its size by 1/3. As they moved forward, reaping through various locations, they didn't show much interest in many smaller crystal cores. We are soon approaching the boundary of Jamping Base. Aelb quietly tucked the crystal core into his backpack. Feeling its heavy weight, Aelb shed tears of joy. Malia nodded upon hearing his reminder, acknowledging it. She withdrew the electric light from her hand and walked forward as if nothing happened. Malia had studied her powers and discovered that her lightning abilities differed from other psychics. She relied not on the psychic energy of this world but on transforming spirit energy into lightning. This always gave Malia a sense that psychic and spirit energies were destined to be intertwined yet contradictory. Lost in thought, Malia didn't notice where she was walking and stumbled over a hard object. Fortunately, she regained her composure just in time, steadying herself and avoiding a fall. Aelb moved forward, grabbing Malia's arm, guiding her back a few steps as they looked at what caused the trip. From the grass nearby, a blooded arm emerged. The blood on the arm had dried, and a few insects fluttered around it, creating a revolting scene. Corpse! Malia exclaimed. Aelb didn't let go of Malia's hand. Both weren't afraid but were curious about finding a human corpse here. Malia pushed aside the grass and saw the complete appearance of the arm. It belonged to a corpse with its left half completely chewed off, leaving behind only jagged teeth marks. It clearly resembled something eaten by a swarm of animals. Internal organs spilled out from the severed body parts, surrounded by flying insects, making anyone almost want to vomit. Aelb and Malia both averted their eyes. What happened? Malia asked, puzzled, yet her imposing face showed no emotion. Aelb searched the surrounding grasslands and followed the corpse to find a trail of bloodstains. There is a trail here. The crimson blood had already dried, leaving deep brown streaks on the leaves and ground, barely noticeable. Malia and Aelb exchanged glances and started following the bloodstains. The dry, scattered blood did not seem to be left by humans. They continued to follow the trail and soon heard noise coming from ahead. Someone. Malia heard voices and crouched behind a half-person tall tree. Aelb joined her, and they peeked through the gaps between leaves. From their vantage point, they could feel the energy waves coming from ahead. It's a team of psychics. Aelb observed the scene fully from the gap. A group of psychics was fighting against 3 mutated brown bears. Each bear stood as tall as a person on all 4s, red-eyed and with sharp, bloody jaws. The psychics clearly struggled against these mutated bears, gritting their teeth and using their powers relentlessly. The bears grew even more ferocious in pain. One thick bear paw smacked a nearby tree trunk, effortlessly breaking the thick branch. Trees fell, startling birds. The roar of the bears made everyone's breathing pause, hearts trembling. Wait, that psychic looks familiar, Malia whispered, pointing at a man standing at the back. The man wore shiny leather boots and had a serious expression, unlike the panic-stricken psychics in front. Aelb furrowed his brows, recalling for a moment before confirming, that's the man we saw outside Jamping Base. At this, Malia also remembered. It was the man who had led the little restaurant owner like livestock. His appearance here suggests that this team is from Jamping Base's psychic squad. Malia observed and speculated. Aelb pondered for a moment before adding, it's also possible he brought these psychics back from outside, just like Preston did when she led us into the base. For some unknown reason, Jamping Base had been continuously recruiting psychics from various places to join them. Aelb was right. This group of people was indeed brought back by Fabio. He deliberately lured this batch of mutated brown bears. He stood at the back of the group, a smirk curling on his lips. Before these psychics who had already formed cliques entered their base, They needed to go through some trials, making their team fall apart, so it would be easier for the base to assimilate them. Fabio, help out, Jean can't hold on much longer. The man in front, resisting the brown bear, called out anxiously. He threw his psychic ability and was about to pull Jean beside him. Their abilities were not strong, making them easy to control. Fabio's eyes narrowed slightly as he shaped water lines in his hand, blocking the attack of the brown bear in front of the two people. The moment the water lines met the bear's paw, they vanished, angering the bear, which then lunged forward to devour these humans. A streak of fire flashed from the side, scorching the bear's advancing paw, causing it to howl angrily into the sky. The man alone against one brown bear gritted his teeth and shouted at the others, "Fall back quickly." Fabio glanced at him, then ran backward with the rest. This fire-type psychic clearly needed some tempering. Fabio made up his mind, increasing his speed and shouting back, "Follow me, the base is ahead, hurry." As they quickened their pace, they left the man fending off the bear's attacks far behind. Seeing the man gradually falling into disadvantage, Fabio, constantly looking back, smiled wickedly. However, this smile was shattered by lightning flashing from the side. The surge of lightning power struck directly at the head of the bear closest to the man. The bear screamed as it was electrocuted, hesitating and no longer daring to advance. The man escaped from the bear's mouth, looking gratefully towards the source of the lightning. From the bushes, two figures, one tall, one short, emerged. Chapter 106. Can't you tell? The two people who emerged from the bushes had identical cold expressions on their faces. The shorter girl walking in front held crackling lightning in her hand, while the man behind her had a tightly pursed mouth and carried a long knife wrapped in cloth on his back. As soon as they appeared, no one could ignore the formidable aura emanating from them. And it wasn't over yet. Lightning continued to surge from the girl's hand, with thumbthick bolts striking the brown bears, causing them to emit cries of agony. Everyone present showed looks of astonishment. Even with so many people, they didn't have this much composure when facing mutated brown bears. Apart from their sensitive areas, the mutated brown bears had almost no pain receptors on their bodies, which meant that sometimes even attacks were ineffective. This was the first time they saw someone hit every single vulnerable point on the bears. As Malia and Aelb approached, the lightning strikes became more frequent. Malia's abilities continuously unleashed, forcing three brown bears to growl threateningly at her before retreating far away. Those who had initially fled stopped their steps, watching as the brown bears scattered, each harboring their own thoughts. "Thank you. Thank you." The fire user looked nervously at Malia, swallowing hard. "My name is Sunny. Thanks to both of you for saving me." Malia, with a stern face, gave a slight nod to Sunny and said naturally, "I'm Ashley." His almond. Sunny glanced oddly at the cold beauty before him and responded with a forced laugh. Several people who had left earlier came rushing back, surprising Malia and Aelb. Among this group were Jean and Yonis, whom they had once encountered at Kunhei base. They looked particularly disheveled, but upon seeing Malia, they flashed flattering smiles. Fabio stepped forward, smiling, and spoke to Malia. "Where are you headed?" Malia sized up Fabio and asked heavily, "Do you know where Jumping Base is?" Malia and Aelb had just discussed it. Considering Jumping Base's reputation, it wasn't unusual for ability users to seek them out. Sure enough, Fabio's smile widened in surprise. "That's great. We're heading the same way." Jean immediately chimed in. "What a coincidence. We're all going to Jumping Base. This is Fabio, he's from Jumping Base." She introduced herself enthusiastically, edging closer to Malia. Hearing Jean's words, Fabio's eyes darkened slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. Jean smiled. "Sister Ashley, why don't you travel with us?" Malia neither confirmed nor denied, remaining silent as she continued her cool act. Aelb followed silently behind her, also carrying Jeren without a word, playing the part of a subordinate. All attention was on Malia, who had displayed such powerful abilities. Her silence made many in the group hesitant to approach. Fabio walked alongside Malia, and after a brief rest, they set off again toward Jumping Base. The journey went smoothly, though Fabio constantly tried to engage Malia in conversation. "Ashley, you're so strong. Why are you thinking about going to Jumping Base?" Fabio's enthusiasm did not win him any favor from Malia. She glanced at him and kept walking, her tone indifferent. "Someone said Jumping Base is good, so I want to take a look." "Who?" Fabio asked quickly, realizing his eagerness might be too apparent. He chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just really curious. The person who introduced you isn't here, right?" Without looking at him, Malia continued forward, her voice cold, dead. This answer sent ripples through the group. Fabio pondered for a moment. "Someone like you will definitely be valued in our Jumping Base." Malia merely grunted, accepting his compliment calmly. Aelb, observing quietly from behind, found it quite amusing. Malia indeed had her own methods dealing with these people. Perhaps intimidated by Malia's tactics, Fabio didn't cause any trouble. Instead, he led the group along a safe and fast route into Jumping Base. By midday, they could already see the outline of Jumping Base in the distance. As evening fell, they halted to rest. Jean, maintaining her enthusiasm from the journey, took water and food from her backpack and offered them to Malia. Malia didn't refuse but took the food from her, giving half of it to Aelb beside her. She leaned against a tree root and began eating. Seeing that her offer was accepted, Jean's eyes lit up instantly and she sat next to Malia without any reservation. "Sister Ashley, which base are you from?" As she sat down, Yonis also approached, taking out some food and trying to get close to the two. Malia glanced at her indifferently, finding it hard to imagine that this woman who was now all smiles was the same person who had acted so arrogantly in Kunhei base. The difference lay only in whether they considered her an ordinary person or an ability user. I don't have a fixed base, Malia said, keeping her voice slightly cold. Compressed biscuits were too hard to swallow. After a few bites, Malia lost her appetite and pushed the majority of the package into Aelb's hands. Aelb didn't refuse and finished the food for her. Seeing their intimate interaction, Yonis asked tentatively, "What relationship are the two of you?" Malia and Aelb looked at her simultaneously. Under the gaze of their expressionless faces, Yonis felt a chill. "We're married," Malia answered proactively. "Can't you tell?" Aelb added. Yonis. Now she could. Jean glanced hesitantly at Aelb, then this one should be a strong ability user too. "I'm just an ordinary person," Aelb replied calmly, straightforward and natural. Jean and Yonis exchanged glances. Before they could say more, Malia asked, "Why did you come to Jumping Base?" Jean saw this as a good opportunity to chat and promptly responded, "Well, we were originally from Wuhan Base." That story starts with the Falcon team. At the mention of the Falcon team, Malia and Aelb, who used to be part of its logistics and leadership respectively, exchanged a glance and subtly perked up their ears. Chapter 107, Black Against Black. You must have heard of the Falcon squad from the Wuhan Base. Their captain died in the battle against the psychic zombies at Kunhei Base, but these people refuse to accept that reality. The wrongly rumored dead Aelb. This is not true at all. We just said a few words casually, and those people pounced on us like mad dogs, forcing us to leave the base. Jinai became increasingly angry as she spoke. Her reddening eyes made her look very wronged. If Malia didn't know the inside story, she might deeply sympathize with Jinai. Aelb stared at Jinai, realizing his love-suicide rumor originated from here. As Jinai spoke, she suddenly leaned close to Malia. "But Sister Ashley, I do have something good." She put her hand into her pocket. "Do you know about the purified crystal core from the Wuhan base?" Malia glared coldly at her, full of interest in her eyes. "You have it?" Fabio had been observing the situation. Upon hearing Jinai's words, he was also shocked. He never expected these two people, whom he didn't think much of, to actually hide such valuable goods. Jinai lowered her voice. "I do have it." Saying so, she discreetly took something out of her pocket and showed it only to Malia. In her palm lay a thumb-sized emerald green crystal core. It was an uncut piece of green crystal. Jinai said hatefully, "Krista, who has long conspired with the Falcon squad, has control over that purified crystal core. It's laughable how other psychics at Wuhan base still think they can win her over. What kind of expression would she have now if she recognized this person before her, who once pushed her to the zombie mouth at Kunhei base?" Malia couldn't help but wonder mischievously. She reached out to take the crystal core from Jinai, but Jinai withdrew her hand and put the crystal back into her own arms. "Sister Ashley, I can give you the crystal core, but you must agree to one request of mine." Jinai's eyes flashed with shrewdness, clearly plotting something. Malia did not answer. She stared at Jinai coolly, her expressionless face making people feel uneasy after a while, as if it weren't human. Jinai's smile froze, wanting to say more when Fabio approached from the side. "What are you talking about?" He smiled, black boots treading silently through the grass. Jinai stopped speaking and fell silent. Fabio gave her a meaningful glance and then turned to Malia. "Sister Ashley, you're not very familiar with Jumping Base yet, right? Shall I show you around once we get there?" Malia nodded without speaking, sticking to her cool girl persona. Besides, she noticed something else. These people had completely ignored Aelb, revolving everything around her. Just like when she first came to Jumping Base. Why? Because of the difference between psychics and ordinary people? Malia smiled faintly, finding it somewhat laughable. Seeing the golden leg very independently refusing to communicate, the others didn't linger any longer, dispersing to find places to rest. Aelb finally had some space and sat next to Malia. Looking at the nearby bonfire, he sighed. "So this is what it feels like to be an ordinary person." He had awakened his black hole ability from a young age, one of the most powerful abilities, almost ranking first in the base. This was the first time Aelb felt ignored among psychics. That wasn't being an ordinary person, that was practically being invisible. Everyone looked at him with disdain and superiority. Even though they would smile and flatter Malia, they wouldn't bother to speak to him. They seemed to have assumed he was her subordinate. Malia patted his head solemnly. "Remember your place, little follower Armand." Aelb chuckled, curling up and gently leaning against Malia's small shoulder. "Then I'll rely on your care, Sister Ashley." Ignoring the teasing in his tone, Malia agreed complacently. A gentle night breeze blew. The area was left with only the crackling sound of the bonfire. People around them were asleep, and at some point, Malia had snuggled into Aelb's embrace. Fabio opened his eyes in the darkness. He bit something from his pocket and then took out a packet of powder. Malia, who had been pretending to sleep, smelled a familiar scent. As she tried to look up, the arm around her tightened, preventing her from getting up. Malia realized Aelb wasn't fully asleep either. Her spiritual energy rapidly circulated, warding off the waves of the drug. The anesthetic made from mutated mandrake. This wasn't the first time she had seen this. Fabio seemed very confident about this anesthetic. He swung his arm not long ago, originally easing up his movements intentionally but now relaxed. Malia and Aelb quietly opened their eyes and watched Fabio walk towards Jean under the flickering firelight. He squatted down, lifted Jean's unconscious face, and sneered, "I underestimated you. The purified crystal core. You did hide it well. With that, he searched through Jean's body without hesitation and retrieved the emerald green crystal core from her embrace. The thumb-thick crystal core rested in his palm, revealing a satisfied expression on Fabio's face. This crystal core, no wonder every psychic wants to get it. Inside the emerald green crystal core was pure psychic energy. There was no obstruction at all as it could be absorbed into one's body effortlessly. That lush green glow seemed like a temptation, pure and effortless power. Fabio only absorbed a little bit from it, then stopped enjoying the crystal core, putting it back in his pocket. After a moment of contemplation, he turned to Yonis and easily found another crystal core from him. Malia and Aelb were certain these two crystal cores came from dubious sources. Considering the number of crystal cores the Falcon squad had when they left, they wouldn't be so generous as to give out two. So now, they were witnessing a case of black against black. Fabio sneered at the crystal core in his hand, kicked Yonis. I knew you two were up to no good. He looked up at the night sky, sat back to his original spot, leisurely picked up the crystal core again, and cherished absorbing the psychic energy inside. Malia, watching this unfold, quietly touched the backpack beside her. The heavy backpack contained the volleyball-sized crystal core Aelb hadn't fully absorbed yet. Both couldn't help but purse their lips and, in sync, discreetly moved the casually placed backpack a little closer. Chapter 108 Slander. The sunlight filtered through the gaps between the leaves, landing on people's faces. Morning dew slid down the leaf veins and fell to the ground with a faint thud. After a night of deep sleep, the mind felt heavy as it slowly regained consciousness. Malia saw that the time was right and opened her eyes first. Following her movements, Aelb also got up and stretched. Fabio had pretended to be asleep long ago, and Malia and Aelb didn't suspect anything. The two walked silently into the depths of the forest. Fabio opened his eyes behind them, his gaze sweeping over Jean and Yonis who were still sleeping soundly. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth before he closed his eyes again leisurely. Malia and Aelb had walked far away from the others, making sure no one was following. Only then did they let out a sigh of relief. Malia opened her backpack, a heavy look on her face as she handed something to Aelb. We should take care of this quickly before we enter the base. Carrying such a large piece of green golden crystal nucleus was like having a ticking bomb. Aelb also knew the danger. He pursed his lips, picked up the heavy crystal nucleus, found a place by himself, and began absorbing it. His power had been increasing rapidly recently, and in no time, he was already reaching the boundary for another breakthrough. With nothing to do for now, Malia wandered around the area and caught two normal wild birds. Jeren circled around her. Having been wrapped in a cloth for several days, Jeren nudged Malia pitifully, hoping for some attention from its master. Malia's face remained stiff as she gently stroked the blade, offering soft words of comfort. One person and one sword wandered around for quite some time before returning to Aelb. The volleyball-sized crystal nucleus was almost gone. The aura around Aelb grew stronger as his power started leaking out. Jeren circled around him happily, absorbing all the leaking power into the blade. Malia could sense that Aelb was about to break through. She quietly set down the wild birds and sat beside him, guarding him. With Jeren around, none of Aelb's leaking power escaped. This breakthrough went exceptionally smoothly. When Aelb opened his eyes again, it was only noon. Malia looked at him with sparkling eyes. Though her face remained expressionless, the corner of her mouth twitched upward slightly. Congratulations on advancing. Aelb. He was still adjusting to the new look. They tidied up briefly, got up from the woods, and made sure to take the two wild birds with them. Malia couldn't stop thinking about Aelb's chicken roasting skills. Crystal nucleus. My crystal nucleus is gone. Who took my crystal nucleus? Even before they approached the original location, they heard Jean shouting. Malia and Aelb exchanged glances and quickened their pace. Just as Jean yelled in anger, Yonis quickly added, mine is gone too. Jean's shouts became even more frantic. She immediately sought out Malia, since she had only shown her crystal nucleus to Malia yesterday. Ashley is also gone. It must have been her who took my crystal nucleus. Before the curse could leave her lips, Malia appeared with Aelb in front of everyone. Jean's fiery attitude waned under Malia's icy stare. Fabio glanced around and stepped forward. Ashley, where were you early this morning? Jean said her crystal nucleus was missing. Did you see it when you got up? Before Malia could speak, Aelb sneered, retorting, early morning? The scorching sunlight overhead was like two hot slaps in Fabio's face. The originally chaotic scene suddenly quieted down. Fabio frowned disapprovingly at Aelb. Malia's gaze met Fabio's as she said coldly, word by word, we went out to hunt some wild birds this morning. Is there a problem with that? She threw the birds down in front of everyone, and the silence became even more suffocating. Her gaze swept over everyone present. Her expressionless but beautiful face, coupled with her piercing glare, made everyone avoid her eyes. My crystal nucleus. I only showed it to you yesterday. Jean's gaze was unfocused, her eyes fixed on Malia as she repeated the same sentence. Malia met her gaze. Jean couldn't help but recall the first time they met. Malia's sharp presence had forced the brown bear they fought to retreat repeatedly. Jean shivered inwardly and involuntarily took a step back. Did I really show it only to you? Instead of answering, Malia's question left Jean speechless, unable to find a single word to contradict. The atmosphere froze, making it hard for anyone to breathe. Fabio's skin prickled when Malia said those words. For a moment, he thought that the Ashley in front of him really knew something. But it's just a crystal nucleus. There's no need for everyone to make things so tense. Sunny laughed and tried to ease the situation. He took out a palm-sized grayish-white crystal nucleus from his pocket and placed it in Jean's hand. If you really feel bad about losing the crystal nucleus, this one is yours. Unaware of the situation, Sunny smiled sincerely and heartily. Jean looked at the grayish-white crystal nucleus in her hand, feeling unable to refute but accepting the crystal nucleus without saying anything, only biting her lip. When she calmed down, she weighed her options carefully. Whether or not Malia had taken the crystal nucleus, confronting such a powerful lightning-type psychic wasn't a wise move. Even with Sunny stepping in to mediate, cool girl Malia remained expressionless, standing aside with her arms crossed, forming an insurmountable gap between her and Jean's team. Fabio had been observing Malia's expression all along. Seeing that she didn't glance at him even once, he felt slightly reassured. The current situation was highly advantageous for him. With internal discord among these people, they would be easy to manipulate once they entered the base. Let's go. Jumping base isn't far away. It's too dangerous outside, let's enter the base first. He led the way, overseeing the group. Malia looked at him and saw his smiling face, as if completely uninvolved in their issues. She couldn't help but purse her lips. Aelb pulled her along, preventing her from saying more. After a brief pause for packing up, the group followed Fabio, heading straight toward Jumping Base. On the journey, with Jean staying back, Fabio became even more attentive to Malia, even starting to arrange accommodations for her after entering the base. Malia maintained a stern face, responding to Fabio's words intermittently. Jean's fiery gaze, which fixed on her from behind, made it hard for her to ignore. Aelb also noticed Jean staring intensely at them and quietly moved to block her view of Malia. Chapter 109, Beautiful Girl Malia. Re-entering the Jumping Base, she noticed that there were still many changes compared to her last visit. Malia observed that quite a few people were transporting bricks and cement, apparently to repair some buildings. Fabio noticed her gaze and explained proactively, our base had undergone some unrest for a while previously. Some of the structures here were destroyed. They are now in the process of repairs. Malia nodded without responding to his words. She knew what he meant by unrest, or rather, they were personally involved in it. When Malia was taken out of the Jumping Base by Preston and left among the zombies, she detonated the spiritual energy she left inside the base. And when Aelb used his black hole ability to fend off the psychics surrounding him, it resulted in large-scale destruction within the base. The demolition team consisting of Malia and Aelb was exceptionally powerful. After entering the base, Fabio's smile became more genuine. He looked at Malia and asked, do you have any requirements for your accommodation? Malia glanced around as if it were her first time visiting the Jumping Base and casually replied, no. Fabio nodded and led Malia towards the residence he had chosen for her. As they walked, Malia and Aelb felt increasingly familiar with the route. When they finally stood in front of the residence Fabio brought them to, they suddenly realized this place was directly opposite where they stayed on their first visit to the Jumping Base. Looking at the familiar small house, Malia narrowed her eyes slightly. For a moment, she thought she saw Ganon through the window. I'll take that one. The cool girl Malia declared online style. Following her pointed finger, Fabio frowned slowly. Someone is already living in that building, he said carefully, observing Malia's expression. Malia raised her chin at Aelb, who silently took out 2 energy fruits from his pocket and placed them in Fabio's hand. I want that one. Malia repeated her request. Fabio raised an eyebrow and weighed the heavy items in his hands but still hesitated, but Malia lifted her hand and took out a crystal nucleus the size of an egg, tossing it to Fabio with a casual flick. Is this enough? Her expression was cold and domineering, making one's heart tremble. Ever since she pulled out the emerald green crystal nucleus from her pocket, everyone's gaze was glued to her hand. Caught off guard, Fabio fumbled to catch the green crystal nucleus she threw, too surprised to respond. Jean and Yonis, who followed closely behind them, stared wide-eyed. They just accused Malia of stealing their crystal nuclei, now she produced a purer crystal nucleus larger than both of theirs. The laughter and chatter around them sounded like mockery, ridiculing their audacious accusation. Jean bit her lip, looking at Malia ahead, taking deep breaths to suppress the surge of anger. Anywhere will do. All Fabio's attention was now on the egg-sized purified crystal nucleus, which he cherished, unable to tear his eyes away. After much examination, Fabio swallowed hard and carefully placed the crystal nucleus in his pocket. He then forced a smile back onto his face and led Malia into the opposite detached apartment. Indeed, as Fabio mentioned, someone was already living there. A thin-faced man emerged from one of the rooms upon seeing this crowd, frowning. Who are you? What do you want? Anyone would instinctively be on guard at the sight of this group of assertive visitors. Just then, someone else came in from the entrance, eyeing the people Fabio brought in, arms crossed, and raised an eyebrow. What are you doing, Fabio? Although he spoke to Fabio, his gaze involuntarily shifted to Malia, who exuded the strongest aura. Malia clenched her fists subtly by her sides, betraying her mood despite her neutral facial expression. Aelb sensed her change in emotion and quietly enclosed her tightly clenched fist with his hand. The newcomer was none other than Preston, the one who had deceived them into entering the Jumping Base. Fabio pulled Preston aside and whispered a few sentences to him. Perhaps due to the substantial item Malia presented, the communication was concluded quickly. Preston returned with a smiling face. From his expression alone, Malia knew the matter of accommodation was settled. After several discussions, Malia and Aelb smoothly moved into the house. The original residents were a male and a female psychic. The thin-faced man who came out earlier was named Jack, and the other psychic woman was called Debbie, who happened to be out at the moment. The detached apartment was large enough for Malia and Aelb to each choose a room. Jack probably knew that Malia and Aelb were not people they could provoke, so he did not come around them again. Ever since Malia moved into this house, she began searching everywhere but failed to find the figure she had seen earlier through the window after thoroughly touring the entire house. Malia was sure she hadn't seen wrong, so where could Ganon have gone? While she was wandering around the house aimlessly, Debbie came in from the foyer. Their eyes met. Debbie obviously froze, her gaze sweeping over Malia's striking features before she burst into a loud tirade at someone inside. Jack. Nice one, I've been out for only this short while, and you've already brought back a pretty girl. Pretty girl Guue. Debbie's voice carried a rough hoarseness, sounding incredibly fierce. Almost instantly, the formerly frail man tumbled and scrambled over, still explaining frantically. It's not what you think, they are new arrivals. Aelb, following close behind, stood next to Malia and gave Jack an astonished look. He had just heard the commotion outside and, upon opening his door, saw Jack across the hall yank open his door and practically run down on all fours. That speed rivaled Brant. Thus, the four tenants finally gathered in the living room, sitting face to face, staring at each other. Debbie looked at the two identical expressions before her and felt a bit uneasy. Is this your first day in Jumping Base? Malia nodded. Just arrived, just moved in. Debbie glanced at the cool girl in front of her, also hearing from Jack that she wasn't someone easy to provoke. She shrugged. If you're another Esper full of expectations about this place, let me warn you once, this base is no simple matter. Leave if you can. Both Malia and Aelb were somewhat surprised by this remark. They exchanged glances, and Aelb asked, what do you mean by that? Chapter 110, Mute Slave. Have you ever seen a base that practices slavery? Debbie lowered her voice, and her expression became serious. Malia was drawn to her words, her brows slightly furrowing. You've seen it. But Debbie didn't continue. She pursed her lips as she looked at Malia. Not a single scion with normal values would choose this place. She didn't know why she was being so candid with the woman she met at first sight. It was just that at the moment their gazes met, it made one feel relaxed both physically and mentally. It was like meeting a vast ocean, making one feel broad-minded. Debbie trusted her first instinct but still cautiously refrained from saying too much. However, while she didn't want to talk, Malia wasn't willing to let the topic drop. And what about you? Since you know it's not good here, why don't you leave? Seeing no response from the two, her gaze turned to the frail man, becoming somewhat profound. Or is it that your abilities are special to the point where you can't leave? As soon as these words were spoken, Jack, who had been quietly sitting in place, suddenly lifted his head, looking at Malia with astonishment. Debbie abruptly stood up, pulling Jack towards the room, leaving after giving Malia a cold look. Nothing more to say. Then came the sound of the door closing after they entered the room. Malia remained in the same position on the sofa. Aelb sat beside her and asked in a low voice, can you sense his ability? Malia nodded and leaned back against Aelb. Did you sense it too? Jack's ability is definitely not simple. He was unconsciously using it just now. She paused, but I can't figure out what it is. It's like just white light points. She frowned in recollection, not having the warmth of healing like Linlin, just light points. Aelb pursed his lips and sighed deeply. We have no leads now, let's rest for the night and plan later. Malia nodded slightly and didn't say more, cuddling with Aelb before they went back to their rooms to rest. She indeed has the powerful combat strength we are currently lacking. In the dark room, Fabio sat with his legs crossed on the chair, with an egg-sized crystal core on the table in front of him. On the other end of the table, another man sat. Fabio, observing the man's face, tentatively opened. Boss, should we try recruiting her? The man opposite Fabio placed his hands together by his lips. After a while, he reached for the crystal core in front of him. Just probe her a bit, the man smiled. If she wants to stay, that's best, if not. The unsaid words were understood by all. How is the light-based scion? The man asked again, this time directing his question to Preston leaning against the side. He listens obediently to the female scion by his side. Once she's dealt with, he won't be a problem. Preston answered confidently, as if those two scions were already in his grasp. The man remained silent for a moment. Keep a close watch, I don't want another situation like Aelb's. Send them to the arena immediately if there's any anomaly. Preston immediately adjusted his attitude, lowering his head in agreement. Finally, the man left the small room with the crystal core. Fabio slumped in his chair, turning his head to look at Preston with a smile. Call your little slave to help test that lightning-based scion. Preston raised an eyebrow at him. Isn't that a scion you brought to the base? Why are you handing it over to me now? Fabio shrugged indifferently. That lightning-based scion is too tough for me to handle alone. Preston's eyes gleamed with interest. Then I'm eager to meet her. With his feet suspended in midair, he floated into the darkness. Fabio watched him leave, a slight smile curling his lips as he took out another crystal core from his pocket, which he found on Yoni's. Darkness enveloped the entire Jumping Base, with people on the streets laughing without restraint, their eyes sliding over everyone like venomous snakes. Sunset followed by sunrise, Malia walked out of her room. Just as she was about to turn to Aelb's room to wake him up, she saw a figure kneeling at her door. He must have been kneeling there for a long time, motionless, with a collar around his neck. Malia looked down at the person, her eyes narrowing as she recognized him. It was Ganon. Ganon's eyes were empty, kneeling silently before her, like a soulless doll. A noise came from the living room, and Malia turned to see Preston's gaze floating towards her. Preston came to Malia with a smile on his face, tapping Ganon's head. Sir, you've had a bumpy journey coming to the base. I have specially prepared a rule-abiding mute slave for you. If you need anything, just instruct him. Malia repeated, mute slave. Preston's gaze remained fixed on Malia's face, marveling inwardly at her composure. No wonder Fabio handed him over. The woman in front of him could remain unperturbed even when faced with such scenes, truly a person with deep thought. Malia felt Preston's eyes on her and said coldly, then go buy 2 breakfasts. Her command was as cold as her face, which made the smile on Preston's lips widen slightly. She was one of them. Ganon obediently stood up from the ground, keeping his head low as he walked toward the door of the apartment. Perhaps due to kneeling for too long, he limped but never stopped moving forward. Malia watched him disappear from her sight before turning her cold gaze to Preston. I don't like people suddenly appearing beside me. Her chilly gaze, combined with her cold and distant expression, pushed people far away. Preston raised his hands in surrender, taking a step back. It won't happen again. Without sparing him a glance, Malia pulled open the door to Aelb's room, slammed it shut behind her, signaling her displeasure with Preston. In this brief encounter, Preston marveled at her unconventional behavior. But Jumping Base was never short of unconventional lunatics. Such scions suited their taste more. Inside the room, Malia jumped onto Aelb's bed, ignoring his groggy appearance and dragging him up. I saw Ganon. The familiar name brought Aelb back to reality. With messy hair, he listened as Malia recounted the whole incident. Ganon has become Preston's mute slave. Aelb suspected he wasn't fully awake yet. Chapter 111, Revisiting the Arena. After Aelb finished washing up, Malia and he walked out of the room together and saw Ganon, who had gone to buy breakfast earlier. He sat kneeling at the door with his eyes lowered. Aelb turned to look at Malia in surprise, only to see her shrugging, with an expression that said I told you so. After Malia's warning, Preston had already left. The dining table in the living room was laid with steaming, varied, and sumptuous breakfast. Malia and Aelb exchanged glances and slowly sat down at the dining table. Ganon followed behind them all the way, then knelt properly in the corner of the living room again. He seemed like a devout servant, patiently waiting for orders from his masters. Aelb sat on the same side as Malia. Her gaze fell on Ganon, who kept his head lowered without a word, and she leaned close to Aelb, whispering, Aelb, do you think Ganon has really been brainwashed by the Jumping Base? Maximus, Ganon, they became completely different people after staying at the base for a while. Undeniably, the brainwashing capability of the Jumping Base was astonishing. Aelb also looked over and whispered to Malia, let's wait and see. His deep voice tickled Malia's ears through her ear canal. She nodded, straightening up quietly and pretended to be nonchalant as she enjoyed breakfast. When Debbie and Jack came downstairs early in the morning, they saw this scene. A cold-looking couple sitting at the dining table, with steaming delicacies, enjoying their breakfast leisurely, while a man knelt in the corner. His spine bent, hands placed obediently on his knees, and his head hung low in the corner. The cold collar around his neck emitted a chilling light under the lamp, stabbing painfully into one's eyes. Debbie paused, meeting Malia's gaze. Her eyes gradually turned cold, looking at Malia with more detachment. You accepted Preston's olive branch. Debbie stated it as if affirming a fact to himself. Malia remained silent. Understanding from Malia's silence, Debbie pursed her lips and left the apartment with Jack without looking back. Debbie was right. Ganon, the mute slave, was Preston's peace offering. For the strong, as long as they accepted the base's philosophy, they would certainly be able to stay safely. This philosophy is euphemistically called survival of the fittest and crudely put, slavery and oppression. By controlling those weaker than themselves, they elevate their status and gain a quality life. Malia and Aelb finished breakfast in silence and left the apartment. Preston left so abruptly, which was quite strange. He was not someone who would give up easily. Since he left the mute slave, he must be monitoring their reactions. The apartment might have been under Preston's surveillance all along. Malia and Aelb walked shoulder to shoulder down the road. Only now did they breathe a sigh of relief. Surrounded by noisy crowds, their voices were drowned out by the chatter. What do we do next? Letting Ganon follow as a mute slave makes me feel uneasy. Malia rubbed her arm, sounding somewhat regretful. Aelb agreed wholeheartedly. After some thought, he made up his mind, let's talk to Ganon tonight. If he's really brainwashed. He narrowed his eyes and tightened his lips. Before he could finish, Malia completed the sentence, then we'll deprogram him. Aelb glanced at Malia beside him, seeing sincerity and seriousness in her eyes. Use our abilities to take him out and deprogram him. Malia spoke casually but with determination. Aelb chuckled softly, stroking her soft hair, agreeing, that's the idea. The two aimlessly strolled along the streets, surrounded by familiar yet somewhat alien buildings. Since their last departure from the Jumping Base, they had destroyed many structures within the base. The most damaged was the ability user's arena. Yet, this time, it was restored perfectly. Even the surrounding buildings were rebuilt. In contrast, residential buildings and walls were still under repair. Malia and Aelb silently noted this, realizing the importance placed on the ability user's arena. They had just walked to a dried fruit stall, taking a bag of dried fruit when a hoarse female voice came from the side corner. You're the new lightning ability user? Another familiar voice. Malia looked over and saw a scantily clad woman standing at the entrance of a side alley, smoking with half-lidded eyes watching them. Her gaze was fixed on Malia. Malia let her observe without any concern, her unperturbed expression blocking most of the scrutiny. She calmly put a piece of dried fruit into her mouth. Who are you? Of course, Malia recognized the woman in front of her. It was none other than Carly, who had treated her ankle back then. Carly blew out a smoke ring, sizing up Malia from head to toe, sking twice. What a pity. What's a pity? Carly, have you become so desperate that you're now attracted to women? Before Malia could say anything, laughter came from the side. The sound of leather boots clicking against the ground announced the arrival of Fabio. Malia wasn't surprised that Fabio found them. One might even say that the entire jumping base was their network of informant. Carly rolled her eyes at Fabio and turned to walk into the alley. Fabio grinned as he approached Malia. Don't mind her, she's just a woman who's gone mad wanting a child. Carly wanted a powerful ability use a child. This was something everyone in the jumping base knew. How did you find us here? Cool girl Malia stared at Fabio's face. Fabio's smile never wavered. I heard you were exploring the base and thought you might need a guide who can help you understand it faster. What do we need to understand? Malia countered without answering his question. Fabio walked ahead first, his tone light and steps quick. For example, places where our ability users love to go. Malia and Aelb exchanged glances, understanding immediately. The ability users arena again. They silently followed Fabio's pace. He acted like a genuine tour guide, introducing the shops and buildings along the way. The three of them eventually reached the entrance of the ability users arena. It was still the same place, still bustling with people, and the air was still filled with the same stench of blood. Malia took a deep breath quietly and followed Fabio inside. Chapter 112 Reward. As soon as the door was pushed open, they could see on the platform opposite, two psychics fighting fiercely. Powers spread within the room, and cheers and screams electrified everyone's nerves, almost making every cell quiver and scream. Malia followed behind Fabio. Once they entered, quite a few psychics looked over. Aelb scanned hurriedly. Many of the psychics here had once been part of the hunt for him. Just from this observation alone, it seemed that security at this arena was particularly strict. This is our arena where psychic combatants fight, and spectators can place bets on them. Do you want to go up and play a couple of rounds? Fabio guided Malia close to the stage. On her first visit, she might not have noticed, but now, on her second visit, Malia saw two staff members guarding the entrance to the stage. They seemed to be enjoying the battle on the stage, yet their faces were cold and indifferent. They were the very staff who had dragged away the man who lost his match against Aelb. The applause assaulted one's eardrums, causing dizziness. Malia kept a stern face, shaking her head in refusal. She didn't seem interested in such matches. There's nothing good to compare. Isn't there someplace more interesting? Fabio didn't force her, smiling. I wonder what kind of place you prefer. Since entering the base, the psychic before him hadn't shown much preference, treating everything with indifference, as if he were a monk. This wasn't too promising. Malia tugged at the corners of her mouth, meeting Fabio's eyes directly. I like thrilling things. Her gaze was sharp, compelling people to involuntarily look away. Fabio was startled and unconsciously avoided Malia's gaze. After a moment, he recomposed himself, putting back on his gentle smile. It depends on what kind of thrill you're pursuing. We have many psychics in our base. Besides sparring with each other, we also have external missions which provide rich rewards after completion. When he spoke of rewards, Fabio's face took on a meaningful expression, clearly indicating significant secrets. During their last visit, they only came to the psychic base and did not know about Jumping Base's special external mission arrangements. Malia pressed on. What are these rewards? Seeing that he had sparked her interest, Fabio's smile eased again. Facing Malia's doubts, he mysteriously remained silent and headed towards the door instead. Malia closely followed, her expression not too pleasant, sensing something odd about this reward. The three left the psychic arena and turned into a small, inconspicuous alley. The alley was dim even in daylight, exuding an eerie atmosphere. Fabio stopped at an iron gate, turning to look at Malia with a smile, slowly pushing open the locked gate. Ordinarily, this wouldn't be shown to newly arrived psychics, but I'm willing to make an exception for you. With the locked iron gate opened, dim light from outside streamed in through the large door. In the enclosed room, pairs of eyes revealed themselves under the faint light. Malia's heart skipped a beat, suppressing her anger tightly with a straightened lip. In the dimly lit room, people were packed tightly together. Fabio didn't see the change on Malia's face, only noticing her unwavering gaze. He smirked, assuming he had found her interest. Inside the small room, people huddled together trembling, looking nothing like humans. Aelb embraced Malia's clenched fists, his warmth gradually calming her rage. These are the rewards. Fabio slowly walked into the room, the nearest being a girl. The girl had a beautiful face but was covered in bruises. Fabio dragged her over, lifting her neck for Malia to see. Around her slender neck was a collar, something only animals wore. The silver plate on the collar gleamed coldly, inscribed with numbers. Each reward here has been trained. They will be your most loyal servants. Fabio's actions were far from gentle, as if he were holding not a young girl but an inanimate object. This scene deeply wounded Malia. Memories flooded back. Laura, Krista, Sherman. Each suffering girl flashed before her eyes. Accompanied by the man's wild laughter and curses, it made one feel sick. The room was dim, and in the backlight, Fabio didn't see Malia's expression. However, Aelb stepped forward and held her waist, pulling her back to her senses. She inhaled slightly, perhaps due to anger, her body lightly trembling. These are all ordinary people. If the tasks are done well, a psychic's reward isn't given every day. As he spoke, he pinched the face of the girl in his hand, forcing her to look at him. Fabio's face revealed a malicious smile as he released his grip and pointed at his boot. Lick. The girl was thrown aside, her eyes void of any vitality, slowly crawling to Fabio's feet and sticking out her tongue like a little dog. What exactly do these tasks entail? Malia interrupted. Seeing that she was interested, Fabio stopped tormenting the rewards, kicked the girl away, and walked over to Malia. Bring back some crystal cores, energy fruits, psychics. Once you accumulate enough points, you can take them home. Fabio led Malia and asked, the point exchange is at the base entrance. Need me to show you the way? Malia's gaze was still fixed on the girl. Aelb understood and fished out 2 more energy fruits from his pocket, pressing them into Fabio's arms. With a cold voice, he said, we want that girl now. Fabio rubbed the 2 good quality energy fruits in his hands, glanced at Aelb, and smiled faintly. Sure, no problem. He took a few quick steps and pulled the girl out of the small room. You're lucky, she will be your owner from now on. The girl moved sluggishly, her gaze dazed, and repeated, Master. Her demeanor was humble, like a toy doll being controlled by others. Yet, her voice was hoarse as if someone had cut her vocal cords with a blade. After hearing her voice, Malia looked at Fabio, who shrugged, looking utterly innocent. I don't know about her voice either. They could still hear the roar of the crowd from the psychic combat arena not far away. Looking back at the dim, dirty small room, Malia narrowed her eyes and said, take us to the point exchange area. Fabio was more than happy to comply, juggling the newly acquired energy fruits in his hand, leading the 2 towards the point exchange area. The girl quietly followed behind them, drawing no curious glances from the people on the street as if such a sight was common. Malia's tightly pressed lips never relaxed. What other filth does this jumping base hide? Chapter 113, Credits. As Fabio had said, the so-called credit exchange booth was right next to the gate of the base. It was just a shabby little hut that didn't look like much at all. An elderly woman with wrinkled skin sat inside the hut. When she saw the group approaching, she merely glanced up briefly. Fabio tapped on the table in front of her and placed 2 energy fruits in front of the old woman. Ashley, lightning-type psychic. The old woman kept watch over this small booth but only reported Malia's name. After taking the 2 energy fruits, there was no further movement from her side. Malia looked at her for a while before asking curiously, is that it? Fabio nodded. There's no complicated procedure here. You'll live very comfortably in our psychic base. He smiled and pointed to the wooden board next to the booth. All the values for exchanges are recorded here. Many people in the base enjoy going out hunting for things. If you're interested, you can join a couple of teams you get along with. Malia leaned in closer to look at the prices. The highest ranked item was the psychics themselves, with different types having different values. At the top was written, Top Psychic, 500 credits. Malia raised an eyebrow and looked at Fabio. How many credits am I worth as a psychic? She easily guessed why Fabio was so enthusiastic about her. Her gaze then fell on the young girl who had been following them. In Jamping Base, everyone seemed to be marked with a clear price, like items in a cabinet. 500 credits. Fabio reported the price without any hesitation. Malia slightly curled her lips and did not pursue the topic further. Do you also earn credits? A voice came from behind the 3. Malia turned around and saw a team of 5 or 6 people walking over. Jean and Yonis were among them. Their expressions became somewhat flustered upon seeing Malia. The leader of the team, a man, inspected Malia with great interest. Anyone Fabio personally escorts must be quite powerful. Malia remained silent. Looking into the man's eyes, she noticed he narrowed them slightly. She surveyed the group. Perfect, all familiar faces. Fabio laughed heartily and introduced them. This is Darian. The one beside him is his younger brother Clarence. These 2 brothers frequently form groups to go outside and earn credits. Darian. Malia remembered him well. After Preston led them to the base, he was the one who found them accommodations. And he and Preston conspired to leave her among zombies. Sunny from the team also looked particularly surprised upon seeing Malia. Ashley. What a coincidence. Darian looked around and asked, do you know each other? Fabio spoke up first. They're all people I brought back. Malia stared directly at Darian. What are you planning to do to earn credits? Darian, who had naturally heard the legend of the new lightning psychic, dared not underestimate Malia. Just the usual, searching for some crystals. All gains will be personal. Unlike ordinary psychic teams which were united, these were just a group of people assembled for personal gain. All right, let's go together, Malia agreed readily. However, Darian didn't move immediately. His gaze shifted to Aelb beside him. It's dangerous outside. Isn't it best if your friend stays in the base? Clearly, they considered Aelb to be an ordinary person. Aelb, who had been silent, met Darian's gaze. Though looking at him, his peripheral vision stayed attentive to Malia. This was clearly a test. Aelb understood the meaning behind Malia's glance and stepped forward. I can survive. Malia nodded, facing Darian, continuing what Aelb started. Perhaps I should remind you, we are not just friends, but also spouses. Instantly, the scene fell silent. Her absolute assertiveness made Darian and Fabio exchange glances secretly. They felt they had touched the strong psychic's bottom line. Darian promptly apologized sincerely. I'm sorry. Clarence, who hadn't spoken until now, tried to ease the tension. Since we're all ready, let's get going. Zombies in the post-apocalyptic world might be the easiest to deal with among all the mutated flora and fauna. Compared to evolved psychics with intelligence, humans were originally fragile, making killing a few zombies as easy as cutting vegetables. Jean clenched her fists tightly. The courteous and flattering attitude of Fabio and Darian towards Malia filled her with envy. Having just arrived at the base, she already sensed something unusual about jumping base from Fabio's different treatment. Each time she thought about it, she felt almost driven mad by jealousy. As soon as the group left the base, zombies lunged at them from all directions. Everyone was well prepared for these kinds of attacks. Malia glanced in Darian's direction and saw him unleashing wind blades continuously. The zombies attacking him couldn't even touch his clothes. Malia stood still, while Aelb took out an iron rod he had brought from the base. He swiftly swung it at the incoming zombies, aiming straight for their heads. The iron rod shattered the skulls of the zombies it hit, knocking some of them staggering to the side. Aelb didn't stop, using the iron rod to strike the zombie skulls, smashing them open and extracting crystal cores. His arms bulged with muscle, displaying a brutal and cruel method that made people glance at him in surprise. Darian clicked his tongue, sneaking up beside Fabio. The sound of that iron rod hitting skulls really makes one's scalp tingle. Fabio's gaze was fixed on Malia and Aelb. A smile remained on his face, while water threads swirled around his hands. They do have something. A water thread pierced through a nearby zombie's head, retrieving a crystal core from it. But ordinary people are just ordinary people. No matter how strong they get, they are nothing more than dogs around the strong. His eyes landed back on Malia, who hadn't moved an inch, with a hint of delight in his smile. It seems this lightning-type psychic is very suitable for our base. Darian chuckled indifferently and moved aside to dig out crystal cores himself. Malia watched Aelb's actions, her face unreadable, but inside she marveled at his brutal way of killing zombies. Aelb's swings were chaotic, yet each one landed solidly on the zombie skulls, sheer force breaking through the tough heads. That style reminded her so much of her past battles wielding a great saber against many foes. Malia couldn't help but nod in approval. Aelb was truly living up to her teachings. Chapter 114, this question should be asked by me. Aelb's violent method of extracting crystal cores proved to be highly effective. Even compared with these psychics, his method didn't fall short. Malia acted like a completely laissez-faire boss throughout the process. She just stood there with a stern little face as if nothing could ruffle her. After everyone had collected a substantial number of crystal cores, this hastily assembled team returned to the base again. Malia said goodbye to Aelb and the others before returning to her apartment. From afar, they saw a kneeling girl sitting at the door of the apartment. Malia stopped from a distance, staring at the girl for a long time, then muttered sullenly, "Damn it." Aelb patted Malia's back from behind. Unable to offer comforting words, he silently stayed by her side. His dark eyes looked melancholic. Such oppression wasn't uncommon in this post-apocalyptic world but was more extreme here at Jumping Base. He raised his head to look at the overcast sky where the clouds blocked out all light, making it impossible to discern the color behind them. In a world like this, it was hard to see the end of despair. Despite not wanting to witness this, Malia and Aelb still walked back. The girl heard footsteps and slowly lifted her head to see Malia approaching her. She lowered her head again and called out obediently, "Master." Without looking at her, Malia stormed inside. Aelb followed behind her, reminding the girl, "Come along." The girl trudged behind them mechanically, resembling a walking corpse more than a zombie. As soon as Malia entered the living room, she came face to face with another kneeling figure. Ganon was kneeling properly at the entrance. Seeing Malia come out, he bent his back and bowed his head to her. "Malia." A nameless anger surged up from within Malia, yet she didn't know what she was mad about. Without giving Ganon a second glance, she stomped back into her room, slamming the door shut. Aelb, who followed in after her, also saw Ganon kneeling on the floor. He roughly understood some of Malia's feelings, so with a serious expression, he coolly said, "Find something to do. Don't kneel around blocking the view." Upon hearing this, both Ganon and the girl behind Aelb flinched, then obediently left his line of sight. Pressing his lips together, Aelb pushed open Malia's door. Inside, Malia lay sprawled on the bed, lost in thought. "Don't overthink it. We'll go talk to Ganon tonight. Maybe things aren't as bad as we imagine." Aelb walked beside her, speaking gently. Suddenly, Malia sat up from the bed. "Aelb, this base is too strange." Her voice sounded visibly depressed. "It doesn't feel like a base, more like a huge scam. They lured people from other bases here using the promise of many psychics, only to enslave and exploit them entirely." What surprised Malia was that those being traded were clearly humans too. Aelb tousled Malia's hair until she felt dizzy, her thoughts drifting away. "Stop overthinking." Aelb spilled out the crystal cores he brought back today. "We need to absorb today's cores to have more energy tonight when dealing with Ganon." Malia pursed her lips and reached up to smooth out her hair, which Aelb had ruffled into a nest. She grumbled fiercely, "Stop messing with my hair." Aelb smiled, shrugging at her. With a puffed-up face, the girl went off to absorb the crystal cores. After this fuss, she temporarily set aside her grievances and frustrations. Instead, she focused on planning how to confess to Ganon that night. Meanwhile, in the room opposite theirs, Debbie tightened her lips, pacing back and forth in the room while resting her chin on her hand. Jack weakly asked, "Yu, are we really going to take those 2 slaves with us?" Debbie sneered, her words sharp. "What? Scared? Didn't you see? She brought back another slave today. She was trembling with rage, her suppressed voice rising involuntarily. She's no different from the vermin in this base. I misjudged her back then. In a fit of anger, Debbie spat toward the door, showing how enraged she was. Even though Jack tried to stop her outburst, he couldn't calm her down. When they returned today, they not only saw Ganon, the mute slave, but also an unfamiliar girl. Although they hadn't seen the girl before, they recognized the collar around her neck. It was the mark of a slave. In just one day, the newly arrived had already bought a slave. This clearly showed her character. Debbie was naturally short-tempered, and this situation made them even angrier. I don't care. Before we leave tonight, find those 2 slaves and take them all with us. Debbie rolled up her sleeves, the anger in her eyes burning brighter. She wasn't the type to play the saint, but when something happened right before her eyes, she couldn't help but intervene. The people separated by 2 doors didn't know each other's thoughts, yet coincidentally discussed plans for that night. In Jamping Base, people still came and went as usual, bustling and lively. Time flew by swiftly. Even at midnight, there were still many lights on. Jamping Base was like a city that never sleeps, always maintaining a vibrant atmosphere. Ganon's room was on the ground floor of the detached apartment building, and he was only separated by a wall from the new girl. Outside the window, the night was dim. The apartment where Malia and the others stayed was relatively far from the busy downtown area. Taking advantage of the neon light outside the window, Aelb's psychic power kicked in. He picked up Malia and stepped into the black hole. When they walked out, they were already in Ganon's small room. This room had no windows, and the darkness was impenetrable. It was eerily quiet, as if the sounds of the outside world could not penetrate this small house. The next moment, Malia suddenly pulled Aelb's arm. The breathing in the room was off. In the pitch-black room, she distinctly heard 4 breaths, including her own. Just as she pulled Aelb, she was carried away from her original position. At the moment they moved, Malia felt a gust of wind brush past her hair. Judging by the wind it stirred up, getting hit by such a punch would be enough to make someone's brain explode. In the darkness, Aelb protected Malia and exchanged blows with the unknown person for a long time. Malia's eyes narrowed, and electric light flashed in her hand. At the same time, a bright light suddenly emitted from the direction facing them. Those who had adapted to the darkness were momentarily dazzled. The fighting sounds around them stopped abruptly. Malia blinked and opened her eyes again, only to meet the gazes of Debbie and Jack. The 4 stood in the empty room, staring at each other for a long time. Debbie spoke first in a low voice. Why are you here? Malia retorted, this question should be asked by me. Chapter 115, She Has 2 Faces. The intense light gradually faded, and Malia looked toward the source of the light, seeing Conrad standing there, bathed in it. Or rather, it might be more accurate to say that this light emanated from Conrad himself. Malia stared in surprise at Conrad, who looked like a human flashlight, their eyes meeting in an awkward moment. The 4 people in the room fell into an eerie silence. Thanks to the glow from Conrad, they could finally see their surroundings. Apart from the 4 of them, there was no one else in this room. Malia's attention was drawn to Conrad. She rested her chin on her hand, examining him as he continued to emit light. Are you a light-type ability user? Conrad blushed and scratched the back of his head, implicitly confirming Malia's question. Debbie frowned, her fists clenched tightly, always in a state of vigilance. Aelb noticed her heightened ability and silently positioned himself between Debbie and Malia. A power-type ability user. After identifying Debbie's ability, her frown deepened even further. In just this brief encounter, these 2 had already seen through them. It was clear that in terms of abilities, the 2 before them were far more powerful. This was not in their favor. However, I didn't expect you 2 to be ability users, hiding so deeply, Debbie said to Aelb. She was a power-type ability user, yet the person in front of her had managed to dodge most of her attacks without using any ability. It seemed he was very familiar with power-type ability users. Debbie kept Aelb on guard, while Aelb also clenched his fists tighter. A battle between them was imminent. Malia seemed to notice the tense atmosphere and stood next to Aelb. Her eyes locked onto Debbie as she spoke softly. There might be some misunderstanding between us. Seeing Malia, Debbie was reminded of the girl she had encountered in the afternoon, her ability intensifying. Coldly, she retorted, there's nothing to misunderstand. We are not on the same side. With a burst of speed, she charged straight at Malia and Aelb. Malia and Aelb moved in perfect coordination, dodging Debbie's fist. After dodging, Aelb immediately turned around and engaged Debbie in a fierce fight. Meanwhile, Malia walked over to Conrad. Curiously, she poked his glowing skin and asked amidst the sounds of punches, this is my first time seeing a light-type ability user. Can you only glow? Perhaps taken aback by her peaceful demeanor, Conrad was momentarily stunned. I actually can do other things. Inside the room, the situation was somewhat split. On one side, Aelb and Debbie fought fiercely, while on the other, Malia and Conrad chatted casually. At that moment, in the quiet night, a faint sound came from outside the door. All 4 stopped their actions and stood still like statues. Listening carefully, 2 sets of footsteps approached the room they were in. Aelb and Debbie simultaneously lunged at Malia and Conrad. Bay, withdraw your ability. As the footsteps grew louder, Debbie lowered her voice and shouted. Conrad hurriedly withdrew his ability. Without the light, the 2 could only feel their way through the darkness for Malia and Conrad's wrists. Recalling their positions, Aelb moved quickly, grabbing someone's wrist and hiding in the wardrobe. Just as he hid, he noticed something different. The person in front of him was too tall. Suddenly, the person extended a finger, a faint light appearing at the tip, illuminating both of their faces. Aelb and Conrad exchanged looks inside the cramped wardrobe. Meanwhile, under the bed, Debbie touched smooth strands of hair and fell silent. The soft sound of the door opening followed by the door closing brought light to the room. Through the gaps in the wardrobe, Aelb and Conrad looked out. Malia and Debbie craned their necks to look at the door. Blinded by the sudden brightness, everyone closed their eyes briefly. When they opened their eyes again, Malia saw 2 pairs of shoes in front of her. One pair belonged to Ganon, whom they had come to find today. The other pair of boots looked familiar to Malia. She immediately recognized them as belonging to Fabio. Sure enough, Fabio's voice came, nonchalant but catching everyone's attention. After observing all day, has that lightning-type ability user shown any abnormalities? As he spoke, Ganon took out a notebook from a small cabinet beside him and knelt to present it to Fabio. The small notebook recorded every action and word of Malia and Aelb throughout the entire day, down to the minute. Fabio had assigned him to follow Malia and the others with the intention of surveillance. At least when they were out of sight, there was still this pair of eyes watching Malia and Aelb's every move. Fabio casually glanced over the contents of the notebook, lifting his gaze to stare at Ganon who was kneeling. Didn't hear anything useful? Ganon still shook his head dumbly. Useless. Fabio raised his foot and suddenly stepped down on Ganon's head, forcing him to fall flat on the ground. His shoe tip ruthlessly crushed Ganon's head, as if squashing a stinky bug. Fabio looked down at the person lying on the ground, snorting disdainfully. I really wonder why Preston kept you around. Ganon, with his face pressed into the bed by the foot, made eye contact with the 2 people under the bed. Everyone in the room, except Fabio, held their breath. Malia and Debbie, Aelb and Conrad, we're done for. Ganon's originally calm eyes widened abruptly, his tightly closed mouth slightly parted, as if ready to shout. Debbie kept her finger to her lips, repeatedly signaling for silence. Seeing that he was about to cry out, drawing Fabio's attention, Malia gritted her teeth, channeling her spiritual energy into her hand, swiping it across her face. The layer of bark fell off with a sound, revealing her original face as she peeled off the thin bark mask. Under these circumstances, she could only take a gamble. Gambling that Ganon hadn't been brainwashed to the point of insanity, gambling that he still remembered her. The face of the girl revealed had soft features, delicate eyebrows, and round eyes very familiar and obedient looking. She met Ganon's gaze and mouthed silently, don't shout. Ganon's already wide eyes narrowed further upon recognizing Malia's face, and his half-open mouth froze. Debbie's attention also turned to Malia, looking at her in shock, clearly startled. This lightning-type ability user, she has 2 faces. Chapter 116, Confessing Identity. Fabio saw Ganon lying motionless on the ground, and with a mocking laugh, he lost interest in tormenting him further. He closed the notebook in his hand and pulled up Ganon's hair to make him look straight into his eyes. Ganon's gaze remained vacant. Fabio's words were low and fierce. Squinting, he threatened, watch that lightning type closely, or else, even Preston can't protect you. Leaving these words behind, he opened the door and walked out without looking back. The door was gently closed, making a faint clicking sound. In the brightly lit room, silence still prevailed. Ganon maintained his kneeling posture, motionless like a statue. Malia listened for a long time and only emerged from under the bed when she was sure Fabio had gone far away. Seeing her head poking out from under the bed, Aelb pushed open the wardrobe door and came out as well. Ganon stiffly turned his head. Before he could recover from his shock at seeing Malia, 2 more people appeared from the wardrobe. The once spacious room was now packed full. Jack's gaze initially swept across the room but suddenly stopped on Malia's face. Who are you? Asked an astonished Jack, his voice somewhat loud. Debbie glared at him, frowning at Malia and Aelb. I think we need to have a proper talk. Ganon's gaze also fell upon Malia's face. With no tongue, he could only make guttural sounds. Seeing Malia clearly made him particularly agitated. Noticing Ganon's change, Debbie's eyes shifted between Malia and Ganon. After observing for some time, she tentatively asked, do you know each other? Debbie had met Ganon earlier, when Preston had pushed him in front of them, saying they could command him if anything needed doing. At the time, Debbie had suppressed her shock and anger and politely declined his offer. She originally felt pity for this unfortunate person but hadn't expected that the 3 people in this room would be connected. Malia and Aelb exchanged a glance first. She wiped Aelb's face, causing another bark mask to fall off, revealing his original features. Seeing Aelb made Ganon even more agitated, trembling violently. He bent his legs and shakily stood up, taking slow steps toward Malia and Aelb. Aelb supported the approaching Ganon and said gravely, this isn't a place to talk. Let's go to my room. As he spoke, his ability surged, forming a large black hole in front of them. Watching the black hole form, Debbie and Jack were dumbfounded. They stiffly twisted their necks, shifting their gazes from the black hole to Aelb's face. What kind of monsters were they encountering? Jack and Debbie stared blankly, feeling as though this world was surreal. Whether it was the bark masks or the black hole before them, everything about this night seemed too unreal. Aelb held Malia's hand, dragging Ganon with the other, leaving just one word, follow, before stepping into the black hole first. Debbie and Jack exchanged glances. They finally understood why Malia and Aelb had suddenly appeared in the room. It was like having a portal that could transport them anywhere. There was no denying that both felt a profound sense of disparity in the world at that moment. It took them great effort to sneak into this room quietly, yet here were people who could appear out of thin air with just an ability. Lost in thought, they followed Aelb's footsteps, entering the black hole. Before going in, Jack thoughtfully turned off the lights in the room. The room plunged back into silence. The small, crowded room was now completely empty. Stepping back onto solid ground, Jack and Debbie were still dizzy. Supporting each other, they felt weak and unsteady, unable to find any footing. After traversing space, they felt as if all their strength had been drained. Looking ahead at the calm figures of Malia and Aelb, Debbie slowly began, "From what I know, there is only one person who can use the black hole ability." Her gaze fell on Aelb as she continued, "Aelb from Wuhan base." Aelb shrugged indifferently at being identified. "Absolutely genuine." After a short rest, Debbie gathered her wits and breathed a long sigh. "Based on the news I gathered in the base these past few days, you're the only one who managed to escape. Why did you come back?" Her question seemed to echo what Ganon wanted to ask as well. He emitted short guttural sounds, unable to utter a single word. Aelb patted his shoulder in reassurance. Blushing, Malia met Debbie's gaze. "Do you remember when we first arrived, you told me something was off about this base?" Without her mask, her pale and delicate face was revealed, and her clear eyes looked at people with sincerity and seriousness. "We came here because of that weirdness." Malia's words made Debbie frown. "What you're doing is too dangerous." Ganon, regaining his composure, started rummaging through the room frantically until he finally found a pen and paper to write. In the time it took for everyone else to chat, he had quickly written down what he wanted to say. Perhaps because he wrote in haste, his handwriting was messy and hard to decipher. Malia focused on the note he handed over. At the top of the note were large letters, "Danger here. Leave quickly." Just as she was puzzled, Ganon handed over another piece of paper. Malia read it aloud involuntarily. "There are monsters in the arena, very dangerous." Understanding Malia's words, Ganon nodded vigorously, looking extremely anxious. Malia stared at him, tilting her head and recalling the things she had seen on the second floor of the arena. She asked, "Are they zombies?" Ganon seemed somewhat stunned, not expecting Malia to know something about the arena's secret. After a moment of shock, he nodded again and shook his head, grabbing the paper and scribbling furiously once more. Taking advantage of his writing moment, Aelb poked Malia's arm. "What's the deal with the zombies in the arena?" Malia blinked innocently. "Didn't I mention it before? On the second floor of the arena, there's an entire wall of caged zombies." They exchanged glances, all seeing shock in each other's eyes. The jumping base was breeding zombies. Just thinking about this made everyone catch their breath. A thought involuntarily surfaced in everyone's mind. Crazy. The people of Jumping Base are crazy. Chapter 117, Jumping Base Leader. Jack looked at Malia, and suddenly had an epiphany. "You're a Thunder Element psychic?" Malia had been pondering over the strangeness of the arena, but was interrupted by Jack. She hesitantly nodded. After being reminded by Jack, Debbie also reacted, remembering there was another famous Thunder Element psychic recently. Wuhan Base. That Thunder Element psychic who dealt with the Beast Tide. She stared straight at the demure-looking Malia, her expression changing constantly. Malia imitated Aelb's mannerisms, shrugged her shoulders, looking quite nonchalant. Genuine article. Debbie and Jack exchanged glances and silently pursed their lips. Good heavens, these two are one more impressive than the other. What luck they had to find Aelb, who was sought after in the Jumping Base, and Malia, who was sought after in the Wuhan Base, both gathered in this small room. Debbie and Jack exchanged glances again, quietly observing Malia and Aelb. Now it seemed that these two were even different from ordinary people in terms of aura. Ganon had already finished writing down what he wanted to say and handed it to Malia. His mouth opened and closed, but his damaged vocal cords and removed tongue made it impossible for him to speak a word. However, the brief sounds he made clearly conveyed his anxiety. Malia took it, glanced through it, and her expression suddenly turned serious. Noticing something was off, Aelb moved closer to Malia and read the note. The arena has a basement, where they conduct experiments on live humans. Ganon wrote down everything he saw. He had once been taken into the basement and witnessed psychics extracting blood from zombies and injecting it into normal people. Debbie and Jack also crowded around. After reading the content of the note, their lips tightened, and they frowned. No matter when, conducting experiments using zombies and normal humans crossed all boundaries. Malia held her chin and pondered. "I suddenly remember, might those zombies on the second floor of the arena not be captured from outside?" The four exchanged looks, all understanding each other's thoughts. These zombies were very likely products of the underground experiment. "It seems we have no choice but to pay another visit to the psychic arena." Aelb's gaze lingered on the note without moving. Malia and Aelb came to an unspoken agreement. The basement of the arena must hold the biggest secret of the Jumping Base. Debbie and Jack, watching these two making up their minds, couldn't quite keep up with their thinking. This undoubtedly felt like entering the enemy's headquarters to investigate solo. Forget taking a huge risk, this was like walking across a bridge suspended by ropes. Jack hesitantly spoke. "Just the two of you, going to investigate the arena?" Malia blinked her eyes, her face filled with confusion as if she was truly puzzled. "How can it just be the two of us? We're four together." Facing her gaze, Jack involuntarily took 2 steps back. Aelb laughed lightly, patting Jack on the shoulder. "Now that you know our identities, we are all bound by the same rope. To prevent you from talking carelessly and destroying our disguise, we can only hope you join us." Their expressions now resembled cunning old foxes waiting quietly for rabbits to fall into the trap. In fact, Debbie had already sensed that after seeing the faces under the masks of Malia and Aelb, they had boarded the storm-tossed little boat with these two. She frowned, sighed deeply, and whispered, "What do you need us to do?" Malia and Aelb simultaneously smiled, their curved eyes making them look like foxes sneaking around for food. They discussed the subsequent actions until the sky lightened up, seemingly feeling drowsy only then. Under Aelb's teleportation, they returned to their rooms to rest. Though Malia wasn't sleepy, she urged Aelb to sleep and then entered the living room alone. Collective hibernation would surely arouse suspicion among the people monitoring them. She needed to act as cover for these normal people who required sleep. Ultimately, she, Malia, had to bear everything. When she came downstairs, she indeed saw the girl they brought back yesterday had laid out breakfast for them to eat. After placing the breakfast, the girl knelt aside, motionless like a statue. Malia had long put on her mask and was eating breakfast calmly while scrutinizing the girl before her, racking her brain to decide how to arrange for her. She had quite a few bruises on her body, suggesting that her life had been very difficult. Not just her, but every time Malia thought about the basement being opened and the light shining in, revealing everyone inside with wounds far more horrifying than those on the young girl. Just thinking about this made Malia feel choked up. Her already cold expression became even more distant and unwelcoming. And when Preston walked in, he saw exactly this scene. The woman at the dining table was chewing her food while watching the kneeling girl with great interest, her lowered face as cold as a queen surveying her subjects. He smiled, finding the woman before him fitting their bases taste more and more. Preston approached enthusiastically. "Ashley, you woke up so early." Malia didn't even spare him a glance, she had sensed his presence as soon as he entered the courtyard. She finished chewing her food slowly and then spoke lazily, "Maybe you remember I said I don't like it when you barge in suddenly." Her tone was arrogant, yet Preston's smile didn't fade. He sat down opposite her, saying, "Don't worry, I'm here for something urgent." Malia's gaze shifted from the table to his face. "Our base leader wants to see you." Preston smiled at her and added, "Just you." Malia's eyebrows twitched slightly. She hadn't expected this, but she kept her face calm and asked again, "When?" Preston shrugged, "Right now, shall we go?" Malia stared at Preston for a long time, finishing her glass of water, and then stood up composedly. She instructed the nearby girl, "Go tell Armand I have something outside, and ask him to wait for me in the room." The girl bowed her head in agreement. Preston glanced at her, smiling as he led Malia out. It seemed, this Thunder Element psychic didn't think much of her so-called husband. Their guess was right, that ordinary person was merely her toy when she felt bored, nothing more. Thinking of this, Preston felt more assured about Malia. She was exactly the kind of person who belonged in Jumping Base. Preston thought to himself. Chapter 118. Another cultivator. Ali followed Preston out of the apartment, winding through several small alleys before arriving at an unremarkable building. Preston gestured for Ali to enter. "Our base commander is waiting inside for you. I'll escort you this far." Ali looked at the somewhat shabby door before her and felt a bit surprised. Jumping Base appeared so bustling, yet she didn't expect that the base commander's residence would be in such an inconspicuous little house. She said nothing, pushed the door open, and walked in. Outside, Preston did not leave, standing guard by the door like a dutiful bodyguard. The room was pitch dark, even though it was daytime, not a single ray of light penetrated into the room. In the darkness, one's five senses always became more acute. Ali could hear the breathing of another person within the room. He was not far from her. "Are we going to talk like this?" Ali didn't move her feet, asking from where she stood. After a moment, a soft chuckle echoed from the room, and the lights gradually brightened, revealing the layout of the entire room to Ali. She narrowed her eyes as she surveyed her surroundings. The windows of the room were completely blocked by thick curtains, preventing any outside light from entering. A sofa, a coffee table, whether in decoration or placement, it had a homely yet refined touch. A man sat on the sofa, looking in Ali's direction with a well-behaved little earth dog sleeping peacefully in his arms. "Please sit," the man indicated to the seat on the sofa in front of him. On the coffee table were 2 cups of freshly brewed tea, still steaming hot, clearly prepared to welcome her. In the end times, tea was quite rare, and his offering of tea spoke volumes about his sincerity. Ali strolled over leisurely and sat down opposite the man. Her gaze fell upon the small earth dog on the man's knees. This little tan-colored earth dog seemed out of place in such a house. Perhaps it really was sound asleep, lying still on the man's knees. The man stroked the little earth dog's head and said, "Hello, my name is Flash. I'm the base commander of Jumping Base." Ali's gaze shifted to his face. Ordinary looks, an ordinary name, even his voice lacked distinctiveness. He was the kind of person who would be lost in a crowd. Yet it was he who became the base commander of this Jumping Base. Ali pursed her lips and broached the purpose of her visit. "Why have you summoned me here?" Flash seemed amiable, continuing from what Ali had said. "I wanted to ask if you might consider joining our base. Fabio mentioned that you've never joined any base. Over these past couple of days, you've been staying at our base. Perhaps you're considering settling down here?" Flash looked at Ali with a playful smile at the corners of his mouth. "Or perhaps you have some conditions you'd like to put forward now." He seemed very approachable, lacking the usual commanding demeanor of a base commander. But precisely because of this, Ali became more wary. These people seemed exceptionally lenient towards her, an attitude she found strange. "Perhaps you should know, given my capabilities, I lack nothing. You should perhaps explain your terms instead." Ali exuded the aura of a superior, naturally commanding respect as if she had long been at the pinnacle of power. She eyed Flash coldly, her slightly raised eyebrows hinting at mockery. Base commander, let's get straight to the point and discuss terms. In Jumping Base, everything could be considered a transaction, and it was this understanding that led Alizi to be so direct. As expected, Flash smiled. You should indeed stay here longer, you'd fit right into our base. Our terms are actually very simple, Flash patted the little Earth dog's head. Whenever the base needs you, just lend a hand. To put it bluntly, it's like being a hired hand. This was indeed a very simple condition for a psychic. Flash waited patiently for Alizi's response, his expression betraying no concern. Alizi's ears twitched imperceptibly. She could hear faint sounds coming from behind the heavy curtains. A wisp of spiritual energy slipped through the curtain, vividly reflecting the scene behind it in Alizi's mind. Behind the curtains, numerous psychics were poised and ready to strike. Each one pressed close to the curtain, waiting for a signal from inside to rush in and apprehend this lightning psychic. Alizi also spotted many familiar faces. Fabio, the water psychic, Ansel, the gravity psychic, even Carly, the healer, was among them. Blaze's heart skipped a beat, her gaze deepening as she looked at Flash. Jumping Base certainly valued her highly. Just by looking at this group of people, most of the base's top combatants were here. She feared that if she didn't agree today, there would be no way for her to walk out of this room alive. Although Blaze was confident that if she went all out, these people wouldn't be able to stop her. On the other hand, she wanted more to investigate the internal affairs of Jumping Base. And right now, she had the perfect opportunity in front of her. It's a deal. Blaze shrugged, picked up the teacup, and took a light sip. The tea was bitter and coarse, not particularly good. Flash smiled and extended his hand to her, then welcome aboard. Blaze naturally set down the teacup and shook his hand. As their palms touched, Blaze's pupils suddenly constricted, suppressing a tiny anomaly forcefully. Once it was over, Blaze stood up. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Flash motioned for her to go ahead, and Blaze turned away with an unusually serious expression, gripping the hand that had just shaken Flash's, leaving the room quickly. Just then, she had sensed a faint trace of spiritual energy from Flash. Unlike zombies, it was similar to the spiritual energy inside her, flexible and controllable spiritual energy. Was Flash also a cultivator? Countless thoughts flashed through Blaze's mind, urging her to walk faster. Behind her, Flash stroked the little Earth dog in his arms while watching Blaze's retreating back, a faint smile lingering on his lips. With the door closing, the little dog on his knees opened its eyes and shook its head. Its crimson eyes looked toward the door, as if regaining consciousness. It was a mutant dog. Flash continued to stroke the mutant dog's head. Little Huang, you find her an interesting psychic too, don't you? The mutant dog made two grumbling sounds, sniffed the air, jumped off Flash, and sat down in the spot where Blaze had been sitting, curling up to rest again. Looking at the mutant dog nestled opposite him, Flash's smile widened even more. Even the mutant dog liked her scent, which truly surprised him. Chapter 119, Eating Gossip Until It Hits Home. Malia had been in a daze ever since leaving the small house, still feeling the spiritual energy she sensed when touching Flash's arm. Preston did not follow Malia. Instead, after CAI left, she walked into the room. Malia walked back alone. Her memory was good, even though she had only passed once, she could remember the way back. She had just walked out of the winding alley when a commotion nearby caught her attention. Malia looked over and saw Jean, red-faced and arguing with a figure whose back was to her. A crowd had already gathered around them, whispering behind their hands and pointing at the two people at the center. These crystals are ours. We worked hard to hunt them. The woman standing opposite crossed her arms and gave a cold snort. You say they're yours, and they're yours. There's no reason to spew such nonsense. With your level of ability, how could you get so many crystal cores? Malia blinked. This voice sounded oddly familiar. Unable to resist, she moved closer, blending into the crowd to see the two at the center. Jean was fuming, while the other woman appeared completely unperturbed. When Malia finally saw the woman's face, she was stunned again. The woman in front of her, with delicate eyebrows and almond eyes, was none other than Elena, who had vanished in the Wuhan base. Malia glanced between Jean and Elena, deciding to observe first. Elena's words clearly infuriated Jean even more. She immediately activated her ability, charging toward Elena. The onlookers gasped in alarm, but no one moved to help. Seeing this, Elena gave another cold snort. Without lifting a finger, over 10 abilities surged from behind her. In the shadows behind her, many more ability users were hidden. As soon as Jean attacked Elena, they used their abilities to counterattack. Even if Jean was well prepared, and Yoni's blocked for her from the side, facing a dozen ability users was too much. When the dust settled from the clash, Jean was covered in deep, bone-deep wounds. Elena curled her lips. You, trying to compete with me? She hadn't moved an inch. From behind her, over 10 ability users wearing slave collars emerged. They stood devoutly behind Elena, like loyal bodyguards. Elena stepped forward to pick up the bag of crystal cores they had been disputing, counted them quickly, and tossed it carelessly to one of the ability users behind her. She sneered. Just these few crystal cores, and you treasure them as if they were priceless. Jean's eyes welled with tears, her chest heaving angrily as she trembled and pointed at Elena. You. Her gaze darted around and suddenly froze on Malia in the crowd. Malia instantly felt a sense of foreboding. Next second, Jean's loud voice rang out. Boss, we went hunting together before. These crystal cores are mine. Please prove that these crystal cores belong to me. Her words carried a hint of madness as she took a couple of quick steps toward Malia. All eyes in the area focused on Malia. Malia discreetly took a step back. Great, this gossip has landed right on me. Elena's gaze also shifted to her, sizing up Malia from head to toe before raising an eyebrow. You are with her. Malia took another step back. She didn't want to get involved. Whether Jean noticed her intention or lost her mind, she rushed to Malia, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her into the scene. Malia was about to think of a polite refusal when she stumbled unexpectedly. Help me, please help me. Jean seemed to have fallen into some kind of frenzy, trembling violently. It was only the second day since entering the jumping base, yet Jean had already felt the deep malice here. Without crystal cores or resources, every step was difficult. No one arranged accommodation for them, no one cared about their daily lives, and just when they found a place to settle, opportunistic ability users came to extort them. Earlier, Jean wanted to buy some food but accidentally bumped into Elena, causing the bag of crystal cores to fall out, which Elena claimed were hers. At that moment, Jean fully understood. Ability users like them couldn't survive in the jumping base. Though she had considered leaving the base, without support, she and Yonis couldn't guarantee they would find another safe base in a world overrun by zombies. In other words, they were trapped in the jumping base. The more they had once longed for life in the jumping base, the more they now wanted to leave. Behind Elena, an ability user approached and whispered a few words into her ear. Elena sized up Malia from head to toe again after hearing it. No need to guess, those whispers were about her. The new lightning-type ability user, Elena said with a smile, gesturing to the bag of crystal cores one of her ability users held. Do you want to? Malia wasn't particularly concerned about the crystal cores. She looked at Elena before her, the one who had once wanted to kill her. To be honest, I don't care about your dispute. Malia's voice was cold. Jean, standing beside her, shut her mouth and glared at Malia. But Malia ignored her, meeting Elena's eyes directly. However, I'm very interested in these people behind you. She gestured to the dozen or so ability users standing behind Elena. They are all your slaves. Elena glanced back briefly, then turned her gaze to Malia with a playful look, raising an eyebrow. What's your point? Malia sneered, too weak. Elena hadn't expected this woman to speak so arrogantly, finding it quite fitting that this new ability user lived up to her unconventional reputation. Strength can only be tested through a fight. Elena threw the bag of crystal cores to the ground. Let's bet on this bag of crystal cores. What do you say? Malia clenched her fists, but instantly, streams of electricity surged around her body. She opened her lips slightly. All come at me then. Shouts of alarm spread around as everyone felt the energy within the electrical currents, lightning bound by the laws of nature that momentarily halted their own abilities. The power was undeniable. Even Elena, who had always been unperturbed, couldn't help but straighten up, looking at Malia with surprise. Chapter 120, A Day of Tribulations. Just as Malia released her power, the opposing psychics showed signs of retreating. They had never seen anyone's psychic ability so strong that it could influence their own abilities. But despite not wanting to fight any longer, Elena loomed menacingly behind them. The few psychics exchanged glances and swallowed hard. They clenched their teeth and charged forward with their powers. The sight of over a dozen people advancing together with their abilities was spectacular, leaving everyone around them in stunned silence. Malia did not back down either. Dark purple lightning, thick as 2 fingers, danced like a whip in her hands. Wherever the electric light reached, everything turned scorched black. The ground that had been struck sizzled, emitting waves of heat that made everyone involuntarily hold their breath. She is very powerful. This was the consensus among everyone. Almost effortlessly, Malia dealt with the few psychics before her. The enslaved psychics were not top tier in strength. The purple lightning whip quickly brought these psychics to their knees. Elena hadn't expected such a stark disparity, and her attitude towards Malia changed slightly as a result. Malia took 2 steps forward and picked up the bag of crystal cores on the ground, waving it provocatively in front of Elena. This, I shall take. Throughout this, she showed no expression, exuding an air of high-level grace. Elena looked at her without speaking. Malia tossed the bag of crystal cores back to Jean. She glanced at Elena once more, losing interest in the crowd's attention, and walked away from the crowd. Jean clutched the bag of crystal cores tightly against her chest, as if waking from a dream. Elena swept her gaze over the psychics lying on the ground and then saw the slim figure walking away. She squinted her eyes. When she locked eyes with the lightning psychic just now, she felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if they had met somewhere before, yet no matter how she searched her memory, she couldn't find a match for that face, strangely familiar yet strange. Watching the figure disappear, she raised her foot to leave, saying, if you don't get up now, do you want to be sent for another round of? Her voice was soft, but the psychics on the ground shivered and instantly got up, ignoring their injuries, and followed Elena's footsteps. Jean still held the bag of crystal cores, muttering to herself while Yonis, who had been silent all this time, murmured in a trance. Having powerful abilities is really great. His gaze lingered on the departing Elena. Our precious crystal cores can be gambled away by them so casually. Jean pursed her lips. Unlike Yonis, she gazed in the direction Malia had left. Today, she truly witnessed the levels of power. What they begged and pleaded for as a means of survival, others could easily obtain. These should have been her crystal cores, but now it felt like they had been begged from someone else's hands, making her feel frustrated. Yonis sighed deeply, his gaze subtly shifting to Jean beside him. If only we could become a little stronger. Jean remained lost in thought, looking in the direction Malia had left, and muttered in reply, yes, if only we could be a little stronger. Her dazed appearance did not escape Yonis's notice. He pressed his lips tightly, his eyes gleaming. Speaking of Malia who had just left, she let out a sigh of relief, gradually slowing down after avoiding the crowd. The power of heavenly thunder came with a law-enforced constraint, and its strength was formidable from the moment it appeared. This was Malia's first encounter with so many relatively weak psychics, and she controlled the lightning to avoid causing fatal harm. Too many things had happened this morning. The base commander Flash's recruitment attempt and Elena's appearance both took her by surprise. All she wanted right now was to go back quickly and discuss the next steps with Aelb. Thinking of this, Malia quickened her pace and retraced her steps. It was lunchtime, and the streets of Jamping Base were gradually emptying. Malia was only 2 streets away from returning to their apartment. Right then, she spotted a furtive figure at the street corner. Malia narrowed her eyes, examining the slender girl who was hunched over, nervously scanning her surroundings before darting into an alley. That was the slave girl she had just bought. Malia sighed, resigned to the day's troubles, and followed after her. Indeed, today had been nothing short of disastrous. She then lifted her foot and followed the girl into the alley. Her movements were very covert, as if she knew the alleyways well, winding around and making it hard to guess her destination. Malia had been following the girl intently, moving silently and remaining perfectly hidden. Only after following closely did she notice that the girl was carrying a bulging package in her arms, carefully protecting it as she walked briskly forward. Just as Malia was about to follow her around another corner, a large hand suddenly shot out from behind. The force was irresistible. It covered Malia's mouth and pulled her back forcefully. The girl, having just turned the corner, paused by the wall for a moment, turning her head to look back into the alley. After confirming no one was following, she resumed walking. With her mouth covered, Malia stood next to the man who had grabbed her behind the second-floor window of the house where the girl had stopped, witnessing her cautious behavior. She raised her hand and punched Aelb lightly, signaling him to let her go. As she was pulled back earlier, she didn't have time to react before being half carried into the shadows, causing a wave of dizziness that made her momentarily compliant. "How did you get here?" Malia asked Aelb, once he released her mouth. Aelb nodded toward the departing figure below. "I followed her all the way here." This reminder redirected Malia's attention back to the girl. "Then do you know what she's carrying?" She had watched the girl protect the package while bending over as she walked. Aelb pressed his lips together, his tone somewhat hesitant as he explained slowly, "It's food." "Food?" Malia was puzzled. Why would she take out food? Before Aelb could respond, footsteps sounded from downstairs. Both instinctively fell silent, realizing they had likely drawn the attention of the household. Aelb's power reappeared. The black hole opened and closed instantly, leaving nothing behind when the homeowner finally opened the door and came inside. Scratching his head, the homeowner wondered if he had imagined it, then left, closing the door behind him. Chapter 121, Sister and Brother. Malia and Aelb followed the young girl as she walked down the alley, which became darker on both sides, with dirty and messy garbage gradually appearing. The girl in front seemed to relax a bit only when they reached this point. She took out the bag that was tightly wrapped from her bosom. Inside the bag were fresh meals, many of which were portable and filling. She carried the bag and made her way to the farthest corner of the alley. If not for careful scrutiny, an ordinary person would never notice the small shack nestled in that low area. The shack was miserably tiny. The girl had to stick half of her body inside while the other half remained outside. In the quiet and dark alley, came the girl's whisper, "Little brother, I've brought you something to eat." Her voice trembled as she shoved all the food into the shack. A faint voice came from inside the shack, weak but unmistakable. It didn't escape Malia and Aelb's ears. He said, "Sister, I've been holding you back." It was a boy's voice. No, little brother is sister's pride. You must get better soon." The girl hurriedly denied what the boy said, as if grasping at the last straw while drowning. "Little brother, as long as I have you, it's enough for me." The long-separated siblings chatted endlessly, most of the talking done by the girl, while the boy responded with effort now and then. Perhaps fearing discovery for leaving her post, the girl soon left hastily. Only after watching the girl walk away did Malia and Aelb, who had been eavesdropping, approach the shack. The surroundings were truly deplorable. Neither the stench from the garbage nor the damp, cold environment was suitable for human habitation. Only upon approaching could Malia and Aelb hear faint sounds coming from inside the shack. Through the open entrance, they saw a skinny boy clinging to the bag, stuffing his mouth hungrily like a starved wolf. Apparently not expecting anyone else to be here, the boy showed his hunger only after his sister left. Dry food choked him until he rolled his eyes. He grabbed the rainwater collected in a cracked bowl outside the shack to wash it down. It was at this moment that he saw Malia and Aelb standing not far away. Though their clothing wasn't luxurious, it was clean and comfortable, contrasting sharply with the alley. Terrified, the boy shrank back into the shack, shaking so violently that the flimsy structure swayed. He cowered like a frightened puppy, observing everything from his small shelter. His appearance posed no threat to Malia and Aelb. They exchanged glances and gently approached the shack. Malia hesitated before lightly tapping the edge of the shack and politely said, "Hello." Even with gentle voices, their words still made the boy shudder. "We are your sister's friends, and she asked us to come take care of you." Upon hearing about his sister, the boy hesitated before poking his head out. Illness marred his face, and his gaunt appearance was alarming. His voice was barely audible. "You're really my sister's friends?" Without changing her expression, Malia nodded and held out her hand. "Let me take you to her." Clearly, this was no place to chat. Malia and Aelb planned to bring the boy to their apartment. Looking into Malia's eyes, the boy inexplicably placed his hand in hers. This sister exuded a different aura, clean, pure, inviting. The instant he touched Malia's hand, the three of them vanished from the cold, dark alley. The black hole ability activated, transporting them directly to the room of a standalone apartment. In the next second, the boy found himself in a relatively lavish bedroom, dizziness overwhelming him. He collapsed, unconscious. Unconcerned with her own discomfort, Malia checked on the boy. Confirming he had merely fainted from weakness, Malia and Aelb relaxed. Aelb observed the unconscious child solemnly. It seems he has lived in the alley for a long time, and his sister frequently brings him food. Malia pressed 2 fingers to the boy's forehead, infusing spiritual energy, probing through his body. Under the feedback of spiritual energy, the condition inside the little boy's body became crystal clear to Malia. Multiple organ failures and brittle bones. In other words, it was a miracle he was still alive. Malia's spiritual energy circled once within him but always felt something was amiss. Only upon closer inspection did she make an astonishing discovery. A thin layer of spiritual energy was faintly attached to all the failing organs. This little boy also had spiritual energy inside him. Malia carefully examined the boy's brain and, finding no trace of any crystal nucleus, quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, confusion rose again in her heart. Why was there spiritual energy attached to his organs? A slight click came from the apartment door. Clearly, the young girl who had gone out had returned. Malia retracted her spiritual energy, frowned deeply, and gently laid the little boy on the soft bed. This child clearly showed a look of innocence and naivety, suggesting that many things would have to be pursued through the girl downstairs. Aelb called softly to Malia, "Let's go. We should ask her." Malia nodded and stood up, giving the boy one last glance before gently closing the bedroom door. Inside the room, the unconscious little boy lightly furrowed his brow as if caught in a terrible nightmare. Malia and Aelb walked down the stairs, where the young girl stood with a wooden expression, stepping aside obediently as they descended. But this time, Malia and Aelb's target was her. They stopped directly in front of the young girl. Malia asked tentatively, "Where did you go just now?" The light question hit the girl like a thunderbolt. Her heart raced like a drumbeat, her legs went weak, and she knelt down right there. The thin shoulders of the girl trembled as she mumbled in pleading, "I'm wrong, I won't dare again, I won't dare again." Malia and Aelb exchanged a glance, deciding to seize the opportunity for a thorough interrogation. Aelb immediately spoke coldly, "What exactly have you done? Confess everything honestly." When Malia and Aelb turned cold, it was truly frightening, amplifying the girl's terror infinitely, bringing back those terrible memories and lowering her head even more. Chapter 122, Feeling Stifled. I stole the food that was originally prepared. The girl's head was bowed low, her voice trembling with guilt. Aelb remained unmoved, nothing left. There's also your crystal cores." Her gaze cautiously glanced at Malia's expression. She knew this ability user was extremely powerful. But she couldn't reveal her brother's situation. If she did, they might not even be able to save their lives. Despite Aelb's repeated questioning, the girl didn't mention her brother, remaining silent despite shaking like a leaf from fear. Malia waved her hand and cut straight to the chase. "Tell us about your brother." The girl on the ground froze as if someone had hit the pause button, suddenly raising her head to stare at Malia, her shock and terror peaking. Malia was unfazed, even finding a chair to sit down, her expressionless face giving off an air of authority. How did you know?" The girl instinctively moved back, putting some distance between herself and Malia and Aelb. Malia was undisturbed. She was eager to find out where the boy's internal spiritual energy came from. Recalling Flash's odd behavior, could it be that there were other cultivators in this world besides her? "Your brother wasn't always weak, right?" Malia continued to question, "What else has he experienced?" The girl clearly couldn't follow their line of thinking, still in a state of shock over them knowing about her brother's existence. I can do anything. Please spare my brother. Please." The girl's emotions were visibly unstable, causing Malia to frown. Aelb patted her shoulder from the side and took over the explanation. "We won't harm either of you. We just need to know about your brother's condition. He's upstairs now. Do you want to see him?" The girl's body stiffened on the ground and mechanically followed the two up the stairs, as if in a trance. When Malia pushed open the door, she saw Jeren floating directly above the bed. It was extremely close to the boy, looking as if it had found a fascinating new toy. Malia quickly dashed inside, slamming the door shut. Aelb, who had been about to follow her in, paused. The girl behind him widened her eyes, glancing between Carly and the closed door, anxiously saying, "Is my brother okay?" Aelb touched his nose. He had caught a glimpse of the room's interior. Tightening his lips, he said, "Everything is fine, just give it a moment. Her room is too messy, so I don't want you to see it." The girl, full of confusion, chose to remain silent obediently. Malia held onto the handle of Jeren to prevent it from running around, scolding and flicking its blade. "Who told you to come out suddenly? If he woke up suddenly, even the Emperor wouldn't be able to help you. Understand?" Jeren squealed and buzzed under her flicking, clearly protesting against Malia's words. "You understand boundaries? What do you know about boundaries? If I hadn't reacted fast enough, everyone outside would have seen you." She fiercely flicked the hilt of Jeren again. The light from Jeren flickered dejectedly, the previous arrogance fading, like a naughty child finally subdued. After the conversation between the woman and the sword, both silently turned their attention to the boy lying on the bed. The boy was still unconscious, while Malia and Jeren stood side by side, with Malia resting her chin in thought. You also felt it, right? Spiritual energy? Jeren wiggled its blade in agreement. Can you sense any abnormalities? Jeren shook its blade to indicate no. Malia couldn't resist flicking the blade again, making it hum away and retreat to a corner, ignoring her. After hiding Jeren, Malia opened the door nonchalantly and let the two waiting outside enter. Upon entering the room, the girl discreetly observed the clean surroundings, which looked as if no one lived here, with not a trace of disorder. She cast a curious glance at Malia and Aelb, then all her attention focused on the boy on the bed. The girl rushed over, trembling as she checked the boy's breathing. Confirming he was all right, she slumped down next to the bed. Malia watched this scene with complex feelings. If you wish, I can help you leave this base, but you must tell me everything without withholding anything. She stared at the boy's face, seemingly after an intense mental struggle, finally decided to speak slowly. My brother and I were originally from Jumping Base. The girl beside the bed seemed to have been drained of all her strength. Her voice was weak, as if a single gust of wind could obliterate her. She began recounting a past she had never shared with anyone else. They were originally from Jumping Base, just ordinary children from an average family. From the moment they were able to work, they were fitted with collars. They were like pets kept by Jumping Base, constantly being traded and exploited. Gradually, they developed self-care abilities. They didn't know when it started, but their parents, whom they rarely saw, vanished from their lives completely. In this world, only they remained for each other. The girl had always been somewhat frail since childhood. Living with her brother, she was always taken care of. But one day, her brother also disappeared. She searched frantically, suffering punishments and beatings from her masters, yet she never gave up. Yet, it was as if he had vanished off the face of the earth. He couldn't be found in any corner of the base. The girl thought that her brother must have gone to join their parents. However, 3 months later in an alleyway, she spotted a thin figure curled up there. She was grateful she went over to check. That curled up figure was her brother. At that time, his body was covered in wounds, holding a bag of crystal cores, discarded carelessly in the corner of the alley. With nowhere else to go, the girl arranged a small shack for him. When she saw her brother again, his health had deteriorated significantly. She would occasionally steal food from her masters for him, inevitably getting caught at times. After changing several masters and enduring much suffering, it was through this stolen food that her brother miraculously survived. Afterward, came the scene witnessed by Malia and Aelb. Malia and Aelb were silent for a long while after hearing the whole story. Even though the girl brushed over her own punishments lightly, anyone who had lived in this base knew how those ability users treated these slaves. After finishing her story, the girl swallowed hard, looking at Malia hopefully. I've told you everything, without holding back anything. Her eyes shone with such hope that Malia involuntarily lowered her gaze. A lump rose in her throat, making her feel sour inside. The girl's look added another heavy burden to her heart, weighing on her for a long time. Chapter 123. The focus is wrong. Even you don't know where he went during these 3 months. Malia felt that these 3 months of her brother's disappearance were very important. 3 months ago, her brother was perfectly fine. After 3 months, his body deteriorated to this state, and it might even have something to do with the spiritual energy within his body. The young girl shook her head. I've asked him, but he has never been willing to talk about those past events. She answered all of Malia's questions earnestly and then looked at her cautiously. Mistress, will you really take me away? This one word mistress made Malia extremely uncomfortable. She immediately put on a serious face and stared intently at the young girl. You don't need to call me mistress. Since I've promised to take you out, I won't bind you by the rules here. Aelb also came over and introduced Malia to the young girl, pointing at Malia, Ashley. He then pointed at himself, Armand. Malia nodded solemnly. You can call me by my full name. The young girl seemed somewhat hesitant. Her cheeks flushed slightly, twisting her sleeves, looking very awkward. I don't have a name. These people who were born as slaves named themselves according to their master's whims. The young girl still didn't have her own name. Malia opened her mouth but suddenly became speechless. Aelb sighed lightly. Come up with one for yourself. In the future, when you live outside, you should have your own name. The young girl obviously hadn't thought of such things. She stood there dazedly, not knowing what to do. In her nervousness, she unconsciously moved closer to her brother, glancing cautiously at Malia. Can I share your surname, Miss? Miss Ashley? She had never met an owner who wanted to take her away before, especially one who didn't disdain her brother's filthy state, giving him the best bed to rest on. If there ever comes the day she can leave, she should thank her forever. Even she yearned to become as strong and protective as her. Malia scratched her head. Not impossible, but it just feels strange. After years of cultivation, her real name was seldom mentioned. Compared to Malia, the title Holy Sabre Venerable was more familiar to people. This also made Malia less attached to her name, so she couldn't understand the young girl's sentiment. After receiving Malia's response, the young girl happily planned out a name for herself. A slight knock on the door could be heard, followed by Debbie's voice from outside. Oriana, are you inside? Malia and Aelb exchanged glances, calming the suddenly startled young girl. They left the room together. Debbie saw Malia come out first. His smile froze when he saw Aelb follow behind her. His gaze flickered between Aelb and Malia, narrowing his eyes in a gossiping manner. Aelb, why are you in Malia's room? You too last night. Debbie showed a knowing smile, and that gossipy look made Aelb cough into his hand to cover his embarrassment. Malia was puzzled and tilted her head to ask Debbie. Last night what? Debbie smiled faintly without saying anything. Aelb explained first. Not what you think. We discovered something this morning and stayed together to discuss it. Afraid that Debbie would tease again, he changed the subject. Why did you come looking for Guiyu? The conversation returned to business. Debbie took out 4 invitation cards from his pocket and shrugged. Preston just delivered these invitations, hoping we would attend. He said there's something here you'd be interested in. Malia grabbed an invitation card, raising her eyebrows. An auction. Debbie stuffed 2 of the cards back into his pocket and leaned against the wall. Yeah, tonight. In the post-apocalyptic base, no one had ever held an auction. Everyone struggled for survival, let alone engaging in commercial activities. Yet, Jamping Base actually had the capacity to host such an auction. The person who delivered the invitation specifically emphasized that there would be something Malia liked. It likely wasn't a proper auction event. Debbie lazily leaned against the wall, took a cigarette out of his pocket, lit it, and took a deep puff. So, are you going? Malia stared at the black invitation card in her hand for a long time before nodding. Of course, I'll go. She pressed her lips together. I want to see what kind of schemes they're up to. Her eyes turned cold. Based on what she had seen in the apocalypse world, she knew without thinking what kinds of dirty transactions would occur at this auction. Aelb took his invitation card, turned it over for a while, and read the words on the side of the invitation. Collaborative card? Debbie sneered coldly, blew out a smoke ring, and fished out the card with his name printed from his pocket. Both of us have collaborative cards. They don't consider us as their honored guests. We are merely accessories. Her voice was filled with ridicule, clearly displeased with such an arrangement. Unlike Aelb, Debbie seemed very resistant to the idea of being someone's accessory. Aelb and Malia both tactfully avoided mentioning the existence of the collaborative cards. Malia glanced at the invitation in her hand again, recalling the base leader Flash who invited her for tea this morning. After pondering for a moment, she asked Debbie, "Where is Jack?" Debbie gestured lazily toward the room with her mouth. "Just got up, he's washing my clothes now." Her tone was casual but exuded dominance. Malia couldn't help but admire Debbie. "I need to talk to him about something." Debbie waved her hand carelessly. "Go ahead, I'll just smoke here for a while." Understanding that Debbie wasn't in the best mood, Malia and Aelb didn't say much more and walked into the room. The small room was empty, but the bathroom emitted a steady stream of water sounds. As they approached, they saw Jack, a man well over 6 feet tall, squatting unhappily on a low stool, rubbing a woman's t-shirt in his hands. Malia covered her mouth and coughed lightly. Jack turned his head, surprised to see Malia and Aelb. "Why are you here?" His gaze swept behind Malia but didn't find that familiar figure, so his bright eyes dimmed once again. Malia came straight to the point. "I met the base leader of Jamping Base today. He tried to recruit me, and he might come to recruit you too." Her words were like a bombshell. The 2 men present seemed to only hear the first half, staring at Malia and speaking in unison. "You met the base leader, Malia. The focus is wrong." Chapter 124, Resembling Brocade, Gentle as Wind. "He recruited me," Ali-Z repeated again, holding up the invitation in her hand. "Since they've invited you as well, I guess they also consider you very important. Then the base commander will probably come to recruit you too. You should act naturally and agree to them." Ali-Z recounted in detail what happened when she met Flash this morning. Seeing their mouths both wide open in an O shape, each one couldn't help but sigh in amazement. Jack stroked his chin thoughtfully. "I know what to do now." If not for seeing it with his own eyes, who could have imagined that the base commander of Jamping Base would be such a person? After discussing the serious matter, Jack hesitated before speaking up. "Miss CAI, could you help persuade Debbie not to stay mad at me anymore?" He looked toward the door, with a rather pained expression. "She hasn't spoken to me all morning." Ali-Z exchanged a glance with Aelb, who clearly saw uncertainty in her eyes. Engaging in a fight might be fine for Saint Sabre Venerable, but asking her to resolve relationship issues was quite a tricky task. Aelb sighed softly, then patted Ali-Z's head gently. "I'll go and talk to her. You two should discuss how to deal with Flash." With that, he opened the door and walked out. Jack watched him leave, leaning closer to Ali-Z and asked, "Do you think he can handle it?" Ali-Z pursed her lips and shot him a look. "Don't doubt Aelb. He can get anything done." Her words were firm and proud, showing her full trust in Aelb. Jack envied the bond between the two. Without much idle chatter, they quickly got back to business. To Ali-Z, Flash wasn't as simple as he appeared on the surface. But since she couldn't tell Jack about the spirit energy directly, she kept urging him to stay alert. They hadn't talked for long when Aelb and Debbie came back inside. Jack and Ali-Z both showed astonished expressions, clearly not expecting their conversation to end so quickly. Debbie looked obviously embarrassed, while Aelb strolled calmly behind Ali-Z, looking peaceful and concealing his strength. Debbie looked at the fidgeting Jack in the middle of the room, feeling choked up inside. When she received the invitation, she felt uncomfortable all over, and her anger towards Jack was purely displaced. Even though she knew better in her heart, she still couldn't get over that mental hurdle. Ali-Z and Aelb kindly left space for the two, closing the door behind them as they left. Only after reaching the corridor did Aelb chuckle softly. He tapped the invitation letter in his hand, bending down close to Ali-Z's face. "What should we do? After talking with Debbie, I feel a bit uncomfortable receiving this subordination card too." His eyes curved with amusement, revealing no sign of unhappiness. Ali-Z stared at him, her gaze clear as if truly pondering the question. Tilting her head slightly, she took the cooperation card from Aelb's hand and then handed him the invitation from her pocket. I'll take the subordination card. She spoke earnestly, without any hint of joking. Aelb blinked, taken aback by the invitation in his hand. Once he realized, his smile widened immeasurably. How could this young girl not be lovable? He couldn't resist ruffling her hair, pulling her into a warm embrace. Holding the young girl close for a while, Aelb couldn't resist giving her a soft kiss on her delicate cheek. Her smooth cheeks felt like tender tofu, making him want to kiss her again and again, even thinking of nibbling at them. Alizi pushed away the sticky man near her cheek, feeling it seriously undermined her image as Saint Sabre Venerable. In the end, Aelb still kept the cooperation card for himself. Even if Alizi agreed, he wouldn't let her bear any. His young girl deserved the best of everything. When they returned to the room, the little boy was already awake, cautiously getting off the bed, working with his sister to take the blanket they slept under to be washed. Seeing Alizi and the others return, the little boy visibly became timid. The young girl stood beside him, her face flushed with excitement. These two are Miss Ashley and Brother Armand that I told you about. The little boy carefully sized up Alizi and the others, timidly saying, Why you're welcome. My name is Cai Spencer, which my sister just gave me. Note, translates to grievance or wrong, but in context, it seems like an error or misplaced character that doesn't fit here. Note, 4, the English translation provided is tucking his neck in, but shrinking back or hunching his shoulders might be more idiomatic. His gaze, however, was mostly on Malia. The sister, though her face was indifferent, always gave him a sense of familiarity when he looked at her. Seeing the little boy say the name they had just agreed upon, the young girl also lowered her head. My name is Cai Tegan, given by Xiaofeng. Malia repeated their names softly, Spencer, Tegan. She smiled slightly at them. These are wonderful names. One like the wind, freely soaring between heaven and earth. The other like brocade, brilliantly splendid and extraordinary. Both names carried all their admiration and blessings. Xiaofeng, I want to ask you some questions. Malia brought up the topic again. Your sister said you once disappeared for 3 months. Where did you go? Everyone's gaze in the room fell on the little boy, making him even more frightened than he already was. Tegan had already told him the whole story as soon as he woke up. So despite his nervousness, the young boy still answered Malia's question. To be honest, I don't remember clearly. Spencer frowned, as if trying hard to recall. During those 3 months, it felt like I was in a very long dream. I only remember there were many people in white clothes. Images flashed before Spencer's eyes, causing him pain as he clutched his head. They gave me injections, and zombies were roaring. They all wanted to catch me. His memories were chaotic, and his description vague, so Malia changed the subject with a frown. Do you remember how you ended up in the alley where your sister found you? Stopping that painful recollection, Spencer gradually regained his composure. I remember they were going to throw me to the zombies. I ran as fast as I could. I stole their money bag and escaped. They chased me for a while but didn't dare to chase further. I kept running until I had no strength left. Then when I opened my eyes, I saw my sister. Malia and Aelb exchanged glances, both keeping silent. Based on Spencer's experience, they had a bold guess. Chapter 125 Mask. Later, I lived in the shack, and my health got worse and worse. Haldan's narration continued. Malia and Aelb didn't interrupt but listened quietly to him continue. But then something magical happened. Haldan's tone suddenly shifted. Malia asked, something magical? Haldan nodded seriously. Yes, right there in my shack, a tender sprout grew out of the bag of crystal cores I brought back. It was such a beautiful emerald green. Haldan's expression was very affectionate when he said this. Every time I got close to that little sprout, I felt my health improved significantly. As Haldan narrated, Malia and Aelb both frowned. Is that seedling still in the shack? Aelb interrupted Haldan. Haldan, not understanding the implication, readily nodded his head. I have always planted it well in the deepest part of the shack. It's still there now. Malia and Aelb wasted no more time. They quickly left the room. As soon as they closed the door, they returned to Haldan's shack. The shack was piled with old clothes, making it look more like a doghouse from afar. Malia and Aelb parted the heap of clothes on the ground of the shack and indeed saw the plant Haldan mentioned. Malia, chin in hand, scrutinized the flourishing plant carefully. This must be an energy fruit sapling, Malia concluded. Aelb also nodded, poking around the root area of the plant. A few movements exposed large pieces of stem inside. Indeed, it seems the energy fruit sapling saved Haldan. Energy fruit saplings grow in areas dense with crystal cores, using them as nutrients. The spirit energy within crystal cores accumulates around the roots, becoming stems. Meanwhile, its peculiar abilities were absorbed by it and condensed into energy fruits above ground. This sapling had not yet condensed into an energy fruit, but its appearance absorbed the spirit energy inside Haldan, gradually improving his health. As for where the spirit energy inside Haldan came from, after listening to his account, Aelb made a conjecture. In the past 3 months, Haldan had been captured to be experimented on. Those people injected him with drugs, keeping him unconscious all year long, and the spirit energy might have been injected into his body during these experiments. If this conjecture held true, Jamping Base would have really angered everyone this time. Whether it was breeding zombies or conducting human experiments, other bases would certainly not let them off easily. Aelb and Malia worked together to dig out this energy fruit sapling and took it back to their apartment. Seeing Malia and Aelb bring his little seedling in, Haldan looked clearly delighted, his eyes never leaving the seedling. Malia found a flower pot, planted the energy fruit sapling in it, and handed it over to Haldan. Haldan hurriedly hugged this heavy-potted energy fruit sapling in his arms, looking surprised and grateful towards Malia. Malia patted his shoulder. This plant is entrusted to you. It's something very precious, take good care of it. Haldan nodded vigorously and promised, I will definitely take good care of it. Since Haldan was brought back secretly, he could only temporarily rest in a room with Zachariah. The brother and sister seemed unconcerned about this and were even grateful that Malia could provide shelter for them. No sooner had the two left when Jeren could no longer contain himself, buzzing around Malia. Malia waved her hand dismissively. That energy fruit sapling originally belonged to Haldan, and there's still a lot of unexorcised spirit energy in his body. What's wrong with giving it to him? Jeren seemed extremely concerned about the energy fruit sapling, buzzing around the room, even shrinking beside Aelb, rubbing against him sadly. When Malia and Aelb finally calmed Jeren, there came a knock at the door. Debbie's voice came from outside. Guyue, Jack has been called away by Preston. Malia and Aelb exchanged a glance, fully understanding each other. One of them pressed down the restless Jeren while the other walked to the door and opened it. Debbie frowned. Just now, Preston came by saying the base commander needed to see Jack, so he went with them. She pursed her lips. Will anything happen to Beishing? Malia, holding down Jeren, stuffed him under the blanket, pressing down on his unruly hilt. Just as Debbie walked in, she saw Malia kneeling awkwardly on one foot on the bed. Malia smiled, explaining to Debbie, don't worry, the base commander summoned him. I informed him earlier, nothing will happen. Slightly relieved, Debbie started observing Malia and Aelb. The open door was knocked on again, and Ganon stood at the doorway looking at everyone. His posture indicated relaxation as he handed a note to Aelb. Fabio has arrived. Aelb glanced at Malia behind him and passed the note to Debbie. Malia also raised an eyebrow at this news. The three of them tied it up briefly and walked down the stairs. Fabio was sitting on one of the living room seats, giving them a warm smile when he saw them come down. Good afternoon. His gaze lingered solely on Malia, clearly not giving the other too much attention. Malia sat down opposite him very naturally. Why are you here? Fabio placed a black box that had been on his knees onto the table, pushing it toward Malia with his fingers. You should have received the invitation by now. His smile never wavered. This is something prepared for you for tonight's auction. Malia's eyes fell on the box, opening it right in front of Fabio. Inside were 4 masks of different styles. Malia picked one up, giving Fabio a questioning look. Fabio understood and explained, no one is allowed to show their real face at the auction. Everyone will wear custom-made masks. Malia traced the inner side of the mask, finding a pattern. Upon closer inspection, she discovered Aelb's name written on it. His mask was pure white, covering only half of the face, simple and almost austere. Malia's, on the other hand, was a half-fox mask, complete with realistic fur, making the difference between the two masks quite obvious. Fabio watched Malia comparing the two masks and chuckled, only the main guests who receive the invitation can have animal masks. Malia didn't respond, unconsciously flipping the mask in her hands. It was ironic that despite being designed to conceal identity, these masks were made special to differentiate people from one another. Chapter 126, Participating in the Auction. Fabio seemed to be there just to deliver the masks, and didn't stay for long. Malia and the others fell into an eerie silence, staring at the 4 masks on the table without saying a word. Malia's was a fox, Jack's was a rabbit. The fur-covered masks were all exquisitely crafted, making those 2 plain white ones look like mere accompanying gifts. Aelb picked up his white mask and put it on. Judging from these masks, we may need to be wary of Jumping Base pulling some tricks. Such distinctive masks would inevitably lead to differential treatment once they entered. Malia wasn't particularly worried about herself but more so for Aelb. Stay with me throughout the night, Malia requested. Aelb, wearing the white mask, smiled at Malia. Of course, my master. While these two still had time to banter, Debbie felt quite uneasy inside. Becoming someone else's subordinate-like existence was something Debbie found utterly unacceptable, even if that someone was Jack. Just then, Jack returned to the apartment. He plopped down onto the sofa as soon as he came in, grabbing the teacup before him and chugging several mouthfuls. Scary. Jack muttered to himself. A dozen psychics surrounded me. Whenever that base commander looked at me, I couldn't help shivering. Jack said fearfully, that feeling was like facing a dozen zombies out there. I was so nervous that the dog's snoring sounded like zombie noises. Malia caught on to something. You saw that yellow dog too? Some thoughts flashed through her mind, but when Malia tried to catch hold of them again, she only felt empty. Jack understood that Malia had also met Flash, nodding in agreement. Yes, the base commander really treasures that dog. Malia frowned. Was it awake? Jack scratched his head. Isn't it a blind dog? Blind dog, snoring. Malia felt her thoughts were absurd and shook her head, diverting her attention. As the sun set in the west, Jumping Base seemed to have changed for this auction. Fewer people walked on the streets, while more people traveled with masks on their faces. As night fell, it seemed the entire base was painted with a mysterious hue. Malia and her party donned their masks and went out. Just as they stepped out of the door, a man wearing a white mask guided them forward. This guide was especially attentive to the people wearing fox and rabbit masks. The animals on your masks are unique. From now on, you should never call each other by real names. The guide explained dutifully. After many incidents post-auctions, the base commander established the mask mechanism to prevent this. His tone clearly carried admiration. Our base commander is absolutely a good person. Since this implementation, no one has been killed or robbed. While speaking, he kept glancing around. Behind these two psychics, a man and a woman with plain white masks walked side by side, obediently like household servants. The guide glanced at them, a sneer creeping onto his lips, but he quickly replaced it with a smile. Please follow me, both of you. Led by him, they stopped in front of an ancient building soon. This building was at the far corner of Jumping Base, usually not visited by anyone, yet it was bustling now. The fox and rabbit over there, someone called behind the four of them. Turning around, they saw a woman wearing a raccoon dog mask smiling as she approached. You're here for the first time, right? Her voice was alluring, making one's ears tingle. The woman saw the fox mask nodding indifferently, while the rabbit-masked man beside him grinned. Yes. Is there anything we need to pay attention to? Nothing much, except every psychic participating must have their own slaves perform on stage to warm up the atmosphere. Since you two don't seem to have many slaves, want to collaborate? The Vader glanced behind the raccoon dog, seeing 3 or 4 white-masked followers. Compared to others, it wasn't too many or too few. The Burke looked back at the white-masked woman following him, revealing a troubled expression. Can we skip the performance? The raccoon dog pursed her lips, surprised by the concern for slaves. These are merely entertaining programs. Isn't it excessive to value your slaves so highly as to dampen everyone's spirits? Before Burke could speak, the woman behind him stepped forward. It's fine, we can perform. Meanwhile, Aelb also emerged in silence. The fox only glanced at him and whispered a warning. Be careful. Aelb nodded. Don't worry. The raccoon dog watched this scene with narrowed eyes. It seemed these two placed exceptional value on their slaves. She wore an amused smile, her gaze sweeping back and forth over the two slaves. She pointed to an empty area nearby. Go discuss what you're going to perform. My slaves will instruct you. As she spoke, she didn't move, her eyes fixed on the fox and rabbit. The two slaves exchanged glances and walked together towards the corner. The fox's gaze remained on them, her lips pressed into a straight line, indicating she wasn't in a good mood. Noticing her unease, the rabbit sighed softly and patted her shoulder as a gesture of comfort. Are you two, a couple? The raccoon dog's gaze lingered on their faces. People familiar with each other were rare among auction participants. Given their appearance now, they seemed to already know each other even behind the masks. The fox did not answer her question directly, casting a cold glance. You're asking too much. At the auction, revealing any true information about oneself could lead to being traced. The raccoon dog shrugged, showing regret that they weren't falling into her trap. While these 3 remained calm, the 5 slaves on the other side were almost coming to blows. Psychic duels are the best way to attract attention. There's no other choice. The raccoon dog slave was abnormally cold, insisting on engaging in a psychic duel with them. Aelb interrupted him first. I don't have any psychic abilities. This clearly choked the man, who glanced at the 2 in front of him and muttered under his breath, calling them trash. He snorted coldly and turned away from Aelb, eyeing the woman beside him up and down with disdain. What about you? You're not trash too, right? His demeanor was haughty, his gaze condescending. The woman, who had been keeping her head down, lifted her eyes to meet his. I have strength-type psychic abilities. I can engage in a duel with you. Chapter 127, Free for All. In this state where everyone harbored their own ulterior motives, Vader and Burke were escorted into a private booth. This was the Jumping Base's show of sincerity to the two. From their position, they had a panoramic view of everything. Even within the booth, they had been provided with a catalogue of all the items up for auction. This auction was held in grand fashion, looking nothing like an event that should take place in the apocalypse. The uninterrupted supply of food and the white-masked servants everywhere made these participants feel even more superior to others. Vader picked up the auction catalogue placed right in the middle of the booth. It was her first time attending such an auction, so she was curious about everything. This small booklet was made exquisitely. Inside were pictures and explanations of the auction items. She flipped through it casually, showing little interest in the weapons and psychics that had already been auctioned off, until she turned to the third last page. These 3 pages only had silhouettes of items, with no other details. Unlike the straightforward descriptions on previous pages. She raised her head, beckoned a white mask over, and pointed to the last 3 pages asking, what does this mean? The white mask seemed to understand immediately, bowing respectfully. These are our last 3 auction pieces this time, items we keep secret. He wore a polite smile on his face. You can wait until the end of the auction to see these 3 items. They will not disappoint you. His confident tone made these 3 items seem even more mysterious. Vader lowered her eyes to look at the brochure in her hand, muttering, is that so? She didn't seem to care much about it, silently sitting down next to Burke by the window, quietly waiting for the start of the auction. Burke peered down below, his brows furrowing under his mask, his voice laced with worry. I wonder where those 2 have been taken now. Compared to his concern, Vader remained calm as ever. She picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a sip. Trust them. Meanwhile, the 2 people being trusted were currently crowded in among others. All around them were white-masked slaves, their identical masks making them indistinguishable from afar. Lynx's slave and Burke's slave stood together, the former disdainfully sizing up the slender woman before him, arms crossed, looking down on her. Before the competition, many psychic slaves choose to compete against each other. He sounded experienced. Looking at the number of participants this year, I'm afraid the organizers will arrange a free-for-all. A free-for-all, as its name suggests, involves putting all the competitors into a single round. Like raising worms in a bottle, Only one ultimate winner emerges. He felt a sense of superiority seeing the two listening attentively before him, and with it came a deeper disdain for the two. In a free-for-all, many people form alliances. He twirled his wrist nonchalantly. By our master's orders, we're also part of a team. But how long you two can hold out is none of our concern. His meaning was very clear. Forced team up, fend for yourselves. However, the two opposite him seemed not to fully understand his underlying message. The female nodded earnestly while the male asked in a composed voice, "Can we use weapons then?" The psychic was momentarily stumped by this question, replying hesitantly, "Well, yes, but they were all psychics, their powers being their best weapon. Who would bring an unnecessary burden like a weapon into a fight?" The man apparently didn't notice his hesitation, leaving briefly after getting his answer. When he returned, he was holding an iron rod. Its thickness alone suggested significant weight. Holding the iron rod, he drew curious glances from everyone around him. Even the psychic who had just explained things to them was taken aback, clearly not expecting anyone to be so decisive. They didn't have much time to dwell on it as the lights gradually dimmed, focusing only on the central display platform. A scantily dressed female host walked into the light, formally welcoming each arriving psychic. All the white-masked slaves fell silent, everyone's attention turning to the platform. In the darkness, this auction began. After the host finished her official opening speech, several white-masked slaves stepped onto the platform, performing one act after another. Striptease dances, knife throwing by sound, even psychic demonstrations. One by one, the psychics went all out to amuse the audience. There were not many slaves performing individually, and only a few sporadically received applause from the audience. It quickly turned into a free-for-all battlefield. At this point, the psychics in the audience seemed to come alive, gradually becoming excited. Numerous white-masked slaves stood on the platform, forming a dense crowd. Shoulders were almost touching, and there was barely room to stretch an arm, let alone imagine how chaotic the upcoming battles would be. Coincidentally, the slave who had initially explained things to Aelb and the woman was squeezed between them. He glanced around, unable to help but whistle under his breath. With two useless ones standing beside him, it was like being left to fight alone. In the private booth, Vader once again summoned a white-masked attendant. She pointed at the stage and asked, "What is this?" The white mask bent over, dutifully explaining, "It's just a large free-for-all among the slaves. Anyone knocked off the platform or blooded is eliminated. The winner can reduce their owner's bid by half, a pretty good perk." Seeing the psychic listening intently, he leaned forward to add quietly, "Although being blooded means elimination, quite a few psychics die on this platform each year. It's really intense." Vader glanced at him. He didn't seem bothered by the grim subject, his face showing servile eagerness with a hint of secret excitement. His gaze made her feel sick. She lost interest in continuing the conversation, waving him away. Just as she finished chatting, a whistle from the female host signaled the start of the free-for-all. Many eager psychics on the stage immediately launched their powers at those around them as soon as the whistle blew, attacking with brutal ferocity that went beyond mere sparring. Within moments, half the psychics had been kicked off the platform. The psychic from Lynx had just dispatched a charging opponent when he spared a glance to the side, eyes widening instantly. He saw the self-proclaimed power-type female psychic unleashing a fierce uppercut followed by a flying kick, sending one attacker out of the ring. On the other side, the non-psychic fighter was even more aggressive. The iron rod whirled fiercely in his hands, striking the back of the head of any psychic who dared attack him, rendering them unconscious with a sickening crack. The sound of the shattered skull made his own head ache. Silently, he kept his distance from these two who fought like mad dogs. Chapter 128 I Lost. In the most secluded private box at this auction, Fabio, who was standing by the window looking down, couldn't help but click his tongue. Debbie and Armand are really fighting fiercely. Inside the room, the man quietly sitting in the chair stroked the little earth dog in his arms. With a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, he said, "It's normal for them to be special. If they were too weak, they wouldn't have been able to stay close to those two all along. I'd have to reconsider if they are the ones I want." The man seated was none other than Flash, the base commander of Jumping Base whom Archibald had just met not long ago. Fabio's tone was teasing, handing over all those things to them so quickly. "Aren't you worried about them turning against you?" He leaned against the window. Below, various abilities were flying around in the chaotic fight, accompanied by continuous cheers. He watched the man in the private box with crossed arms. If not for knowing his specialty, someone like him would leave no impression if encountered on the street. Flash curled the corner of his lips into a smile and glanced at Fabio. "After all, I can't wait to experiment with their abilities. The powerful lightning ability that can suppress other abilities and the light ability that can replenish the consumption of other ability users. Don't you think it's quite miraculous?" His expression became increasingly manic. "Whether it's abilities or zombies, these newly emerged species and mutations always bring me countless pleasures." Fabio clicked his tongue twice and turned his face away. Flash was a once-in-a-millennium genius, and a thorough madman. The ability user known as Raccoon who had previously explained the big brawl to the two of them had been observing them for a long time. The more he watched, the more shocked he became. These two people seemed to have 800 eyes all over their bodies. Amidst such dense ability attacks, they could twist away from the attacks and give lethal blows to others, smoothly sending them off the stage. The woman with the strength ability was delivering a knockout punch to each challenger. She consecutively sent all the surrounding ability users who attempted to scratch her off the stage. There was nobody within 1 meter of her, none of the ability users survived her vicinity. On the opposite side, it was even more spectacular. So-called non-ability men used simple and brutal methods, grabbing the iron bar in his hand and bludgeoning people mercilessly, twisting away from ability after ability, then fully powering up and swinging the iron bar in his hand. One hit took down each opponent, continuously knocking people unconscious on the ground. There were people sprawled around him densely, leaving no place to step. Under their hands, the sounds of jaw dislocations and fractured skulls kept coming, making people feel bone-chilling and limbs weak. They used the simplest and most brutal methods, with outstanding intimidation effect, shocking many surrounding ability users instantly. Such eye-catching performances soon caught the attention of the ability users below the stage. Flesh-to-flesh combat always excited people more than using abilities. The ability users paying attention to them all screamed excitedly. Bash his head in. Punch him. Smash his face. Ha ha ha. Hit him hard. It's better to see his brain splattered out. Kick him. Good job. Keep kicking until he coughs up blood. As these cries came one after another, the surviving ability users on the stage all focused on the two. Receiving full attention also meant receiving all the hostility from the ability users. Soon, they were surrounded by most of the ability users on the stage. Even in such a situation, the two still chatted casually. This situation is not good. Aelb dragged the iron bar, a smile on his lips, obviously agitated by the fight, his eyes especially cold. The woman beside him was the same, gripping her fist tightly, her gaze fixed on the ability users surrounding her. There's no way around it. If we don't fight back, we'll end up riddled with holes. At the moment these words were spoken, both sides started fighting instantly. The tension was thick, and the significant disparity between the two sides made the audience below even more excited. Those who praised their flesh-to-flesh combat just a moment ago now wore different expressions. Use your ability to burn them thoroughly. Splat them into minced meat. Attack their temples with your abilities. Hit hard. These spectators yelled, even wishing it was them fighting next. This chaotic fight ignited them. From the stage view, one mask-wearing animal after another roared. They seemed to transform into the animals on their masks, as if they were humans loving beast fights and loved watching human confrontations unfold before them. It was as if those animal masks had come alive, replacing their human faces, with pairs of eyes emitting an eerie glow. The two individuals on stage moved very swiftly. In no time, they had collectively sent nearly half of the ability users off the platform. Their bulldozer-like fighting style left these ability users, accustomed to battling with abilities, completely unprepared, and one by one they were defeated. Both possessed extensive combat experience and remained unperturbed in the face of so many ability users, unexpectedly eliminating most of them. With this invincible momentum, they crushed all the ability users, becoming the last two standing on the stage. There were quite a few people lying on the stage, many of whom had been knocked unconscious by Aelb's bludgeoning. Some had been struck by multiple abilities, their bodies now cold and motionless. The crowd below felt no sorrow for those who would never open their eyes again. Instead, the spurting blood only made them more excited. However, the two people standing on the stage couldn't share the same feelings as those in the audience. As soon as Aelb took a step, he stepped into a pool of sticky blood. Looking at the unrecognizable corpse beside him, his lips tightened. Hit her head. Punch. Break his jaw. Bash him until he can't stand. Use the stick to smash her head. The two people's standout performances ignited everyone's passion. They were eagerly anticipating a final, desperate battle between the two on stage. Then, one side's blood would become the red carpet for the champion. The two glanced at each other. After battling so many ability users, their breathing was slightly labored. The commotion from the crowd grew louder, and everyone's attention was on them. But the thrilling fight they were waiting for didn't happen. The iron bar slipped from his hand as the man slowly descended from the platform. He glanced at the woman still standing on the stage, then turned to the female host beside him and said solemnly, "I have no strength left. I lost." Before the female host could react, a wave of insults poured in. His sudden concession was like pouring a bucket of ice-cold water over a raging fire, leaving everyone thoroughly displeased. Chapter 129 Proficient. The curses erupted like fireworks, bombarding Aelb with a barrage of profanities. Yet, no matter how foul the words were, they failed to stir any emotion within him. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he left the stage, vanishing from the crowd's view. No matter how dissatisfied the audience was with this outcome, the fact remained that Aelb had stepped down from the stage. The final champion belonged to the one standing on it. The female host maintained her professionalism, swiftly arranging for the disheveled psychics scattered across the stage to be taken care of. The first prize had already been delivered into the hands of its rightful owner. In the VIP box, Burke watched this unexpected turn of events without much joy, her lips pressed tightly together. Beside her, the masked man did not dare to say much and hurriedly left after placing down the reward. What had once been an extraordinarily lively competition ended on a sour note, dampening everyone's enthusiasm. The venue suddenly grew cold, even the seasoned female host hadn't seen such a scene before and could only soldier on with the auction. As soon as Aelb and the other stepped off the stage, they received strange glances from the other psychics. Their violent display on stage made people give them a wide berth. Neither of them seemed particularly affected by the situation and left with the servant who came to find them. Only after their figures vanished did the other psychics dare to breathe again. Who are those two? With those skills, they can't possibly be slaves. What kind of person must their master be to keep them under control? Speculation filled the air, but the subject of these discussions had already walked far away, out of earshot. Both being familiar with the path, they discreetly stopped when the servant guiding them seemed to take a wrong turn. The servant, attentive to their every move, immediately noticed their pause. "Is there something wrong?" He smiled, displaying an attitude vastly different from the servants they had encountered earlier. Aelb paused thoughtfully. "This is not the way back." He stated this as if he knew the layout of the place intimately. The servant's smile became more sincere. "We are leading you to a private room for rest. The base commander said your abilities deserve respect." He bowed slightly, his demeanor respectful and obedient. Aelb exchanged a glance with the other, neither saying a word. They followed the servant, arriving at the prepared room after a short while. The room was clearly not meticulously prepared, even appearing hastily arranged. After bringing them here, the servant turned and left without fanfare, leaving them undisturbed. Once they confirmed no one else was around, Aelb and the others finally removed their masks. Aelb glanced over, noticing the fair-skinned girl's flushed cheeks from the intense physical activity. Her round, luminous eyes always gave a person the urge to tousle her hair. Underneath the mask was a face Aelb knew all too well. It turned out that the woman who had been posing as Burke's slave was Malia all along. Malia utilized her spiritual energy to replace brute strength, delivering powerful blows. Often, the psychics she sent flying weren't due to her fists but the spiritual energy enveloping her hand. Holding the bark masks in their hands, both Aelb and Malia had worked up quite a sweat during their activities. Bark, after all, wasn't the most comfortable material for a mask. Worn for long periods, it felt stuffy and damp, clinging uncomfortably to the skin. The thin bark masks, soaked with so much sweat, had softened considerably. Wearing them any longer might cause them to crack with even the slightest facial movement. Malia looked at Aelb. "Could Flash have provided us this small room to drive a wedge between us?" Aelb nodded, resting his chin in his hand. "Very likely. Flash probably doesn't want to see powerful psychics band together. Today they were treated well because of their strength, but tomorrow he could extend an olive branch to recruit them. Anyway, shall we go check out what's really going on at this auction?" Malia put these thoughts aside and recalled the reason for their identity swap. When it came to handling emergencies, they were clearly more adept than Debbie and Jack. Additionally, they truly wanted to take this opportunity to investigate the depth of these people. So before leaving, she specially swapped her bark mask with Debbie and made a new one to resemble him. However, creating a mask based on a real person still revealed discrepancies when compared to the original. Fortunately, the white masks provided a second layer of concealment, creating an opportunity for their plan. Malia's idea to stir up trouble aligned perfectly with Aelb's thought. The two discussed in the VIP box and used Aelb's ability to silently grab two white-masked servants who had similar builds to them. As soon as Aelb opened a black hole to bring the people over, Malia followed up with an electric shock. Their coordination and familiarity made them seem like seasoned criminals. These servants belonging to the auction, besides wearing white masks on their faces, also wore a uniform set that easily distinguished them from the crowd. After changing into the uniforms, the two stuffed the unconscious servants into a corner, ensuring no one could see them before quietly slipping out of the room. Their VIP box was secluded. The closer they walked towards the auction stage, the louder the voices became. Currently on the stage was a beautiful psychic. The female host wore a professional smile, selling this psychic to the crowd wearing animal masks. Malia and Aelb blended in among the white-masked servants, serving tea and water to the psychics who were fiercely bidding. The beautiful psychic on stage quickly found a new owner. The female host waited for the staff to bring out the next item, introducing it with a smile. "That ordinary person from Wuhan base who can evolve crystal cores, I'm sure many of you have heard about him." Just hearing this introduction made Malia inadvertently spill some tea on the table due to her trembling hand. But the animal-masked psychics paid no attention to her, their focus entirely on the stage. The female host unveiled the next item. "Yes, this is the fist-sized, purified, completely pure crystal core without any impurities." The consecutive 3 modifiers sparked excitement in the crowd and furrowed Malia's brows. She stared at the fist-sized emerald-green crystal core displayed on red silk. Malia was absolutely certain. This was from the batch she entrusted to Ascari to deliver to Palmer when she left Kungning base. But why would such a large crystal core appear here? What happened to them? Malia had a vague sense of foreboding. Chapter 130 The last 3 auction items. From a distance, she exchanged a glance with Aelb who was hiding in the crowd. They both read some ominous signs from each other's eyes. They silently withdrew, moving toward a corner. "What's going on?" "I'm afraid something unexpected has happened to Zoltan and the others." Given how they previously described that fingernail-sized crystal core, it was impossible for such a large crystal core to leak out. Aelb kept glancing around warily and whispered to Malia, "I'm afraid so. Let's find an opportunity to investigate their warehouse and see if there are any more emerald crystal cores." Malia nodded in agreement. 1,000 crystal cores. 1,200 crystal cores. Another bid, 1,500 crystal cores. To unify the auction standards, everything was calculated in crystal cores. As for the delivery process later, equivalent goods could be used as payment. Malia watched the frenzied psychics around her and couldn't help but marvel. This is actually so profitable. Aelb raised his eyebrows and reached up to pat the little girl's head. "You underestimate yourself too much. Such a sizable crystal core is enough to accelerate these psychics' power enhancement by at least half a year, and no one doesn't want a side-effect-free crystal core like this." Malia didn't care about this. The emerald crystal core was useless to her. Even without giving it to Aelb, it was like any old stone to her. You two still have the time to idle here chatting and slacking off. A stern voice interrupted their conversation. An attendant wearing a white mask walked up angrily from behind them, grabbing each of them and dragging them over. The guests over there are going crazy, and you two aren't helping. Following his pointed finger, Malia and the others saw a woman with a white mask pointing and arguing furiously with another woman wearing a Jessica mask. Even before they approached, Malia heard the familiar voice. I don't care. Give me my crystal core back. Beside her was a man with a white mask, tugging on her sleeve repeatedly. Jessica sat cross-legged with her arms folded, unmoved, showing no respect for the white-masked figure. Perhaps having witnessed too many of her arguments, Malia easily recognized the white-masked woman. It was Jean. The one pulling on her sleeve, trying to mediate, was undoubtedly Yoni's. As for this Jessica, Malia and company had no idea whose face this belonged to. The white-masked attendant who had shouted at them earlier now wore a compliant, fawning smile in front of Jessica. May I assist you, honored guest? Jessica snorted coldly and pointed at Jean with a chin lift. Drag them out. In this venue, animal masks held absolute authority, let alone issuing orders to a white-masked slave she had brought in herself. The attendant gestured to Aelb and Malia, signaling them to drag away the audacious slave woman. Jean, upon seeing this, immediately started making a scene. She plopped onto the ground and let out a loud cry, attracting attention from many people. How heartless. There's no way to treat someone like this. You said you'd buy me the item I wanted if I gave you my crystal core, yet you appropriated my crystal core. It was all about the crystal core again. Malia blinked her eyes curiously at Jean. She hadn't expected anyone to value crystal cores so much. Jessica had a mocking smirk on her lips, indifferent. The attendant desperately signaled Malia to restrain the white-masked woman. Reluctantly, Malia stepped in. Before her hand could touch Jean, it was pushed away. Don't touch me. Is there any justice left in your base? This is bullying. Jean's continuous cries drew gazes and fingers pointing from the surrounding animal-masked people. Underneath the sleek animal furs, smiles eagerly awaited the spectacle. Jessica seemed to feel she lost face and activated her earth psychic ability, striking Jean's head. Blaze Guer reflexively pulled Jean to the side, avoiding the lethal blow. The white-masked attendant hurriedly intervened. Guest, bloodshed during the auction is inauspicious, very inauspicious. While intervening, he still bowed and scraped, terrified of upsetting the Jessica in front of him. Jessica glanced at Malia and retracted her psychic hand. With a look of disgust at Jean, she impatiently waved the attendant away. Get rid of her quickly. Two more white masks came forward and forcibly restrained Jean. One covered her mouth while the other bound her and escorted her out of the venue. Yoni's did not leave, but approached Jessica a few steps closer. She has gone mad, please don't take her seriously. Jessica raised an eyebrow and glanced at him. Seizing this opportunity, Yoni's quickly added, actually, I've long wished to serve you, but I didn't know if you would give me this chance. Malia and Aelb both turned their gazes towards Yoni's. Was he, defecting on his own? Actively rushing to become this Jessica's lackey? Jessica was clearly amused by him. Her gaze shifted back to Malia, hinting, even a servant is better than you, and you want to follow me? She kicked out, landing the blow on Yonis's face as he crouched low. Do you think I collect trash? Earlier, Yonis and Jean had somehow learned about the auction from somewhere, bribing Jessica with crystal cores. Jessica readily agreed to bring them in and even gave them white masks representing slaves. All she wanted was to see their foolishness unfold. Neither of them knew what the white mask meant until they entered the auction. Going back on her word, Jessica seemed particularly interested in Malia. She propped up her head and spoke to the clearly leading attendant beside her. Leave her behind to serve me. The attendant immediately agreed. As the main character who was left behind, Malia had no choice in the matter. She and Aelb exchanged a quick glance. One remained standing while the other quickly withdrew. Jessica stayed silent, so Malia stood still, appearing quiet and obedient. After observing for a while, Jessica found herself increasingly satisfied with Malia. A strong psychic wasn't hard to find, but a compliant slave who didn't appear dull was rare. She took a liking to Malia. We're about to get to the last 3 auction items. Stay by my side. If you can make me happy, you'll naturally reap benefits. Her tone carried a sense of condescension, as if she were a high and mighty god from above bestowing grace. Malia lowered her eyes and quietly acknowledged. However, the specially mentioned last 3 items were certainly different. Malia reined in her expression, silently waiting for the final climax of the auction. Chapter 131 Warehouse. Malia stood below the stage, waiting for the final 3 auction items. Aelb found the customers who had successfully bid on items and followed the attending waitstaff into the warehouse. His movements were very natural, making it impossible to spot any flaws. The auction's warehouse was located in a cellar behind the exhibition stage. The cellar was dark, but once guests were led inside, someone would turn on the lights. The cold light was sufficient for Aelb to see everything clearly around him. Inside this opulently filled cellar were many treasures that could make one's eyes water with envy. Aelb keenly noticed an inconspicuous hidden door at the far end of the cellar. He merely glanced over the situation within the cellar before standing aside obediently, acting as a proper white mask. But in his mind, he was already contemplating how to break into this cellar. Once he knew the location, he could teleport inside using his ability. This was the bug-like power of his black hole ability. All along until the white mask took the guests away after they retrieved their items, Aelb played the role of a responsible guard well. He simply followed them respectfully as they left. So finally, we have our last 3 auction items. A smile hung on the female host's face, and even at the end of the auction, she did not slacken in the slightest. Upon these words, many people immediately sat up straight. Many ability users who hadn't participated in earlier bidding also became alert. In the private box, the Vader-masked individual narrowed her eyes, observing the scene below. From her vantage point, numerous people straightened their backs, and the atmosphere instantly changed. Burke clearly felt this shift too and slightly sat up straighter, becoming interested in the upcoming items. Malia idly squatted beside Jessica, feeling the surging tension among the ability users most vividly. The man beside Jessica, also wearing a mask, appeared somewhat bewildered by the atmosphere. He leaned closer to Jessica and asked in a low voice, "Is there something special about these last 3 items?" Jessica glanced at him and slowly replied, "It seems you don't know the rules of the auction. The last 3 items are brought out by the base commander, and their value will far exceed everything that came before." These 3 items surpassing all previous ones caught Malia's attention too, making her ears perk up. "Most people here are here for these 3 items. Jessica gestured toward the back. "As for us commoners, we can only watch. The main event from now on will belong to those few in the boxes." Following Jessica's gaze, Malia and the man saw that all the windows in the rear boxes were open, with at least 1 figure standing in each. Their faces wore various animal masks, and just standing there, they exuded an air of impending storm. Malia saw the familiar Vader mask at one of the windows. From her angle, the stern-faced Vader watching below carried an air of mystery. Around her, several other ability users also spotted the figures above. For these masked individuals, the ability users sitting in the private boxes represented beings far superior to themselves. Look at the Vader mask in the central box. That woman must be incredibly strong. Occupying the central position means she must be highly favored by the base commander. Ah, when will I ever get to sit in such a place? Amidst the murmurs, the female host had already brought out the last item. The surrounding chatter gradually fell silent as the object was placed on display. Amid the crowd, Malia felt as if everyone around her held their breath. Under the influence of their masks, pairs of eyes resembling animals stared at the stage, filled with greed and desire. First, let's take a look at the first item. As the female host spoke, Jessica remained calm. The first one should still be the same as usual. Her words coincided with the host's voice, drawing Malia's attention due to the overlapping sounds. A weekly energy fruit for the next year. The lid of a small box on the stage was lifted, revealing 4 neatly arranged energy fruits, looking very enticing. Seeing the inquiring look from the man beside her, it strangely satisfied Jessica's curiosity. You'd understand if you attended more auctions. This is a regular bonus. 1 year's worth of energy fruits, 1 per week, was quite a significant offering. Energy fruits were rare items to these ability users. Apart from Malia and Aelb, there were only a few more ability users in the base who could afford 4 energy fruits. Even if this reward was exchanged for other things, it would still bring in considerable income. Many ability users around were bidding, including Jessica. This was their final goal of this trip, while those in the rear boxes didn't seem to care much about these items. Malia propped up her head, watching the surrounding ability users, who kept adding bids while observing their neighbors. The atmosphere heated up as the price continued to climb. However, Malia lacked interest in this. What these people treasured was just a tasty, crunchy fruit to her. The female host on stage spoke eloquently, heating up the atmosphere. Just as everyone's attention was on the stage, someone approached Malia from behind. Turning her head, Malia met Aelb's eyes. Jessica nearby hadn't noticed them. Aelb whispered in Malia's ear, "Follow me." Hearing this, Malia knew Aelb had made some discoveries. She glanced at Jessica, whose full attention was on the stage. Malia immediately followed Aelb. They moved swiftly, quickly slipping into a secluded corner shielded from view. "I found their warehouse, but there's a locked space inside. Want to go check it out together?" At such moments, it was safer for them to stick together. Malia nodded in agreement. In the next second, Aelb activated his ability, taking Malia with him into the black hole. Back in the auction room, Fabio, who had been leaning idly by the window, focused his gaze on the ability users below. The energy fruits on stage didn't particularly interest him. Instead, he noticed the 2 white masks leaving together. Fabio stood straight, squinting as he watched the direction they left. His intuition told him, these 2 were extraordinary. Chapter 132, 2 Bandits. The 2 individuals who were transported into the cellar found themselves in complete darkness. Aelb fumbled around on the spot, feeling for the position where the servants would turn on the cellar lights according to his memory. For some reason, probably due to being underground, the cellar was rather cold. Malia rubbed her arms as goosebumps rose from the low temperature of the cellar. She clutched Aelb's clothing and slowly moved through the darkness with him. Aelb's memory was quite reliable. It wasn't long before he managed to fumble his way to switch on the light in the cellar. The surrounding area was now brightly lit, causing them to squint their eyes. Once they had adjusted their vision, they saw that there were scattered items around, including supplies and equipment. It seemed like a well-stocked supply room. Moving quickly, Aelb walked straight toward a small door at the back. This secret door was seamlessly integrated into the wall behind it, and it would be hard to notice if one didn't observe closely. A heavy lock prevented entry into the hidden room. Using his ability again, Aelb cautiously did not rush into it with Malia this time. Facing an unknown space, he was clearly very cautious. After he explored and examined inside by himself first, he brought Malia over. Behind the small door was another enclosed space. Malia conjured up a cluster of flame at her fingertips to illuminate the area. There weren't many things in the small room, but Malia could see clearly what was around her, which made her raise her eyebrows slightly. This is... Malia crouched down to look. Energy fruit. Around this room, crystalline cores were piled high everywhere, and atop those piles were rows of energy fruit saplings, obviously planted artificially. Clearly, these people had mastered the growing conditions for the energy fruit and had deliberately set up such an environment for them. Counting carefully along the walls, there were about 20 to 30 saplings, a number comparable to what they had obtained after the battle in Kungning Base. Furthermore, those energy fruit saplings didn't appear newly planted, they seemed to have been grown here for a while. In addition, Malia also discovered why this cellar was so cold. Right in the middle of the cellar, a machine emitting cold air was placed, making this small room feel like an ice cellar. In the center of the machine, only 16 transparent liquid-filled test tubes were placed. Aelb picked one up and held it close to his eyes. What is this thing? Inside the test tube, a liquid flowed spontaneously, moving around as if it were alive within the tiny glass container. Malia furrowed her brows too, either due to the temperature or for some other reason. Both couldn't help shivering simultaneously. An ice-cold cellar filled with energy fruits, with only 16 unidentifiable test tubes right in the middle. Everything felt strange, as if Jumping Base was brewing some sort of significant trouble. Under the illumination of the small flame, Malia and Aelb exchanged glances slowly. What do we do? Aelb asked softly, testing out the idea. Malia pursed her lips, contemplating for a moment, then looking at the energy fruit saplings all around. She made a careful decision. Call Jeren. Aelb nodded silently, understanding the implied meaning. Calling Jeren equals destroying this place. Immediately, Aelb used his black hole ability to return to their apartment, bringing Jeren back without delay. He even had time to bring a coat back for Malia. He acted almost like a door to any location, returning in just minutes. Jeren was particularly excited upon entering the ice cellar. Its dark blue blade glowed and spun around like an overexcited child. Then, it plunged directly into the roots of the energy fruit saplings as smoothly as a fish entering the sea. Compared to the energy fruit itself, it seemed to prefer the spiritual stems at the bottom of these saplings. Meanwhile, Malia kept examining the test tubes, hesitating with her hand on the stopper. Aelb draped the coat over her shoulders and wrapped her in his embrace. If you want to open it, go ahead. Any surprises now are better than finding them later. Feeling the warmth enveloping her, Malia pulled her neck in comfort and no longer hesitated, opening the stopper. They waited quietly for a while, and nothing happened. Malia leaned in to peer inside the test tube, detecting a foul odor as soon as she got close. Probing it with her spirit energy, Malia frowned. Is this spirit energy? She gazed at the swirling liquid uncertainly, yet it doesn't seem like it. While it carried traces of spirit energy, this liquid felt like it was fused with something else, making it difficult to identify. After confirming that opening it didn't cause any significant side effects, Aelb lifted the 16 test tubes from the machine, behaving like a true bandit. After circling around, Jeren wasn't willing to be outdone, trailing a string of energy fruits behind it. The blade glowed brightly, having absorbed quite a bit of spiritual energy from the roots of the energy fruit saplings. Its flying speed had slowed slightly. As Jeren was about to fly back above Malia and Aelb with the energy fruits, preparing to shower them with another rain of energy fruits. Malia reached out and grabbed the hilt, pulling Jeren in front of her and quietly chiding, "Stop that." Eager to continue, Jeren yielded under the threat of being flicked on its blade. "I want to go out and search for more emerald green crystal cores. You take Jeren back first." Malia couldn't stop worrying about Innes and the others. That fist-sized emerald green crystal core was like a thorn in her side, making her uneasy until she thoroughly searched again. Aelb nodded, placing Malia outside in the warehouse before leaving with Jeren. After their plunder, the small room was as empty as if a bandit had swept through a village. They couldn't carry so many items while continuing to operate at the auction, lacking a spatial ability user. They could only use the black hole ability to move all the items back home. Malia searched diligently. The more she failed to find the emerald green crystal core, the more settled her heart became. There were plenty of things in the cellar, and Malia meticulously searched every corner, not letting even a detail slip. Just as she was rummaging through boxes and drawers, the cellar door opened. The person entering moved quickly, colliding head-on with Malia, who hadn't managed to hide in time. Standing at the doorway was none other than Fabio, wearing a mask. He blocked the entrance, his abilities surging, glaring at the lone woman inside with narrowed eyes, and sneered, "If it weren't for a sudden urge, I wouldn't have discovered a little mouse in the rice bin." Fabio's water threads were aimed directly at Malia. "Who are you?" Malia still wore a white mask over her face and the attendant's uniform from the auction, concealing her appearance. Fabio wasn't alone. Several other ability users stood behind him, blocking the doorway tightly. Malia inwardly cursed, taking a slight step back and forming an ability in her hand hidden behind her back. Chapter 133, Discovered. A person walked out from behind Fabio, his fists clenching tightly at the sight of Malia. It was Preston. The tension solidified on this side while Aelb, who had been away for quite some time, returned on the other side. The air around Malia twisted as a black hole suddenly appeared. Amidst the standoff between the two parties, Aelb emerged from within. All attention immediately fell upon him, and one could hear a pin drop. Aelb sensed the unusual atmosphere the moment he came in, turning to meet Fabio's gaze. Seeing him here, the psychics were clearly taken aback. Black hole psychic ability. The person coming is Aelb. Aelb isn't dead, he's back. Not only Fabio and Preston were shocked, but the news spread like wildfire among the psychics behind them. Preston's scalp tingled as his eyes landed on Malia. His heart pounded like drums as he stared at Malia for a long time, muttering, "Now that Aelb is here, you are." Malia saw the disbelief in his eyes and felt a pang of satisfaction. Standing beside Aelb, she gave a light laugh. "What do you think, Preston?" This voice was different from the one she had been imitating. It was the familiar voice of Malia that Preston knew well. "You didn't die." Hearing this voice, Preston's pupils dilated in shock, and he shook his head frantically. This can't be possible. Someone he had personally thrown into a horde of zombies now stood vividly before him, exceeding Preston's usual understanding. Fabio frowned deeply. This chaos unfolded within mere seconds. Just as Aelb stood still and held Malia's hand, many psychics at the door pointed their powers at them. A black hole opened in front of them, swallowing all the psychic attacks aimed at them. Aelb always knew how to utilize his abilities effectively, giving more possibilities to the black hole power. These psychics, alerted by this turn of events, wanted to detain the troublemakers Aelb and Malia. However, the latter did not wish to confront them head-on. Aelb's psychic energy surged, pulling Malia into the black hole. Sensing his intention, the psychics attacked even more fiercely. He's trying to escape. Stop him. At Fabio's command, the psychics rushed forward, attempting to detain the intruders who had breached their warehouse. They lunged forward with brilliant displays of psychic attacks, trying to grab Malia and Aelb. But Aelb moved faster, and the black hole psychic ability instantly activated. By the time the psychics reached them, the two had already vanished. With the assistance of the black hole ability, finding the departed duo would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Fabio frowned, scanning the items inside the warehouse. He nudged Preston beside him. "Don't just stand there, go inform the base commander." Recalling Aelb's late arrival, Fabio suspected that the appearance of these two in the warehouse was far from simple. His gaze fell on the small door at the back. The lock was intact, showing no signs of being opened. But this was Aelb. His black hole ability was like a bug that heaven had granted solely to him. Fabio's frown deepened as he slowly approached and opened the dark door's lock. The entire Jamping base buzzed with excitement over the discovery of Aelb's presence, while the auction continued publicly. The female host enthusiastically introduced the second item for auction. "So, Aelb sneaked in, and he even managed to find our auction warehouse." Flash stroked the little dog in his arms, watching the ongoing auction below. Preston, standing behind him, swallowed hard and answered in a low voice. No ripples showed on Flash's face. But Preston knew he was angry. After a while, Flash lost interest in the auction below and turned back to sit on the sofa. They actually made it to the warehouse. "Will our third auction item still be there?" He spoke each word deliberately, causing Preston's breath to catch with his question. At that moment, Fabio hurried in, reporting with a serious face, "All the potions and energy fruits have been taken." Flash predictably curled his lips and ordered decisively, "Find them." Since they disguised themselves as attendants, there must be traces left behind. "Search for them one by one." As expected, everyone responded affirmatively and quickly left the room. Flash patted the little dog's head and muttered, "You're all useless. If you can't handle this, maybe I should give you all as snacks." The little dog growled low in its throat as if sensing something. Malia and Aelb directly teleported to the small room where they had initially departed. Malia pulled the still unconscious attendant from the corner. "We can't leave them here. With their cover blown, these people would undoubtedly conduct a large-scale search for them." This small room was their designated meeting point for Debbie and Aelb. If anyone came to search and found the two, it would inevitably draw attention from many people in the base. Aelb nodded in agreement and, together with Malia, used the black hole ability to move the unconscious pair to a corner of an empty room. In the VIP box, Veda stood by the window, her gaze falling on the hurried attendants below, sensing something amiss. She tightened her lips, guessing that Aelb and Malia had made their move. Debbie's palms were sweating, even though all she needed to do was play the aloof observer. There were quite a few attendants surrounding their private room. Everyone's attention wasn't on the auction below but on the two individuals inside the room. Every move of these animal-masked psychics was under their scrutiny, more like surveillance than service. This made Debbie feel uneasy. She exhaled softly and stretched her neck. "Boring. Where's the bathroom? I need some fresh air." Burke glanced over, seeing Veda remain unperturbed, and pursed her lips. "Go ahead. If anything good comes up, I'll keep an eye out." With both of them speaking thus, the attendants couldn't stop her, as these two were like lords. One attendant led Veda out, guiding her to the restroom. In the opposite corridor, two white-masked attendants walked by. The white-masked attendant leading Debbie couldn't help but glance at them. In their VIP box area, it was rare to see two idle attendants wandering around. They usually stayed close to the psychics. "Daydreaming while leading the way?" A cold voice sounded in her ear. The attendant quickly lowered her gaze and apologized repeatedly. In her haste to bow her head, she didn't notice that her employer exchanged a look with the two oncoming white-masked attendants, then passed by each other knowingly. Those two were clearly Malia and Aelb. Chapter 134 Elixir. Report: we found two unconscious people in a small room. Under the comprehensive search, several people dragged the two unconscious individuals to Fabio. They have been verified as our insiders. It seems they were knocked out and stripped of their clothes and masks. Fabio's gaze on the two was particularly cold. Wake them up and question them properly. With that, he deployed most of his people. Since those two stole clothes and masks, they won't leave immediately. Search all the white mask. At their auction, all the masked participants had their names printed inside the masks. And this list was ultimately in their hands, used to verify identities, leading to a thorough search. The entire auction descended into chaos. The organizers gathered all the white masked attendees, ensuring no one was overlooked. Meanwhile, those wearing animal masks were closely monitored, making the atmosphere in the venue suddenly tense. The female host, receiving news from below, smiled and said, "All right, I've just received an urgent notice. 2 skillful thieves have infiltrated the auction, and now we need everyone to cooperate with our investigation according to the rules." The crowd of animal masked attendees instantly became restless, not because they refused to cooperate. No one dared to act improperly at an auction hosted by the base commander. Their curiosity lay in wondering who could steal from the auction. This unconventional method only made them more excited. It was like something they had always dared not do themselves, and someone finally did it for them. Cleanly, sharply, and silently, they stirred up the entire situation. The search team quickly found Ulizi and Aelb wearing white masks. They had been resting in a specially designated small room. When they received the notification, they asked what had happened. Fabio and his team personally checked these white masks. When Aelb and the other were brought over, he glanced at them carefully and said in a deep voice, "Take off your masks." Aelb warily scanned the surroundings, then met Fabio's eyes directly. "There are so many people here. Can you guarantee they won't find my master through me?" He spoke naturally, like a loyal servant. Fabio knew who he was, sizing up this ordinary person who had performed well in the initial brawl, his expression somewhat ambiguous. Thinking of the Thunder Element psychic, he had an idea. A smile appeared on his face. "You make a good point. You two shone brightly in the initial brawl. It would be understandable if you didn't want to be recognized. But..." His tone changed abruptly, feigning a furrowed brow in thought, "but we also hope you can cooperate with our investigation. After all, with the theft at the auction, we're very anxious too." The one next to Aelb couldn't hold back, frowning as she ripped off her mask. Look, can you see anything special from just looking at my face?" Debbie's impatient face appeared before Fabio, along with her irritable temper, making her quite distinctive. She tossed the white mask to a nearby attendant, then folded her arms with a sneer, her gaze landing on Fabio's face. She sniffed. "What? Are you satisfied now?" Fabio nodded slightly, bowing but not answering her. Aelb glanced sideways, pursed his lips, placed his fingers on the mask, and slowly untied its laces. The mask slowly slid down, revealing the upper half of his face and his cold eyes. After verifying Debbie's mask, the person beside her gave Fabio a confirming nod. Fabio waved his hand, gesturing politely to the two. "It has been confirmed. I apologize for the inconvenience." His courtesy was thorough, clearly considering the people behind them. Aelb pursed his lips again and put the mask back on. He bowed to Fabio and whispered softly, "Thank you." Fabio accepted the thanks without hesitation. As the two turned to leave, their expressions visibly relaxed in a moment when no one was watching. Just moments ago, Aelb's psychic powers were ready to unleash. Their masks had been useless long before, and if Fabio insisted, he might have seen beneath the mask the crack beside Aelb's nose. Farther away in the crowd, Debbie breathed a quiet sigh of relief. Her tone rose as she stretched her neck, whispering, "You're calm enough. If we got exposed just now, we'd be in serious trouble." She referred to taking off the masks earlier. Aelb pursed his lips and responded in a low voice, "Actually, we could escape." He paused. Fabio had reservations from the start. Otherwise, we wouldn't have gotten through so easily. He treated them with such caution, taking into account Malia and Jack. Debbie also knew this fact. She sighed softly. "We've passed the test, but I wonder how it's going on Gua's side." They had just met in the hallway, exchanged glances, and when Debbie went into the restroom, Aelb teleported Malia to her side. Aelb kept watch while the two swiftly swapped their clothes and masks. The tree bark mask on Debbie's face was given to Malia, while she wore her own face and put back her original mask. Due to the urgency of time, they couldn't make a new mask for Aelb, so Malia did her best to adjust the fit. In just a few minutes, Malia and Debbie switched back their identities, which led to the scene where Debbie boldly took off her mask later. But things weren't easy in that private room either, Debbie remarked. There were attendants watching all along, which felt very strange. At least during the hours she spent in the private room, she felt particularly pressured. Not only Aelb and Debbie were concerned about the situation on the other side, but also Fabio, who watched them leave. Fabio kept his eyes on Aelb and Debbie, summoning an attendant nearby. "Just now, did that lightning element psychic do anything unusual?" The attendant immediately reported, "No, from entering the private room until now, she only came out once to use the restroom. Otherwise, she sat quietly on the chair." Fabio squinted his eyes. Really, could things be this coincidental? Send someone to test her. Fabio made up his mind. He didn't want to overlook any detail. Meanwhile, the highly monitored Malia returned to the room wearing the fox mask. As soon as she entered, she heard Burke's voice. "The auction ended early. What happened to the final item?" He asked the attendant next to him, who apologized profusely. "Our originally prepared potency-enhancing elixir for psychics was stolen, but we are conducting a thorough investigation." His words caught the attention of the two people in the room. Vader raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued by what the attendant said. Potency-enhancing elixir? She sat in the chair, leisurely observing the attendant. What is it? Tell me more. Chapter 135 back. But the attendant kept mum. Sorry, that's all I can tell you. Vader stared at him for a long time before waving him away. However, before long, several white-masked attendants barged in through the door, with the leader scanning around and his gaze landing on Vader mask. Sorry, we're screening for thieves at the auction. Please take off your masks and cooperate with our investigation. The tone of the white-masked one was very cold and unyielding. Malia, however, showed no sign of surprise. She sat in her chair, calmly watching the people in front of her. Do you mean to suspect us as thieves? She sneered, sweeping her gaze over the few white-masked people who had been in the room the whole time. With so many people watching me, now you want to verify my identity. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Her gaze was too cold for anyone to meet. The white-masked one pursed his lips, avoiding eye contact with Vader. Please cooperate with us. It seemed his action angered the other party. The woman with the fox mask leaned back in her chair like a rascal. I won't cooperate. What are you going to do? The white-masked ones looked at each other awkwardly. Both sides stood their ground, creating an oddly tense atmosphere. Jack, wearing the rabbit mask, noticed something wrong and tugged at the sleeve of the person next to him. He then met a pair of eyes that seemed to hide knives. He paused for a moment and silently withdrew his hand. This person is not Debbie. They have switched back. Knowing this, he felt relieved and continued to sit quietly aside, watching Malia deal with the situation in front of her. Aelb and Debbie were heading towards the private room. As they reached the door, two white-masked people tumbled out from inside. Looking into the open door, they saw the woman with the fox mask sitting on the chair with lightning flickering in her hand. She watched the white-masked people coldly, her lips curled into a mocking smile. What? Want my mask? Try taking it if you dare. That look was extremely arrogant. Aelb and Debbie walked in silently and stood behind Malia and Jack. The commotion here quickly attracted the attention of Fabio, who had been observing this scene. When he appeared at the door, Malia and Aelb knew that things were smoothed over. Fabio wore a smile. Truly sorry, my subordinates are indiscreet. Please don't take offense. Malia didn't respond but stood with her arms crossed, saying nothing for a long time. Fabio probably knew he had offended this ability user and explained while apologizing. Alas, we have no choice. The lost items are very important to us, so we have to screen everyone. When she used her electrical abilities, Fabio excluded her. In their base, only she could use such power to make other ability users feel pressured. Malia gave a light hum, seeming disinterested in the topic. She looked at Fabio. So, the auction ended early? Fabio shrugged and answered straightforwardly. Yes, the final item was stolen. Malia pursed her lips. Boring. Now you've checked our identities, can we go back? Fabio smiled apologetically. Of course. As Malia and Aelb left the auction venue, inside was still chaotic. They screened the clients' lists one by one along with their slaves and attendants. Gradually, guests started leaving the auction house, and Jumping Base seemed quieter due to tonight's auction. Surrounding lights were dimmed, leaving only the busy auction venue illuminated. Debbie sighed walking on the road. Often, when I'm in this base, I get a sense of unreality. Her voice sounded distant, focusing on the bright moon above. It's like I'm not living in the apocalypse. The other three remained silent, sharing the same feeling. In Jumping Base, everyone celebrated, looking nothing like they were in the apocalypse. The four returned to their small apartment. Just as Malia entered her room, she faced Jan Chankongkong waiting for her. Jan Chankongkong swayed its blade, and the energy fruits hovering around it fell like snowflakes. Malia had foreseen this and moved away in time, thus avoided being hit by the falling energy fruits. After this incident, Malia's heavy heart lifted. She rolled up her sleeves, grabbing Jan Chankongkong's handle with a smirk. Just as Aelb returned to his room and was tidying up the bed, having expended much ability power this night and needing rest. Suddenly there was a banging sound outside his window. When he turned his gaze, he could only see the window with shattered glass, through which wind was blowing vigorously into the room. And the culprit was shivering beside his arm. At the door came Malia's knocking. Aelb, open up. She seemed to be extremely angry. Aelb flicked Jan Chankongkong beside him. Did you do something bad again? As he said this, he opened the door. Malia slipped in deftly, quickly grabbing Jan Chankongkong by its weak point. Try running from me now, Malia sneered, her fingers curling as she fiercely snapped against the blade. The move was so forceful that it let out a humming sound. Struggling to no avail in her grip, Jan Chankongkong eventually settled down listlessly. A smile crept onto Aelb's lips. He found this amusing and reached out to ruffle Malia's hair. Since you're here, let's talk about those things we got tonight. He referred to those test tubes. With serious matters discussed, Malia became solemn. She released Jan Chankongkong, warning, stay put when you get back. If I catch you running around again. Before she finished, Jan Chankongkong darted away in a flash. Knocking sounded at the main door again. Jack's voice echoed from outside. Aelb, Guyue, can we come in? They heard Malia's earlier knocking and decided to come over. The four gathered in Aelb's room. Jack looked at them both, questioning first. What did you two do tonight that caused such chaos at the auction? They were genuinely curious. Malia and Aelb exchanged glances. Then Aelb recounted their ordeal while Malia went to the next room to fetch the booty. So, we brought these things back. Aelb pointed at the items on the floor, concluding. Jack and Debbie stared at the piled energy fruits and row of test tube potions, opening and closing their mouths without words for a long time. These two didn't just steal the final auction item. They emptied the best of their warehouse. Debbie and Jack glanced at each other, reading the same thought from each other's eyes. This is pure banditry. Chapter 136, Isaac. So, they're selling this potion that can enhance the power of psychics. Debbie's head was dizzy as he repeated the conclusion he had just drawn. Malia picked up a test tube and opened its cap. I'm not sure if it enhances the power of psychics, but I can confirm that there are bad things inside. She had never sensed spirit energy inside a psychic's body before. Anybody who came into contact with spirit energy would eventually turn into a zombie. Of course, one person was an exception. Thinking about the spiritual energy she sensed from the body of the commander, Malia frowned. The transparent liquid inside the transparent test tube looked like it was wriggling on its own, which definitely wasn't a good sign. Considering this, Malia thought of bringing the test tube to her mouth. Compared to other psychics, the spirit energy in her body was sufficient to deal with emergencies. Before the test tube touched her mouth, Aelb snatched it away. Glancing sideways, Malia saw Aelb's serious face. Holding the test tube with one hand, he quickly closed it and asked, "What do you want to do?" Staring at him, Malia said directly, "To find out what's inside." After Debbie and Jack realized what was happening, they both showed frightened faces. Sitting beside Malia, Debbie immediately held her hands tightly as if he was afraid that she might jump forward to grab the test tube. Don't be impulsive. Self-poisoning isn't worth it. Don't act recklessly now. Malia wanted to explain herself, but when she met Aelb's eyes, she couldn't help giving up. Aelb put the test tube back on the table. We will talk about its effect later. Since they have lost so many reagents, they will surely take some actions during the following time. His eyes scanned the other three people present, finally settling on Malia for a long time. We just need to remain calm and respond flexibly. The other two were obviously still shocked by Malia's action to drink the reagent. They nodded repeatedly and watched Malia cautiously. Being closely watched by three people, Malia felt the pressure. She nodded obediently. I know. The short meeting ended here. Aelb equally distributed the energy fruits, keeping the remaining reagents. Leaving in a daze, Debbie and Jack each held a bag of energy fruit. It was the first time for them to experience this kind of division of spoils where energy fruits were treated like ordinary fruits. They inevitably felt stunned. The lights of the apartment went off again, and Yu quietly fell into darkness. However, inside the base, chaos was spreading from the auction house as a search of the entire base began. The white masks barged into household after household, searching every possible hiding place for two people. Two audacious thieves who stole their core research result. Yet these two little thieves were sleeping soundly right under their noses. Having found nothing after a night-long search, they almost concluded that Aelb had left the base. Fabio and Preston didn't look happy. They stared at the empty cold storage room with gloomy expressions. They are truly persistent ghost. Preston spat out the words almost through gritted teeth. Every time he closed his eyes now, he could see those eyes of Malia when they threw her down. Her eyes overlapped with those of the woman in the white mask today, making him feel somewhat fearful. A person who couldn't die even after being thrown among zombies was indeed scary, not to mention she had a psychic by her side who could move freely. Fabio remained silent, also clearly despising these two people. Losing this batch of supplies has already made the commander very unhappy. We must find new supplies as soon as possible. Preston dared not speak up, only bowing his head in agreement. After the night passed, apart from individual psychics, Jumping Base returned to its usual bustling scene. From what one could see, last night's large-scale screening seemed never to have happened. After resting overnight, when Malia pulled open the curtains, she saw this thriving scene. No matter when viewed, the city's interior always formed a split image compared to the outside world. Jeren flashed dark blue light beside her shoulder consistently. Malia tapped the hilt and poked Jeren back into the quilt, then walked out of the room alone. At this moment, Spencer and Tegan were already awake, still busy cleaning the room and preparing meals daily. Only, hope had reignited on their faces. Life with something to look forward to made everything seem inexhaustible. Spencer still lived in that small room, guarding the seedling of energy fruit, gradually improving physically. Everything seemed to be developing in a positive direction. But Malia still kept staring at their collars from time to time, lost in thought. Aelb came from behind her, looking at her deep in reverie, and patted her shoulder. What are you thinking about? Malia snapped back to reality. Although she was eating the carefully prepared food, something felt off. Aelb, when we leave, can we take them all with us? Malia wasn't just referring to Gannon and Tegan Spencer but also the other slaves imprisoned underground. Aelb looked into her eyes, which used to be clear and pure but now held much more depth. They were still clean, yet they had gained more vitality compared to before. A smile crept onto Aelb's lips as he ruffled her hair and softly agreed, of course. Perhaps tired from dealing with last night's events, Fabio and Preston did not appear in front of Malia and the others for the entire day. Malia and Aelb would wander around the base whenever they had free time, occasionally joining a small team on excursions to hunt for crystal cores. Days went by like this. The first squad leader who found them kept teaming up with the duo, becoming increasingly familiar with each other. They could greet each other with smiles even when meeting again on the street. The squad leader was named Isaac, a rugged-looking yet cheerful man. Malia didn't seem too concerned about the ownership of the crystal cores, which made Isaac always approach her with a smile, eager to latch onto this golden opportunity. Hey, Ashley, Armand out shopping again? Isaac frequently ran into Malia and company on the street recently, his bulging crystal core bag making him especially friendly toward them. Malia merely glanced at him without engaging much. Isaac was used to her attitude, stepping forward and slinging an arm around Aelb's shoulders. Brother, I've got a big deal here, want to join in? Aelb looked at him, his face as indifferent as ever. What kind of business? Isaac leaned in closer, putting on a mysterious look. You know Wuhan squad, right? The one that has Krista, who can refine crystal cores. Both Malia and Aelb perked up their ears simultaneously. There's word that she's come out with the Hunter Eagle squad. I just received a message from the base commander to ambush her. Isaac didn't think much of it, although he was talking to Aelb, he kept glancing at Malia. I wonder if you two have any interest in joining? Chapter 137, Escape Plan. The news about Krista being abducted from Wuhan base was too sudden, leaving Malia and Aelb momentarily speechless. She asked tentatively, has something happened at Wuhan base? Why would they let Krista out? At this moment, Krista was the only one who could turn crystals into evolution crystals. Logically, she should have remained in charge at Wuhan base to ensure her own safety. Isaac chuckled softly and whispered to Malia and Aelb, maybe you don't know, but the base commander of Wuhan base is on his last legs. There was a clear note of schadenfreude in his voice, as if he found the situation amusing. With a temporary replacement as base commander, chaos will surely ensue at Wuhan base for a while. Krista seems to be on good terms with the people from Falcon team. To avoid trouble, she requested them to take her away from the base. Isaac clicked his tongue. But it's not hard to guess, without a base commander to maintain order, she would be the first to suffer at Wuhan base. Purified crystals were tempting baits for all psychics, and they would undoubtedly target Krista. With the two of you joining us, I believe this operation will succeed. Isaac's words interrupted Malia and Aelb's thoughts. They exchanged a glance and readily accepted Isaac's statement. Malia nodded at him, that's a certainty. Isaac was very happy to have them join, so much that even their hunting speed increased. More importantly, Malia saw this as an excellent opportunity to rescue the psychics. The team was set to depart in 3 days, consisting of 15 members in total. After returning to the apartment, Malia shared her idea with Aelb. These psychic slaves aren't weak. If they band together, they might stand a chance against the zombies, said Malia, looking at Aelb. The hardest part is getting rid of Jumping Base's control. Her analysis was sound, and she glanced at Aelb quietly, whispering, your black hole ability can solve this problem. However, maintaining a passable black hole was incredibly draining for a psychic. Seeing Aelb about to speak, Malia couldn't help adding, I can provide you with purifying crystals, as many as you need. Aelb smiled, rubbing Malia's head and pressing the excited girl sitting before him down onto a seat. Who said we don't want to do it? I'm more than willing to help them escape. Hearing that, Malia chuckled, hugging his arm and acting affectionately, just like Jeren. Both were highly action-oriented. After confirming the plan, they went to find Ganon and Tegan. These two had been slaves here for a long time and knew the situation well. When Malia and Tegan explained the plan, the young girl's eyes lit up, appearing extremely excited. Can you contact everyone who wants to leave Jumping Base? Tegan nodded rapidly, most of the people locked in the basement yearned to get out. Pausing to catch her breath, she continued. Though Malia's tone was casual, like asking what to eat for dinner, Tegan knew that if this succeeded, they'd achieve something big, something that could shake the foundation of Jumping Base. She looked brightly at the frowning girl in front of her. This person had sown the seeds of hope in her long-deserted heart. And now, those seeds were sprouting. I've had several masters, so I know the locations of a few basements, though I only know where they are, I don't have keys to enter. Tegan forced herself to calm down. There are many people living around there. Any noise would draw their attention. Malia shook her head. That's not a problem. Upon hearing this, the young girl admired her even more. To her, this woman, almost the same height as her, embodied all virtues, strong, confident, and mysterious, becoming the role model she most wanted to be. Malia comforted the tearful young girl, patting her shoulder, cheer up, everything will get better. Tegan nodded vigorously and rushed back to her room to tell her brother the news. Watching her bouncing away, Malia felt a touch sentimental. Just as she was about to leave, Tegan turned back with a shy expression. I actually have another favor to ask. She hesitated, unsure whether she should speak up. Malia softened her tone, giving strength to the overly excited young girl. What is it? Zachariah scratched her head. Actually, I want a weapon. Even a machete would do. I can use it to fight off zombies. Her eyes sparkled with hope and hesitation. Malia nodded resolutely in front of her. Of course, no problem. The little girl jumped up joyfully, then felt this might not be appropriate, blushing as she ran away smiling. Malia was also infected by her mood and smiled. Turning around, she saw Aelb standing behind her, his lips curved into a smile. He walked up and took Malia's hand, leading her to the small courtyard in front of the door to bask in the sun. Ganon mentioned that there are several psychics who don't want to stay at this base, but psychics are more complicated than ordinary people. After taking these people out, we can't escort them all the way. So, we still need to carefully select those psychics leaving the base. Considering they will need to protect these ordinary people for a long time afterward, their abilities will be the biggest asset for controlling them. Aelb narrowed his eyes, gazing distantly with a cold look. What assets? After a long absence, Debbie and Jack appeared beside Malia and Aelb. The weather gradually turned cooler, and the afternoon sun with a gentle breeze felt pleasantly warm. Since the distribution of energy fruits, Malia had rarely seen them in the apartment. Now comrades in arms on the same side, Malia truthfully told Debbie about her plan. Debbie raised an eyebrow immediately. "We can escort them all the way to Wuhan base." She patted her chest. "My psychic ability has improved recently. Along with Jack's ability, we can definitely keep those psychics in line." Malia understood. They hadn't been seen for a while because their abilities had significantly improved. She and Aelb exchanged glances, seeing surprise in each other's eyes. It was like someone delivered a pillow just when they were feeling sleepy. These two arrived at the perfect time. Chapter 138, Strange Elixir. Jack laughed and echoed Debbie's words. "We are pretty strong now as well." They were not the kind to make baseless comments. If they spoke thus, it meant that they had an extraordinary confidence in their enhanced abilities. They exchanged glances with each other, fully understanding one another without words. With solutions to her worries, Malia felt much more at ease. She closed her eyes contentedly and stretched lazily. "Then you need to find a reason to leave the base early. If you disappear along with a large group of people, it will definitely arouse suspicion from jumping base." Debbie nodded in agreement. The escape plan was preliminarily set. They finally made progress on something they had wanted to do for a long time, so everyone felt relaxed. The warm sunshine and the gentle breeze against their skin made them drowsy. Outside, the four of them basked in the sun, almost falling asleep. Suddenly, two low calls came from inside the apartment. Aelb opened his eyes first and looked towards the inside of the apartment. Malia sat up immediately, frowning. Those voices clearly belonged to Tegan and Spencer. They quickly got up and approached the door to Tegan's room. No sooner had they arrived than the door was pulled open from the inside. Tegan had just prepared to rush out when she saw Malia and Aelb, obviously stunned and halted. "I was about to go look for you guys." There was surprise in Tegan's voice. She moved aside, letting the two of them enter, still smiling. "A while ago, this plant bore fruit." Her face was full of wonder. In just a few minutes, it bore fruit. "This is incredible." Malia and Aelb looked into the room and saw Spencer holding the energy fruit seedling, smiling. He saw Malia and Aelb by the door and eagerly showed them the energy fruit seedling that had borne fruit. "Big sister Ashley, big brother Armand, look. The sapling has borne fruit." The speed at which the fruit appeared greatly surprised the siblings, causing the commotion. Both Malia and Aelb sighed in relief as they watched the energy fruit seedling. It must have been continuously absorbing Spencer's spirit energy until it could bear the energy fruit. Malia stepped forward, ruffling Spencer's hair before pressing 2 fingers between his eyebrows to examine his internal spirit energy. Sure enough, all of Spencer's spirit energy had been absorbed clean away. He was perfectly healthy now. Spencer allowed Malia to proceed, but he couldn't help sniffing as she neared him. He frowned, watching her actions, a puzzled expression on his small face. Malia noticed his gaze, and her fingers slid up to pat his head. "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Spencer sniffed again, pondering for a moment before replying. "I smelled a very familiar scent on Big Sister." His brows furrowed, forming a vertical line. He held his chin thoughtfully, looking rather comical. "It's very similar to the scent those people who kidnapped me had." His words drew Malia and Aelb's attention, both leaning closer to Spencer. Seeing their interest, Spencer tried hard to recall. "It's the smell of the elixir they would force-feed me every day. Even though I was often unconscious, this smell was always present, so I remember it clearly." Seemingly to corroborate his statement, he sniffed again at Malia and nodded resolutely. "I can't be wrong, it's this smell. Elixir." Malia and Aelb simultaneously thought of the same thing. Exchanging a glance, Aelb left the room. Malia continued listening to Spencer, while Aelb went to fetch the elixir bottle they had opened once before. "The elixir? You can still smell it even though it was opened only a couple of days ago?" Malia asked. Spencer scratched his head, unsure how to explain his sensitivity to the smell, but indeed found himself quite sensitive to it. "Those researchers used to make us drink this elixir under compulsion, and then we would be in pain for several days afterward. So I'm very familiar with this smell." Speaking of this, he also shrank slightly. "Pain everywhere. Hands hurt, feet hurt, chest hurts, stomach hurts, it feels like being crushed all over. Sometimes when I was conscious, I could see bulges in my skin, something moving inside my body. This wasn't a pleasant memory at all." While recounting it, Spencer kept frowning, curling up in a ball. Malia comforted him as best as she could, but her mind was inevitably focused on the elixir. Aelb returned swiftly with a bottle of the elixir. As soon as Spencer saw the elixir, he darted behind Tegan, his face filled with fear. He peeked out a little head to look at Malia and Aelb. "It's this elixir." This reaction revealed how much of an impact this elixir had left on the young boy. With a breakthrough in the stagnant investigation of the elixir, both Malia and Aelb were lost in thought. "Spencer, do you know where they took you?" "This information is very important to us," Malia said earnestly. Spencer seemed to struggle for a moment, but finally shook his head. "I don't remember. The memories of being kidnapped are blurry, and I didn't recognize the way when I escaped. I just knew that I had to keep running forward, to shake off the people chasing me." No useful information from the young boy meant that the recently obtained lead was cut off again. Malia and Aelb couldn't help but sigh. "But I remember there was water there," Spencer added quietly from behind Tegan. "I saw water when I escaped." Water. Instantly, several locations within Jamping Base with water crossed their minds, yet no conclusion could be reached. Malia looked at Spencer, who still appeared terrified, sighed, and nudged Aelb to leave. The boy must have endured unimaginable treatment under those people. It wouldn't be right to scare him further in the room. Malia glanced at the vial in Aelb's hand, and a name suddenly popped into her mind, Carly. I remember, doesn't Carly also have a research lab? When we checked it before, the equipment was quite advanced. Should we give her the elixir to examine? Aelb raised an eyebrow at the idea, acknowledging it as a good suggestion. Malia poked the vial in his hand. Maybe the spiritual energy inside Spencer's body came from this stuff. The clear liquid in the vial, after several days, now moved more sluggishly, as if its vitality had been drained away, flowing listlessly. Malia exclaimed in surprise, this stuff seems to lose its activity once it's taken out of the freezer. Chapter 139, Leaving. For now, the two of them put the matter of the potions aside temporarily. The most urgent task at hand was to release these imprisoned slaves one by one. Malia and Aelb were so worried about this matter that they almost pulled their hair out. To implement the plan, on that afternoon, Jack and Debbie left Jamping Base under the pretext of taking on a mission. A few other, ability holders, from Jamping Base went with them, but the two had their own ways to extricate themselves. After packing their bags, they quickly left the base. Before leaving, Malia gave them half of the reagents, instructing them to safely escort these people to Wuhan Base, and then make a trip to Kongning Base to deliver these potions to Carly. After agreeing readily, they quickly left the apartment. The plan was being executed step by step. The only thing that felt odd to Malia during this period was Flash's repeated invitations for her to visit him. When she received the first invitation exclusively for herself, both Malia and Aelb prepared for it as if it were a serious matter. However, when Malia arrived there, she found that he only invited her for tea and some casual chat. Flash seemed like a really amiable young man, occasionally introducing interesting places in Jamping Base to her. Sometimes he would invite her to a restaurant, sometimes they would just stroll around on the streets together. It didn't feel strange after 1 or 2 times, but over time, Aelb started to sense something wrong. Eating, shopping, chatting. Isn't this the rhythm of a date? Aelb felt like there was a big danger sign on his forehead. He frowned, looking at the letter in Malia's hands again today, finally unable to hold back any longer. 3 letters a day, each full of heartfelt words. This Flash clearly has ulterior motives towards you. Malia looked at Aelb's face, which showed he couldn't take it anymore, also frowned while looking at the card in her hands. On it was the neat handwriting of the young man, filled with elaborate words that finally hinted at one thing: he would see them off when they left the base in the afternoon. These days, Malia had vaguely sensed Flash's advances toward her, but to say he liked her seemed not quite right. Compared to how she interacted with Aelb, Flash's advances seemed less emotionally driven. It was like a businessman who saw value in something you possessed and tried to get it from you with the best rhetoric and price. This was the feeling Flash gave Malia. No matter what he wanted, for now, he needed to take a step back. What Malia found most difficult right now was how to pacify her boyfriend, who was about to throw a tantrum. Malia mimicked what Aelb did before, smoothing his hair gently while sneaking glances at his expression, frowning seriously. There is no love between me and him. Seeing Aelb's expression still not fully eased, Malia rolled her eyes and planted a kiss directly on Aelb's lips. Stamp it, I belong to you. Her bright, round eyes stared at Aelb, making his heart race. The kiss on her lips tasted sweet. Unable to keep up his stern look, Aelb chuckled softly, covering Malia's eyes with one hand and leaning down to lightly kiss the corner of her lips. It was like a light kiss, treasuring a long-held treasure, restrained yet affectionate. He rubbed his forehead against hers, his voice slightly hoarse, tickling her ears, stamped, and I belong to you too. Malia rubbed her ears, blushing slightly. As Aelb embraced her, she could hear his rapid heartbeat merging with her own, like an awakening symphony. After briefing Zachariah Rufai and Gannon, who stayed behind in the apartment, on the follow-up matters, they packed up and left the apartment. Leaving the base was the only way to minimize their suspicion. No matter how far they went, using Aelb's ability to return to the base wouldn't take long. Just as they reached the gate of the base, they saw Flash already waiting there. If not for Malia's deliberate attention, she might have missed the base leader among the crowd. He stood among people, naturally blending into the surroundings, making it hard to notice him. Seeing Malia and Aelb approach, Flash smiled faintly and said to Malia, I didn't expect you to be so proactive in participating in missions right after joining the base. Malia glanced involuntarily at Aelb behind her as Flash walked toward them. It's nothing, I'm just interested in the rewards. She referred to the reward of acquiring slaves, which she had openly revealed as her interest to Jamping Base. Flash obviously believed it as well. He glanced at Aelb behind Malia and said, but it seems like you really like this slave. You always take him with you whenever you go out. Malia narrowed her eyes. She felt that Flash's words sounded like a probe. She nodded without changing her expression. He is my first slave. Flash's gaze lingered on Aelb for a while before he smiled and moved away. He began talking about other topics to Malia, most of the time speaking himself while Malia occasionally responded with a few words. Flash didn't seem awkward at all and continued chatting with Malia. The 3 of them stood together, chatting until the entire squad gathered. Some in the team recognized Flash and, seeing these 3, dared not approach and speak up. The surrounding ability holders formed a vacuum zone around Malia and Flash. As the time approached, even Isaac arrived. Flash finally let Malia leave. I wish you success in your mission, Flash smiled. When you come back, I'll take you somewhere. He added this mysterious sentence to Malia lastly. Malia glanced at him but did not say much. She had a premonition that the place Flash mentioned would lead her to what she wanted to know. Despite her heart pounding, Malia showed nothing on her face and calmly nodded, pretending not to care. Then she turned and went to Isaac's side. The others in the team had been waiting for a long time. As soon as she returned, they set off immediately. Flash watched from behind as the group left Jumping Base. His smile never faded, his eyes locked on the woman at the front. He indeed had intentions towards Malia, but these intentions had nothing to do with romance, or perhaps he valued her psi ability more. To him, a powerful female psi ability holder was clearly more useful than a powerful male one. Flash curled the corners of his mouth. Would this strong lightning-type psi ability holder like the surprise I have prepared especially for you when you return to the base? Just thinking about it made him feel his blood boiling. He beckoned to the red-eyed dog hiding nearby, still smiling. Da Huang, let's go back. The dog grumbled and followed him, disappearing together in front of the tightly closed base gate. Chapter 140, Escape from Jumping Base. The night Malia and Aelb left, they used their black hole ability to jump back to the base continuously. When they reappeared at the apartment, Ganon and Tegan Ruru had already prepared everything. They carried the most important bags for them, following Malia and Aelb. The night of the Jumping Base did not change its appearance due to the departure of Malia and Aelb. Outside was still brightly lit as if it were daylight. Aelb led Malia and Ganon into an inconspicuous small room. This place housed most of the unyielding or newly arrived ability users, with whom Ganon was somewhat familiar. In the darkness, he signaled something to Malia and Aelb. Malia observed carefully and pursed her lips. When we enter, we will immediately activate the black hole ability to transfer first to the apartment, then out of the base. Her expression was serious. At that time, it depends on you and Tegan to keep them steady and make sure they don't make too much noise. After a moment's silence, she continued, if necessary, we can also kill one to scare the rest. To take more people away, it was inevitable to cut off some unnecessary trouble, and the best way was to instill fear in them. Ganon nodded to show his understanding. The three entered the small room, where the environment was dark, and the ability users huddled together quietly, which was unsettling. Ganon seemed very accustomed to such darkness. He tapped the shoulder of the person next to him. Malia whispered, do you want to get out? These words did not cause a stir among the ability users. Malia used her spirit energy to light a small flame, illuminating the area around her, allowing others to see her face. She had arched eyebrows and a round face, just as she originally looked. Don't make any noise. Malia saw someone next to her reveal a frightened expression. Does anyone here want to leave? To leave Jumping Base. Her words were very incendiary, paired with those clear eyes, as if she could see right through people's hearts. Say nothing. If you wish to go, just go through this black hole, and we will take you away. There was another silence. Malia couldn't help frowning and looked back at Aelb. Aelb also pursed his lips, looking at these people in front of them. Now they were taking the greatest risk by rescuing people from within the wolf den. What they feared most was that these people had already been brainwashed by the base, blindly following the orders of the base. Any exposure would put them in absolute danger. After a while, whispers spread through the crowd, and a scarred-faced man stepped forward. He silently glanced at Malia, then looked back, his Adam's apple moving, murmuring softly, I have nothing to lose, might as well take a chance. He could not figure out what these few people in front of him could gain from them. But at least, they had brought a little light to his otherwise dark life. Leave here. Never before had he felt such a strong desire to escape. He walked into the black hole without turning back. Following his move, quite a few others stood up. Their eyes showed no ripples, and even some didn't give Malia a second glance as they passed her. They were like hopeless moths flying into the flames, trying to end their lives. In the end, all the minor ability users in the room spontaneously left. Malia and Aelb finally breathed a sigh of relief. She slipped a green crystal core into Aelb's hand, and Ganon followed the last ability user, leaving the dark room. Malia took a look at the surroundings under the dim light. The walls were pitch black and suffocating. Aelb, do you remember when we first met? I asked if you liked this world. Aelb came closer and held her hand, gently embracing her and kissed her forehead. If it were a little better, I would like it more. Malia looked up at him, her eyes twinkling like stars. Let's make it better together. Aelb chuckled softly, leading the group through the black hole. Throughout the night, everyone in the Jumping Base spent it like an ordinary night. But beneath the surface, changes had already occurred. As dawn approached, everyone couldn't help but look up. Malia and Aelb stood at the last checkpoint, while Tegan Ruru had already led the civilians away. Just as the two who were covering the rear were about to step into the black hole, voices outside caught their attention. Another capture of ability users. Why has the frequency increased so much recently? Sure, don't ask questions. If we shouldn't know something, knowing it could cost us our heads. But sending these civilians over, what is the purpose? Brother, give me a clue if you know. Cough, I'm defeated by you. I only know a little bit. It's said that the base commander is using these people to develop potions that can enhance abilities. Oh, really? That's interesting. What's interesting about it? Those who are sent over for experiments are practically lab rats. None of them have ever come out of there alive. The sound of their conversation grew louder, interrupting Malia and Aelb's train of thought. Just as the two outside the door were about to open it and walk in, the two immediately jumped into the black hole. The moment they disappeared from the room, the heavy iron door was opened, and two ability users walked in from outside. The moment they entered, they sensed something amiss. One of them shone a flashlight into the dark room empty. Heavens! What's going on? He cried out in shock, stubbornly shining the flashlight around again carefully before finally accepting this reality. Hurry! Report it immediately. The two hurried away, and news quickly reached Flash's ears. Not only that, but reports of strange misfortunes came from various cells where ability users and civilians were held. In one night, the entire dungeon became deserted, with several dungeons reporting the same news. Flash's usually smiling face finally showed a crack. His eyes darkened, and he threw something at the messenger who brought the news. Connecting the dots with recent events, one name popped into his mind. He stared straight ahead, gritting his teeth as he spat out the name, Aelb. Aelb. Malia glanced at the man beside her. You seem quite excited. In one night, he had used his ability almost 100 times to transport those locked in the basement out through the apartment. Emerald crystal cores were constantly fed into his hands, yet despite this, such large-scale use of ability still drained Aelb's energy. Aelb activated his ability once more. This was the last group from Wuhan base. He suppressed the active black hole ability and spoke in a deep voice. I think I'm about to advance again. Chapter 141 James. As daylight broke, after a night of exhaustion, Malia looked at the gathered ability users and ordinary people. She let out a light sigh of relief. Aelb sat on the ground, recovering his spent abilities. Those they had brought out seemed yet to recover from the tension of being trapped in the jumping base. However, Malia and Aelb could not stay. After handing these people over to Jack and his team, they rushed off toward the direction of the dispatched team. On the now empty ground, hundreds of ability users and commoners gathered. Some gazed at the sunlight above, others stepped on the soft earth beneath them. For a moment, no one spoke until someone murmured, "We really made it out." This statement was like a signal, like opening a valve. In the next second, almost everyone burst into an ear-splitting cheer. Some waved their arms while looking up at the sky, some fell to their knees, kissing the soil beneath their feet. They took off the collars around their necks, opened their arms wide, and welcomed the wind of freedom that greeted them. Debbie surveyed the surroundings, allowing everyone to vent the long-suppressed pain in their hearts. Once everyone's emotions gradually settled down, she said, "All right, everyone. Our journey isn't over. The world outside the base is perilous. We must hurry." Her words brought back much rationality to these people. A vast procession quickly divided into teams and set off towards Wuhan base. Meanwhile, another group of people in another direction was also heading in the same direction. Isaac watched as Malia and Aelb emerged from deep within the woods, holding 2 rabbits, and a smile spread across his face. "You two are up early." A member took the wild rabbits from them and began preparing the ingredients for cooking. They did not bother with morning or evening meals, always eating whatever good food was available. Malia and Aelb were highly alert, sleeping in very hidden places, which is why no one noticed their absence all night. Malia watched as they scalded the rabbit fur with boiling water and couldn't help but ask Isaac, "If we can't complete this mission to find that so-called Krista, what will happen?" Isaac showed his big white teeth, saying, "Nothing terrible if we fail, just a note in our records with base leader." Speaking of base leader, Isaac shuddered involuntarily. Malia stared at him. "You seem scared of Flash." Recalling past scenes, she added, "Everyone fears Flash? What makes him special?" Isaac widened his eyes, sizing up Malia. Seeing no unusual expression on her face, he recalled the gossip recently spreading in the base. He started sweating. In the base, no one dares call base leader by name. "You're the first," Isaac said, looking at Malia with admiration, "the first person I've seen who dared call base leader by his full name. More likely, the person before him would be the future wife of base leader." The thought was clearly written all over Isaac's face, hard to ignore. Aelb and Malia both understood the implication and turned away. Malia subtly held Aelb's hand, indicating her heart belonged only to him. Aelb glanced at Malia and squeezed the small hand she shoved into his. Drained from last night, he felt somewhat weary. You quietly sat by the tree, waiting for the team members to rest and prepare for departure. Other members of the squad had heard of Malia. Adventurous types kept their distance during the journey. To them, Malia was practically one of base leader's people. If noted in front of her, it could mean either great fortune or a grim fate. While some tried to avoid trouble, others sought risky opportunities for advancement. Just as Malia sat down waiting for the roasted rabbit meat, someone approached with a smile. "Sir, I have some fruit and dried meat prepared for the journey. Would you like to try some?" Antoine smiled warmly, kneeling slightly before Malia, offering the food. Malia sized up the young man without taking the offered food. "What's your name?" Overjoyed, the youth hastily replied, "My name is James, a fire-type ability user." His speech quickened, face flushed red with excitement. Malia responded softly, accepting the food from the young man's hand and gesturing for him to sit and chat. During her days at Jamping Base, she wasn't unfamiliar with such overtures. It seemed that everyone in Jamping Base had an admiration for the strong. Cultivating relationships with powerful individuals was an unwritten rule among ability users. The surrounding ability users looked at James, who had so easily attached himself to their greatest asset on this journey, and couldn't help but clench their teeth in envy. They all regretted not being the ones to make the first move. The group here was still resting, while the few from Wuhan Base had only just finished reorganizing after a night of deadly combat. Shu Muhabi lay on the grass, panting heavily. His abilities were completely drained. Adley's healing abilities then took effect, removing the fatigue from their team members. "This can't go on. Kid, where did our captain and Leslie go?" We really have urgent matters to find them. Shumuhabi turned his head to look at the little girl lying next to him. That was Sunamora, the little girl they met at Kungning Base. The little girl was surprisingly mature beyond her years, but she kept her lips tightly sealed. 4 days, they couldn't get any information about Leslie and Aelb from her. They brought Krista out of the base, partly to divert the attention of many ability users from Wuhan base, and also to search for Aelb. This was the task entrusted to them by the former base leader, who was bedridden. Bolivar was nearly gone, barely hanging on by sheer willpower. He always felt that he needed to entrust the base to the young man he trusted most. And Shumuhabi and the others bore this wish of the base leader, quietly leaving Wuhan base, bringing Sunamora along, and embarking on the journey to find their captain. Sunamora had grown considerably during this period. She used her abilities more skillfully, and although she was young, she was very clever. After multiple training sessions with the team, she had become quite capable on her own. Facing Shumuhabi's request, the little girl softened her stance for the first time. After much hesitation, she finally whispered, "Sister said before leaving that they would go to Jumping Base." Sunamora looked up at the sky, ignoring the surprised looks and discussions around her, and sighed alone. She hoped that her honesty hadn't ruined the plan of her brother and sister. Chapter 142 Encounter. No one expected the encounter between the two groups to happen so soon. Malia followed Isaac and his group toward the direction of the Wuhan base. They traveled for 2 consecutive days and entered a dense forest. The mutated animals in the forest were much harder to deal with compared to ordinary zombies. Up ahead is the territory of a mutated monkey pack. Everyone, stay hidden. Isaac held the map. This area had been explored before, and it was here that the mutated monkey pack was discovered. Those monkeys hid among the leaves and would collectively attack any outsiders who entered their territory. What was frightening was not the monkeys' attacking power but rather their vast numbers and the dense forest terrain that allowed them to escape easily. Malia looked at the branches beside her, where fresh scratches from sharp monkey claws were visible, as if they had been made recently. She frowned slightly. These monkeys seemed to have just left. Beside her, Isaac also noticed signs of nearby monkey activity and came to the same conclusion. Upon closer inspection of the surroundings, he indeed found monkey footprints and scratch marks. Among these traces were numerous signs of superpowers. Isaac touched a burn mark hidden by leaves. It looks like there was a superpowered person here who encountered the monkeys. The monkey pack likely chased them away. He sighed with relief. Fortunately, we are temporarily safe. Upon hearing this, several other superpowered individuals visibly relaxed. While they were confident in their ability to fight the mutated monkeys, avoiding unnecessary conflict in such a disadvantageous situation was their preferred choice. Malia stared at the burned tree root, unable to tear her gaze away for a long time. Earlier, she had also seen tiny ice beads and grass leaves cut in half by wind blades. These powers matched those of the people she remembered. Looking at Aelb beside her, who wore a thoughtful expression, she understood him. They quietly followed at the end of Isaac's group, contemplating how to leave the group and follow the traces to check on that group of people. Suddenly, the leading figures stopped in front. Aelb looked forward along with the crowd and saw that Isaac was stiff, his eyes locked onto something ahead. What he saw was a mutated monkey with red eyes. At that moment, not only did Isaac freeze, but the dozens of people behind him also involuntarily held their breath. Aelb quietly informed Malia, who couldn't see what was happening up ahead. Isaac, facing the mutated monkey, felt cold sweat sliding down his face. He swallowed hard, secretly activating his superpower. The monkey didn't attack but let out a piercing cry to the sky. The monkey's call alarmed the birds in the forest. Almost instantly, countless beams of power shot towards the monkey, killing it immediately. But that cry had already served as a warning signal among the monkey pack. Understanding its gravity, Isaac shouted at the group behind him, "Quick, leave this place. Monkeys have excellent memories for grudges." Without hesitation, the others followed Isaac in fleeing. Malia and Aelb joined in reluctantly. James, who stayed at the rearguard, continuously ignited fires around them using his power. With the dead monkey as the center, a roaring fire engulfed the forest. Smell was the best way for monkeys to identify and track their enemies. Burning the scene and mixing the scents effectively prevented the monkeys from tracking them. The raging fire spread uncontrollably, climbing trees and sending thick black smoke into the air. Embers landing in the forest ignited more fires, spreading like wildfire. The approaching monkey pack, startled by the roaring flames, scattered chaotically and fled. Perhaps their luck wasn't good enough. A large group of mutated monkeys caught up with them. Seeing living beings, the speed of these mutated monkeys increased significantly. Most despairingly, the screeching of the monkeys summoned even more mutants. Looking back, Isaac was horrified by the sheer number of monkeys. He gritted his teeth. "Scatter. If we stay together, we'll all be killed." The other superpowered individuals quickly chose their directions and sped off in different directions. Scattering meant someone would inevitably be sacrificed to allow others a chance to escape. No one wanted to be that person, so everyone ran for their lives, disappearing into the forest. Isaac turned back, intending to call for Malia. But when he turned, there was no sign of Malia. Isaac cursed under his breath and, without giving himself time to linger, immediately sped up to try and shake off the annoying monkeys. Malia and Aelb seized the moment of chaos when the monkeys caught up. Taking advantage of everyone's distraction, they turned around and jumped into the black hole. Aelb's black hole teleported continuously, finally diverting away from the pursuing monkey pack. The place they were in was not far from where they first encountered the first monkey, and they could feel the intense heat rolling over from that direction. Along with the heat came voices. That guy sure set a huge fire here. Be careful, this fire is obviously lit by a superpowered person. There are other superpowered people in this forest besides us. Stop chatting and focus on cutting down these trees so we can move forward quickly. Malia and Aelb exchanged glances, recognizing the familiar voices. Following the sound of the conversation, they indeed saw those slightly disheveled people. Arthur and his group had just been chased by monkeys. Sweat mixed with ash from the burning fire streamed down their faces, creating mottled cat-like faces. They were using their powers to cut down trees on the outer perimeter of the burning area to control the spread of the fire. This part of the forest still held many resources humans needed, and a large forest fire would be a disaster for any living creature. Aaron, who had just used tools to chop down a giant tree, straightened up and silently walked toward the giant tree in front of Malia and Aelb. Just as he arrived, he saw the two people hiding behind the tree. 3 pairs of eyes met, and all action ceased. Malia opened her mouth, about to speak, but Aaron, holding a machete, pointed it at the two in front of him. Who are you? He squinted his eyes, and frost visibly covered the machete. Malia and Aelb hesitated, looking at each other before remembering they were wearing masks. Malia touched both of their faces, and the masks fell off in response. It's us, Aaron. Aaron. His icy expression cracked for a moment. His gaze flickered between the mask on the ground and Malia's face, then slowly turned and shouted to Arthur, Zoltan, come here. Chapter 143, Mutated Zombies. Palmer, Adley, and others looked at the 2 bark masks on the ground, lost in thought. Malia and Aelb sat inside the circle formed by everyone else, appearing weak, pitiful, and helpless. A serious expression could be seen on the faces of Palmer and others. Eva hid behind Adley, sneaking glances at the 2 in front. So many people staring at them, it was extremely intimidating. Are you really Malia and Aelb? Did you really go to the jumping base? How did you escape from the Kunhe base? How did you end up here? Questions came one after another, leaving Malia and Aelb overwhelmed. Aelb stood up and made a gesture for a pause. Let's put other questions aside for now and talk about why we're here. Malia nodded behind him. She wouldn't forget that Isaac and others were still somewhere in the woods. After listening to their narration, everyone fell silent. Their gazes all turned toward Krista, who stood at the outermost edge. The jumping base had believed in Krista's identity without any doubt, unaware that the person truly capable of evolving crystal cores had long appeared before them. Ever since Malia showed up, Krista had been somewhat at a loss, as she was the one who let slip the news about the evolving crystal core, and also the one who took Malia's place. Standing face to face with the real Malia, Krista felt an unprecedented sense of shame. She even dared not look into Malia's eyes. But some things were inevitably unavoidable. Malia looked at Krista. After so long, her appearance had changed, her formerly frail body had become strong. Her exposed limbs bore a thin layer of muscles, she had already become someone who could wield a knife against zombies. None of the scenarios Krista had once imagined came true. After seeing Krista, Malia greeted her naturally. However, Krista felt guilty and wanted to flee. We came to find you. Palmer pursed his lips, looking at Aelb. The base commander is dying, he wants to see you one last time. Hearing this, Aelb visibly became solemn. Malia held onto his arm beside her, giving it a couple of light pats to silently comfort him. Aelb pondered for a moment but didn't directly answer Palmer. Instead, he mentioned another matter. Behind us, there are more people rescued from the jumping base. You should go and escort them back to the base. He glanced in the direction they came from. I'll find the others who came with us from the jumping base, and their goal is the Wuan base. His narrowed gaze carried a dangerous resolve. Since their destination was also the Wuan base, it would be convenient and achieve 2 goals at once. Although Malia and Aelb hadn't spent much time with Palmer and the others, they set off again on the journey towards the Wuan base. Looking at the hurried figures of the 2 leaving, Palmer felt somewhat melancholic. Brother Song is still alive. His expression seemed dazed, as if savoring their brief encounter. Adley walked up beside him, patting his shoulder. Stop reminiscing, we have new tasks. Palmer shrugged and followed his companions forward. Just before leaving, Krista turned to look in the direction where Malia and Aelb left, her eyes complex. Marvin patted her shoulder, with a concerned look. Let's go. Krista turned to him with a smile, following the group ahead. The 2 groups in the dense forest walked in opposite directions. After the joy of reunion, the journey became increasingly easy. Not until now, after truly meeting Malia and Aelb, did the stone in their hearts finally fall away. The members of Falcon Team couldn't help but wear smiles on their faces, walking briskly through the dense forest under the wind carrying the smell of smoke. Malia and Aelb weren't in too much of a hurry. They strolled while advancing, moving forward in the dense forest for 20 minutes before encountering the first member of their team. James was chased by a pack of mutated monkeys. They seemed to have identified him as the arsonist, relentless in pursuit. As James ran, he threw flame abilities backward, his expression clearly panicked. Seeing Malia and Aelb ahead, his eyes lit up, and he began calling out for help. Ashley, save me. While shouting, he rushed toward Malia. The pack of monkeys followed him, turning in unison. Their crimson eyes were filled with madness, their shrill cries piercing the eardrums. Seeing the rapidly approaching monkey pack, Malia, unable to hide, took a deep breath, dispersing lightning from her hands into a mesh-like barrier behind James. The charging monkeys were instantly stopped by the electric mesh, falling to the ground, losing their ability to move. James finally rushed to Malia's side, while she was still dealing with the wave after wave of mutated monkeys. The monkey swarm was too numerous. Even if one was killed using an ability, the following monkeys could trample over the dead ones and leap forward. Just as she was fully concentrating, she heard Aelb's voice from behind. "Watch out." As he said this, Aelb pulled Malia back, activating his black hole ability instantly, and in a blink, they were already 3 meters away. A bone-chilling sound of teeth clashing came from where they had been standing just moments ago. The appearance of James had changed dramatically, his eyes bulged out, and veins stood out on his forehead. His pair of crimson eyes looked like those of a ravenous wolf, eager to tear everything before him into pieces. "He has mutated." Malia frowned, stating the fact. On the back of James's neck, there were clearly visible 3 blood marks, indicating obvious infection. Even being infected, he had tried to hide his injury, unwilling to be devoured by the mutated monkeys, and struggled to run to Malia's side. Just as he bared his fangs, Malia and Aelb attacked simultaneously, both aiming at his temples. The newly turned zombie fell to the ground on the spot. Before falling, the sparks from his fingertips flew onto nearby dry grass, igniting a small flame. Malia and Aelb both looked at that little flame, their brows furrowing tightly. "Did you see that?" Malia asked in a low voice. Aelb pursed his lips and nodded in response. Yes, it was an ability. Malia also tightened her lips, uncertainly asking, "So, did he directly mutate into an ability zombie?" They moved so fast that they didn't see James using his ability before they killed him. It was indeed shocking. Previously, they believed that mutated zombies were the result of zombies evolving. It seemed that wasn't the case. Some people could directly mutate into ability zombies. This question lingered in their minds. After hastily cleaning up the remaining mutated monkeys and collecting their crystal cores, they cast one last look at James lying on the ground, his eyes unclosed, and silently resumed their journey. There must be a connection with the jumping base. Both of them thought so unconsciously. Chapter 144, Rest and Reorganization. The two continued along the path they had initially taken, occasionally encountering scattered mutant monkeys, which they could eliminate with their combined strength. As they escaped the range of the monkey group and were about to leave the dense forest, they saw a group of people. Isaac, standing in the middle, was the first to notice Malia and Aelb, his eyes lighting up at the sight of them. Originally a team of 15, now including Malia and Aelb, only 9 remained. Isaac smiled at Malia. "I'm glad you made it out. I was worried about you for a long time." These remaining people looked disheveled, indicating they had struggled considerably to escape the group of mutant monkeys. Malia nodded at Isaac. "We ran into James on our way. He had been infected and turned into a zombie." Isaac's expression faltered momentarily before he sighed. "What a pity." After saying this, his gaze became noticeably evasive. Isaac clearly knew something. He glanced around at the group and then back at the dense forest behind them, starting to pack up supplies first. "Let's not wait any longer. Who knows if we'll run into those monkeys again." The other psychics followed Isaac's orders without hesitation, silently packing up their things. The 9-person group resumed their journey toward Wuhan base without further delay. Isaac walked beside Malia once more, sneaking glances at her. After some hesitation, he finally asked, "You encountered the zombified James on your way here. Then what?" Malia glanced at him, her expression as cold as ever. "We killed him." Both parties observed each other's reactions closely, trying to discern any hidden meanings. "Killed on sight?" Isaac pressed. Malia turned to look at him, countering, "Was there something about him that couldn't be revealed by killing him?" Isaac awkwardly withdrew his gaze, his heart pounding. For a moment, he thought she had figured something out. Her answer seemed to pose no threat. Isaac quickly changed the subject, avoiding mentioning James's name again. This very avoidance hinted at serious issues surrounding James. They suspected the mutant zombies they had encountered earlier might not have evolved naturally but were connected to Jumping Base. Malia and Aelb did not press further, shifting their attention to whatever Isaac was discussing instead. Seeing how Isaac relaxed due to their apparent lack of suspicion, the two exchanged a meaningful glance. Shortly after, Isaac stopped chatting with Malia and Aelb and hurriedly moved to the front of the group to lead the way. Once he was gone, the two huddled together with their arms crossed. Malia narrowed her eyes. "Something's off." Aelb agreed. "Definitely." James appeared to be the key to uncovering the anomaly. Continuing their journey, Malia's exceptional hearing picked up familiar names from the conversation of 2 nearby individuals. Malia gestured for Aelb to be quiet and pointed at the talking duo. "James mutated, so, that means..." You think too highly of yourself. Talking about this so casually. Why not? We're not in the base anymore, no need to hold back. But still, keep it down. There are 2 newbies over there who just joined the base." The two glanced over at Malia and Aelb, quietly stepping away. Even at a lower volume, Malia could hear every word clearly. "I remember last year, wasn't it James who got the enhancement serum?" "Exactly. Before last year's auction, he was just an unknown minor psychic. After the injection, he could stand shoulder to shoulder with us. That serum must be powerful. If only I could afford a bottle one day. Even turning into a psychic zombie after infection wouldn't be so bad." "Stop dreaming. We'll never make that kind of money. Life is good as it is, carefree and well served." "True, I got a new slave just the other day. TSK. Noticing their conversation had veered off topic, Malia paid them no more mind. James might have transformed directly into a mutant zombie because of that serum he took. Malia relayed the information to Aelb. Aelb raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had several vials of the same serum in his bag, taken from the ice cellar. He couldn't help but touch the spot where the serums were, so this stuff has such a use. The effects of the serum were indeed something neither Malia nor Aelb had anticipated. In other words, the transparent liquid in this test tube was like an enhancement drug. While it increased strength, it also amplified the power after infection. It was something akin to a double-edged sword. Malia immediately looked at Aelb. This thing must not fall into the hands of superpowered psychics. The abilities of the mutant zombies they had seen were already extremely difficult to handle. Imagine if it fell into the hands of those already powerful psychics, their explosive power would increase exponentially. Aladi. A sudden voice interrupted their conversation. Malia and Aelb turned to look at Isaac walking toward them, composing their expressions. Malia frowned slightly. What's the matter? A man walked out from beside Isaac, limping as if his legs were not functioning properly. We have a brother who broke his leg but didn't dare to say anything for fear of delaying our journey. How about we rest for a night, bandage him up, and then continue on our way? His expression was exceptionally sincere, looking like a good brother genuinely concerned for his friend. Malia looked at the young man sweating profusely with his limp leg and nodded in agreement. I'll go clear the dangers around us. She remained cool and collected, taking Aelb with her to thoroughly investigate and address any risks in the vicinity. Isaac helped the young man sit on a nearby rock, speaking with concern. How could you be afraid of slowing us down and not mention your injury? The mission is important, but we are brothers. He patted the young man's shoulder, seeing the grateful look on his face, smiled, and then went to pack up the supplies. This group had all been exhausted after coming out of the dense forest, so a chance to rest was indeed necessary. Malia and Aelb patrolled the surrounding area, dealing with several mutant plants and lurking mutant animals. When they returned to the group, they brought back a considerable amount of fresh game, reaping a bountiful harvest. The ragged psychics felt an immediate disparity in psychic powers. After that escape, they were utterly drained, yet she still seemed unhindered. Several youths chewed on the roasted meat Malia and Aelb brought back while marveling at the happiness of being fed by top-tier individuals. Chapter 145 Silent Flute. The conditions in the wild were far from ideal, and the group had only roughly cleared an area for activities. Isaac thoughtfully found soft downy grass to cushion the injured youth's leg. We don't have a healer with us now. Rest for the night, and you'll feel much better tomorrow. Isaac's busy efforts on behalf of the youth left him feeling both anxious and touched. The youth never imagined that Isaac was such a man of deep affection and righteousness. He hurriedly stopped Isaac from laying the grass. Thank you, Captain. I won't be a burden tomorrow. Hearing this, Isaac smiled slightly and nodded at the youth, no longer fussing over the grass. The squad members each found sturdy tree trunks to lean against as they rested. Malia and Aelb nestled together, whispering to each other. This Isaac, why has he suddenly become so attentive? From what they knew about Isaac, he wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs. Even when they teamed up outside the base, he focused solely on hunting zombies and never helped his teammates. Let's just watch and see what he wants, Aelb said, his forehead touching Malia's head. Together, they looked toward Isaac and whispered. Their position was relatively far from the others but not disconnected from the team. Everyone in the squad lay down to rest after a cursory cleanup. Exhausted from the day's frantic activity, everyone soon fell into a deep sleep. Abnormal abilities allowed them to recover quickly, making it easier to start afresh the next day. Isaac volunteered for the night watch. The strongest member, Malia, didn't object, so the rest accepted it as Isaac's way of caring for them. As dusk approached, the glow of the fire between them diminished significantly. Malia and Aelb were now out of the firelight's range. In the darkness, the two closed their eyes, then almost simultaneously opened them. They remained alert even in the wilderness. Aelb was originally planning to rest too, but since his ability improved again, he needed less sleep. His power supplied enough energy for daily use. In the quiet night, even the smallest sound stood out. Malia's ears twitched, she caught Aelb's hand, opened his palm, and wrote. Isaac has left. She heard footsteps moving away through the grass, growing fainter, heading into the distance. Aelb curled his fingers, the darkness amplified human senses. He felt a tickle in his palm and held Malia's hand still resting there. He spread her hand and made a checkmark, indicating he understood. Then, naturally holding hands, they quietly activated their powers and vanished in an instant. Darkness became their cover, letting them move freely in the pitch-black night. They had already traveled some distance from the base. Isaac held a torch, looking around nervously. Just arriving, Malia and Aelb hid behind a large tree trunk without revealing any trace. Coming alone to a remote place at night clearly suggested something suspicious. Malia and Aelb watched Isaac's actions. Seeing him look around and confirm no one was nearby, he stuck the torch in the ground, freeing his hands. He reached into his coat's inner pocket and pulled out a small slender flute. The flute, palm-sized and crudely made, resembled a child's toy. But Isaac seemed like a giant infant still playful, putting the toy-like flute to his lips and blowing. Sitting upright, he moved his fingers over the holes of the flute, apparently playing a tune. But Malia frowned, forming a soundproof barrier with her spiritual energy. She usually kept her spiritual power hidden, wary that this non-ability-based force might raise suspicion among others. Protected by the barrier, she voiced her question. Is he playing music? Why can't I hear any sound? For a moment, she felt like being back at Kungning Base, only seeing people move their lips but unable to hear anything. Seeing her talking without worry, Aelb glanced at Isaac, who was unaware of Malia's words despite being close by. He guessed Malia used some secret technique to prevent sound from traveling. He shook his head. I didn't hear anything either. Aelb pressed his lips together, making a guess about the short flute. It's possible he's using the short flute to blow at a frequency that humans can't hear. The range of sound frequencies audible to human ears is limited. If Isaac used the short flute to produce sounds beyond that range, then what he wanted to communicate with wasn't likely to be human. This kind of communication method, using whistles or instruments to pass messages to other species, was previously common among animal trainers. Malia and Aelb watched Isaac, who was blowing the silent short flute next to the torch, feeling an involuntary chill run down their spines. The scene was too eerie. What exactly is he summoning? Aelb stroked his chin. Malia smacked her lips and said, surely not zombies, right? After saying this, they both froze, looked at each other, and years off told them it might just be possible. Jumping Base was involved in the mutated zombies, so manipulating regular zombies should have been more manageable for them. Malia pursed her lips again, frowning deeply. Can't be, he's crazy. What good would it do him to summon zombies now? Aelb's gaze never left Isaac. Seeing a new change, he poked Malia's waist. Look. Malia dodged slightly from the poke, following the direction Aelb pointed. The grass in front of Isaac trembled as if something terrifying were about to dart out. Isaac, who had been continuously blowing the short flute, stopped his action. A rustling sound surrounded him. Removing the short flute from his lips, Isaac showed a smile different from his usual self. It was murderous, cold, yet tinged with excitement. He didn't linger long where he stood, picked up the torch from the ground, and walked briskly back to the team's location. Not long after he left, a pair of crimson eyes appeared in his previous spot. It was a zombie. Isaac intended to summon zombies. One by one, pairs of red eyes began glowing faintly around, densely packed in the darkness, sending shivers down one's spine. Chapter 146, Summoning Zombies. Malia and Aelb drew in a sharp breath at the sight of the countless red eyes in the dark. They hadn't expected Isaac to summon so many zombies. Seeing that Isaac had been gone for a while, Malia and Aelb hurriedly teleported back as well. The scenery around them changed instantly as the black hole opened and closed. Malia and Aelb resumed their original appearances and closed their eyes. Almost as soon as they got into position, Isaac appeared within their line of sight. He gently placed the torch back into the fire pit and looked around at the resting people nearby. The soft crunch of his shoes on the soil mixed with the crackling of the burning fire, not making much noise. His footsteps stopped before Malia, standing there for a long time without leaving. Backlit by the fire, Isaac stared intently at the two people just outside the circle of light cast by the fire. The two pretended sleepers could hear their heartbeats loudly in the quiet surroundings. Then Malia shifted slightly, pressing one leg casually over Aelb's long legs. She lay sideways, half hugging Aelb, then stayed still. Isaac stood there staring for a long time before finally moving away from them. He returned to the fire pit and cheerfully poked the flames. Stirring the wood underneath made the fire grow larger. This moment of silence felt like the calm before the storm. With Malia's acute hearing, she could already hear sounds coming from all directions. Those were the summoned zombies converging on the only living humans nearby. Even behind Malia in the grass, rustling noises were heard. The rustling continued for a while before suddenly stopping. Malia listened quietly for a long time but didn't hear any more noise from that side. She opened her eyes slightly and, after confirming the situation around her, pursed her lips. Isaac was playing that short flute again. He could not only summon these zombies but also control them. The surrounding noises grew louder, giving Malia the feeling that they were surrounded by zombies. Malia saw Isaac stop playing the flute beside the fire pit. He leisurely put it in his pocket. Then he shouted, "Wake up! Zombies!" At the same moment he spoke, the hidden zombies in the grass simultaneously lunged at the psychics. Thanks to Isaac's warning, the psychics narrowly avoided being clawed or bitten by the zombies. Except for one. The injured young man couldn't dodge easily. Though he tried to react instinctively, his leg slowed him down, and a zombie bit his shoulder. Antoine screamed in pain. Everyone's gaze turned to him. Seeing the zombie biting his shoulder, they frowned involuntarily. A comrade being attacked by zombies meant certain infection, and turning into a zombie, everyone's heart sank. The sudden appearance of zombies prompted abilities to be unleashed from their hand. Though there were many zombies, they weren't as troublesome as psychic zombies. Malia saw the bitten young man pierce the head of the biting zombie with his ability. Just as she was about to check on him, Isaac blocked her way. Isaac, looking worried and serious, said, "Don't go over there. He's already mutating." Some nearby psychics agreed when they heard Isaac. "Yeah, he's turning into a zombie. It's best to use your abilities to kill him quickly. Don't go over, it's dangerous." "Yeah, look, his eyes are already turning red." Former comrades in arms became enemies once infected. Other psychics from Jumping Base seemed used to such scenarios, keeping a normal demeanor, not forming deep bonds or feelings. Even Isaac, who had previously shown kindness to the young man, now distanced himself coldly. Malia understood his intentions as she saw the regretful yet resolute look on his face as he prepared to kill the young man. The youth would indeed slow down the entire team, but bluntly removing him might create resentment among the survivors. Besides, the few who had escaped the monkey attack needed time to recover. Thus, this night's drama unfolded. Antoine's eyes gradually turned red. He felt breathing difficulties, sluggish blood flow, veins popping out on his body and face, convulsions setting in. He stretched out his hand toward Malia and the others, his expression full of unbearable fear, struggling to squeeze out a few words from his throat. Save me. Please save me. Isaac aimed at the young man, firing his psychic ability straight at his forehead, his face still showing regret. Sorry, we can't take a zombie with us on the journey. Seeing his current expression, anyone would say it was deeply sorrowful. However, Malia and Aelb, who had witnessed the whole process, only felt a sense of sigh. In the end times, human hearts are always the most terrifying thing. What seemed like kindness toward the young man was, in fact, just about abandoning him. This ever-smiling Isaac must also be a ruthless character. Malia watched the young man's suffering, her fingers twitching slightly by her side, something in the air distorting for a moment. A wave of air shot out from under Malia's feet, rushing towards the direction of the young man at an imperceptible speed. Aelb chopped down zombies attacking them while keeping an eye on Malia's movements. After making her subtle move, Malia gave Aelb a meaningful glance. Aelb immediately understood, his attacks against the zombies became more ferocious, secretly sending a psychic ability towards the young man. Surrounded by countless zombies, their numbers were enough to overwhelm them. The two of them managed to avoid drawing attention from other psychics. Isaac watched as his psychic ability hit the young man, who was pinned to the ground by the impact, motionless. He curled his lips, shouting to the others, "Fight while retreating. If more zombies surround us, it won't be good." The psychics obeyed Isaac promptly, changing formation, clearing the surrounding zombies while moving outward. This way. We need to hurry, we should reach Wuhan base by noon tomorrow. Leading the group, Isaac directed the 8-member team to speed up, battling the relentless zombies while quickly evacuating in the direction he pointed. Malia joined in with her lightning ability, significantly easing the pressure on the psychics. When everyone's attention was on Malia, no one noticed that Aelb, who had always been low-key, was missing. Chapter 147, Saving the Young Man. Aelb kept moving toward the edge of the group, his actions unnoticed amidst the fierce zombie attack. With a flick of his finger, he merged into a black hole and vanished from the spot. He now appeared next to the young man they had left behind initially. During the chaos just now when Isaac attacked, both he and Alizi couldn't help but interfere. Alizi's spiritual energy circled inside the young man's body, while Aelb used his ability to devour Isaac's attack. Antoine collapsed in front of him only because of the impact of the ability shockwave, not due to actually receiving an attack. At this moment, there were still many zombies gathered around the young man, but it seemed as if something was protecting him from the zombie attacks. Antoine hadn't regained consciousness yet. Aelb approached him step by step, no longer hiding his power. Many black light spheres rose up, and any zombie that came into contact with his power collapsed. As he got closer to the young man, more crystal cores appeared in Aelb's hand. By the time he reached the young man, there were no zombies left around. The inner layer protecting the young man seemed to sense something and disappeared automatically before Aelb could reach out. Antoine's consciousness was fuzzy. When he opened his eyes again, he met the gaze of a man. His throat was dry, recovering from the near-death crisis, still feeling somewhat unreal. Am I dead? The scene of the zombies looming over him was still vivid, those breaths close to his ear, chilling him. Aelb pulled him up to sit, his voice cold like pouring a bucket of cold water over the young man. You're not dead. I saved you. Seeing the face of the man in front of him, the young man's eyes widened. It's you. He never thought that the person who saved him would be the ordinary person who followed the Thunder-type ability holder all along. He touched his bitten shoulder, looking lost. I was bitten. Yet I'm alive. I didn't turn into a zombie. How is this possible? As his thoughts cleared up, his words became chaotic, filled with shock that shook his entire belief system. But Aelb paid no attention to him, still immersed in silence, his expression unchanged. I have some questions for you. Antoine's gaze fell on Aelb, but he didn't dare make any rash moves. He remembered what this young man said just now. He saved him. Being able to save someone almost infected by zombies already showed impressive ability. Not to mention, he clearly saw Isaac's merciless ability strike aimed at him just before he collapsed. Do you know about enhancement potions? Antoine frowned. Enhancement potions. He didn't expect Aelb to ask about this, his eyes slightly wandering. Aelb noticed his expression, pursed his lips, and continued, these zombies were summoned by Isaac. A simple statement exploded like thunder in the young man's ears. What? Aelb looked down at him. He carries a short flute that can summon zombies. Antoine's expression changed. It seemed he also knew about the existence of the short flute. Suddenly, many small details connected in his mind, merging into Isaac's smiling face. Recalling that smile, the young man felt a wave of chills. Meeting Aelb's eyes with hatred, he said, tell me what you want to know, and I'll tell you everything. Help me kill Isaac. Since Aelb appeared by his side, it meant he was on the opposite side of that group. You want to know about the enhancement potion? I'll talk. The gradually recovering young man slowly got up. The enhancement potion was introduced by the base leader of Jamping Base. Every year, one vial is auctioned at the annual auction. And every winner of these potions can increase their abilities several times over. Aelb interjected timely, what about James? Antoine sneered, James? He was last year's buyer. When he first arrived at the base with a large amount of supplies, he was just a targeted fat lamb. Before others drained his resources and turned him into a slave, the enhancement potion made him an upper-class powerhouse in the base. Aelb raised an eyebrow. One vial can boost power this much? Antoine nodded. But it's not without drawbacks. First, after infection, one turns into an ability-infected zombie. He shrugged. Second, it's rumored that when injected, it causes pain for 2 to 3 days. I don't know more than that. Facing Aelb, he was unusually honest. Aelb nodded, pausing for a moment, then his gaze returned to the young man. You probably won't be able to return to Jumping Base. Aelb's eyes stayed on the young man. Since he saved him, they didn't intend to let him go back. Antoine also gave a bitter smile, shrugged his shoulders. So many people saw me being bitten. How could they possibly allow me to return to the base? Next to Aelb, psychic energy fluctuated. As soon as the young man looked up, he saw the black hole that had unfolded out of nowhere beside him. His gaze at Aelb changed again and again. Black hole ability. You're Aelb. The name Aelb was almost known by everyone in Jumping Base. Aelb did not respond to the young man but instead told him to follow, then walked into the black hole first. Antoine recovered from his shock. Although he still felt some fear towards the black hole, he gritted his teeth and hurriedly followed Aelb's steps. After several traverses, the two appeared before a large force. When the young man steadied himself, his entire body went limp. Traversing through the black hole was very uncomfortable, especially after doing it several times, making him dizzy and faint, nearly bringing back the feeling of being bitten by zombies. Captain. A few people on the left front of the massive procession of several hundred became excited upon seeing Aelb. Palmer and a few others had already rejoined Debbie, Abner, and the rest. Abner and the others were also surprised by Aelb's appearance, while the people behind cast curious glances forward. Spencer, who had been following Debbie all along, smiled when he saw Aelb, but when he looked behind him, he didn't see the other familiar figure. The little boy scratched his head. Brother, where's Sister Cai? Aelb patted the little boy's head. Sister is still busy with other things. After saying that, he dragged the young man to stand among Palmer and the others. Jumping Base's psychic users, take them along. Palmer and the others exchanged strange glances at the young man. Dazed and confused, the young man suddenly faced so many gazes and felt somewhat intimidated. Time is pressing, no need for much explanation. Any questions can be asked to him. Aelb pointed at the young man, then nodded at the group. I'm leaving first. With that, he vanished from the spot. He came fast and left fast. Palmer and the others were silent, looking at the new addition who had suddenly appeared. Antoine had just caught his breath and once again met the intense gazes of Palmer and the others, swallowing hard. Chapter 148, The Method to Enter Wuhan Base. In Malia's hands, lightning was like a docile whip. Everywhere it struck, it instantly destroyed large groups of zombies, and even the surrounding ones were intimidated into not daring to approach. Isaac watched this scene and couldn't help but sigh as he looked at Malia. This person was the strongest of all psychics he had ever seen. Under Malia's attacks, the number of surrounding zombies decreased. The pursuing zombies gradually didn't dare to get close anymore, seemingly fearing something, falling behind as the team members kept advancing. Malia's moves were visibly dazzling, attracting most people's attention. This dazzling psychic display only gradually stopped when she saw a familiar figure catch up with the team. Aelb stood beside Malia, lowering his head and speaking in a deep voice, everything's ready. As soon as Malia withdrew her hand, the other psychics attacked the enemies again without paying attention to Aelb. Or rather, from start to finish, they never took this ordinary person seriously. Isaac glanced at Aelb once and then joined the other psychics in containing the approaching zombies. The group moved quickly, escaping the encirclement of the zombies and taking shelter in an old house for rest. Once they went forward and crossed through an urban area, they would be able to reach the Wuhan base. Several psychics showed visible signs of relief on their faces. A water-type psychic gathered his power to allow the momentarily idle group to moisten their dry throats. Isaac, are we entering Wuhan base? One of the psychics asked at this moment. When they set out, they hadn't mentioned entering the Wuhan base. Isaac nodded affirmatively. They will eventually have to return to the base. We'll wait for them inside Wuhan base like waiting for rabbit. He paused for a moment, continuing, besides that, we can also gather information about their internal situation within the base. The psychics exchanged glances. Judging by the current situation, it felt like gathering intelligence was the true purpose of their mission. No one dared to question Isaac. Isaac was one of the few who could speak directly with the base commander and someone they didn't dare to offend easily. Aelb and Malia had no objections. They originally planned to enter the base. Aelb gazed remotely toward the direction of Wuhan base, his expression still carrying worry. Palmer's words had been constantly circling in his mind. Bolivar was the closest person to him in the world besides his parents, but now he faced the possibility of encountering Bolivar, who might not have much time left. Malia also stared at the direction of Wuhan base, her thoughts chaotic. She hadn't returned to Wuhan base for a long time, nor did she know if the flowers in Little Shoe's courtyard had grown back. What about Laura's Iron Ladies Regiment? Was the elderly lady who sold steamed buns at the apartment entrance still selling them? The mixture of anticipation and fear created a strange sentiment of nostalgia. Aelb and Malia remained silent, fitting the image they usually presented to these psychics. After Isaac and the others tidied up and confirmed everyone was in good shape, they advanced toward Wuhan base. On the way, a psychic slapped his forehead. Isaac, there are deep ravines around Wuhan base. How do we sneak in? Hearing him, the other psychics echoed in agreement. Their base commander is dying, and the base may not accept outsiders. If we can't even get in the door, how can we wait inside the base? Everyone's gaze fell on Isaac. But Isaac didn't show any panic. He smiled reassuringly at the psychics. Don't worry, I've thought about this already. We'll find a way in. He spoke confidently, as if he already had a plan. However, no matter how hard these psychics pressed him, Isaac wouldn't disclose how they would enter, saying they'd figure it out when they arrived. Seeing that they couldn't get any answers, the psychics gradually lost interest. Isaac then sidled up to Malia. Madam Ashley Hua, I have something to discuss with you. Isaac's eyes landed on Malia, a smile lingering at the corner of his mouth. It's like this, the method to enter Wuhan base is internal information from Jamping base and strictly confidential. Malia stared straight at him, narrowing her eyes slightly upon hearing this. What do you want to say? Hee. Isaac laughed awkwardly twice. I'm thinking of knocking you unconscious briefly when we approach Wuhan base. Previously, Isaac would never have confessed this to Malia, but after witnessing her formidable power against the zombies, he changed his mind. He couldn't control this psychic, and making an enemy of her would be disadvantageous. Isaac said this without even avoiding Aelb. He was confident that an ordinary person absolutely could not escape the potent sedative from Jamping base. Malia scrutinized Isaac's expression for a long time, making his face slightly change before she finally agreed. However, she still kept her guard up, wanting to see what their so-called secret method to enter Wuhan base really was. The sun gradually rose high and then sank. The number of zombies outside Wuhan base was not large. Since the last beast tied, the zombies around Wuhan base were not as terrifying as before. The group quickly crossed through the urban area, and the base surrounded by deep ravines appeared before everyone. An ability user clicked his tongue twice. Wuhan base truly has a privileged geographical location. The person beside him echoed, yeah, with such a base, there's no need to worry about the zombies outside breaking through the outer walls. Several ability users around them started an intense discussion about Wuhan base. Malia noticed that Isaac had been silently alone all this time. She paid more attention to Isaac and secretly tugged at Aelb, who was gazing at Wuhan base. She pulled Aelb away from Isaac's vicinity quietly. Aelb's thoughts were drawn back by her. Just as he looked down at her, he felt a warm current flow into his body. At the same time, he smelled a pungent odor. Malia held his arm, pulling him down together. One after another, the sounds of bodies hitting the ground echoed around her. Malia whispered to Aelb, close your eyes, it's the sedative. In the split second before closing his eyes, Aelb saw Isaac holding a bottle of unknown liquid, standing alone. Malia was too familiar with this smell. The potent sedative made from mutated mandrake was almost essential for Jamping base's covert operations. But its effects were especially significant. Among the ability users present, only Isaac remained standing. Malia's spirit energy continuously circulated, resisting the entry of the sedative. She was very adept at this. Isaac seemed to have just knocked them out, leaving the surroundings silent. Malia couldn't help but sneak a peek at Isaac now. Isaac still stood in place, but now he had swapped the object in his hand for a flute. His fingers never paused, and according to Malia's memory, the tune he played now was different from that night. Chapter 149, A Small Restaurant. Malia and Aelb, as the only two awake people, secretly observed Isaac's movements. That short flute was clearly used to summon zombies. The melody played by the short flute could only be heard by the zombies. If zombies were summoned at this moment, those who were unconscious wouldn't survive. As he continued playing, indeed some commotion occurred not far away. The flapping and screeching of birds came, causing Malia's body to tense for a moment. They were mutated birds. Aelb, hearing the sound, couldn't help but straighten his back too. Isaac, who had summoned the mutated bird, watched calmly as one flew towards him. He took a rope from his backpack and threw it into the air, looping it around the giant bird's body from a distance. The other end of the rope was tied firmly to a huge tree, looking very secure. As the rope tightened, with the mutated bird flying farther, the rope on the ground elongated. Isaac looked at the flying mutated bird and placed the short flute in his mouth, starting to play again. Under the guidance of the short flute, the mutated bird flew towards Wuhan base. Isaac gazed into the distance, whistling. He wore a smile, seeming quite content. The natural defenses of Wuhan base are indeed stringent. It's lucky Elena and others entered Wuhan base before, otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to enter today. While talking, he began organizing tools for the next step, a sliding rope, leather ropes, placing each item on the ground. Then, Isaac walked around and secured everyone who was unconscious with the sliding ropes. Aelb was the first person he attached to the sliding rope. Only then did Aelb see the full structure of the apparatus. On the wall below Wuhan base, there was a recessed cave, inside which the mutated bird was, its head facing inward, seemingly busy with something. The rope looped around the bird's neck formed a zip line between them. After attaching the sliding rope, they could cross the deep gorge smoothly. But how would they enter the base from this big hole? TSK, you really found a good supporter. Without a Thunder-type ability user, who would carry an ordinary person so far? After confirming that everyone was knocked out, Isaac, in rare good spirits, said a few more words. He patted Aelb's arm, hung him onto the zip line, pushed him forward, and let go, sending him flying off. Let's start with you as the test subject. Wind roared past Aelb's ears as he was propelled off the ground, and he opened his eyes. The zip line was fast, and soon enough, he reached the other side. Up close, he saw the entire form of the mutated bird. There were two solid pillars in front of the bird. Once inside, it would be almost impossible to turn around. In other words, Isaac led the mutated bird into this small hole, then trapped it there. Aelb slid down the zip line, hit a pillar, and fell. Seemingly sensing someone approaching, the mutated bird thrashed trying to turn around, but its entire body was stuck in the narrow space, unable to move. Its cries were sharp and piercing, almost splitting the eardrums up close. Feeling live prey approach, the mutated bird became even more active. Its scarlet eyes stared intensely at Aelb, struggling to turn around to devour this living thing. Aelb didn't move much when the next person slid over. A sleeping ability user landed on top of him. Aelb remained taut, paying close attention to the mutated bird's every movement. One after another, the ability users were transported over. Aelb quietly counted until he heard that familiar voice, Aelb, upon the arrival of the seventh person. It was Malia. Given Isaac's importance placed on Malia, it wasn't surprising she was brought last. They didn't chat much. Isaac crossed the zip line from the other side to join them in the cave. With more people present, the mutated bird grew increasingly restless. Upon landing, Isaac unleashed his ability directly at the bird's head. The helpless mutated bird was easily pinned and killed on the spot. Isaac dug out the bird's crystal core, wiped it casually on his clothes, and put the crystal core in his backpack. With no threat from the mutated bird, Isaac moved more leisurely. He patted the coarse feathers of the mutated bird and nudged it aside. After moving the bird, a corner of an iron door appeared behind it. Isaac took out a key prepared earlier and opened the iron door. He led Malia through first. The surroundings were pitch dark. Malia felt herself being gently set down, followed by Isaac hurriedly returning to transport the other ability users. Surrounded by darkness and in a confined space, they seemed to be in a tunnel. It was obvious that these were all set up by the people from Jamping Base when they were in Wuhan Base. Malia's spirit energy probed towards the other end of the tunnel. The entire tunnel was exceptionally long, with smooth inner walls, looking as if it was constructed by an Earth-type ability user. This was a hidden entrance for them to enter the base without going through Wuhan Base's main gate. Given its level of confidentiality, it was likely that most people in Jamping Base didn't know about this hidden entrance. Malia had a new understanding of Isaac's status. Everyone in this team had been knocked out by Isaac, and he carried them all alone throughout the whole process. After dragging everyone inside the iron door, Isaac picked up Malia and walked deeper into the tunnel. In the pitch-black darkness where one couldn't see their hand in front of their face, every sense was magnified. Malia could feel that Isaac was constantly moving upwards. From that large hole they came from, following this narrow passage, they could enter Wuhan Base. After walking for what seemed like an eternity, Malia could hear some other people talking. They were now inside Wuhan Base. Listening to the noise level, they might even be on the central street. Malia kept her eyes tightly closed and remained still. Isaac seemed to open another door, putting her down before he wiped off his sweat and went back to transport the other ability users again. As the surroundings became quiet, Malia tentatively opened her eyes, and she saw a rather familiar place. Pots, pans, kitchen utensils, stoves, sinks. It was that small restaurant. That small restaurant where zombies once appeared. Malia furrowed her brow and looked around. It seemed that no one had been here for a long time. Dust covered the countertops, uncleaned. Next to her was an open basement door, which Isaac must have brought her out of. Malia remembered that this basement was where she and Laura were once imprisoned. She frowned. The dungeon was previously a tightly sealed cage. When did someone manage to dig a secret passage inside? Chapter 150, It's Good to Be Back. Compared to Malia, Isaac was much rougher with the following few people. Dragging a string of psychics up in two groups, Isaac had basically exhausted all his energy. He carefully closed the hidden door located in the basement and took out a bottle of medicine from his clothes, waving it under everyone's noses. A refreshing fragrance hit their brains, gradually clearing the thoughts of the psychics on the ground. Malia and Aelb opened their eyes along with the others' reactions. What just happened? The confused psychics looked at each other, some belatedly realizing the soreness in their bodies. Isaac had not paid attention to bumps and bruises while dragging them, inevitably leaving these people injured. It hurts. One psychic clutched his arm, looking bewildered. They turned their gazes to Isaac, all wearing puzzled expressions. We are now inside the Wuhan base, Isaac said. Several psychics simultaneously revealed surprised looks, shifting their gazes around. Not only that, but there were also noises from the outside crowd. Malia sat up and moved her neck. Aelb came to her side. His trouser legs were muddy, and there were multiple stains of dust on him, looking extremely disheveled. We were just outside, and in the blink of an eye, we're inside. A psychic looked at Isaac, jokingly asking, You don't have the same ability as Aelb, do you? The nearby psychics also curiously gathered around. How did we get in? Tell us. No matter how they asked, Isaac refused to say anything, his smile fading. Since we're already in, let's not worry about the method. Our next step is to collectively hide within this base. Seeing he wasn't going to reveal anything, the psychics pursed their lips, stopping their questioning. Malia surveyed the surroundings, stood up, and looked out the window. The appearance of the Wuhan base hadn't changed since they left. People continued their activities, showing no urgency about the impending change of leadership. Isaac pulled Malia away from the window, advising softly, Be careful, don't attract attention from outside. He brought Malia back to the psychics and continued assigning tasks. In a bit, we'll divide into groups of 2 or 3, find our own accommodations in Wuhan base, and spread out. If you get any news, report to me immediately. There were so many people in Wuhan base, few would care if you were familiar faces. In such a situation, Blending into the crowd allowed them to gather more information. As soon as Isaac finished speaking, these psychics automatically formed teams. They avoided approaching Malia and Aelb, forming groups of 2 or 3. Malia and Aelb naturally acted together. Isaac's gaze fell on them, intending to say something, but Malia preempted him. I've been to Wuhan base before, I'm somewhat familiar with it. Isaac pressed his lips together, swallowing the words I'll go with you. After confirming the groupings, Malia and Aelb exited through the small door first. Returning to Wuhan base, they couldn't go back to their original residence under their current appearances. Finding a place near the apartment complex, they paid a deposit and moved in. After tidying up, Aelb spoke up. I want to see the base commander first. Just by looking at his expression, Malia could guess that Aelb was especially worried about Bolivar. She nodded, wiped her face and his, causing the bark masks to fall off. Aelb took her hand, and the two plunged into a black hole, leaving the room. Aelb was very familiar with Wuhan base and accurately entered Commander Bolivar's residence. At this time, Bolivar's residence was heavily guarded, with numerous patrol soldiers standing watch, seemingly impervious even to flies. Aelb ultimately did not teleport directly into Bolivar's room but appeared at the entrance. Almost instantly, the patrol soldiers' abilities were aimed at him. Song. Aelb. Upon seeing his face clearly, someone couldn't help but exclaim. The surrounding patrol soldiers, ready for action, all displayed surprised expressions. They hadn't received word of Aelb's return, yet the person the commander had been waiting for appeared right in front of them without warning. Aelb's expression didn't show surprise. He tightened his grip on Malia's hand, pressed his lips together, and asked hoarsely, "Is the base commander available to see me now?" The patrol soldiers, hearing his voice, snapped out of their daze and one of them immediately went to Janice, who had been guarding Bolivar for the past 2 days. When Malia and Aelb saw Janice again, she was filled with the smell of smoke, her brows knitted with worry. She gave a forced smile when she saw them. "You have finally come back. Grandfather has been waiting for you." Her voice was slightly hoarse, sounding unusually tired. She pushed open the door in front of Aelb and invited them inside. The patrol soldiers outside exchanged glances, all reading an impending storm from each other's eyes. It seemed like a change was coming over Wuhan base. Regardless of the outside speculations, once the door closed, all the noise stayed outside. The room was eerily quiet. Aelb followed behind Janice, walking step by step towards the bed. The closer he got, the tighter he held onto Malia's hand. Her eyes on Aelb's taut face showed just how nervous he was. The man in the bed was alarmingly thin, the quilt covering him only showed slight undulations, proving that this elderly man was still alive. Bolivar's sleep was particularly light, even the slightest sound could wake him. He looked at Janice as she entered along with the 2 people behind her, opening his mouth to let out a hoarse "ah." The elderly man was emaciated and frail, his hair white, looking quite pitiful lying there on the bed. Aelb knelt beside the bed, holding the trembling hand of the elderly man reaching up. Bolivar smiled weakly. "Aelb, my old bones have finally waited for you." He then looked at Malia, nodding slightly at her. "Good, it seems your relationship is still so strong." His illness softened his originally sharp features, casting a gentle glow as he looked upon these younger generations. Aelb pressed his lips together, softly calling out, "Grandpa Yi." Bolivar shook their clasped hands lightly, replying softly, "It's good to be back, it's really good to be back." Chapter 151 Family. Janice looked at Bolivar's appearance, pursing her lips tightly and turning her head away. She quietly backed up, pulled open the door, and walked out. Malia turned her head to look at her. She could see Janice's eyes were red-rimmed when she left. "Aelb." Bolivar's aged voice drew Malia's attention back. Just as she turned her head, Malia saw Bolivar take off a pendant hanging around his neck and placed it in Aelb's hand. At that moment he took off the necklace. It seemed like he had shed some burden, even making one feel like the wrinkles on his face had relaxed. "I have been waiting for you, waiting to hand over the Wuhan base to you." Bolivar's words came out slowly and lazily, sounding a bit drowsy, as if he could fall asleep at any time. Seeing how difficult it was for him to speak, Aelb reached out to adjust his blanket. "Take care of your health." However, Bolivar acted like a whimsical child. He stretched his hand out from under the blanket, shoved the necklace into Aelb's hand, and then held Aelb's hand tightly. "I only trust you." His words were said with emotion, so much so that the veins on his neck stood out. Seeing his agitation, Aelb quickly tried to soothe him. Bolivar probably knew his body was reaching its end, so he lay down obediently. After calming down, Bolivar shifted his gaze back to Malia and beckoned the young girl. Understanding him, Malia leaned over to his bedside. Bolivar's raised wrist trembled but stubbornly held Malia's hand with one hand and Aelb's with the other, placing their hands together. His gaze was filled with affection, looking at them like they were his juniors. The bedridden old man appeared particularly fragile. His murky yet dark eyes looked at Malia. "Aelb lost his parents when he was very young, and I practically watched him grow up." The elderly swallowed hard, seemingly lacking energy, but his gaze was obstinate. "Apart from being the base commander, I'm also his elder. I've never seen him like anyone this much. Guyue, after I'm gone, please take care of him." He patted the intertwined hands of Malia and Aelb, looking at them as if seeing something beyond them. In the apocalypse, people need connections to survive. Bolivar's words were profoundly solemn, his turbid eyes reflecting his once-spirited self who clung fiercely to his beloved. Removing the tough shell of the base commander, he appeared as an ordinary elder, worrying about his juniors. Aelb opened his mouth, wanting him to take care of himself, thinking some instructions didn't need to be rushed. But as if seeing through Aelb's thoughts, Bolivar shook his head at him. My life has been long enough, and it's time to go. Why linger? A faint smile surfaced on his face, although there is something I can't let go. You know my granddaughter, always unruly. Mentioning Janice made him think of something amusing, the corners of his eyes bending, his tone rising involuntarily. She has a rough personality, growing up like an undisciplined puppy, just like me back then. But such a personality might get her hated by others. Without me pressing down on her at the base, she will suffer. Bolivar sighed, please do me a favor and take care of her, don't let her get bullied. At this moment, Bolivar seemed to be leaving his final wishes. Malia looked at the old man in the bed, whose brows showed relief and concern, muttering endlessly as if there were endless admonishments to give. This old man, in the end, what he couldn't let go wasn't the entire Wuan base, but rather his granddaughter who worried him. I'll bring Janice back, Malia suddenly spoke. You should all have more time to talk. This grandfather and granddaughter didn't interact much usually, but Janice would have red eyes for Bolivar, and Bolivar would constantly mention Janice's name at the end. Malia felt that both of them cared about each other deeply, at least they should properly bid farewell. Yet Bolivar stopped Malia, forget it. We've argued all our lives, suddenly. Before he finished speaking, the door was pushed open. Malia turned her head and saw Janice at the door extinguishing a cigarette butt, coming into the room. It was clear that although she had left, she was still paying close attention to what was happening inside. She walked to the old man's bedside, where Malia and Aelb made room for her. Aelb tightened his grip on the necklace in his hand. From Malia's view, his eyes were somewhat reddish. She hugged his arm, gently patting his hand to comfort him. But Aelb held onto her, enveloping her hand in his own. Bolivar didn't expect Janice to suddenly rush in. He tried his best to smile at his granddaughter. You heard everything? Janice didn't speak either, pursing her lips as if holding back something, just staring straight at Bolivar. Aelb took one last deep look at Bolivar and whispered into Malia's ear, let's go out. This grandfather and granddaughter needed some time alone together. Malia nodded, allowing Aelb to lead her out of the room. They avoided the patrol teams outside and went to a corner together. While in the room, Malia had noticed his low spirits. She stayed by his side the whole time, gently patting his body as if telling him she was still there for him. When they sat down on an empty staircase, Aelb stared at the ground in front of him for a long time before hesitantly speaking. Grandpa Yi is the only family I have left in this world. Malia intertwined her fingers with his, leaning forward to meet his gaze. The girl's skin was fair, her features delicate and beautiful, like a little fairy from the sky. She blinked her round eyes and said earnestly, the base commander has entrusted you to me. Now I am your family too. She spoke with such conviction that her sparkling eyes seemed to see right into Aelb's heart. All Aelb could hear was his heart pounding wildly. All he wanted to do was pull the person in front of him into his arms. Thinking this, he did exactly that. When he hugged the girl, her warm body felt like a little sun shining into his heart, making him reluctant to let go. Aelb rested his cheek against her soft hair. Then I will entrust myself to you. His eyes softened, and he tightened his hold on Malia. Suddenly, his heart was filled with tremors. Aelb was grateful. Meeting Malia in this life was probably worth all his luck. The two people embracing under the sunlight were a simple yet beautiful sight in this post-apocalyptic world. Chapter 152. Let me hold him for a while. When Janice walked out of the room, her two eyes were red like walnuts. Malia and Aelb had been waiting outside the door for a long time. The two of them standing close together really did look like a young couple. Seeing Janice crying as she came out, Malia glanced into the room. She could guess that Bolivar had permanently gone to sleep. That elderly man was already at his last gasp. Once the lingering breath of grievance in his heart dissipated, he lost all signs of life. The patrolling soldiers who had been loitering by the doorway looked solemn when they saw Janice's bloodshot eyes. Bolivar was gone. The linchpin that had always safeguarded Wuan base suddenly collapsed, crushing not just one person. Malia's gaze swept over these straight-backed, sullen-faced patrolling soldiers. Their appearance reminded her of how the Hawk Squad first encountered Bolivar in the central building. Whenever they saw that white-haired elder, several people would instinctively straighten their spines and respectfully greet him. Commander, good day. He must have been a very powerful figure. Malia thought so. Grandpa's greatest wish before he passed away was for Wuan base to thrive. Janice looked at Aelb. Aelb, don't let him down. Her words were intended for both Aelb and those patrolling soldiers. The late base commander entrusted the base to the only successor he had favored. With Aelb's strength, it wouldn't be difficult to keep these psychics under control. The only thing to watch out for might be other bases taking advantage during this transitional period while he wasn't fully in command. Although the surrounding bases were all human-established sanctuaries, they were also rivals to each other. Psychics were limited, so the strength of one base growing meant another shrinking. Just like Jamping base had built tunnels below their base and had psychics infiltrating internally. Aelb put on the necklace symbolizing Wuan base, with a long canine tooth hanging from it. It was the first mutated animal defeated by the founder of Wuan base. This canine tooth symbolized the former's bravery facing a mutated dog for the first time when he was weak. From then on, it was passed down to subsequent base commanders, reminding them not to fear the difficulties ahead. Aelb wore the canine tooth necklace, feeling its weight lightly fall around his neck but carrying the entire responsibility of the base on his shoulders. He looked at Janice with determination. I will. Improving Wuhan base was Bolivar's dying wish and also his own expectation. Janice took a deep breath, waved at Aelb, and went off alone to deal with the sorrow of losing a loved one. Aelb held the canine tooth in front of his chest, stood at the open doorway, and looked at the motionless figure on the bed inside the room. Guyue, do you think I can do it? Aelb asked Malia beside him in a low voice. Malia nodded immediately, her sincere eyes filled with trust in Aelb. Aelb chuckled, reaching up to ruffle Malia's hair. He sent Malia back to her small room and left again. In the coming days, he would likely be very busy handling various tasks of being a base commander. Meanwhile, he couldn't slack off regarding Isaac. At least Malia could handle things if he showed up. Back in the rented apartment, Malia continued tidying up the place. Perhaps finding it a bit boring, Malia released Jeren. When leaving Jamping base, to avoid drawing attention from Isaac and others, Malia had stored Jeren back in her spiritual platform. Upon re-emerging, Jeren playfully wandered around the room before staying by Malia's side. As Malia sorted through items in the apartment, discarding what wasn't needed and switching out some things bought by Aelb, she chatted intermittently with Jeren. They frequently bantered, forming a unique master-servant bond. Before long, there was a knock at the apartment door. Malia's expression stiffened. She instructed Jeren not to wander off and leisurely opened the door. Standing outside was Isaac. Malia had already put on her bark mask, making her cold demeanor particularly intimidating. Why are you here? Malia's gaze fell on Isaac's face, asking in a grave tone. Isaac smiled. I need to know where my team members are, right? It makes future communication easier. He glanced into the room, raising an eyebrow at Malia. Where is that little slave? Why are you opening the door yourself? Malia narrowed her eyes, looking at Isaac with an especially dangerous gaze. What do you want to say? At that moment, the sound of rushing water came from inside the room. Isaac glanced over, his eyes shifting between Malia and the direction of the noise. Then he wore an expression that said he understood everything. Actually, there's nothing much. I just came to inform you to meet at the small restaurant tomorrow to discuss our next plan. Malia raised an eyebrow and asked, what plan? Isaac clicked his tongue twice. I've just heard that the base commander of Wuhan base is not doing well. This is a great time for us to cause some trouble. Malia's heart skipped a beat. She nodded solemnly. I understand. Seeing her cooperation, Isaac glanced into the room again where the sound of rushing water continued. He gave Malia an ambiguous smile. Then I won't disturb your business. Before Isaac could finish laughing, Malia coldly shut the door, showing quite some character. After closing the door, Malia rushed into the room, picked up the clever Jeren, and showered him with praise. Outside, Isaac listened to the hurried footsteps retreating back into the room, then looked at the bright sun in the sky, shaking his head with a click of his tongue. He hadn't expected this cool elder sister-type electrokinetic to be so impatient in private. Turning back to look at the tightly closed door, he walked away with his hands behind his back. Given how much she seemed to value that little ordinary slave, it was clear he held a significant place in her heart. At this moment, the valued little slave was in the office of the central building, facing countless documents on the desk, sneezing loudly. The assistant who had been instructed by Bolivar to help the new base commander get acquainted with the base affairs saw this and kindly offered a blanket. Base commander, the weather has turned cooler, you should take care of your health. Aelb waved his hand, no longer paying attention to such matters as he immersed himself once more in the pile of documents. Busy until late at night, Aelb finally exhaled a long breath of relief. He rubbed his slightly sore temples, finding the office now completely empty. Aelb filed all the documents away and turned off the office lights. A black hole rose beside him, transporting him to a pitch-black bedroom. Aelb took a deep breath, reaching through the covers to embrace Malia. Malia hadn't fallen asleep yet. She turned her head to look. Aelb? Aelb closed his burning eyes, feeling utterly exhausted and unwilling to move at all. His voice was a bit hoarse, sounding very tired. Let me hold you for a while. Malia paused for a moment, then turned over in Aelb's arms. In the dark and silent night, the two embraced each other to sleep. Chapter 153, Grand Strategy. Early the next morning, Aelb got out of bed. He needed to familiarize himself with the base's affairs as soon as possible. The news of Bolivar's death had spread throughout the Wuhan base overnight. The pressure Aelb would face today was sure to be significant. Malia watched as the black hole gradually disappeared into the air, stretched her body, and began tidying up to head out. Just as she walked toward the door, a knock sounded on it. Malia paused mid-motion, opened the door, and saw Isaac standing there at ease. Isaac smiled. I heard something interesting this morning. Want to chat about it? Malia pressed her lips together and followed Isaac as he walked out of the room. Isaac glanced at the closed door behind her and raised an eyebrow. Not bringing your little slave today? Malia shot him a look but did not respond, stepping ahead. Isaac took another glance at the closed door, then hurried after Malia. Having been observing his movements, Malia wasn't moving too fast. She saw him catch up quickly. Isaac stood beside Malia, saying, the commander of Wuhan base died last night. While watching her reaction, he continued chatting about what he had heard that morning. Malia merely hummed in response without much comment. Observing Malia's expression, Isaac spoke again. I heard the new commander is Aelb, not Janice, the commander's granddaughter. He stared at her intently, hoping to see a flicker of different emotion. But not even her eyebrows twitched. Seeing he kept looking at her, Malia bought 2 buns from a shop downstairs and turned to meet his gaze. So, what are you trying to say? Realizing she wasn't interested, Isaac came straight to the point. A squad leader can never make it as the commander. His statement was made with such confidence, as if he had already predicted Aelb's future. Malia walked alongside him toward the small restaurant, nibbling on her bun while listening to Isaac chatter. Squad leaders and commanders are very different. This is the best time to drag him down. Isaac's eyes shone brilliantly. Then we can easily take over both Aelb and Wuan base. Malia swallowed the food in her mouth and scrutinized him. You all hate Aelb that much? Isaac nodded without hesitation. As long as he's around, it's a threat to our jumping base. You haven't seen his abilities. Isaac squinted his eyes, recalling the scene of the entire base capturing Aelb. Black hole ability, truly unfair advantage. Malia took another bite of her bun calmly. So how do you plan to bring him down? They arrived at the small restaurant entrance quickly. Ensuring no one was paying attention, they slipped inside. Before entering, Malia glanced at someone in the opposite store, giving a faint smile before following Isaac in. Other members from Jumping Base were all gathered already. It seemed Isaac had contacted them before coming for her. The few met in the dimly lit kitchen, giving off an underground cell meeting vibe. Malia finished her bun and surveyed the circle of people. She stood to the side, not joining in immediately. Isaac repeated what he had said earlier in front of everyone, garnering many nods of agreement. Aelb won't last in that position. Even if others have no objections to him becoming the commander, it's just because they're intimidated by the influence of his power. Isaac appeared to be seriously analyzing the internal situation of Wuan base. Now, if someone equally powerful comes forward to challenge him for the commandant's position, he won't be able to settle into the role smoothly. Isaac's self-assured demeanor drew everyone's attention, including Malia, who had been leaning against the wall. An ability user asked Malia's question. Isaac, do you already have a plan? Without delay, Isaac grinned and scanned the group, his eyes landing on Malia last. There is a way, but it might be hard to execute without Ashley's cooperation. Tell us, tell us. An ability user couldn't wait, aren't we all here? Excitement filled their faces as they envisioned making a big move. Do you know that Wuan base once had a lightning ability user? Isaac lowered his voice dramatically, as if sharing some hidden secret of Wuan base. When the beast tide appeared in Wuan base previously, a lightning-type powerhouse helped them and then disappeared. Isaac paused. It said that this ability user could stir up celestial thunder. During the beast tide, those lightning bolts all struck the mutated birds and beasts. A powerful lightning-type ability user with a certain reputation in Wuan base is bound to be a strong contender for the new base commander. After saying this sentence, all eyes were on Malia. Isaac also looked at her, his eyes filled with certainty. This is the most turbulent time for Wuan base. With your abilities, you can certainly win the trust of some people in the base. Malia was speechless for a moment. By chance, Isaac had indeed found the right person. That legendary lightning-type ability user back then was none other than Malia herself. However, no matter how perfect his plan was, it depended on whether Malia would go along with him. Weren't we here to find Krista? The cold female voice echoed in the small kitchen like cold water splashed on the excited faces of everyone. Their gazes shifted to Malia, who had been leaning against one side all along. Her eyes and brows carried a hint of coldness, seemingly unmoved by their plan. Her gaze met Isaac's, making him involuntarily look away. Silence fell, and everyone avoided eye contact, not daring to speak a word. Isaac lowered his eyes and then raised them again with a smile. Of course we'll wait for Krista, but isn't it good to give Wuan base a big blow before that? Hearing this, Malia gave a cold snort. A big blow? You didn't even notice someone was tailing us, and you're still plotting grand plans here? Her words left everyone stunned, even causing Isaac to frown. Malia, however, refused to say more. She glanced at the others one last time. All of you, behave yourselves. We've been tailed since we entered this restaurant. If you don't want to die, don't make any moves. With that, the cool sister Malia left the small restaurant without looking back, leaving the others staring at each other. Chapter 154, Visitor in the Apartment. After leaving the small restaurant, Malia glanced across at the opposite shop again. That familiar figure was still inside. It was Sherman from the Iron Ladies Corps. Although she was browsing through the merchandise, her eyes would unconsciously drift towards the small restaurant opposite. Malia turned to look back at the restaurant behind her, a smile curling at the corner of her lips. Some people still thought they could stir up trouble. Unbeknownst to them, they had already given themselves away and were being watched. She had deliberately exposed Sherman's surveillance to make Isaac and his group behave better. At this critical moment, Wuan base indeed needed stability. If they really succeeded, the consequences would be unimaginable. At least now that they knew they had attracted attention, Isaac and his group wouldn't dare to cause any major disruptions within Wuan base. This bought Aelb some much-needed breathing room. Admittedly, the Iron Ladies Corps played a crucial role in this situation. Sherman had been keeping an eye on the small restaurant, which was already closed. Due to the recent events involving the base commander, Wuan base had closed its gates, preventing anyone from entering or leaving. The Iron Ladies Corps, having nothing else to do, took up patrol duties similar to the guards. It was said that Bolivar personally met with Laura, the leader of the Iron Ladies Corps. When Laura came out, the Iron Ladies Corps had become another independent force within the base, separate from the guards. Unlike the guards who protected the base's safety, they were tasked with identifying other sleeper agents within the base. The Iron Ladies Corps had expanded more than tenfold compared to when they first formed. Those delicate-looking women blended into the streets, making it difficult for anyone to notice they were under observation. During this time, quite a number of sleeper agents had been identified by the Iron Lady's Corps. They had noticed Isaac and his group as soon as they entered the base. After tracking them for a day, these people were clearly suspicious. This group of around 6 to 7 people had somehow entered the base. Sherman recalled the moment she saw the man enter the small restaurant. The woman who followed him seemed to glance in her direction. Her vision was very sharp. She could even see the smile at the corner of that woman's lips. Sherman frowned. Had she been discovered? Just as she pondered this, she looked toward the small restaurant again. This time, she met the gaze of a woman directly. Sherman's heart skipped a beat. She had just been thinking about whether she was discovered, and now their gazes locked. But those eyes. Sherman knitted her brows further. There was no hostility in the woman's eyes. It was as if they were acquainted. She nodded friendlily before walking away without looking back. Sherman watched the woman's retreating back, her furrowed brows never relaxing. What did that mean? Without much time to think, there was more movement at the entrance of the small restaurant. This time, Sherman was cautious and pretended to browse the items in the shop. Through the mirror inside the shop, she saw the men exit the room, casually glancing around as if searching for someone. Sherman realized they might have detected her presence, so she quickly finished browsing and left the scene. Isaac's expression wasn't good. He was not only upset by Malia's words but also frustrated that he hadn't noticed he was being followed. Meanwhile, Malia, who had long since left, was unaware of all this. She returned to the apartment with a pleasant mood. She would likely have a peaceful period ahead. Malia walked back in high spirits, stopping by several vendors along the way to pick up groceries, preparing to cook a proper meal. With bags full of produce in hand, Malia opened the door to the apartment. As she raised her head, she was met by 4 pairs of eyes, causing her humming to stop abruptly. Inside the room stood Aelb, Laura, Janice, and Gary, looking at her through the open door. They held official documents from Wuhan base, their serious expressions unchanged. Malia, carrying 2 large bags in each hand, looked like someone returning from a big shopping spree, contrasting sharply with the solemn atmosphere in the room. Aelb pulled Malia inside first, closing the door behind her. He took all the items from her hands, glanced down, and neatly placed them in the kitchen. When I came back and saw you weren't here, I brought the work stuff over. Malia rubbed her red palms and scanned the faces of the curious people staring at her. The 3 people opposite were gazing at her with a mix of awe and surprise, their eyes darting between her and Aelb. It was Janice who finally broke the silence, her neck stiff as she shouted into the kitchen at Aelb. Who is this, Aelb? Where's Guu? Don't you dare have an affair behind Leslie's back. Standing there, Malia. Aelb, who had just come out of the kitchen. The 2 exchanged glances, and Malia reached up to touch her mask, suddenly coming to a realization. They were already very familiar with each other's masked appearance, but it was different for these people in front of them. Aelb chuckled, guiding Malia to stand before the trio and interrupting the other 2 who wanted to speak. He said first, "This is Leslie." Malia nodded, her fingers brushing over the mask, which promptly fell away from her face. Seeing the curious expressions on their faces as they looked at the bark mask in her hand, Malia held it up and swung it lightly with a smile. I was an undercover agent among that group in Jamping Base. Aelb had mentioned something about their time in Jamping Base, but they didn't know the specific details. Malia recounted Isaac's plan, and as she spoke, the atmosphere in the room visibly grew more serious. Everyone knew how much harder life would become if Isaac succeeded in inciting unrest. Laura realized with a start, so those suspicious people we noticed yesterday were you too. A number of suspicious psychics had appeared suddenly in the base. After Laura found out, she assigned Sherman to track their movements. Keep a close eye on them without alarming them. The worst outcome would be if they took action recklessly within the base. Aelb's expression was especially serious. Laura nodded to show she understood. Malia suddenly spoke up. We have about 3 days. After that, Little Shu and the others will be back. Aelb nodded, lifting his hand to tousle Malia's hair. I was just about to bring this up. A smile curved his lips. Once Little Shu and the others return, it will be the new Wuhan base. Except for Malia and Aelb, the others were utterly confused by what the 2 had said. However, both Aelb and Malia closed the topic in unison. Malia stood up. Since you're here, why don't you stay for lunch? Chef Cai put on an apron, holding a chef's knife as she stepped into her domain. The 3 people behind her smiled at her retreating back, then turned to continue working on the documents. Chapter 155, Gossip. At the dining table, several pairs of chopsticks were moving so fast that they seemed to leave trails. Aelb sat by the table, unusually revealing a look of disdain just like Malia's. These people, as if they hadn't seen food for 8 lifetimes, ate like starving ghosts. Janice took a quick glance at Aelb and Malia, saying, Gua really is a great cook. As if to confirm her words, the other 2 who were eating with their heads down also managed to spare a hand to give Malia a thumbs up. Malia looked at everyone, shaking her head with a cluck of her tongue. After finishing the meal, Aelb and others rushed back to the office again. They still had many meetings to attend and many people to see. All of them wished they could split themselves into 2. Malia tidied up the bowls and chopsticks and prepared to go out and gather some news. It was barely past noon, but news of the old base commander's passing had already spread throughout the entire Wuhan base. People's opinions on Aelb replacing the old base commander as the new base commander varied greatly. Some believed in Aelb's capabilities, while others were loudly proclaiming that Wuhan base was doomed and insisted on leaving immediately. Malia walked along the street, overhearing many discussions about this matter. While walking, she suddenly heard a familiar voice. Looking to the side, she saw Isaac blending in among a group of young mutants, speaking loudly. The noise on the street was loud, so Malia moved closer toward them. So, having Aelb as the base commander won't work. The Wuhan base will eventually fall because of him. He spoke passionately, spitting foam as he said, "We should leave the base and find a better place to live. Is anyone qualified to be a base commander? A squad leader who has never dealt with base affairs, can he really lead us forward? If we don't leave now, we'll be waiting to die inside the base." His words were highly persuasive, making the few young men in front of him somewhat swayed. Their unease, stirred by Isaac's words, kept escalating. Malia frowned as she watched, knowing Isaac was unwilling to give up on causing trouble within the Wuhan base. From his demeanor, it was clear he wouldn't stop until something happened. But it was obvious he had become more cautious. While talking, he kept glancing around, as if wary of being tracked by Wuhan base personnel. When his gaze landed on Malia, he shook his head, signaling her not to get too close. Knowing how sensitive Isaac was, Malia decided not to expose herself just yet and wisely turned away. Before leaving, she gave one last look at those young men. She would need to keep an eye on them as well, there was no telling what they might do under such influence. Just as she took a few steps away, the sound of the base-wide broadcast rang out, echoing through the entire base. Everyone in Wuhan base couldn't help but look up at the loudspeaker. That was the highest authority of a base commander, the ability to broadcast to the entire base. A young man's voice came through the speaker, not exactly gentle but rather stern. Through the distortion caused by the amplifier, Malia felt slightly startled. "Good afternoon everyone, I am Aelb." A simple opening statement, yet it felt like it paused everything in the base. Everyone's attention was on the broadcast, and the Wuhan base fell silent. "I know this news may come as a surprise, but from now on, I will be your base commander." After pausing for quite a while, just as everyone thought he wouldn't say anything more, Aelb spoke softly, "Trust me." For short words, yet they enlightened many in the base. Yes, that's Aelb after all, whose strength is undeniable. Having lived in Wuhan base since childhood, he certainly harbors the desire to make it better. A capable and trustworthy base commander, even if young, why not? Malia glanced back and, as expected, those young men who had just been swayed by Isaac now stared upwards, their jaws tight, looking uncertain again. She chuckled softly and continued walking, humming a tune. Isaac also looked up at the broadcast, his hand gradually clenching at his side. These young men were easily swayed. He had spent much effort convincing them, only for Aelb's simple words to dismantle everything. Continuing to persuade them now might backfire. Taking advantage of their dazed state, Isaac turned and left alone. His expression was grim, eyebrows furrowed, and he coldly sneered as he once again stared at the loudspeaker in the base. "How could it be so easy for you to secure the position of base commander at Wuhan base?" Isaac left very quickly, and by the time the young men came back to their senses and looked for him, he was already gone. Aelb's words were enough to stabilize people's hearts. Those psychics who had worked with Aelb all supported him becoming the base commander, and it seemed that the upper echelons of Wuhan base were also clearing the way for him. This made the psychics below unaware of what was happening, and before they knew it, the base was already taken over by Aelb. This was the path paved for Aelb by Bolivar before he left. Ever since Aelb took office after his broadcast, Wuhan base has been calm as if it hadn't undergone a change in leadership. Aelb, who has been busy handling internal matters of Wuhan base, was almost always busy, while Malia, having some free time, became sensitive to the atmosphere within the base. Within 3 days, the originally suppressed unrest gradually surfaced. Malia would often go to the streets, occasionally stopping to chat with psychics about gossip, gathering quite a bit of information this way. Just like now, when Malia brought freshly stir-fried sunflower seeds to a group of psychics who often gathered to chat, they were waving her over. "Catherine, you're finally here." The youngest guy in the group had a rosy complexion and a smile on his face. He eagerly moved a small stool for Malia, inviting her to sit down with them. Malia sat down straightforwardly, handing the sunflower seeds to everyone. These youngsters got along easily. Normally, they were either hunting crystal cores outside or searching for supplies. Once the gates of Wuhan base closed, they stayed inside with nothing much to do. So, they gathered to chat about everyday affairs. "Catherine brings us different snacks every time." TSK. "Catherine, it's a pity you don't open a store with your skills." Cool girl Malia sat on a small folding chair, her style completely different from the enthusiastic young men and women. But she took the initiative to grab a handful of sunflower seeds from the bag, cracking each one individually. "What were you talking about just now?" She appeared casual but had sharp eyes, seemingly very interested in their topic. The young people, hearing her question, became more animated, clustering together, chatting heatedly. Chapter 156, The new base commander has arrived. "You came at just the right time, Catherine. We just saw one," said the youngest among them. The others also wore eager looks, while Malia's brows furrowed instead. Over these 3 days, she had become familiar with these people and frequently heard about matters inside the base from them. One day this psychic would break up with another, the next day that psychic would provoke someone and get beaten up, all within their circle of conversation. Malia quietly listened while cracking sunflower seeds. "It's the new base commander coming in, isn't it? Enrique and his group don't want to be trapped here, so they're stirring up a protest. Right. You didn't see how heated the scene was just now, Catherine." Amidst their babbling, Malia gradually stopped cracking sunflower seeds. She frowned, looking at those still chatting away and asked, "A protest?" Yeah, the psychics replied casually, as if it were a trivial matter like eating or drinking water. A psychic shrugged. Wuhan base hasn't allowed anyone in or out for a long time. People like us who rely on the outside world are almost unable to live. They've always been impulsive. If this continues, it's inevitable they will cause trouble. The psychics all seemed excited, looking forward to seeing what might happen. Malia vaguely felt that this so-called protest might also have something to do with Isaac stirring up trouble. The psychic beside her started cracking sunflower seeds and nodded towards Cai Goryu. Wait a bit more, they've gone home to grab weapons and will probably come back soon. Grab weapons? Malia raised an eyebrow. Just as he was about to explain, he looked somewhere and his eyes lit up. They're coming. Cai Goryu followed his gaze and saw a group walking down the central street toward the base entrance. On both sides of the line, banners were held up. One read, "Let us out." The other read, "Wuhan base is doomed." Cai Goryu. Antoine cracking sunflower seeds shook his head. See? Isn't it exciting? Sure enough, Cai Goryu spotted Isaac again in the crowd, standing at the center, seeming like some sort of leader. Among the surrounding onlookers, she also saw several familiar faces, people brought by Isaac. They were blending in with the crowd, observing the situation. Cai Goryu stood up, looking at the group. The leading youth was shouting and agitating those around him. Let us out. What gives Aelb the right to lock us up? Just because he's taken control of the base, does he think it's his to command? If you don't open the door, we'll use our powers to break it down. Each shout was filled with malice toward Aelb. Cai Goryu watched the noisy psychics in the crowd from where she stood. The guards at the main gate frowned but showed no reaction. Cai Goryu watched this boisterous group and the direction of the gate as if she were watching a show. Her face showed no worry, only anticipation. If they had tried rebelling a few days earlier, it might have caused some tension, but today, on the high walls of the base, a guard looked into the distance. He frowned and poked the guard beside him, pointing outside the base. Look at what's there. The guard turned to look, seeing many people heading towards Wuhan base in a steady flow. A dense, orderly stream of people was approaching. It seems they've arrived at just the right time. Aelb's voice came from nearby. The two guards jumped back in surprise before recognizing Aelb and respectfully greeted him. Commander. Aelb emerged from the black hole, accompanied by Janice, Laura, and Gary. Gary noticed the crowd ahead and frowned. So many people. Aelb shook his head. Compared to when we first rescued them, their numbers have already decreased. Gary understood. Many had fallen along the way. Laura laughed sarcastically, eyeing the shouting youths in the base. Do these people have brains? Demanding to leave the base at such a time. Janice's attention was drawn to the conflict inside, shaking her head, too impatient. Following their gazes, Aelb also looked down. Perhaps moved by some feeling in his heart, Malia also raised her head at this moment, and their gazes met in the air. He spotted her right away among the crowd. The corners of Aelb's mouth curled into a smile, with no sign of urgency on his face. From the moment Malia joined the crowd to stir up trouble, the young man who had been cracking sunflower seeds followed her pace. Seeing Malia look up and smile, he curiously followed her gaze to search. Sister Flower, what are you looking at? Malia just retracted her gaze and said in a low voice, nothing, these people won't be making noise for long. Antoine raised an eyebrow and asked, why? Malia half-truthfully pointed to the high walls of the base, lowering her voice, the new base commander has arrived. Her words made the young man beside her widen his eyes, constantly scanning the high walls. The new base commander? Why haven't I seen him? Where is he? Malia didn't respond anymore, smiling mysteriously. Just then, one of the psychics in the middle shouted several times, noticing that the patrol soldiers did not react. The psychic's ability flared up, aiming to attack the patrol soldiers. Before the psychic ability could reach the patrol soldiers, that psychic clutched his head and squatted down. The startled cries from the surrounding people were cut off by this sudden change. The attacking youth was clearly subjected to a psychic attack. While pondering, a huge black hole suddenly appeared beside the youth, out of which walked a stern-faced young man. It's Gary. People in the crowd who recognized the young man whispered in surprise, watching as he stood calmly before everyone, making the atmosphere tense. Isaac in the crowd frowned, seeing the black hole disappear behind Gary. Being able to travel through a black hole indicated that Aelb was nearby too. Gary scanned everyone present, pausing slightly when his gaze landed on Malia. Malia put her index finger to her lips, quietly gesturing for silence. Gary shifted his gaze and spoke calmly. Today's matter will be handled by Commander Song. Please wait a bit longer. Dead silence. A psychic could kill them silently if angered. Not to mention the black hole psychic, Aelb, standing behind him. Chapter 157, Palmer's Arrival. With Gary's presence, the originally noisy crowd instantly quieted down. Their abilities were incomparable to Gary's. No one dared to underestimate someone who could kill with just his mind. Antoine, who had been the loudest earlier and was the first to be subdued by Gary, had now recovered. He took several steps back when he saw Gary standing right beside him, barely managing to stabilize himself. His face still showed the expression of having narrowly escaped death, his eyes filled with fear as he looked at Gary. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Gary stood there, making no further move. His spine was straight, silencing any loud talk in front of him. Gary, having lost his brother, seemed to have grown up overnight. He was no longer the shy Gary who would smile tenderly beside Chris. In this almost frozen atmosphere, time seemed to pass quickly. Everyone inside the base watched as the previously unyielding gates slowly opened. The mechanical noises above the high walls signaled the lowering of the drawbridge. People on the scene exchanged looks, unsure of what was happening. They stared at the open gate of the base. After the drawbridge was lowered, they could see a crowd gathering on the other side, and leading them were some familiar faces. Falcon Squad. It's Falcon Squad, someone shouted from the crowd. But along with this shout came countless questions in people's minds. Why did Falcon Squad bring so many people back to the base? Who are they? Is this new base commander Aelb's idea? The people on the other side seemed intent on entering the base, with Palmer leading the way onto the drawbridge. Those behind him cautiously stepped onto the drawbridge, rushing towards Wuhan base. Isaac, mixed among the Wuhan base crowd, didn't recognize the people coming across at first, but the more he looked, the more familiar a few faces became. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than the slaves from Jianping base. His eyes swept over these people until they landed on a particular face. His pupils suddenly contracted. It was that familiar, crippled youth who had turned into a zombie and had already been killed by him, yet he was alive. Isaac rubbed his eyes, suspecting a hallucination. He was seeing someone who should be dead. Regardless of who it was, Isaac, hidden in the crowd, started shouting first. We can't let them in. Who are they? Why should they rush into our base? His cries roused others, who now cast wary glances at these newcomers, their powers primed for action. Before they could make a move, Gary stepped forward. They are new members of our base. As he spoke, Aelb and Laura appeared beside him. For the first time, Wuhan base members witnessed spatial ability in action. 3 figures appearing out of thin air left them astonished. This was the first time Aelb, the newly appointed base commander, officially appeared before everyone. Their appearance quickly diverted attention from the outsiders. Isaac gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on Aelb. If looks could kill, he would have torn Aelb apart. The short drawbridge walk brought Palmer quickly to Aelb's side, a foolish grin on his face. Captain, we're back. Palmer, unaware of the leadership change, still called Aelb Captain. Aelb responded with a light hum, patting Palmer on the shoulder. You've had a tough journey. Their former squad dynamic required no more words. Aelb's gaze shifted from him to the crowd behind. After the arduous journey, even Palmer and his team looked weary. The same could not be said for these long-oppressed individuals. They had faced monsters and zombies all the way here. This group that safely reached Wuhan base was already well organized. After bringing these people into the base, Aelb closed the gates again. Base members looked at each other, baffled by the actions. An ability user near Aelb asked, when can we leave the base? With this question raised, others chimed in. Yeah, we can't live like this much longer. Cut off from their income sources, the spendthrift ability users were growing increasingly anxious. Unmoved by the rising tension, Aelb clapped his hands. I'll supply your food for the next few days, but you'll have to wait 2 more days before leaving the base. His gaze deliberately swept over the crowd present. There are still rats from other bases hiding in our base that need to be cleared out. Bear with us for these few days. Many people inside the base started discussing upon hearing Aelb's words. Ever since the Beast Wave battle, the people of Wuhan base had become especially united. Several young ability users who had been causing the most ruckus earlier now fell silent one by one. Isaac felt his scalp tighten. Although he was among the crowd, he felt as if Aelb was staring right at him. He gritted his teeth and left the crowd, keeping a low profile. Wuhan base was indeed a tough nut to crack. How can there still be people from other bases hiding in our base? These people are really damn annoying. Antoine beside Malia couldn't help but mutter. Malia glanced at him, raising an eyebrow. Aren't you thinking about leaving the base? Antoine chuckled. I'd rather capture those from other bases. Waiting 2 more days to leave is fine too. These people had a special sense of belonging to Wuhan base. Do you like Wuhan base so much? Antoine nodded without hesitation, his voice filled with pride. Our base is really strong. The Beast Wave battle was etched in everyone's heart, with lightning racing across the sky and purple thunder accompanying the abilities on the ground, making it impossible for those zombies and mutated birds to invade the base. Malia couldn't help but smile, glancing at the man at the center of the crowd and whispering softly to herself. She also liked Wuhan base because there was someone she liked here. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a few people from Jianping base leaving after exchanging signals. Malia wiped the smile off her face and followed them. Isaac couldn't help but curse angrily when he was away from the crowd, unable to hide the violent aura on his face. Damn, it's Aelb again. He kicked the wall beside him. The ability users from Jianping base who came with him didn't dare to make a sound. After venting his anger, Isaac seemed to remember something, turning around and grabbing the nearest ability user. Did you see? Ami, the crippled guy, is actually still alive. His words made the ability user shrink his neck and shake his head blankly. Isaac pursed his lips, letting go of the ability user coldly. This is definitely fishy. Wuhan base is dangerous now. We must leave as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Leslie's Plan. What's wrong? Malia stepped forward. Isaac turned around and seeing it was her, his expression eased considerably without much thought. He coughed lightly. Nothing much. I just saw Krista in their group. Tonight, we'll tie him up and leave. Malia was surprised by his decisiveness and looked him over for a moment. Tonight? Isaac nodded. They've just returned to base. They're at their most exhausted and least alert. Tonight is the best time. Malia pressed her lips together. They couldn't leave yet. Aelb hadn't fully secured his position as base leader and there were still many things that needed handling. All right, I'll go get ready. Malia agreed without hesitation. Having learned of Isaac's plan, Malia turned and left straight for her apartment. A few young men behind him watched Malia's retreating back, with one of them remarking, "She sure is antisocial." His tone was tinged with complaint but not loud enough to escape the ears of others nearby. Isaac glanced sideways at the man and snorted through his nose. "If you had her abilities, you could be antisocial too." The man lowered his head and stayed silent. Malia hurried along, and on the way back, she encountered several people still sitting by the intersection and cracking sunflower seeds. They seemed to have just finished watching the spectacle by the main gate, still engaged in animated discussions about what happened. Malia beckoned the youngest of the group closer. Antoine followed her orders obediently, walking over with a smile. "Sis Hua, what do you need?" Malia fished out a bag of crystal cores from her pocket and placed it in his hands. "I want you to do me a favor." The mutant stared at the bag in his hand and smiled wider. "Sis, just say the word, anything is on me." He stuffed the bag into his pocket, his eyes shining as he looked at Malia. Malia looked around and then bought a watermelon knife from a nearby weapon store, placing it in the young man's hands. He looked confusedly at her. Malia was serious as she tapped the blade. "Deliver this to the Iron Maiden core apartment." Antoine trembled visibly and almost dropped the watermelon knife. His eyes carefully avoided hers and spoke in a quavering voice. "Sis, the Iron Maidens are not easy to provoke. Why would you antagonize them?" He had once seen the scene of the Iron Maidens killing zombies. The brutal slaughter by those fearless dozen was unforgettable. The Iron Maidens were all ordinary people without powers, but they possessed a ruthless spirit that cut off all retreat, forging ahead fearlessly. Malia paused briefly, understanding his worry, and patted his shoulder. "Don't worry, just deliver the knife to their captain and the other side will understand." It was a previously agreed upon signal. If Malia wanted to reach Aelb, delivering a knife to the Iron Maidens would ensure it reached him directly. Seeing her earnest demeanor, the young man didn't refuse, carrying the knife toward the Iron Maiden's residence. Malia glanced after him before hurrying back to her apartment. She had just opened the door and poured herself a glass of water when a massive black hole appeared behind her. Aelb arrived almost instantly. The Iron Maidens worked very quickly, conveying Malia's message within minutes. Aelb approached from behind her, rubbing his nose bridge. "Is something wrong?" Aelb asked gently. Malia casually poured him a glass of water as well, noticing the hoarseness in his voice. Aelb stroked Malia's head and led her to the sofa in the living room. Isaac and his group planned to move against Krista tonight. Aelb pondered for a moment. "No, we can't leave the Wuhan base yet." The base had just received a large influx of people, and everything was still unstable. Leaving now could lead to rebellion. Malia nodded in agreement. "So, let's create some disturbances to keep them here." Her eyes gleamed eagerly, like a dog that had been cooped up for too long. "How do you propose to do that?" Aelb raised an eyebrow. Malia smiled mischievously. "Leave it to me." Taking on the task, Malia removed her bark mask and left the small apartment with Aelb. With the influx of people, the activity level inside Wuhan base reached unprecedented heights. The Falcon Squad had interacted the longest with this group of newcomers to Wuhan base and thus became their guides to integrate into the base. They led these people into the base, introduced them to Wuhan base, and then had them find their respective apartments. This team had hunted a lot on their way. Whether it was food supplies or crystal cores, they were all abundant. This influx of resources allowed them to pay the rent and establish themselves in Wuhan base. Originally, the lively base hadn't even given the original residents time to investigate the background of these new arrivals. Rumors started spreading from somewhere that Krista lacked the ability to purify crystal cores. This rumor swept across the entire Wuhan base instantly. Krista lacks the ability to purify crystal cores. It became the talk of the town, and what was more shocking was that members of the Iron Maiden's core and the Falcon Squad confirmed this fact. By the time everyone reacted and tried to find Krista, they were informed that she had already been locked up in the detention center beneath the central building. That place was so secure that even psychics couldn't escape easily. The warden, Big Beard, was an unfathomable psychic as well. With this barrage of information, the people of Wuhan base felt overwhelmed. While some were discussing how to deal with Krista, others began focusing on the true creator of the purified crystal cores. Although it was confirmed that Krista was a fake, purified crystal cores did exist. Who was the mastermind behind it? Everyone enjoyed the drama, but Isaac and his team, who were ready to act, were in a tough spot. No one had expected that woman to be a fraud. The purification of crystal cores didn't come from her hands at all. Isaac felt that Wuhan base seemed to be against him. Since entering the base, nothing had gone smoothly for him. "Isaac, what do we do now? The Wuhan base detention center is heavily guarded. We can't just go in and take her out. Why don't we return to Jamping and discuss our next move?" The last suggestion provoked a cold laugh from Isaac. "Go back? Just like that? Are you ready to be fed to zombies?" He, Isaac, could not return empty-handed. "We just need the one who can purify crystal cores. Whether it's Krista or Wilhelmina doesn't matter." Isaac slammed his hand on the table beside him and left swiftly. Chapter 159, This Way is Fine. Krista didn't have the ability to purify crystal cores. It was Malia who asked for his release. Aelb, Laura, members of the Falcon Squad, and Krista himself were all aware of this fact. The decision to send Krista to the detention center was made collectively by everyone. The responsibility of being able to purify the crystal core had been something Krista took on due to his guilt. No one expected that this lie, balanced among various parties, would almost completely deceive everyone. Now, Krista without this title seemed happier and freer. They had already informed the bearded director of the detention center, so Krista's time there wouldn't be too difficult. Malia sat in Aelb's office, swinging her legs leisurely. She held a cup of hot water he poured for her, occasionally taking small sips. How did you come up with this idea? Aelb, rare in having some free time, squeezed next to her and placed the girl's leg on his lap. Malia let him do as he pleased and adjusted herself into a more comfortable position. I thought of it when they were discussing leaving. You should have seen Isaac's face then. He looked so arrogant, Malia pouted, as if he could just come and go from the Wuhan base whenever he wanted. Aelb stroked Malia's smooth hair, feeling its soft texture under his fingers. A smile formed at the corner of his mouth as he gently caressed her head. Without realizing when it started, Malia developed a sense of belonging to Wuhan base. Aelb leaned his head against Malia's, speaking softly into her ear. Guyue, when we return from jumping base, will you be with me? Malia didn't understand at first and turned her face to look at Aelb. Aren't we always together? Aelb nuzzled her forehead with his own. We are, but this time it's different. He pressed his lips together and put Malia's hand in his pocket. There was nothing inside Aelb's pocket except for a circular object that Malia felt with her fingertips. It was a ring. Just then, Aelb spoke. With a smile still lingering on his lips, he kissed the corner of Malia's mouth, like a cat catching its prey. Will you marry me? His lips were very close to her earlobe, brushing over it while speaking, creating an itch that tickled her heart. Malia pulled back, feeling warmth creep up her neck. Before she could respond, Aelb continued, I love you, Guyue. This was the first and only time he revealed his feelings so openly to the girl he loved. I like you, I want to marry you. Malia burrowed her head deeper into Aelb's neck, hiding like an ostrich. But her hand swiftly drew out the ring from Aelb's pocket and slipped it onto her finger without looking. She silently accepted. Witnessing the entire process, Aelb chuckled softly, holding Malia's ringed hand and kissing it again and again. He had prepared this ring during his spare time. At this moment, the concept of marriage seemed vague to many people. Most people merely lived together. Using a ring as a symbol of engagement was extremely rare. When Aelb asked the craftsman to make a pair of rings, the craftsman gave him a surprised look. An old craftsman skilled in making weapons almost chased Aelb away. Aelb hugged the person in his arms tighter. On his finger was a silver ring identical to Malia's. Simple yet elegant, it wasn't flashy but carried great significance. Aelb's limited romantic streak led him to make just this pair of rings. Even the proposal venue was rather casual. The office door was slightly open, and several heads peeked through the gap. Malia's sharp hearing caught every word they said. Crowded by the door were members of the Falcon Squad and other key personnel of Wuhan base. Janice leaned against the wall, watching the people peeking and lit a cigarette. How is it going? She asked curiously. On tiptoe, Palmer whispered, it's done. They're hugging now. Hidao scratched his head below. She agreed. Song brother should have listened to me. We should have organized a proper proposal ceremony. Maybe it would have moved her to tears. Adley rolled her eyes at him from below. Save it. Do we have the energy to bother with those superficial things now? Krista also T-scared, saying emotionally, this is just fine. She had gotten along well with these people recently and had contributed greatly to this seemingly casual proposal. Marvin stood not far from her, pursing his lips as he glanced into the room again. If he had paper and pen in hand, he might have recorded the entire process. His gaze was fixed on Krista, but alas, Krista never looked at him. Brant lifted his head from the door crack, rubbing his chin. It seems like it succeeded. Should we retreat first? The others exchanged glances, and Aaron took the lead in stepping out. Members of the Falcon Squad followed one by one. Laura and Janice walked side by side, becoming the last two to leave the office doorway. Before leaving, Laura glanced once more toward the office door and muttered softly, be happy. Janice walked beside her, hooking her shoulder. She turned her head to exhale a puff of smoke, her lips curving upward, her voice slightly hoarse. She will be. Laura chuckled lightly and left the office doorway together with Janice. One after another, the crowd gradually departed, leaving this area to Malia and Aelb. Malia, who had heard the conversation outside, touched the ring on her finger. The man in front of her still smiled, pulling Malia's hand, wanting to draw her back into his arms. Malia sat up, kissed Aelb's lips. Her eyes curved into a smile. Aelb. She called his name. Aelb pressed his lips where she had kissed, feeling a fiery passion in his heart. He hummed softly in response. The young girl wrapped her arms around his neck, kissing his cheek again. I love you too, Aelb. Just as she finished speaking, Malia's head was gently held by a large palm, and the person before her slowly approached. Her lips were gently nibbled, and he pried open her mouth, exploring inside. In the quiet office, only their slightly disordered breathing could be heard. Chapter 160, What's on Your Mind? Krista wasn't someone who could evolve a crystal core, and this fact had been weighing heavily on Isaac's mind these past few days. It was like an unresolved issue that he couldn't let go of, making him exceptionally irritable. Ever since Aelb appeared at the city gate that day, many of the restless people in Wuhan base suddenly became docile, so much that it left him struggling to find any breakthrough. Since the arrival of that batch of slaves into Wuhan base, he hadn't had a good night's sleep for several nights. Every time he closed his eyes, the image of the limping youth he had killed previously would come to mind. Tossing and turning, he decided to investigate the group that had entered the base. Or rather, there was no need for him to put in much effort, as the limping youth stepped forward on his own. The limping youth's name was Enrique. After integrating into Wuan base, he began spreading rumors about Jumping base everywhere. He gave vivid accounts, backed by other slaves, causing rumors about Jumping base to spread rapidly within Wuan base. Jumping base completely tore off its polished exterior, revealing the rotten core within, exploiting both psychics and ordinary people, prioritizing profit over human rights, even secretly conducting experiments on humans. Enrique spoke very sincerely, unearthing the deepest secrets of Jumping base and exposing them to the public. By the time Isaac tried to intervene, the rumors had already spread. These pieces of information were like sparks fanned by the spring breeze, growing stronger with each passing day. Within a few days, when people in Wuan base mentioned Jumping base, they would all frown and shake their heads, as if talking about something repulsive that they wanted to avoid at all costs. Isaac could only grit his teeth as he listened. Every time he looked at Enrique from the shadows, his gaze resembled that of a venomous snake ready to pounce at any moment. Enrique's actions to promote the filth of Jumping base were also under the instructions of Aelb. He deeply understood that since he had been saved, his life had become tied to Aelb and Wuan base. There was no turning back for him now. Moreover, after staying in Wuan base for a while, he no longer wished to return to the previous base. This place was no worse than Jumping base. Here, there were no slave systems. Even ordinary people, as long as they worked hard and had the courage to live in this apocalypse, could receive equal treatment. The Iron Maiden core was a vanguard of such progress. There were rarely cases of bullying the weak, and while people weren't overly warm with each other, they would still offer help when needed. Here, Enrique felt a freedom he had never experienced before. Wuan base was truly a miracle-creating base. He couldn't help but think so. Enrique, a young girl's voice called out from behind him. Turning around, he saw a fair-skinned, round-eyed little girl. Nearby psychics greeted her with smiles. Hey, little Leslie, long time no see. Malia smiled back at the psychics she had once campaigned with at Kunhei base, then her gaze fell upon Enrique. Enrique straightened up slightly, waiting for her to approach before asking softly, "Is the base leader looking for me?" Malia nodded. "Yes, I'll take you there." Through interactions over the past few days, Enrique learned that this beautiful young lady in front of him was the future wife of the base leader, the wife of that unfathomable man, and she was just an ordinary person. Knowing these titles, Enrique held deep respect for the woman before him, speaking courteously and humbly. Malia led Enrique confidently into the central building. There were many patrolling soldiers around this area, and one could feel a solemn atmosphere near the central building. But the round-eyed woman in front of him seemed very familiar with everyone around. Everywhere Enrique went, he could hear people calling out to Sister Leslie. She led him smoothly to Aelb's office without any hindrance. Enrique watched as she didn't even knock on the door, pushing it open directly. "Aelb, here's the person you asked for." In the room was only Aelb. Malia approached him and was caught by him for a forehead kiss. Malia giggled and picked up the stack of documents on the table. "I'll deliver these to Xiao Yi and Laura." With that, she left the room carrying the documents. Recently, she told Isaac that she was being monitored and would be confined indoors for a few days. Afterward, she invited a few psychics she used to chat with, giving them plenty of supplies and asking them to stay at her apartment door chatting. Those psychics, originally idle, readily agreed when they saw they could get supplies just by chatting. Isaac came a few times but turned away when he saw those psychics. He hadn't visited Malia for many days, not knowing what he was planning. Malia freed herself and stayed by Aelb's side, assisting him with his tasks. Within a few days, she had become an efficient aide to Aelb. While things were relatively calm on Aelb's end, it could be said that Palmer and the others were in complete disarray. Malia had just seen him, and before she could greet him, she was stopped by Adley's furious shout, her hands on her hips. To his third uncle's grandfather's second brother-in-law. What kind of person is this, wanting more supplies? Why doesn't he just dream about it? Adley, visibly enraged, grabbed the baseball bat next to the table and headed for the door. "The grandson of a turtle, I'll go settle accounts with him right now." Seeing her like this, the others hurriedly held her back. Malia pursed her lips and skirted around them, placing the documents steadily on their desks before softly calling out, "Linlin, what happened?" Only then did the commotion stop as they noticed Malia's presence. Adley's expression softened slightly, and she put the baseball bat behind her back. "Ah, Leslie came." Those who had been holding her back finally caught their breath, stepping aside to let Malia through. Under Aelb's influence, all members of the Falcon Squad had recently entered the central building to handle base affairs. Initially, they were full of high hopes. However, upon closer inspection, they realized that most of the significant issues within the base revolved around domestic disputes. The Falcon Squad members, who only knew how to kill zombies, struggled with such matters. One day someone would shout about wanting to fight the troublesome ones, and the next day another would grab a stick and threaten to bash the heads of those trying to take advantage. Since Wuan base restricted going out, many supplies were distributed by them. Today, they had encountered a shameless psychic demanding more supplies with extremely rude attitude. After hearing about it, Malia and Adley hid and fiercely criticized that person together. After calming Adley down, Malia was deep in thought. Perhaps such incidents weren't coincidental. If these small actions increased, might Wuan base gradually turn into the next Jumping base? So lost in thought was she that she didn't even notice Aelb approaching. He embraced Malia from behind, gently tilting her head back to look at him. "What are you thinking about, Leslie?" Chapter 161, Wuan Rules. Malia was still lost in her thoughts when Aelb took her hand and asked softly, "Why did you come here?" "There's a meeting soon." We agreed to come together earlier. I saw you hadn't returned, so I came out to find you. Aelb brushed the strands of hair from Malia's forehead and led her towards the conference room. After several days of intense work, the Wuan base had basically been handed over to Aelb, allowing him some breathing room. As they walked a few steps, seeing Malia still in this distracted state, Aelb became slightly worried. Guye? His gentle call brought back some of Malia's awareness. They were almost at the conference room door when Malia suddenly stopped, her eyes locking onto Aelb's. Aelb, Malia's tone was solemn, her clear eyes full of sincerity, drawing people to her. Let's establish laws. Her words were firm and decisive, not like a proposal but more like a declaration. Aelb pressed his lips together, looking seriously at Malia. His heart was pounding fiercely. Without waiting for Aelb to respond, Malia continued, establish a complete system so those who want to exploit loopholes have nowhere to hide. Our rules will be different from Jumping Base. Malia's words lacked emotional fervor, but each word struck Aelb's heart like hammers. Creating rules unique to their Wuan base. Anyone in Wuan base hearing these words would feel an excitement stirring within them. Malia's gaze was resolute, silently conveying strength. Aelb, let's make Wuan base better. Malia ended with a soft sentence. Before Aelb could say anything, two voices chimed in from behind them. Establish the rules, base commander. What else is there to hesitate about after hearing that? Malia and Aelb turned to see everyone gathered for the meeting standing there. The ones who had spoken were Janice and Palmer, both at the front with mild smiles, appearing exceptionally bright. Not just them, behind them stood Laura, Gary, and others all watching in their direction. There was no gloom on anyone's faces, as if welcoming dawn, each pair of eyes shone like stars. Aelb's gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on Malia. She was smiling at him, the sunlight falling on her. Just like when they first met, she was radiant like a lily in a greenhouse. Fragile, delicate, yet brimming with vitality. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Aelb opened his mouth and softly agreed, all right. On this ordinary afternoon, witnessed by all senior officials of Wuan base, the plan to establish Wuan rules officially began. Everyone was excited because of this event. The stagnant air of many days seemed to clear up instantly. People entering the conference room wore smiles, but they also knew the responsibilities on their shoulders had grown heavier. Everyone understood what this meant. Establishing order in Wuan base would make it an entity, a society closer to the pre-apocalypse structure. Their ambitions extended far beyond this area. Just as everything was being prepared enthusiastically, an unexpected message caught them off guard. Malia looked at the patrol soldier presenting the message, propping her head up, blurting out a name without thinking, Isaac. Aelb beside her clearly thought the same thing too. He frowned, dismissing the patrol soldier and glanced sideways at Malia. We can't let this continue. The soldier had just delivered the news that zombies had appeared again within the base. Someone had smuggled zombies into the base while the gates remained closed and let them rampage. They had previously used secret tunnels dug by the Jumping Base members to enter, leading Malia and Aelb to think of the few individuals from Jumping Base almost simultaneously. They had thought these people had calmed down these past days, but didn't expect them to resort to such tactics. Malia glanced at Aelb, pressing her lips together in deep thought. Is it time we return to Jumping Base? They had been keeping Isaac in the base to cause trouble, partly to rely on him to return to Jumping Base. They needed to uncover all the secrets hidden beneath Jumping Base. Now, with Wuan Base's operations running smoothly, with Janice and Gary holding things down, Aelb could leave without worry. He never intended to hold all the power in his hands. Aelb knew well that only if everyone worked together could the Wuan Base grow and strengthen. Malia made this proposal, and Aelb nodded in agreement. To return to Jumping Base, we must find the person who can evolve the crystal core. They had long considered what to do if Krista wasn't the one with the evolving crystal core. They just needed to put on another show for them. But this act would inevitably require a bait. I'll go with you. A male voice came from the doorway. Marvin pushed the door open and walked in. He originally came to find Aelb but didn't expect to hear Malia's and Aelb's conversation upon reaching the door. Marvin walked in calmly, looking at Malia and Aelb. I can handle the purification of the crystal core. His tone was firm and composed, showing he had made up his mind. Malia and Aelb exchanged glances, both noticing something unusual in each other's eyes. Isaac, is it really useful to smuggle 2 zombies into the base every day like this? Antoine sitting next to Isaac frowned. Zombies won't last long before being killed by psychics. This fundamentally doesn't pose any threat to the Wuan base. Isaac was chewing food, looking quite content. You don't understand the pros and cons. I don't want to turn the entire Wuan base into zombies. What I want is internal panic among them. A smile curled on the corner of his mouth. Ordinary zombies don't pose any real threat to psychics. The ones suffering daily are those ordinary people. These ignorant ordinary people will surely cause trouble once they become terrified. Only then will there be true chaos in the Wuan base. Antoine beside Isaac suddenly understood Isaac's intention but couldn't help feeling a bit scared. He never thought that Isaac, who always appeared cheerful, had such deep thoughts. The youth involuntarily moved a little away from Isaac. Chapter 162, The Big Fish, Hooked. After coming out of the small restaurant, Isaac wiped his mouth and headed towards his residence. Recently, many supplies in Wuan base were directly distributed by the base's upper echelons. This allowed quite a few lazy psychics to exploit loopholes. Isaac looked at the current Wuan base where people on the streets had harried expressions, with visible signs of weariness on their faces. Seeing this scene before him, Isaac's lips curled into a smile, feeling rather good. He strolled down the street as if admiring the scenery along the way, looking quite at ease and content. However, he hadn't walked far when suddenly many people rushed past him, heading towards someplace ahead. Noticing their hurried looks, Isaac felt somewhat curious. Another wave of psychics ran past him. Isaac quickly pulled one aside. "Where are you all going?" Though that psychic was stopped, he didn't even spare Isaac a glance, clearly showing impatience. "Don't you know? A psychic who can purify cores has appeared." The psychic was obviously in a hurry and broke free from Isaac's hold before rushing forward. Isaac stood still for 2 seconds in shock, then followed the psychics. Many people gathered around. Isaac, being observant, squeezed through a gap to the front row. As soon as he got closer, he saw a familiar figure. "Ashley, what are you doing here?" Malia, standing nearby, gave him a side glance, put her index finger to her lips, and pointed forward. In front of them was an obviously quarreling couple. Isaac recognized the man. He was Marvin, a member of the Falcon Squad. People around were discussing the woman's identity. Isaac perked up his ears and learned that she was a member of the Iron Lady Corps. Malia folded her arms, watching without showing much excitement, seemingly just spectating. Isaac, originally excited, seeing her indifferent look, calmed down too. He stood beside Malia and listened intently to the argument between the two. "You have no right to speak ill of our vice-captain. It was you who insisted on supporting her." The woman sounded indignant, her hand pointing at Marvin trembling slightly, clearly upset. Your vice-captain begged me to take her in. I've already done my best for her. She's benefited enough from my ability to purify cores." Discussing this topic stirred a commotion among the surrounding crowd. Marvin is the one who can purify cores. No one expected this outcome. Marvin also seemed to hear the crowd's reactions and immediately addressed everyone loudly. "Yes, it's true. I am the one who can purify cores. Meadow deceived my feelings and exploited my abilities. Now, in front of everyone, I will clarify this. Those purified cores circulating outside were made by me." His words were firm, but after being deceived once, everyone remained cautious. "How do you prove you can purify cores?" a psychic asked loudly. Marvin looked at the questioner, laughed mockingly, then pulled a crystal core from his pocket, looking around before passing it to Malia. Isaac watched his actions, eyes wide open. Malia showed no expression, rubbing the core in her hand, her gaze vague as she looked at Marvin. Marvin said, "Isn't it just that you want to see me purify a core? If this core isn't held in my hand, I can still turn it into a purified core." Then he turned to the woman. "If you don't believe me, feel free to call Meadow over to confront me face to face. I would like to see if she still has the face to come." The woman gritted her teeth and left without looking back. Even though one party in the argument had left, the crowd's interest did not diminish in the least. "Hurry up and purify it. Don't just talk." "Exactly, don't waste my time if it turns out to be fake again. Can anyone else purify it? How miraculous is that? Purify it, quick." Standing in front of Malia, Marvin took a step back as the crowd around her also moved away. Next to Malia was only Isaac. Now Isaac was completely focused on the core in Malia's hand, paying no attention to the surroundings. Marvin licked his lips and raised his arm under everyone's watchful eyes. Actually nervous inside, as the psychic with purification powers wasn't really him. This grand performance today was staged solely for Isaac, who stood beside Malia. As his arm lifted, the crowd held their breaths, all gazes converging on the crystal core in Malia's palm. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the surroundings were deathly silent. The crystal core in Malia's palm gradually shrank, and a radiant green light began to shine through. When the outer shell of the crystal core shed its greyish-white hue, revealing emerald green light, the astonished gasps from everyone erupted in unison. Isaac stared at the crystal core in Malia's hand, his gaze shifting in surprise between Malia, Marvin, and the core. He saw the surprised expression on Malia's face, her eyes fixated on the core as if she were in a daze. Shifting his gaze from Malia, he looked straight at Marvin. Not only him, but all eyes were now on Marvin. "I really purified the crystal core. My God, I actually witnessed the purification of a crystal core right before my eyes. He really has the ability to purify cores." Everyone was discussing excitedly, while Isaac kept staring at the crystal core in Malia's hand. "Can I take a look at the core?" Malia glanced at him, then rolled the core in her hand and placed it in Isaac's palm. Feeling it carefully, Isaac indeed sensed the power within, and his astonishment matched the intensity of the crowd's reactions. "I want to touch it too." Seeing him get the core, nearby psychics gathered around, almost snatching the core from his hands. Hands reached out towards Isaac, making him sway left and right. The crowd's attention soon shifted away from him. Without much thought, Isaac glanced at Marvin one last time, then turned and melted into the crowd. Malia, left alone, folded her arms and watched this scene unfold. Her gaze met Marvin's briefly before they both looked away. They each turned in opposite directions and walked off. Both of them couldn't help but smile subtly. The big fish, hooked. Chapter 163. Let's go. "Isaac, isn't it too risky to act tonight?" The psychic with Isaac frowned as he looked at him. "The matter of the purification crystal core is too coincidental. Should we wait another 2 days and investigate?" Isaac glanced at him, not slowing down in packing his belongings. "Wait another 2 days. By then, he will be just like Krista." Isaac's face showed a hint of sarcasm. "We know it's a treasure. Don't tell me the Wuhan base doesn't know that." Besides, that crystal core turned into a purification crystal core right before my eyes while Ashley held it. How could it be fake? Isaac's tone was exceptionally confident, and as he recalled that scene, he was still amazed. The grayish-white crystal core gradually turned emerald green right before his eyes, a slow process with a dreamlike beauty. You wouldn't want to return empty-handed, would you? This sentence completely stifled the youth's words. Clearly aware of Jumping Base's rules, the youth knew they would lose face in front of other psychics if they returned without success. After Isaac finished packing and prepared to notify Ashley, she and Aelb were already standing outside his door, ready to go. Isaac's expression changed slightly, but he soon smiled. How did you find my residence? Shirley stepped into his room after he opened the door, glancing around casually. What? Only you can come looking for me? Isaac felt some fear toward her abilities and dared not say much more. Shirley sat down on a chair in the room, looking at Isaac. Are we moving tonight? Her thoughts aligned perfectly with his. When their eyes met, Isaac's heart skipped a beat. He realized this woman wasn't just a powerful psychic without cunning. She had found his residence effortlessly and made quick judgments, indicating she had her plans all along. Isaac composed himself and nodded at Shirley. Let's leave tonight to avoid delays. Shirley crossed her legs, swaying them leisurely, though her words were serious. Lately, there have been many rumors about your base within Wuhan Base. Her light-hearted words caused Isaac's ears to twitch. Aelb stood behind Shirley like an unmoved guard, seemingly indifferent to their conversation. Human experiments, enhancement serums. Shirley glanced at her nails. Why do I not know any of these? Seeing Archibald's evident intention to hold him accountable, Isaac felt a headache coming on. The situation was getting out of hand. It seemed nothing in this Wuhan base went smoothly for him. Feeling the tension rise, the youth who shared a room with Isaac slipped away quietly. Now only Shirley, Aelb, and Isaac remained in the room. Facing Shirley, who was holding her fingers thoughtfully, Isaac felt a cold sweat running down his back. Her demeanor clearly indicated she intended to take action unless he explained everything clearly. His eyes met hers, then flickered to Aelb several times, but Aelb remained seated like a Buddha, apparently unaware of the hints. Realizing he couldn't dismiss others, Isaac gritted his teeth. Actually, it's no problem to tell you now. You'll know all this when you return anyway. Please trust Jumping Base's sincerity, Isaac said earnestly. Our base genuinely wants to recruit you. I can explain everything on the way back. Our priority now is to bring back the person who can purify the crystal core. Shirley looked at him but didn't respond. How do I know you're not saying this to temporarily pacify me? Isaac, no one is a fool. Seeing her reluctance, Isaac gritted his teeth again. From now on, I will tell you everything. Pausing briefly, he added, when we evacuate from Wuhan Base, I won't knock you out again. Is this acceptable? The secret passage in Wuhan Base was one of their trump cards. Showing it to Shirley must demonstrate their sincerity. Shirley pursed her lips and stared at Isaac for a long time, making him break into a sweat. Finally, she shifted her gaze and slowly spoke 4 words, deal. Seeing her calm down, Isaac breathed a sigh of relief. Night fell silently over Wuhan Base, where many people were still discussing the purification crystal core enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Shirley and the other psychics from Jumping Base gathered in the kitchen of a small restaurant. Leaning against the wall, Shirley asked the youth sharing a room with Isaac, can he bring that person here alone? The youth was suddenly called out and couldn't help but shiver. He swallowed hard. Why yes, Isaac is very proficient at it. As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding psychics all looked over. Facing a pair of questioning eyes, the youth realized he had misspoken and decided to come clean. All the zombies in the base were brought in by Isaac. Shirley glanced around and noticed several psychics revealing their surprise. It seemed that Isaac hadn't truly trusted even his fellow psychics from the same base. When she pretended to be upset and mentioned the rumors about Wuhan Base earlier, it wasn't entirely groundless. However, many of those rumors were actually revealed by Enrique regarding Jumping Base's dirty secrets. Now bringing them up served to pressure Isaac, extracting more information from him for their preparation to return to Jumping Base. This trip required them to investigate the secrets of Jumping Base, which would certainly be perilous. Knowing more beforehand wouldn't hurt. Sure enough, as the youth said, they didn't have to wait long before Isaac hurriedly carried a man into the kitchen. Carrying an adult male's weight was no easy task. Isaac was already drenched in sweat. He wiped his forehead and scanned everyone present. All here. Several psychics nodded, and one of them looked at Marvin lying on the ground, asking, Isaac, this is the psychic who can purify the crystal core. Isaac didn't answer directly but moved closer. Shirley, who had been leaning against the wall, slowly raised her hand with her index finger bent, pressing against her nose. Following a few thuds, only Shirley, Aelb, Isaac, and the youth sharing a room with him remained standing in the room. Shirley glanced at the youth and raised an eyebrow. Noticing her gaze, Isaac explained, Gerard, he also helped me with the zombie situation. Before he arrived at Wuhan Base, the former base commander had already cleaned up the internal elements, leaving their people in Wuhan Base completely exposed. Isolated and unsupported after entering the base, Isaac had no choice but to reveal the secret passage to a few people. Shirley waved at Aelb, who then picked up a psychic. She looked at Isaac, let's go. Chapter 164, The Jumping Group leaves. Isaac was carrying Marvin on his shoulder, while Malia followed behind him with empty hands. Aelb and Gerard were next in line. The group passed through the underground passage and headed outwards, with Malia maintaining her calm demeanor as she walked behind Isaac. Isaac kept an eye on her with his peripheral vision and noticed that her face remained composed and her lips tightly pressed together. Malia followed Isaac all the way to the cliff's edge outside the iron gate. The giant bird that had been stuck in the iron bars was gone, but the rope spanning the deep gorge had already been set up. Malia turned her gaze to Isaac. He hadn't taken out the short flute in front of them, indicating he was still holding something back. Isaac stopped and beckoned to Gerard. Xiao Xie, you go over first to provide support. Gerard, quite adept at this, tied himself to the zipline and disappeared into the darkness along the cable. There wasn't much communication between the two, presumably because they had practiced many times before. After Isaac transported each of the psychics one by one, he looked towards Malia and Aelb. Without a word, Aelb took the zipline from Isaac's hand and carefully wore it on himself. Without waiting for any assistance from Isaac, he hooked onto the zipline and rushed towards the other side. Malia shrugged her shoulders. After watching Isaac operate the zipline multiple times, she now understood it fairly well. Quickly fastening herself to the zipline, she slid across the gorge to the other side. Aelb was already there waiting for her. He stepped forward to steady her, gently unhooking the clasp on her zipline after absorbing the force of her landing. Gerard glanced over without saying anything. They always held a certain reverence for Malia, yet felt superior to ordinary people. Seeing Aelb care for Malia like this, they only thought it showed loyalty. Aelb brushed off the dust on Malia's pants. After everyone finished preparing, Gerard woke up the other psychics except for Marvin. They were afraid Marvin might encounter unexpected incidents if he regained consciousness during the journey, so they carried him away on their return to the jumping base. They entered and left the Wuhan base drowsily. These psychics following Isaac didn't dare ask for any explanation. Under the cover of night, Isaac looked back at the Wuhan base one last time, pursing his lips as he led the others to speed up their departure. He really, never wanted to stay in this frustrating place any longer. Under the night sky, atop the high wall, Gary stood in the darkness, looking down below. The patrol guards behind him didn't dare speak. They couldn't understand what Gary was observing in the pitch-black night. There was no light around, and even those nearby couldn't see each other's faces, let alone from atop the high wall looking down. But psychics were different. They're gone, a crisp voice suddenly rang out. This startled the two patrol guards, who immediately used their abilities to target the source of the sound. Sunamora approached from the edge of the high wall, surrounded by vines that bore marks of psychic power obviously left by the patrol guards. Gary turned to look at the little girl. They stared at each other for a long moment before Gary finally broke eye contact. He walked slowly towards Sunamora. Your psychic ability has awakened. Sunamora nodded, looking obedient. The vines beside her retracted obediently to her sides, like a kitten expecting to be petted. Her gaze towards Gary was filled with adoration. Sunamora was the first, and currently the only, dual ability holder. A combination of wood and psychic abilities. If she grew up, she would inevitably become a strong figure like Aelb. Gary chuckled lightly. Malia and Aelb had indeed found a gem. Let's go, we need to complete the tasks assigned by the base leaders. Gary gently placed his hand on the little girl's head, briefly touching and then releasing. Sunamora smiled and trotted after Gary's steps. Perhaps because they were both psychics, she seemed closer to Gary than to others. The jumping group did not know that the night they left, the lights in the Wuhan base central building stayed on all night, except for the base leader's office. Early the next morning, while everyone was still asleep, uniformed patrol guards knocked on doors house by house. An irritable psychic opened the door, ready to yell, but instead received a purification crystal core in his hand. Holding the green and lustrous crystal made their anger-filled minds instantly blank. The patrol guard glanced at him coldly. Gather under the central building at noon today. Upper management has some important things to say, about this, and about the base. The patrol guard pointed at the crystal core in his hand and then considerately closed the door for the psychic before moving on to the next house. Many psychics stood by their closed doors, holding the emerald green crystal cores in their hands, staring blankly for a long time before finally returning to bed. They must still be half asleep. The patrol guards worked very efficiently. Although many psychics were confused when they received the crystal cores, by noon, the area around the central building was packed solid. Everyone discussed in low voices, their faces filled with suppressed anticipation. At exactly 12 noon, Janice walked out of the central building. She held a loudspeaker, tapping it twice before placing it to her mouth. Everyone, you've all received the crystal cores, right? Her voice came through the speaker, slightly distorted. All eyes were on her, eagerly awaiting her next words. Janice scanned the crowd and got straight to the point. We've gathered everyone here today because there are several important matters we need to address. First, Janice paused briefly, taking a deep breath. Our Wuhan base has established regulations. All the detailed rules are posted on the bulletin boards along the streets. There will be rewards and punishments according to these regulations, punishment for those who commit crimes within the base, and rewards for those who make significant contributions. Janice pulled out a thumb-sized crystal core from her pocket and held it up for everyone to see. This reward is a welcoming gift from our new system to all members of the Wuhan base. Murmurs broke out, instantly filling the area around the central building with noise. We have an abundant supply of such emerald green crystal cores. Her voice, amplified by the speaker, reached everyone's ears. As long as you contribute to the Wuhan base, we will not fail to reward any contributor. Janice's voice was firm, conveying a sense of confidence. And she had every reason to be confident. Before leaving, Malia had left them an entire warehouse full of emerald green crystal cores. This stockpile would likely last the entire base for more than half a year. Second, Janice raised her voice slightly. From this day forward, the Wuhan base and the Jamping base are irreconcilable enemies. Chapter 165 Return to Jamping base. Having made the journey once before, they returned to Jamping base at an extremely fast pace this time. When the group of young people saw the gate of Jamping base, they all collectively heaved a sigh of relief. Malia and Aelb's gazes as they looked toward the gate of Jamping base had changed. On the way, they learned a lot about Jamping base from Isaac and others, and a certain premonition in their hearts grew stronger. Malia pursed her lips, following Isaac and the others into the base silently. As soon as the gate of Jamping base opened, Flash walked up to them. Behind Flash, there were quite a few familiar-looking psychics. These people had apparently received news somehow, waiting here early for Isaac and Malia's arrival. Malia's gaze fell on the people around Flash. This time, she did not see the dog that was always with him. Flash wore a smile, quickly walking up after seeing them. Fabio stepped forward beside him, taking the still unconscious Marvin from Isaac's hands. Isaac, seeing Flash staring at Marvin, spoke first. Base leader, many things happened at Wuhan base. That crystal we met earlier was a fake purifier. This one is the real one. He wanted to explain further, but Flash raised his hand to stop him. His identity will be verified by someone. These matters can be discussed later. From the moment he arrived until now, Flash's gaze never fell on Isaac. He stared at Malia, full of smiles. Tough journey. Welcome back. Malia glanced sideways at Isaac, who looked awkward, and responded softly, thank you. The smile on Flash's face deepened slightly. He sidestepped slightly to make room. I've prepared rooms for you ahead of time. While you were away, some things happened in the base. The two small slaves you left in the apartment ran away. Malia pursed her lips. She clicked her tongue lightly, her brows slightly furrowed and then relaxed, saying indifferently, they're just two slaves. If they're gone, they're gone. Ever since they started talking, Flash had been observing Malia's expression. Only now did he relax his brow, turning to lead the way. Let me take you to see your newly arranged rooms. Malia didn't follow Flash. Noticing the lack of movement behind him, Flash, who had taken a few steps forward, turned his head to look back. She saw Malia's gaze fall on Marvin. Watching Fabio carry him away and turn down an alley, she couldn't see where he was being taken anymore. She pursed her lips again and asked Flash sideways, where are you taking him? Flash smiled but said nothing, diverting to another topic. Little CAI, may I call you like that? Malia didn't respond to him. There's no rush with some matters. The issue of the purifiers will be handled by someone else. Is there anything else you wish to hear? I'll tell you. Flash's voice remained gentle, always yielding to Malia, making Aelb, standing behind her, extremely unhappy. Malia didn't answer and changed the subject. I'm tired. With the title of purifier, Marvin temporarily had no worry of losing his life. By mentioning him, she was putting pressure on Flash and showing her discontent with the unclear situation in the base. Seemingly able to meet any of Malia's demands, Flash shrugged with an unconcerned expression. I'll take you to your new quarters. It was clear that this time Flash's attitude towards her had made a 180-degree change. Malia wouldn't assume out of vanity that he truly liked her. A person like Flash would only be interested in benefits. The newly arranged room wasn't far from Flash's residence, or rather it was adjacent. Just before entering the door, Malia glanced at the house next to hers. The base leader really feels safe having me live here. Flash turned to look at her, his face more confident. Of course. After all, you are my most favored psychic. His words remained gentle, just like how he seemed. Harmless while also lacking any significant presence. He stretched out his hand and patted Malia on the shoulder. Rest well. In 2 days, all your questions about Jamping base will be answered. Serious as he spoke, Malia reined in all her spirit energy when he got close. Only as he patted her shoulder did Malia bite her lip. Flash indeed carried spirit energy. After Flash left, neither Malia nor Aelb moved. They exchanged a glance at the door, then entered the apartment with usual expressions. Aelb silently came to the curtains, pulled them all open, and opened the windows to ventilate the indoor area. A figure flashed from behind a window half obscured by blackout curtains, darting away from the apartment as Aelb opened the window. Malia looked in the direction of the window and said softly, gone. Aelb returned to her side and also nodded. It seems Flash still doesn't trust us much. The person outside the window was clearly observing them, with such an intense gaze that it could be felt even from a distance. Whether he trusts us or not, as an outstanding psychic, now they already have suspicions about me. If he wants to keep me, he has to share the secrets of the base with me. Malia spoke confidently, which was the current reality. Aelb raised his hand to pinch the back of her neck, straightening his lips with a strange tone. If he wants to firmly get you, there are many other ways, like a stable relationship as partners. Malia shrank her neck under his pinch, noticing Aelb's smile becoming more peculiar. She frowned with distress. What should we do then? Someone overturned a vinegar pot. Aelb pulled Malia into his arms, laughing at her little act. He didn't really think Malia would end up with someone like Flash, but seeing Flash's fawning attitude made him uncomfortable. Aelb recalled another matter. Holding Malia close, he said, while walking down the street just now, I saw many people who were busier than before, occasionally hearing someone talking about slaves. It seems letting so many people escape has dealt a significant blow to Jamping base. Malia understood. She had also sensed some abnormalities on the streets. She nodded. Let's wait until 2 days later. To keep me, Flash will definitely show utmost sincerity. By then, we will act separately. You can also explore Jumping Base to see if there are any breakthroughs. Outside the apartment window, evergreen trees stood. Aelb held Malia as the wind blew through the open window, resting on both of them, casting a room full of peace. Chapter 166, Gerard. After a night's rest, Malia and Aelb opened their eyes again at noon the next day. The exhaustion from the days of travel had vanished after a night's rest. Standing by the window listening to the lively sounds of Jumping Base, there were only half as many compared to before they left. Malia and Aelb walked out of the apartment building. The crowd on the streets was still bustling. After just a few steps, they encountered Gerard with a smile on his face. Seeing them, he greeted them with a wave and a smile. Good morning. Malia sized him up for a moment. You seem so happy. Where are you heading? Gerard's smile did not fade as he chuckled softly. The base commander wants to see me. Ordinarily, he wouldn't even get close to the base commander, but this meeting after the mission was an unexpected delight. Gerard wore an expression of anticipation and self-satisfaction. He had helped Isaac greatly during the mission, and it seemed his capabilities had caught attention. Without saying much more to Malia and the others, he headed in the direction of the base commander. Malia glanced back at his retreating figure without too much thought. Given his diligent performance along the way, earning recognition wasn't hard if Isaac really spoke up for him to Flash. Malia and Aelb strolled down the streets of Jumping Base, observing the passing psychics. Occasionally, they would turn into narrow alleys, checking things out briefly before hurrying away. They had taken a group of people with them initially, but there were still many hidden underground dungeons in Jumping Base where slaves were held that they hadn't discovered yet. In various secluded spots, psychics could be seen frequently leading out individuals with collars around their necks. Master, the two I bought today, I know how to train them. A familiar and fawning voice rang out ahead, filled with cautious flattery. Malia and Aelb looked over to see a short psychic and Yonis trailing behind, bowing and scraping. Yonis's neck clearly bore the collar symbolizing slavery, and he acted like a good dog obediently wagging his tail for the lead psychic. And the person Yonis was fawning over was someone familiar to Malia and company, Eli, the manager of Jumping Base's arena. Eli glanced around casually and spotted Malia and Aelb walking towards them. Both parties were momentarily stunned upon seeing each other. Yonis's expression froze, and Eli noticed his sudden silence, glancing between Malia and Yonis. He raised an eyebrow. Do you know them? Yonis immediately lowered his head, staying silent. Noticing his evasion, Eli turned his gaze toward Malia. Of course, he recognized her. Within days of entering the base, her reputation as a Thunder-type psychic had spread throughout the entire base. However, neither party had any interest in engaging with the other and passed by, heading in opposite directions. As they walked further, Malia could still hear Eli's mocking laugh behind them. Remember your place. You're not like those two anymore. Malia didn't hear Yonis's response but pursed her lips. Recalling the past, Yonis and Jean had been inseparable. But now, their relationship had broken down completely, leaving only Yonis, which was disheartening. Malia and Aelb lost interest in wandering further and returned to the apartment. Near the door, Malia glanced at the neighboring house, frowning. She thought she had faintly heard a zombie's groaning just now. Aelb noticed her stop and couldn't help asking, "What's wrong?" Malia stared at the adjacent house for a long time. The door was tightly shut, and the curtains drawn, making it impossible to see inside. The surroundings were quiet once more, as if what she heard earlier was just an illusion. She shook her head at Aelb and pushed him into the room. Inside the room, Malia frowned. I thought I just heard a zombie's groan coming from Flash's place. Aelb frowned as well, glancing in Flash's direction several times. Zombies again. It seems everything in this Jumping Base has something to do with zombies. After a brief pause, his tone grew heavy. Guyue, I have a hunch. Their eyes met, understanding passing between them. Their drugs can turn psychics into psychic zombies, so maybe they've been involved with the other zombies as well. At this thought, both of their expressions turned grave. The news from Wuhan Base should have been spread by now. Malia shifted the topic to Wuhan Base. Aelb nodded in agreement. Before we left, we had Palmer and others go to other bases. Debbie should have already met up with Kungning Base. If everything goes as planned, Kungning Base should be the first to respond to our call to oppose Jumping Base. Before they left Wuhan Base, they not only set rules internally but also sought alliances with surrounding bases externally. Their goal was singular, to collaborate inside and out to bring down Jumping Base. The tree shadows outside the window swayed, and the gradually cooling weather brought a foreign chill even in the wind. In the neighboring room, Flash held a small earth dog by the door. He peeked through the gap in the curtains, stroking the dog from its head down to its belly. You seem to particularly like that woman, he murmured, his tone playful and rising at the end. Flash lowered his head to meet the earth dog's bright red eyes, unafraid, instead smiling faintly. There seems to be something different about her compared to others. The earth dog grunted softly, didn't lunge at him like a wild beast would, but curled up in his arms as if it were a well-behaved pet. Under Flash's caress, the earth dog closed its eyes contentedly, but then as if sensing something, it slowly opened them and met the gaze of a ghastly pale face in the corner of the room. The man lay on his back, eyes wide open. Through the light filtering through the curtain's seam, one could see the pool of dark red blood beneath him. His neck was a mangled mess, as if torn apart by some wild animal. His body was stiff, having been dead for quite some time, and when looking at his face, it became apparent it was none other than the previously joyful Gerard. Ever since he entered this room, he hadn't made a sound. The earth dog let out 2 more grunts, buried its head under its paws, and closed its eyes as if it wanted to sleep. Chapter 167 Underground Passage. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. Early in the morning, Malia and Aelb were fully prepared for the day ahead. Whenever they went out these past few days, everyone they encountered greeted them with smiles. Wherever they went, any psionics who spotted them would gather around to chat or offer help voluntarily. Amidst such enthusiasm, their investigation of Jumping Base became quite challenging. Every night, the duo would use Aelb's abilities to scout the areas where slaves were kept. To overthrow Jumping Base, the best course of action was to incite a revolt among these oppressed slaves. However, not knowing the exact locations where the slaves were held made their reconnaissance efforts particularly slow. Early in the morning, after having breakfast, Malia and Aelb hadn't yet decided where to inspect that night when someone rang their doorbell. The doorbell sounded like an alarm going off in their heads. After tidying up, Malia leisurely opened the door. As expected, Flash stood outside, wearing a warm smile. He still held the little mongrel dog he had brought with him before. This dog always seemed to be half asleep, no matter when Malia saw it. "Good morning, Oriana. I've come to take you somewhere." Malia nodded, prepared for this possibility. With a composed expression, she stepped out following Flash's lead. Aelb was about to follow when he was blocked by 2 psionics at the doorway. Noticing Aelb being stopped, Malia turned, frowning. Flash continued walking, as if expecting this scenario, and spoke loudly, "Sorry, Oriana. The place we're heading to is very private, and no one else can come along." His tone was casual as he patted the sleeping mongrel in his arms. "Your little slave will have to rest here for a while." Malia stood in the middle of the path, with Flash calmly moving forward in front of her and Aelb blocked by psionics behind her. Aelb's eyes remained fixed on her, his lips tight. Seeing no concession from the psionics, he took a step back after a moment of silence. "I'll wait for you at home." Aelb slightly bowed his head, appearing just like a submissive little slave. Their eyes met briefly, and Malia nodded slightly, saying nothing more. She followed Flash's steps, much like a negligent husband leaving his wife behind without a backward glance. Watching Malia and Flash walk away, the 2 psionics blocking the door didn't linger, ignoring Aelb and leaving the apartment complex. Aelb remained at the doorway until the 2 psionics disappeared from view, then slowly closed the door. Fabio, hiding nearby, observed everything and scoffed, turning to Preston beside him. "What deep scheming? You're overthinking. Does such an ordinary person deserve our surveillance for so long?" His words were laced with sarcasm, and without waiting for a response, he left the observation spot to attend to his own matters. Preston, however, remained there, frowning. He stared at the entrance of Malia and Aelb's apartment, his face heavy with concern. For some reason, these 2 felt familiar, but none of his memories matched them. After gazing at the closed door for a long time, he finally gave up and left the area as well. Inside the apartment he had been watching, it was already empty. Almost the moment the door closed, Aelb's black hole appeared in front of him. He disappeared into it, leaving his original spot. Using this time, Aelb went to the base's corners to continue investigating the locations of all the slave dungeons. Meanwhile, Malia walked alongside Flash, following him deeper into the base. The surroundings grew increasingly familiar, causing Malia to frown involuntarily. Stopping in front of a building, Malia looked up at the large gate and its surroundings before slowly naming it. "Psionics Fighting Arena?" Flash glanced back at her, smiling without answering. Pushing open the gate, he gestured for Malia to follow. Upon entering again, unlike the previous crowd noise, the room was now completely empty. Malia looked around, her ears twitching slightly. Without the cover of human voices, the hoarse sounds in the air became particularly noticeable. These were the unmistakable sounds of zombies. The door behind her closed with a click. Meanwhile, the small mongrel dog in Flash's hands jumped down from his arm. Malia's attention was drawn to the suddenly lively little dog. Lowering her gaze, she met its crimson eyes. Malia felt a twinge of surprise deep within, her brows knitting together. Dark purple lightning gathered in Malia's hand, and she instinctively prepared to attack the mutated dog. "Don't panic, it won't bite people randomly," Flash said casually, as if he were talking about a normal household pet. The dark purple lightning in Malia's hand did not retract. Instead, she squinted her eyes, eyeing Flash warily. "What's really going on?" Her tone was cold and hard, defensive and assertive, just as Flash had anticipated. The smile on his lips widened further. He ignored Malia's questioning gaze and walked towards the stairwell in the corner, where the light didn't reach. "You can follow me and take a look first." His eyes fell on the small mongrel dog sitting before Malia, and he added with a smile, "Don't worry, it won't follow us." As if to confirm Flash's words, the small mongrel dog bypassed Malia and crouched by the tightly shut gate, adopting a guard dog posture. Malia glanced back at the dog several times before cautiously walking over to Flash's side. Seeing that Malia was willing to continue, Flash fumbled along the wall in the stairwell and seemed to hit a switch. Suddenly, a narrow passageway that could fit one person opened up in the previously confined space. Malia peered into the passage. It was pitch black inside, and near the entrance, she could feel the slightly cooler temperature emanating from within. Flash took a kerosene lamp from a drawer in the stairwell, lit it, and then stepped into the passage first. "Everything you know is inside here." Before entering, Flash looked at Malia. "Do you still want to know everything about Jumping Base?" Looking at Flash's confident expression, Malia's mind raced, but she maintained an intrigued demeanor on her face. "Of course, only now do I think your base has become interesting." Flash smiled silently ahead, holding the kerosene lamp as he walked forward first. Chapter 168 Underground Laboratory. The small underground cell was filled with an overwhelming stench. In the dark and confined environment, only the faint sound of fabric rubbing together could be heard. In this not-so-large dark cell, dozens of ordinary people were imprisoned. Amidst the silence, the sound of shoes stepping on the ground was particularly prominent. This sudden noise made the people in the room involuntarily curl up their bodies. In the darkness, a man's low voice was exceptionally clear in the dungeon. "Hello." Aelb took out a candle he had bought earlier from his pocket and lit it. When the flickering candlelight illuminated this narrow space, Aelb met the eyes of dozens of numb people. The air fell into a brief silence, and the crowd suddenly squeezed away from Aelb. Though startled by his sudden appearance, these people did not dare to scream. Aelb kept a safe distance from everyone and softened his voice. "Everyone, please rest assured, I have no ill intentions." He raised both hands to show that he meant no harm. "Perhaps you've heard that recently, many people who were imprisoned in places like this have gone missing." Upon hearing this, some reactions began to emerge. It seemed they were relatively informed about the mass disappearance of captives. Seeing their reaction, Aelb let out a sigh of relief. "I can help you leave too, but it will require your cooperation." His gaze swept over the faces still wary of him, and he couldn't help but sigh softly. Breaking through these people's defenses was no easy task. Back then, Ganon and Ruxiangsamy's abilities were instrumental in quickly evacuating all the psychics and ordinary people. Suddenly, a little girl's weak voice sounded from the crowd. "Really? Can we get out?" Aelb looked in the direction of the voice and saw a skinny little girl, around 7 or 8 years old, staring at him with her large black eyes. Despite being so young, there was exhaustion in her eyes. "Can we really leave here?" The little girl met his gaze and asked again, not willing to give up hope. Meeting those eyes, Aelb pressed his lips together and answered firmly, "Yes." Hearing his response, the little girl stepped forward from the crowd. Suffering from long-term malnutrition, her wrists were so thin that they seemed like they could snap easily. There was a determination in her dark eyes that was somewhat terrifying. "I'll go with you. I don't want to stay here forever." Borrowing the light of the candle, she looked around and murmured, "This is the first time I can clearly see what's around me. Grey walls, excrement in the corners, tattered clothes, and bruises. There wasn't a single thing here that could be considered beautiful. They were treated like pigs in a pen, stripped of any humanity." The little girl's straightforward words didn't just reach Aelb's ears but also touched others' hearts. Wasn't this place terrible enough already? Now that there was a chance, following this man might be better than staying here. It couldn't get worse than this. Immediately, most people leaned toward supporting Aelb. Seeing the situation unfold favorably, Aelb felt slightly relieved and continued softly, "Leaving won't just rely on me, I need your help too." He gently touched the dried and tangled hair of the little girl in front of him. "If we work together, we can definitely escape this hellish place." Compared to the beginning, these people started listening to Aelb seriously. In this dirty dungeon, only Aelb's gentler voice remained. Click. After walking through the long, dark corridor, Flash placed the kerosene lamp in a wall niche. He reached out to open the heavy iron door before him, revealing the cold white light from fluorescent lamps on the other side. Malia squinted her eyes, blinking for a moment to adjust to the light. What she saw next was truly astonishing. The space around her was entirely built of steel, including the thick iron door they had just pushed open, which was almost as wide as Malia herself. The lighting was adequate, and directly in front of the newly opened door was another corridor. From where they stood, it seemed that the corridor was lined with various precision instruments. Their current position was empty except for several spray nozzles overhead, resembling shower heads. "Don't look up," Flash warned slowly. Just as Malia raised her head, the nozzles above started spraying. She quickly lowered her head. Not only above but also around them, mist began to emerge. A smell of disinfectant spread around them. Not only that, as they walked through the corridor, every 2 or 3 steps, disinfectant would spray down, and they went through several procedures before finally reaching this side of the corridor. Malia turned around to look at the direction they had come from, marveling at the row of sterilization equipment. After all this time, they had just entered their destination. Malia looked around. There were many large instruments in operation around her. The lights on the instruments flickered, some even emitted buzzing sounds, creating a grand scene. Unfortunately, Malia couldn't understand these machines. Flash circled the area nearby and stopped in front of a conveyor belt, beckoning Malia over. Malia obediently walked over and saw a bottle of reagent on the conveyor belt that looked quite familiar to her. "I know you already learned some things from Isaac earlier. Although his knowledge isn't complete, the general content is mostly accurate." Flash picked up the small bottle of reagent from the conveyor belt. "Yes, this is the drug that can enhance psychic abilities." Flash lazily showed the reagent to Malia, then put it back. "The few informed psychics you have seen have all taken this drug, even though it has a slight side effect." Malia raised an eyebrow. "Your meaning is, Fabio and Preston both used this drug?" Flash shrugged opposite her, with a gentle smile on his face. After all, who wouldn't want stronger psychic powers? Malia scanned the production line here, her gaze deep. After observing, she didn't give any evaluation but pointed to an inconspicuous small door on the side. "What's over there? Don't rush, this is just the beginning. This kind of drug is not something rare to many people in the base. I want to show you something more interesting." Flash pulled out a key from his neck, inserted it into the lock of the small door, and turned the key with a crisp click. The world behind the small door slowly unfolded before Malia. Chapter 169, Cultivation Columns. If hell had a face, it wouldn't dare look like this. After stepping through the door, Alize's gaze cleared to comprehend the scene before her, leaving only one thought in her mind. Her hands hung by her sides, clenching tightly until her knuckles turned white. Pain surged, pulling back some of her sanity and stopping her from immediately attacking Flash. As she observed the interior of the small room, Flash was also surveying the area. Unlike Alize, he gazed at the place as if he were looking at a lover, his eyes lingering with intensity. Before Alize were rows of transparent columns, each filled with yellowish liquid that submerged bloated human bodies. Among these bodies were both zombies and humans, silently floating inside, connected to machines via thin tubes attached to their brainstems, as if something was continuously being extracted. The pungent smell in the air was almost intoxicating. "See, this is humanity's hope for the future," Flash said lightly, patting the cultivation column before him where a human body was immersed. "Have you ever considered that beyond psychokinetic abilities, there exists another form of energy?" Flash's dark eyes appeared calm, yet Alize detected madness within those deep pools. This energy might be superior to psychokinesis. Flash pointed to the thin tubes connecting to the human bodies. "This energy resides within certain individuals' brains." Flash tapped his temple. "I discovered this energy first. However, they are too powerful. If used on ordinary people, adverse effects would occur." He seemed briefly troubled but quickly smiled again. "But everything is worth it because, thanks to this energy, humanity is evolving." Alize pressed her lips together, silent before the cultivation columns. She picked up on hidden information in Flash's words and turned to look at him. "You've been conducting human experiments for quite some time, haven't you?" Alize suspected that the energy he discovered was the spiritual energy she herself could use. Flash admitted openly to Alize's question, shrugging indifferently. "Yes. Isn't this a good thing?" Flash curled his lips into a smile. "Without my discovery of this energy, psychokinesis wouldn't have emerged, would it?" Alize frowned, her gaze on Flash becoming suddenly serious. "What do you mean by that?" Seeing her expression, Flash did not rush to explain but led her deeper into the room. "Let's talk while we walk." Following Flash around a black cultivation column, Alize saw that there were more passages leading further inside. She looked up and saw interconnected pipes overhead, the liquid drawn from the human brainstems converging towards the first chamber. This black cultivation column was the first pipeline. The dark liquid inside only reflected Alize's own face. After examining the column for a long time, she suddenly noticed a pale object floating near the top. Something floated in the black liquid. As the white object neared the glass wall, Alize finally saw its entirety, a swollen arm with bulging veins and blackened, sharp nails, clearly belonging to a zombie. Alize furrowed her brows tightly. After the arm approached the glass, she noticed several other white objects floating in various spots, various human organs. This wasn't just a black cultivation column. It was a pool of zombie corpses. Flash urged her from behind. "Hurry up and follow me." He didn't care about Alize's curiosity about the cultivation column and was even pleased that she noticed its abnormality. Alize shifted her gaze from the pool of zombie corpses to Flash's face. He still wore a smile, eager to share what came next with her. Looking at him, Alize felt a chill down her spine. In the past, killing for her was merely nodding her head, but she had never encountered someone who manipulated corpses like this. Alize closed her eyes briefly and followed Flash's footsteps. What awaited them inside, she didn't dare to imagine. "Have you made any progress?" Far from Jumping Base, in Kongning Base, Debbie stood outside the laboratory with a frown. Facing her was a woman dressed in a white lab coat and goggles, Carly. Carly held a notebook with a series of professional data that even Debbie couldn't understand upon close inspection. But Carly, staring at the data in her hand, frowned deeply. "Where did you get that potion?" Debbie was an impatient person and she explained the origin of the potion rapidly. "We brought this from Jumping Base. It said that this potion can enhance psychokinesis. Have you figured out anything? What's the result? Just tell us quickly." She had been waiting outside the laboratory for several days, and her limited patience had long been exhausted. Carly took off her glasses, but her furrowed brows didn't ease up. "There is a very strong energy fluctuation inside it, surpassing psychokinesis. Unfortunately, I don't have the capability to analyze it." Debbie pouted and muttered, "Oriana asked me to find you because they thought you were so capable, but you couldn't analyze it either." Jack, who stood behind Debbie, tugged at her arm and gave Debbie a shy smile. "Sorry, you doesn't know how to speak. You continue your research. We will fully support you whenever you need us." With that, he pulled Debbie away from the lab door. Carly pinched the bridge of her nose, glanced at the notebook in her hand, sighed heavily, and decided to go back and rest for the night. Days of continuous research had left her utterly exhausted. Pushing herself further wouldn't yield any results, so she might as well take a good rest. After she left, a figure emerged from around the corner of the laboratory. The person was slender, with wandering eyes. In the darkness, she tiptoed quietly toward the lab door. Looking at the lab door, she wore a greedy smile. It was Linda, who had been expelled from the institute. Having spent many years in the institute, even after leaving, she knew it like the back of her hand. Without the generous treatment as a researcher, she resorted to stealing and selling items from the institute to survive. She had heard every word clearly. A potion that could enhance psychokinesis, containing energy beyond psychokinesis. How could such valuable items be used solely for research? Her face twisted into a bizarre smile, and her hand pressed on the handle in front of her, clicking it open. Chapter 170, Linda. After a quiet night, The people of Kongning Base woke up as usual from their slumber. A night's rest made Carly feel refreshed and relaxed, clearing away yesterday's confusion. She quickly washed up and headed towards the laboratory. In recent days, all her attention had been on the row of medicines. The liquid inside was very active. There was one thing she hadn't told Debbie and the others yet: she found quite a bit of human bodily fluids in that liquid, though it wasn't clear what else might have mixed into it. Carly reorganized the details about the medicine in her mind while opening the door to the laboratory. But just by cracking the door slightly, Carly sensed something wrong inside. An odor unfamiliar to the laboratory wafted out. She keenly identified it as very similar to the stench of zombies. Carly furrowed her brow tightly and closed the half-open door again. Suddenly, a hand stretched out from the doorway, gripping the nearly closing door frame with great force, producing a loud thud. Carly was startled. She grabbed the doorknob, trying to close the door immediately to contain the zombie inside. Unexpectedly, this zombie was extremely strong, holding the door firmly without any movement. Through the slight gap, Carly saw the zombie's face. Long black hair hung down from her head, exposing a face of an unnatural purplish-black color, veins bulging, eyeballs protruding. It was clearly a female zombie. Recognizing her face, Carly's frown deepened. Linda. Yet, the other party seemed to have little rationality left. The zombie growled menacingly, baring its sharp teeth, ready to pounce on Carly. Inside its open mouth were burn marks, and Carly could see the wriggling liquid she had been studying day and night. That liquid clung to the burned areas of Linda's mouth, still writhing uneasily. The female zombie was very strong, using both hands to pry at the door, attempting to open it. A hand extended from behind Carly, slamming the lab door shut forcefully. The fingers of the female zombie were crushed by the door, emitting a piercing scream from inside. Turning around, Carly met Debbie's worried gaze. What's going on? Where did this zombie come from? Listening to the angry howls of the zombie inside, Carly took out the notebook where she had recorded data about the medicine, scribbling down something. Debbie peered over to see what she was writing. This time, Carly was not recording data but a string of words with 3 exclamation points. Ordinary people will turn into zombies after taking the medicine. Startled, Debbie looked up at Carly's serious expression and then at the zombie relentlessly hammering the door. Is the one inside? Did they turn like that because of the medicine? Carly nodded. I know that zombie. She was just an ordinary person. And I saw the medicine on her too. Debbie stared blankly at her before turning to look at Jack, both faces full of shock. Then, does that mean Jamping Base can manufacture zombies? Do you have a production line for such medicines here? Alizi asked Flash, who kept showing her around, in a serious tone. Flash led her through the corridors, raising an eyebrow. You are truly even smarter than I imagined. I'm really getting more fond of you. He quickened his pace 2 steps ahead, gesturing beside him. We've reached the first room, which handles the finished product process. The second room is for filtration and screening. But this place is where the energy is extracted. Alizi looked in the direction he indicated. On one side of the corridor was a glass wall. Behind the glass was a pool of blood water, or rather, not just blood water but also severed limbs and dozens of zombies engaged in a fierce battle. This was the first time Alizi witnessed zombies fighting each other. The scene was brutal, one ripping off another's arm, one biting through another's throat. Their eyes were a bright red, reflecting the knee-deep blood water, so red it hurt to look at. The zombies you see, only the living ones, the ones that eat the crystal cores of the others, get to enter the cultivation pillars behind. Flash smiled, touching the glass wall with his fingers. Alizi pursed her lips, breeding poison insects. He turned around, shrugging at Alizi, something like that. On the other side of the glass wall was another glass wall, densely packed with square cages, each containing a psionics user. They were curled up in small cages, unable to move, and upon closer inspection, small tubes could be seen linked to their heads. Malia's gaze swept over these psionics users, abruptly stopping on one of them. That was Bernie, who had been missing for a long time. Initially, when Elena failed in her attempt to kill and disappeared within the Wuhan base, Bernie vanished along with her. Not having seen him for so long, his sudden appearance here left Malia momentarily stunned. I said before, without my research, how could psionics appear? Look here. Flash walked to the control console ahead and pressed some unknown switch. The surroundings were filled with the rumble of machines as the thin tubes connected to the psionics users' heads began to move. I extracted that powerful energy and linked it into the human body. As with experiments, you should know, they initially all failed. Those people turned into zombies. The psionics users inside the cages began to show signs of pain, twisting their bodies in an attempt to escape something, but unfortunately, the cages were too small, leaving them unable to move. That power is indeed overwhelming. It can rapidly enter another person's body through even the slightest wound, turning the other person into a zombie just as quickly. I thought all the experiments had failed, but unexpectedly, I discovered a miracle. Flash pressed another button on the machine. The grayish-white brain matter extracted from the psionics users flowed through the pipes into the other side of the glass wall and fell beside the zombies like food being fed. The zombies, which had been biting and fighting each other, instantly abandoned each other and scrambled to drink the brain matter. Among those zombies, someone actually developed psionics. There was amazement in Flash's voice. You wouldn't have guessed that the first to develop psionics was a zombie. Malia pursed her lips. She couldn't agree with what Flash said. Spiritual energy clearly went against the nature of this world. All the psionics derived from spiritual energy evolution were nothing more than this world's spontaneous resistance to the sudden emergence of power beyond its balance. Whether it was crystal cores or energy fruits, All psionics and spiritual energy evolved together. It wasn't Flash who propelled evolution, but rather this world itself was creating energy to maintain its balance. Chapter 171, Drink, or Not to Drink. This place will be the birthplace of future human evolution. Flash's voice changed pitch due to excitement. He smiled and slowly said, I know you are different. And now you are the only one who understands the full picture here, Oriana. Would you like to join me? We will be the ones who can change the course of human evolution. Malia met Flash's gaze, and beneath their dark eyes, there were hidden thoughts. She glanced around. On her left were zombies with red eyes tearing into their companions, and on her right was a wall of iron cages, while she stood in the middle. Across from her stood the instigator of this world filled with corpses. What is your ability? Malia suddenly asked, looking at the person before her. Since you say that abnormals are the evolution of humans, what kind of ability have you gained? She did not fully understand the effects of these potions, which put her in a very passive situation. Malia's question made Flash smile again. I said you were different. You're the first one to ask me this question. He seemed very excited as he moved closer to Malia, his eyes filled with admiration. Most abnormals, upon seeing his equipment, either gasped in amazement or trembled in fear. Like Malia's calm demeanor, it was unprecedented. Malia was unmoved by his praise. You took that potion too, didn't you? How strong is your current abnormality? Flash stood at the front control panel, his lips curled. Didn't you see Da Huang outside the door? Malia followed his pace to the control panel edge. Flash unconsciously tapped buttons on the control panel as if playing with a toy. I indeed used that potion, or rather, I was the first to use it. That's why you didn't turn into a zombie, isn't that what you want to ask? Flash looked at Malia. Taking the potion for the first time won't suddenly turn you into a zombie. It requires a process. He operated the console, extracting an abnormal from one of the cages. The person had limp limbs, allowing the mechanical arms above to grab him and place him in front of Malia and Flash. Flash somehow found a vial of potion, opened the stopper, pinched the abnormal's face, and poured the entire contents down his throat. Malia hadn't expected him to directly grab someone for experimentation. The abnormal, having been fed the potion, soon began contorting his limbs. Originally unconscious, the abnormal was painfully awoken, shouting in agony. His veins bulged, his eyeballs protruded, and even his throat started making guttural sounds. Seeing him almost transform into a zombie, Flash pried open his mouth again, pouring another vial of potion down his throat. The potion seemed to suppress the guttural low roars. Malia watched helplessly as the abnormal zombification gradually weakened. As long as you keep taking the enhancing potion, you can maintain sanity. Flash smiled. Look at Da Huang, guarding us. Hasn't it completely mutated into a mutant dog? In fact, it is even more intelligent than ordinary dogs. Malia had noticed earlier that Flash's small earth dog seemed capable of understanding human language, its red eyes like those of a normal dog. So, this potion isn't necessarily all bad. Flash pulled out another vial, poured it into the abnormal's mouth, and then released him. The abnormal lost support and slid down immediately. Malia turned to look in the direction they had come from. This place is an underground factory producing such potions. Her eyes were somewhat complicated. Where she stood, the glass on both sides reflected a cold gleam. Overhead pipes served as the sole link between both sides, extracting brain matter from the heads of abnormals and channeling it to the room where zombies were nurtured. Using humans to feed zombies. The zombies gnawed on brain matter, killing other zombies until the last one consumed all the essence crystals of the other zombies. Then extract energy from the zombies. The zombie that defeated all others would have its brain pierced by mechanical arms to strip out the crystal inside. Zombies stripped of their crystals would be thrown into black water in the second room to be processed into potions. Her gaze circled back to the youth lying limp on the ground. Ultimately, the energy of the potion catalyzes stronger zombies. Those zombies were placed in culture dishes, becoming precious extraction materials. It was a closed loop, supplying Flash's expanding production of potions. Flash lifted the extracted abnormal into the blood pool of zombies. He had barely been thrown in when several zombies, like ravenous tigers, bit through his neck. After drinking the potion and transforming into a zombie, they were no longer something Flash alone could control. He was fully aware of this and strictly screened the group of zombies and abnormals. Let me tell you another secret. Flash seemed to be in an extremely good mood, winking at Malia. Guess how old I am this year? Malia didn't understand why he asked but sensed the deeper meaning behind his words. Her gaze shifted to the potion. Does this potion extend lifespan? Malia thought it made sense. If humans can obtain spiritual energy from it, indeed it could prolong life. However, with ordinary human physical conditions, they couldn't sustain the energy of spiritual energy. Staying in a high spiritual energy environment for long would damage their internal organs. Let me do the math. I'm exactly 120 years old this year. Flash's eyes held a smile, as if joking, so, I guess I can be considered an old monster. Malia was speechless. In this place, Flash always seemed to casually pull out enhancing potions. He handed one to Malia, raising the vial at her. How about it? Am I being transparent enough this time? Saying that, he quickly opened the potion, tilted his head back, and drank the churning liquid as if it were nothing more than water he usually drank at home. Malia looked at the potion now placed in her hand. The transparent liquid inside seemed to have something writhing within, looking especially nauseating. But this was the signal Flash was sending her. Drinking this potion would make them ants on the same sinking ship. This was Flash's final precaution against her. In his territory, if Malia refused, Flash definitely had a way to pin her down here. Malia unconsciously jiggled the liquid in her hand. The fluid inside the transparent tube followed her motion, bubbling even more violently. Drink, or not to drink? This was the tough question facing Malia. Chapter 172 Rest. When Flash handed over the potion, he was already feeling extremely confident. This was the first time he had explicitly mentioned in front of others that the potion had the characteristic of extending one's lifespan. He believed that no one could refuse this. Under Flash's watchful eyes, Malia uncorked the potion bottle. Her movements seemed almost in slow motion from Flash's perspective. Just as she was about to put the potion to her lips, she suddenly stopped. If I don't drink this potion today, can I still walk out of this basement alive? Malia's voice was somewhat cold. Flash's dark eyes flickered slightly, but he smiled without answering. Malia obtained the answer from his silence. She wasn't really asking the question, just diverting Flash's attention. Her fingers holding the potion bottle twitched slightly, and a spiritual aura slipped from her fingers, covering all the transparent liquid in the bottle. Seeing that he did not answer, Malia raised the potion in her hand towards Cheng Lei, then silently tilted her head back as if drinking it down. Flash watched as the potion slowly disappeared from the tube, the smile at the corner of his eyes reappeared, and he lightly clapped his hands, bold. Unbeknownst to him, not a single drop of the liquid in the test tube entered Malia's mouth. She enveloped the liquid, performing an illusion in front of Flash. To anyone watching, it seemed like she drank it, but she only used her spiritual aura to keep the potion at the bottom of the bottle, not letting any of it touch her. After drinking, Flash did not let her wait long before giving her another bottle, which Malia swallowed in the same manner. Only then did Flash finally set his mind at ease, leading Malia back. It's late today. Come to my place for a simple dinner. His attitude was warm, as if he and Malia were long-lost close friends. Malia pretended to rub her temples and waved at Flash. I need to go back and rest. Her voice was hoarse, sounding very tired. Flash didn't insist and left the basement with her. They walked through the narrow and dark tunnel back outside. The sunlight was high up, and the sunshine and gentle breeze on their faces made Malia sigh involuntarily, her originally heavy heart feeling slightly lighter. Hurriedly bidding farewell to Flash, Malia returned to her apartment. The apartment was quiet. Aelb had not returned yet. Sitting alone on the sofa, Malia took out 2 potions from her pocket, removed the illusion, and revealed the intact potions. Holding these 2 potions, she could not help but think of what she saw earlier in the basement. One by one, humans were placed into culture dishes, countless psychics' brain marrow being extracted. It wasn't hard to guess what Jumping Base was using so many deceived psychics and ordinary people as slaves for. Malia shook her head, pulling her thoughts away, suppressing her inner anger, and stroked the ring on her middle finger. She sat on the sofa, calming herself while turning the ring. Time passed, and Aelb returned. After staying in the slave dungeon for too long, his body inevitably carried dirt and stench. Originally intending to rush for a shower, he saw Malia sitting alone on the sofa upon returning. With just one glance, he could tell something was wrong with her. Forget about taking a shower, he went straight to Malia. Only after sitting beside her and taking her hand turning the ring did he speak softly. What's wrong? Malia curled up and stuffed herself into Aelb's embrace, her muffled voice filled with suppression. Aelb, there's a basement in the psychic arena. She recounted everything she saw and heard to Aelb, who listened quietly with pursed lips. Hearing her finish, he tightened his embrace around Malia. That potion was actually used for such things. The two leaned against each other, remaining silent for a long time. In the silence, Malia suddenly spoke. Aelb, let's raid the place. Malia expressed her disgust with the basement plainly. Aelb patted her back. We will, but we need to prepare. He looked seriously at Malia. There are still many people suffering in Jumping Base. Starting a fight here will inevitably involve them. We must move them before we can act. That laboratory was essentially Jumping Base's den. Acting against it would certainly provoke the people of Jumping Base. At that time, ordinary people, who have no means to fight back, would become cannon fodder in the battle. Malia nodded in agreement. In a few days, let's move them together. Zoltan and the others should be approaching Jumping Base's outskirts soon. Aelb responded softly. If they're fast, Kungming Base should also take action soon. How's it going? Did you find anything? Debbie asked Carly again, who knew how many times he had done so. Carly slowly took off her protective goggles, continuing to make records. Tied on the experimental table in front of them was Linda. The zombie features on Linda were still obvious, but she had already lost consciousness. Carly paused her pen and pinched the bridge of her nose. I can't analyze the substance, but it indeed turns people into zombies. This thing is very dangerous. Who made it? Debbie and Jack exchanged glances, pressed their lips together, and said gravely, this was given to me by Oriana. Someone inside Jumping Base manufactured it. Carly frowned deeply. Jumping Base, the one where 70% are psychics. Why would they create something like this? Jack reminded gently, you may not have been out much recently. People escaped from Jumping Base saying the situation inside isn't what it seemed. Their purpose is to lure people to their base, and then secretly produce and sell these drugs. The so-called rumors about Jumping Base originated from Wuhan Base. They rescued many people who had been imprisoned and enslaved in Jumping Base for a long time, and the stories they told about Jumping Base were shocking. Under the deliberate spread by Wuhan Base, the true image of Jumping Base has reached almost all base's ears. Carly, the base leader is looking for our team, a voice called out before its owner appeared. Hall's voice came from outside, and after a while, his running figure could be seen. Carly, the base leader needs us to support Wuhan in their operation against Jamping. The news spread like the wind, revealing the ugliness beneath the mask. Carly glanced at Linda on the experimental table, pressed her lips together, and lifted the scalpel to pierce Linda's temple. After extracting the crystal core, she quickly removed her lab coat and headed out. Debbie and Jack exchanged glances again and followed her steps. Wait for us, we're coming too. From then on, Kongning Base was also completely stirred up. Chapter 173, The Periphery of Jamping Base. Life in the Jamping Base seemed unusually tranquil. Malia had not left her apartment, and Aelb was only seen when he went out for necessities. Though Malia remained unseen, news of her name had spread among the upper echelons of Jamping. Almost everyone knew that they were about to welcome a capable member, who might even become the second-in-command of the base. Restlessness brewed within the Jamping Base. At least, the spiritual energy barrier Malia set up outside her door to prevent prying eyes had been triggered no less than 10 times in their absence. During this period of seclusion, Malia and Aelb did not idle. With Aelb's abilities, they found several dungeons where slaves were kept over these days. They unexpectedly discovered the location of Marvin. It was an apartment with surroundings not as terrible as expected. Yet, Marvin remained unconscious. It seemed the people in the Jamping Base did not intend to harm him immediately. His condition was relatively safe. Malia discreetly left a mark of spiritual energy on Marvin as protection before leaving with Aelb. Malia and Aelb focused on locating more dungeons, but, apart from the first one they found, they merely noted the locations of the others without taking any action. The more people knew about them, the more dangerous it became. Using the accounts from the initial dungeon's captives who described being held in other dungeons, their task became easier. To memorize these dungeon locations, Aelb drew a map of the Jamping Base's interior. Flash believed Malia was resting at home due to medication effects. Staying indoors, Malia compiled a list of the names and capabilities of the psychics she encountered. She also included physical descriptions. This list was delivered by Aelb to Palmer at the periphery of Jamping Base. Or perhaps beyond the periphery, there were more than just Palmer. About 100 miles away from Jamping Base lay a vast encampment. Counting roughly, it comprised hundreds of people, including familiar faces like Janice, Daryl, and many newly admitted psychics from Jamping. Additionally, there were ordinary people such as Laura, Sherman, and Krista. After exposing Jamping Base's wrongdoings, Palmer's group returned to Wuhan Base and immediately departed with reinforcements. Everyone came voluntarily, each determined to die if necessary. Before leaving, many had already written their wills. Previously bustling Wuhan Base now retained only psychokinetic Gary as the remaining force, while others had mobilized fully. Upon arrival, Malia and Aelb hurried into Palmer's room without greeting anyone. The entire Falcon team followed, each looking serious, raising everyone's anxiety. Outside, Janice leaned against her tent, smoking. Gazing at Palmer's tent, Janice exhaled a smoke ring and turned her head away. Once not a heavy smoker, she now craved cigarettes everywhere she went. As the weather cooled, night breezes dissipated her strong tobacco smell. Laura emerged from behind her, tapping her shoulder hoarsely. "Can I borrow some fire?" Under the cover of night, the two girls smoked silently. Janice glanced at Laura, chuckled faintly, shaking off ash. "You know, you're the first person I've ever admired." Their meeting was by chance. Initially very independent, Janice once met a slender scar-faced girl who sought cooperation. She offered large quantities of crystal cores in exchange for firearms. Living with psychics made Janice uncertain how to deal with fragile ordinary girls like Laura. Recalling the past, Janice said, "Your cooperation was dispensable then, but I agreed because your eyes shone with light." She couldn't describe the feeling, it was like a soul still burning in adversity. Hearing this, Laura laughed softly too. Years of combat had strengthened her body, making her a reliable teammate now. "There was never any light in my eyes, I merely borrowed someone else's radiance," Laura reminisced, taking a fierce puff from her cigarette. At that time, life really seemed almost unbearable. She smiled softly, her gentle expression making the scar on her face less intimidating. Her words, light as they were, concealed untold hardships. Her gaze involuntarily shifted to the nearby tent, rolling the cigarette butt in her hand. Her eyes grew distant, as if lost in some deep memory. From her vantage point, a slight shift of her gaze revealed Krista quietly packing up his tent. His face remained expressionless, serene as if he were still back at the base. She curled her lips into a faint smile and extinguished the cigarette ash. Perhaps the only thing worth celebrating was that all the girls who suffered alongside her had become stronger people. In both power and heart. Outside, the two girls chatted intimately, while inside the tent, the members of the Falcon team marveled repeatedly. Malia had just finished processing a stack of crystal cores they piled up, turning to face several awestruck faces. Adley stepped forward, picking up a crystal core and shaking his head in amazement. "Guyue, your speed of evolving crystal cores has far surpassed what it used to be." Hugh scratched the back of his head, looking at the nearly half tent filled with crystal cores, giving Malia a thumbs up. Palmer, meanwhile, grinned slyly. "I'm going to sleep on the green crystal cores tonight." Beside him, Brant giggled and squeezed over. Make some room, good brothers should sleep together." Palmer playfully kicked him, and the two began bantering about who would sleep on the green crystal cores. Aaron stood by with folded arms next to Malia. After giving her a thorough once-over, he asked, "Everything okay in Jamping Base?" The focal Malia nodded, pulling out the list from her pocket and placing it in Aaron's hand. "Don't worry, Aelb and I know our limits. This contains information on a few noteworthy psychics in Jumping Base. It's yours now. Chapter 174, The Dungeon at Preston's House. Days passed in a flurry of activity, and Ulizi gradually became more active within Jumping Base. When Ulizi reappeared before everyone's eyes, she clearly sensed the change in people's attitudes toward her. Compared to before, every ability user would nod and greet her when they saw her, and from time to time, people would even make way for her while walking on the road. These people seemed to respect her even more. In Jumping Base, where status determines everything, such a reaction was not unexpected. Ulizi strolled around the streets of Jumping Base and finally stopped at the entrance of the ability users arena. It was still bustling with noise. Through the door, you could hear continuous cheers and screams. The lively atmosphere made it seem as if the previously empty arena she had visited with Flash was just an illusion. Ulizi stood there for a moment before pushing open the door and walking in. On the stage this time were also two ability users, with constant applause from the audience below. Both individuals on the stage wore expressions of grim determination. Standing outside the crowd, Ulizi looked up at the stage. This wasn't any ordinary sparring match. Anyone who knew a little about Jumping Base could feel the heavy air of a real fight from the arena. The two on the stage are both former slaves. Someone voiced what Ulizi had concluded in her heart. Ulizi turned to look in the direction of the voice and saw Preston turn his head and smile at her. Coincidentally meeting you here. Preston extended his hand to Ulizi. Welcome to Jumping Base. Ulizi silently stared at his outstretched palm, then shifted her gaze back to the stage. Preston's expression stiffened slightly, and he slowly retracted his hand suspended in midair. But despite this, he continued trying to engage her. Are you very interested in the arena? Actually, there's nothing much to see here. It's mostly used as a punishment for slaves. Ulizi finally turned her attention back to him. Tell me more. Seeing her interest in the topic, Preston began explaining in detail. Don't be fooled by the excitement. Those fighting on the arena are all slaves of these ability users. The loser will be dealt with by the arena, so everyone on this stage fights to the death. As he explained, the two fighters on the stage separated into victor and vanquished. The one lying motionless was dragged away by the staff and taken upstairs via the stairs. Preston smiled, extending an invitation to Ulizi. Since we've just caught the loser, do you want to go up and see the arena's punishments? Though he said this casually, Ulizi tightened her lips, already knowing the state of the second floor. At that moment, she once again felt the base's disregard for human life. Ulizi waved at Preston, declining his invitation. Two new ability users appeared on the stage, engaging in a brutal fistfight, which got the crowd below thoroughly excited. Ulizi lost interest and pushed the door open, leaving the arena. Watching Ulizi leave, Preston narrowed his eyes, paused briefly, and then walked upstairs. The cries of zombies were drowned out by the new round of cheers, and even the screams of terror from humans did not escape the confines of the windows and doors. Standing downstairs, Ulizi looked up at the second-story windows and left after a moment. Wandering around the arena area, she arrived at the base's main entrance, seeing Isaac preparing to go out with a group like usual. Clearly spotting her, Isaac approached with a broad smile. Sister CAI, long time no see. Such a title was common in Jumping Base. It seemed overnight she had become their acknowledged Sister CAI, regardless of age. Previously, when Ulizi encountered Isaac, many ability users accompanied him, but today he was alone. Ulizi looked around. Going out to hunt crystal cores today, no one accompanying you? Isaac shook his head and leaned closer to Ulizi, whispering, many ability users have been leaving lately to collect crystal cores. It's rumored they're doing this to purify them for someone. Ulizi nodded, mentally noting Jumping Base's imminent move against Marvin. Isaac clicked his tongue. That person isn't even awake yet, and the ability users are already celebrating like it's New Year. He had collected numerous crystal cores earlier and was now leisurely extorting less powerful ability users at the base entrance, making himself rich beyond measure. Noticing the dark circles under his eyes, Ulizi casually remarked, not sleeping well recently. Isaac's expression turned sour. Don't mention it, it's still about those missions. He clicked his tongue twice. The secret passage of Wuhan Base was exposed to Gerard, and the base commander has been very unhappy with me lately. He rubbed his face and forced a smile. Sister CAI, if you have time, could you put in a good word for me with the base commander? Ulizi didn't respond. A team of ability users walked into the base nearby, and Isaac immediately shifted his focus, going to rob them of their crystal cores. Seeing that his attention was no longer on her, Ulizi left the entrance of the base. During her brief chat with Isaac, Preston had already walked out of the ability users arena. Bloodstains were on the hem of his clothes, and there was a lingering madness in his eyes. With a light step, he headed towards his house. Ulizi followed behind him, heading towards his residence. Preston's place wasn't far from where Ulizi had initially lived in the apartment complex, but the path leading to it was somewhat winding. Guiyu. Just as she was turning around, Aelb's hushed voice sounded from the side. Ulizi looked over and saw Aelb hidden behind a wall. Ulizi glanced at Preston entering his home, then went over to Aelb. Why are you here? Recently, they had been acting separately. Ulizi was investigating Jumping Base's internal conditions, while Aelb was searching for all the dungeons. Aelb frowned and pointed downwards. I just found a dungeon right here, or rather, beneath Preston's house. I took a look just now. There are dozens of people in the dungeon. Ulizi turned to look at the direction Preston had entered, both falling into silence. Aelb took Ulizi's hand, his tone low. How about, we go down and take another look? Ulizi nodded, and in the next second, she and Aelb vanished from the spot. In a dark corner of the dungeon, Ulizi and Aelb reappeared quietly. The previously closed dungeon door had been opened, disrupting the silence within, now mixed with laughter, curses, and the howls of zombies. Preston grabbed someone by the neck and shoved them straight towards the cage in the middle containing the zombies. Chapter 175, Jameson's Trap. The civilian struggled endlessly in Jameson's hands, while a zombie inside the cage thrust its hand through the bars, piercing into his temple. Jameson pressed against the man, a smile on his lips as he murmured softly, "That's right, that's right." Inside the cage were over 10 ravenous zombies. They reached out their sharp claws toward anyone who approached, plunging into their brains and gnawing at their skulls. Dozens of emaciated people in the dungeon trembled, cowering and retreating. A woman couldn't bear the horror before her and let out a dry heave. The demon who was admiring this brutality by the cage slowly turned his head. Everyone else in the dungeon held their breaths. Someone from the crowd extended a hand and, with one strong push, sent the woman flying. Thrown with great force, the woman collapsed on the ground due to inertia. Step by step, Jameson walked towards the woman. Ignoring the pain in her body, she scrambled up and kept retreating backward. No. She fumbled backwards while shaking her head, mumbling. But Jameson cruelly grabbed her hair, yanking her up in front of him. He stared at the disheveled woman, amusement evident in his eyes. "What is it that you don't want? Beg me properly, and I might grant your wish." Hearing this, the woman quickly pleaded, "I don't want to die. Please spare me." As she spoke, she bent her knees to kneel. However, before her knees touched the ground, Jameson straightened her up again. He clicked his tongue, the smile fading from his face. Without further words, he lifted the woman into the air, hovering above the cage. "You didn't beg sincerely enough. So now you'll help me test my hypothesis." Looking at the woman clinging tightly to his arm, Jameson whispered, "Tell me, has anyone ever fallen into a horde of zombies and still managed to come out alive?" These words made Malia's heart leap from the shadows. He was talking about her. The woman frantically shook her head, looking down at the zombies already staring at her, terror plain on her face. No one. Please, don't do this to me, please." The iron cage containing the zombies was extremely tall. Jameson brought the woman inside and slowly descended, his eyes never leaving her terrified expression, a smile lingering at the corners of his mouth. "Let's see. If you can escape this horde of zombies, I'll let you live." With that, he released the woman's hand. Despite her tight grip, the oily substance on his arm made it easy for her to slip off and fall midair. Jameson's smile widened as he slowly ascended, looking relaxed and leisurely. He could already imagine the zombies pouncing on the woman, their sharp nails and teeth tearing her apart. Just like he did with the waste woman from the Hawk team. The woman plummeted with a face full of fear. Within seconds, the zombies below stretched their arms, ready to grab her clothes. Suddenly, a black hole opened behind the woman, swallowing her whole, followed by a heavy thud. The black hole instantly closed, leaving no trace of the woman in the empty cage. The zombies below roared, expressing their fury at having their prey snatched away. Jameson's eyebrows twitched, looking where the heavy object had landed. He immediately bellowed, "Aelb." 2 figures emerged from the corner, revealing the trembling woman who had just been rescued. Malia and Aelb had already removed their masks, exposing their true identities. Seeing Malia standing unharmed before him, Jameson's gaze froze on her. "You're really not dead." Ever since seeing the figure in the white mask at the underground warehouse of the auction house, he had felt uneasy. He had clearly seen Malia fall into the zombie horde, yet here she was, alive and well. Jameson snorted coldly, never thought the person hiding deepest would be you. Since suspecting Malia wasn't dead, he hadn't slept a single night peacefully. This was the first time he had failed in dealing with these civilians. Afterward, he intensified his actions, tossing these slaves into the zombie hordes, watching them be completely devoured to remind himself no one could escape from a mass of zombies. Jameson started to ascend, seeming to prepare for something. But as he began moving, an exquisitely designed long sword flew from the shadows. The sword hovered above his head, as if creating an air barrier, blocking his path out of the cage. Malia pressed her index and middle fingers together, lifting her wrist upward, positioning her hand in front of her chest. Jameson was stunned by this miraculous scene. After a moment of daze, he raised his hand to push the long sword above. No matter how hard he tried, he was like a fish trapped in a pot with no way out. As Jameson pushed against the invisible air wall, his face finally revealed a trace of fear. "You. What have you done?" he roared at Malia. Malia glanced up at him and manipulated the gerund to push downward. "What did I do? Don't you know?" Facing the light, Malia's dark eyes were illuminated by the light source, reflecting cold, blade-like gleams. She took a step forward. "What I did, you should be the one who knows best." She scanned the others around. "Isn't this what you've always been doing? Torturing, killing, deriving pleasure from others' terror." Jameson had almost perfected these traits. Jaren kept pushing Jameson down, and now the cage he had built to satisfy his twisted desires became the prison that would bury him. The zombies below grew excited again, their mouths wide open, their mandibles moving back and forth, producing a grating sound of teeth clashing. "Let me out, you monster." Jameson became frantic as he was pushed down. He beat on the thick iron bars of the cage, desperately seeking any glimmer of hope. Who cared about Malia's power now? All he could see were the gaping maws of the zombies below. "I'll give you anything you want. If you want to save these people, take them all away, and I won't say a word." Jameson's face was tense as he clung tightly to the side of the cage, looking at Malia. I'll apologize to you. I shouldn't have treated you like that. He slapped himself hard across the cheek. A sneer escaped from between Malia's lips, but she made Jeren descend even faster. Jameson almost pressed his entire body against Jeren, his voice trembling. He screamed hoarsely, "You can't do this to me. If I die, Jumping Base won't let you off." Chapter 176, Preston's Death. Won't let me go. Preston, you should take a good look at who I am. Malia wiped off the mask in her hand, revealing the face of the Thunder Element psychic from Jumping Base. Preston had already lost his mind. He screamed shrilly, "It's you. It's you." Unwilling to engage further, Malia stood as Jeren struck down and pressed him into the crowd of zombies. Preston's cries and curses came through, teeth tearing flesh, the sound of chewing mingling with the scent of blood. Malia pursed her lips and turned away, no longer looking at the scene before her. Behind her, Aelb, who had been silent all along, had already led everyone out of the dungeon. He took these people out of Jumping Base and handed them over to Sean outside the base. In the now empty room, Malia and Aelb stood facing each other. Behind Malia were the still frenzied zombies. The sounds of sobbing and cursing had stopped at some point, leaving only the silence broken by the chewing of zombies. Malia took a deep breath, raising her right hand as Jeren flew into her grasp. Aelb stepped forward slowly, wrapping the young girl in his arms. He gently patted her back. "Why didn't you just kill him with your blade?" He knew Malia was capable. One swing of Jeren would have ensured Preston never left here alive. Malia's voice was muffled, turning her long knife inward, storing it in her spiritual core. "I didn't want him to sully my blade." Malia's voice was stifled. "Preston doesn't deserve my blade." She met Aelb's eyes seriously. Flight isn't the strongest psychic ability. Compared to most people we've encountered, even Ruby, she might not necessarily lose if she faced him. But he is more terrifying than most we've encountered. Bones clattered against the zombies' teeth, accompanied by groaning as the caged beasts tore apart anyone who fell into their mouths. Preston met such an easy death at the hands of the monsters he once kept. He died among the creatures he had bred. Malia's tone was unusually calm, a calmness laced with silent anger. "I despise him because he found pleasure in tormenting those weaker than him. He wanted to see them beg for mercy, fear him, worship him." Malia turned around to look at the cages. "This is the weak preying on the even weaker." Aelb followed her gaze, lips tight as he looked at the cages. The red-eyed zombies finished chewing the shredded flesh in their mouths, then shifted their attention to Malia and Aelb, reaching out from their cages toward them. With a swift stroke of her spirit-infused knife, accompanied by flashes of lightning, Malia slashed at the zombies. Wherever the blade sliced, red-eyed monsters fell. Malia gazed straight ahead. "Aelb, this place is really dark." Even with lights on, the dungeon remained dim except around the cages. Now, those areas were littered with severed limbs, devoid of any life. Aelb held her hand, gathering his black hole ability in the other, forming a larger and darker sphere. "Then let's break this place and bring in light," Aelb murmured, holding Malia close, flicking his finger to push the black hole forward. On that quiet night, most residents of Jumping Base were still reveling in arenas and other places. Suddenly, there were loud explosions amidst the brightly lit Jumping Base. All eyes couldn't help but turn toward the source of the noise. It was near the residential area where the repeated explosions had startled many who rushed toward the source. Arriving there, they saw an entire single-story house collapse. Black smoke rose from the building, and the heat wave following the explosion scalded the surroundings. The house lay in ruins, completely leveled, with no sign of survivors. After asking around, they learned it was originally Preston's residence. Senior personnel from Jumping Base quickly arrived, but none had seen Preston. That night, Jumping Base buzzed due to the unexpected explosion. When Flash arrived, numerous psychics were already excavating the ruins. Looking at the collapsed building, he frowned. What bothered him wasn't the death of a random psychic but the explosion happening under his watch. Somehow, he felt an unsettling premonition. Flash pursed his lips, gazing at the dark night sky. Fabio inspected the site in the ruins and hurriedly reported, "Base Commander, it's confirmed that Preston returned home early and may have perished here, though his body hasn't been found yet." Flash stared at the empty ruins before him, remaining silent for a long time. He tapped his finger on his arm, and Fabio, standing beside him, dared only to stand in silence without uttering a word. "Fabio, things haven't been peaceful around the base lately," he said lightly, veering off topic. "It's time to bring out what we prepared earlier." Fabio, who stood silently on one side, stiffened, lowered his head, and answered in a low voice with affirmation. Flash took one last look at the ruins before him, then left without a word. Fabio followed Flash's steps, glanced back, and disappeared into the shadows with a tight-lipped expression. After this incident, it seemed Jumping Base wouldn't remain peaceful anymore. The surrounding psychics were arguing noisily until the next morning when they finally brought everyone out of the rubble. Or perhaps it couldn't even be called people, but a group of long-dead zombies. Among these zombies, they found fragments of Preston's clothes. Preston had actually died in the mouths of the very zombies he raised. Early in the morning, this explosive news spread throughout Jumping Base. Meanwhile, Malia and Aelb, who had accomplished a significant task last night, were both sprawled out in their room, sound asleep. In recent days, they had almost become intimately familiar with every passage in Jumping Base. Not just them. The several bases that received the message had already arrived near Jumping Base. Kongming Base was the first to arrive. Their team was right next to the Wuan base group, and over these few days, the two bases had formed a strong friendship. Not only Kungning base, but almost all the bases that Sean and others had visited before were now here, bringing large numbers of psychics and weapons, camping around Jamping base. These people from other bases had surrounded Jamping base, forming a circle around it. Psychics gathered quietly from all directions, filling the formerly quiet campgrounds, preparing for an upcoming confrontation. What drew them here wasn't just Jamping base's outrageous experiments, but also the terms offered by Wuan base. Each supporting psychic would receive 1 purification crystal core daily. Chapter 177, Enhancement Potion Rain. Preston died at home. This was the topic of discussion one could hear at street corners early in the morning. Malia and Aelb walked out of their apartment building and were first met by whispering ability users. There wasn't much regret on their faces, instead, it was filled with a secretive eagerness for gossip. Malia watched 2 ability users pass her while covering their mouths, discussing what happened last night. Her lips tightened slightly. Preston wasn't as important as he made himself out to be. His death wouldn't cause any ripples within Jamping base. More people looked on with an indifferent attitude, merely here for entertainment. He kept zombies at home. I heard this guy enjoyed feeding slaves to zombies. Poor chap, ended up being killed by the zombies himself. Exactly, without the proper skills, imitating others to keep zombies. TSK. Malia and Aelb arrived at Preston's residence. In daylight, the obvious signs showed that the ruins had already been rummaged through. Before the collapsed house, numerous zombie corpses and human remains lay in clear sight. Around this area, there were still crowds looking for excitement. Malia only observed from a distance. The position they were at last night had caved in, forming a large hole. There was no sign of last night's chilling scene. The entire house had been leveled due to Aelb's repeated bombings. You're here, Fabio's voice came from beside them. He gave Malia a slight smile and stood next to her. You've also heard about Preston getting killed last night? Malia turned her head towards him. I heard zombies bit him to death. Fabio smirked, showing disdain for her statement. I've known him for years. Although Preston wasn't very capable, he was never this careless. His gaze shifted towards the ruins, his lips curled into a mocking sneer. He might not have many good qualities, but he valued his life above all. I wonder if you've heard of someone in our base, Aelb. Fabio seemed lost in memories. This style of attack is very similar to what that person would do. His words were firm, and the 2 culprits beside him nodded continuously. Then, Fabio showed a grin. But don't worry, it won't be long before Aelb is nothing to fear. These confident words caught Malia's attention. She couldn't help but ask, why is that? Fabio didn't answer her directly but instead revealed a mysterious smile. You'll know soon enough. He glanced at his wristwatch. It won't be long. The base leader will soon leave Aelb nowhere to hide. This comment made both Malia and Aelb frown, an uneasy feeling rising in their hearts. Accompanying this feeling, countless ability users began flooding the streets. Fabio surveyed his surroundings, chuckling softly with satisfaction. It's about to begin. His voice held a secret joy, as if something long awaited was finally happening. Malia frowned. Behind her, several ability users let out exclamations. Malia and Aelb turned around to see, right from the center of the base, a particularly tall earth tower rose suddenly. At the top of the tower stood a figure, overlooking everyone below. That was Flash. At this moment, not just Malia but all the surrounding ability users lifted their heads to observe the person on the high tower. Flash stood composedly. By his side was a little earth dog, quietly squatting in an obedient manner, exuding a rather clumsy demeanor. If its eyes weren't bright red. Ladies and gentlemen, appearing before you so forcefully isn't my intention. Flash spoke slowly and calmly. In the distance, Carly and Elena were ushering a large number of ability users toward this direction. Instantly, a crowd gathered beneath the tall tower, stretching their necks to look up at Flash. Flash seemed highly satisfied, even raising the corner of his mouth, admiring the expressions on the crowd's faces. Perhaps many of you are still unfamiliar with me. Let me introduce myself. I am the base leader of the entire Jamping base, Flash. His words carried an air of calmness, eyebrows raised, clearly displaying pride. Many ability users in Jamping base had never met this low-profile base leader. Now, he appeared so dominantly, causing widespread discussion among the crowd. Flash seemed particularly adept at grasping people's emotions. He gave the crowd time to discuss him, pausing for a long moment before continuing. It is regrettable that an incident like Preston's has occurred. The reason someone could die within our base is because there are people from other bases hiding among us. Or perhaps everyone has heard a certain name. Flash's gaze swept across the faces of the crowd below. Aelb. This name was infamous in Jamping base. After the siege and subsequent events, it felt as if the slogan "See Aelb, kill on sight" was printed and stuck on everyone's forehead. I believe he is still hiding within our base, and I want to root him out, Flash said with a smile playing on his lips. So I have a wonderful proposal. He picked up a vial of liquid from his feet and tossed it downward. This is an enhancement potion I created, a gift for every ability user in our base. As soon as these words were uttered, the crowd below instantly erupted into excitement. An enhancement potion. This was the dream of every person living in Jamping base. Now faced with such a windfall, how could they not be driven mad? Flash smiled again, continuously grabbing potions and tossing them down while declaring loudly, no need to fight over them, these are just appetizers. Just as he spoke, a projectile shot upward from the tallest building in the base. Don't worry, that's merely a rain shell, Flash added. Under the clear blue sky, rain suddenly began to fall, drop by drop, hitting people, splashing onto the flowers and plants lining the roads, and striking the insect beasts kept in yards. Malia wiped the water droplets off her face, which twisted transparently, trying to seep into her skin. No, this is a potion, Malia exclaimed softly, her spirit energy swirling to create a barrier between herself and Aelb and the falling raindrops. Flash raised his arms toward the sky. This is all enhancement potion. It's a grand gift I give to you, and to Aelb. The ability users below no longer cared about who received the gift or what it entailed. All of them looked up, mouths wide open, eager to catch the enhancement potion falling from the sky. Realizing the danger, Malia immediately pulled Aelb and took cover in a safe corner. Chapter 178, Preparations for Battle. Flash might have already sensed something. Aelb hid behind a wall, observing the group outside, his brows tightly furrowed. Malia looked at Flash on the platform and those who were collecting rainwater along with him. Flash has gone mad. The potion he created was not a good thing. It would be disastrous to turn it into rainfall bombs and let it fall down. We can't wait any longer. We need to move the people confined in the dungeon immediately, Aelb said, deep in thought. If they get exposed to this water, things could go bad. If they were psychics, there might be a chance to suppress the mutation into zombies. But if they were ordinary people, they would surely become zombie candidate. Malia clearly thought of these as well and nodded. She used her spirit energy to evaporate the rainwater on their bodies, then followed Aelb into the black hole. The first place they arrived at was still the dungeon where they had entered for the first time. Fortunately, the dungeon was situated very high up, and the rainwater had not yet flowed into the dungeon through the cracks. After entering the dungeon, Aelb activated his psychic power, and Malia briefly recounted the current situation to everyone present. Under their urging, they passed through the black hole and left that small dungeon. The little girl who had been the first to step forward and say she wanted to leave was now walking at the very end of everyone. Before crossing over the black hole, she looked at Malia and Aelb. This time when she looked at them, her eyes held a glimmer of hope. She asked them, brother, sister, will we live better than we do now? Malia nodded vigorously at her. Yes. Much, much better. A smile appeared on the little girl's face. Her face, which had been stiff all along, revealed two shallow dimples when she smiled. She nodded at them and resolutely stepped into the black hole. The sun was high in the sky, yet light rain fell in Jumping Base. People in the base enjoyed soaking in this rain. Meanwhile, between the houses, Aelb led a large crowd away from the base. People who saw sunlight for the first time curiously looked out the windows. A little boy wanted to touch the rainwater falling from the eaves but was stopped by Malia's reprimand. Malia pulled the person back, preventing him from running around randomly. Led by the two of them, this group was the first to see Wuhan Base's camp. At that moment, the Wuhan Base members were distributing purification crystal cores. Suddenly seeing such a large group of people appearing out of nowhere startled everyone. Many psychics in Wuhan Base identified their origins by their attire. They are from Jumping Base, someone shouted. Immediately, many people gathered around, leading them into the group. Maya and Palmer were also stunned but understood when they saw Malia and Aelb at the rear. Aelb patted Malia's shoulder. Guyue, you stay here and explain the situation to them. I'll go bring more people back. Malia understood. She handed him the crystal core. Be careful of the rain. Aelb nodded, and before Palmer could reach him, he again stepped into the black hole. Palmer, coming forward, looked puzzled at the departing Aelb. What happened? Why did he leave so urgently? Malia's brow never eased. It's chaotic in Jumping Base now. Flash is mass-releasing enhancing potions in the base. Debbie and Jack, who had just arrived, were surprised. Releasing enhancing potions. Won't that create a large number of zombies? Looking at the two, without exchanging pleasantries, Malia got straight to the point. Yes, that's why we brought these people out early. But you must be cautious. If anyone among them gets infected, it will be dangerous. These newly arrived people received warm welcomes from the Wuhan Base members. If one looked closely, they would notice that those who took special care of them were mostly fellow refugees from Jumping Base. Seeing these mud-covered people, they felt like they were seeing their past selves. Everyone had once wished someone would help them at such a time. Now, they themselves could be the ones helping them. It felt pretty good. These newcomers had no time to feel fear or unease at this strange camp, as they were warmly welcomed, comforted, and guided to wash up. Many recognized familiar faces, and the others laughed, admitting they were once slaves in Jumping Base. The Wuhan Base camp instantly became bustling with activity, catching the attention of the nearby Kongning Base. The psychics there craned their necks to see what was happening here. Malia recounted the current situation in Jumping Base to Palmer and a few others. Everyone was shocked upon hearing it. Carly shook her head and slapped the table in front of her. What are they trying to do? They all now knew the effects of those potions. They were used to create zombies. Malia's expression was also unusually serious. With Jumping Base doing this, the day we face them directly might come sooner. She pressed her lips together, rolled up her sleeves, and beckoned to the few people in front of her. Are there any more crystal cores? Increase the supply of purification crystal cores, and everyone prepare for battle. After she said this, everyone present felt a jolt in their hearts. One box after another of crystal cores was delivered to Malia. The crystal cores seemed to be transformed into purification crystal cores almost instantaneously by just a few seconds of her touch and were then transported out. Hugh, who had been moving boxes tirelessly until he was sweating on his forehead, watched as the crystal cores visibly diminished before his eyes and rubbed his head. Isn't Guyue absorbing the crystal cores faster? Countless people watched as the crystal cores they had accumulated and handed over to Wuhan base were carried into tents by the box and then sent out again box by box, at a speed that resembled an assembly line. A psychic from Kangning base couldn't contain his curiosity and approached Janice and Adley, who were working together to lift a box. Hey, what are you guys doing? Adley looked at him, a smile curling at the corner of her mouth, and said nonchalantly, preparing for battle. Her tone paused slightly, as if to reassure people. She patted the box in front of her, plenty of crystal cores. That psychic looked at the large box in her hand and slowly widened his eyes. Crystal cores. He glanced at the numerous large boxes entering and leaving at a consistent pace, unable to help but draw in a sharp breath. What a household. Can purification crystal cores be processed so quickly? Chapter 179, Dungeon Rescue. Malia was converting the crystal cores one by one into emerald green purification crystal cores. Meanwhile, Aelb had already led the second group back. Almost everyone in the Wuhan base was on the move, and the changes happening in the Jamping base spread quickly among these people. Those who were brought out from the Jamping base were taken over in batches by the Wuhan base personnel. People from the Kangning base nearby also joined in to assist with welcoming these newcomers from Jamping, learning more about the base's situation at the same time. Malia purified dozens of boxes of collected crystal cores, and these purified emerald green crystal cores were delivered into the hands of the leaders from surrounding alliance bases. Along with the crystal cores came a message. Anyone participating in the resistance against the Jamping base and making significant contributions would receive an unlimited supply of purification crystal cores afterward. This message, heard by all ability users, was undoubtedly the greatest temptation. With this assurance from the Wuhan base, they were all as if injected with adrenaline, sharpening their weapons, ready to storm the gates of the Jamping base. All camps surrounding the area were mobilized. Many ability users, looking at the emerald green crystal cores in their hands, began preparing for battle. At this moment, Malia and Aelb returned to the Jamping base once again. The people inside the base were still reveling in the rain, with a smiling man standing on a high platform at the center of the crowd. The rain fell onto people, splashing up around them like a white mist. The water droplets continuously penetrated their skin, raising body temperatures with each drop that fell. But those immersed in celebration did not notice any of this. They screamed, laughed, threw off their soaked outer clothes, and embraced the rain overhead wholeheartedly. Malia glanced at them while passing by a nearby building, then stepped back into Aelb's black hole, teleporting to the next dungeon. This dungeon was not as fortunate as the previous two. Its terrain was extremely low, and rainwater mixed with mud had already seeped in through the cracks. In the dark dungeon, guttural sounds filled the air. Upon entering, Malia and Aelb smelled the heavy stench of blood. Pained cries and screams of agony echoed, giving them no time to breathe as they rushed to rescue the uninfected civilians. Aelb had already opened the next black hole. Every civilian they pulled out was immediately pushed into it without hesitation. Ordinary people, after traversing the black hole, would be unable to recover their strength for some time and certainly wouldn't be walking around freely once out of the dungeon. Malia had already released all her spirit energy within the dungeon. High concentration spirit energy permeated the entire space, halting the zombies attacking the civilians. This gave Malia and Aelb much needed time. After rescuing the last person, Malia didn't retract the spirit energy. All the zombies in the room seemed frozen in place. In the darkness, those crimson eyes still glowed, and the guttural sounds continued unabated. A rough count revealed that zombies constituted nearly 1/3 of the dungeon's population. Such a large zombie group had formed in such a short time, indicating terrifying power. Malia and Aelb joined the people they had rescued. They were now in an unoccupied apartment complex. Those who had been freed from the dungeon were still weakened, their faces showing signs of terror. No one knew the horror of watching familiar faces turn into zombies in the darkness, lunging and biting at them. Their roars echoed through the dungeon, scaring them so much they still shivered. Aelb, looking at the sprawled-out figures in the room, had a stern expression, his tone cold and commanding. Jamping base is full of dangers everywhere. If you want to live, stay here and don't touch the rain outside. Do you understand? Still shaken, the survivors instinctively trusted the ones who saved them. They looked at Malia and Aelb with reverence, nodding vigorously with all their strength. Malia and Aelb didn't linger and moved on to the next dungeon. They prioritized the dungeons housing civilians. Compared to potential ability users strengthened by the rain, ordinary people were easier to rescue. Once inside, they followed the same procedure as before. Malia released spirit energy to buy time for the civilians' escape. This time, Malia had a moment to observe the condition of the zombies. They stood motionless in place, largely because they were enveloped by spirit energy. They no longer needed to snatch energy from flesh and blood, which made them calm down, just like a wolf that has been fed full no longer hunts. Malia and Aelb rushed through more than 10 dungeons one after another, and in each dungeon, there were varying numbers of people infected and turned into zombies. Some dungeons had only a dozen or so zombies, while others had no survivors at all. Everyone in the dungeons was rapidly infected into zombies, who then attacked those who hadn't been infected yet. By the time Malia and Aelb arrived, the dungeons were filled with corpses. As soon as they landed, they were stared at by dozens of crimson eyes. In the quiet dungeons, all that could be smelled was the heavy stench of blood and the sound of teeth gnawing on raw meat. The The dilapidated and dirty walls were splattered with spurting flesh and blood, while the floor of the dungeon was covered in dark red blood. The blood-stained zombies with red eyes looked like creatures summoned from hell by demons. Malia infused spirit energy into the dungeon, and she and Aelb crossed into the black hole once again. They unconsciously quickened their pace as if racing against time. Aelb's head throbbed from repeatedly traversing spacetime, but under duress, he managed to open 2 traversable black holes at once. Opening 2 dungeons simultaneously doubled their efficiency. After infusing this dungeon with spirit energy, Malia went to the next one via the black hole. After going through all the dungeons housing ordinary people, they took this batch of rescued individuals back to the camp. The people who had just escaped danger were still panicked, but when they followed Malia into the camp, they were met with warm smiles. Come here, we have hot water, wash your face, eat something, and rest for a bit. Relax, we mean no harm, you can rest here safely. This way, these newly set up tents are all for you. Before they even reacted, these still dazed people were handed hot water and food. Someone, holding the meal in hand, gulped it down while their eyes welled up with tears. Chapter 180, Standoff. To suddenly face so much kindness from others, it would be a lie to say that they were not moved, or that they did not feel a twinge of fear. They had just escaped from zombies and now sat in tents prepared for them with care. In their mouths was food carefully prepared by these people, and their palms were clean, unsoiled by mud. They fell in love with this place and the kind-hearted people almost effortlessly. Aelb and Malia, after leading the people here, took a brief rest before plunging back into even more complex problems. Those imprisoned psychics were the real source of headache. Aelb and Palmer discussed for a while and planned to bring those psychics out first for quarantine observation. The enhancer drug was like addictive drugs to psychics. Too long without it would lead to signs of mutation. Just as they were about to set off, Malia abruptly halted. She grabbed Aelb, who was stepping into the dark hole. Something's wrong. They're attacking Marvin. Her words came fast and urgent. Aelb understood the urgency, cursed silently, and vanished into the dark hole with Malia. Krista, nearby, distributing food to the Jamping base members, seemed somewhat dazed. It wasn't until her companions reminded her several times that she finally snapped out of it. In this short moment, Malia and Aelb had already arrived at Marvin's room. There were more than just Marvin in the room, there were also quite a few psychic members of Jamping base. Malia clearly saw Isaac among the crowd. Isaac stood with his arms crossed, watching the person on the bed, complaining to those around him, "I've told you several times, I really saw him purify the crystal core right in front of me. Inject it quickly, I don't have time to waste with you all." His gaze kept flickering towards the window, clearly observing the rain of enhancement drugs. Near the bed, someone held a syringe ready to stab Marvin's neck. Malia hooked her finger, and the drug flew away from the person, heading towards her. She grasped the syringe, nudged Aelb aside, and said, "Quick, go to the dungeon, I can handle this alone." Aelb nodded, kissed her forehead, and left with a word, "Be careful." "Who is it?" The group on the other side shouted out in alert. Only when Malia watched Aelb leave did she slowly emerge from behind the curtain. Isaac recognized Malia first. His eyes widened as he saw her holding the syringe in the shadows. "How did you get here?" Isaac frowned. After all, only a few knew the location of this purification chamber. He couldn't imagine how Malia got in here. Unlike him, the other psychics in the room were ready to unleash their abilities. Malia walked step by step to stand beside Marvin's bed. "What do you want to do to him?" Seeing this, Isaac squeezed forward and asked again, "Why are you here?" He looked exceptionally serious, scrutinizing Malia. Malia reached out to touch Marvin's brow. Just as her fingers touched his forehead, Isaac grabbed her arm. "If you don't answer, don't blame us for being rude." Malia slowly lifted her head and gave a mocking smile to Isaac. "That might not happen as you wish." She then dragged Marvin from the bed and swiftly retreated from Isaac. Isaac's heart leaped, followed up closely, and launched his ability towards Malia. Suddenly, a clang resounded in the room. A magnificent long sword stood where Malia had been, clashing with Isaac's attack. The impact against Changjan shook the room, causing everyone to cover their ears. Changjan rotated the blade as if surveying its opponent. Behind the long sword stood Malia, who had used her fingers to transmit spiritual energy into Marvin's body, cleansing him of the mind-altering drug. Marvin began to show signs of awakening. Malia placed him to one side and turned to face Isaac and the others, fully prepared. "Do you intend to rebel?" Isaac questioned, incredulous. "It's not that she wants to rebel, she has never stood with us." At the doorway, Flash stepped inside, hands in his pockets. His gaze passed over Isaac and landed on Malia. Their eyes met in midair, and Flash slowly entered the room. Everyone in the room made way for him, and Isaac silently retreated to the side, observing the situation in the room. Malia was somewhat surprised by Flash's appearance. "You noticed me long ago?" The small earth dog followed behind Flash, its pair of crimson eyes fixed on Malia. Saliva dripped from the corner of its mouth as if it were eyeing a world-renowned delicacy. Flash shook his head with a hint of regret. "I didn't see through you earlier, it's just that your recent appearances in various corners of the base have been too frequent. I must admit, your performance was impeccable before. Even I was deceived." He spoke to himself, his gaze landing on Changjan. "You are still a metal element psychic?" Flash treated this long sword as an ordinary blade controlled by a metal element psychic, focusing all his attention on Malia. Changjan hovered in the air, humming as if dissatisfied with such neglect. Marvin slowly sat up from behind, raising his hand to support his forehead as he observed the current situation in the room. He had been lying down for too long and felt weak, slumping against the ground, unable to stand. Malia tossed a crystal core backward, instructing, "Rest well." Turning her head to meet Flash's gaze, she asked, "You know everything. Why did you say so now?" She didn't think Flash waited until now out of any goodwill toward her. He must have had a plan. Flash narrowed his eyes, looking at the person behind Malia, instead showing a smile. "No rush. Let's clear out the irrelevant people first, then talk face to face." He waved at the small earth dog beside him, which immediately let out 2 grunts and lunged toward Marvin behind Malia. Before its sharp teeth could touch Marvin, a long sword intercepted it midair. Changjan stood before Marvin, creating an impregnable barrier. This might not be appropriate. Purple lightning transformed into a whip, striking towards the small earth dog. Immediately, all the psychics in the room unleashed their abilities, aiming at Malia. Chapter 181, The Mutated Little Earth Dog. The lightning, like a coiling dragon, wrapped around the little earth dog, blocking the aimed at her and threw the earth dog towards Isaac. With bloodshot eyes, the little earth dog twisted its body midair, using Isaac's body to land steadily on the ground. It emitted threatening growls from its throat. Burn marks from the lightning whip wrapped around the little earth dog's body. It crouched cautiously, baring its teeth and glaring in Malia's direction. Electric arcs flickered in Malia's hands, exuding power that made people involuntarily stiffen their spines. Flash finally frowned at Malia. He took 2 steps back and tossed a vial of medication towards the little earth dog. The earth dog caught it with its mouth and bit through the glass bottle. Transparent liquid flowed out of the glass bottle and into the little earth dog's mouth. After consuming the enhancement agent, it wandered 2 steps, growling deeply, its spine twisting as it remained on all fours. In broad daylight, its bones ruptured through its flesh, exposing muscle tissues in the air. Its entire body kept expanding until it grew to be as large as a person. From an ordinary little earth dog to this monster now, the first thing it did upon standing up was to bite and swallow the stunned Isaac in just a few gulps. Not only Isaac, but 2 other people also met the same fate. Malia watched this upright walking, neither human nor ghost creature in front of her, frowning deeply. "Damn! What kind of monster is this?" Marvin exclaimed from behind, watching the mutated little earth dog. It was no longer within common perception of living beings. The little earth dog lunged at her with a gaping mouth, still containing bits of flesh, its sharp canine teeth gleaming coldly. Malia was not alarmed. She flicked her finger, sending Jeren directly toward the earth dog's fangs. One beast, one blade, clashed together. Under Jeren's protection, the little earth dog couldn't reach Malia, not even touching the hem of her clothes. However, Malia walked slowly to Flash. Lightning still flickered faintly in her hand, and her tone was threatening. "Now let's have a proper talk. Why didn't you make a fuss when you discovered me?" Flash looked at her, glancing occasionally at the battle between the long knife and the monstrous dog. "The one who should be worried isn't me. Haven't you already taken the enhancement agent?" Flash's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Did I mention that after taking it, to maintain constant consciousness, you'd need to keep taking it? Because of your carelessness, you are now bound to me." As he spoke, he took out a bottle of the agent and waved it in front of Malia. "This has become your necessity. Only by making these mutants depend on him could he fully control them." Flash looked at his little yellow dog, which had completely changed form, stood with his arms crossed, adopting a victor's stance. "Your little slave companion isn't some easy character either. Where does this mutant come from?" Malia and Aelb concealed themselves very well. If they hadn't been wandering and examining the base recently, Flash wouldn't have suspected them. As he spoke, the air beside Malia twisted, and a figure emerged from it. Upon appearing, the figure locked eyes with Flash. Flash's previously relaxed brows instantly knitted. "You are Aelb." He hadn't expected that the man wanted throughout the base was hiding right beside him. Furthermore, he saw Malia throw a green crystal core into Marvin's arms. She was the mutant capable of purifying crystal cores. They were the ones who let these 2 return to their stronghold after being in their base. "Very good, simply very good." Flash clapped, laughing bitterly. "You 2 really fooled me around. But what does that matter? Do you dare to fight here? There are so many raindrops outside, and if any touch you, there will be no way out." After he finished speaking, a soft scoff came from in front of him. Malia glanced at him coldly. "Do you really think the enhancement agent is unbreakable? Do you seriously believe that if I truly couldn't leave the drug, I would stand here? Or do you think you understand the active energy in the drug better than anyone else?" A series of questions left her lips, each one silencing Flash more. He furrowed his brows, stepping back warily. "What do you mean?" Malia raised her arm and beckoned to the side. Jeren disengaged from the struggle and flew obediently towards her. Taking hold of the long knife, Malia skillfully moved the handle with her fingers, eyes fixed ahead, flicking her fingertips. Jeren shot out like a bullet, piercing through the monster's forehead as it lunged at Marvin, then impaling the wall behind. Until the 2-legged monster was pinned to the wall, it let out its final howl, flailed twice, and then dropped down. The whistling sound of the knife slicing through the air echoed in the otherwise deathly silent room. Marvin, who had been right in front of the battle scene, quietly crawled out from under the dead monster. He held his breath, crouched in the corner, hugging himself tightly, and looked at the 3 people in the middle with wide eyes. Reason told him that this was not a battlefield he could be involved in. Malia smiled faintly. "You didn't even see the will of the heavens, and yet you thought about replacing the existing rules. Isn't that too arrogant? The bark masks fell from their faces, revealing their original appearances. Malia's delicate face remained unchanged except for her sharp eyes and the mocking curve of her lips, while arcs of electricity gathered in her hand. This ends here, Flash. You've made enough mistakes. Dark purple lightning accumulated power, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy in front of her. Flash was terrified inside, rolling to the side. Damn. I did nothing wrong. He glared at the two people in front of him and pinched a button in his hand. This world is meant to survive the fittest. I brought power to everyone, and you enjoyed the benefits I provided. Not only did you not express gratitude, but you also wanted to kill me. Without hesitation, he pressed the button in his hand, cracking a cruel smile. Guess how many of those earth dogs I studied? You might be able to withstand it alone, but what about the ordinary ability users? I didn't want to go this far. It's you who forced me. It's you who forced me. He muttered these words as he jumped out of the window. Malia looked up just in time to see him land on a mud wall, which kept spreading as he stood up, putting more distance between him and them. On the street, numerous ability users were already waiting there, focusing only on Flash on the mud wall, guarding him loyally. Flash turned around and gave them a smile amidst the light rain. Come try and see how terrifying the world I created can be. Chapter 182, Attack. Under the curtain of rain, some creatures leaped down from the second floor of the mutant arena. The zombies, who had been confined inside, all had their flesh peeled back and bones protruding, looking exceptionally horrifying. They jumped from the second floor of the arena, rushing into the crowd, and quickly dispersed into the corners of the streets and alleys, tearing to shreds those who hadn't yet been infected by the enhancement sera. The sun seemed unable to bear this scene, for what was once a bright sky suddenly became overcast with dark clouds. Before long, above Jumping Base, it turned pitch black, and amidst the clouds, flashes of lightning could be faintly seen. In the Wuhan base camp on the outskirts of Jumping Base, many people looked up at the strange phenomena in the sky. They were all too familiar with this scene. It was the same phenomenon that appeared when they faced the beast tide. Lightning again. The lightning is gathering. Attack. Stomp Jumping Base into the ground. You aren't even human. I'm going to burn that group of inhumane people alive. Initially, no one knew who started it, but in no time, the camp was filled with shouts and cries. Those who had just been settled in the tents of Wuhan Base were attracted by the commotion and gradually came out of their tents. Far away, the dark clouds above Jumping Base continued to spread. Closer by, Wuhan Base was filled with intense emotions as everyone angrily shouted, expressing their readiness to charge. Among them were many people from Kunhei Base who had joined Wuhan Base later, as well as more who originally came from Jumping Base. They had once been defined as slaves, trampled upon by those high and mighty people in the base, struggling to survive under their gaze. Now, their shouts mixed with pent-up anger, surging forth like a wave. That chaotic chorus infected the emaciated people who had just emerged from the base, and they joined in the shouting. Many of them wept as they searched for weapons, standing beside the people of Wuhan Base. Hearing the commotion, others from nearby bases also came out, watching the excited people of Wuhan Base. Somehow, the chaotic shouts gave them goosebumps. Janice stood at the forefront of the crowd, her eyes fixed on the rolling thunder far away, lips pressed tightly together. Palmer, beside her, asked loudly, "Shall we attack?" His voice was extremely loud so as not to be drowned out by the roaring behind him. Janice took a deep breath, nodded at Palmer, and then a golden surge of energy shot into the sky, exploding into a massive golden firework. Charge. On the high wall of distant Wuhan Base, Gary straightened his body, gazing into the distance, his deep eyes unusually vacant. The little girl beside him sat on the edge of the wall, looking in the same direction. Brother Shia, why did Sister Cai and Brother Song leave only us and Tegan Spencer? Do they think we're useless? Son Amora swung her little legs, her face visibly gloomy. The vines next to her brushed against her cheek affectionately, offering comfort. Gary's expression was heavy as he placed his hand on the little girl's head. His response was resolute. Someone has to stay behind to hold the rear. We are the lifeline they left. If none of them return, they would be the future strength to stand against Jumping Base. Even if they couldn't win now, after 10 or 20 years, with continuous growth, they would eventually prevail. Wuhan Base was not the same as it used to be. It now had a resilient soul. That massive firework, like a battle drum, inspired action among the surrounding bases as well. Countless mutants and ordinary people picked up their weapons, pocketed emerald green crystal cores, and rushed toward the base before them. From a bird's eye view, countless black dots converged from all directions, charging towards the central fortress. The first wave reached Jumping Base, unleashing their powers from afar, aiming for the towering walls. Numerous power attacks flew swiftly, and even the sturdiest walls crumbled instantly. Dark clouds covered the sky, and a heavy rain began, with raindrops the size of pebbles pounding down like a heavenly baptism. The artificial precipitation cloud was broken by the rain, and twisted water streams were washed into the soars by the strong raindrops, as if forcibly cleaning the ground. Shirley stood on the balcony of the second floor, looking at the rain falling from the sky, a slight smile on her lips. She summoned Jeren, leaped over the broken window frame, and stood atop it. The large raindrops didn't touch her. A layer of spiritual energy always surrounded her, keeping her dry from the rain. Look, even the heavens have come to cleanse the house. She playfully teased Aelb, in a rare good mood. A cacophony of cries echoed from the horizon, and the vague outlines of giant birds could be seen flying toward this direction. Aelb took a step forward, passing through the black hole, and stood beside Shirley. As soon as he got close to Shirley, a layer of spiritual energy enveloped him too. Shirley had anticipated he would join her and proactively held Aelb's hand. Let's go together. The two rings collided with a soft chime, their owners' fingers tightly pressed against each other. Jaren rushed out, carrying the two of them chasing after the direction Flash had left. Rain pattered on buildings, creating a pitter-patter sound, surrounding walls crumbled under ability's attack, rubble smashing onto the ground. Far away, strange birds screeched, spreading their wings and dashing toward this direction. With the help of other ability users, Flash did not leave at a very high speed. It didn't take long for Shirley and others to catch up with Flash. However, he was now surrounded by a large number of ability users and zombies that had undergone secondary mutations. Oddly enough, the ability users and zombies were on the same side. They launched an onslaught of powers at Shirley and others. Flash, sheltered among them, held a short flute across his lips, silently playing music unheard by the others. Shirley and Aelb immediately split up, with Shirley entering from the left side, and Aelb crossing the crowd via the black hole straight into the center of the ability users and twice mutated zombies. Flash had expected this. He was surrounded closely by zombies and ability users, preventing anyone from touching him. Aelb was particularly agile within the encirclement. Black holes opened one after another, and before those ability users and zombies could touch him, he already appeared at the next location. At the same time, the extremely destructive black hole ability was thrown, and amidst the dense encirclement, it could knock down a large group. On the other side, Jaren in Shirley's hands carried electric arcs. Whoever touched the blade, whether zombie or ability user, collapsed instantly, losing breath. Shirley's advance was extremely slow but carried an unstoppable momentum. Seeing the situation turn unfavorable, Flash gritted his teeth, venomous eyes locking onto the two figures relentlessly closing in on him. Chapter 183, Chaos. Under his summons, the zombies and mutated birds and beasts around Jumping Base all moved toward this direction. Along the way, they encountered people from various bases rushing to Jumping Base, and battles broke out outside the base. The situation inside Jumping Base was also dire. Many plants that had been irrigated with enhancer serum began growing uncontrollably. The roots in the soil twisted and surged, promoting continuous mutations. These mutated plants did not recognize any psychics, they attacked any living thing that approached them. Not only them, but the animals contaminated by the enhancer serum also became frenzied. The psychics inside the base hadn't even celebrated their enhanced abilities when they encountered a scene filled with zombies and mutant plants and animals. Many uninformed psychics were frightened by such scenes. The brief moment of shock cost them their lives to zombies and mutant animals from all directions. The outer wall was destroyed by psychics, and led by Janice, these people crossed over the rubble and charged in. Purple lightning surged in the sky, sudden brightness making the dim streets suddenly cool. Raindrops fell on people, drenching them to the bone. Psychics wiped the raindrops off their faces, activated their powers, and rushed towards the people inside the base. Ordinary people holding weapons charged forward, using knives, spears, cudgels, and other tools against Jumping Base residents. Giant birds from the sky swooped down, attacking the crowds below from high altitudes. Under this dark cloud, Jumping Base became the most chaotic place in the post-apocalyptic world. Fabio, who had been guarding Flash's side, couldn't help but curse. These two are monsters. With so many psychics blocking here, one slipped through, and the other was too strong to fight. Ulizi held a long knife, using attack as defense, repelling all attacks aimed at him. Damn, it's strange. My psychic power is useless against her. Eli wildly used his gravity ability against Ulizi but saw no effect. Ulizi was covered by a layer of spiritual energy, almost isolating all psychic attacks. It was like an impenetrable armor. Not only did raindrops fail to touch her, but those psychic attacks couldn't leave a mark either. Ulizi took a step forward, cutting down all the psychics and zombies blocking her path. In the dim environment, the dark blue glow stood out particularly brightly. Under the rain curtain, Ulizi and the others were surrounded by countless psychics and zombies. Half of the area was dominated by dark blue knife light, while the other half saw explosive holes created by dense black voids. They resembled two human bulldozers, gradually eliminating the surrounding zombies and mutant animals. A giant bird descended straight for Ulizi and Aelb. Its massive wings blocked the sky above them, darkening the view and stopping the rain. The huge beak swooped down with fierce gusts, making the ground-level people stagger. Bird-like mutants joined the battlefield. Not only here but other parts of Jumping Base also suffered attacks from giant birds. Steel-like beaks opened and flew low, carrying away many psychics. The threat from the sky changed many psychics' expressions, and those attacked by giant birds cried out helplessly. Ulizi pursed her lips and slashed at the neck of a charging giant bird, opening a wound. Due to inertia, the giant bird could not resist, its flesh and organs spilling onto the ground after being cut by the long knife. Ulizi then flew up, thrusting her long knife into the giant bird's head and digging out a round crystal core before dropping it to the ground. Stepping on the bird's back, she rushed towards other spread-winged giant birds. If the threat from the sky wasn't eliminated, they would find it hard to conquer Jumping Base. At the same time, Aelb also activated his psychic power, landing on a giant bird's back, grabbing its steel feathers and blasting it with his power. An explosion echoed in the sky along with the mournful cries of the giant birds. Blood gushed from the dead bird's wounds, raining down. Without the crystal core, the giant bird plummeted from the sky, about to hit the ground, but large voids opened beneath it, teleporting its corpse elsewhere. People on the ground looked up in awe, seeing a dark blue light on the tallest building far away. Under the light were two figures. The small woman held a large crystal core which turned emerald green in her hand. She stuffed the crystal core into Aelb's arms, twirled her long knife, and charged back into the sky. My God! Someone couldn't help but let out a scream as dark red rain fell from the sky, accompanied by a lightning bolt that illuminated the entire jumping base. Rolling thunder followed, startling many of the psychics. What are you all standing there for? Attack. TSK, if I have to go through this to live my life, it's worth it. Associating with zombies, you bastards are really disgusting. Roars accompanied even more intense psychic attacks and assaults. To many people in Jumping Base, these people seemed like mad dogs breaking out of their cages. Their fighting spirit made many of Jumping Base's psychics retreat. Elena mixed in the crowd, hiding in a corner with a pistol that came out from her storage space, always on guard. Her spatial reserve ability didn't give her an advantage in direct combat. From the looks of those bloodthirsty people outside, exposing herself now would be like becoming a living target. Just as she was thinking, a psychic attack shot past her face from beside her, grazing her eyes. Cold sweat broke out on Elena's back as she looked in that direction and saw Jean, in tattered clothes, grinning wildly, hurling her psychic powers aimlessly at her. Since the auction, Jean had been forced into slavery. She was selected by a psychic in the base and survived under his daily torment. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the base's turmoil, she clearly became mentally unstable and escaped, charging straight at Elena in the confusion. Go to hell, just die already. She used almost all her psychic power against Elena. Faced with such targeted attacks, Elena had no way to avoid them and died instantly when her head was pierced by the psychic power. Jean was also hit by a stray psychic attack during the melee, collapsing and losing her breath. In Jumping Base, similar slave retaliations occurred at multiple locations. The once high and mighty psychics of Jumping Base were overwhelmed by attacks from all directions. The heavy rain continued, washing away the fallen corpses, turning them into rivers of crimson blood flowing down the streets of Jumping Base. Chapter 184, Flash's Death. Inside the base, Janice, leading the group, was battling many secondary mutated zombies. Palmer continuously used his abilities, setting half a street on fire. Hugh picked up a nearby fallen pillar and swung it at the surrounding zombies and psychics. Aaron and Palmer stood at opposite ends of the street, their ice-based powers creating an icy domain. Serving Kongling Base, Nathaniel and Brenton swung their powers into the heads of the surrounding zombies. Ordinary people like Laura and Alexei were also not willing to be outdone. They fought desperately as if they did not fear the wounds on their bodies, determined to tear a piece of flesh from their opponents. The people attacking Jumping Base seemed to fight without any plan, but in reality, they were orderly arranged. Psychic fighters charged forward with ordinary people providing support from the side. All healer psychics were interspersed among them like a spread-out net, ensuring everyone was covered. Jack emitted a white light from his body, standing out particularly in the dimly lit street, with Debbie protecting him, guiding him from one end of the street to the other. His psychic power, shining on the psychics, replenished their energy and relieved the fatigue caused by frequent use of powers. Jack's ability was just like that. He could be seen as a mobile, controllable charger. Psychic fighters under the illumination of his white light could fight for longer durations. Everyone worked together. Even though there were numerous casualties, no one stopped to rest. In the sky, Jaren struck again, piercing the head of a giant bird and extracting a large, round crystal core. She rapidly absorbed its essence, then threw it down towards Aelb's location below. The crystal core was caught mid-air by a black hole before landing safely behind Aelb. From above, one could see over a dozen huge emerald green crystal cores scattered on that patch of ground. Although fewer birds circled in the high sky, many more were flying in from the distance. Malia dropped another crystal core, pressing her lips tightly together. She watched the new batch of approaching giant birds, knowing this couldn't go on. Below, amidst the chaos, the most noticeable area was where Flash was located. Surrounded densely by zombies and psychics, it made one's scalp tingle. At the center, that person was still playing a short flute. As the sound of the flute played, more zombies and mutated flora and fauna approached this direction. Malia's eyes narrowed slightly as she threw Jaren, which pierced through the heads of 3 giant birds consecutively. Leaping off one bird, she placed her hand atop another's head, swiftly absorbing the essence from its brain crystal. With continuous jumps, all 3 giant birds were resolved. Without a pause, Malia held her long blade and dived towards the crowd where Flash was, before the next wave of giant birds arrived. She descended from the sky like a small cannonball. Seeing this, countless psychics on the ground launched their powers toward Cai Goyu. However, just as they released their powers, darkness enveloped them. A semicircular black hole appeared around them, flipping them upside down. Unable to see the outside world, their powers dissipated into the black hole like hitting cotton, having no effect. It's Aelb. He has already reached this level. Those 2 monsters, can we beat them? Under the cover of darkness, the encircled crowd felt panic. They dared not move recklessly or approach the surrounding black holes. What are you panicking for? Use your powers to break through. Flash's voice came through, filled with anger, showing that he had lost his composure. Outside, Cai Goyu was rushing toward them, and despite knowing the danger approaching, they could neither hear nor see her. The psychics protecting Flash started to panic. Standing on a tall building, Aelb exerted all his powers, covering Cai Goyu's attack. Cai Goyu fell quickly, almost touching the black hole's barrier simultaneously causing it to collapse. As Aelb sat down, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted. Upon hitting the ground heavily, Cai Goryu's aura burst forth, forcing everyone to step back, forming a vacuum around her. The short flute flew far from Flash's hand, washed away by the rainstorm. Cai Goryu held Jeren, walking to the fallen Flash. The strong aura when she landed stirred the enhanced energy within him, making him spit out blood. Flash looked at Cai Goryu in terror, clearly not expecting her strength to have reached such a level. You've had that power all along. The impact just now made Flash feel the force from Malia, which was tens of millions of times stronger than his. If the spirit energy in his body was a cup of water, the immense force he felt was like an ocean. Malia wiped off all the water droplets on Jeren's blade, making its dark blue light shine brighter. This power, it never belonged to you. Malia's eyes reflected the dark blue glow, exuding a touch of bewitching beauty. A streak of blue light swept through the air as the rain washed away the bloodstains on Jeren and the head that rolled from beneath Malia's feet. Perhaps it was heaven's punishment for Flash who created the zombie-inducing potion, hence, supernatural powers were born to counteract him. No matter how many potions he used, he could never gain the strength to attack others. He was merely an ordinary person who lived a little longer. Rumble. Thunder struck from the sky, with purple lightning hitting those approaching giant birds. Wherever the lightning struck, numerous birds fell. The rain gradually diminished, the force of the drops easing, becoming gentler. Jeren emitted a hum, seemingly rejoicing at the fall of Flash's head. The surrounding psychics, just recovering from the shockwave, were stunned by the scene before them. The girl with the long blade stood in the rain, not a single drop touching the edges of her clothes. In front of her lay the decapitated Flash. At this moment, fear surged within their hearts. When Malia's gaze swept over, their scalps tightened, and they scrambled backward. What was once a chaotic open space suddenly saw half of the psychics fleeing due to Flash's death. With the heavy stone lifted from her heart, but knowing everything was far from over, Malia stood in the rain, slightly raising her head to look at the rolling thunderclouds above, taking a deep breath. At the same time, inside Jumping Base, all the dungeons previously filled with spirit energy by Malia exploded, sending up waves of dust and smoke. The deafening explosions shook everyone to their core. Chapter 185, It Wants Malia Dead. The series of explosions further devastated the already battered Jumping Base. No matter how powerful the psychics of Jumping Base were, under relentless attacks, they began to show signs of wear. Strangely, the psychics of Jumping Base who had been killed would soon mutate into zombies after falling to the ground, and upon standing up again, their power would increase dramatically. By now, zombies roamed freely within Jumping Base, and the density of psychic zombies and mutated flora and fauna reached a terrifying level. Even the strongest fighters became exhausted after prolonged battles. Zombies and mutant creatures took advantage of every opportunity to attack these weary people. The constant dangers left no time for thought. Once the crystal core was retrieved from a zombie's head, there was barely enough time to toss it into backpacks before joining the next battle. Aelb rested briefly, then joined this struggle between humans and psychics with renewed vigor. On the open ground, Malia swung her Jeren, mowing down mutant zombies and animals wherever she went. If someone were to open their brains, they would find that the crystal cores in their heads had turned emerald green. The light rain could no longer wash away the bloodstains on the ground. Bodies lay strewn about mutated animals, zombies, psychics, and ordinary people alike. Those who had lost their lives lay haphazardly while others fought fiercely in the distance. Boom! Rolling thunder echoed through the sky as dark purple lightning struck specifically at the psychic zombies and mutant creatures. Marvin, who had just regained his strength, wiped the rainwater off his face and continued to throw wind blades towards the surrounding zombies without pause. A bolt of purple lightning from the sky struck a zombie behind him, incinerating it instantly. Marvin felt astonished but didn't have time to look up when someone else rushed out beside him. Krista wielded a machete, spattered with droplets of blood that had been diluted by the rain. She shouted at Marvin sharply, "Stay alert, don't get distracted." Marvin looked at her, clearly taken aback, and pursed his lips as he resumed attacking the surrounding zombies. In the distance, Adley was helping Palmer move forward. Despite most of his weight resting on Adley, Palmer still used his psychic powers to attack the zombies. Seeing this, Marvin hurried to assist, taking over Palmer from Adley's shoulder, asking doubtfully, "What happened?" Adley shrugged, using the moment to squat down and treat Palmer's foot. "Nothing serious, just twisted it." Though she spoke casually, it was actually because a second mutated zombie had caught her, and Palmer had pounced from afar to save her just as the zombie's sharp teeth were about to bite her. He tackled the zombie with brute force, and if not for Adley quickly pulling him in another direction, he might have mutated into another zombie himself. Adley applied heavy pressure while treating him, causing Palmer to grimace in pain but refrain from crying out. Seemingly to divert his attention forcibly, he asked Marvin, "Where are Guer and Captain?" Marvin shook his head, recalling what he had seen, and answered honestly, "They must have gone to deal with the base commander of Jumping Base." Palmer whistled in amazement, gazing at the rainy sky, marveling, "I still can't believe it. That girl who killed the giant bird is really our girl Guer?" No one responded to him, but nearby, Aaron said coldly, "Once you're healed, clean up those zombies quickly. You can marvel later when we're all out of here." Adley pinched the meat on Palmer's thigh hard, saying angrily, "Less personal heroism in the future. I don't need you to save me." Palmer yelped, suddenly perking up, and directed a burst of flame at the nearest zombie. He half-heartedly replied, "Got it, got it." Several streets away, the very person they had been worrying about stood strong. Malia wielded her Jeren, allowing no one to approach her. She and Aelb, one coming from the street entrance and the other from its end, swept through the area like closing a net, clearing out these zombies one by one. Occasional bolts of lightning fell near them from the sky, aiding them in eliminating these zombies. With the removal of Flash, although it was still challenging to kill these zombies and mutants, everyone felt lighter. The news of the death of Jamping Base's commander spread from the psychics to the people of Wuhan Base and then throughout the entire battlefield. This undoubtedly boosted morale and made them fight even more fiercely. Malia and Aelb cleared an entire street, and when they met again, lightning descended around them, instantly reducing the last few zombies to ashes. Aelb glanced at the unusually active thunderclouds, raising an eyebrow. This lightning. Before he could finish his sentence, another blinding bolt of lightning struck. The lightning landed precisely where Malia stood without any deviation. It seemed that Malia had grown accustomed to being struck. She nimbly dodged to the side, avoiding the area where the lightning would land. This bolt of heavenly lightning showed no sign of holding back. The ground was split by a long, narrow crack from the impact. Several meters within the strike range were scorched black. The powerful heat energy, mixed with rainwater, sizzled and emitted steam. Both Malia and Aelb were somewhat stunned as they looked up at the rolling thunder in the sky, involuntarily frowning. Is this, you about to break through? Aelb turned to look at Malia beside him, voicing his confusion. However, Malia kept her gaze fixed on the dark clouds above, shaking her head lightly. This time, it's not going to be that simple. Since slaying Flash, Malia had long anticipated such a scene while watching the thunderclouds in the sky. Missing its target, the lightning struck again, another purple dragon-like bolt racing straight toward Malia. Its purpose clear, it came faster than before. Malia held Jeren tightly, positioning the blade horizontally above her head, forming a protective aura to withstand the lightning strike. Under the impact of the lightning, Malia bent under the pressure, gritting her teeth, as her spiritual energy enveloped her, almost solidifying. Aelb's brows furrowed deeply, noticing that this bolt of lightning was far more lethal compared to the previous ones. Even as a non-target, he could feel the intense pressure from the lightning strike. Aelb's eyelids twitched violently, silently gripping Malia's hand, and his gaze toward the thundercloud changed. It wants Malia dead. Chapter 186, Ascending Heaven's Stairs. The spiritual energy within Malia's body was too intense. To the heavenly Tao, she was an anomaly. Rolling thunder descended directly atop Malia. The lightning gradually became more dense, one after another, accelerating in speed. Those who initially felt joy over the celestial anomaly that eradicated the zombies began to sense something amiss. Bright purple lightning struck in a single direction from the sky. Before the previous bolt dissipated, the next one had already landed, gradually forming a bright purple line from sky to land. People gathered toward where the lightning struck. Upon approaching, they could see that the descending lightning column was composed of many bolts. These bolts densely converged at one spot, creating a web of electricity cascading downward. Within this web were two figures darting about. Aelb was pulling Malia and occasionally using a black hole to block the lightning attacks. The pressure within the heavenly thunder suppressed his ability, making it difficult for him to easily utilize the black hole power. Captain Guyue. Innes, alerted by the news, widened his eyes as he watched lightning spread beneath the feet of the people before him, his heart clenching for them. Adley frowned at the scene before her. What's happening with these lightning bolts? This day had seen too many extraordinary sights, each one impacting her brain, causing her temples to throb. What was once a friendly heavenly thunder now turned against its own. Malia struggled to evade within the web of lightning, under the might of the heavenly thunder, completely activating the spiritual energy within her body. Powerful spiritual energy clashed with the high-altitude heavenly thunder, creating significant energy waves. Beside Malia, Aelb was thrown back by the shockwave and then teleported back via the black hole. He tightly held Malia's hand, unwilling to let go. Jeren detached from Malia's hand, soaring upward to counter the descending heavenly thunder. Malia gripped Aelb's hand, blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, yet his grip remained strong. She wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just as she was about to speak, she was interrupted by his words. I will stay with you, wherever you are. His gaze was unwaveringly locked on her, without a hint of hesitation. Malia's words got stuck in her throat. She pursed her lips and hoarsely said, I'm not telling you to go anywhere, but you need to recover some of your abilities first. I'll wait here until you come back fully recovered. Aelb indeed sensed his energy waning, his abilities nearly exhausted. Pushing any further would likely have disastrous results. After a brief exchange of glances, Aelb finally gave in to her gaze. Aelb squeezed Malia's hand tightly. Wait for me. Malia nodded in agreement. Jeren buzzed above their heads, so many lightning strikes made it hard for Jeren to handle. Seeing Aelb finally teleport out of the web, Malia stood her ground, lifting her arm, Jeren landing in her palm. Spiritual energy spiraled around her, surging unreservedly towards the oncoming heavenly thunder. Her sudden burst didn't stop the heavenly thunder for a moment. Even more fierce lightning fell, with thunderclaps that made hearts skip. Aelb teleported onto a previous platform, both hands pressed against two round, emerald-green crystal cores, his eyes fixed on Malia's direction. A vacuum formed around the lightning, with zombie beasts, ability users, and normal people alike avoiding the area. Amidst the lightning, the girl's long saber shone brilliantly, dark blue fluorescence competing with the lightning. With the long saber in hand, its blade pierced into the ground, vast spiritual energy surged out, powerful shockwaves pushing everyone back dozens of steps. Malia knelt on one knee, lightning striking beside her but being repelled by this wave of spiritual energy, unable to reach her. Spiritual energy condensed into thick white mist around her. Malia's fingers continuously tapped Jeren. With her as the center, the surrounding ground began to tremble. The spiritual energy of this world swirled like a vortex, transmitted from Jeren into Malia's body. Fierce battles were ongoing, but before they felt the tremors below, the surrounding zombies collapsed first. Their crimson eyes gradually dulled as someone wielded a knife to sever their heads, digging out the crystal cores inside. Those originally grayish-white cores were now vividly green, causing palpitations. This. An ability user who dug out a crystal core was speechless for a long while. Their gazes involuntarily turned to the girl enveloped in lightning. She was draining the spiritual energy of this entire area. Gradually, people could no longer see Malia's face. White mist swirled around her, allowing only a vague silhouette to be seen. The mutated beasts collapsed, and the mutated plants gradually withered. That force was so powerful that even ordinary people could feel its suction, unconsciously drawing closer to where Malia was. Countless abilities flowed from the long saber into Malia's body, filling her inner organs before overflowing and flowing through every meridian in her body. A faint chant resonated distantly at the horizon, followed by 3 chimes of a bell, as the thunder in the sky gradually subsided. The incessant rain finally ceased, leaving behind the smell of gunpowder from the fallen celestial lightning in the air after the rain. Dark clouds gradually dispersed, revealing colorful light shining down from the sky. The first rays of light fell on the white mist, turning it into a rainbow hue. Those circles of white mist danced, swirling like a vortex converging toward the center. They enveloped the girl in the middle, the mist stretching upward, evolving into a long staircase reaching straight to the heavens. At the bottom, Malia slowly lifted her head. Her eyes shimmered with a dark blue glow, and she softly whispered, "Ascending heaven's stairs." This was the final step for cultivators to understand the great Tao. Once ascending heaven's stairs appeared, one would transcend their mortal coil and step onto the path of immortality. Everything was beautifully dreamlike, and even though the girl in the multicolored light was disheveled from battle, her gaze upon the heavenly stairs left everyone in a daze. All around were mesmerized by this scene, except for one person. Aelb, looking at the girl in the rosy light, felt his heart pound like drums, his eyes bloodshot as he plummeted from the sky toward her. He had an overwhelming premonition that if he missed this opportunity, he would lose the girl forever. Malia seemed to sense something and turned her dark blue eyes back to meet Aelb's gaze. Aelb, using the black hole jump, extended his hand toward Malia. When Malia took his hand, the silver ring between them sparkled brilliantly under the rosy light. As they ascended the last step of the heavenly stairs, the rosy light suddenly intensified, its blinding brilliance making it impossible to open one's eyes. People below couldn't help but raise their arms to shield themselves. After the light faded and the dust settled, silence prevailed. When the crowd looked for the girl's figure again, she was nowhere to be found on the empty ground before them. The misty staircase still stood tall, a reminder of the true story that once unfolded on this very land. The end. Chapter 187 Epilogue. The pure white snowflakes were the ladder between the earth and the sky. Under the last snowfall of winter, someone thrust a knife forward, slicing through a zombie's temple and extracted a crystal core from its skull, the heavy body slowly collapsing to the ground. Another zombie was cleaned up. A bright streak of daylight appeared in the sky, revealing a hint of warmth amidst the biting cold wind. Under the vast sky, people, weary and disheveled, gazed up at the light and panted, always with an easy smile at the corner of their mouths. The battle to clear out zombies finally came to a gradual end in late winter 5 years later. The number of zombies outside had become extremely scarce. Any sighting would immediately trigger an expedition by a psychic squad to clean them up. The Wuhan base, as well as other bases, now had an established system for dealing with the remaining zombies. Picking up the crystal core from the ground, the exhausted people headed back to the base. At that time, the Wuhan base had grown so large it could no longer be called a base. Encompassing more than 10 surrounding bases of all sizes, they jointly cleared out a safe country. With the Wuhan base as the main city, humanity entered a period of stability and gradually prospered. The team leader who went out to clean up zombies returned to the gate of the Wuhan base with his team. Since the chaotic battles at the Jiangping base 5 years ago, zombies had rapidly diminished, and mutant animals and plants no longer proliferated. Psychics were organized into standard squads, beginning to systematically exterminate the wandering zombies outside. The entire Wuhan base, along with surrounding bases, developed rapidly. On the square directly opposite the entrance of the Wuhan base stood a stone monument. On the monument, there was a girl holding a long knife planted in the ground. Her face was delicate and her expression resolute. Behind her stood a man with sharp features, placing his hand on the girl's shoulder. The two stood in the snowstorm, exuding an air of dignity. A passing little girl placed a bunch of red plum blossoms before the statue, tilting her head up to gaze at the much taller sculpture with an innocent look, muttering softly, "Bless me, wish Dad comes back safely." Those who returned could not help but smile at this scene. Such moments happened frequently, yet the innocent children always brought warmth to the heart. Soon, a tall man strode out from the team and scooped up the little girl in a few strides. "Baby, Daddy is back." The man's voice carried joy, his arms strong as he held the little girl. The little girl hugged the man's neck tightly, her smile wide and bright, her sweet voice almost melting hearts. "Daddy went to fight zombies again. You are so cool, Daddy." All those who returned smiled, pointing at the statue, their hands resting over their hearts, standing still for 3 seconds. This was what they did every time they returned from clearing zombies, thanking the deity for keeping them safe. At the foot of the statue lay full blooms of plum blossoms. Those bright red plums made the statue appear even more beautiful. Snow covered every rooftop around, except this spot where the statue was kept immaculately clean, free from any snowflakes. People in the base busily dug fields and processed food. They worked diligently but wore happy smiles. Free from constant fear of life and death, everyone's spirits soared. No more mutant plants grew on the land, and plum blossoms bloomed in every street and alley, bringing fragrance to the cold winter. It was dinner time, smoke rising from each household, and the warm yellow lights from windows lit up the night. By the road, a woman led a 3-year-old child past the statue at the entrance. The chubby child pointed at the statue and looked at her mother, Mommy, guardian goddess. The gentle-eyed woman picked up the child, cooing softly, yes, she is our guardian. The story of the guardian goddess who ended the apocalypse spread in every corner of the streets. Her love story with the human leader left everyone yearning. A patrolling female soldier wiped away snowflakes from beside the statue, gazing at it for a long time before continuing her rounds. These female soldiers used to be from the Iron Ladies Corps. Now, they were officially renamed Urban Patrol Soldiers, inspecting every corner of the base. Any bullying or criminal activities would be dealt with impartially, offenders being taken to the patrol office. The patrol office no longer just accepted women but included various ordinary people and psychics, forming a powerful base supervision system. As fine snow continued to fall, the cold wind blew fiercely, but this winter was no longer cold. In the central office building of the base, Gary closed his eyes, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Long hours spent on paperwork had left his eyes burning with fatigue. He stood up, stretched his limbs, and got out of his seat to pour himself a cup of tea. He slowly walked to the window. Through the transparent glass, he could see the statue standing at the entrance of the base, as well as the gate of the base. From his angle, he could only see the side profile of the half-kneeling girl and the man's back. Gary pressed his lips tightly together, his brows habitually creasing. After 5 years of handling all sorts of incidents, the once shy boy was long gone. The man standing by the window now had deep lines between his eyebrows, fine wrinkles formed from years of constant frowning. His gaze shifted from the statue to the fluttering snowflakes between them. The light, white snowflakes seemed to purify one's heart. Perhaps in another world, you too still shine brilliantly. He let his mind go blank, thinking so. His resting time was short. Even before he could fully indulge in his thoughts, there was a knock on the door. Base Commander, there are documents that need your signature. Gary by the window took a deep breath and replied in a deep voice, come in. After this peaceful winter, spring would bring the revival of all things. Similar occurrences were happening in many corners around. Most people couldn't forget the chaotic battle 5 years ago, nor could they forget the deity that appeared after the battle. The mist staircase formed by the divine power lasted for 49 days without fading. Even those who hadn't experienced the chaos or witnessed the goddess ending the apocalypse with her sword had seen the mist staircase. Rumors began spreading that the girl who ended the apocalypse was an incarnation of the heavens, their guardian deity. Children born since then grew up hearing tales of the goddess saving the world. The snow gradually stopped, and the cold wind ceased its howling. Lamps inside the houses stayed lit, quietly signaling that winter had passed. Grass pushed through the soil, revealing vibrant green life. Chapter 188 Epilogue, The World of Cultivation. Once upon a time, the legendary tailor of the cultivation world, her legend has persisted for 500 years after she perished during her Ascension Thunder Tribulation, still echoing in the tales of later generations of blade cultivators. In the tea house, the storyteller struck the table with his wake-up block and vividly narrated the stories of hidden cultivators. The audience was captivated by the fantastic world described, the only sound breaking the silence being the servant boy's footsteps. As the master on stage spun his tale, people below would sometimes clap in admiration, other times laugh heartily, marveling at glimpses into the world of cultivators. In a corner of this earthly tea house, 2 figures sat, one in black, one in white. The white-clad young girl smiled, tossing melon seeds into her mouth now and then. Listening to the storyteller, she laughed and leaned on the black-clad man. Ha ha ha, Aelb, what he says is really exaggerated. Aelb held Malia, a wry smile on his face. His long black hair was tied back with an ink-black crown as he reached up to wipe the debris from the corner of the girl's lips. So much time has passed, they've naturally embellished things from those days. After ascending the immortal ladder, they had come to the world where Malia once belonged. But it had been 500 years since she left. For cultivators, 500 years might not be long, but for mortals, it was like an age had passed. The once renowned figures of the cultivation world had become legends in folktales. Aelb gently embraced the woman resting in his arms. Their black and white robes interlaced, swaying gently with the breeze from the window. He had once struggled desperately to hold on to Malia, and now felt incredibly fortunate. Malia held a handful of melon seeds, her gaze fixed on the storyteller below, a look of interest on her face. Since the immortal demon war, no demon dared cross the holy blade chasm. The astonishingly talented tailor alone could keep all demons in check. The storyteller spoke with great enthusiasm, saliva flying from his mouth as he reached the climax of his story. Malia clicked her tongue and turned to Aelb, too exaggerated. While that single strike did carve a deep gorge, saying no one dares cross is an exaggeration. We were there just the other day and saw a demon cultivator taking photos. By taking photos, she meant recording the scene with a memory stone, a term she had picked up from the post-apocalyptic era which she found perfectly fitting here. After arriving in this world, Aelb suffered severe internal injuries. Malia searched high and low for famous physicians to treat him. Now many in the cultivation world knew that the tailor wasn't dead, but news traveled slowly among mortals. After healing Aelb, Malia vanished again, taking him on travels through mountains and rivers. When tired, they'd rob a cultivator's cave dwelling. When hungry, they'd wander the mortal markets. They lived like immortal lovers. Only the unfortunate cultivators they robbed would have never guessed that the reclusive tailor from 500 years ago was actually a bandit at heart. Malia took him to places she had visited, revisiting landscapes she had once seen. On their journey, the legends of her past spread throughout the martial arts community. Returning to this world, Aelb finally witnessed Malia's genuine contentment. Traveling everywhere, he also experienced the unique scenery of the cultivation world. They soared on flying boats through vast skies, swallowed water-repelling pearls to walk the underwater dragon palaces, rode on kunpengs and touched shen turtles. It seemed every marvel of this world awaited them to experience together. A gentle spring breeze blew in through the window. Aelb tightened his embrace, his hand finding hers. 2 rings brushed softly, making a faint sound. Their fingers intertwined, sitting in a corner on the second floor of the tea house. Outside the window, willows danced in the breeze. Inside, guests filled the hall. Aelb's lips curled into a smile as he nuzzled the girl's forehead. Guyue. Malia responded, her eyes still fixed on the storyteller downstairs. Aelb lowered his head, whispering in her ear, let's have a wedding. Malia paused mid-chew, sitting up straight to look at the man beside her. Years of traveling had imbued him with a gentle demeanor. Now he smiled at her, wind brushing strands of hair around his temples, sending ripples through her heart. I want to marry you, officially announce it to the world. His warm, husky voice touched her heart, making even this battle-hardened young woman blush. Recently, something big has happened in the cultivation world. It was once rumored that the tailor, who was believed to have perished in her Ascension Thunder Tribulation, was still alive. The tailor is going to have a wedding. Her Dao partner has no cultivation at all. A series of news had thoroughly stirred up the long-quiet cultivation world. The Spirit Mountain sect, where Malia belonged, bustled from top to bottom. Their blade cultivator ancestor was getting married. And it was a case of the groom joining the bride's family. Every member of the sect, from top to bottom, was worried sick for their ancestor. Several elders had visited Malia's cave dwelling for days. Seeing the newlyweds so affectionate, any attempt to separate them would be too late. One by one, the elders left with frowns on their bearded faces and sighs echoing in the air. For a time, many cultivators, upon hearing the news, came to the Spirit Mountain sect to join in the excitement. They all wanted to see what kind of person the tailor's Dao partner was. As more guests arrived, the gifts received by the Spirit Mountain sect were astounding. The Void Realm sect sent a 1,000-year-old dragon pearl, the Tranquil Union sect sent 10,000-year-old spiritual herbs, and even demon cultivators sent congratulatory gifts. 3 gongs sounded. It was an auspicious moment. Dressed in a fiery red wedding dress, Malia walked beside Aelb. Upon closer inspection, the bride had a rosy complexion, her lips curled upward like cherry blossoms, and the groom had broad shoulders and long legs, with striking eyebrows and bright eyes. The two standing together looked surprisingly fitting. This was how a wedding should be, yet everyone noticed that behind the couple followed a long sword adorned with a large red flower on its hilt. Jeren, originally a majestic and splendid blade, now had red silk wrapped around it, with a big red floral ornament on its head, waddling behind Malia. All the guests paused as they saw the sword. No one could have imagined that the once revered long sword of the cultivation world could look so endearing. An elder on the side saw the couple stand still and loudly announced, "Bow to heaven and earth." After the 3 bows, when the ceremony was completed, under the surprised gazes of all guests, Aelb, the without any spiritual energy, leaned forward and kissed Malia's lips. The lingering and intimate kiss, accompanied by cheers from the guests, made Malia feel slightly dazed. Aelb chuckled lightly, holding her slender waist. In this life and age, we will never part. Hands adorned with silver rings tightly clasped together. Before the grand red decorated hall, the new couple embraced closely. The end.